Yagyu has traversed into Konoha, becoming an ordinary member of the Moonlight Clan. He also exists in the same era as Naruto and Sasuke. With an unremarkable talent and limited familial potential, how shall he break through the confines? Fortunately, he possesses a hundredfold return system, binding him to Uchiha Sasuke. The stronger Sasuke becomes, the stronger he shall grow. Ding! The individual you are bound to has refined chakra growth of 0.001 cards, and you have received a hundredfold return of chakra growth of 0.1 cards. Ding! The proficiency of the three-body technique of your bound individual is at 1. You receive a hundredfold return, bringing your proficiency to 100. Chapter 1. Binding Sasuke, a hundredfold return. Konoha, the Ninja Academy. The freshman class of this year has commenced for 3 months, and the students have gradually become familiar with one another. Some particularly exceptional freshmen have even been bestowed with various titles. The shyest freshman, Hinata Hyuga. The most righteous, the fierce female leader, Ino Yamanaka. The most charming boy, Uchiha Sasuke. The most foolish tail-end student, Naruto Uzumaki. And the mightiest yet most dapperly languid newcomer, Yagyu of the Moonlight Clan. Among all the freshmen, Yagyu consistently outshines others in both theoretical and practical classes. Even the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, cannot compare to him in the slightest. Yet, such a genius is not a scion of a grand family, and is, in fact, quite indolent. While others attend lectures, he slumbers. When peers practice shuriken throwing, he flirts with the girls. It can be said that apart from training, he engages in nothing else. Nevertheless, he remains the strongest among them. Is it not infuriating? Many classmates, curious about how Yagyu has grown so formidable, approached him to inquire whether he was secretly toiling away. However, Yagyu lazily gestured towards Uchiha Sasuke and remarked, "The harder he works, the stronger I become." The crowd was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Yagyu's words, assuming he was simply being evasive. Eventually, someone fancied themselves to have unraveled Yagyu's meaning, concluding Yagyu must regard Uchiha Sasuke as his imagined rival. The more Sasuke exerts himself, the more pressure he puts on Yagyu, hence his strength. This explanation was somewhat comprehensible, yet Yagyu hardly appeared to be under any duress. Each class, it was Sasuke who toiled earnestly, while Yagyu either snored blissfully or engaged in lively conversation with the girls in class. He bore not a trace of stress. Conversely, Sasuke consistently viewed Yagyu as his rival, declaring daily that he would undoubtedly surpass him, which only spurred him to train harder. From this perspective, Sasuke appeared to bear the greater burden. 6 years prior, Yagyu's soul traversed into Konoha, becoming a scion of the modest Moonlight Clan. Born into the family, Yagyu began his ninja training at the tender age of 3. However, unlike the prodigies he now encounters, Yagyu was not initially a genius. At that time, Liu Sheng struggled to master the chakra extraction technique, found it arduous to persist in physical training, and after 3 years of studying swordsmanship, could only mimic others without true understanding. It can be said that apart from Naruto, he was the most inept individual in the class. Besides Sakura, he was the most ornamental presence in the group. However, on the day of the new semester's commencement, his extraordinary ability awakened. This newfound ability was not particularly remarkable. It merely allowed him to bind to a target. When the other party cultivated and grew stronger, he would receive a feedback boost of a hundredfold. Simple to comprehend and easy to operate. Aside from the initial requirement of selecting a binding target, no further actions were necessary thereafter. Possessing such an ability was far more effortless compared to those that required signing in, making choices, or tallying. In his previous life, Liu Sheng led a toilsome existence. Now, he could take a laid-back approach to becoming stronger, and he had no desire to exert himself excessively. Ding! The individual you are bound to has extracted chakra, increasing the total chakra amount by 1. You have received a hundredfold return. Total chakra amount increased by 100. Ding! The individual you are bound to has gained 1 proficiency in throwing ninja tools. You have received a hundredfold return. Proficiency in throwing ninja tools increased by 100. Ding! The individual you are bound to has enhanced their physical attributes by 1. You have received a hundredfold return. Physical attributes enhanced by 100. Ding! The individual you are bound to has gained 1 proficiency in the body replacement technique. You have received a hundredfold return. Proficiency in the body replacement technique increased by 100. Ding! The individual you are bound to has acquired 1 in ninja tactical theory knowledge. You have received a hundredfold return. Ninja tactical theory knowledge increased by 100. As time progressed, Liu Sheng's strength grew at an astonishing pace. This left Liu Sheng exceedingly pleased with his choice to bind with Uchiha Sasuke, for his ability provided feedback on training results rather than merely amplifying existing strength a hundredfold. Thus, selecting a person of high talent, great potential, longevity, and diligence became particularly crucial. Sasuke's talent is beyond dispute, ranking among the highest in the entire ninja world. In the realms of physical prowess, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, Sasuke possesses no shortcomings. Talent determines potential. In the original storyline, Sasuke not only survived into the Naruto era, but also remained among the most powerful. As for diligence, Sasuke has been remarkably industrious since childhood. Before the massacre, he worked hard to earn his family's approval, and after, he labored for the sake of vengeance. Although there was a period post-massacre when Sasuke's growth stagnated, it was not due to a lack of effort. Rather, without his teacher's guidance, he was at a loss on how to enhance his strength. Comparatively, he was much better off than Naruto, who incessantly proclaimed his desire to become Hokage while carelessly causing trouble. Of course, Liu Sheng's choice of Sasuke over the fated child Naruto was motivated by more than just this. The interference from the Nine Tails, a lack of Jinjutsu talent, and the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups made it impossible for Liu Sheng to select Naruto as his binding target. He had no desire to progress without any advancement during 6 years at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Clan, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A fireball with a 2-meter diameter erupted from Sasuke's mouth, scorching the river's surface into a cloud of steam. Through diligent training, Sasuke learned the Great Fireball Technique earlier than his original trajectory. Even Itachi was astonished by such a rapid learning pace. "What's the matter, Sasuke? Are you feeling pressured? Why are you training so hard?" Itachi crouched down, gently placing his hand on Sasuke's head, inquiring with tenderness. There's a guy in our class who has been consistently getting the better of me. Now that I've mastered the Great Fireball Technique, he surely cannot match me." Sasuke replied earnestly. "Oh, is there actually a new student who surpasses our Sasuke?" Itachi expressed mild surprise. Sasuke, with a flushed face, stated, "His name is Moonlight Liu Sheng, and he belongs to the Moonlight Clan. In terms of physical skills, throwing ninja tools, and theoretical tests, I cannot compete with him. The Moonlight Clan excels in swordsmanship, and their strongest member is merely a special jonin. Such a clan, lacking a solid foundation, can only hope for limited achievements even if a genius emerges." Uchiha Itachi did not regard this individual with any significance, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. "Now that you have mastered this ninjutsu, your opponent will undoubtedly be no match for you. However, do exercise caution. Refrain from employing this technique unless absolutely necessary, as it may inadvertently harm your classmates." Yes, I understand, brother. I will be careful." Sasuke also harbored no desire to inflict harm upon Yagyu. After all, they are classmates. Chapter 2. Mastery of the Great Fireball Technique at 100 Sasuke's Challenge. Beep. The target you have bound has preliminarily mastered the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. You have received a hundredfold return on the mastery of the Great Fireball Technique, enhancing your proficiency by 100. Suddenly, a fragment of memory regarding the Great Fireball Technique surged into Liu Sheng's mind. It seemed that as long as he willed it, he could unleash this ninjutsu in an instant. At last, he was embarking on the journey of learning a new ninjutsu. Liu Sheng, filled with excitement, sprang from his bed and hastened towards the training ground of the Moonlight Clan. The Great Fireball was not something one could experiment with indoors like the body replacement technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Although it was his inaugural attempt at this ninjutsu, Liu Sheng's hand seal speed was astonishingly swift. While Sasuke might require 3 to 4 seconds to execute this technique now, Liu Sheng needed but a single second. Furthermore, the number of hand seals he required was considerably fewer. Those with sufficient proficiency could even unleash ninjutsu with merely a clap of their hands. To reach such a level, Liu Sheng would need Sasuke's diligent effort. At that moment, a pale-faced boy suddenly appeared beside Liu Sheng, casting a surprised glance at the crater created by Liu Sheng's fire release. "Is this what genius looks like? To be able to unleash a C-rank ninjutsu at merely 6 years of age?" Liu Sheng coughed. "The clan leader has instructed me to teach you swordsmanship." "I refuse," Liu Sheng replied, turning to leave. Previously, he had followed swordsmanship out of necessity, but now that he was bound to Sasuke, he had no concerns about his strength. Who needed to learn swordsmanship? More importantly, even if he mastered the Moonlight Clan's swordsmanship, he would only reach the rank of a jonin. Such a rank was no longer something Liu Sheng regarded with any seriousness. Swift wind yanked Liu Sheng back by his collar, declaring, Whether you learn or not is not for you to decide. The clan leader has mandated that I must teach you. Spare me. I've struggled for 3 years to chop a wooden post. Liu Sheng wore a face of despair, but Swift Wind was unyielding. If you do not practice, your future benefits will be halved. Conversely, if you excel in swordsmanship, your status within the clan will double. When Liu Sheng traversed into this world, his parents had just perished during the Nine-Tails incident. As an orphan without parents in the clan, he depended entirely on the family's support for his daily needs. The house he resided in and the money he spent were provided by the clan. As for the meager inheritance left by his parents, it was pathetically scant. In the clan leader's words, "We will raise you until the age of 3, and then your parents' inheritance will be gone." This illustrates just how impoverished his so-called parents were in this life. However, considering the situation, it was understandable. How much savings could 2 lowly genin possess? The 2 young ones needed to purchase ninja tools, require medical care, and spend money on food, outings, and gifts. Just a cursory thought allowed Liu Sheng to empathize with his deceased parents. Given their capabilities, it was remarkable they hadn't left him a mountain of debt. Due to financial pressures, Liu Sheng was reluctantly compelled to learn swordsmanship under Swift Wind. Yet, lacking any talent for swordsmanship, he was disinclined to put in the effort and thus made no progress after half a month. This led Swift Wind to doubt Liu Sheng's supposed genius. Is this truly the individual who outperformed the Uchiha clan's prodigies at the Ninja Academy? Or could it be that Liu Sheng possesses no aptitude for swordsmanship? While the clan began to harbor doubts about Liu Sheng, he was busy devising ways to avoid practicing. Practicing on my own is out of the question, but perhaps I could enlist Sasuke's help in training, accepting feedback on his strength. At the Ninja Academy, while Liu Sheng pondered how to persuade Sasuke to assist him in swordsmanship, the self-proclaimed master of ninjutsu, Sasuke, issued a challenge to Liu Sheng during a break. "Liu Sheng, I challenge you." Sasuke's bold declaration sent shockwaves through the classroom. Sasuke had the audacity to challenge Liu Sheng. Who do you think will win? Undoubtedly, it will be Liu Sheng. Ino and Sakura gazed at Liu Sheng with sparkling eyes, filled with excitement and admiration. Liu Sheng was more attractive and formidable than Sasuke, causing Ino and Sakura, who once admired Sasuke, to shift their affections. Displeased by Liu Sheng's popularity, Kiba scoffed, "I wouldn't be so sure. The Uchiha clan is a prominent family, while Liu Sheng hails from a clan weaker than ours. How could he possibly maintain his lead? Since Sasuke dares to issue a challenge, he must have made significant strides in strength. Liu Sheng surely cannot match him." Liu Sheng glanced at Sasuke, initially intending to decline. However, as he contemplated how to persuade Sasuke to assist him in swordsmanship, the opportunity had presented itself. He had no reason to refuse. "Let's go." Liu Sheng yawned, exuding an air of languor. Yet, due to his striking appearance, even with drooping eyelids, he elicited a chorus of squeals from the girls. "Oh, Liu Sheng-kun is so handsome." Indeed, he remains unfazed even when faced with a challenge from a prodigy of a prominent clan. Liu Sheng-kun is truly exceptional. I believe Sasuke-kun is bound to lose. Such a pity. Although Sasuke-kun is adorable and strong, we have Liu Sheng-kun in our class. Within the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a throng of freshmen surrounded the area, creating a barricade. In the center stood the top 2 students of the freshman class, Uchiha Sasuke and Moonlight Liu Sheng. The 2 exchanged glances, foregoing any superfluous dialogue, and immediately engaged in combat. Sasuke raised his hand, launching shuriken accompanied by the body replacement technique as he charged at Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, wielding the standard long sword of the Moonlight Clan, deftly deflected all shuriken and delivered a kick that sent Sasuke's real body flying half a meter away. Your real body makes noise when it strikes the ground, stirring up dust, while the shadow clone does not. I advise you not to attempt defeating me with such elementary ninjutsu. Liu Sheng remarked coolly to the astonished Sasuke. Sasuke, clearly taken aback by Liu Sheng's keen observation, realized his true body and clone had been discerned so swiftly. Thus, he abandoned the use of shadow clones and opted for a direct confrontation with Liu Sheng employing pure taijutsu. Though Sasuke typically scored lower than Liu Sheng in taijutsu assessments, he believed his combat experience surpassed Liu Sheng's, having frequently sparred with his Jonin brother. Sasuke lunged at Liu Sheng with a kunai, but Liu Sheng easily sidestepped the attack. Sasuke followed with a kick, yet Liu Sheng seized his leg and hurled him away. This time, he flew several meters, scraping his palm against the ground as he slid to dissipate the impact. Impressive, as expected of Liu Sheng-kun. Go, Liu Sheng-kun. Amidst the cheers of his classmates, the still somewhat juvenile Sasuke felt the pressure mounting. He raised his hand to launch several shuriken once more, then utilized the shadow clone technique to conjure multiple clones. Didn't I mention that such elementary ninjutsu is ineffective against me? After Liu Sheng deflected all the shuriken hurled by Sasuke, he noticed that Sasuke did not charge as he had anticipated. Was he planning to employ that ninjutsu? Chapter 3. The Tool, starting from the PUA Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's hand signs, Liu Sheng instantly recognized that Sasuke intended to use the Great Fireball technique. However, it seemed that due to Sasuke's relatively sluggish hand seal speed at that moment, the time required to execute the technique spanned about 3 to 4 seconds. Thus, he resorted to the shadow clone technique to distract Liu Sheng and create an opening. While shadow clones indeed reveal flaws during the real body's movement, if the true body remains stationary, such flaws become significantly less pronounced, making it challenging for Liu Sheng to discern which was Sasuke's real form at a glance. Realizing Sasuke's strategy, Liu Sheng couldn't help but admire Sasuke's tactical intelligence. At such a young age, he had already learned to combine ninjutsu for combat, far surpassing his peers. However, to defeat someone whose data surpasses one's own by 100-fold, merely relying on such thoughts is to underestimate Yagyu gravely. Yagyu refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation with Sasuke using the Great Fireball technique. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, he was concerned about the potential explosion resulting from the clash of two C-rank ninjutsu, which could inadvertently harm the surrounding classmates. Secondly, it was simply unnecessary. After all, it was merely a combination of a distraction technique and a C-rank ninjutsu. Such trivial maneuvers would hardly pose a challenge to Yagyu. With a single hand seal, Yagyu executed the multi-shadow clone technique, and in the blink of an eye, the entire training ground was filled with hundreds of Yagyus. As Sasuke completed his hand seals, he found himself at a loss, having lost sight of his target. Momentarily flustered, he had no time to discern which was the real Yagyu, and could only rely on instinct to launch a fireball slightly to the right of Yagyu's original position. The fireball, measuring 2 to 3 meters, struck the ground with an explosion, startling the surrounding classmates into retreat. Goodness, Sasuke can even wield such ninjutsu now. How terrifying. And let us not forget, Yagyu just conjured over 100 shadow clones, which is equally impressive. I can't even produce a single clone at this moment. Speaking of Yagyu, could he have been defeated? If Sasuke were to strike the real Yagyu among so many clones, it would indeed be quite a stroke of luck. Look, where's Yagyu? As the smoke cleared, the figures of Sasuke and Yagyu came into view. At that moment, all of Yagyu's clones had dissipated, while his true self stood behind Sasuke, a long sword poised against Sasuke's neck. I win. Sasuke nodded, turning away with a hint of disappointment. After finally mastering a new ninjutsu, he had still been so thoroughly defeated. He hadn't even managed to mar Yagyu's clothing before being vanquished. Wait, do you want to know why I have always been stronger than you? Why? After school, at Konoha Park, I shall enlighten you. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Was he about to reveal the secret to becoming stronger? Did he not fear being surpassed? Before Sasuke could decide, Yagyu was already heading back to the classroom, flanked by female classmates. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained lost in thought. Time passed swiftly, and soon school was over. Sasuke rose, casting a complex glance at Yagyu, who was also looking in his direction. Yagyu nodded at him, and then left with Ino and Sakura. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before following. Yagyu took a slightly longer route to escort the two girls home, while Sasuke arrived at the park first. Before long, Yagyu caught up to him. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Ino and Sakura wanted me to accompany them home, so I had to take them along. Sasuke nodded, not minding the delay. He had never entertained thoughts about girls, at least not at this moment. Is it true that you said you'd share how you became stronger? Of course. Why would I deceive you? But why? Aren't you afraid I might surpass you? Yagyu chuckled softly, responding nonchalantly, among the entire freshman class. Only you are worthy to be my rival. I don't wish for my opponent to be too weak. It would make the next 6 years rather dull. Despite feeling uncomfortable at being teased about his weakness, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at being recognized by Yagyu as a worthy opponent. Yes, in the entire freshman class, only I am fit to be Yagyu's rival. I'm not that weak. Sasuke clenched his fists, silently vowing to surpass Yagyu. I will defeat you one day. I look forward to it. Yagyu smiled slightly before imparting the swordsmanship techniques he had learned from the Uchiha clan to Sasuke. Swordsmanship? Yes. Do you know why my taijutsu is superior to yours? It's because I practice swordsmanship. Learning swordsmanship necessitates frequent combat and sparring, where each swing and strike is a matter of life and death, which is why you cannot match me. Is that so? Sasuke, somewhat skeptical, began to follow Yagyu's teachings in swordsmanship. Several hours later, Yagyu tossed a scroll to Sasuke. This is the Moonlight Sword Technique, a collection of swordsmanship insights from our ancestors. Once you master its contents, we shall have another match. Isn't this a family secret? Won't you be reprimanded for sharing it with me? Sasuke questioned, perplexed. Yagyu waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain on his face. Though it is called a secret, there are at least 4 clans in Konoha that possess our Moonlight Clan's techniques. One more, or one less makes no difference. As a small clan specializing in swordsmanship, the Moonlight Clan had surrendered all its secret techniques upon joining Konoha, claiming it was for the village's sake. Consequently, any high-ranking ninja interested in swordsmanship can access our techniques. If it weren't for the dance of the crescent moon, which requires extensive training and is rather challenging, our clan's techniques would have long since become commonplace. After some thought, Sasuke handed a scroll to Yagyu. I can't take your secret techniques for free. This is the ninjutsu I used today. I'll trade it for yours. Yagyu smiled faintly as he accepted the scroll. As a clan primarily focused on swordsmanship, they possessed few ninjutsu techniques. He had initially pondered how to explain his ability to use the Great Fireball technique, but now he need not concoct an excuse. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Make sure to practice diligently, lest I surpass you in ninjutsu again. A good tool must start from the basics. Sasuke gritted his teeth, declaring, I will definitely defeat you next time. All right, I look forward to your next challenge. Yagyu waved his hand and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the dark night. Sasuke held the scroll containing the secret techniques, pondering for a few moments before spending 2 additional hours practicing in the park. Chapter 4, Childhood Engagement. I've become the child husband of Liu Sheng. Beep. Your binding partner has made a breakthrough in swordsmanship, reaching swordsmanship level 1. You have received a hundredfold return, elevating your swordsmanship level to 100. Beep. Your binding partner has made a breakthrough in swordsmanship, reaching swordsmanship level 10. You have received a hundredfold return, elevating your swordsmanship level to 1000. Time flew by, and before long, half a year had passed. Even with Sasuke's remarkable talent, it took him 6 months of training to fully master the Moonlight sword technique. At this point, Sasuke had transformed from a novice in swordsmanship into a skilled swordsman. While he had not learned any secret sword techniques, simply wielding a sword significantly multiplied his combat prowess. In the Moonlight Clan's training ground, Yagyu and Sasuke faced each other, each wielding a sword. Amidst the flashes of blades and the clash of steel, their figures danced in a continuous blur. Should an onlooker witness the duel, they would surely be astounded by the extraordinary speed, strength, and swordsmanship displayed by both combatants. Such prowess was far beyond what one would expect from students of a ninja academy. Even an average chunin would likely struggle to match the brilliance of their fight. After 200 exchanges, Yagyu declared, You've lost. As his sword rested against Sasuke's neck. You've improved since last time, managing to endure 30 more rounds against me. Instead of joy at his progress, Sasuke wore a look of dissatisfaction. He often felt he could match Yagyu blow for blow, and occasionally even had a chance to defeat him. Yet, in the end, he still faced defeat. Don't dwell on it too much. You're improving. And so am I. The fact that you can last longer against me indicates your progress is surpassing mine. Keep at it, and I'm sure you'll defeat me next time. Saying this, Yagyu gave Sasuke a hearty pat on the shoulder before turning to leave. This marked the 6th time in half a year that Sasuke had fallen to his rival. Although Sasuke's defeats are becoming increasingly gradual, Yagyu is becoming ever more composed in dealing with him. Thus, it is only natural for Sasuke to harbor doubts. It seems that I must refine my acting skills. Yagyu murmured to himself, casting a discreet glance at the reluctant Sasuke behind him. The latter did not linger, merely pondering for a moment before turning to leave. This allowed Yagyu to breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that Sasuke had not discovered his leniency. At present, his swordsmanship surpasses even that of his clan's prodigy, Moonlight Shippu. Moreover, his speed and strength have transcended the limits of a chunin, likely placing him at the level of a jonin. How could Sasuke possibly be his match? Upon returning home, Yagyu found the dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Due to Yagyu's extraordinary talent, his treatment within the clan had transformed dramatically. Meals are now catered by professional chefs, his dwelling is maintained by dedicated staff, ninja tools and swords are freely available for use, and his financial support has multiplied tenfold. It seems that the clan leader has already begun grooming him as the future heir. Unlike the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which select heirs based on lineage, the Moonlight Clan ascends through strength. Whoever possesses the greatest prowess assumes the role of clan leader. This disparity arises primarily from the weakness and lack of resources of smaller clans. In contrast to the major clans, which have robust lineages and a wealth of formidable ninjutsu to ensure their descendants do not falter, smaller clans must rely on a powerful and wise leader to thrive. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yagyu was enjoying his meal, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Moonlight John, the clan leader's personal bodyguard. The leader requests your presence. Is there something specific? You will know once you go. All right, understood. I will come after I finish my meal. This marked the first time in over 6 years that Moonlight Clan had summoned him, and notably, this was not for a clan meeting, indicating that this was a private summons. Is it due to my reputation as a genius? Or has the matter of teaching Sasuke swordsmanship been exposed? Yagyu did not dwell on it, for regardless of either scenario, he felt no apprehension. Having brought Sasuke to the Moonlight Clan, he was naturally untroubled by the potential revelation of this incident. After his meal, Yagyu arrived at the clan leader's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Leader, I have arrived. Is that you, Yagyu? Haha, come in. The door is unlocked. Upon entering, Yagyu was warmly welcomed by Moonlight Clan. Yagyu, how has life been recently? Is the food to your liking? If not, just tell your grandpa the leader, and I shall arrange for a different chef. Moonlight Clan was a stout-faced elder with a white, noodle-like mustache. Now in his 50s, he appeared kind-hearted, yet Yagyu could discern a subtle, cunning glimmer in his eyes. No need to change chefs. I am quite satisfied with the meals. Oh, then is your allowance sufficient? If not, I can increase it by 2,000. No, 3,000. It is adequate. And is your accommodation comfortable? Would you like to switch to another? You may choose any house within the clan, even if someone else resides there. I can authoritatively arrange for you to move. Leader, if you have something to say, please be direct. My life is quite satisfactory. There are no issues. Yagyu was reluctant to continue engaging in trivial banter with Moonlight Clan, feeling it a waste of time. Given the choice, he would prefer to seek enjoyment with Ino and Sakura. Haha, then I shall not keep you in suspense. I wish to arrange a marriage for you. Yagyu was taken aback. He had anticipated that Moonlight Clan might inquire about his training or reprimand him for leaking the clan's sword techniques. But he never expected the leader to propose an engagement. He recalled that Moonlight Clan had a granddaughter with a similarly stout visage. Leader, I am still quite young. Nonsense. Child marriages are quite acceptable. She can await your maturation. But leader, I already have someone I like. It matters not. A successful man can have multiple wives. Take me. For example, the mention of multiple wives seemed to trigger a switch within Moonlight Clan, prompting him to recount half an hour's worth of romantic anecdotes, spanning from classmates at the ninja academy to comrades in arms and even distant cousins. In a moment, Yagyu found himself immersed in the gossip. Ahem. I may have said too much, but you need not worry about this matter. She does not mind. Sighing, Yagyu found himself at a loss to refuse. Having no justification to do so, he resolved that if it truly were the leader's granddaughter, he would renounce his clan. Leader, who is to be my betrothed? The prodigious young lady of the Uzuki clan, Uzuki Yuin. Our Moonlight Clan has long-standing ties with the Uzuki clan, and each generation facilitates marriages between the most talented members, exchanging the clan's secret techniques to fortify both families. This is to ensure the strength of both clans. Yagyu, our smaller clans possess insufficient resources. We are compelled to adopt such measures for self-preservation. If it were not for the larger clans looking down upon us, I would have considered arranging a betrothal between you and the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. I understand, leader. You agree? Yes. Had it been the leader's granddaughter, he would have firmly declined, but in the case of Uzuki Yuin, the proposal was not entirely unacceptable. Chapter 5. The 5-year agreement. Behold, the power of the Byakugan. A single tomo. Upon hearing Yagyu's agreement, Moonlight Clan's countenance brightened. The engagement was set to occur 5 years hence, coinciding with Yagyu's graduation. At that time, he would need to visit the Uzuki clan to face their younger generation in a challenge. And only by defeating them would the prospect of his union with Uzuki Yuin become viable. As he spoke, Moonlight Clan handed Yagyu a scroll. This is the Moonlight Clan's A-rank forbidden technique, the Dance of the Three Moons. Once you master this sword technique to perfection, you could even vanquish a Jonin. I had intended to wait until after your graduation to teach you, but in order to facilitate your union with the Uzuki clan in 5 years, I must bestow it upon you now. Yagyu accepted the scroll, retorting, I had anticipated a marriage arranged by my parents. Moonlight Clan smiled. This is a condition set by Yuin. After all, this engagement involves the union of two clan prodigies, should they fail to conquer each other's younger generation. Even with the consent of Yuin's elders, she would not acquiesce. While the purpose of this union is to secure a better future for both clans as prodigies, they also possess the right to choose. After all, both Yuin and Yagyu are the future pillars of their respective families, and if they do not desire each other, the clans would not impose the match. This was precisely why Moonlight Clan had sought Yagyu's opinion first. I had originally intended for Moonlight Shippu to wed Uzuki Yuin, as they are of similar age and would likely get along. However, Shippu has been frail since childhood. Although his swordsmanship talent is remarkable and his current strength approaches that of a jonin, for the sake of caution, I have chosen to place my bets on you. Postponing the engagement by 5 years. Yagyu raised an eyebrow. So, I have effectively taken Moonlight Shippu's fiancée? But considering Shippu's frail condition, I am not entirely to blame. Am I? Internally, Yagyu felt no remorse, but rather a twinge of delight. Additionally, there is one more matter. In conjunction with this union, not only will you be required to face the challenges posed by the younger generation of the Uchiha clan in 5 years, but Uzuki Yuin will also come to our Moonlight Clan next year to challenge our younger generation. She is coming too? I did not invite her. She has expressed a desire to come, likely to establish her dominance. You must prepare yourself. Uzuki Yuin has been heralded as the most gifted ninja of the Uzuki clan in a century, and it is rumored that she has caught the attention of the Hokage. With a potential future in the Umbu, Moonlight Kaiman spoke in a grave tone. Establish dominance. Yagyu scoffed, dismissively stating, who will be establishing dominance over whom remains to be seen. Yagyu resolved that next year, when the Evening Bloom came to challenge, he would also participate, allowing her to witness the prowess of her future husband. Do not underestimate her. Even the Gale, who has faced her, holds no certainty of victory. Yagyu remained noncommittal. In terms of swordsmanship, even the Moonlit Gale would not be his match, unless the Gale learned the Crescent Moon dance before him. Moonlight's smile, observing Yagyu's indifferent demeanor, ceased his persuasion, knowing that mere words would yield little. Some profound truths are far less impactful than a single encounter with a wall. Furthermore, there was another matter. Moonlight's expression turned grave. Have you imparted our Moonlight Clan's secret techniques to outsiders? Why? No reason. I merely deemed him too weak and decided to assist him. Moonlight was left speechless. The Uchiha clan possesses profound heritage. Do they truly require our secret techniques to enhance their strength? In any case, I incur no loss. I merely exchanged one ninjutsu for his. You exchanged ninjutsu? What kind? A C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. You traded our Moonlight Clan's secret techniques for a commonplace C-rank ninjutsu? Commonplace? I beg to differ. Moonlight was nearly exasperated. Although the Moonlight Clan may lack depth, we still possess a handful of C and even B-rank ninjutsu, not to mention the great fireball technique, which even ordinary civilian ninjas might acquire. Moonlight glared at Yagyu, inhaling deeply to suppress his imminent fury. After all, it was merely a foundational secret technique of the Moonlight swordsmanship, and securing the friendship of the Uchiha's second son was not without merit. From a political standpoint, it seemed somewhat advantageous. As Yagyu and Sasuke grow, perhaps the Moonlight Clan could even forge a marital alliance with the Uchiha clan in the future. With this thought, Moonlight's spirits lifted somewhat. Very well, I shall not hold this against you this time. However, if there is a next time, I shall show no mercy. Watching Yagyu's departing figure, Moonlight felt an inexplicable foreboding that Yagyu might indeed follow through. If this brash young man dares to master the Crescent Moon dance so well, who could blame him for being the future of the Moonlight Clan? Moonlight sighed, turning to leave with a sense of melancholy. The plight of a small clan lies in its scarcity of talent. The death of one is a significant loss. And individuals like Yagyu and Gale, who possess the potential to become elite shinobi, are exceedingly rare. The future of the Moonlight Clan relies on Yagyu. As long as he does not betray the village or harm his kin, all transgressions may be forgiven. Moreover, aside from the transparent escape technique, there is little else the Moonlight Clan possesses that other clans covet. A mere handful of sword techniques. It is but a small price to pay. After all, it is not as if we have not given before. Months later, on a certain night, a notification chimed. The target you are bound to has suffered a clan extermination. Unlocking a single Tomo Sharingan. You have received a power feedback. You have unlocked a single Tomo Sharingan, and your ocular power has increased 100-fold. Just as Yagyu was about to drift into slumber, he sprang from his bed, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, the pupils morphing into the form of a single Tomo. A single Tomo? The notion of a 100-fold increase in ocular power was beyond Yagyu's expectations. Could it be that an enhancement in ocular power does not catalyze further evolution of the Sharingan? Yagyu pondered for a moment, arriving at an uncertain conclusion. The magnitude of ocular power represents the strength and endurance of the Sharingan, but does not denote the Tomo or the Mangekyo. An increase in Tomo may indeed enhance the Sharingan's power, yet an increase in ocular power does not induce a transformation in the Sharingan. The two exist in a relationship of inclusion and being included. If this is the case, then what is the significance of a 100-fold increase in ocular power? It is well known that the single Tomo Sharingan possesses 3 abilities. enhancing the ninja's observational prowess, replicating others' ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even swordsmanship, and casting illusions or hypnosis. Sasuke, with only a single tomo, possesses superior observational abilities, granting him an advantage in both combat and learning. As for himself, in Chapter 6, the pinnacle of observational prowess, Sasuke's transformation, Yagyu activated his single tomo Sharingan and, after conducting experiments, discovered that he too lacked the abilities to replicate or cast illusions. Conversely, he found his observational capabilities had become extraordinarily acute. When a fly buzzed by, he could even perceive the flapping of its wings, as though its movements were slowed within his sight. Should he employ this skill in a swordsmanship duel, Yagyu believed that even Moonlight would not stand a chance against him. In other words, with the activation of the single tomo, Yagyu now possessed at least the strength of a special jonin. Regrettably, he could not wield the power of the Sharingan in public, unless the two ancient figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, were to perish. He could not freely employ the Sharingan's might. Otherwise, those two might concoct some schemes against him. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, have you heard? The Uchiha clan has been exterminated. What? The Uchiha clan is one of the most powerful families in our village. How could this happen so suddenly? Did enemies invade? No. According to my uncle, it was the Uchiha clan's young leader, Itachi Uchiha, who killed them all. Why? Who knows? Perhaps Itachi has gone mad. What about Sasuke? Our classmate Sasuke is also from the Uchiha clan. Has he met with misfortune as well? I don't know. The news of the Uchiha clan's extermination spread throughout the village, even circulating whispers within the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Irika-sensei entered, halting the students' discussions. Students, you are likely all aware of the situation concerning the Uchiha clan. Our classmate Sasuke was fortunate enough to survive this calamity and is currently recuperating in the hospital. I plan to organize a visit to see him after school. Would anyone like to join? I want to go, Sensei. Sensei, I want to go too. Sasuke's popularity in class was second only to Yagyu's. Thus, many students eagerly volunteered to visit him. However, Irika was concerned that too many visitors would cause congestion at the hospital, so he ultimately selected only 10 students to accompany him, with Yagyu among them. After school, the group of 11 made their way to the hospital. Sasuke-kun, we're here to see you. Sasuke-kun, I brought you flowers. I brought fruit. I bought meat, grilled meat. The classmates enthusiastically attempted to engage Sasuke, but received only his icy indifference in return. They soon recognized Sasuke's changed demeanor, feeling a chilling depth to his coldness. It seemed that from this moment on, the boy who occasionally smiled so sweetly would never return. Sakura, noticing this, stepped forward to offer comfort. Don't be too sad, Sasuke. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Before she could finish her sentence, Sasuke turned and glared at her. His gaze was laced with malice, startling Sakura. Although Sakura meant no harm, her words struck a raw nerve with Sasuke in this moment. He had lost not just one or two family members, but his entire clan. Such hatred cannot be assuaged by others' words. Yagyu pulled Sakura behind him, gently addressing Sasuke. Sakura means no harm. Upon seeing Yagyu, Sasuke furrowed his brow but ultimately averted his gaze. In the entire class, Yagyu was the only one he regarded with any respect, despite always being overshadowed by him. If there's nothing else, you may all leave. You're being quite loud. Sasuke issued his dismissal, leaving Irika, who had yet to offer his concern, feeling somewhat awkward. However, considering Sasuke's situation, he led the students away. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, Sasuke. Goodbye. With no response from Sasuke, Irika could only leave feeling increasingly awkward, ushering Yagyu and the others out. At this moment, Sasuke's heart undoubtedly endured a profound blow. It is my fervent hope that in the days to come, everyone will extend their support and care towards Sasuke, guiding him out of his turmoil with the indomitable will of fire and compassion. Rest assured, Irika-sensei, we shall undoubtedly assist Sasuke in overcoming his predicament. Irika smiled and nodded. Although not all his students were exceptional, they were undeniably adorable and understanding children, which brought him solace. Yagyu, you share the closest bond with Sasuke. You must engage him in more conversations and offer him guidance. Do you understand? Understood, Yagyu replied dismissively. For him, Sasuke's darkening nature was not without its merits. Although Itachi Uchiha's actions were undeniably foolish, one could not dismiss the fact that hatred serves as a significant impetus for personal growth and advancement. With just a little guidance from Yagyu, he believed that Sasuke would make considerable progress before achieving his revenge, thereby gaining even greater strength in the process. 3 days later, the reluctant Sasuke, disinclined to remain in the hospital for recuperation, disregarded the doctor's advice and returned to the ninja academy to continue his studies. Upon his return, Yagyu distinctly sensed that Sasuke was now approaching his studies with renewed seriousness. The theoretical knowledge Sasuke imparted to him became increasingly profound, to the extent that Yagyu felt he could effortlessly score a perfect 100 on a written exam with his eyes closed. However, despite his diligence during class, Sasuke remained seated in a frosty silence during breaks, seemingly lost in contemplation about the most effective method to eliminate Itachi Uchiha. With the meager education provided here, you will never surpass Itachi Uchiha, Yagyu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Some individuals, after facing adversity, swiftly find their purpose and experience exponential growth, while others unwittingly descend into confusion. Although Sasuke was undeniably working harder and more earnestly, he exhibited little overall improvement, and his strength showed scant change. Thus, it is often more crucial to find the right direction than to merely exert effort. Chapter 7. I like them all. The explosive Sasuke. After school, Yagyu was preparing to approach Sasuke to provide some counsel, allowing the tool to continue to exert his residual energy. Yet, Sasuke preemptively approached him. To the training ground. All right. I'll first escort Hinata home, Yagyu replied nonchalantly, then moved towards the back row. Yagyu-kun, aren't you returning home with us today? Ino and Sakura gazed at Yagyu with longing eyes. I am taking Hinata home today. If you don't mind, you may join us, Yagyu responded to the two girls. After a moment of hesitation, Ino and Sakura smiled and said, sure, as long as Hinata doesn't mind. Hinata's face flushed as she softly said to Yagyu, Yagyu-kun, why don't you take Ino and Sakura home? I can go back by myself. Absolutely not. I promise to take you home today. Be obedient. Yagyu replied sternly while grabbing Hinata's backpack and heading outside. Left with no choice, Hinata blushed and cautiously followed beside Sasuke. Ino and Sakura's eyes were fixed intently on her, as if they were ready to devour her. How terrifying. Not far away, Sasuke watched this scene with a sense of exasperation, pursing his lips as he trailed behind Yagyu. Hinata was on Yagyu's left, while Ino and Sakura followed on his right. Yagyu-kun, is Sasuke challenging you again? Sai, why bother? Since the beginning of school, Yagyu-kun has never lost. Ino lamented on Sasuke's behalf, while secretly flattering Yagyu. Sakura inwardly scolded Ino for her cunningness and added, Yagyu-kun is our class's top student. Of course, he should be able to defeat Sasuke. Hinata cautiously glanced at the two, hesitating to speak, ultimately remaining silent. Yagyu gently patted Hinata's head and turned to Ino and Sakura, saying, one must continuously challenge oneself to avoid stagnation. Although Sasuke cannot defeat me, neither can anyone else in our class best him. In other words, he is merely second to me. Moreover, as Sasuke continuously challenges himself with me as his benchmark, he retains the potential to surpass me, while the rest of the class will never surpass Sasuke. Oh, except for Naruto. Ino and Sakura felt somewhat ashamed upon hearing Yagyu's earlier words. Yet when they heard Naruto's name, they couldn't help but scoff. Naruto, the bottom of the class, could never compete with you and Sasuke, no matter how hard he tries. Exactly. Others might have a chance, but what makes Naruto think he can? Yagyu smiled slightly, refraining from further explanation. It is true that Naruto is at the bottom, but that does not negate his innate talent. With the right teacher guiding him, Naruto's rate of growth would undoubtedly surpass that of most in the class. As they chatted, they arrived at the Hyuga residence. Yagyu escorted Hinata to the door and bid her farewell. See you tomorrow, Hinata. Yes, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Yagyu-kun, Ino, Sakura, Sasuke. Goodbye, Hinata. Farewell, Hinata. After parting ways with Hinata, Ino and Sakura immediately relaxed significantly, bombarding Yagyu with questions. Yagyu-kun, do you like Hinata? Indeed. How infuriating, he actually admitted it. Why don't you ask if I like you too? The two girls exchanged apprehensive glances and timidly asked, then, do you like us? Not at all. Oh, what a despicable man. You infuriate me. Don't you dare run. If you plan to hit me, can I not run? Dream on. How vexing. Don't let us catch you. If you can catch me, I'll like you. That is what you said, don't run. Sasuke, the Uchiha clan's training ground. Previously, when Sasuke challenged him, it was either at the school's training ground or at the Tsukikage household's training area. This was Yagyu's first visit to the Uchiha clan's grounds. The training ground appeared desolate, littered with dried leaves. Several wooden stumps bore the marks of blades, along with the imprints of shuriken and kunai. Why choose this place? That night, I practiced shuriken throwing here. As was my custom, I practiced late into the night. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable tremor in my heart, a premonition of something dreadful, prompting me to rush back to the clan. Sasuke did not respond to Yagyu, continuing his own narrative. By the time I returned, corpses. Everywhere, there were corpses. Houses lay in ruins, blood staining the collapsed buildings and filthy ground. Do you understand? I was frantic with worry for my parents' safety, so I dashed towards the house, only to find Itachi Uchiha. That bastard's blade was stained with my parents' blood. I vowed that for whatever reason, I would kill that scoundrel. Yagyu listened quietly, without uttering a word. He observed Sasuke transition from calm narration to rage and madness. I will kill him, and the first step towards that is to defeat you. Upon uttering this, Sasuke suddenly unleashed a fierce killing intent, drawing his blade and charging at Yagyu. Simultaneously, several shuriken flew towards Yagyu. In an instant, Yagyu drew his sword to deflect the shuriken, then executed a swift maneuver to parry the blade aimed at his forehead. As Sasuke's strike was thwarted, he performed a mid-air spin, kicking towards Yagyu. Yagyu deflected Sasuke's sword and blocked with his blade, but the force of Sasuke's kick failed to budge him an inch. Sasuke clearly recognized this, his expression turning ferocious. Fight me seriously, Tsukikage Yagyu. Sasuke's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, resembling a madman as he relentlessly swung at Yagyu. Yagyu, however, remained unfazed, effortlessly parrying all of Sasuke's strikes. I fear that if I take this too seriously, you'll be defeated in just a few moves. Stop boasting. Yagyu's words completely enraged Sasuke, who retreated a step and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Months had passed, and Sasuke had advanced his mastery of this jutsu. Now, he required merely 2 seconds to unleash it, fully confident that Yagyu would not interrupt him. However, he had not anticipated that Yagyu had no intention of interrupting him. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. A large and a small fireball collided, with the smaller one being instantly engulfed. Sasuke could only flee in a state of disarray. Damn it, why is his fire release stronger than mine? Sasuke was unable to completely evade the attack of the great fireball, sustaining several wounds. His garment, worn for a year, transformed into tatters, resembling a rag that had languished by the stove for years. Chapter 8. Need more payment. Uchiha style. Do we continue fighting? Yagyu appeared behind Sasuke, without him noticing. A blade in hand, but not poised against his neck. Yet, Sasuke broke into a cold sweat. Had Yagyu intended to kill him at that moment, he would have surely met his demise. You haven't been fighting at full strength until now? Sasuke inquired darkly. Ever since he had learned the swordsmanship Yagyu had imparted, each encounter with him had extended beyond 100 exchanges. This marked the second time Sasuke had been defeated by Yagyu within 10 rounds. Your strength is too feeble. If I don't hold back, how can I refine my swordsmanship? You. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his face alight with fury. You bastard, using me to hone your skills. Yagyu shrugged, helplessly stating, there's no other way. Who told you to be so weak? I am about to learn a new sword technique. By then, you may find yourself left far behind. What sword technique? Sasuke instinctively asked. The dance of the crescent moon, a closely guarded secret of my Moonlight Clan. Yagyu smiled. A closely guarded secret? Sasuke murmured. Teach me. Hey, I just said it's a secret. How could I teach you? I can exchange the Phoenix Fire technique and the Dragon Fire technique with you. Upon awakening, Sasuke was informed by a ninja that he had been assigned to reside within the village. Thus, even though he was the last of the Uchiha clan, the legacy of the Uchiha was not his to claim. Consequently, the only 2 treasures he possessed were the 2 ninjutsu techniques entrusted to him by Uchiha Itachi, which he had yet to master. No way. Our clan leader specifically instructed me not to teach this swordsmanship to anyone, and this is an A-rank technique. Mastering it could slay a jonin. How could I exchange it for 2 C-rank techniques? Implicitly, he meant, I need more payment. However, Sasuke truly lacked any capital. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not produce anything else to barter with Yagyu. Yet, the notion of a technique capable of defeating a jonin made him covetous, for he knew his brother, his sworn enemy, was merely a jonin before his betrayal. So, if I can present something of equivalent rank to your sword technique, would you be willing to exchange? I might consider it. After all, the clan leader only instructed me not to teach it to others. He didn't say I couldn't drop a scroll for someone else to pick up and learn. I will return to find you in 3 days. With that, Sasuke turned and departed, while Yagyu pondered Sasuke's retreating figure. Could he truly find more bargaining chips? In truth, he merely intended to bait Sasuke, allowing him to negotiate or owe him a favor. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke was quite agreeable. He did not perceive Yagyu's asking price as exorbitant, but rather believed he himself was not making enough effort. If only all consumers were like Sasuke. How could one possibly incur losses in business? In the following 3 days, Sasuke did not seek him out again, yet due to his daily school commitments, Yagyu still encountered Sasuke. He observed Sasuke arriving at school with dark circles under his eyes, looking grimy and disheveled, almost as if he had taken a job at a mining company. It was only 3 days later that he learned Sasuke had indeed gone mining. However, it was not for a company. Instead, he was excavating the ruins of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke had not inherited the Uchiha clan's fortune, but he could still return to the clan's land. For 3 days, he scoured the ruins for treasures. The Uchiha's library, the study rooms of various clan elders, and their chambers were his focus as he searched for riches. However, these places were either in utter disarray or utterly vacant, devoid of any wealth, let alone ninjutsu secrets. Left with no other options, Sasuke resorted to searching for possible hidden chambers or digging through collapsed ruins. Initially, he held little hope. After all, the Konoha Anbu had done an impeccable job of cleaning up, leaving not even a single coin behind. Yet, fortune seemed to smile upon him when, while clearing the remains of a Jonin clan member, he stumbled upon several scrolls. Among them, 2 were damaged, while 3 remained intact. These 3 intact scrolls contained the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, the fire release, great dragon fire technique, and the comprehensive guide to ninja fundamentals. The Uchiha-style swordsmanship detailed 3 techniques: Uchiha-style sword leap of flame, Uchiha-style solar halo dance, and Uchiha-style tempest sword. Each of these techniques was extraordinarily powerful. While they might not surpass the dance of the crescent moon, they were certainly of equal caliber. If mastered well, they could also possess the capability to slay a Jonin. Thus, after acquiring these scrolls, Sasuke contemplated not exchanging them with Yagyu. After all, he no longer lacked the means to defeat a Jonin. However, considering Yagyu's strength, to triumph over him, one must know both oneself and the opponent. Hence, he needed to learn the dance of the crescent moon. Yet, he would not offer all the ninjutsu he had obtained for exchange, as Yagyu had suggested. The value disparity was too great. He would be at a loss. Moreover, he wished to retain some trump cards, as that would enable him to defeat Yagyu. Otherwise, whatever he could do, Yagyu could do as well, and he would never be able to overcome him. Could this Uchiha-style sword leap of flame, along with these 2 C-rank techniques, be enough for an exchange? Sasuke presented the 3 scrolls to Yagyu and inquired, "Sword leap of flame?" Yagyu was somewhat surprised that Sasuke had managed to procure this item. Was he digging up Shirsue's grave? It seems Shirsue doesn't have a grave. Yagyu opened the scroll and, upon confirming its authenticity, handed over the dance of the crescent moon to Sasuke. From a certain perspective, the sword leap of flame was merely a B-rank technique. Yet its power was not inferior to that of A-rank ninjutsu, also capable of contending with Jonin. Coupled with the 2 C-rank techniques, it could barely be exchanged for the dance of the crescent moon. However, while the sword technique was excellent, he would not learn it. It would be far more beneficial to wait for Sasuke to master it, and then reap the rewards. Lying back and growing stronger, isn't that delightful? Sasuke left with an air of pride after acquiring the dance of the crescent moon, and whether it was merely an illusion or not, Yagyu felt that Sasuke seemed somewhat elated. It appeared that Sasuke's gains this time were not limited to just a single sword technique. Yagyu chuckled. However, no matter how well you conceal it, you cannot fathom that everything you learn will ultimately become mine, and will be returned to me 100-fold. He could already envision the bewildered expression on Sasuke's face after he mastered the sword leap of flame and other techniques, only to be easily defeated by him. Chapter 9. First encounter with fiancé, Yuzuki Yuyaka. The dance of the crescent moon was not an easy sword technique to master. Its essence lies in merging the B-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, with the swordsmanship of the Moonlight Clan. Thus, even with Sasuke's prodigious talent, it was not a simple endeavor to grasp this sword technique. 6 months later, instead of receiving any feedback on Sasuke's swordsmanship, Yagyu was instead greeted by Yuzuki Yuyaka. On an unremarkable weekend, a capable woman exuding an aura of coldness, with striking purple hair, arrived at the territory of the Moonlight Clan. Moonlight Yagyu. Yuzuki Yuyaka. After exchanging names, the two fell into a silence. Despite Yagyu's adult soul, he found himself at a loss for words with Yuyaka, who appeared to be a decade his senior. Moreover, although their clans had long since arranged their union, this was the first time in months that they were genuinely meeting. Previously, Yagyu had only heard her name, never having laid eyes on her. The moonlight was slightly chilly as it illuminated the scene, prompting the jovial Moonlight Shinyan to enliven the atmosphere by exclaiming, "It has been a while since Shoyin last visited us. Recently, our Moonlight Clan has introduced a flower brought back from the bird kingdom, known as the Nyenyen. This flower, resplendent in a myriad of colors, hangs amidst the foliage like twinkling stars, exuding an enchanting fragrance." After dinner, I shall have Liu Sheng escort you to admire it. Indeed, Xiaoyan had a penchant for flower appreciation, yet her purpose for this visit transcended mere floral admiration. From the moment she entered, her gaze was fixated on Liu Sheng, scrutinizing him intently. Despite his tender age, he possessed an undeniable handsomeness and an aura of inexplicable maturity. Although he was not particularly loquacious, his every smile and frown radiated a gentle and comforting presence. Grandfather Ximian, let us postpone the flower viewing for another time. I wish to proceed to the training grounds, Xiaoyan asserted, declining the opportunity for solitude with Liu Sheng and opting instead to attend to her pressing matters. As a member of the Umbu, her schedule was perpetually demanding. Very well, let us head directly to the training grounds, Ximian replied. At the Moonlight Clan's training grounds, the young members eagerly awaited Xiaoyan's anticipated challenge. One person taking on our entire group? The Umetsuki clan truly has the audacity. One exclaimed, do not speak so. After all, she is to be one of our own. Another countered, I heard her fiancé is the Moonlight Liu Sheng, who is merely 8 years old. Why would the Umetsuki clan engage in a betrothal with Moonlight Liu Sheng? I believe Brother Jifeng is the true genius of our clan. Who can say? Moonlight Liu Sheng seldom graces the training grounds. However, he is reputed to be the strongest talent in this cohort of the Ninja Academy, surpassing even the Uchiha heir. To possess the ability to rival the Uchiha clan's prodigy is indeed impressive, yet I cannot fathom how Brother Jifeng could be inferior. In comparison to the unassuming Moonlight Liu Sheng, the younger generation of the Moonlight clan holds a greater reverence for the gentle elder brother, Moonlight Jifeng. After all, Jifeng has built his reputation through years of formidable accomplishments, and none among the youth can rival him. Moreover, it was rumored that Moonlight Jifeng had mastered the clan's secret technique, the Mizukigami no Mai, merely a month prior. Mastery of this technique signified Jifeng's prowess had ascended to the level of a jonin. The small Moonlight clan could barely count its jonin on one hand, with many being from the older generation. This underscores the remarkable impact Moonlight Jifeng had on his peers. Many speculated that had it not been for Jifeng's frail health, he might have already ascended to the position of clan heir. Upon her arrival at the training grounds, Umetsuki Xiaoyan sensed the hostility emanating from the younger members of the Moonlight clan. However, she found this response unsurprising. She would feel the same indignation were someone to disrupt the Umetsuki clan. Yet, anger necessitates strength. Otherwise, it is merely impotent rage, releasing a subtle aura of killing intent. Xiaoyan, as a seasoned Umbu assassin, exuded a palpable pressure that left several lower-ranked ninjas paralyzed in trepidation, drenched in cold sweat. Even the middle-ranked ninjas felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon them. This Umetsuki Xiaoyan is formidable. The thought crossed everyone's minds. Moonlight Ximian observed Xiaoyan with a growing sense of admiration. An alliance with such a woman would be advantageous for the Moonlight clan. Turning his gaze toward the intimidated younger generation, he felt a pang of disappointment. Humph. A disdainful snort from him sent the young members of the Moonlight clan scurrying away from the oppressive atmosphere. I have instructed you to undertake more missions to hone your skills in battle. Yet now, you cannot even endure a hint of killing intent. One might think the young of the Moonlight clan are merely pampered science. Some of the youth, who had recently been cowed, lowered their heads in shame. Just moments ago, they had deemed Xiaoyan excessively arrogant, only to realize that she truly possessed the credentials to be so. At this juncture, Moonlight Ximian turned to Xiaoyan with a hint of apology. Xiaoyan, I regret that my inept descendants have caused you to witness such a spectacle. Xiaoyan shook her head. No, it is I who have been somewhat disrespectful, Grandfather Ximian. Not at all. Their inability to withstand your aura as challengers is a testament to their ineptitude, not a slight against you, Ximian said with a cheerful demeanor. Yet when he turned to address the young members of the Moonlight clan, his expression grew stern. Today, as Xiaoyan is here to engage in friendly sparring, you all better take this seriously. Do you understand? Yes, clan leader, they replied in unison. Ximian nodded in satisfaction. Despite their shortcomings in strength, the young members still possessed commendable spirit. Xiaoyan, proceed without reservation. Show these ignorant youths a lesson they shall not soon forget. Lessons are not my intent. I am here primarily to learn from one another, she replied, casting a glance at Liu Sheng, who remained unfazed throughout, even in the face of her overwhelming killing intent. This composure sparked a flicker of admiration within Xiaoyan. Stepping onto the training ground, Xiaoyan unsheathed her longsword. Who will be the first to challenge me? I shall. Moonlight Huahua exclaimed, please, instruct me. Within 2 exchanges, he was bested. I concede. Next. The ensuing challenges were characterized by an overwhelming display of dominance. with each participant succumbing to Xiuyan's prowess in a matter of mere exchanges. She did not even resort to utilizing ninjutsu. Her swordsmanship alone was sufficient to decisively overpower the younger generation of the Moonlight Clan. Such strength cast doubt upon whether she truly was a Chunin. Not only did they question her capabilities, but they also scrutinized the competence of the Moonlight Clan's youth. How could they shamelessly step forward and disgrace themselves in such a manner? Chapter 10. The Dance of the Crescent Moon. Moonlight Jifeng ultimately fell after 10 defeats. Unable to endure the continued losses, Moonlight Shimian finally intervened. Enough of this. If we persist in this manner, one might mistakenly believe the entire Moonlight Clan to be devoid of merit. Jifeng, you go? Cough, cough. Yes, clan leader, Jifeng replied, his frail visage betraying his condition as he stepped forward. Xiuyan, it has been quite some time, he greeted. Indeed, she replied. I know you intend to apply pressure, but I will not be holding back, he coughed. Perhaps you should focus on yourself and not overexert to the point of collapse. Xiuyan retorted. Jifeng fell silent. The two were familiar acquaintances and had sparred on several occasions. They possessed a mutual understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. While he lacked confidence in defeating Xiuyan, she too faced an uphill battle to emerge victorious over him. As the combat commenced, Jifeng executed a swift maneuver, appearing directly before Xiuyan, drawing his sword to strike. The sheer velocity astonished the onlookers. Brother Jifeng, how swift! Xiuyan was no slouch either. She deftly sidestepped and swung her blade toward Jifeng's shoulder. Their exchange was merely a friendly spar, not a life-or-death struggle, hence their strikes were not aimed at vital areas. Nevertheless, each blow carried an undercurrent of lethal intent. A moment's distraction could result in significant injury. Moonlight Jifeng parried Xiuyan's sword with both hands before retaliating with a swift slash aimed at her face. Undeterred, Xiuyan gripped her sword firmly, engaging in a contest of strength against Jifeng. Remarkable. Their duel does not resemble that of mere Chunin. Of course, you saw your fellow Chunin get dispatched in 2 strokes. How could they possibly compare? Do you not find Umetsuki Xiuyan's strength impressive? She can stand toe-to-toe with Brother Jifeng without losing ground. However, it appears Jifeng does not rely on strength alone, does he? Moonlight Jifeng, despite his frail health, was still stronger than an average Chunin, yet when compared to exceptionally gifted and robust prodigies, he fell short. Therefore, Xiuyan had the confidence to contest strength with him. After exchanging several dozen blows, Jifeng found himself on the defensive against Xiuyan. Has Brother Jifeng truly fallen behind? Could it be that our Moonlight Clan is on the verge of being swept aside by this woman? As the members of the Moonlight Clan gasped in astonishment, Moonlight Shippu transformed his stance. He switched from wielding his sword with both hands to a single grip, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone. Could it be that Brother Shippu intends to unleash that technique? Dance of the Crescent Moon. Almost all the members of the Moonlight Clan aspired to master this sword technique. Now, witnessing it unleashed by their peer filled them with eager anticipation. Yagyu was somewhat taken aback. His swordsmanship had already surpassed Shippu's. Yet he hadn't expected Shippu to learn the dance of the Crescent Moon first. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Moonlight Shippu had been practicing this sword technique since the age of 14, and now, for years later, it was only natural for him to have succeeded. Conversely, it was not surprising that Sasuke had failed to learn it in just 6 months. This was no simple sword technique. Be careful. Ahem. Shippu coughed, warning Tsukiyomi. Before launching his attack, 2 shadow clones of Moonlight Shippu leaped high, each striking toward Tsukiyomi's vital points with blinding sunlight illuminating their blades. Meanwhile, the real Shippu swiftly closed the distance, aiming a direct thrust at Tsukiyomi's abdomen. At that moment, Tsukiyomi's expression tensed. The 3 attacks from the shadow clones were clearly beyond her ability to withstand. However, retreating abruptly would only lead to being pursued, and facing 3 swords with a single blade would inevitably result in defeat. To turn the tide, she needed to seize the opportunity to exploit Shippu's openings. Her gaze remained fixed on the real Moonlight Shippu and the shifting shadows on the ground. Glancing up would expose her to the blinding sun. So she resolved to judge the timing of the 2 shadow clones' attacks through this method. Just as the shadows loomed larger and it appeared that the sword would pierce her, she formed her seals. Bang! Body replacement technique. With a mere flicker of the technique, Tsukiyomi vanished from her original position. Before Shippu could react, she emerged from behind a tree, driving her sword toward the real Moonlight Shippu on the ground. Bang! A decoy? Tsukiyomi was startled and instinctively began to retreat. But the other 2 shadow clones of Moonlight Shippu had already responded, their swords poised at her neck. Hooray! Brother Shippu wins. Not so fast. Moonlight Kaiman shook his head in disappointment at the jubilant younger members. Tsukiyomi's ability to evade the dance of the crescent moon clearly indicated she would not be easily defeated. Just as anticipated, the moment Kaiman's words fell, Tsukiyomi, subdued by Moonlight Shippu's sword, transformed into smoke and dissipated. Shadow clone. No one had foreseen this outcome. Even Moonlight Shippu appeared taken aback, frantically searching for the missing Tsukiyomi. Yet, two forms of Tsukiyomi had already materialized in midair, their swords descending upon him. Dance of the Crescent Moon? Moonlight Shippu had indeed been defeated, bested by the very technique he took pride in. However, Moonlight Kaiman did not perceive Shippu's loss as a failure. He believed Moonlight Shippu had deliberately held back. How could the dance of the Crescent Moon be dodged by a mere body replacement technique? If the body replacement technique could truly evade the dance of the Crescent Moon with such ease, then when Tsukiyomi employed the same technique, he would find it impossible to evade. What? Are you mocking me? I concede. I've lost to him. Humph. Moonlight Kaiman shot a displeased glance at Shippu, leaving him feeling somewhat sheepish as he lowered his head. Grandfather Kaiman, I apologize. Apologize for what? As if our Moonlight Clan cannot bear to lose. Moonlight Kaiman huffed. A loss is a loss. It merely indicates that Moonlight Shippu is lacking. Shippu, I sentence you to train your swordsmanship at Sun and Mooncliff for a year. Don't you dare come out even a minute early. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Shippu had no objections, for, as Kaiman had surmised, he had indeed held back. While executing the dance of the Crescent Moon, Shippu had intentionally intensified his murderous intent just before the strike. Such a blatant warning allowed Tsukiyomi to seize the opportunity to evade the dance of the Crescent Moon. Otherwise, even if she had not been defeated, she would not have escaped unscathed. Tsukiyomi observed Moonlight Shippu facing punishment, feeling a mix of emotions she struggled to articulate. In truth, she suspected that Shippu had held back for that kind of behavior. Issuing warnings mid-battle was entirely uncharacteristic of the usually meticulous Shippu. Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, even if Moonlight Shippu had not held back, she did not consider herself bound to defeat. Is there anyone else who wishes to fight? Tsukiyomi inquired, scanning the other members of the Moonlight Clan. However, those whom she looked upon averted their gazes in fear. With Shippu having lost, what chance did they have? Would they only bring shame upon themselves? Chapter 11. Yagyu vs. Tsukiyomi Shadow Level Talent. After waiting for 2 minutes without any response, Tsukiyomi was about to leave the arena when a youthful voice suddenly piped up. How about I give it a try? The crowd turned in astonishment toward Yagyu, who stood beside the clan leader. Yagyu, are you eager to be beaten by your future wife? Come on, Yagyu, although you are talented, you're still young. How could you possibly match her? Indeed. My advice is to wait until you're 48 before challenging her at 58. That's a surefire win. Yagyu paid no heed to his clanmate's suggestions and walked into the training ground with determination. Are you really going to fight? Tsukiyomi asked, frowning. Initially, she had perceived Yagyu as mature, but now he struck her as arrogant and oblivious to his limitations. I merely wish to give it a try. Is age a factor in marriage, yet a barrier in sparring? Tsukiyomi was left speechless, turning to Moonlight Kaiman for guidance. Kaiman, taken aback by Yagyu's sudden boldness, nevertheless showed no intention of stopping him. Tsukiyomi, since he wishes to fight, why not indulge him? You can assess whether Yagyu's talent is truly worthy of you. With Kaiman's endorsement, Tsukiyomi conceded to spar with Yagyu. Yet, she was genuinely curious to see just how talented her fiancé was. Was he truly more gifted than Shippu? As the rumors suggested? Then let us have a match. Just know that I want to go easy on you. Although she spoke bravely, Tsukiyomi switched from wielding her sword with both hands to a single hand, clearly underestimating Yagyu. After all, no ninja would regard Yagyu with seriousness. Considering he was still a student at the Ninja Academy, regardless of his talent, he was merely a student. Yagyu, of course, recognized Tsukiyomi's inconsistent attitude and smirked slightly. You'll soon learn the price of underestimating your opponent. Here I come. Wait. Just as Tsukiyomi prepared to respond, she found Yagyu had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was right before her. Such speed with the body flicker technique. There was no time for astonishment. Tsukiyomi hastily raised her sword to block. However, due to her hurried response, she could not adjust either her angle or strength in time, resulting in only a partial block of Yagyu's strike. The remaining force sent her flying several meters back. What immense power! During her flight, Tsukiyomi's expression bore astonishment. This strength, this speed, was leagues beyond Moonlight Shippu. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she had only ever experienced such a terrifying disparity from her Umbu captain. Yet this young boy had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. To possess power and speed rivaling that of an elite jonin before even graduating? What a distraction! Before Tsukiyomi could land, Yagyu appeared behind her, catching her. If he had used his sword just then, she would have undoubtedly been defeated. Realizing this, Tsukiyomi's expression grew serious as she executed the body replacement technique to escape Yagyu's grasp. She would not concede. At least not until she had witnessed the full extent of this man's abilities. Shadow Clone Technique. Due to the earlier battle with the Swift Wind, which resulted in the creation of 2 shadow clones, she found herself with depleted chakra, allowing her to conjure only 1 additional clone. I underestimated you earlier. I shall not be careless moving forward. The 2 Uyas proclaimed as they charged towards Yagyu, their body flicker technique exhibiting a speed that rivaled Yagyu's own. Yet, while Uchiha was swift, Yagyu was swifter. With a hundredfold mastery of the body flicker technique and physical capabilities that far exceeded those of a typical jonin. He confidently asserted that if he were second, no one dared to claim the first position, unless Might Guy unleashed several of his 8 gates. As the 2 Uyas swung their blades at Yagyu, he deftly evaded their strikes. When Yagyu dodged, the Uyas pursued relentlessly, creating a chase reminiscent of a cat and mouse game. Onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of Yagyu and the Uyas, their speed astonishingly surreal. Could it be that Uchiha and the Swift Wind had not exerted their full strength during their earlier confrontation? While I concede that Uchiha is a talented chunin, what of Yagyu? He is still merely a student at the Ninja Academy, is he not? As the spectators reflected on their own experiences at that age, they either found themselves as mere fringe dwellers or at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Truly, comparisons among individuals can be disheartening. Meanwhile, Mitsuki gazed at the battle between Yagyu and the Uyas with astonishment. He recognized Yagyu's immense talent, one that outstripped even that of the Swift Wind. His potential for the future rivaled that of the scions from prestigious clans. However, he had always regarded Yagyu merely as an elite jonin to be nurtured. To think that Yagyu could astonish him to such an extent. At such a tender age, his skills in taijutsu and kenjutsu were not inferior to those of a jonin. The last time a talent of such caliber appeared was with Uchiha Itachi, the formidable individual who single-handedly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Yagyu possesses the potential to reach the level of a Kage. For the Mitsuki clan, such a status seemed utterly unattainable. Even common ninjas had a higher likelihood of becoming Kage than their clan. Perhaps, in a decade or so, Yagyu might ascend to the position of Hokage, much like Minato. The mere thought of their Mitsuki clan possibly producing a Hokage filled Mitsuki with uncontainable excitement. At this moment, the battle between Uchiha and Yagyu had escalated to a fever pitch. The 2 Uyas launched a barrage of attacks at Yagyu, who found himself barely managing to fend off their dual strikes. Yet, Yagyu's countenance remained devoid of anxiety. Instead, he exuded tranquility. His swordsmanship surpassed even that of the Uyas. If Uchiha refrained from employing her crescent moon dance technique, she would be incapable of applying any pressure upon Yagyu. Currently, facing 2 opponents, Yagyu felt a semblance of equilibrium in their contest. If this continues, you may find yourself on the losing end. Uchiha taunted, seemingly attempting to instill psychological pressure upon Yagyu. Little did she realize that Yagyu had yet to engage earnestly. Perhaps it's time for a change. Just as Uchiha pondered this, Yagyu utilized the body flicker technique to create distance between himself and the 2 Uyas. Then, to Uchiha's astonishment, he unleashed a jutsu typically reserved for jonin, the shadow clone technique. With chakra akin to that of the Swift Wind, he could create 5 or 6 shadow clones. Uchiha, on the other hand, could manage only 3 at most, and even attempting 4 would significantly diminish her combat effectiveness. Yet, Yagyu conjured a staggering 10 clones. In that instant, Uchiha felt a chill run down her spine. Although shadow clones possess only a fraction of the original strength, their swordsmanship remains largely intact. If Uchiha intended to defeat Yagyu's shadow clones using her swordsmanship alone, she would find it exceedingly challenging, unless she employed her secret technique, crescent moon dance, or some other formidable jutsu. Unfortunately, her chakra reserves were clearly insufficient. Chapter 12, perhaps a future wife? At this moment, Sasuke had yet to master the crescent moon dance, but had indeed learned the shadow clone technique. In addition to that, he had acquired the Phoenix Fire technique and the Dragon Fire technique. It was evident that if Sasuke's ninjutsu aptitude was rated as S, then his swordsmanship was merely A. Moreover, due to his self-taught nature, his progress had been rather slow. I concede defeat, Uchiha said, lowering her sword with a resigned expression. You lack sufficient chakra. My victory is not truly earned, thus you are not defeated. Yagyu smiled gently as he dispersed all his shadow clones. Defeat is defeat, with no excuses. Uchiha shook her head, acknowledging that even if she had enough chakra to employ crescent moon dance, there remained only a theoretical possibility of victory. She could not possibly contend against 10 of Yagyu's shadow clones. Hence, she could only resort to attempting a decapitation with Crescent Moon Dance. But would Yagyu grant her that opportunity? In the realm of ninja combat, reality and illusion intertwine, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether the Yagyu standing before her was indeed his true self. Just like now, when all of Yagyu's shadow clones vanished, she realized that his true form had emerged from behind a tree. She was at a loss to comprehend when he had utilized the substitution technique to hide. What a cunning individual. It was a mystery from where such a young age he had acquired so much combat experience. Yuya's remark, though tinged with sarcasm, also served as a compliment. Yagyu's genius exceeded her expectations, leading her to, in a sense, acknowledge this talented fiancé of hers. Do not let my youth deceive you. I have engaged in my share of battles. With whom have you fought? Your classmates at the Ninja Academy? Surely they cannot all be as formidable as you. None can match my prowess, but there are those slightly inferior. Oh, who? Uchiha Sasuke. The name Uchiha resonates with the reputation of genius, widely regarded as synonymous with talent. It could be asserted that any Uchiha who possesses ninja aptitude and enters the academy cannot be weak. Even a seemingly bottom-tier Uchiha is, in reality, not weak at all. They merely lack the prominence of a genius like Kakashi. Now, unbeknownst to many, he has become the shadowy mastermind behind the indirect assassination of the fourth Hokage, the destruction of half of Konoha, and the control of the entire Hidden Mist village. Yuya, our Mitsuki clan's wheel of war may seem somewhat unfair. Please do not take offense. At this moment, Mitsuki approached with a smile, offering a disingenuous apology. Fortunately, Yuya was unfazed by the notion of unfairness in their wheel of war. She cared little for victory or defeat. Her purpose in coming here was to apply some pressure on her fiancé. Little did she expect to find herself under pressure instead. At Yagyu's current rate of growth, would she not soon become completely outmatched? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the talented Yuya felt a sense of urgency. Grandfather Mitsuki, I can accept defeat. Even without the wheel of war, I may not necessarily be Yagyu's match. He is far too powerful. Ha 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 ha, splendid. I have arranged for your second grandmother to prepare a meal. Let us dine and converse. Yuya considered declining the invitation, but, upon glancing at Yagyu, decided to stay. While she had acknowledged Yagyu's talent, his character and personality remained to be assessed. Therefore, unless there were pressing matters, Yuya hoped to spend more time with Yagyu to gain a deeper understanding of him, perhaps through sharing meals, enjoying the blossoms, or attending school together. Hey, Yagyu-kun. Who is this sister? Hinata, upon arriving at the school gate, encountered Yagyu and Yuya. Ah, she might be my future wife. Future wife? Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with the phrase fiancé. What is it, Hinata? Yagyu waved his hand in front of Hinata's eyes. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Hinata, appearing somewhat dazed, wandered into the school, clearly shaken. Yuya noticed Hinata's unusual demeanor and teased. Your little admirer? Yagyu smiled faintly, cradling the back of his head with a hint of arrogance. There's no helping it. My charm is simply too overwhelming. Shien, non-committal, mused that if she were still a young girl, she would undoubtedly become one of Yagyu's little admirers. Casting a glance at Hinata's retreating figure, she remarked, Byakugan, this child must belong to the Hyuga clan. It seems you ought to learn from your grandfather, the esteemed Mitsuki, and expand the Moonlight Clan's lineage. However, the Hyuga clan would never permit their members to marry outside the family. All these restrictions stem from a mere lack of power. If I were at the level of a Kage, the Hokage, would they dare to utter a word against me? Yagyu's words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth that Shien acknowledged. While she was a staunch executor of the will of fire, it did not render her naive. Politics are murky. Power is steeped in blood. Yet, the human heart can be filled with sunlight. This is why, despite knowing of the many dark deeds performed by the third Hokage, they remain unwavering in their loyalty. Thus, even though Yagyu is decisive in his actions and has a penchant for bloodshed, Shien comprehends him, not to mention polygamy. All right, off to school you go. In the future, I will make time to escort you. If I cannot, do not feel compelled to wait for me. Attend to your own affairs. What? Am I not welcome? Afraid I will disrupt your rendezvous with other charming foxes? Yagyu cast his gaze skyward, speaking nonchalantly. My primary concern is sparing you from trouble. Since you wish to come, then so be it. Shien pinched Yagyu's cheek sharply. Humph, small in stature yet cunning. I truly wonder how you possess such cleverness at such a young age. Well then, I'm off. Study diligently. I look forward to the day you visit the Uzumaki clan. Yagyu grimaced. He was not fond of having his face pinched by women, but considering that the woman before him might one day be his wife, he decided to endure it. But now, Hinata, wait for me. Chapter 13. Mastering the dance of the crescent moon, survival exercise. Why not wait? Hinata inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just in a bit of a hurry, so I'm walking faster. Oh, are you not jealous? Hinata lowered her head and shook it. Then, do you not have anything you wish to ask? After a brief silence, Hinata finally spoke. When did you acquire a fiancé? Well, not exactly a fiancé. It's still uncertain. It will only be official once I grow up and fulfill that promise. Promise? Yagyu disclosed the union between the Uzumaki and Moonlight clans to Hinata, and upon hearing the truth, she seemed somewhat distracted. Oh, Hinata responded perfunctorily, still reluctant to accept this reality. Perhaps she was hoping that Yagyu was merely jesting. However, it was evident that this was not the case. Yagyu had neither deceived her nor was he joking. He genuinely had a fiancé arranged by his family. Yagyu understood Hinata's thoughts, gently patting her head with a slight smile. He did not speak further. Whether she felt jealousy, concern, or indifference, Yagyu remained steadfast in his identity. He envisioned a life of his own, unwilling to transform into what any woman desired. Thus, if Hinata could accept him, he would also accept her. If not, he could easily part ways with her. It was not a necessity to have Hinata in his life. Of course, both he and Hinata were still young, and pondering such distant matters was utterly unnecessary. Upon returning to the classroom, the news of Yagyu's fiancé had yet to circulate among the students. For now, only Hinata was privy to this information. If no one inquired, she would not voluntarily disclose it. However, it did not take long for the entire class to learn that Yagyu was already betrothed. Chien had been escorting him to and from school daily, and given Yagyu's lack of intent to conceal it, it was only natural that it became common knowledge. The revelation of Yagyu's fiancé diminished some of the admiration from his female peers, yet Ino and Sakura did not distance themselves from him. Meanwhile, Hinata appeared more anxious. But she too remained close to Yagyu. The four continued to chat and joke as usual, resembling the closest of friends. Ding! You have preliminarily mastered the sword technique. Dance of the Crescent Moon. You have gained a hundredfold return of proficiency in the Dance of the Crescent Moon, reaching a mastery level of 100. After a period of training, Sasuke finally learned the Dance of the Crescent Moon. However, it seemed that his proficiency was still lacking. And even with the hundredfold return to Yagyu, it only allowed Yagyu to grasp the basics of the technique. Nevertheless, Yagyu was not in a hurry. After all, he did not need to practice himself. Once Sasuke became proficient, Yagyu's own mastery would naturally follow. It was merely a matter of waiting a little longer. On this day, more than 2 years had passed since they enrolled in the Ninja Academy. To deepen their understanding of the ninja world, Irika organized a survival exercise. The exercise was conducted in groups of 4, with 1 designated as the team leader and 3 as team members. The battleground was set within a forest training ground, where they were to engage in combat elimination without leaving the area. The most important rule was that no one was allowed to kill. This differed entirely from the approach of the Mist Village, which emphasized elimination through slaughter. Only the living were deemed worthy of becoming ninja, which meant that even newly graduated ninjas from Mist carried an aura of lethality. They were significantly more formidable than the average Leaf Village genin, at least more decisive than those who had never taken a life. Should a battle ensue between a Mist Village genin and a Leaf Village genin of equal strength, the likelihood of the Mist genin surviving would be considerably higher. However, every system has its duality. While the Mist Village's brutal elimination policy cultivates elite ninjas, it ultimately produces very few. Moreover, such a system discourages many from aspiring to be ninjas, which indirectly weakens the village's strength. Yagyu was unaware of who devised this talent cultivation system, but it certainly could not be deemed a wise one. Yagyu-kun, let us form a team. Upon hearing the announcement of group formations, Sakura and Ino immediately approached Yagyu. Naturally, Yagyu saw no reason to refuse. He would lead the team, with Ino and Sakura as members, but they still required one more person. Scanning the room, Yagyu noticed Sasuke and Hinata both looking his way. Without hesitation, he extended an invitation to Hinata. Hinata, would you like to team up with me? Sasuke, feeling abandoned, snorted coldly and casually joined another team. This new team consisted of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and an unnamed student. The duo of Shikamaru and Choji from the 12 Ninja was surprisingly grouped with Naruto, indicating that, apart from the foolish commoners who looked down on the Jinchuriki, the children of the prominent clans were rather accepting of Naruto. Once the groups were officially formed, Irika sent one group into the forest training ground every 2 minutes. Before long, all 30 students had entered the exercise area. Yagyu's team was the last to go in, and upon their entry, they were greeted by the sounds of combat. How despicable! They set traps. If you can't even detect such simple traps, it's only right that you get eliminated. Who threw those shurikens? Ah, so many bugs. How disgusting. The entire training ground was a cacophony, entirely devoid of the tactical engagements one would expect from ninjas. It resembled a group of children who had merely learned a few ninjutsu techniques playing house. The forest training ground was vast, comparable to 3 or 4 football fields, providing ample space for over 30 individuals to conceal themselves. Yet, in such a large area, the majority chose to ambush each other at the forest entrance. Such low-level thinking and clumsy tactics. Yagyu-kun, which way should we go? If it were a matter of ninja survival, Yagyu would contemplate earnestly. Yet, at present, it merely resembled a group of children engaging in make-believe, rendering their destination inconsequential. Yagyu casually picked up a twig, placed it on the ground, and spun it around, its pointed end indicating northwest. To that direction, the 3 girls, bewildered, refrained from questioning Yagyu. After all, in their eyes, Yagyu was an invincible being. He could choose his path as he pleased. Chapter 14. The cunning Shikamaru. The northwestern forest was relatively tranquil, devoid of the raucous antics of children. Yet this tranquility hinted at the lurking dangers of the unknown. With 36 individuals divided into 9 teams, it was improbable that all would be in the other 2 directions. Thus, there must be someone waiting ahead, the identity of which remained a mystery. Yagyu-kun, look over there. There are fruits, Ino exclaimed, pointing at a nearby tree. She immediately dashed towards it, eager to pick some fruit for Yagyu, but he halted her. Wait, Ino, there's a trap over there. A trap? Ino exclaimed, almost falling victim to her impulsive nature. However, a quick scan of the area revealed no visible traps. Sakura glanced at Ino and teased. I wonder who carelessly discarded a fruit pit by the tree, thinking we're foolish? A small fruit pit lay incongruously on a patch of grass. A little scrutiny would reveal it as a trap, yet Ino seemed oblivious to it. Who are you calling foolish? Wide forehead. Huh, I wasn't referring to anyone. As Sakura feigned innocence, the 2 began to bicker, prompting Yagyu to intervene. Enough, stop arguing, it's not a significant matter. Humph. The 2 girls exchanged glances, snorting in unison before turning away. Yagyu sighed, bemused by their dynamic. Despite being close friends, they often engaged in petty rivalries. Although they generally maintained a cordial relationship, occasional jabs at each other were not uncommon. Will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out? Yagyu disregarded the squabbling girls and redirected his attention to the individual who had set the trap. Nevertheless, it seemed they were still clinging to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to reveal themselves. Consequently, Yagyu resolved to unearth them himself. He strolled leisurely to the poorly constructed trap, kicking aside the grass to expose the pit beneath. Childish. Yet, in the next moment, a flurry of shurikens suddenly flew towards him from both sides. Yagyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that such a crude trap was part of a deeper scheme. However, to think that a handful of shuriken could defeat him was utterly naive. He didn't even draw his sword, merely tossing a few shuriken to deflect the incoming projectiles. However, while Yagyu was focused on the trap before him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded behind him. Naruto, Choji, and an unnamed ally suddenly sprang forth, launching a surprise attack on Ino, Sakura, and Hinata. The trio, preoccupied with Yagyu, were caught off guard and swiftly overwhelmed, just as they were on the verge of being subdued. Yagyu rushed to their aid, but suddenly felt an ominous presence. A glance downward revealed an approaching shadow he hadn't noticed before. Shadow imitation jutsu. Recognizing the potency of the technique, Yagyu promptly activated body flicker technique, vanishing from his position. Concealed in the shadows, Shikamaru lamented the missed opportunity. By setting a crude trap beneath the fruit tree, he aimed to lower their guard and lead them to believe he was caught in a bind. Yet, when he arrogantly approached to dismantle the trap, he inadvertently triggered a new one. At that moment, they would be astonished, realizing they had underestimated Shikamaru, but only slightly so. Yagyu surely still believed he occupied a higher ground, as his strength eclipsed all. At this juncture, dispatching teammates to ambush Yagyu's unsuspecting companions seemed prudent. After all, carelessness could lead to defeat, even for someone as formidable as Yagyu. Shikamaru could easily ensnare them with his shadow imitation technique. Everything was meticulously calculated. Alas, Yagyu's overcautious nature thwarted all of Shikamaru's plans. Evading the shadow imitation technique, Yagyu swiftly subdued Naruto and the others, prompting Shikamaru to surrender without resistance. After all, this was merely a playful exercise, nothing more. Shikamaru, you sly one. You nearly ensnared me. Yagyu scoffed, giving Shikamaru a light kick. Had he fallen victim to the shadow imitation technique, it would have been a significant blunder. After all, even those of legendary status in later generations could not evade its grasp. Shikamaru scratched his head, looking dejected. Had I known it was you, we would have retreated. With our earlier scheme, even Sasuke would have likely faltered. Unless he shares an understanding of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique like you do, a moment's carelessness could lead to defeat. Damn it, Choji, Shikamaru, how dare you plot against us? Ino, the self-proclaimed leader, immediately reprimanded the duo. They resembled children caught in wrongdoing, promptly admitting their faults, much to Yagyu's amusement. Had they anticipated Ino's wrath, they wouldn't have engaged in such antics. Sakura, are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? Just as Yagyu was lost in thought, he noticed Naruto had somehow made his way to Sakura's side, showering her with concern. Yet, Sakura seemed indifferent to his advances. Mind your business. Stay away from me, you idiot. I'm not trying to meddle. I'm merely concerned for your well-being, Sakura. Sakura dismissed Naruto once more, rushing to Yagyu's side for comfort. I was so scared. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or I would have been in danger. Seeing Naruto's jealous and furious expression, Yagyu couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling Sakura's pink hair under Naruto's watchful gaze. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. Humph. You insufferable Yagyu, this isn't over. Observing his beloved girl seeking solace in another's embrace, Yagyu felt a twinge of sympathy for Naruto, yet he did not condone his behavior. A foolish admirer meets a bitter end. After eliminating Shikamaru and his companions, Yagyu and the girls continued their journey. However, they encountered no other teams along the way. Bored, Yagyu decided to engage in a picnic with the three girls. One gathered firewood, another picked fruits, and another caught fish, while Yagyu reclined, reveling in the fruits of their labor, blissful. This tranquility, however, was short-lived, shattered by Sasuke's arrival. Since you're here, come out. No need to hide. Having learned from Shikamaru's lesson, Yagyu took the matter slightly more seriously, creating a shadow clone for vigilance. Thus, as Sasuke and his team approached, Yagyu detected their presence. No longer concealing themselves, Sasuke and his companions emerged openly. Sasuke, are we really going to challenge Yagyu? Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru emitted a low whimper, clearly intimidated by Yagyu's formidable reputation. Coupled with Yagyu's unwavering status as the top student, Kiba was reluctant to engage. Similarly, Yamanaka Ino and another unnamed ally were disinclined to confront Yagyu. Sasuke, however, merely snorted dismissively, ignoring Kiba's protests and striding forward. Chapter 15. All techniques deployed to Tomo Sharingan. Observing Sasuke draw his blade, Yagyu understood his intent. This was a test of his training progress. It had been some time since Sasuke learned the Crescent Moon dance, and he was likely eager to challenge Yagyu to a duel. Yagyu reluctantly rose. Though he was disinclined to fight Sasuke, he recognized the need to allow this tool to shine, thus he could not afford to be lazy. Hinata, Ino, Sakura, please take a step back. Yes, Yagyu-kun. The three girls responded in unison, retreating while casting envious glances at Inuzuka Kiba, who was also spectating. Why was it that, despite being a man, he garnered such admiration? At that moment, Sasuke and Yagyu were poised for action, their gazes locked like the sharp points of needles, causing the six onlookers to tense with anticipation. Inuzuka Kiba remarked, I don't know why, but I feel even more anxious than those two. Yamanaka Shino added, perhaps it's the tension of facing a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Sasuke launched his attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. With Yagyu's guidance, Sasuke's chakra surged to several times its usual capacity. Thus, his offensive tactics transformed from shurikens to fire ninjutsu. Faced with the formidable fireball, Yagyu did not counter with fire techniques, but instead wielded his blade to cleave it in two. To the astonishment of all, the fireball split and tumbled to either side. This scene left Sasuke momentarily stunned. Could swordsmanship be employed in such a manner? Although he had never attempted it, he felt he could not achieve such mastery. Realizing that his swordsmanship might not match Yagyu's, an inexplicable anger welled up within Sasuke. Despite his relentless training, how could Yagyu, who seemed only to indulge in feasting, sleeping, and flirting, always surpass him? Fueled by anger, Sasuke lost his composure. Shadow clone technique. He created two shadow clones, and all three Sasukes charged at Yagyu with their blades drawn. Yagyu responded by forming hand seals to summon two shadow clones of his own. 3 against 3. Is that the shadow clone technique? It's said that only Jonin can master such ninjutsu, yet both Yagyu and Sasuke have achieved it. Truly monstrous, Yamanaka Shino remarked. As the six figures flitted through the forest, the flashes of swords and blades obscured the unfolding conflict, yet they sensed Sasuke was at a disadvantage. In terms of swordsmanship, speed, and strength, Yagyu completely dominated Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, "Incredible. I feel like my father wouldn't even stand a chance against them." Akamaru barked in agreement. After exchanging numerous blows, Sasuke, overpowered, was sent flying by Yagyu, with his two shadow clones crashing into a massive tree, dissipating into smoke. Unyielding, Sasuke charged back into battle. Yagyu, however, did not exploit this opportunity and dispelled his shadow clones. Even so, Sasuke remained completely outmatched, firmly held under Yagyu's dominance. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. With his swordsmanship proving insufficient, Sasuke resolved to change the tide with ninjutsu. A barrage of fireballs surged toward Yagyu, forcing him to retreat. And Sasuke deftly ensnared Yagyu in a web of chakra threads. Dragon Fire technique. Yagyu saw through Sasuke's intentions, although a C-rank technique. Its power rivaled that of B-rank ninjutsu. Given the technique's proximity, he had no choice but to evade. Quickly devising a new strategy, Yagyu vanished from sight, effortlessly severing the threads. In a swift counter, he hurled the threads back at Sasuke, ensnaring him. Using my own ninjutsu against me? Sasuke felt underestimated. Did Yagyu believe he could not counter with similar tactics? Humph. Annoyed, Sasuke prepared to vanish, but the threads suddenly coiled around him, binding him tightly. He had been deceived. Knowing this counter was possible, Yagyu had not granted Sasuke the chance to escape. Clearly, Sasuke had been too naive. Fire style, Dragon Fire technique. Flames erupted from Yagyu's mouth, coalescing into a massive fire dragon that engulfed Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, and a bystander felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Sasuke consumed by the flames. Though they were not particularly close, they were still comrades in the same squad. If Sasuke were defeated, they too would face elimination. The fire dragon scorched for a brief moment before Yagyu dispelled the flames. He had no intention of truly incinerating Sasuke. However, as the flames dissipated, Yagyu was met with an empty space where Sasuke had been. Sensing something amiss, Yagyu quickly scanned his surroundings. Behind him, a surge of danger compelled him to draw his blade, intercepting Sasuke, who had appeared unexpectedly behind him. Substitution technique. The only ninjutsu Sasuke had mastered that could free him from Yagyu's earlier binding was the substitution technique. To be precise, it was an illusion. Before the threads could ensnare him, Sasuke had already vacated the area. The wooden dummy, disguised as Sasuke, was bound by the threads, leading Yagyu to mistakenly believe he had captured his opponent. Undoubtedly, while the substitution technique was rudimentary, its efficacy was undeniable. With one surprise attack thwarted, Sasuke quickly created distance between them. However, it seemed the exertion had taken a toll, for he was now gasping for breath. "Do you need a moment to recover?" Yagyu inquired with a smile. Although it appeared as a gesture of concern, to Sasuke, it was a condescending provocation. Who takes breaks in the midst of battle? You think you can take 2 lives with 1 strike? Enough chatter. Sasuke gritted his teeth, summoning 2 more shadow clones. His chakra reserves were dwindling, and splitting off 2 more clones was his limit. Thus, if he failed to defeat Yagyu with this next move, defeat was inevitable. With this in mind, Sasuke steadied himself. His gaze darted toward the sun above, perfectly aligned with Yagyu's position. If he executed the crescent moon dance now, Yagyu would be momentarily blinded by the sunlight. If he didn't look up, he would be unable to gauge the angle of his attack. The timing, the terrain, and the circumstances were all in his favor. As Sasuke contemplated, he felt a subtle change in his eyes. Ding! The target you have bound, Uchiha Sasuke, has unlocked the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You have received a 100-fold return of the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 16, Exposed? The exercise concludes. Yagyu was taken aback to find that Sasuke had experienced a breakthrough during their battle, evolving his Sharingan. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that this spontaneous advancement would expose his own Sharingan. And there was Sasuke, directly in front of him, fully aware of his eyes. Your eyes? Before Sasuke could utter a word, Yagyu instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling. The 2 shadow clones subsequently vanished. Restoring his eyes to their normal state, Yagyu glanced at Ino and the others, who wore expressions of shock. It was unclear whether they were astonished by their own abilities or by the fact that Yagyu had his back turned to Hinata and the others, making it unlikely they had seen his eyes. However, Inuzuka Kiba and the others were positioned at Yagyu's side, meaning they might have seen his eyes when he activated them. Contemplating this, Yagyu unconsciously revealed a hint of murderous intent, though he quickly reined it in. Even if they had witnessed it, there was little he could do now. The exercise was nearing its conclusion. If Iruka arrived and found them, he would have a difficult time explaining. Yagyu-kun, how did you defeat Sasuke so suddenly? That was incredible. Indeed, You went from there to here in an instant. How did you accomplish that? Yagyu cast a deep glance at Inuzuka Kiba and the others, composed himself, and turned to Hinata and her companions. That is the body flicker technique, which allows a ninja to unleash incredible speed, proving invaluable for both travel and combat. How impressive. Can we learn it? Of course. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba and his companions rushed toward Sasuke to assess his injuries, seemingly oblivious to Yagyu's Sharingan. As Yagyu conversed with Ino and the others, he discreetly scrutinized them. Should they exhibit any unusual behavior, he would strike decisively. The existence of his Sharingan could not be unveiled under any circumstances. If he were merely a prodigy from a lesser clan, he could steadily develop to a point where Konoha would be powerless against him. However, if he were a genius of the Uchiha clan, lacking the protection of an elder brother, he would likely find himself summoned by the Umbu or Root the very next day for a rather unpleasant encounter. At that moment, Yagyu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his power. Casting a glance at the unconscious Sasuke, he cursed, "This fool. If you do not strive harder to repay me, I shall summon your parents and have them guard the gates of Konoha." With a fierce malediction aimed at Sasuke, he turned to Inuzuka Kiba and the others, assuring them, "He is fine, merely fainted. He shall awaken shortly." As he spoke, Yagyu hoisted Sasuke onto his back. To prevent Sasuke from revealing the truth about his eyes upon regaining consciousness, it was imperative that he remain within Yagyu's line of sight. The others said nothing, not from a lack of desire, but from fear. They had witnessed Sasuke's formidable strength, and yet he had been swiftly defeated by Yagyu's sudden assault. When Yagyu spoke, who would dare to voice dissent? A quarter of an hour later, Sasuke, whose injuries were not severe, regained consciousness. Upon awakening and seeing Yagyu's face, he instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Yagyu's piercing glare. Any issues can be addressed later, he thought. For reasons unknown, Sasuke chose to remain silent. At that moment, Kiba and the others rushed over, concerned for him. "Are you all right, Sasuke?" Sasuke nodded indifferently, barely recalling their names, much less caring about their concern. Yagyu observed the group before quietly stepping away, allowing them the opportunity to converse with Sasuke. However, he merely concealed himself. Their dialogue remained crystal clear to him. He wished to discern if anyone aside from Sasuke had glimpsed the transformation of his eyes. "Sasuke, you were incredible. What technique did you just use?" "The shadow clone technique is only supposed to be learned by Jonin, right? Have you and Yagyu both attained Jonin level strength?" "Sasuke, I noticed your eyes changed. Is that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan?" When Sasuke activated his Sharingan, Yagyu struck him down immediately. "He must have feared the power of your eyes." The incessant chatter irritated Sasuke. "Fear my abilities? That guy possesses a Sharingan too. Why does an outsider have our clan's eyes? And they don't appear to be transplanted. As transplanted Sharingan cannot close. What secrets does he hold?" The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, especially with the incessant buzzing around him. He decided to rise and leave. However, he had not ventured far before spotting Yagyu concealed behind a tree. This made him frown in annoyance. "What are you doing here?" "Just resting a bit. Thought I'd lean against something," Yagyu replied, playfully nudging against the tree, which left Sasuke speechless. Eavesdropping is eavesdropping. Did he truly believe I couldn't deduce that? Pathetic. With a dismissive pout, Sasuke walked away. At that moment, Kiba and the others emerged, but Yagyu vanished without a trace. Before long, the exercise concluded. Yagyu did not overhear any suspicious information from his companions. It seemed only Sasuke had truly perceived the change in his eyes. Nevertheless, he did not dismiss his concerns. This matter, from a certain perspective, impacted his very existence. He had yet to reach a level of power that would render him invincible in Konoha. Thus, he must remain vigilant. At that moment, Iruka was busy tallying the MVPs of the exercise and tending to the injured students. He noted that half of the participants had sustained minor injuries, with no serious casualties. Iruka felt quite satisfied with this outcome. As a ninja, experiencing injury from a young age was essential to prevent future complacency. However, he was taken aback to discover that Sasuke, who ranked second in their class, had been eliminated. He had anticipated that Sasuke would perform admirably in this exercise. Alas, yet, reflecting on Yagyu's victory over Sasuke, Iruka felt a sense of relief. When a genius falls, a stronger genius rises. This is indeed a favorable outcome. 9 teams participated in the exercise, with 6 teams eliminated. Ultimately, the victors were Yagyu's team, Kankaro's team, and Fuma's team. Yagyu's elimination of both Sasuke and Shikamaru allowed the other 2 teams to survive until the end. In stark contrast to Yagyu's composed demeanor, the other 2 teams celebrated their victory with great excitement. After all, Their performances had been rather unremarkable, and even they had not expected to survive to the finale. This experience imparted a valuable lesson to their classmates. Sometimes, raw strength does not guarantee survival. Luck plays a crucial role. Chapter 17. Because Konoha cannot be trusted. Exercise caution. After departing the training grounds, Yagyu dispatched 5 shadow clones to monitor the other 5 individuals aside from Sasuke. Though Ino and the others likely could not detect them, Yagyu opted to err on the side of caution. In a secluded area of the Uchiha training grounds, Sasuke crossed his arms defiantly, disdainfully stating, "You brought me here to kill me, didn't you?" Even having anticipated Yagyu might resort to such measures, he remained unfazed. His lack of strength did not hinder his ability to maintain an air of calm arrogance. "If I intended to kill you, you would not have had the opportunity to prattle on," Yagyu replied coolly. "You must be curious as to why I possess those eyes, and why I insist you keep it a secret, correct?" Sasuke gazed at Yagyu, his eyes filled with yearning. "Why? I shall address your first inquiry. I possess these eyes due to my Uchiha bloodline." "Impossible. The Uchiha clan's rules forbid intermarriage. And even those without ninja talents cannot leave the clan. How could one born into the Moonlight Clan possess Uchiha blood?" "I cannot answer that question," Yagyu replied nonchalantly. "My parents died at my birth. Perhaps I should exhume them for you to inquire?" Sasuke, having also lost his parents, empathized with Yagyu's plight and would refrain from uttering such callous words as "you were born with parents, but raised without." "But why can't you reveal it?" "Because Konoha cannot be trusted." "Konoha cannot be trusted?" Sasuke was perplexed by this assertion. After all, it was Konoha that collected the corpses of his fallen clan members, and the village provided him with shelter after his family's demise. Even his current existence was supported by Konoha. Thus, while he held no deep affection for the village, he certainly bore no grievances against it. Yagyu's perspective, however, suggested that Konoha was far more complex than he had imagined. "How much do you know about the massacre of the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke frowned. "What do you mean?" "The reason I ask is that what you know is likely what certain individuals wish for you to know. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre is not as simple as it appears." "Are you implying that the Uchiha massacre is related to Konoha?" Yagyu's directness allowed Sasuke to grasp his implication. "Precisely. What do you know? Tell me." Sasuke's emotions surged as he gripped Yagyu's collar. Yet, Yagyu remained unfazed, replying calmly, "I cannot divulge that information to you at present." "Why not?" "Because your strength is insufficient. Given your temperament, should you learn the truth, you would seek vengeance. At that point, not only would you fail in your quest for revenge, but you might also expose me. I have no desire to be dragged down by you." "You fool." Sasuke gritted his teeth. He had always been the one to call others fools, and now it was the first time someone had labeled him as such. "What must I achieve before you reveal the truth to me?" "At the very least, I must reach the level of Hokage." "The Hokage is reputedly the most formidable ninja in the village, at least on the surface. Setting Hokage as Sasuke's goal presents a considerable challenge. However, Sasuke appears to regard the title with indifference, dismissively agreeing to it. Yagyu did not anticipate Sasuke's willingness. He was uncertain whether it stemmed from confidence or ignorance. Given Sasuke's current prowess, the disparity between him and the rank of Shadow is vast, over 100-fold. "I have addressed your curiosity. I trust you will keep it confidential and refrain from disclosing my possession of those eyes. Otherwise, we shall both face dire consequences." "I understand what you are saying. But why do the people of Konoha resort to violence against you because of your Sharingan, yet I remain unscathed?" Sasuke inquired. "I shall divulge everything once you attain the level of Shadow. For now, you must comprehend that my situation differs from yours. My exposure could incite the greed of certain individuals, and the true mastermind behind the Uchiha massacre lurks in the shadows. The genuine perpetrator." Sasuke clenched his fists in silence, uncertain of the veracity of Yagyu's words. Nevertheless, Yagyu was likely a member of his clan who had been cast out, and any clansman who was not Itachi Uchiha was worthy of trust. "Very well, I shall heed your advice. For the sake of vengeance, I am determined to train diligently until I reach the level of Shadow." By the way, Sasuke handed Yagyu 2 scrolls, containing 2 additional techniques from the Uchiha sword style, as well as the Great Fireball technique. Initially, he had intended to retain these techniques to ultimately defeat Yagyu. However, that goal was no longer relevant. His sole ambition now is to grow stronger for the sake of revenge. Yagyu, too, did not hesitate to accept the 2 scrolls. Once Sasuke mastered these techniques, he would have ample reason to employ them. "Train earnestly, particularly with your eyes. The Sharingan is the foundation of the Uchiha clan's strength. Each year, I shall assess your progress, and once you attain the level of Shadow and surpass the 3rd Hokage, I will accompany you on your quest for vengeance." With this promise, Sasuke felt invigorated. He trained tirelessly throughout the night, returning home utterly exhausted. A week later, once Yagyu had confirmed Sasuke's trust, he dismissed the shadow clone that had been monitoring him. Though he had successfully deceived Sasuke, he maintained surveillance for an additional 7 days just to be safe. Fortunately, Sasuke seemed entirely convinced of Yagyu's integrity and did not disclose anything to others. Otherwise, Yagyu would have had to act against his own kin. While the system binding prevented him from killing Sasuke, he would not allow him to remain in the village. Yagyu planned to take Sasuke and defect from Konoha, eliminating him once he had extracted the last vestiges of his value. Meanwhile, Hinata, Ino, and Sakura's shadow clones had also been recalled. The three appeared to have seen nothing of consequence, and neither the Hyuga clan nor the Yamanaka clan exhibited any unusual activity. Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and a certain passerby named Akai Yudo remained under his watchful eye. Although these three had yet to reveal any information, Yagyu resolved to exercise caution and keep them under surveillance for an additional 6 months. Even in his sleep, he would remain vigilant, curious to see if they would inadvertently disclose anything in their dreams. Thus, 6 months passed, during which Yagyu absorbed the memories of his shadow clones countless times. It appeared that they had indeed witnessed nothing of significance. Yagyu exhaled a sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped him for half a year could finally ease. He no longer had to consider the possibility of making a hasty escape at any moment. Over the past 6 months, Yagyu had even prepared his belongings, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Caution was his guiding principle. Chapter 18. The Bottleneck in Strength. How to Progress Further. Beep. The target you are bound to has mastered the Uchiha-style sword technique, Flame Leap. You have received a 100-fold return on your proficiency in Uchiha-style Flame Leap, reaching maximum level. Beep. The target you are bound to has mastered B-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. You have received a 100-fold return on your proficiency in Great Fireball Technique, reaching maximum level. Beep. The target you are bound to has mastered Uchiha-style Sun Halo Dance. You have received a 100-fold return on your proficiency in Uchiha-style Sun Halo Dance, reaching maximum level. Beep. The target you are bound to has mastered Uchiha-style Gale Sword. You have received a 100-fold return on your proficiency in Uchiha-style Gale Sword, reaching maximum level. In the 61st year of Konoha, under the foundational swordsmanship of the Moonlight Clan, Sasuke dedicated approximately a year to mastering the Uchiha sword techniques. He also learned the B-rank fire release ninjutsu, the Great Fireball Technique. As for the Sharingan, Sasuke had grasped its second ability, Copy, depending on their strength. The Uchiha clan's copying ability could replicate ninjutsu, taijutsu, and sword techniques ranging from E to A rank. Furthermore, it endowed the Uchiha clan with the capacity to see through and become immune to Jinjutsu. However, this ability did not significantly enhance Sasuke's strength. Even without the Sharingan, Sasuke could achieve the status of a special Jonin through his swordsmanship and several B-rank ninjutsu, were it not for the limitations of his youth, which restricted his chakra and physical prowess. Sasuke would hold his own against even average Jonin. As for elite Jonin, he still had a considerable distance to cover. This was Yagyu's assessment after sparring with Sasuke earlier this year. I feel as though I have reached a bottleneck. I am uncertain how to advance further, Sasuke remarked to Yagyu. Over the past few years, thanks to Yagyu's guidance, his progress had been remarkable. Yet, after mastering several ninjutsu, Sasuke found himself at a loss regarding the next steps for improvement. Although Yagyu mentioned that the Sharingan was the cornerstone of the Uchiha strength, Sasuke did not know how to develop his own Sharingan. Moreover, Yagyu was unable to assist him in elevating the rank of his Sharingan. Thus, for the past month or two, Sasuke had been engaged in mechanical training in taijutsu and swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he had also hit a wall in these areas. With no progress to show for the last 2 months, Yagyu, too, was troubled by this predicament. After all, Sasuke's strength was intrinsically linked to his own. If Sasuke could not advance, it meant Yagyu could not either. Although he had now attained elite Jonin status and even brushed against the threshold of shadow, this was still insufficient for Yagyu's satisfaction. It was his lack of power that prevented him from utilizing the Sharingan. It was his insufficient strength that made him wary of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Elite Jonin status was far from adequate. Yet, Yagyu found himself at a loss as to how to help Sasuke progress further. A few days ago, he had acquired 2 additional secret techniques from the Moonlight Clan, the Secret Sword, Moon Shadow, and the technique of phasing. Although these 2 techniques were formidable, they merely diversified the options available to Sasuke and Yagyu. They could not facilitate a transformative leap in their abilities. Sasuke's advancement was hindered by his physical limits. At this juncture, his chakra and physical constitution were insufficient to support further growth. Conversely, Yagyu's inability to progress stemmed from a lack of powerful skills. Yagyu's chakra and physical prowess were 100-fold that of Sasuke's, rivaling that of a shadow-level powerhouse. However, it is well known that being a shadow-level powerhouse is not simply a matter of reaching a certain level of chakra or physical prowess. One's ninjutsu skills must also be commensurate. Otherwise, Naruto, with his abundant chakra, would have long since ascended to the status of a super shadow. First, learn these two techniques. After handing the scrolls to Sasuke, Yagyu said nothing further and departed. Sasuke gazed at the techniques, hesitating to speak. Clearly, he understood that these techniques would not propel him to new heights. At most, they would enhance his repertoire. However, seeing Yagyu's evident frustration, he ultimately chose to remain silent. As a 10-year-old jonin, his progress had already been rapid. Perhaps he should not be too ambitious. It was time to consolidate his gains. Sasuke thought to himself. By the riverbank, during moments of idleness and uncertainty, Yagyu would often come here to fish. An empty basket, a hook swaying with the current, and his teasing little ant dancing before him. This activity would bring a sense of tranquility to Yagyu's mind, allowing him to ponder various dilemmas. The foremost question that occupied his thoughts was how to surmount the limitations of his current abilities. Yagyu contemplated two potential solutions. The first was to wait for Sasuke to mature and develop. After all, without excessive intervention on his part, Sasuke would eventually break through his present bottleneck. In a span of 2 to 3 years, or perhaps 5 or 6, with the sacrifice of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke would unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan and ascend to the level of a shadow. Yagyu, too, could then surpass the level of a super shadow. The second approach would involve acquiring more advanced ninjutsu. Presently, Yagyu recognized 3 avenues to obtain S-rank or higher ninjutsu. One option was to align himself with the third Hokage or Danzo, both of whom were capable of procuring S-rank techniques from Konoha, if he could earn their trust. Obtaining S-rank ninjutsu might be feasible. However, trust was a rare commodity for both Danzo and the third Hokage. It was likely that Yagyu would never gain their confidence. Even if he did, there was no guarantee he would receive the ninjutsu he desired. Konoha had sealed away these advanced techniques, primarily to prevent reckless ninjas from learning them, but also to maintain control over the existence of high-level ninjas, keeping those who possessed such skills close at hand. Yagyu was unwilling to be a sycophant to either man, as there was a high probability he would end up with nothing in the end. Thus, this method was a last resort. The second method was thievery, discovering the location of the sealing book and seizing the opportunity to steal the scrolls. However, if he were to fail, he would be unable to remain in Konoha. It was a gamble. The third approach was to attempt to develop techniques himself. More precisely, to have Sasuke develop them. Perhaps Sasuke was not particularly adept at research, but his ability to create ninjutsu was not negligible. This was evidenced by his ability to derive numerous techniques from Chidori. Moreover, Yagyu did not need Sasuke to fully develop a technique. Even a rudimentary form of an advanced ninjutsu, with just a 1 progress, would suffice. Because the system offered a 100-fold return. Give me one of the prototype, and I shall return you 100 of the results. Taking all considerations into account, Yagyu ultimately opted for the relatively prudent third method. He did not wish to wait for Uchiha Sasuke to grow stronger, as that path was fraught with uncertainties. Yagyu was not inclined to wait. Furthermore, Danzo and the third Hokage were unreliable, and the risks of theft were too great. Thus, developing ninjutsu himself, seeking progress through steadiness, appeared to be the best course of action. Chapter 19. The Dual Attributes of Lightning and Fire Chakra, a Mission Unclaimed. As Sasuke was currently engrossed in mastering the other 2 secret techniques of the Moonlight Clan, Yagyu resolved to conduct some research on his own. He procured a chakra test paper from his clan, intending to ascertain the nature of his chakra attributes. Upon channeling chakra into the paper, one half ignited while the other half crinkled. Fire and lightning attributes. The burning of the chakra test paper indicated a fire attribute. A split in the middle denoted wind. Crinkling represented lightning. Soaking indicated water, and shattering signified earth. The number of attributes would correspond to the various conditions displayed by the paper. Perhaps due to his bond with Sasuke, Yagyu's chakra was prominently characterized by fire and lightning. To develop ninjutsu, he would need to master the properties of fire and lightning chakra. The thought of having to gradually learn to control the nature of his chakra made Yagyu feel lethargic once more. It seemed he would have to wait for Sasuke after all. He decided to take a day off and inquire with the clan leader the following day about training methods for manipulating the properties of fire and lightning chakra. The next day, Yagyu visited the home of Moonlight Yoshimi, getting straight to the point. Clan leader. Do you know how to train in the nature transformation of fire and lightning chakra? Mastering the nature transformation of chakra is essential for learning advanced ninjutsu. But our clan lacks high-level fire and lightning techniques, so learning this may be of little use. Moonlight Yoshimi replied. Besides, did I not teach you the other two secret techniques of the Moonlight Clan a few days ago? Once you master those, you can safely retreat even when facing elite jonin. Had it not been for the demise of Moonlight Kaze at the hands of Maki in the Sand Village, Yagyu might have believed him. You know my learning speed, clan leader. Having multiple skills does not hinder one's progress. And even if our clan lacks advanced fire and lightning ninjutsu, I can create my own techniques, just like Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy was not solely due to achieving jonin status at a young age, but also for developing A-rank ninjutsu at an equally young age. Such creativity allowed him to break through the barriers of ninjutsu without the backing of a prominent clan, elevating him to the ranks of top ninjas, even reaching the level of a shadow. In other words, the third Hokage and others valued Kakashi not just for his learning ability and rapid growth, but also for his unparalleled creativity. A genius capable of creating advanced ninjutsu is far more valuable than a ninja who can merely learn them. Creating advanced ninjutsu. Moonlight Yoshimi's lips twitched. Did he really think everyone could be Kakashi? However, he refrained from undermining Yagyu's confidence. Geniuses should not be subjected to conventional reasoning. What if Yagyu truly could invent advanced ninjutsu? If that were the case, their Moonlight Clan could escape the predicament of being solely swordsmanship practitioners and would no longer need to rely on marriages to maintain their status. They could become one of Konoha's most prominent clans, akin to the Aburame or Nara clans. Our Moonlight Clan does not have any specialized techniques for training chakra nature transformations, but I could hire someone to teach you. Teach me? Why? Are you unwilling to let me learn from others? I know you are a genius and have your pride, but some things can be mastered more quickly with guidance, understand? Clearly, Moonlight Yoshimi misunderstood. Yagyu merely wished to ask if he could teach Sasuke, as that would expedite his progress. However, convincing Moonlight Yoshimi of this would likely be a tall order. Spending clan resources to teach an outsider? He would probably be killed for that. Understood. Then I shall trouble you, clan leader. Since he could not persuade Moonlight Yoshimi, Yagyu decided to exert himself and reluctantly learn what he could. Nevertheless, he had no intention of letting Sasuke off the hook as a mere tool. He planned to find a small stool for Sasuke to eavesdrop and learn alongside him, and later demand that Sasuke double his efforts to report back to him. The next day, Moonlight Yoshimi posted a D-rank mission in the task hall to guide students in the training of fire and lightning chakra nature transformations. In Yoshimi's view, this task posed no danger, and Yagyu, being a genius, would master it swiftly. What a splendid task it was. It was worth every penny. However, a week passed without a single ninja claiming the mission. Many who wished to accept it simply lacked the requisite skills. Many had never even heard of chakra nature transformation. Conversely, those who possessed the ability were not swayed by a mere monetary incentive. After all, while there were many ninjas capable of mastering chakra nature transformation, it did not diminish the value of the technique. They would rather risk their lives on B-rank missions than accept this humiliating task. Upon learning of the situation, Moonlight Yoshimi, in exasperation, raised the reward, upgrading it to a C-rank mission. The compensation for a C-rank task was enticing enough to draw some interest. But once they discovered that the student they would be teaching was merely a 10-year-old, they all declined. In their eyes, mastering chakra nature transformation was a challenging and time-consuming endeavor. Moreover, we cannot dismiss the possibility that some may struggle to learn it, especially considering he is merely a 10-year-old student. Even if this individual is a prodigy, no one expects him to grasp the nature transformation of chakra at such a tender age. After dedicating a year or two, if Yagyu still fails to learn, would it not be an utter waste of time? Consequently, this task languished for yet another week. Upon hearing this development, Sukiyakari promptly sought out several ninjas well-versed in these transformations for dialogue. However, none were inclined to extend him any favor. After all, he was merely the leader of a minor clan, with strength comparable to that of a special jonin. Furthermore, he had not undertaken a mission in years. Who could ascertain the decline of his abilities? Thus, from the perspective of those jonin, Sukiyakari was not of their caliber. With his influence proving ineffectual, Sukiyakari reluctantly opted to increase the remuneration. A modest teaching task was abruptly elevated to a B-rank mission. It is worth noting that the remuneration for a typical B-rank mission is already sufficient to sustain a jonin's expenses for nearly half a year. Additionally, this task posed no dangers, demanding only minimal exertion. Merely uttering a few sentences daily while observing others train, allowing for a comfortable accumulation of wealth. Consequently, the number of ninjas interested in accepting this task surged. However, there were few who could simultaneously master the nature transformations of both fire and lightning chakra. Most ninjas had only mastered one or the other. If they could only teach one type, they would be entitled to merely half the remuneration. This meant they would only receive a fraction of the B-rank mission's rewards, compounded by a high probability of task failure and a prolonged duration. Thus, this task found itself stalled once more. Just as Tsukiakari contemplated compromising by offering double the payment, a twist of fate arose. Chapter 20. Kakashi Hitaki, the Prodigy. On this day, having completed an assassination mission, Kakashi returned to Konoha, placing his animal mask upon the Hokage's desk. This marked his final task as a member of the Umbu. After this mission, he would no longer be an Umbu ninja, but rather an ordinary elite jonin of Konoha. Kakashi, do not hold it against Guy. He is merely looking out for your best interests. Besides, I too believe that remaining in the Umbu long-term is not beneficial for you. Kakashi remained silent, uttering not a word. Might Guy, concerned for his mental well-being, had repeatedly petitioned the third Hokage to have him reassigned from the Umbu. Although cognizant that Guy's intentions were noble, Kakashi could not shake a sense of discomfort. He felt that his life should not be dictated by others. But what exactly did he envision for his own life? Contemplating this question, Kakashi found himself engulfed in confusion once more. Sensing Kakashi's uncertainty, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, "You likely have yet to determine your next course of action, yes? How about trying your hand at being a teaching jonin? Much like the fourth Hokage, you could cultivate new talents for Konoha." The fourth Hokage, such a distant title, unconsciously. Kakashi realized that his mentor had already passed away a decade ago. Soon would be the anniversary of Obito and the others' deaths. Perhaps he should pay a visit to his teacher. Lost in thought, Kakashi inadvertently acquiesced. With a year remaining until the next batch of students graduated, "I have a teaching assignment available. Would you like to acclimate yourself? It would help you avoid uncertainty when it comes time to instruct your class." A teaching task? B rank? Kakashi accepted the scroll from the third Hokage, momentarily taken aback by the task's classification. What kind of educational endeavor warranted a B rank rating? A prodigy from the Tsukiakari clan, eager to learn chakra nature transformation even before graduating from the ninja academy? Not yet even 8 years old. Kakashi felt astonished, considering that he himself had only mastered the nature transformation of lightning chakra at the age of 12. It was precisely the immaturity of the task's target that deterred others from accepting it. They all believed that a 10-year-old child could never possibly learn to manipulate chakra's nature transformations, let alone two. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "Nevertheless, anything is possible, especially for a prodigy. Do you believe he can learn? I do not know, but we must at least attempt to believe, mustn't we? Just as I believe you represent the future of Konoha. Very well, I will accept this task." In truth, Kakashi understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not motivated by some grand notion of Konoha's future in urging him to accept the task. Perhaps it was to cultivate Yagyu as a new pawn or to hone his skills, ensuring he did not succumb to darkness and side with Danzo. Regardless of the underlying motives, Kakashi recognized that he needed to transform himself, and this task would serve as the catalyst for that change. News of the task's acceptance swiftly reached Tsukiakari. Upon learning that it was the once prodigious jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, who had taken on the task, Tsukiakari was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Surely, the brief wait had been for the sake of a more fortuitous encounter. Tsukiakari couldn't help but reflect on this. Promptly dispatching a message to Yagyu. At the Tsukiakari clan's training grounds, Yagyu reclined on a bench, his body resting sideways upon the laps of Hinata, Ino, and Sakura. Hinata delicately fed him snacks. Ino gently massaged his shoulders, while Sakura carefully kneaded his legs, indulging in a life of utmost comfort. Meanwhile, Sasuke was alone, skillfully weaving through the air with his sword. What is that technique Sasuke is using? His speed is so fast that it creates afterimages. Sakura inquired with curiosity. This is the secret technique of our Tsukiakari clan, Moonshadow. It creates illusions through instantaneous movement, making it difficult to discern reality from deception, Yagyu casually explained. Impressive. But why is Sasuke able to practice your clan's secret technique? There's no particular reason. I simply allowed him to learn. If you wish to learn, I can teach you as well. It's nothing particularly extraordinary. Really? Thank you, Yagyu. I want to learn too. Ino and Sakura chimed in enthusiastically, their massages becoming even more attentive. The comforting sensation elicited involuntary groans from Yagyu. As for Hinata, her interest in swordsmanship seemed rather limited. However, being born into the esteemed Hyuga clan, she was not lacking in powerful techniques. A lack of interest was entirely understandable. Sakura, hailing from a commoner background, lacked even a decent C-rank ninjutsu, while Ino's family possessed techniques that excelled in support rather than combat. Thus, acquiring even a single sword technique could provide an additional layer of safety during missions. Yagyu. Just as Yagyu was relishing the moment, Tsukihikari-Jean approached. What is it? Yagyu remained reclined, showing no inclination to rise. Tsukihikari-Jean wore an envious expression. If I had your strength and looks, I would also revel in such joy surrounded by girls. Clearing his throat, he continued. The clan leader instructed me to inform you that there is progress regarding the chakra nature transformation training. Oh, after a month, someone finally accepted the task. Yagyu smirked, asking, who took on this mission? It was Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi. Yagyu was taken aback that Kakashi would accept this task. Among the many jonin in Konoha, why was it Kakashi who stepped forward? Fate truly is a curious thing. Do you know when the training will commence? I do not know. The clan leader mentioned that he would come to find you. Yagyu nodded, relieved he wouldn't have to make the trip himself, thus saving energy. Understood. You may return now. Okay. Before leaving, Tsukihikari-Jean cast a glance at Sasuke. Secret Sword, Moon Shadow. This technique was one he had also practiced, but due to his average talent, he had only achieved minor success. Meanwhile, that non-clan boy had mastered the technique even better than he had. Is this what it means to be a prodigy? A flicker of envy crossed Tsukihikari-Jean's eyes. Yagyu, do you wish to learn chakra nature transformation? It is said that the mastery of chakra nature transformation is only required when one embarks on the path of advanced ninjutsu. Have you already resolved to pursue such high-level techniques? Impressive. Although Sakura's practical results may be mediocre, her theoretical knowledge is unparalleled. She has even delved into the esoteric realm of chakra nature transformation. In stark contrast, Ino appears utterly bewildered. What exactly is chakra nature transformation? Observing Ino's confusion, Sakura can't help but offer a pointed remark. The so-called chakra nature transformation refers to the unique attributes of chakra, a skill imperative for mastering advanced ninjutsu. If you are unaware of this, I do wonder if you can keep pace with Yagyu. What did you say? Wide forehead. Just as the two are on the verge of quarreling, Yagyu raises a hand to signal for silence. It's getting late. Shall we return for a meal? Absolutely. Chapter 21, Training and Laziness. Uncertain of when Kakashi would arrive, Yagyu allowed Sasuke to temporarily reside with the Moonlight Clan. To his surprise, Kakashi appeared early the very next morning. At this point, Kakashi seemed a far cry from the laid-back persona he was destined to become. At least when it came to tasks, he displayed utmost seriousness. Kakashi first sought out the task issuer, Moonlight Clan, before proceeding to find Yagyu. Are you Moonlight Yagyu? Indeed. That is I. I am Hatake Kakashi, and I will be responsible for instructing you on the transformation of fire and lightning chakra. Understood. And who is this? He is my friend. Is it acceptable for him to observe? Kakashi shot a glance at Sasuke, feeling an uncanny familiarity, especially with those eyes. Where had he seen them before? It's perfectly fine. Having him learn alongside you poses no issue. Ordinarily, teaching two individuals would warrant double the payment. Yet to Kakashi, money held little significance. After years in the Umbu, he had amassed a fortune sufficient to last multiple lifetimes. In that case, you can teach him. Yagyu exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. Kakashi. Sasuke. Observing their puzzlement, Yagyu concocted an excuse. I am a prodigy. I can learn simply by watching you practice. Kakashi remained speechless, but knew he could not indulge Yagyu's whims. This was his responsibility, and he would fulfill it with diligence. No, I can allow him to learn. But you must also study. If you choose not to, I will understand if you wish to terminate the task, and I will not provide instruction to either of you. Faced with Kakashi's stern demeanor, Yagyu felt exasperated. Why was he so rigid? Understood. I will learn from you. Very well. Kakashi responded with a detached expression, then addressed the two. Follow me. We will train at another practice site. Yagyu and Sasuke trailed Kakashi to a neighboring desert. A practice site no longer within the confines of Konoha. Isn't it unbearably hot here? Yagyu lamented, panting like a dog. Sasuke, though less dramatic, bore the sheen of sweat on his brow, indicating his discomfort. Kakashi ignored their plight and inquired, have you both tested your chakra on the chakra paper? It seemed a redundant question, considering no one would spend such money on a tutor if they lacked the requisite chakra nature. Nevertheless, Kakashi adhered to his meticulous nature and asked, I have tested mine. He is not. Yagyu pointed at Sasuke, but I am certain he possesses both types of chakra. Kakashi, undeterred by Yagyu's assumptions, produced 2 pieces of test paper from his waist. Input your chakra. Although Yagyu deemed it unnecessary, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Rather than waste time debating, he would rather retest. Both Yagyu and Sasuke infused the paper with chakra, and shortly thereafter, two distinct outcomes manifested. One half ignited while the other crinkled. Fire and lightning attributes. Both possessed dual-natured chakra, which surprised Kakashi. What a coincidence! While taken aback, Kakashi did not dwell on it, and promptly devised the initial training plan. Have you learned any fire or lightning ninjutsu? I have learned fire ninjutsu. Then unleash your most proficient fire technique for me to observe. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yagyu and Sasuke simultaneously executed the technique. And two colossal fire dragons soared through the sky before crashing to the ground in a spectacular explosion. Kakashi, B-rank ninjutsu? B-rank ninjutsu is already considered advanced. In other words, Yagyu and Sasuke had, at the very least, acquired a foundational understanding of the nature transformation of fire chakra. Otherwise, they could not have mastered this technique. The training of fire chakra comprises 3 stages, and it appears that they have inadvertently completed the first 2 stages. The third stage involves combining fire chakra with techniques to create new ninjutsu. This training can be pursued selectively. Yet, Kakashi still assessed their mastery of fire chakra. First was the initial stage, ignite. Kakashi procured 2 piles of dry grass from an unknown source and instructed them to ignite it with their chakra. Such a trial was child's play for the duo. The parched grass ignited effortlessly in the sweltering desert. In no time, it was reduced to ashes. The flames flickered in Yagyu's face, and the heat compelled him to glance up at the blazing sun. With this wretched weather, even without chakra, that pile of grass would likely ignite on its own. The second stage involved unleashing a more potent flame. Unlike the process of hand signs for ninjutsu, Yagyu and Sasuke needed to release as much chakra as possible to ignite this barren desert. Sasuke, unfamiliar with expelling vast amounts of fire chakra without a technique, struggled, while Yagyu effortlessly set ablaze hundreds of meters of desert. His control over chakra surpassed Sasuke's by 100-fold. Without the need for kindling, chakra emanated from Yagyu's body, swirling in the air and igniting itself, producing formidable flames. The desolate expanse transformed into a veritable mountain of fire. Kakashi noticed their progress and offered a brief suggestion to Yagyu, urging him to contemplate how to merge fire chakra with techniques and hand signs before turning his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke, lacking sufficient chakra, quickly exhausted his reserves under Kakashi's rigorous instruction within mere minutes. Take a moment to rest and reflect on how to merge fire chakra with techniques. I will check on Yagyu. In the shadows of the desert, Yagyu, rather than diligently exploring the development of fire ninjutsu as instructed, had dozed off in the shade. Thus, when Kakashi found him, his face was obscured in soot. Moonlight Yagyu. Huh. Yagyu yawned, bleary-eyed as he regarded Kakashi. What brings you here? What brings me here? You inquire? I instructed you to study diligently, yet you are napping? Do you truly believe that being a genius makes you invincible? Even if you are gifted, without effort, you will inevitably be surpassed by others. Kakashi's words were pointed. In his view, Sasuke was exceptionally diligent and gifted, having learned B-rank fire ninjutsu by the age of 10. Currently, Yagyu may have temporarily eclipsed Sasuke due to his superior talent, but given time, Sasuke would undoubtedly surpass him. Chapter 22. Ninjutsu without hand signs, lightning release, Chidori. Then let him surpass me first. Yagyu replied nonchalantly, and Kakashi-sensei, if you do not put in the effort, it won't be long before you are surpassed as well. Kakashi, considering Sasuke and Yagyu's talents, it is indeed possible they may surpass him in the coming years. Certainly, the premise is that both individuals must maintain their current pace of progress. Kakashi harbors doubts regarding Sasuke and Yagyu's ability to sustain such momentum, considering their youth. Their physical capabilities, after all, cannot possibly rival his as an elite jonin. She was at a loss to comprehend. Furthermore, they are not members of the Uzumaki clan, and their chakra limitations impede their growth. So let us wait until you surpass me before we discuss this further. For now, resume your training immediately. Kakashi returned Yagyu's words to him. Understood. Understood. Yagyu replied with a resigned expression, rising to continue his exploration of the relationship between fire-style chakra and techniques. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Yagyu felt fatigued. He found little interest in developing ninjutsu. If only there were existing techniques for me to replicate. Replicate? Creating something from nothing proved somewhat challenging for Yagyu. Yet transitioning from 1 to 2 seemed considerably simpler. Recalling the various fire release techniques within his mind, he identified the following: Great Fireball Technique, Ash Pile Burning, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. These techniques are classified as B rank. distinguished primarily by the shape of the flames and the extent of their attack range. The form of a missile characterizes the Great Fireball technique. Ash pile burning generates power through an explosive effect. The Phoenix Fire technique manifests as a sea of flames, while the Dragon Fire technique takes on a swirling vortex shape. With this train of thought, Yagyu concentrated and gathered a small flame of chakra in his hand. Fire release, lighter? What if I were to amplify this flame? He began to unleash more chakra, and a massive fireball materialized. As he continued to increase the chakra output, the fireball grew ever larger. Upon hurling it forward, it detonated with explosive force, rivaling the might of the Great Fire Annihilation technique. A B-rank ninjutsu without hand seals? Yagyu realized he had seemingly accomplished something extraordinary. Why was he able to release ninjutsu without hand seals? Had he unwittingly consumed a flame fruit? Upon careful reflection, he attributed this capability to his mastery over chakra. At this moment, Sasuke had already achieved a high level of chakra control, and the training methods of walking on water and climbing trees were relics of years past. Meanwhile, Yagyu's chakra control surpassed Sasuke's by 100-fold. If I can completely master chakra, does that mean I could release any level of ninjutsu at will? Although Yagyu had yet to learn any fire release techniques of B rank or higher, as long as he could unleash a sufficient quantity of chakra, even a B rank fire technique could exhibit S rank power, much like when Uchiha Madara unleashed the Great Fire Destruction. Having grasped these insights, Yagyu continued to experiment, attempting to shape the flames into sparks, fire bullets, fireballs, and flame vortices, among many other forms. He even contemplated creating a fire giant. However, even with Yagyu's chakra reserves, this idealized fire giant could not exist for long. Moreover, the giant's defenses and attack capabilities were rather mediocre, rendering its existence somewhat meaningless. Ultimately, it would serve merely as a tool for intimidation, unless it were encased within the core of a Susanoo. In just a day, Yagyu thoroughly mastered the nature transformation of fire-style chakra. Yet, he chose not to inform Kakashi, as Sasuke still required his guidance. The following day, Kakashi came to assess Yagyu's training results, and Yagyu, as Kakashi requested, demonstrated his newly developed lighter technique. The finesse of this technique left Kakashi speechless, prompting him to encourage Yagyu to persist in his efforts. Thus, in the subsequent days, Yagyu showcased the lighter technique 20, igniting 2 cigarettes simultaneously with 2 fingers. Kakashi, astonished, urged Yagyu to practice further. On the 3rd day, he demonstrated the lighter technique 30. On the 4th day, the lighter technique 40. By the 10th day, Sasuke had mastered the nature transformation of fire-style chakra, enhancing the burning characteristics of flames and significantly increasing their temperature and lethality. Kakashi then instructed him to cease his studies on fire-release ninjutsu and to begin mastering the nature transformation of lightning-style chakra. His task was to teach Yagyu to master both fire and lightning chakra transformations, not to instruct him in developing advanced ninjutsu. Thus, mastering the 3rd stage of ninjutsu development following the nature transformation was never Kakashi's responsibility to teach. Moreover, due to Yagyu's consistently lackadaisical attitude, Kakashi had all but abandoned the notion of imparting further knowledge. He simply wished to conclude the task smoothly, adding another B-rank mission to his professional record. This sentiment caused Kakashi to become less invested in the task, even neglecting his special consideration for Sasuke. From that day onward, Kakashi merely informed Yagyu and Sasuke of their training assignments, spending the remainder of his time engrossed in books. He even adopted a habit of arriving late and leaving early, no longer the meticulous A&BU elite he once was. Were he any other employer, Kakashi would undoubtedly face accusations for his conduct, with demands for a full refund of his remuneration. Yet, Kakashi harbored intentions akin to this, and Yagyu, appreciating this aspect, refrained from complaint, much to Kakashi's exasperation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, 6 months had passed. Within this span, Sasuke finally progressed from the most rudimentary lightning release techniques to mastering the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Yagyu had mastered it months earlier. Yet to afford Sasuke more time to advance, he refrained from informing Kakashi that his task had concluded. Ding! The target you are bound to has mastered the ninjutsu lightning release. Chidori. You have received a 100-fold return on lightning release. Chidori proficiency 100. Current proficiency is proficient. An unexpected twist? I have been backstabbed by the teacher I hired? Yagyu was taken aback to find that Kakashi had inadvertently become Sasuke's instructor. While teaching him, he had been negligent, yet he imparted even his signature technique to Sasuke. Yagyu felt somewhat exasperated. Kakashi was far too biased. However, given that the latter had always viewed him unfavorably, such a situation was not entirely surprising. Chapter 23. Revenge in sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. After Sasuke learned Chidori, Kakashi concluded the mission, ceasing to guide their training. Sasuke, now eager to challenge Yagyu, had clearly become somewhat arrogant after mastering Chidori. Yagyu understood Sasuke's intentions, and, in order to prevent him from becoming overconfident and failing to recognize his own limitations, decided to engage him in a match using 70% of his strength. Though the combination of the Sharingan and Chidori was indeed formidable, with Chidori accelerating his speed, it nearly compensated for the gap between Sasuke and Yagyu. Nevertheless, Yagyu still managed to best him within 10 exchanges, and when he had utilized the substitute, had he not wished to illustration technique the disparity to Sasuke, he could have dispatched him in merely 3 exchanges. He trained diligently to hide. While you have acquired a relatively powerful technique, it is still insufficient. Only S-rank ninjutsu could grant you the potential to defeat me and kill Uchiha Itachi. Once again struck down, Sasuke lay on the ground, despondent. He could not comprehend why, with each of his advancements, Yagyu would invariably surpass him. Recalling earlier days when he could trade blows with Yagyu for 100 exchanges, now he struggled to last even 10, and that was only due to Yagyu's leniency. Have I grown weaker? No, it is he who has grown stronger at an astonishing pace. Sasuke unclenched his frustrated fists. Yagyu was his kin, and his rapid growth was not a misfortune for Sasuke. It meant he possessed a rival who would perpetually challenge him, urging his own progress. It also signified he could reach the truth more swiftly and ultimately kill Uchiha Itachi. At the Hokage building, Kakashi arrived to collect his mission rewards. The task was complete. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. It had only been half a year, and they had already mastered the nature transformation of lightning and fire chakra. Not just him, but them. Them? Who else? Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi remarked, when I went to teach them, their control over fire release was already quite advanced. They could unleash B-rank fire release ninjutsu at just 10 years old. With 10-year-olds capable of B-rank fire release, combined with their mastery of dual nature chakra transformation. If they also possessed the talent for developing ninjutsu, the future would hold 2 of you, Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, a smile unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth, evidently pleased at the prospect of having these 2 geniuses in the village. If only he could recruit them into the Umbu sooner, allowing them to subtly absorb the will of fire under his guidance. Alas, they were still in school. Kakashi, I wish to bring them into the Umbu. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment, then replied, that Uchiha Sasuke has a rather dark mindset. If we were to bring him into the Umbu, I worry about his psychological distortion. Indeed, considering his family was exterminated, particularly by his own elder brother, it would be better for him to graduate normally and foster some bonds with his classmates. What about Moonlight Yagyu? Kakashi fell silent again, then said, his talent is exceptional, but he tends to be somewhat lazy. I believe he may refuse to join the Umbu. Refuse to join the Umbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen found Kakashi's assertion hard to believe. Was there really a child in Konoha who would turn down the invitation of the Hokage? Lazy? How lazy could one be? Could there truly be a child so indifferent as to disregard even the Hokage's invitation? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to meet this Moonlight Yagyu, for he was a prodigy on par with Kakashi and came from a notably clean lineage. From a certain perspective, he might even possess greater potential for development than Sasuke. I understand, you may leave now, and while you're at it, please summon Shippu for me. Kakashi nodded, understood. Before long, Moonlight Shippu, donned an Umbu mask, arrived at the Hokage's office. You called for me. I wish to inquire about Moonlight Yagyu. Yagyu? Has he done something wrong? No, there's no need for concern. I merely wish to recruit Yagyu into the Umbu. What do you think? The Umbu? Yagyu has always been groomed as the successor by the clan leader, I fear. Is that so? Then what kind of person do you think Yagyu is? The influence of the clan leader's reputation evidently holds little sway with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does a mere heir of a small clan expect privileges? Do you presume you are the head of the Hyuga clan? Yagyu is a true genius. Apart from being somewhat lazy and flirtatious, he has no significant flaws. Lazy and flirtatious. Sarutobi Hiruzen found it quite challenging to associate those 2 descriptors with a 10-year-old child. Previously, he had only heard from Irika of a prodigy named Moonlight Yagyu, who overshadowed Uchiha Sasuke. His ignorance of Yagyu's other attributes now seemed a miscalculation. Had he prioritized Yagyu's psychological growth earlier, perhaps Yagyu would have already become an outstanding successor of the Will of Fire. Irika was certainly not fulfilling his role as a teacher adequately. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentally chastised Irika. So do you think Yagyu would refuse to join the Umbu? Ahem, Hokage-sama. The clan leader. I only seek Yagyu's personal opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to halt Shippu's interruption. Moonlight Shippu's expression was somewhat complex. But after a moment's contemplation, he stated, I believe he would likely refuse. Because he is lazy? Yes. I see. You may leave now. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead. How could a ninja disregard the will of fire merely due to laziness? Chapter 24. Lightning Release. Chidori Sharp Spear. Oh no. I've become a genius. Returning to Yagyu and Sasuke. After being schooled by Yagyu, Sasuke set aside his inflated ego and resumed his diligent training. Under Yagyu's guidance, he began to develop a new lightning release ninjutsu based on Chidori, aiming to create a sufficiently powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Meanwhile, aside from his daily leisure of goofing off and charming girls, Yagyu surprisingly also began to explore new ninjutsu. Of course, this was hardly arduous work. Yagyu's so-called research into ninjutsu merely involved lounging on a bench in the training ground, playing with chakra, such as fire release, fire fist, lightning release, lightning fist. These were fiery and electric fists that could be unleashed without hand seals, capable of obliterating anything within dozens of meters. There was also fire release, fire sword, lightning release, lightning sword, techniques designed for scenarios where he lacked weapons to perform sword techniques. Next were fire release, fire god, and lightning release, lightning god. Two failed techniques that Yagyu had not abandoned. These techniques summoned colossal beings born of flames and thunder for battle. Their practicality was low, but they were certainly impressive. Even Sasuke was startled upon first witnessing them, believing Yagyu had developed an extraordinary S-rank ninjutsu. In reality, these techniques were merely superficial, lacking true power. Yagyu categorized them as failures in ninjutsu. Among Yagyu's unsuccessful ninjutsu, there were certainly more than just these. He had also attempted to fuse the attributes of lightning and fire to release ninjutsu, but it seemed to involve some underlying rules. As no matter how he controlled the chakra, he could not succeed. He had considered asking Sasuke for assistance in developing these techniques. But Sasuke's control over chakra was inferior to his own, and he possessed far less chakra, making him unreliable. Chidori Sharp Spear. As Sasuke thrust a lightning spear towards a wooden post, a voice echoed in Yagyu's mind. Ding! The target you have bound has developed the ninjutsu lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. You have gained a hundredfold return on the proficiency of lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. Current proficiency is proficient. Should I create a Rasengan? I recall that Naruto could first engage Sasuke once he mastered the Rasengan. The Rasengan is a non-attribute ninjutsu. Naruto can fuse wind release into it, so can I also fuse fire release and lightning release. Upon fully mastering the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra, Yagyu initially thought S-rank ninjutsu would be easy, much like the Great Fire Annihilation. The more chakra, the greater the power. Yagyu naively assumed this was the only distinction between S-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. But the repeated failures of fire release, fire god, and lightning release, lightning god revealed to him that the disparity between S-rank ninjutsu and those of other ranks was not solely a matter of chakra quantity. If Naruto could fuse the Rasengan with wind release to create S-rank ninjutsu, then why couldn't I fuse lightning release and fire release? Perhaps I should give it a try. Yagyu found the prospect promising and began to contemplate the training method for the Rasengan in his mind. The first stage seemed to involve infusing chakra into the palm. Yagyu muttered to himself, his hands never ceasing their movements. As chakra coalesced in his palm, a non-attribute chakra sphere manifested. Oh, how effortless! Yagyu was astonished at how easily he had accomplished this. Could it be due to his mastery over chakra? The second stage seemed to require rotating the non-attribute chakra within a water-filled balloon, then bursting the balloon. Sakura, could you do me a favor and buy a few balloons? Of course, just wait a moment. I'll be right back. Whenever the trio of Sakura, Ino, and Hinata were free, they would come to keep him company. Today, Ino was busy assisting her family in selling flowers, so she couldn't make it. Hinata was also held back by her father to practice gentle fist, leaving only Sakura to run errands for him. If Sakura were also absent, Yagyu would have to rely on Sasuke to help him out. At this moment on the training grounds, Sasuke was diligently honing his skills in the newly developed ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. Though he appeared quite occupied, he would readily abandon his practice to run errands if Yagyu requested it. Such was the esteem in which Yagyu was held. Before long, Sakura returned, clutching several balloons. Yagyu-kun, I've brought back the balloons, she announced. Thank you for your hard work. Could I trouble you to fill them with water? Of course, just give me a moment. Sakura hastily made her way to a nearby stream to fill the balloons. Soon, several water-filled balloons were placed beside Yagyu. Is there anything else you need help with, Yagyu-kun? No, you should take a break. You've worked hard. It's no trouble at all. Sakura chuckled, then sat beside Yagyu. Let me help you massage your legs. I appreciate it. It's no bother. Sakura asserted seriously as she began to massage Yagyu's legs. One could never underestimate how proactive a girl could be. While enjoying Sakura's massage, Yagyu delved into the study of the second stage of the Rasengan. He focused on the stable and continuous release of chakra. Spin, spin. With a resounding pop, the water balloon burst, signifying that Yagyu had completed the second stage of his training. How strange. Why was that unexpectedly easy? Am I not supposed to be worthless? Yagyu's mind was filled with questions. It was worth noting that before binding with Sasuke, even mastering the body flicker technique had been a struggle for him. Now, he was effortlessly accomplishing training that even Naruto found challenging. Had he unknowingly transformed into a genius? Ninja talent is fundamentally categorized into various attributes: elemental affinity, chakra volume, physical aptitude, taijutsu talent, ninjutsu training aptitude, swordsmanship talent, chakra control talent, and bloodline abilities. Prior to binding with Sasuke, Yagyu's talents had been exceedingly poor and at the bottom tier. However, after binding with Sasuke, these deficiencies were rectified. He now possessed a top-tier dual elemental chakra affinity of lightning and fire. At the tender age of 10, his chakra volume and physical capabilities had surpassed those of a Jonin, reaching the level of a Kage. Due to numerous ninjutsu feedbacks and his mastery over the dual elemental chakra transformations, any ninjutsu of these two attributes posed no difficulty for Yagyu. Furthermore, his exceptional chakra control allowed him to effortlessly practice non-elemental ninjutsu. In terms of swordsmanship, he had already mastered the Leaf Village style, Moonlight style, and Uchiha style. As for his bloodline limit, he possessed the elite Uchiha lineage, with his Sharingan being a hundredfold enhanced double tomo. In essence, Yagyu had truly transformed into an unequivocal genius. Even if he were to sever his bond with Sasuke now, he could still reach the level of a Kage through his own training. Of course, achieving a Super Kage level would still be somewhat challenging. Without Sasuke's feedback, his physical and chakra advancements would slow considerably. Whether he could still reach an extraordinary level remained to be seen. Chapter 25. Development of the Rasengan. The water from the burst balloon splashed onto Yagyu's face, prompting Sakura to immediately use her sleeve to dry him off. Yagyu-kun, why did you have to pop that water balloon? Yagyu grasped Sakura's hand, wiping away the remaining droplets on his face, and replied, I'm developing a new ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu are you developing? Is it water release? Sakura shyly withdrew her hand and inquired, her heart racing with excitement. Yagyu-kun held my hand. That's wonderful. No, it's a non-elemental ninjutsu, Yagyu explained. Once I perfect this technique, you will also be able to learn it. Really? Sakura exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Her chakra affinity across 5 elements was mediocre, meaning that regardless of the elemental ninjutsu she attempted to learn, progress would be slow. Previously, she had practiced swordsmanship with Yagyu but had shown little talent in that area as well. Over the years, the only commendable aspects of Sakura had been her chakra control and her mastery of the body flicker technique. Yes, truly, this is a very powerful A-rank ninjutsu. Once you master it, even ordinary ninjas will not stand a chance against you. A-rank ninjutsu. Is it going to be difficult to learn? Even for a non-elemental ninjutsu. Sakura's learning aptitude was not remarkable, which made her somewhat apprehensive. Yagyu gently stroked her pink hair, comforting her. Don't worry. This technique is not that hard to learn. First, just concentrate your chakra into your palm to form a sphere, and then, as I did earlier, use that chakra to burst the water balloon. You'll have mastered half of it. Is it really that simple? Sakura was skeptical that an A-rank ninjutsu could be so easy to learn. Nonetheless, she resolved to give it a try. However, upon attempting it, Sakura quickly realized that this ninjutsu was indeed quite challenging. Merely forming a stable and continuous chakra sphere took her several hours to perfect. Meanwhile, Yagyu had completed his training with the rubber ball, condensing the chakra sphere into a tangible form, already demonstrating its initial power. All that remained was to concentrate the chakra density and increase its rotation speed to yield sufficient destructive force, transforming it into the true Rasengan. Remarkably, Yagyu accomplished all of this in just a day's time. Reflecting on this, Sakura felt the vast disparity between individuals was truly overwhelming. Grabbing one of the water balloons Yagyu had used, Sakura began to attempt bursting it with her chakra. Yet, this training proved even more difficult than the first, and she struggled for several consecutive days without success. It wasn't until 10 days later that she finally managed to burst a single water balloon and began training with the rubber ball. By this time, Yagyu had already perfected the Rasengan. Rasengan, Chidori. A blue chakra sphere collided with a lightning ball that emitted the sound of chirping birds, resulting in an explosion that sent plumes of dust into the air. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke and Yagyu emerged from the cloud, leaving behind a small crater several meters wide. Sasuke coughed as he gazed at the depression created by their combined efforts, his expression complex. He had truly managed to create a non-elemental A-rank ninjutsu. The lightning ninjutsu he had developed recently, such as Chidori Sharp Spear, were all based on the foundation of Chidori. However, their difficulty and power paled in comparison to A-rank. Yet Yagyu seemed to effortlessly create an array of ninjutsu, even conjuring the Rasengan, a template ninjutsu on par with Chidori, seemingly out of thin air. According to Yagyu, if the Rasengan could incorporate different elemental attributes, it could become various forms of Rasengan. If the template itself was A-rank, then adding different attributes would surely elevate it to S-rank. This realization instilled a sense of urgency in Sasuke. The gap was widening. He did not wish to leave the resolution of Uchiha Itachi to Yagyu. He wanted to defeat Uchiha Itachi himself. At that moment, Yagyu's voice reached him from across the field, indicating that he had succeeded. The power had reached A-rank, sufficient to easily penetrate wooden stakes and iron blocks. It was a pity that this technique was only truly optimal in the hands of that particular individual. Yagyu shook his head, feeling little surprise at the success of the Rasengan. As a non-hand seal, non-elemental ninjutsu, it excelled in power and ease of execution. However, it did have its drawbacks. The attack method was too singular and direct. Although Chidori had slightly lower power than the Rasengan, its combination with the Sharingan afforded it a remarkably high hit rate. The Rasengan, on the other hand, did not possess this advantage. If an opponent's speed and agility were sufficiently high, hitting them with the Rasengan would prove quite challenging, unless it was a surprise attack. Utilizing its non-hand seal advantage meant that a surprise attack would have a higher success rate. In a sense, this was one of the Rasengan's merits, its subtlety. Such a technique was best suited for speed-oriented ninjas, which is why someone like Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection, would be the most compatible with this ninjutsu. Without mastering the Flying Thunder God, it was highly likely that Yagyu would not utilize this technique. Yagyu, speaking, tossed the training scroll for the spiraling sphere to Sasuke. You should take your time with the development of your lightning release technique. First, learn this technique and see if you can incorporate both lightning and fire chakra into it. Sasuke received the scroll, his face a mask of confusion as he inquired, "Why don't you try it yourself?" "Because it might explode," Yagyu replied. "Chakra without an elemental affinity might just produce some gas upon detonation. But merging fire and lightning attributes could result in an unimaginable explosion." Yagyu was not overly concerned about this jutsu being lethal to him. He simply preferred not to emerge from the development process looking like a wreck. Besides, with Sasuke's assistance, there was a chance he could master the new spiraling sphere more swiftly. With such hopes, Yagyu entrusted the tasks of the fire release spiraling sphere and the lightning release spiraling sphere entirely to Sasuke. However, it seemed he had overly high expectations of Sasuke and underestimated the compatibility of the spiraling sphere with the two elements. Initially, Yagyu believed Sasuke would achieve results in a week, but as weeks turned into months and graduation loomed, it became painfully evident that Sasuke had not made any progress. If it weren't for the sight of Sasuke being blasted to smithereens daily, Yagyu might have thought him to be slacking off. Was it truly that difficult to incorporate fire and lightning? Yagyu formed a spiraling sphere with one hand, lost in thought as he considered whether to infuse it with some fire and lightning chakra. Just then, another explosion resounded nearby. Sasuke, covered in soot and blood, coughed violently. Perhaps it was best to let Sasuke continue his development. After all, he had promised not to overshadow his efforts. Yagyu discreetly dispelled the spiraling sphere, feigning nonchalance as he savored Sakura's massage. Chapter 26. Yuin's graduation gift. Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, Yagyu held no ill will toward Hinata and Ino. Everyone has their own lives and families. Even Yagyu couldn't be there for them every day. What right did he have to expect anything different from the two? One must not be hypocritical. Feeling the gentle kneading of small hands on his shoulders, Yagyu involuntarily let out a sigh of comfort. "Is it pleasant?" a cool voice inquired. Realizing something was amiss, Yagyu opened his eyes and discovered Yuin had arrived. "What brings you here?" he asked, sitting up slightly, a twinge of embarrassment washing over him as if caught in an illicit affair. "What? Am I unwelcome?" Sakura, ever perceptive, vacated her spot to allow Yuin to sit, who then took over the massage duties. "Is it comfortable?" Yagyu closed his eyes to relish the sensation, replying, "Indeed." A smile flickered across Yuin's face. But then she expressed a hint of regret. "I've been busy with missions lately and haven't had much time to visit. I hope you don't mind." Yagyu shook his head. To claim he didn't mind was a lie. Regardless, he wished for her to spend more time by his side. Yuin seemed poised to say something, but Yagyu gently placed his finger on her lips to silence her. I understand your hardships. You have your own aspirations, and I respect that. I can allow you to pursue what you desire now, but once we are married, I expect you to stay by my side and avoid dangerous places like the Umbu. I will worry about you, you know? Yuin's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. I understand, and I will be safe. It had been nearly 2 years since they had confirmed their relationship. She initially thought herself 10 years his senior, believing she should be the guiding elder. Yet Yagyu, this younger brother, proved to be remarkably mature and perceptive, adept at charming her. If not for his flaw of being a flirt, he would be the perfect man in her heart. However, perfection is a myth. One cannot expect a person to be accomplished, devoted, and charming all at once. Moreover, before imposing demands on a partner, one should reflect on whether they are deserving of such expectations. Are you stunningly beautiful, infinitely gentle and considerate, or perhaps exceptionally talented and powerful? If you possess none of these qualities and are unwilling to contribute, then your demands should be considerably fewer. While confidence is essential, pursuing unattainable goals without grounding in reality is akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Fortunately, Yuin was not of that ilk. She understood her worth. In terms of talent and appearance, she felt unworthy of Yagyu. Were it not for the connections through their families, she would never have been able to take her place as his rightful partner. You'll be graduating soon, won't you? Yes. Yuin produced a gift box and presented it to Yagyu, saying, This is for your graduation. Sakura, noticing the gesture, felt a pang of regret, thinking, why didn't I prepare a gift for Yagyu-kun? Thankfully, there was still time before graduation. She could still make arrangements. What is it? Yagyu asked. Curiosity piqued as he received the box. Yuin beamed sweetly. Open it and see. The box, over 4 feet in length, was adorned in a dark purple hue with beautiful butterfly patterns. As Yagyu gently opened it, a flash of brilliance caught his eye. A blade? As he fully unveiled the contents, a dark-hued short sword, measuring 3.5 shaku, appeared before him. This was crafted by Master Tetsuzan in the Land of Iron, capable of cutting through steel like butter. Tetsuzan? Yagyu briefly recalled an odd motion, but quickly redirected his focus to the blade itself. Grasping the hilt with his left hand and caressing the blade with his right, he could not help but exclaim, What a fine blade. Indeed it is, Yuin replied, her face lighting up with the pride of a child. Clearly, receiving praise for her chosen gift brought her immense joy. From now on, this blade will accompany you and protect you. Hearing those words, Yagyu paused for a moment, then smiled softly and replied, All right. He tenderly stroked the blade, silently vowing to use it to safeguard Yuin Utsuki. Meanwhile, Sakura observed the flirtation between Yagyu and Yuin with a twinge of jealousy. I want to protect Yagyu-kun too. I want Yagyu-kun to protect me. How infuriating. On the day of the graduation exam, everyone arrived at the classroom as usual. However, unlike their usual lackluster demeanor, the students today were particularly exhilarated. After 6 arduous years of training, they were finally on the verge of becoming the ninjas they had always dreamed of being. All that remained was to pass this straightforward exam. Yagyu, I will defeat you and become Hokage, Naruto proclaimed defiantly. Yagyu regarded the provocation with bemusement. Since he had taken Sasuke's place, he had become the target of Naruto's daily challenges. Moreover, due to his closeness with Sakura, Naruto viewed him as a rival. Give it up, Naruto. You should be more concerned about merely passing the exam, considering your abysmal rankings in written tests, physical skills, and ninjutsu, Shikamaru advised dispassionately. Yet, Naruto appeared undeterred, boasting, This trivial graduation exam is nothing to me. Watch how I breeze through it and earn my forehead protector. Moments later, Irika-sensei and Mizuki-sensei entered to announce the exam content. The clone technique. Naruto's face turned ashen. Oh no, this is my weakest technique. Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at him, stifling a yawn as he mentally scoffed, as if he were particularly adept at the substitution technique or transformation technique. In reality, Naruto's transformation technique was reasonably proficient, otherwise, he would not have been able to develop the alluring transformation technique. However, to claim Naruto was exceptional at it would be an overstatement. A truly skilled user of the transformation technique should be able to impersonate a wide array of individuals. However, Naruto possesses a remarkable talent for transforming into a beautiful woman. Aside from that, he is also quite adept at transforming into Yagyu. Frequently envisioning Yagyu as his imaginary rival, he has developed a profound understanding of him. Yet, if tasked with transforming into an unfamiliar man, Naruto would undoubtedly exhibit some flaws. Chapter 27. Graduation assessment, the shadow clone technique without hand seals. As the examination commenced, students took turns stepping forward for their assessments. Some succeeded, while others did not. Yet, the majority passed. After 6 years of training, it was rare for anyone to falter in the shadow clone technique. Soon, it was Naruto's turn. Trembling with anxiety, he approached his 2 instructors to demonstrate the technique. The shadow clone technique. A Naruto that appeared as lifeless as a dead dog materialized to his right, prompting uproarious laughter from his classmates. Is this truly the shadow clone technique? My dog, after 6 years, could perform better. If I didn't know better. I think a classmate had used the transformation technique to impersonate Naruto. Transformation technique? Whose transformation skills are so lacking? Silence. Iruka admonished the class to restore order, then sighed as he turned to Naruto. Naruto, you have not passed. Please, Iruka-sensei. Grant me another chance. Iruka frowned in discontent, replying, Naruto. Everyone is in the same boat. Each person only receives 1 chance. Moreover, if I were to offer you another opportunity, would you truly succeed? I. Naruto stammered, feeling utterly lost. Could he succeed? He lacked the confidence to believe so. His desire to become a ninja and ultimately the Hokage, gaining recognition from everyone, was his lifelong pursuit. He simply could not bear for it to end here. At that moment, Mizuki's ulterior motives stirred within him, and he smiled at Iruka. Iruka-sensei, I believe Naruto's shadow clone was actually quite good. Why not let him pass? Hearing Mizuki advocate for him, Naruto felt a surge of gratitude. Hope flickered anew within him. Unbeknownst to him, Mizuki's support was not altruistic. He sought to gain Naruto's trust for his own ends. Mizuki understood Iruka's unwavering integrity. If a few words could secure Naruto's passing, he wouldn't have taken so long to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Previously, he had been rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen due to questions surrounding his character. He had sought Iruka's assistance to write a recommendation letter, knowing Iruka was well-liked by Sarutobi. If Iruka could provide that letter, he would undoubtedly become a teacher at the academy. However, Iruka had refused, deeming it dishonest and a form of nepotism, which he abhorred. No. As expected, Iruka firmly denied him once more. If Naruto could pass with such a lackluster shadow clone, then surely no one would fail the assessment. Iruka unflinchingly marked unqualified on Naruto's report card, extinguishing the flicker of hope within him. His expression turned despondent as he returned to his seat, dejected. Mizuki observed Naruto's forlorn figure, a smirk of malice and mockery on his face. The fox wishes to be a ninja? Once I have used you, I shall dispose of you. Mizuki thought coldly. Next. Yagyu Moonlight. The mere mention of Yagyu's name elevated the atmosphere of the graduation assessment to new heights. Iruka regarded Yagyu with admiration, despite his tendency to sleep during class. His performance was exemplary. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, minor flaws were of little consequence. Finally, it was Yagyu's turn. He would undoubtedly breeze through the assessment, right? Wasn't that a given? Yagyu was the strongest in our class. A mere shadow clone technique could hardly pose a challenge for him. Go, Yagyu. Although his engagement to his fiancée had somewhat diminished Yagyu's popularity in class, it did not impact his standing among the boys. Strong, invincible. Yagyu yawned, casually strolling forward with his hands in his pockets, appearing as though he had just awakened. Having surpassed even elite jonin in strength, he had little interest in such trivial assessments. Were it not a necessary step toward becoming a ninja, he would have been disinclined to participate. Shadow clone technique, Yagyu murmured, performing the technique without forming hand seals. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. No hand seals. Iruka was momentarily stunned, forgetting to record his score. Mizuki's expression turned envious. Why couldn't such a genius be on my side? Did Yagyu truly execute the technique without hand seals? You did not miss C. He truly performed it without hand seals. How impressive. Naruto scoffed, jealousy evident in his tone. So what if he released a jutsu without hand seals? What is so remarkable about that? With a puff of smoke, Yagyu's shadow clone dissipated, and he paid no mind to what Iruka noted for his score. Surely, he would pass regardless. At that moment, Iruka, finally coming to his senses, recorded Yagyu's score. Yagyu Moonlight, outstanding. The assessment concluded, and as usual, everyone returned home. The next day, they would gather once more to begin class assignments. As Yagyu prepared to depart, he was approached by Sakura, who shyly presented him with a gift box. Yagyu-kun, this is a graduation gift for you. I hope you like it. In the meantime, Ino and Hinata, who were also preparing to leave, paused in surprise. Ino's expression turned furious. How despicable. How could she resort to such tactics? Hinata felt a twinge of shame. Why hadn't I thought of that? I hope Yagyu-kun isn't upset. Yagyu smiled slightly as he accepted the gift. I like everything you give me. His words brought joy to Sakura, and he then opened the box. Inside lay a kunai adorned with cherry blossom designs, its tip tied with delicate pink threads, presenting a beautiful sight. It's stunning. I truly love it. Thank you, Sakura. Yagyu tucked the kunai into his ninja tool pouch, eliciting a delighted response from Sakura. I'm glad you like it. She replied, blushing. I'll give you a gift as well, Yagyu announced, retrieving a small gift box he had prepared in advance, clearly anticipating this day. Open it. Sakura nodded eagerly and opened the box to reveal a white short blade and a butterfly hair tie. Yagyu picked up the hair tie, gently gathering Sakura's long pink hair and tying it back as he softly said, in the line of duty, battles are inevitable. Long hair can obstruct your vision. Tying it up would be more advantageous. What do you think? Do you like it? Yes, I do. Me too. Anything from Yagyu-kun, I adore. Chapter 28. Sarutobi Hiruzen's recruitment refusal. The white blade was unremarkable, merely a moderately sharp and valuable knife. Nevertheless, even this elicited envy from Ino and Sakura. Yagyu-kun prepared a graduation gift for Sakura, yet we received none. Are we being overshadowed by Sakura? While the two girls were lost in their thoughts, Yagyu produced 2 more gift boxes. Ino, Hinata, what are you two standing there for? I've prepared gifts for you as well. Do we also get gifts? The 2 girls rushed over, only to display a bashful demeanor. But we Haven Tea prepared a graduation gift for you. That's quite all right. I lack nothing. Yagyu affectionately patted Hinata and Ino's heads before handing them their boxes. Hinata opened hers to find 2 gray-black outfits, designed as ninja casual wear to accommodate her developing figure without hindering her combat abilities. Ino's box contained a sleeve arrow, a type of specialized ninja tool. If it hit its target, even a jonin would sustain severe injury. Ino is not proficient in the other 5 elemental ninjutsu, nor is she skilled in taijutsu or swordsmanship. And she has not learned the Rasengan. Yagyu intends to prepare some life-saving ninja tools for her. Although it is highly likely that Ino will team up with Shikamaru and thus encounter little danger, it is always prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Do you like it? The 2 girls nodded happily, exclaiming, we love it. This was the first gift Yagyu had bestowed upon them, and both girls cherished it dearly, tucking it away with great care. Simultaneously, they resolved in their hearts to make amends for Yagyu's graduation gift the following day, as they were determined not to be outdone by Sakura, despite Yuin's presence, making it impossible for them to contend for the primary wife position. They could still vie for the second position. After presenting the graduation gifts, Yagyu prepared to leave with the 3 girls. However, at that moment, an elderly man entered. Lord Hokage? The 3 girls exclaimed in shock, and Yagyu was equally taken aback. What business did this old man have? Greetings to you all. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted the 4 with a kindly grandfatherly smile. He then turned to Moonlight Yagyu and inquired, do you have a moment? Shall we converse? Yagyu was uncertain about the purpose of Hiruzen's visit, but he felt he had no authority to refuse and let the 3 girls depart, leaving only himself and Hiruzen, creating an unexpectedly quiet atmosphere. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yagyu asked. Hiruzen pondered briefly before asking, Yagyu, would you be interested in joining the Yambu? No. Yagyu replied immediately without a second thought, causing Hiruzen to appear somewhat awkward. The Yambu is directly under his command as the 3rd Hokage. Surely, serving the most historically powerful and esteemed Hokage is a privilege every Konoha ninja should aspire to, isn't it? May I inquire why? Hiruzen attempted to maintain a gentle smile. Because it's too troublesome, and I am not in need of money. Why would I undertake such exhausting missions? Yagyu candidly expressed his true feelings, leaving Hiruzen feeling as if he had a thorn lodged in his throat. It had been a long time since he had encountered a youth so devoid of the will of fire. Yagyu, how can you think this way? One must not be so selfish. As a ninja, one should understand the need to sacrifice for the village's development. If everyone were like you, who would protect Konoha? Who would safeguard your family and loved ones? My family is already gone, but you wish to protect Yuin, don't you? Yagyu pondered this. Hiruzen's expression brightened, thinking Yagyu's mindset was shifting. Little did he know, Yagyu's next statement shattered that hope. However, I believe the best way to protect someone is not to face peril together, but to keep them away from danger. I've already discussed it with Yuin. Once we marry, she will no longer be involved. What do you mean? I'm trying to recruit you, and yet you're undermining my efforts? Furthermore, he added, if you wish to protect Hinata, Sakura, and Ino, joining the Yambu would be out of the question. Perhaps you could assign them to my team, and then I might consider joining the Yambu. Hiruzen's head was filled with black lines. Ino and Sakura were manageable, as they could be recruited into the Yambu if their abilities were sufficient. However, Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan and future clan leader, would never have her father, Hyuga Hayashi, agree to allow her to join the Umbu and undertake dangerous missions. Of course, as Hokage, Hiruzen could give the order, but it would strain his relationship with the Hyuga clan, jeopardizing his position and authority within Konoha's higher echelons. Therefore, he could not permit Hinata to join the Umbu. They have just graduated. They are not suited for such roles in the Umbu. Hiruzen found an excuse to deflect Yagyu's insistence, but Yagyu was not easily swayed. I just graduated as well. If they are unsuitable, why am I? You are different. In what way am I different? You are stronger. Hiruzen praised Yagyu. You are a true genius. Konoha's future needs you. Oh, Hiruzen sighed, realizing that merely appealing to the will of fire would not sway Yagyu. If you are willing to join the Umbu, I can offer the Moonlight Clan a plot of land closer to the center of Konoha, and I can provide your clan with more missions. How does that sound? This proposal would likely be quite tempting for your clan leader. Why not ask him if, at his age, he would still be willing to serve as an Umbu ninja? Hiruzen's mouth twitched at the thought of that square-faced old lecher. His entire demeanor darkened. As the leader of the Moonlight Clan, he was shameless and had been reported for peeping at women in the bathhouse. His skills had waned considerably. He could barely walk without injuring himself. Even at his peak, he was merely a special jounin who had mastered the body flicker technique and had achieved some success in intelligence gathering. To have him return to the Umbu? He wouldn't even consider it. Looking at Yagyu, Hiruzen felt regret. The will of fire could not attract Yagyu. Love could not sway him. And even family interests mattered little to him. Such a selfish ninja could be detrimental to all of Konoha. If one day Konoha were to offend Yagyu, he could become a formidable adversary. Fortunately, Yagyu was too laid back to care about power. Otherwise, he would be a threat. Chapter 29. The 7th Squad lists Shimizu and Uzumaki Naruto. Realizing he could not persuade Yagyu to join the Umbu, Hiruzen abandoned that notion. Since you are unwilling to join the Umbu, so be it. However, given your strength, being a mere genin is beneath you. I now present you with two choices. One is to join a jounin team directly, where you will undertake missions alongside a jounin. The other is to participate in this year's Chunin exams. The Chunin exams would commence in a few months. For a freshly graduated genin, this was an almost insurmountable challenge. Yet, Yagyu was different. His abilities, according to Kakashi, had already reached the level of a jounin. A 12-year-old jounin. He was practically a second Kakashi. I choose the second option. Good. Hiruzen favored the latter option as well. This would not only give Yagyu more time to familiarize himself with ninja missions and deepen his ties to Konoha, but would also allow him to naturally rise to higher positions. It is known that the higher the rank, the greater the responsibilities, making it easier for him to assign tasks to Yagyu. Given Yagyu's character, Hiruzen was concerned that remaining a genin for too long would not bode well for him. If he were not worried about Yagyu's lack of experience in missions, he would have even considered allowing Yagyu to participate in the jounin assessments and promote him directly. I hope you will work hard in the coming months and not slack off. This year's Chunin exams will be somewhat different from the past. Yagyu nodded slightly, not questioning further. The so-called difference was merely a joint exam among the various ninja villages. He even knew more than that. At that time, you, the Konoha bear, might end up perishing in this examination. After imparting his instructions, Hiruzen prepared to take his leave. Just then, Yagyu suddenly recalled something and asked, "May I inquire about who my teammates will be?" Among the 12 elite genin of Konoha, 9 were from this graduating class. In other words, he was the odd one out in this year's graduation. No matter how Hiruzen arranged the squad lists, one person would inevitably be excluded. Of course, a 4-man squad was not impossible, but this format generally only occurred under special circumstances, such as when forming a temporary team for particularly challenging missions. Hiruzen glanced back at Yagyu and replied, "Unless something unexpected occurs, it will be you, Sasuke, and Sakura. However, I cannot guarantee that this list will remain unchanged before tomorrow. This is as good as saying nothing. What might transpire tonight?" Naruto Uzumaki, incited by his teacher Mizuki, was led to steal the Book of Seals. During this endeavor, he experienced a breakthrough, mastering the shadow clone technique and ultimately defeating Mizuki, thus passing the ninja examination. However, upon hearing the words of Hiruzen Sarutobi, it became apparent that everything was premeditated. After all, how could a mere genin infiltrate the heavily guarded Hokage Tower to steal such a vital tome? Reflecting on this, Yagyu could not help but shake his head. Indeed, those who dabble in politics are often unscrupulous. He glanced at the clock, noting that it was already quite late. Over an hour had passed since class ended. Time to head home. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Yagyu stifled a yawn and departed from the classroom. As he stepped out of the school, he spotted Naruto swinging alone at the entrance. The young ninja's expression was one of profound sadness and desolation. It seemed that the failure of this examination had struck him deeply. Orphaned and despised by the entire village, he was labeled a failure, a burden to all. Yet, instead of succumbing to self-pity or harboring hatred, Naruto resolved to shatter these labels. He never pondered why he was born without parents or why the villagers loathed him so. Nor did he question why, despite his diligent training, he lagged behind his peers. Some individuals are simply destined to be virtuous, regardless of the obstacles they face. With a sigh, Yagyu decided to take a left turn to leave. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Mizuki? Yagyu was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. He observed Mizuki exchange a few words with Naruto before they both departed. It seemed they were about to conspire over the Book of Seals. Although Yagyu had no intention of meddling, a dangerous idea sparked within him. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi's preliminary team roster included himself, Sasuke, and Sakura, as long as Naruto did not pass the exam, the team composition would remain unchanged. This meant he could remain in the same class as Sakura and Sasuke without the fear of being reassigned. While the likelihood of being moved was slim, Sasuke, possessing the Sharingan, was certain to be placed in the same class as Kakashi, and Naruto, as the Jinchuriki, would undoubtedly require a trusted Jonin to lead him, ensuring both would be in the same class. Lastly, Sakura, being the sole female, had even less chance of being swapped out than he did. With this realization, Yagyu contemplated secretly involving himself in this affair. By disrupting Mizuki and Naruto's plans, he might prevent Naruto from graduating. If Naruto failed to graduate, he could guarantee that the roster for Team 7 would remain intact. Knowing that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, was likely under the watchful eye of the Umbu, Yagyu refrained from recklessly following the two. Instead, he continued home as usual until he turned a corner, where he employed the shadow clone technique to disguise himself, transforming into an older man, complete with a pre-prepared Umbu mask, to pursue Mizuki and Naruto's direction. Careful consideration was taken to avoid revealing his identity. Mizuki and Naruto had not ventured far. They soon arrived at an uninhabited grove to confer. When Yagyu arrived, he caught the tail end of their conversation. Mizuki urged, Naruto, if you manage to steal the Book of Seals, learning just 1 or 2 techniques from it will ensure you pass the exam with ease. But Mizuki-sensei, stealing is wrong. Especially from the Book of Seals, Naruto replied. Don't you wish to become a ninja? Mizuki pressed. A fleeting shadow crossed Mizuki's face. He was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected moral stance. You are despised by the entire village. Do you even understand that? Mizuki's expression turned serious. Naruto, you must grasp this. It may be your only chance in life. If you let this opportunity slip away, you may never become a ninja. The thought of never becoming a ninja, of never earning the recognition of becoming Hokage, solidified Naruto's resolve. All right, I'll do it. Mizuki's face broke into a sly grin as he praised. I knew you would come to your senses. If you steal the Book of Seals, you will surely become a ninja and earn the acknowledgement of everyone as Hokage. And you need not worry about being pursued once you memorize its contents. I will help you return it. No one will ever know. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. You are so kind to me. Naruto, utterly enamored by Mizuki's manipulation, sparkled with gratitude, even shedding a tear. Who else in Konoha cared so deeply for him? Naruto Uzumaki. It was an honor to have a teacher like Mizuki. Chapter 30. A deceptive exchange from his concealed vantage point. Yagyu overheard the entirety of their conspiracy. He could have intervened directly to thwart their plans, but he suddenly sensed another presence lurking nearby, watching them as he was, causing him to reconsider his approach. Before long, once Mizuki and Naruto had departed, another figure emerged. Irika. Had he been monitoring Mizuki or Naruto all along? The implications sent a chill down Yagyu's spine. Typically, Irika appeared to be a straightforward individual, but perhaps he was more complex than he seemed. After all, in the later stages, Irika could hold his own against pain, surpassing even the special Jonin Ebisu in capability. Such depth seemed plausible. Yagyu shook his head, perplexed by the intricacies of human nature. At the academy, Irika and Mizuki were inseparable, appearing as close friends. While Mizuki seemed to regard Irika as a naive fool whom he could easily manipulate, little did Mizuki know that the naive Irika had been observing him all along. Perhaps after Mizuki's betrayal of his comrades, Hiruzen had taken notice of him, but lacking evidence, had only tasked Irika with surveillance. Yagyu recalled that Mizuki had previously been denied a position as a ninja teacher, yet had inexplicably become one 2 years later. He found it hard to believe there wasn't some ulterior motive at play, whether it was approving Mizuki's appointment or deliberately allowing him to interact with Naruto. It all seemed like a strategic bait. What remained uncertain was whether Naruto's potential ascent to ninja status was part of their scheme. While Yagyu was unaware of Hiruzen's true intentions, He resolved not to let the Hokage easily achieve his goals. Casting a glance at Iruka, who had followed Naruto, Yagyu turned to leave. At midnight, Konoha erupted into alarm as the alarm bells rang out. The Book of Seals had been stolen, prompting Hiruzen Sarutobi to summon all Jonin to investigate its whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the very forest where Mizuki and Naruto had conspired, a flash of orange darted through the trees. Ouch! Suddenly, a stone tripped Naruto, causing him to fall, and the Book of Seals he carried slipped from his grasp, rolling into the nearby underbrush. Damn it! Where did that stone come from? Naruto grumbled as he scrambled to his feet, rushing into the bushes to retrieve the book before continuing toward the rendezvous point. Shortly after, a figure descended into the clearing. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing it to be Iruka. A stone? Iruka surveyed the area with suspicion, but found nothing amiss. Looks like he really was in a hurry, he muttered, continuing in the direction Naruto had fled. Once Iruka was out of sight, a transparent figure swiftly departed in the opposite direction. Indeed, this was none other than Yagyu, utilizing the body flicker technique to remain undetected. He had stealthily tripped Naruto and then swapped the Book of Seals. As long as the genuine Book of Seals remained out of Naruto's reach, he would be unable to learn the techniques contained within, thus preventing him from graduating from the Ninja Academy. Of course, to safeguard against any contingency, Yagyu had discreetly eliminated Mizuki. Without this emotional catalyst, Naruto would be far less likely to experience any sudden mastery of forbidden techniques. Moreover, the disappearance of Mizuki could serve as a scapegoat for the stolen Book of Seals. Yagyu need not worry about Sarutobi Hiruzen tracing it back to him. A quarter of an hour later, Naruto fled to a place he believed to be safe, panting heavily for a moment. Surely, he wouldn't be discovered, would he? Feeling the uncomfortable hard object pressing against his back, Naruto felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Forget it, I should focus on learning ninjutsu. Let me see what powerful techniques are contained within this Book of Seals. Rubbing his hands together, Naruto eagerly opened the Book of Seals. To his astonishment, the pages were completely blank. Why is there nothing inside? Frantically, Naruto flipped through the Book of Seals repeatedly, yet he found not a single technique. This Book of Seals was utterly devoid of any writing. Did I steal the wrong one? Confused, Naruto recalled that he had followed Mizuki-sensei's instructions precisely. There was no way he could have taken the wrong book. Could it be that I'm opening it incorrectly? I've heard that some scrolls cannot be opened in the usual manner and require water to be wet, or fire to be heated before their contents can be revealed. Something as formidable as the Book of Seals certainly wouldn't be easily accessible. With this thought in mind, Naruto felt a surge of hope. Thus, he quickly made his way to a riverbank, opened the Book of Seals, and submerged it in the water. Since burning it would destroy it, Naruto decided to try the water method first. However, after soaking the scroll, it still revealed nothing. Pressing his face against the Book of Seals, he still saw not a single character. Must I resort to burning it? Just as Naruto was engulfed in doubt, a figure lurked in the trees nearby. How strange. Why hasn't Mizuki shown up yet? Wait, what is that fool Naruto doing? Did he just throw the Book of Seals into the river? Iruka felt a strong urge to intervene and stop Naruto, but considering Mizuki had yet to appear, he held back. It's just wet. It'll dry out in no time. Iruka reassured himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in order to expose Mizuki, had entrusted Naruto with the genuine Book of Seals. Watching Naruto foolishly rub his face against the Book of Seals, Iruka felt a pang of frustration. If you truly can't learn, then just give up, stop fidgeting. Iruka suddenly felt a profound sense of failure as a teacher over the past years. Not only had he failed to teach Naruto ninjutsu, but he also couldn't even teach him how to self-study. Who on earth soaks a scroll in water to learn ninjutsu? Iruka was inexplicably engulfed in self-reproach, while Naruto remained determined to not give up on the Book of Seals. Suddenly, Naruto began gathering firewood and proceeded to drill wood to create fire. What on earth is he doing? Iruka watched in bewilderment as Naruto took 10 minutes to ignite a fire. Then, he inserted 2 wooden sticks into the ground on either side. Is he planning to grill something? Iruka was left in utter confusion. It was a critical time, and he should be focusing on learning ninjutsu instead of barbecuing. Iruka mentally berated him, only to witness Naruto placing the Book of Seals right over the flames and starting to roast it. Stop, Naruto. What are you doing? Iruka-sensei. Naruto, feeling guilty, grabbed the Book of Seals and attempted to flee, but his speed was no match for Iruka's. In an instant, Iruka stood before him, blocking his path. With a face filled with disappointment, Iruka snatched the Book of Seals, carefully wiping away the water stains. You actually soaked the Book of Seals and even tried to roast it. What would you have done if it caught fire? You already know, Iruka-sensei, Naruto mumbled. His head lowered, anxiety gnawing at him. What am I going to do? The fact that I stole the Book of Seals has been discovered. Where are you, Mizuki-sensei? Chapter 31. The turmoil in Konoha. Danzo pressures the council. Irika, holding the damp Book of Seals, also sensed something was amiss. Why are there no characters? Could it be that the Hokage anticipated this and only allowed Naruto to steal a fake Book of Seals? This is a disaster. If the Book of Seals is indeed fake, then I have prematurely exposed myself. Will Mizuki ever return? The two waited in vain for Mizuki, who ultimately did not appear, and Naruto failed to make any breakthroughs during this incident, resulting in Irika holding him back in the Ninja Academy. That night, Irika returned to the Hokage Tower with the damp Book of Seals. He had suspected that the Book of Seals might have been swapped, but he had been tailing Mizuki all this time, so the latter should not have had the opportunity to act. With a heart full of trepidation, Irika presented the Book of Seals to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The moment Hiruzen laid eyes on it, he recognized it was a forgery. This is fake. Upon realizing the Book of Seals had been stolen, Hiruzen's first suspicion did not fall on Mizuki or Naruto, but rather on Irika himself. Consequently, the Umbu swiftly apprehended Irika and took him in for questioning. The interrogation, of course, did not yield favorable results. Irika had not taken the Book of Seals. Naruto had not taken it either. Mizuki had vanished. Various clues seemed to point to Mizuki having swapped the Book of Seals unbeknownst to anyone. How could the esteemed Hokage have been outmaneuvered by a mere chunin, and to lose such an extraordinarily important Book of Seals? In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately classified Mizuki as an S-rank rogue ninja. Alive or dead, he must be found. That night, countless Umbu operatives were dispatched, all in pursuit of this insignificant chunin. Yet Mizuki had long since perished, and their efforts were destined to be in vain. The apprehension operation lasted an entire week, throwing Konoha into chaos. Though no one knew precisely what had transpired, the activity among the ninjas surged exponentially, with even house-to-house searches. This made it clear to everyone that something monumental had occurred in Konoha. However, due to the theft of the Book of Seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to disclose the matter to the world. Otherwise, the entire land of fire might descend into turmoil. Who knows how many individuals with nefarious intentions would appear in the land of fire for the sake of this Book of Seals, and how many disloyal Konoha ninjas might be blinded by this news and turn traitor. Most alarmingly, Hiruzen's credibility in Konoha would likely diminish due to this incident. The Book of Seals, containing all of Konoha's formidable forbidden techniques, had been pilfered by a mere chunin instructor. What a display of incompetence! This matter must not be allowed to leak, especially not to the two advisors or Danzo. Yet, ultimately, one cannot hide a fire with paper, after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mobilized all the Jonin to search for the Book of Seals, making it impossible to conceal. The subsequent actions only intensified, and even the most oblivious could discern that Sarutobi Hiruzen had made a grave mistake. Upon learning of this news, Danzo rushed to the Hokage's office to launch a tactical mockery. Hiruzen, you couldn't even safeguard a Book of Seals, and it was snatched by a mere chunin instructor. Perhaps it's time for you to step down. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a heavy silence. He had no justification in this matter, nor could he evade responsibility. Consequently, he lacked the confidence to argue with Danzo. Shortly thereafter, the two advisors entered the room. Kurenai Yuhi, this is simply outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could you, as the third Hokage, commit such a foolish act? To use the Book of Seals as bait for a chunin traitor? Was it worth it? Mito Kazama, the most absurd part is that you were actually outsmarted. A mere chunin managed to manipulate you, and if this gets out, it will be a source of ridicule for our village for years to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, sighing, at this point, I have done my utmost to remedy the situation. Remedy? You sent the Umbu and all the Jonin to capture Mizuki, and it has been a week. What progress has been made? Moreover, the most crucial issue is that not only has Mizuki not been captured, but the Book of Seals has not been retrieved, and the entire Konoha has been plunged into chaos because of this. One might mistakenly believe that we are on the brink of declaring war against a certain hidden village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have grown increasingly muddled with age. Shimura Danzo seized the opportunity to launch a scathing tirade against Hiruzen. For many years, he remained overshadowed by Hiruzen, primarily because the latter had fostered a peaceful and stable environment for Konoha. This garnered the two advisors' favor towards Hiruzen, but now, in light of recent events, Danzo was determined to belittle Hiruzen and sway the advisor's support to his side. In my opinion, it would be more prudent to entrust this matter to me. Our route operates with greater discretion and would prevent Konoha from descending into chaos. Upon hearing Danzo audaciously offering to clean up his mess, Hiruzen felt not joy but rather indignation. What does that imply? I, as Hokage, cannot manage this situation, yet you, a mere leader of Root, can? Do you believe yourself superior to me? No, I will handle this matter myself without burdening Root. The two advisors, upon hearing Hiruzen's response, were evidently displeased. Hiruzen, Konoha cannot afford further turmoil. We believe it would be best for Root to take charge of this situation. The actions of the Umbu and Jonin are far too conspicuous. Everyone can see that Konoha is in disarray. Yet, if we do not allow the Umbu and Jonin to engage, Hiruzen has no one else to rely on. After some contemplation, Hiruzen declared, I will recall the Jonin and allow the Umbu to continue their pursuit of Mizuki's whereabouts. Hiruzen, are you truly so obstinate? Danzo, realizing the advisor's intervention was futile, retorted in anger. However, Hiruzen remained unfazed by Danzo's threats, having served as Hokage for so many years. He was accustomed to keeping Danzo in check. He cast a cold glance at Danzo and calmly stated, I am Hokage, and all matters concerning Konoha are at my discretion, including your position as the leader of Root. You. Danzo's expression turned icy, as Hiruzen's words reminded him of that fateful night 6 years prior when he lost his position as Hiruzen's advisor. Without the title of Hokage, one is ultimately powerless. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Danzo stormed out. The two advisors, however, were unconcerned with Danzo's departure. They merely cast a deep glance at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, while you are indeed Hokage, there are matters where your consideration of our council is essential. Nevertheless, since you wish to manage this yourself, we shall not interfere, but understand that Konoha cannot continue in such disarray. Do you comprehend? Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, replied indifferently, I will manage it well. Very well. The two advisors nodded and departed. Ultimately, between Danzo and Hiruzen, they leaned more towards Hiruzen, not solely due to him being the second Hokage's chosen successor, but also because of the many accomplishments he had achieved over the decades. Konoha requires peace, a perpetual peace. Chapter 32, A Sloth, a Avenger, a Lovesick Fool. Following this discussion, Hiruzen summoned all the Jonin back to restore their original responsibilities. Meanwhile, a team skilled in tracking was dispatched to investigate the matter concerning Mizuki. This can be considered a cool-headed approach to the situation. Clearly, they were more concerned about their reputation than the lost sealing scroll. Simultaneously, although Danzo did not receive Hiruzen's approval, he took it upon himself to deploy personnel to investigate the matter. Unlike Hiruzen, he sent multiple teams to collectively probe the issue, seemingly intending to outdo Hiruzen. He aimed to recover the sealing scroll first and deliver a resounding blow to Hiruzen's credibility. However, despite their relentless investigation, even resorting to capturing and torturing Mizuki's fiancée behind Hiruzen's back, they were unable to uncover any information about Mizuki. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. At the Ninja Academy, a week had passed since Yagami and the others had graduated. The team lists, which were supposed to be announced the day after the graduation exam, had been delayed due to the sealing scroll's disappearance, as all Jonin had been dispatched to locate Mizuki. With the Jonin absent, there was no one to oversee the new graduates, thus prolonging the announcement of team allocations until today. Team 7 consisted of Yagami, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Team 8 comprised of Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba. Team 10 included Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. The roster saw minimal changes, with Yagami taking the place of Uzumaki Naruto. After Irika read the list, he informed them that their supervising Jonin would arrive in the afternoon before wearily departing. It was apparent that the situation regarding Mizuki weighed heavily on him. The loss of the sealing scroll and the disappearance of Mizuki, whom he had been monitoring, left his future bleak. He might not be able to continue as a teacher at the Ninja Academy next year. Damn it. How could I not be placed in a team with Yagami? As soon as Irika left, Ino rushed over, venting her frustrations. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji approached with resigned expressions, silently standing by Ino's side as she lamented the team assignments. However, listening to their new teammate complain about her team did indeed sadden them. Are we truly that terrible? Shikamaru and Choji pondered. Hinata, on the other hand, did not react as vehemently as Ino. Although her expression showed a fleeting disappointment, she quickly greeted Yagami and began to bond with her teammates. All right. I truly regret not being placed in your team, Ino. However, this decision lies with the Hokage, and we cannot change it. Why don't we go grab lunch together? My treat. Lunch. Absolutely. Upon hearing the mention of lunch, Choji eagerly interjected, interrupting Ino's grievances. Though Ino was dissatisfied, she refrained from voicing her complaints, casting a fierce glare at Choji instead. Choji recoiled slightly, realizing that the title of the class's big sister was well-deserved. In the afternoon, devoid of Naruto and the incident of Sasuke being ambushed while disguised as him to go on a date with Sakura, the atmosphere was notably serene. The three teams shared lunch, engaged in conversation, and then returned to the classroom to await the arrival of their supervising jonin. As anticipated, Team 7's supervising jonin was the last to arrive. After everyone had left, Kakashi finally sauntered in. "Apologies, a wildcat obstructed my path on the way here." Upon opening the door, Kakashi offered a rather lackluster excuse. The trio was evidently skeptical, and Kakashi had no expectation that they would buy it. He simply could not be bothered to concoct a more suitable rationale. After all, he held the highest rank in the team and could say whatever he pleased. Kakashi glanced at the three, scratching his head, and remarked, "We're all old acquaintances. Oh, and to the girl, it's our first meeting. So let us go through the motions. Follow me." The four made their way to the school's training grounds, where Kakashi leaned against the railing. Addressing the trio, "Let us do some self-introductions. To be honest, I only know your names. Do share what you like, dislike, and your dreams, if you will." Yagami recalled that the self-introduction for Team 7 had gone this way. Ah yes, the words he intended to say were voiced by Yagami, leaving Kakashi feeling somewhat uncertain. He even hesitated for a second to contemplate. "Well then, let us start with you. I am Yagami, and what I detest is effort, while what I enjoy is power. My dream is to acquire strength without exertion. In truth, something already achieved cannot be considered a dream, but Yagami felt he had no real dreams left. He merely wished to lead a leisurely life, perhaps marrying multiple wives or something of the sort. Strength, without effort." Kakashi's lips twitched as he recalled the days when he had tasked Yagami with rigorous training. This kid was notoriously lazy. If it weren't for his own relentless pressure to train, this lad might still be oblivious to the intricacies of chakra nature transformation. Sasuke cast a quizzical glance at Yagyu, his face a portrait of skepticism. "Have you exerted any effort over the past 6 years? Aside from last year when you invested some effort into developing ninjutsu, I have yet to witness your diligence at any other time. You've never practiced with a sword, nor do you have a habit of revisiting ninjutsu. It seems that true geniuses can succeed without effort." "Alright, next." Kakashi pointed at Sasuke. "Sasuke, it's your turn." With an air of indifference, Sasuke replied coolly, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have no interests, but I detest one person. My dream is less a dream and more a goal. I intend to kill that man and seek revenge." Before Sasuke could finish, Yagyu playfully tapped his head. The sudden jolt of pain brought Sasuke back to his senses. The truth regarding the Uchiha clan's massacre was not something to be shared with just anyone, especially not with Kakashi, a trusted confidant of the Hokage. Kakashi noticed their little exchange, but rather than showing concern, he felt a sense of joy. After all, he was unaware of the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, presuming that Sasuke's so-called revenge was aimed solely at Itachi. The camaraderie displayed by the two gave Kakashi hope for team spirit, which was essential for leading his squad. The three seemed to share a harmonious bond. However, he pondered whether they could maintain this rapport in the face of peril. "You're the last one." Kakashi turned toward the only girl among the trio. Sakura, clearly more reserved than Yagyu and Sasuke, spoke with a hint of shyness. "I am Haruno Sakura. Rather than saying I have things I like, I prefer to mention the person I admire. I dislike insects, and my dream is to marry the one I love. A slacker, a vengeful soul, and a lovesick girl." Kakashi formed an initial impression of the trio. "My name is Kakashi, and I shall be your jounin instructor from this point forward. As for what I like and dislike, well, that's that." The trio internally scoffed at his vague response. Chapter 33. A different kind of bell test. Kakashi's pressure mounted. If he were to lead in the Blue Star, he would undoubtedly excel. Yagyu thought. "We will meet at the 7th training ground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for a survival exercise," Kakashi declared, glancing at the setting sun. "Survival exercise? What does that entail?" Sakura inquired, a look of confusion on her face. "Well, you may also interpret it as a graduation exercise. Only those who pass will officially graduate from the Ninja Academy," Kakashi explained. "Graduation exercise? Haven't we already graduated? Why do we need to do this again?" Sakura persisted. Kakashi shot her a knowing glance. "It's not that simple. The exams at your school merely assess your performance during your time there. They do not guarantee your capability as an exceptional ninja. Moreover, Konoha does not have an abundance of jounin to oversee every new team. If every new student were to pass each year, the ranks of Konoha's jounin would be insufficient." Sakura reflected on this, acknowledging the logic behind it. Without a second evaluation, they might never have the opportunity to graduate. She glanced at the composed Yagyu and Sasuke, reassured by their presence. with the top student and the second best in the exam. The chances of passing seemed exceedingly high. Seeing that the trio had no further inquiries, Kakashi dismissed them. Before departing, he cautioned them against having breakfast, obviously harboring ulterior motives. Understanding Kakashi's intentions, Yagyu remarked to the others, "Let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning and eat normally." But Kakashi-sensei just. Sakura began. "Survival exercises without breakfast? I doubt he means well. Given his tardiness today, the likelihood of him arriving on time tomorrow is 0. If he makes it to the training ground by 10, we should be grateful," Yagyu reassured her. Sakura remained apprehensive. What if Kakashi-sensei actually arrives on time tomorrow? Will he fail us? "Relax," Yagyu encouraged, patting her shoulder. "Just trust me. I know Kakashi all too well." Sasuke remained non-committal, having been under Kakashi's tutelage for a while. He was well aware of Kakashi's habits. Though meticulous during missions, he became exceedingly lethargic once the task was over, perhaps even more so than Yagyu. "I'll take my leave," Sasuke declared, departing first. Seeing the two at ease, Sakura chose not to voice her concerns further. The next day, early morning, when Yagyu and the others arrived, Kakashi was indeed absent. That infuriating Kakashi-sensei, he truly late again. Sakura fumed. The time had already surpassed 2 hours beyond the 6 o'clock assembly he had mentioned. An additional hour passed. Now nearing 10. Both Sasuke and Sakura grew impatient, while Yagyu had taken to fishing with a rod he brought along. "Ah, good morning." Kakashi appeared suddenly, provoking a full-blown eruption from an already exasperated Sakura. "Good morning? More like a disgrace," she retorted. "I apologize, I encountered a black cat blocking my path." Kakashi scratched his head, feigning innocence, much to Sakura's disbelief. "Now that you're here, let us get started," Sasuke said, his impatience palpable. Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Yagyu, smiling slightly. "It seems you both are not surprised by my tardiness. It's not our first encounter. We know you well," Yagyu replied, unimpressed. "Oh, so you've had breakfast?" Kakashi inquired. "Yes," they replied, with Kakashi scratching his head, looking rather troubled. "Well, I must say, you've left a rather poor impression on me." Yagyu shrugged, Sasuke crossed his arms, and Sakura appeared anxious. "Fine, since you've eaten. I want tea make you regurgitate it. Let us proceed directly to the exercise." Kakashi pulled out 2 bells from his ninja tool pouch. "This will be a bell-grabbing exercise. I will hide these 2 bells randomly in the forest, and your task is to retrieve them before noon." "Is that it? Just grabbing bells?" Sakura exclaimed, incredulous. Had she worried for so long over a task so deceptively simple? Of course, it won't be that easy. As if reading her thoughts, Kakashi continued. "The forest is riddled with traps, and while you search for the bells, I will be attacking you. Those defeated by me will be eliminated from the exam. Those who fall into traps will also be eliminated. And finally, those without bells at the end will be disqualified." Traps and the ever-looming threat of an elite jounin suddenly escalated the difficulty of the survival exercise. However, a pressing concern remained. Why were there only 2 bells? "Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells? If those without bells are eliminated, doesn't that mean one of us is destined to fail?" Sakura questioned. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and replied, "Indeed, at least one of you will not pass the exam, while the other 2 will obtain bells and become true genin. So, be wary of your comrades during the exercise, as they may attempt to ambush you to secure their own success." Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety. If only 2 could pass, it would mean Yagyu and someone else would succeed. He and Sakura would undoubtedly be no match for Yagyu. Yet, if it came down to merely him and Sakura, he was confident in his ability to succeed. Yet he harbored concerns that Yagyu might take action against him for Sakura's sake, which would render his chances of passing the assessment nearly non-existent. Contemplating this, Sasuke instinctively cast a wary glance at Yagyu and Sakura, subtly retreating a half step. Kakashi observed the entire scene, his eyes subtly smiling, though disappointment brewed within him. A ninja devoid of camaraderie is unworthy of the title, and Sasuke's conduct might dishearten his comrades. The true test now lay in whether the bonds among the 3 could withstand such a trial. Is becoming a ninja paramount? Or is the bond with one's comrades more significant? Kakashi mused, hoping they would not let him down. Otherwise, even if their strength rivaled that of a jonin, he would not permit them to pass the evaluation. Chapter 34. The Schemes of Sunlight, the Thunderstruck Tree. If Kakashi were inclined to be lenient, he could easily continue the bell-stealing game. Given the prowess of Yagyu and the others, with proper coordination, their chances of victory would be at least 70%. Moreover, he could prepare 3 bells, thus making the exercise solely a test of their individual capabilities. However, he would not resort to such measures. Considering the trio's abilities far surpassed those of typical newcomers, Kakashi abolished the bell-stealing rules, opting instead for a mode where they would seek the bells, fostering suspicion and conflict among them. Only 2 would secure bells out of the 3, who would be eliminated, who would willingly accept such a fate. This was a cunning scheme. Even if the trio discerned the plot, it would be of no consequence. How cunning is Teacher Kakashi? Seizing the moment Kakashi concealed the bells, Yagyu informed his companions of Kakashi's stratagem. Sakura, upon hearing this, wore an expression of fury, her small fists clenched, eager to unleash a Rasengan upon Kakashi. We must unite and absolutely avoid internal strife. Let us thwart Teacher Kakashi's plans, Sakura declared. Sasuke replied coolly, yet there are only 2 bells, despite our words. One person will inevitably be eliminated. Sakura fell momentarily silent, acknowledging the reality that, even if they pledged not to compete, would anyone truly consent to relinquish the bell when the moment arrived? Then I shall withdraw, Yagyu suddenly interjected, playfully tightening his grip around their necks. Enough with the idle thoughts. We haven't even located the bells yet. Our priority should be to avoid being ambushed by Kakashi. If we are eliminated without even sighting the bells, the discussion of their ownership becomes moot. Upon reflection, Sasuke found merit in this logic and replied, then let us wait until we spot the bells. Sakura, caught in Yagyu's playful hold, felt her cheeks flush, her mind clouded, and could only manage a meek, all right. Moments later, Kakashi emerged from the forest. Let the game begin. You have 2 minutes to enter. After that, I will pursue you. As his words echoed, Yagyu and the others vanished from sight in an instant. Their speed rivaled that of elite jonin. Kakashi marveled at their swift movements, exclaiming, what exquisite body flicker technique. Their proficiency rivals that of elite jonin. His words were not solely an appraisal of Yagyu, but also extended to Sasuke and Sakura. While the 2 may have lagged behind Yagyu in strength, their mastery of foundational skills like the body flicker technique was commendable. Unless one could infuse the technique with unique variations. Within the exercise forest, the trio did not hasten forward, but rather ambled leisurely. After all, the task at hand was to locate an object, particularly something as small as a bell. Moving too quickly might hinder their ability to spot their target. Of course, this was not an issue for either Sasuke or Yagyu, as both possessed the Sharingan. Once activated, the Sharingan significantly enhanced dynamic visual acuity, allowing one to count the fluttering of a mosquito's wings. However, Yagyu's Sharingan could not yet be revealed, and he was unable to leverage this advantage. This pace is too slow. Kakashi will soon be upon us, Sasuke warned, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, apprehensive of Kakashi's potential ambush from any direction. Yet, in Yagyu's perception, Kakashi had already caught up with them and was now lurking in the shadows, observing their movements. Together, we should be safe. Even if he catches up, he wouldn't dare strike recklessly, as he might not be our match. In the shadows, Kakashi's lips twitched. He was likely the first instructor who could be defeated by his students. However, if they were to separate, he could pick them off one by one, increasing the likelihood of their elimination. What do you propose? Sasuke inquired, furrowing his brow. With less than an hour until the assessment concludes, if we continue at this pace, we may not find the bells at all. The forest was relatively small, and even at a slow pace, they could circle it in half an hour. However, a volatile element was present, Kakashi. If they intended to stick together for a prolonged battle, Kakashi could easily retrieve the bells first or relocate them continuously, leaving them at a loss. In essence, they had limited options. They must hasten their search, risking traps or being taken down by Kakashi one by one. Then let us do this. You head left, and Sakura and I will go to the right. If Kakashi ambushes you, utilize a wide-range jutsu. We will rush back to support you immediately. All right. Sasuke was eager to act independently. To him, Yagyu's suggestion seemed merely a means to protect Sakura, the weakest among them. Had she not been present, he and Yagyu would have likely found the bells already. With this thought, Sasuke accelerated away from the group, determined to recover the lost time. Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, had been waiting for someone to stray from the group. With Sasuke's departure, he was poised to strike. He glanced at the solitary Sasuke, and then at Yagyu and Sakura, ultimately deciding to pursue Sasuke. He was well aware of Sasuke's strengths and weaknesses, and the potential for a silent trap to eliminate him was promising. As for Yagyu and Sakura, he had less insight into their capabilities. Yet, Sasuke was tethered to Yagyu. Regardless of the circumstances, Yagyu would always be a more formidable opponent. Kakashi followed Sasuke until they were several hundred meters away from Yagyu before preparing to make his move. Ahead lay a trap he had set. He wondered if Sasuke would fall for it. Kakashi drew a shuriken, ready to act the moment Sasuke's focus wavered. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, a danger loomed behind him. He activated his Sharingan, scanning the forest for the glimmer of the bells. Soon enough, he spotted a golden flash nestled within the heart of a tree. Bells. Sasuke dashed forward, fearing the prize might be snatched from him. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to trigger a trap. Countless shuriken flew toward him from all directions. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball technique, executing a perfect 360-degree spin to deflect all the shuriken. The entire process consumed not a second, and he maneuvered through the trap. However, as he approached the tree, poised to excavate the golden item within, a shadow materialized behind him. A surge of intense danger compelled Sasuke to abandon his action, executing a body flicker to evade the spot. The next instant, the electric surge of Chidori pierced through the tree, transforming it into a thunderstruck stump. Having narrowly evaded the attack, Sasuke regarded the charred tree with lingering trepidation. Holy hell, he is serious. Chapter 35. The measure of one's character, the power of words. Even the Chidori has been unleashed. Sasuke is acutely aware that this exercise is far from mere play. In an instant, he contemplates summoning support with the dragon fire technique. However, midway through forming the seals, he abruptly halts his actions. He yearns to test the disparity between himself and the elite Jonin of Konoha. If he can vanquish Kakashi, perhaps he will be one step closer to defeating Itachi. With this thought in mind, Sasuke unsheaths the blade from his back. Kakashi observes Sasuke's movements with mild astonishment. Oh, you intend to handle this alone, without summoning assistance? It seems I may be underestimated. Kakashi had originally planned to retreat, for assassination thrives on the principle of a single strike. Should he fail, he would make a swift escape. One Sasuke is already enough of a challenge. And once Yagyu and the others arrive, success would be even more elusive. Yet, Sasuke's audacity to confront him single-handedly presents an opportunity for Kakashi. In a flash, he disappears from his position, armed with kunai. Simultaneously, Sasuke vanishes as well. The two figures flit through the forest like phantoms, colliding with one another in a frenetic dance. Secret Sword, Moon Shadow. As Sasuke moves, countless afterimages appear, and the enigmatic swordplay catches Kakashi off guard, sending him hurtling away. Is that a technique from the Moonlight Clan? Your ties with Yagyu are indeed commendable, to have learned such a technique from him. Kakashi rubs his slightly numbed right wrist and remarks. Sasuke remains non-committal, thinking to himself, should I divulge the details of my familial bond with Yagyu to you? He gazes at Kakashi with a cool demeanor, stating, utilize your Sharingan, otherwise, you may find it difficult to keep pace with my speed. Having been taught Chidori by Kakashi, he is well aware that Kakashi possesses a Sharingan. He understands its origins and bears no ill will toward Kakashi. After all, Yagyu has freely imparted family secrets to him. What of other clan members gifting their eyes to outsiders? Such matters are ultimately irrelevant to him. Kakashi, too, does not overestimate himself at this moment. Sasuke has activated his two-tomo Sharingan, granting him insight that surpasses Kakashi's. If Kakashi were to engage with only one eye, he would find it impossible to discern Sasuke's weaknesses. He gently pulls down part of his mask, revealing a scarred Sharingan. Then I shall fight with my utmost strength. Both pairs of Sharingan ignite simultaneously, the three-tomo and two-tomo swirling within their pupils. In the next heartbeat, both disappear from sight. The forest reverberates with the sounds of their escalating battle. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. The two unleash the same ninjutsu in unison, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs them in a cloud of thick smoke, forcing them apart. At this moment, Sasuke grits his teeth, casting a wary glance at Kakashi on the opposite side. In their recent skirmish, he has not gained the upper hand. In fact, he feels somewhat suppressed. His two-tomo Sharingan seems to pale in comparison to Kakashi's single three-tomo. Could it be that the chasm between two and three-tomo is truly this vast? In terms of swordsmanship, taijutsu, and even ninjutsu, Kakashi has not employed alternate strategies, yet he has wholly replicated Sasuke's techniques. Remarkably, he has managed to suppress him. This is utterly unfathomable. Likewise, Kakashi's astonishment at Sasuke is equally profound. Once I activate my three-tomo, even ordinary jonin are no match for me. Yet Sasuke, despite having his techniques mirrored, remains formidable enough to contend with me. What a terrifying talent he possesses. But to see such a genius restrained by another genius, how powerful must Yagyu truly be? Kakashi's expression grows grave. He fears that this examination may not end favorably for him. Contemplating this, Kakashi grips his right hand with his left. Lightning crackles forth from his palm. He intends to resolve this swiftly. Sasuke, understanding the unspoken challenge, mirrors Kakashi's gesture, gathering lightning in his left hand as well. One decisive strike will determine the victor. I shall not cower before Kakashi. A sharp cry of two birds pierces the forest. As time flows, Kakashi surges forward, channeling the power of Chidori towards Sasuke. Although Sasuke has mastered Chidori for some time, he is still slightly inferior to Kakashi, lagging by 2 seconds in his advance. The two rush forth, akin to twin bolts of lightning, hurtling toward one another. In an instant, Chidori meets Chidori. Lightning collides with lightning. An explosion of blinding light envelopes the forest, sending shockwaves that scatter birds and send beasts fleeing. The earth trembles beneath the ferocity of the blast, prompting Yagyu and Sakura, situated a kilometer away, to be drawn towards the commotion. There's a battle. Surely, Sasuke is under attack by Kakashi-sensei. Sakura exclaims. Yagyu leaps into the treetops, gaining a vantage point where he observes flickers of undying lightning, indicating that the two have engaged in a fierce struggle utilizing powerful lightning ninjutsu. No fire techniques, only lightning ninjutsu. Sasuke clearly disregards my counsel, Yagyu muses, deducing Sasuke's intentions to provoke Kakashi to gauge his own capabilities. However, with both of their chakra reserves dwindling, it may ultimately come down to which of them exhausts their chakra first. Yagyu shakes his head and descends from the trees. Let us go, Sakura, and investigate. By the time they arrive, Kakashi and Sasuke will likely no longer be present. However, after searching for a while without success, it would be wiser to change their approach. Minutes later, Yagyu and Sakura reach the battlefield where Sasuke fought. The area has transformed into a wasteland. Trees shattered and strewn about, with numerous craters dotting the ground. Upon landing, Sakura's gaze immediately lands on the tree that Kakashi pierced with Chidori. The heart of the tree is charred black, a testament to the ferocity of their confrontation. To employ such a level of ninjutsu, does Kakashi-sensei intend to kill Sasuke? Despite Sasuke's aloof demeanor, Sakura still regards him as a comrade worthy of her concern. After surveying the devastation, Yagyu remarks, in our future missions, we will undoubtedly encounter even more perilous battles. In such instances, those who hold back may find themselves facing death instead. Kakashi's relentless combat serves to impart this lesson to Sasuke. Yet, given Sasuke's disposition, I fear I am worrying for naught. As for you, Sakura, you must never underestimate or show mercy when battling adversarial shinobi. It could cost you your life. Sakura cannot fully grasp the implications of this warning. Perhaps only through experiencing life and death crises will she comprehend the true meaning of Yagyu's words. Nevertheless, she obediently nods. I understand, Yagyu-kun. Among the three girls, one of the reasons Yagyu favors Sakura is her willingness to listen, even if she may not grasp the rightness or wrongness of it. She is always eager to heed and contemplate his caring admonitions. Of course, even if Sakura were to disregard his advice or err, he would not harbor anger. He would merely offer her gentle counsel once more. Yet, these small tokens of care and guidance bring great joy to Sakura. To be cherished and regarded by someone she admires is a delightful experience. Yet for Yagyu, it is merely a matter of exchanging words. Chapter 36. The Treacherous Kakashi's Trap. After Sasuke and Kakashi exchanged Chidori, he felt nearly half of his chakra deplete. Considering the need to locate the bells next, Sasuke is reluctant to engage in an exhausting battle with Kakashi. Moreover, through their recent encounter, he has discerned that the gap between himself and Kakashi is not insurmountable. In fact, should they continue fighting, he sees a glimmer of hope for victory. He has noticed that Kakashi's Sharingan appears unable to close. If they were to persist, it remains uncertain who would outlast whom. Rubbing his numbed right arm, he reflects on the overwhelming power of Chidori. The force of their collision is too much for his current physique to endure. At present, the most significant disparity between him and Kakashi likely lies in their physical prowess. The golden object from earlier was likely not a bell. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated by Kakashi's Chidori. Traps, and there are quite a number of them. As Sasuke fled, he noticed numerous similar golden glimmers around him, though they were all accompanied by traps. Considering Kakashi was in pursuit, Sasuke decided to postpone his investigation. First, he needed to recuperate his right hand, otherwise he might struggle to wield his sword effectively in their next confrontation. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was trailing behind, was not entirely unscathed. His right sleeve was charred black, clearly singed by electricity. However, his arm remained uninjured, allowing him to perform hand seals for ninjutsu. Yet, as Sasuke surmised, his chakra was depleting significantly. Although it hadn't fallen below a third, if the chase continued, even should he catch up to Sasuke, his combat efficacy would be severely compromised. Should Yagyu and the others appear at this moment, he would likely find himself bested by his own pupil. Strangely, this new student assessment had become a challenge for him. Alas, it was proving to be more arduous than an A-rank mission, a true predicament. With a sigh, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, still within his line of sight, and hesitated before opting not to pursue further. After all, they were in search of bells. He could afford to restore his chakra while setting traps and waiting for the opportune moment. With this thought in mind, Kakashi opened his ninja tool pouch, which contained 2 bells and several golden metal pieces. He extracted one of the golden pieces, found a suitable spot nearby to bury it, leaving a glimmering edge exposed, and affixed a few explosive tags in the vicinity. Upon further reflection, he deemed it insufficient and applied a touch of anesthetic poison to the golden piece. The world can be treacherous, even if you no longer serve under me. I hope you come to understand the dangers of the shinobi world and mature swiftly to contribute to Konoha. Based on Sasuke's character, he had little faith in the trio's ability to pass his assessment. During their earlier skirmish, Sasuke had ample opportunity to flee towards Yagyu for assistance. Yet he did not. Even if he felt outmatched, he intended to resolve the matter independently. Such pride is not uncommon among prodigies, but acting this way during a mission is irresponsible to oneself, the task, and one's comrades. Selfish and individualistic. He had once been this way until Obito's death jolted him into awareness. It is not wise to trade the lives of comrades for personal growth. Kakashi wished that all ninjas could recognize the significance of companionship at minimal cost, rather than waiting until lost to appreciate it. On the other side, Sasuke, seeing that Kakashi had ceased his pursuit, scoffed derisively. After running for a while longer, he discovered a secluded cave, drove out the bear residing within, and took shelter inside. Kakashi needed to recover his chakra, and so did he. Moreover, due to his injured right hand, he would likely require even more time to recuperate. A quarter of an hour later, Sasuke had regained about half of his chakra, and the numbness in his right arm had diminished. Although he could fully restore his chakra in another half hour, time was not on his side. Sasuke murmured to himself as he exited the bear's den, instinctively frowning. After spending some time in darkness, he found himself momentarily unaccustomed to the blinding light. While it did not hinder his ability to open his eyes, it blurred his vision considerably. It seemed as though some ethereal little worms were writhing in the air. He wondered if Yagyu and the others had located any bells. The thought of only 2 bells made Sasuke clench his fists instinctively. No more time could be squandered. Sasuke leaped into the air, but his body inadvertently brushed against some nearly imperceptible wires. Upon closer inspection, he realized someone had affixed explosive tags at the cave entrance without his knowledge. Damn it! With no time to evade, Sasuke could only shield himself with his hands to mitigate the damage. With a resounding explosion, he was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground. Before he could gather himself, a multitude of shurikens flew at him from all directions. In a frantic series of rolls, Sasuke barely evaded them. Just then, Kakashi appeared in the very spot where he had narrowly escaped, his chidori poised against Sasuke's face, seemingly ready to penetrate his skull at any moment. Sasuke dared not move, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. You finally emerged. I have waited for you so long. How did you discover my hiding place? Sasuke's expression was one of bitter resentment. Captured by Kakashi, it meant his elimination. The thought made him instinctively clench his fists. Failure. He could not accept any defeat apart from facing Yagyu. Kakashi pointed to the unconscious bear not far away, squinting as he smiled. That creature kept wandering around, hesitating to enter its own den. It was apparent someone was hiding inside. That's why I set the trap to ensnare you. If only I had killed that beast. Sasuke coldly retorted. Kakashi, however, teased. Killing it would have left a bloody scent. While most people wouldn't notice, ninjas have their own methods. So whether you kill it or not, you could not escape. Sasuke fell silent. So, what was the best course of action? To continue fleeing? Or to find a safer location? No, even if he changed places, he would still be found. If Kakashi possessed a means to detect the scent of blood, he surely had methods to track Sasuke's scent as well. Conceal the scent, don't trust animals, and best to set up boundary traps at the entrance. Despite being caught by Kakashi this time, Sasuke had gleaned considerable knowledge. Kakashi withdrew his chidori and declared to Sasuke, "You have been eliminated. You shall not partake in the upcoming lunch." Sasuke remained silent. Having been eliminated, he was indifferent to a mere meal. Besides, he had already eaten breakfast and felt no hunger at all. Chapter 37. Kill Haruno Sakura. Midday. Anticipating Sasuke's thoughts, Kakashi added, "If those 2 do not find the bells before noon, you will have another opportunity this afternoon." Upon hearing of a second chance, Sasuke's eyes brightened momentarily, only to furrow his brow. Am I not eliminated? He recalled the rules did not mention any possibility of resurrection. If it were not part of the rules, it would be charity. Sasuke would not accept even an ounce of Kakashi's charity. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, stating, "Someone must seize the bells. My elimination has no bearing on whether they acquire them. Are all eliminated individuals granted another chance?" Sasuke inquired coldly. "It is unrelated. But failing to find the bells within the specified time is also a form of elimination. Therefore, you are not different from them." With Kakashi's words, Sasuke found it more palatable to accept. Failing to find the bells and being defeated by Kakashi both amounted to elimination. There was no distinction. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly feigned profundity, stating, "Of course, not all eliminated individuals will be granted another opportunity. Then how can one earn this chance?" Sasuke continued to question with an icy demeanor. Kakashi nonchalantly pulled out a well-known work by Jiraiya from his ninja tool pouch and casually began to read, while simultaneously revealing the new rule. Kill. Haruno. Sakura. Sasuke's pupils instantly constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly incomprehensible. Why? Confusion and doubt flickered in his gaze. He had never heard of a ninja needing to engage in mutual slaughter to become one. Of course, his understanding of ninjas was largely derived from the words of the Uchiha clan, and he was not well versed in the workings of other ninjas from Konoha. Resources among ninjas are limited. Whether it is myself or other jonin, we all have our methods of eliminating unqualified ninjas. And my method is to eliminate those who are of no use. Sasuke remained silent for an extended period, neither affirming nor denying the proposition. Even upon leaving the forest, clarity eluded him. Kakashi refrained from further coaxing, merely presenting him with a choice. Whether he acted or abstained was wholly contingent upon Sasuke himself. As midday approached, Yagyu and Sakura discovered a handful of golden bells, having dismantled numerous traps, yet not a single bell was found. This was infuriating. So many counterfeit bells and an abundance of treacherous traps. Kakashi-sensei was truly despicable. Earlier, Sakura had succumbed to a narcotic concoction prepared by Kakashi, rendering her unconscious for a significant time. At that moment, Kakashi had even launched a surprise attack on them. Had it not been for Yagyu's protection, she would have been eliminated. Sakura silently clenched her fists, wishing fervently to deliver a sound thrashing to Kakashi. In contrast, Yagyu appeared unconcerned about the bells. He speculated that there were likely no genuine bells to be found. Kakashi must have concealed them on his person, or perhaps not even within the forest. Given Kakashi's cunning nature, he certainly would not permit them to breeze through the examination. After all, locating the bells was not the true essence of the test. Although Kakashi had allotted them until afternoon, he had prepared 2 lunchboxes, clearly anticipating their failure. Upon exiting the forest, they immediately spotted Sasuke, who was deep in meditation. "Sasuke!" Sakura exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand in greeting, but Sasuke ignored her gesture, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Humph, what a pretentious individual. Sakura would not waste her warmth on his indifference. She turned and embraced Yagyu's arm instead. Yagyu was far superior, handsome, strong, and gentle. Observing their interaction, Yagyu found it amusing. He patted Sakura's hand and remarked, "Sasuke has always had this disposition. You know that. Don't let him irritate you." With that, he approached Sasuke. "What is the matter? Did Kakashi give you a hard time and leave you feeling down?" "Humph." The proud Sasuke scoffed, unwilling to engage even with Yagyu. He was still tormented by the dilemma of whether to eliminate Sakura. Only by doing so could he reclaim his chance to be a ninja. Yet, he feared that killing Sakura might provoke Yagyu. If this act resulted in the severance of their friendship, it would be an outcome he greatly wished to avoid. It was not due to any profound bond with Yagyu, but rather because he needed Yagyu's assistance for revenge. Moreover, Yagyu was one of the few remaining kin he had in this world. He did not wish to ruin their relationship over such a matter. The revival of the Uchiha clan required Yagyu's support. He subtly cast a glance at Sakura, uncertain if she had received any directive from Kakashi. If Kakashi had instructed her to eliminate either him or Yagyu, would she comply? This thought made Sasuke feel a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't he that he feared Sakura might kill him. Rather, he was concerned for Yagyu. Given Yagyu and Sakura's relationship, she had numerous opportunities to take Yagyu's life. No, he absolutely could not allow Sakura to succeed. Yagyu. Just as Sasuke was about to confide this secret to Yagyu, Kakashi unexpectedly appeared, holding 2 lunchboxes in his hands. "Time has elapsed. None of you have passed the examination. Congratulations, you have all been eliminated," Kakashi announced with a smile, seemingly delighted by their failure. Sakura retorted, "In such a vast forest, and with bells so tiny, coupled with all these traps, how could it possibly be easy to find them?" Kakashi remained noncommittal. In this world, many ninjas possess extraordinary reconnaissance abilities. The inability to locate the bells cannot be blamed on the forest being too large or the bells too small. Nor can you fault the traps I laid. You can only attribute it to your lack of capability, understand? Will you blame the enemy as strength or the mission's difficulty in the future if you fail? If missions lack challenge, what need would there be for ninjas? Sakura was left speechless by his retort and fell silent. Kakashi chose not to continue criticizing her, instead smiling and saying, however, do not despair. Although you did not pass this morning's examination, I will grant you another opportunity this afternoon. With a glance at Sasuke, a chill ran down Sasuke's spine. Was this a prompt for him to take action? He clenched his fists in secret, still rife with hesitation. At that moment, Sakura exclaimed joyfully, "We still have the entire afternoon? That's wonderful. Kakashi-sensei, you're so kind." Kakashi smirked, placing the 2 lunchboxes in front of Yagyu and Sakura, then suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Sasuke was the first to be eliminated, so he will not have a lunchbox today. You two will each have one. Remember, do not share with Sasuke. Otherwise, you both will be completely eliminated. Understood? Sakura, taken aback by Kakashi's sternness, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yagyu, however, showed no reaction and even yawned. The sun was just right, perfect for a nap. Chapter 38. A test of poison. Kakashi regarded Yagyu with exasperation, realizing he could not intimidate this young man. During their earlier skirmish in the forest, he discovered that he was not a match for Yagyu. He had exerted all his strength, yet Yagyu was able to protect Sakura while simultaneously overpowering him. It was nothing short of astonishing. Initial assessments suggested that Yagyu surpassed Sasuke by at least tenfold in terms of physical prowess, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship. Kakashi could not fathom how this young man had trained. Surely, one could not attain such strength simply by practicing ninjutsu since birth. The most outrageous aspect was Yagyu's remarkable stamina. After casting several Chidori, Kakashi found himself depleted of chakra, while Yagyu appeared unaffected, unleashing powerful techniques as if chakra were of no consequence. Alas, this prodigious talent surpassed what Kakashi had experienced in his youth. If Yagyu passed the examination, he would undoubtedly be a challenge to manage. Kakashi pondered why the 3rd Hokage had kept him at the rank of genin. Was it merely to allow him to transition? Reflecting on his own swift graduation to the battlefield, Kakashi felt that times had indeed changed. The 3rd's protection of geniuses was extraordinary. Kakashi departed, leaving them uncertain if he lurked in the shadows, observing them. 3 individuals, 2 lunchboxes. Sasuke sat with his eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the lack of a lunchbox that belonged to him. Sakura gulped, her eyes fixated on the boxes, yearning for a hearty meal, though she had eaten breakfast that had been several hours prior. Having endured the survival exercise, she had expended considerable chakra and was famished. However, Yagyu remained still, and she felt too shy to dig in. Moreover, with Sasuke unable to eat, she felt a twinge of guilt at the prospect of indulging. At that moment, Yagyu finally moved. He opened one of the lunchboxes, sampled each dish, then handed it to Sakura, saying, "Go ahead, eat. There's no poison. Are you testing for poison? Well, earlier in the forest, you were struck by Kakashi's paralysis toxin. Given Kakashi's deviousness, it's wise to be cautious." Sasuke cast a discreet glance at Yagyu, surprised that he would go to such lengths for a comrade. Would Yagyu do the same for him if he were to eat from that box? No, what was he thinking? This guy was surely just trying to impress Sakura. What a boring fellow. Despite these thoughts, Sasuke felt a stirring of admiration for Yagyu's actions, which only deepened his internal conflict regarding the notion of killing Sakura. To kill or not to kill? That was the question. In the shadows, Kakashi sighed. This young man was rather prudent. However, if I were to truly poison the meal, you would perish. Even for the sake of your comrades, testing for poison is rather excessive. Couldn't you just find an animal to test it on? It is evident that this young man, capable of suspecting my potential for poisoning, cannot possibly be a fool. He chooses to test the poison himself, believing that I would not administer a dangerously lethal toxin, all while attempting to impress Sakura during this survival exercise. As expected, Sakura is profoundly moved, yet also somewhat apprehensive. Yagyu-kun, from now on, let me handle the poison testing. You are the strongest among us. If you were to succumb to poison, we would have no hope of passing the assessment. No need, Yagyu replied. Today's exercise has taught me much. I plan to cultivate a group of summoning beasts specifically for the purpose of poison testing. Isn't it a bit cruel to use summoning beasts for such a task? Sakura said, her voice tinged with compassion. Yagyu shook his head. If we are to test poison, we cannot select beasts that perish at the mere touch of toxins. It is far more prudent to seek out those with strong resistance to poison, preferably those capable of neutralizing toxins entirely. Ah, I see. May I begin? Yes, please indulge. Observing Sakura relish her meal, Yagyu smiled subtly, casting a glance at the seemingly composed Sasuke. Still pretending I see? Yagyu remarked, as he opened a second box of food, sampling each dish within. He then pushed the box toward Sasuke, saying, "Stop playing dead and eat. We have an assessment in the afternoon. If you don't replenish your strength, you won't stand a chance against Kakashi." Sasuke opened his eyes, looking at Yagyu with indifference. "Didn't Kakashi say that the lunch was only for the two of you? If you feed me, you'll be eliminated." Yagyu shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? If worse comes to worst, we simply become ninjas under him. With our skills, we need not worry about our future. Sasuke pondered this, realizing, why must I become a ninja? And why under Kakashi? Just because he possesses the Sharingan? Or because he taught me Chidori? I do not believe Kakashi holds any special admiration or affection for me. To him, teaching Chidori was merely a compensation for his guilt towards the Uchiha clan. After all, it was a predecessor of the Uchiha who granted him the Sharingan, and thus he imparted Chidori to me. It is nothing but a transaction. Even so, Sasuke felt that abandoning this opportunity for a mere meal would be foolish. He declined Yagyu's generous offer, reasoning that offending Kakashi for a bite of food was not worth it. Not out of camaraderie, but out of self-interest, he could not accept the meal. It was simply a matter of enduring hunger for one afternoon. Such a situation was trivial for a ninja of high rank. Moreover, his ninja tool pouch contained food pills. Had he not feared accusations of cheating, he would have consumed them already. In light of this, Yagyu decided not to press Sasuke further. After all, as Sasuke stated, it was merely a meal. Eating or not eating bore little significance. Should Kakashi eliminate them for failing to share their food with Sasuke, Yagyu would have no counterargument. Watching Yagyu relinquish his offer to Sasuke, Kakashi sighed. He could see that Yagyu cared for his comrades, yet this was predicated on his overwhelming strength and confidence, thus disregarding the threat posed by Kakashi. Kakashi had no leverage over Yagyu, so even if Yagyu voluntarily shared with Sasuke, it would not meet his standards. Everything Yagyu did fell short of testing his understanding of camaraderie. It was indeed Sakura who caught Kakashi's attention as she remained focused on her meal. He harbored hopes regarding her relationship with Sasuke. Yagyu and Sasuke shared a close bond, while only Sasuke and Sakura maintained a distant connection. This dynamic was unacceptable within his team. If Sakura were willing to share her food with Sasuke, and if Sasuke could forsake his chance at becoming a ninja for Sakura's sake, Kakashi might consider granting them a pass. Chapter 39. Kakashi is untrustworthy. 2 bells. Sasuke, perhaps you should eat something, Sakura suggested, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of Sasuke watching her eat. Kakashi-sensei, isn't here. It wouldn't hurt to sneak a bite. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Sakura, surprised by her concern, but replied coldly, don't underestimate everyone's intelligence. Kakashi has set this rule for a reason. He won't let us exploit any loopholes. His absence may be a trap, waiting for you two to feed me. Kakashi thought to himself, one Yagyu and one Sasuke are far too clever. His little scheme hardly tests their camaraderie. Sakura, upon hearing the possibility of Kakashi lurking nearby, became flustered. I hope Kakashi-sensei didn't see me trying to feed Sasuke. How despicable of him to resort to such underhanded tactics. Kakashi merely observed as the unexpected lunch came to an end. Sasuke had not eaten a single bite, while Yagyu and Sakura had their fill. Kakashi's assessment could neither be deemed a success nor a failure. The results and the process had both taken surprising turns. After a period of observation, Kakashi emerged from his hiding place. He did not mention the meal, as if he had just returned. Yet no one believed that Kakashi had merely been preparing traps in the forest. At least one of his shadow clones had been covertly monitoring them the entire time. The new traps are set. Yagyu, Sakura, you may enter first to search. Sasuke, since you were the first eliminated, you will enter 5 minutes later. 5 minutes later? Yagyu regarded Kakashi with suspicion, sensing something amiss. The current assessment differed entirely from the original narrative, which should have concluded during lunch. Yet they were to continue. At this point, Yagyu surmised that Kakashi had not hidden the bells within the forest. It was merely a diversion, as Kakashi's true objective was to assess their bonds. Leaving Sasuke behind was certainly a test for him. With this thought, Yagyu patted Sasuke on the shoulder and whispered, be wary of Kakashi's schemes. He then departed with Sakura. Sasuke watched Yagyu's retreating figure, deep in thought. A scheme? Could he have guessed that Kakashi intended for me to eliminate Haruno Sakura? That seems unlikely. Yagyu must have been warning me that Kakashi is untrustworthy. As Sasuke pondered, Kakashi spoke up. That was a perfect opportunity. Neither of them suspected you. Why didn't you take action? Sasuke shot Kakashi a cold glare. I never agreed to kill anyone for you. Kakashi shrugged. Suit yourself. You may enter to seek the bells in 5 minutes, but only if you eliminate Haruno Sakura will the bells you find be valid. Otherwise, they will be deemed ineffective, and you will be eliminated. Sasuke frowned, his thoughts faltering, yet he remained silent. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and without delay, Sasuke re-entered the forest. Kakashi followed closely behind. Considering their capabilities, he had abandoned the notion of further evaluating Yagyu and Sakura. He found their performances in this assessment commendable. Only Sasuke remained a troublesome enigma. As Sasuke ventured forth, he activated his Sharingan, disregarding the chakra drain as he searched for any suspicious traces. However, because Kakashi had not concealed the bells within, his search yielded only traps, with no genuine bells in sight. Half an hour passed swiftly, yet Sasuke continued his search, showing no inclination to harm Sakura. This left Kakashi feeling somewhat anxious. If Sasuke did not make a decision soon, the afternoon's assessment would swiftly pass. Moreover, it was certain that the other teams had already completed their evaluations, leaving only their 7th squad still in the midst of the exam. Was he planning to find the bells first? After pondering, Kakashi resolved to conceal the genuine bells along Sasuke's path. He chose not to place them in an overt location, for that would be too conspicuous, akin to letting them off the hook. He sought out a treetop, hiding the bells within a certain bird's nest at the apex, and set up several traps nearby. However, these traps were not intended to prevent Sasuke from obtaining the bells, but rather to alert him to the peculiarities of the area, ensuring he would not overlook the bells nestled within the nest. Before long, Sasuke indeed passed by that location. With a crisp snap, one of the traps was triggered. The ground beneath Sasuke's feet suddenly collapsed, revealing a pitfall trap. Quick on his feet, Sasuke immediately utilized the body flicker technique to leap onto a tree branch. Gazing down, he saw a profusion of explosive tags within, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Was Kakashi trying to kill them? TCH. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke prepared to leave. But then a golden flash caught his eye. Another fake? He looked up and discovered 2 glimmers of gold within a bird's nest. 2. This was the first time Sasuke had encountered 2 fakes. At that moment, he began to doubt whether the genuine bells were even inside, pondering if it was all a ruse concocted by Kakashi. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he decided to ascend and investigate. Caution prevailed, and he sent a shadow clone ahead to scout. The bells might not be real, but the traps certainly were. Explosive tags, shuriken traps, kunai traps, poisons, and more. All of these traps could severely injure or even kill the unwary. They served as a stark reminder to Sasuke that Kakashi's claim about killing Sakura through the assessment was not merely a jest. This was a test of life and death. The shadow clone dismantled some invisible white wires, revealing a wooden cage. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several explosive tags affixed to either side of the nest. Ready to detonate the moment, he drew near, and within the nest lay 2 genuine bells. Utilizing a shuriken, Sasuke did not approach the nest directly, but instead sent the entire nest flying. The eggs within shattered as the shuriken tore through, leaving the bells sullied with yolk and shell. At that moment, his shadow clone stepped forward to retrieve the bells, wiping them clean with its clothing. Could it be true? Sasuke found it hard to believe what the shadow clone held. He never expected to be the first to find the bells. And not just 1, but 2. Now, all that remained was to deal with Sakura. Chapter 40. Finding the bells, successful graduation. Meanwhile, Yagyu and Sakura had already given up on searching for the bells. They were convinced that the bells were not in the forest, especially since Kakashi had not come to trouble them. They had settled down in a comfortable spot, even roasting a rabbit. Thus, when Sasuke and Kakashi eventually found them, both were left in a state of bewilderment. Sakura, it's time to turn the rabbit over, Yagyu exclaimed. But Yagyu-kun, didn't we just eat? Sakura responded, and this rabbit is so cute. Now it smells so delicious, don't you think? It's heavenly. Just add a little cumin, and it'll be even better, Yagyu said, pulling out a small bottle to hand to Sakura, who could only chuckle in disbelief. Yagyu-kun, why do you carry that around? She asked. Well, it's always good to be prepared when you're out and about. Look, I even brought chili sauce, salt, a frying pan, and fresh water, Yagyu explained as he opened a storage scroll, revealing each item one by one. The sight elicited amused smiles from Sakura and the others. Sasuke could no longer bear to watch and walked over. Yagyu noticed him immediately. Sasuke, did you find the bells? Yagyu asked, expecting that Sasuke would quickly join him after his reminder, but was surprised that he opted to act independently. Found them, Sasuke replied, pulling out 2 golden, round objects from his ninja tool pouch. They appeared to be genuine bells. How could there be real bells? Did I misjudge? Perhaps the bells were always in the forest, just eluding my grasp. Where did you find them? Yagyu snatched the bells from Sasuke's hand, examining them closely as he inquired. Sasuke did not flinch. allowing Yagyu to take the bells and pointed in the direction behind him. In a bird's nest about 800 meters that way. That direction? Yagyu pondered, recalling that he believed he should have checked that area. He had certainly seen the so-called bird's nest. This indicated that the bells had been set up by Kakashi not long ago. Was it his intention to allow Sasuke to retrieve the bells? Why? Was he cheating? That seemed unlikely. This must be Kakashi's trap, designed to sow discord among them. Yagyu cast a peculiar glance at Sasuke, wondering if he was planning something foolish. Yet, he had revealed both bells, suggesting he had seen through Kakashi's scheme. After all, if he intended to do something foolish, he wouldn't have displayed both bells. Returning the 2 bells to Sasuke, Yagyu remarked, "Since you found the bells, you can leave now. Why did you come looking for us?" Sasuke, expressionless, handed one of the bells back to Yagyu. "This is for you." "Huh, for me?" Yagyu was puzzled as to why Sasuke would give it to him, but he accepted it without hesitation. Sakura, witnessing this exchange, felt a pang of sadness. With Sasuke finding 2 bells and giving one to Yagyu, it meant she would be the one eliminated. However, she soon reconciled with the thought. After all, she could not compete with Yagyu and Sasuke. If one among the 3 had to be eliminated, it was most fitting that it be her. As Sakura was lost in her thoughts, Sasuke suddenly tossed something her way. Instinctively, she caught it and upon closer inspection, realized it was a bell. "Huh, Sasuke, why are you giving this to me?" Yagyu too wore a look of confusion. When had Sasuke become so generous, willing to forego passing the assessment just to aid her and Yagyu? At that moment, Sasuke explained, "I'm not as noble as you think. I'm the first to be eliminated. Kakashi has imposed a condition I must fulfill to graduate. In other words, obtaining the bells is of no use to me." Sakura, feeling undeserving, exclaimed anxiously, "What condition? We can help you fulfill it. You don't have to give me this bell. You and Yagyu are both stronger than I am. You deserve to graduate more than I do." Sasuke cast a deep glance at Sakura, but offered no explanation. He then turned to leave, intending to return to his training in solitude until the day he could exact his revenge. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, had been observing Sasuke's movements, even preparing to rescue Sakura if necessary. However, he was taken aback when Sasuke chose to forfeit this opportunity, handing the bells over to Sakura and Yagyu. This led Kakashi to reassess his perception of Sasuke. He stepped forward, intercepting Sasuke as he attempted to depart. "No need to go. Congratulations. You all passed the assessment." Kakashi succinctly summarized his observations of the 3 during the examination, noting the inseparable bond between Yagyu and Sakura, Sasuke's individuality, and their mutual understanding during lunch. He even disclosed the conditions for Sasuke's graduation to Yagyu and Sakura, lavishing praise upon them without reservation. However, Sakura was deeply dissatisfied upon realizing that Kakashi had resorted to risking his own life to test Sasuke. "How could you threaten Sasuke with my life? You have gone too far, Kakashi-sensei," she exclaimed. "My sincerest apologies, Sakura," Kakashi replied, scratching his head in contrition. He then turned to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, I apologize as well for testing your feelings in such a manner." Sasuke remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Kakashi continued, though the process was somewhat convoluted. "The outcome is ultimately positive. At the very least, you have come to realize that your comrades are worthy of your trust, allowing you to feel secure in entrusting your backs to them during missions." The 3 exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Sakura's expression shifted from one of sorrow to joy. After all, Sasuke, while not as exceptional as Yagyu, was still a commendable classmate. Thus, she harbored no animosity towards him and felt happiness in having him as a companion. Sasuke's demeanor did not change, yet internally, he found Kakashi's remarks rather tedious. Aside from revenge and the revival of the Uchiha clan, other concerns seemed inconsequential to him. His unique attitude towards Yagyu stemmed solely from the fact that Yagyu was one of his last remaining kin. As for Yagyu, his thoughts had drifted to what he should have for dinner. Chapter 41. The first mission and its reward. The night in Konoha was profoundly tranquil, with a solitary moon hanging in the sky as a figure gracefully leaped through the air. At the Hokage building, a white-haired figure suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. "Third Hokage, Team 7 has passed the examination and may commence missions starting tomorrow." Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in reading a document and did not respond immediately. After a moment, he signed the document and set it aside, finally gazing at Kakashi. He picked up a cigarette from the table, tapped it lightly, and took a deep draw before stating, "It seems the assessment of geniuses is no easy feat. You have worked hard, Kakashi. It was a worthy endeavor." Kakashi replied emphatically. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice, casually asking, "Did they pass your evaluation?" Indeed, since departing from the Umbu, Kakashi had yet to allow any rookie team to graduate. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed it inappropriate to assign this talented class to another jonin, particularly given the presence of a genius from the Uchiha clan. Only Kakashi possessed the understanding necessary for teaching him. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen had issued a stern order that Kakashi must ensure their success in the evaluation. Should Yagyu and the others fail to meet Kakashi's standards, he would be required to lead them for 6 months in his capacity as a temporary jonin leader. After all, the Chunin exams were only 6 months away, and as long as they passed these 6 months, Yagyu and his companions would qualify as Chunin. Thus, Kakashi would no longer need to lead them. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, their ability to pass Kakashi's evaluation was an unexpected delight. It seems I made the right choice in assigning them to a team together, he chuckled to himself, as if reveling in a moment of brilliance. Yagyu and Sasuke were rare talents, the future of Konoha, and it was imperative to guide them in addressing their shortcomings, fostering deeper bonds with the village. I understand. Third Hokage, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a scroll from a pile and placed it on the table, saying, given your team's strength, undertaking D-rank missions is somewhat wasteful. However, we must take measured steps. After all, it is your first mission, and you should start with the simplest tasks. Once you have completed 10 D-rank missions, return to me, and I will arrange for some higher-level missions for you. Understood, Lord Third. Under the moonlight, Yagyu and Sasuke's abilities were on par with Kakashi's, while Sakura's foundational skills were also solid. She carried a sword on her back, seemingly having learned swordsmanship from Yagyu. Her strength should not be underestimated. This team was undoubtedly stronger than the average jonin team. Assigning them D-rank missions felt like a waste of talent. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen directly assigned B-rank missions to Kakashi, he would have no objections. The following day, Yagyu, accustomed to sleeping in, groggily rose from his bed. Gazing at the sun, which had yet to fully rise, he sighed. While he could rely on shadow clones during school, he knew he could not afford to be lackadaisical for the team assembly. Although shadow clones were not easy to see through, they could be easily discerned by an elite jonin who constantly activated his Sharingan. Struggling to rise from his bed, he made his way to the bathroom mirror. Glancing at his tousled hair, he raked his fingers through it a few times. Instantly, his unruly hair took on a more refined shape. After brushing his teeth for 3 minutes and splashing his face with water to fully awaken, he gazed at his handsome reflection in the mirror and murmured, "So handsome." Speaking of which, now that he had graduated, it was time to find an opportunity to challenge the so-called geniuses of the Uchiha clan. After all, their greatest talent was one he had personally taught. What significance did this challenge hold? Such a bother. Yagyu muttered to himself as he tidied the sink before stepping outside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Training Ground 7, picking up a few meat buns along the way. Perfectly balanced, neither too fatty nor too lean, melting in his mouth. They were delightful. Sasuke, Sakura, Yagyu arrived just in time, finding that both Sasuke and Sakura were already present. The two greeted him, with Sakura even jogging over to cling to his side. After a brief wait, Kakashi also made his appearance. It was evident they had a mission today, otherwise, given his usual demeanor, he would have undoubtedly been several hours late. Yesterday, I secured a D-rank mission for you, assisting in the cleanup of debris from the river on the eastern outskirts of Konoha. The reward is 5,000 Ryo. Upon completion, as the team leader, I will take 2,000 Ryo, and the 3 of you will receive 1,000 Ryo each. Kakashi outlined the distribution of rewards for their first mission. However, the 3 paid little heed to it, as none of them were particularly in need of money. Yagyu had the support of the Moonlight Clan and faced no financial constraints. Since discovering several ninjutsu at the Uchiha ruins, Sasuke had frequently rummaged through the remains. And while the Uchiha treasury had been emptied, the wealth found in various clan members' homes was more than enough for him to last a lifetime. As for Sakura, coming from a middle-class family, she too was not lacking in funds. 1,000 Ryo was inconsequential. Chapter 42. The opening mode of the mission in the eastern outskirts of Konoha. In the eastern outskirts of Konoha, the 4 of them traversed through dense clusters of buildings, meandering along narrow paths. A broad expanse of greenery soon unfolded before them. As they walked along the eastern outskirts, lush fields flanked them on either side, with distant hills barely discernible on the horizon. Farmers toiled in the fields, while sparrows flitted about, one even carrying a small insect in its beak. Every few hundred meters, a thatched cottage came into view, adorned with an array of farming tools outside. Excited by this new experience, Sakura exclaimed, "This is my first time here. Even after 12 years in Konoha, I'm not very familiar with the fields. The air here is so refreshing. Hehe. It's my first time witnessing such a scene after all this time." "It's my first time seeing it too," Yagyu remarked nonchalantly, surveying the serene surroundings. suddenly feeling that this place suited him better than the Moonlight Clan. He had not ventured into the eastern suburbs for 12 years. His most frequented places included the Ninja Academy, his family residence, the bustling commercial street, the back mountain, the training grounds, and the park. He was not well acquainted with other locales. It seems you all lead quite a reclusive life. Perhaps I should take on more tasks in the suburbs to offer you a glimpse of the wider world? Kakashi inquired with a cheerful smile. Hee, that won't be necessary. The three replied in unison, declining his offer. However, it is remarkably clean here. Is there truly any litter? Yagyu expressed his puzzlement, as the air was refreshing. The sky a brilliant blue, teeming with insects and birds, with fluffy white clouds and lush greenery. It appeared to be a place that required no intervention from ninjas like them. We are not tasked with cleaning this area, Kakashi explained. We are currently situated in a region designated specifically for cultivation, while our duty is to clear the waterways that supply this land with water. The waterways? Indeed. The water flowing from the mountains. We must journey there. Kakashi pointed towards a distant hill, speaking in a calm tone. After traversing the city and fields, they finally arrived at the base of the hill. Yagyu and his companions gazed upwards, able to see the summit clearly. At their pace, they could reach the top in a mere 10 minutes if they hurried. This mountain is rather small, Yagyu murmured as he followed the group upward. Before long, they reached the midway point where a cave resided, from which the irrigation water for the farmland flowed incessantly, resembling a mysterious pocket that never ran dry. Sakura stood before the cave, peering into the darkness, when suddenly, a glowing eye startled her. Ah, there's someone. Someone's inside. Sakura grasped Yagyu's arm tightly. Seeking a semblance of security, Yagyu gently caressed the back of her hand and cautiously approached the cave entrance. A shuriken appeared in his hand, and he tossed it inside. A technique without hand seals? Kakashi remarked, astonished, as he had not anticipated Yagyu's mastery of ninjutsu to reach such heights. He had only encountered this phenomenon in novels, never witnessing someone achieve such prowess in reality. How many more prodigious talents does my student possess that remain undiscovered? Within the cave, illuminated by the flickering light, countless bats emerged, startled by the flame's brightness and warmth, hastily fleeing towards the entrance. Yagyu quickly pulled Sakura back, narrowly avoiding being overwhelmed by the swarm. So many bats, Sasuke murmured, the chaotic fluttering reminding him of a certain man's summoned beasts. Yagyu continued to comfort Sakura, reassuring her, "It's all right, they are merely bats. There's no need to fear," she replied. In truth, upon realizing they were bats, her fear had dissipated. She simply craved more of Yagyu's reassurance and attention. Moreover, even if there were people inside, she would not be afraid. Her only fear lay in the darkness. The cave connected to another mountain, which in turn linked to others, creating an unbroken chain of waterways, just as the mountains intertwined, extending all the way to the land of iron. The water here originates from the melting snow of the land of iron's mountains, flowing past various villages along the way, where some of their refuse occasionally enters the river. If not cleaned regularly, it will accumulate in the waterways, Kakashi elucidated to the trio. If such a vital area were poisoned by an enemy, wouldn't Konoha be in peril? Sasuke asked coldly. Kakashi turned to him with a smile. There is no need for concern. Since Konoha dispatches ninjas to regularly clean the waterways, they also ensure the water quality is routinely checked to prevent hazards. Moreover, a squad of upper ninjas patrols this area, ensuring that nefarious individuals cannot easily succeed. Sakura was slightly taken aback. Are there other ninjas here? Not necessarily on this mountain. They could be anywhere in the surrounding range. Kakashi replied, gesturing to the mountain's backside, which Yagyu and the others could only see as part of the hill structure. Well, that is not our concern. Our task is to clear the refuse from the river. Let us all work diligently and aim to complete the cleanup today. All right. Only Sakura echoed Kakashi's enthusiasm, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the three complied and ventured into the river to collect trash, preserving his dignity as their captain. Leading a powerful team as a captain was no easy feat, watching the trio carry their bamboo baskets and wield tweezers as they waded through the river collecting debris. Kakashi retrieved a book from his ninja tool pouch and reclined on a large rock by the riverside to rest. This work by Jiraiya was one he had read numerous times, each reading revealing new insights. Truly, it was a monumental work in the realm of literature. Just as Kakashi began to immerse himself in the narrative, an unpleasant voice broke through the tranquility. Kakashi-sensei can do nothing and still earn 2,000 ryo. How infuriating. He turned over, feigning ignorance. I have a method to lighten our burdens. What method? Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clouds of smoke erupted as Yagyu, Sasuke, and Sakura each summoned a shadow clone to take over their litter collection duties, while the original trio casually reclined beside Kakashi. Ah, ah, ah. Who understands this? 3 genin can perform the shadow clone technique. Chapter 43. Wit and Valor. Kakashi, your hand speed is truly impressive. With the aid of the shadow clones, Team 7 lounged on the hill for half the day. Kakashi attempted to voice something several times, but ultimately chose silence. Who decreed that D-rank missions could not utilize shadow clones? As noon approached, the river was cleared, and the trio's baskets brimmed with refuse. When their shadow clones emerged from the water, the 3 instinctively stretched in unison. Ah, ah, ah. Despite having done little, they appeared utterly fatigued. I'm hungry. Shall we go eat? Sure. Kakashi-sensei, would you like me to bring you something to eat? I brought you all bento. Kakashi opened his bamboo basket to reveal 4 lunchboxes nestled within. Huh, bento again? Kakashi-sensei, is it not true that your bento is rather unappetizing? Did you make it yourself? Kakashi's face turned crimson, and he dared not utter a word. Well, since you prepared bento, we might as well eat it for lunch. I have no objections. Each of them took a portion, opening their bento boxes and eating in silence. Kakashi's culinary skills were neither poor nor exceptional. Sakura felt they should reward themselves for completing their first mission as ninjas. Unfortunately, Kakashi had not anticipated their swift completion of the river cleanup and had prepared bento in advance. Kakashi also took a bento for himself and turned away to eat. Sakura noticed Kakashi's peculiar behavior and asked, Kakashi-sensei, why do you turn your back to us while eating? I prefer not to eat facing others. Kakashi replied without looking back. Sakura appeared skeptical, whispering to Yagyu and Sasuke. What do you think Kakashi-sensei's face looks like under that mask? Could it be unattractive? Which is why he turns away while eating, so we can't see. Boring, Sasuke said disinterestedly, continuing to focus on his meal. Yagyu, aware that Kakashi was quite handsome, joked, perhaps Kakashi-sensei thinks he is too good-looking and fears dazzling us. Kakashi, with his back to them, felt his face flush, inadvertently accelerating his eating pace. Shall we go take a look? Some individuals, once struck by curiosity, find themselves unable to quell their desire for answers, no matter the cost. Sakura is undoubtedly one of those individuals. Yagyu is aware that if he does not satiate Sakura's inquisitiveness, she will likely be unable to enjoy a good night's sleep. Very well, let us quietly approach. Since Kakashi is intentionally avoiding us, it is best that we sneak a glance. Sakura and Yagyu feigned nonchalance as they focused on their meals, yet suddenly, their necks stretched as if they were several meters long, appearing right before Kakashi. However, Kakashi was quicker on the draw, the moment Yagyu made a move. He donned his mask. Chewing his food, he wore a satisfied expression and proclaimed, I'm full. Oh, Sakura, Yagyu, why are you staring at me? Sakura replied, oh, it's nothing, just checking to see if you've had enough to eat. If you haven't tea, I still have some here. Ah, thank you, Sakura. But I'm quite full, Kakashi said, beginning to tidy up his empty lunchbox. In an instant, he stuffed all the food inside into his mouth and resecured his mask. Yagyu and Sakura couldn't help but admire his speed. What should we do? It seems Kakashi-sensei is on to us. Perhaps we should invite him to dinner tonight? Good idea. Sasuke, do you have plans for this evening? I'm not going. That is unacceptable. If you don't join us, Kakashi-sensei certainly won't come. Boring. I advise you not to concern yourselves too much with such matters. Instead, focus on training to become stronger, lest you hinder us during future missions. Sakura brushed off Sasuke's subtle jibe, continuing to entice his curiosity. Don't you want to know what Kakashi looks like beneath his mask? Perhaps he has big bunny teeth? Or a face full of acne? Or maybe he has got sausage lips? Noticing Sasuke's intrigue, Yagyu added, you'll need to eat dinner anyway, so why not join us? Sasuke glanced at Yagyu, realizing he wasn't particularly interested in Kakashi's appearance. However, it was merely a dinner, so he consented. All right, the 3 of them extended an invitation to Kakashi for dinner, under the pretext of celebrating their team's first successful mission. Kakashi did not decline. That evening, the quartet arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Sakura believed that since they would be continuously grilling meat, Kakashi would undoubtedly have to remove his mask. Yet, events seldom unfold as anticipated. From the moment they entered the restaurant, Kakashi focused solely on grilling for the trio, who indulged heartily, while he himself had not taken a single bite. Kakashi-sensei, you should eat too. Don't just grill for us. It's fine, you all eat first. I'll have mine later, Kakashi replied, squinting with a smile as he continued his task. Yagyu observed Kakashi closely, convinced he was aware of their intentions and was deliberately keeping his appearance hidden. Perhaps there was even a hint of mischief in his actions, teasing them for fun. Yet, Yagyu pondered what Kakashi would do once they were satiated. Would he resort to a flying saucer tactic? Before long, the trio had eaten their fill, their bellies round and protruding, resembling a flipped-over seal. Burp! Sakura exclaimed, addressing Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, we're all full now. It's your turn to eat. At that moment, Kakashi was still grilling, his bowl piled high with food. Kakashi smiled faintly, suddenly appearing surprised. Oh, Ino, Hinata, are you here for barbecue as well? Upon hearing the names Ino and Hinata, the trio instinctively turned to look. Sasuke, unsure why he followed suit, glanced back, seeing Yagyu and Sakura do the same. However, upon looking, they discovered merely two ordinary unfamiliar girls, not Ino or Hinata at all. Kakashi-sensei, I believe you have mistaken them, Sakura remarked, still processing the situation, only to find that Kakashi had already emptied his bowl of meat, chewing the last remnants. I'm full. Thank you for the hospitality. Alas. Chapter 44, C-Rank Mission, Round Trip in 1 day. In the end, they had yet to glimpse Kakashi's true visage. While Yagyu considered knocking on Kakashi's door in the middle of the night, he felt that doing so merely to catch a glimpse of Kakashi's face was a frivolous endeavor. However, Sakura remained undeterred, frequently seeking opportunities to pull off Kakashi's mask. She even dragged Yagyu and Sasuke along to follow Kakashi throughout the day, albeit to no avail. Kakashi wouldn't even remove his mask while sleeping, and Yagyu couldn't help but admire Kakashi's vigilance regarding his handsome face. That day, due to the exceptional skills demonstrated by Yagyu and the others, Kakashi decided to transition them from 2 D-rank missions to C-rank missions after they completed a couple of D-rank tasks. D-rank missions predominantly involved trifling village tasks, such as cleaning up trash, weeding, running errands, or locating lost pets, with no combat situations arising. These tasks offered rewards ranging from 500 to 1,000 Rio. Conversely, C-rank missions typically required leaving the village, mainly involving protection, escorting items or documents, exterminating wild beasts, and pursuing thieves. Such missions carried a risk of combat, with rewards ranging from 1,500 to 5,000 Rio. The task Kakashi assigned them was to escort a confidential document from the Hokage's office to the daimyo's residence, with a reward of 1,000 Rio. At the village gate, Team 7 gathered as Kakashi provided final instructions before their departure. This task shouldn't pose any danger. It primarily serves to familiarize you with how to safely and swiftly deliver items. By the way, although this is your first time leaving the village, you know what supplies to prepare, right? Sasuke and Yagyu remained taciturn, while Sakura eagerly chimed in, a set of clothing, several soldier pills, ninja tools, and a map. Close enough. However, since we are delivering items, bringing excess clothing may not be necessary. In fact, unless it's a long-term station mission, most clothing and personal items are not required. If you have that space, it would be wiser to prepare some antidotes, just in case you encounter poisonous snakes or spiders in the wild. At the thought of snakes and spiders, Sakura shivered in fear. Kakashi-sensei, if we encounter unforeseen circumstances that delay us, or if our clothes get damaged, having some spare clothing would be useful, wouldn't it? Sakura questioned. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, theoretically. Yes. However, the usual scenarios requiring a change of clothes arise from battles that severely damage your attire. If you find yourself in such a battle and still manage to protect your clothing, I can only say you must really enjoy bathing. Sakura's face flushed, feeling embarrassed and unsure how to respond. As for the unforeseen circumstances that might delay our journey, remember, we are going on a mission, not a vacation. We cannot afford to stop for several days simply because we encounter beautiful scenery or interesting people. We must deliver the documents promptly and return to report to the Hokage immediately after completing our task. If we fail to return on time, the Hokage will have reason to suspect something has gone awry, and other teams will be dispatched to search for us. This would waste valuable resources. Do you understand? Understood. Sakura nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. She had not anticipated that a seemingly simple task of delivering a package would entail so many considerations. It appears that being a ninja is not as effortless as I had imagined. Meanwhile, Yagyu was lost in thought. Although it was merely a mundane C-rank mission, he unmistakably gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the experience. In his previous life, he had observed Naruto and his companions altering their missions on the fly, even pausing for at least a month to ensure the construction of a bridge in the Land of Waves, which had led him to believe that the freedom associated with ninja missions was quite substantial. However, it seems that the reality is rather different. At that time, Kakashi must have employed some method to relay the information regarding their altered mission. Otherwise, how could a mere escort mission for an elderly man delay a jonin like him for over a month? It is simply inconceivable that Sarutobi Hiruzen would allow Kakashi and his team to squander time in such a manner. After a lengthy silence, they continued their swift journey. Whenever they paused, it was Kakashi who took the opportunity to instruct them on how to read maps and familiarize themselves with the terrain of the Land of Fire, where wild beasts lurked, where venomous creatures dwelled, where the landscape was rugged, and where it was flat, as well as which paths would expedite their travel. It was evident that Kakashi was eager to cultivate them into proficient ninjas as swiftly as possible. By noon, under the relentless pace set by Team 7, they arrived punctually at the residence of the daimyo. They did not enter the estate, but instead handed the document to a guard before departing. Is it truly safe to leave the document with just a guard? Sakura inquired, a hint of doubt in her voice. That guard was once a ninja from Konoha. He is now one of the 12 guardian ninja, tasked specifically with safeguarding the daimyo's security. Do not let his unassuming appearance fool you. His strength is on par with mine. Indeed, he is a true jonin, Kakashi explained in a matter-of-fact tone. Jonin? Sakura gasped inwardly, astonished that a seemingly ordinary guard could hold such a rank. Furthermore, that document was originally meant for him. Our destination was the daimyo's residence, but the recipient is not the daimyo himself. Oh, the trio had not examined the specifics of the mission, nor had Kakashi divulged any details beyond stating their destination and the task of delivering a document. After delivering the document, the three did not linger in the daimyo's city. They consumed a military ration pill and promptly began their journey back. By the time dusk fell, they finally returned to Konoha. Subsequently, the four of them proceeded to the Hokage Tower to report their mission results to Sarutobi Hiruzen and collect their reward. The total reward amounted to 10,000 ryo, with Yagyu, Sakura, and Sasuke each receiving 2,000 ryo, while Kakashi, as the team leader, received 4,000 ryo, despite contributing no more than anyone else. He received the largest share, as it is customary for team leaders to assume greater responsibilities in leadership and decision-making, and they are typically the strongest within the team. Thus, it is common practice for rewards to be allocated in this manner. Although Kakashi was not the strongest in Team 7, the distribution of rewards followed the usual protocol. Chapter 45. Yuin seeks out, braving the Uzumaki clan on a new day. Yagyu was preparing to meet his comrades from Team 7 at the training ground when Yuin approached him first. Have you been tied up with a troublesome task for so long? Yes, it was rather complicated, he replied. Yuin nodded, scrutinizing Yagyu. Do you have a mission today? No. Saw a profusion of explosive tags within. Just a routine causing cold sweat to be gathering, he answered, bead on his forehead. Each team gathers not only for daily missions, but also for regular training sessions. However, attendance is not mandatory. One may opt out if they have other commitments. Then would you accompany me for a stroll today? Yuin suggested. Very well. I'll send a shadow clone to inform Kakashi at the training ground, Yagyu responded. He created a shadow clone to relay the message, watching the clone disappear into the distance. Yagyu found himself increasingly yearning for a summoning beast. A summoning beast could test poisons, run errands, and absorb damage, all advantages. However, finding a creature that possessed all three qualities was no simple feat. Perhaps I could seek out several. One for testing poisons, one for errands, and one to absorb damage. What is on your mind? Yuin inquired, noticing Yagyu's preoccupation. Oh, I just wish I had a summoning beast, so I wouldn't have to waste chakra splitting off a shadow clone to convey messages. Indeed, each shadow clone siphons off half of one's chakra. If it were just a casual day, it would be fine, but during missions, losing half of one's chakra can significantly diminish a ninja's combat abilities. Yuin concurred with Yagyu's perspective. In fact, were it not for the challenge of finding a suitable summoning beast, she too would desire to raise one. I recall that the Hitaki clan has methods for cultivating summoning beasts. Perhaps you could learn from Kakashi, Yuin suddenly suggested. I want to learn, but he may not be willing to teach me, Yagyu replied with a faint smile. Summoning beasts differ from ordinary animals in that they possess intelligence. They are akin to the mystical beasts found in fantasy realms, exhibiting far greater power and cunning than typical creatures. Some can even speak. This is evident in Kakashi's own summoning beast, Pakin. Yagyu had considered consulting Kakashi about the methods of raising summoning beasts, but had not yet found the opportunity to voice his interest. Furthermore, judging by the quality of Kakashi's summoning beast, it would likely be challenging to meet Yagyu's expectations. Several clans in Konoha have the means to cultivate summoning beasts, yet they seldom share their methods with outsiders, Yuin noted, referring to the Inuzuka and the Aburame clans, among others. Besides these summoning beast clans, many ninjas in Konoha possess the capability to summon beasts, such as the monkeys of the Sarutobi clan, Maidogai's turtle, and the crows of the Yamashiro clan. If Yagyu wished to acquire a summoning beast, he would need to seek guidance from these individuals. I'll inquire with Kakashi later. By the way, did you come here today regarding the challenge? Yes. While I'm confident that no one from the Uzumaki clan's younger generation can match you, others might not share that belief. Hence, you will need to make an appearance, Yuen admitted, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she nodded. It's no trouble. It's not a bothersome task. Besides, to win the hand of such a wonderful fiancé as you, I would gladly accept 100 challenges. Don't say such things, even if you succeed in the challenge. It merely signifies our formal engagement. Marriage will have to wait until you turn 18. Yuen's face flushed even deeper. Although she was technically older, she often felt overshadowed by Yagyu, as if she were a little girl. Perhaps this was the pressure that strength exerted upon her. Regardless of age, a woman tends to develop feelings of admiration for a man stronger than herself. Moreover, despite Yagyu being significantly younger, he was not lacking in stature. Standing together, it was difficult to discern who was older or younger. 18. It feels like an eternity away. It's merely a few years. I will wait for you, Yuen declared earnestly, her beautiful visage captivating Yagyu's attention. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally smiled and replied, "All right." The next day, clad in a white garment with a sword at his waist, Yagyu made his way to the Uzumaki clan. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted by a guard. "Halt! Who goes there?" "Yagyu Suki, the fiancé of Yuen. You know of me? Who in the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan does not know you? The one who stole our clan's flower?" The guard gritted his teeth, evidently harboring a deep-seated grudge against Yagyu. "Huh. I have come to issue a challenge. May I enter?" "Humph." The guard snorted and stepped aside, addressing him. "Continue along this path, and you will reach the training grounds of our Uzuki clan." Was Kakashi trying to kill them? "The clan leader and the others are already waiting for you." "TCH. Thank you," Yagami replied with a faint smile, striving to appear congenial. After all, he was here to wed, not to disrupt the festivities. He could empathize with the young guard's attitude. In this world, interclan marriages were not frowned upon, provided they were not between siblings. To many families, bloodlines held great significance, much like the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Excessive intermarriage would dilute their lineage, making it difficult for their offspring to inherit their clan's ocular techniques. As he continued on, the path lay deserted, suggesting that the Uzuki clan had prepared well for the occasion. Soon, he arrived at the training grounds, where dozens of gazes converged upon him, eliciting an inexplicable sense of pressure. Is this truly the fiancé of Uzuki Sayaka? He seems rather foolish, doesn't he? I thought he was 16. Yet doesn't he appear so young? Still, he is quite handsome, worthy of Sayaka. But what does being handsome matter? In this world, prowess is paramount. If he can't hold his own against us, he shouldn't even think about taking our Sayaka. Enough chatter. The clan leader approaches. The murmurs subsided as the clan leader, accompanied by several elders, made his way toward Yagami. "Yagami Tsukikage? Yes, I am. It is an honor to meet the Uzuki clan leader." "Ha, truly. You are the strongest genius of the Tsukikage clan in a millennium. You certainly appear exceptional." "A millennium?" Yagami thought, puzzled. Had the Tsukikage clan's history truly surpassed 200 years? That old windblown is quite the braggart. Yet, while he may exaggerate, I have faith in Sayaka's judgment. Yagami felt a surge of joy, realizing that Sayaka had spoken highly of him in front of the clan leader. "I share your belief." How delightful it is to see youthful vigor. Let us not waste time. The arena is prepared, and the challenge shall commence forthwith. Very well. Chapter 46. Cousin Yuzuki Yamato. The Uzuki clan's training grounds featured a moderately sized arena, indicating that this competition would differ from the usual contests. Ascending the platform, Yagami surveyed the onlookers below and spotted Uzuki Sayaka. She offered him a reassuring smile, encouraging him to remain calm. Yagami returned the smile, signaling that she need not worry. That fellow is grinning at Sayaka. How dare he, before even being betrothed? What might he do once he is engaged? Why do you ask so many questions? Disregarding the clamor of the crowd, Yagami spoke slowly. "I trust you all recognize me. Indeed, I am Yagami Tsukikage. And today I intend to take with me the flower of your clan, Uzuki Sayaka." Upon hearing the phrase flower of the clan, Sayaka involuntarily flushed. The previously raucous crowd fell silent, soon followed by an outburst from Sayaka's ardent admirers. "Attempting to take our Sayaka? Who does this brat think he is? I'll make him pay. I can't stand this any longer. He is far too arrogant. I shall be the first to confront him. No one dare compete with me. But why do I find him oddly charming? Indeed, he is both arrogant and handsome. Hey, can we girls not unite against him? This brat seeks to steal our goddess." One girl rolled her eyes. "Even without Yagami, you stand no chance. You're just a pathetic sycophant." Fellow clansmen, I take offense to your words. You may call us sycophants. But why add pathetic to it? Do we sycophants possess no dignity? Exactly. Do we sycophants possess no dignity? This inexplicable dispute over Yagami morphed into a battle for the dignity of sycophants. Yagami, overhearing the commotion below, felt a profound silence within. The Uzuki clan members seemed rather dim-witted. Silence. The clan leader's bellow brought immediate tranquility. What good is bickering before outsiders? If you possess skill, prove it in the arena. What can mere words accomplish in the world of ninjas? We were in the wrong. Clan leader, the crowd collectively bowed their heads in acknowledgement. While Sayaka held her head high, gazing at the radiant Yagami on the platform. Following her gaze, the clan leader noted Yagami's calm demeanor. The gentle breeze caressing his garments and hair, and a subtle smile graced his lips. In stark contrast to his clan, he seemed to belong to another realm entirely. Humph, truly a disappointing bunch. To disgrace ourselves before outsiders. The clan leader harbored no patience for his clansmen. Yet, the thought of Yagami potentially becoming his family's son-in-law brought a smile back to his face. This competition would follow a defending champion format, with Yagami Tsukikage as the defender and all youth under 30 from the Uzuki clan as challengers, lasting until the sun dipped below the horizon. Should no one defeat Yagami or force him from the platform by sunset, he would be deemed victorious. Conversely, if Yagami could withstand until then, he would also emerge victorious. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Without further ado, any confident young men from the Uzuki clan may step forward. I shall. No sooner had the clan leader spoken than a muscular man, bare-chested, strode forth. I am Uzuki Yamato, Sayaka's older cousin. You were quite audacious earlier. But taking our clan's flower will not be so simple. Greetings, cousin, Yagami replied with a smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. The sudden shift from arrogance to meekness left Yamato momentarily stunned. How dare you try to play the innocent now? But you shall see. I'm not just your cousin. Prepare yourself. Mountain-breaking fist. Yamato unleashed a terrifying aura, charging toward Yagami with astounding speed. It was unexpected that in this clan, primarily focused on swordsmanship, there existed such a pure practitioner of physical enhancement. However, Yamato's prowess paled in comparison to Might Guy, falling far short of even a single hair's worth of his skill. Too slow, Yagami remarked nonchalantly, extending a single hand as if foreseeing the future, effortlessly halting Yamato's assault. The overwhelming chakra dissipated instantaneously. How is it possible that you stopped me with a single hand? Yamato exclaimed in disbelief. I achieved the rank of Chunin through my physical prowess. My skills rival those of Jonin. Yet, Yagami had effortlessly thwarted his advance. Was this truly the strength of a genin? The other clan members were equally astonished. Yamato, did you skip breakfast today? How could such a behemoth be halted by a mere child? Yamato, perhaps it would be best to step aside and let us handle this. After all, we are primarily a clan of swordsmen. I told you, a pure physical ninja is inferior. Even a newly graduated genin surpasses a chunin who relies solely on taijutsu. Cousin, do you have any further techniques? Reveal them all now. Soon you shall have no opportunity. Yagami smiled lightly, appearing utterly relaxed. Yamato, already infuriated by his clan's mockery, found Yagami's provocation unbearable. Do not underestimate me. Behold the ultimate technique of my 28 years of training. Ultimate technique? The crowd murmured in confusion, and Yagami felt a flicker of curiosity. Could there truly be experts among the physical ninjas of Konoha? Yamato began striking numerous poses, showcasing his muscles while channeling chakra through his body, shouting the mountain's secret art. Yagyu discerned that with each movement he executed, the chakra within him surged dramatically. His body gradually exhibited the hallmarks of a formidable warrior, a blazing crimson chakra, hair standing on end, and prominent veins. It appeared as though Uzuki Yamato had undergone a transformation, emerging as a supreme force. Yet, in truth, his strength had not markedly advanced. Yagyu sensed that Uzuki Yamato's chakra had merely increased by approximately 20% from its previous state. The intimidation factor had heightened, yet the actual power remained questionable. Few witnesses were present to observe such a spectacle. Many members of the Uzuki clan cheered as Uzuki Yamato displayed his newfound prowess. Indeed, Uzuki Yamato, use your imposing stature to subdue this impudent lad. You dare to attempt to seize our kin? Let us witness the ultimate prowess of the Uzuki clan. Ha ha ha. Young one, I have elevated my body to its most formidable state. Even a jonin would think twice before enduring a single blow from me. I advise you to concede, lest you meet with dire consequences. With the support of his clan members, Uzuki Yamato grew increasingly arrogant. However, a weakling remains a weakling, and their demeanor does not alter their inherent nature. Yagyu nonchalantly extended a finger, beckoning, and stated, "Come, strike me down." Chapter 47. Yuzuki Kaiohira 15 battles, 15 victories. You presumptuous brat, given a chance and you squander it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Invincible ultimate mountain technique. Tiger's might. Tiger's might. Yagyu was momentarily taken aback. Observing the red tiger materializing from Yuzuki Yamato's chakra, it bore a semblance of ferocity. Taste my claw. Yuzuki Yamato curled his fingers into a claw and lunged towards Yagyu's chest, while Yagyu maintained an expression of indifference, dismissing Yuzuki Yamato's attack entirely. As Yagyu remained motionless, onlookers speculated whether he had been rendered speechless by fear or simply did not comprehend the situation. Brother Yamato's presence is overwhelming. Could it be that this lad is truly paralyzed with fright? I wager Brother Yamato's speed is simply too swift for him to react. The crowd murmured, eagerly anticipating Yuzuki Yamato to overpower Yagyu. Yet, Yuzuki Yamato's claw halted a mere centimeter from Yagyu's chest, not out of mercy, but because a sword sheath now stood between them. To be precise, it was the sheath of Yagyu's unsheathed sword, which he had raised to block Yuzuki Yamato's ultimate technique. Dear cousin, do you possess any other techniques? Yagyu inquired with a slight smile, observing Yuzuki Yamato's incredulous expression. How is this possible? Even a jonin would hesitate to easily withstand my strike, and yet you merely rely on your physical strength too. As he spoke, Yuzuki Yamato came to terms with his predicament. I concede. Strength is paramount, and no amount of words can alter that. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Young man, your strength is truly formidable. Perhaps we may cross blades again in the future. Indeed, I too wish to learn the mountain technique from you. It appears quite impressive. Yuzuki Yamato's complexion flushed. Most of my skills are applied in this regard, and you would gain little from emulating me. Yagyu chuckled softly, realizing that Yuzuki Yamato was aware of the superficiality of his techniques. Being handsome is a lifelong endeavor, Yagyu declared. Yuzuki Yamato paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Who would have thought I would find a kindred spirit in this life? Yagyu. Oh no, brother-in-law, you must persevere until the end. We shall become the most dashing men of the Yuzuki clan. What brother-in-law? Yuzuki Yamato retorted, you, having lost the contest, dare to betray me. Indeed, you would so easily forsake your sister for the sake of mere words from others. Are you even human? Get lost. Do I need your guidance to conduct my affairs? In response to the criticisms from other clan members, Yuzuki Yamato retorted before stepping off the stage. The competition must continue. No other issues could delay the proceedings. After all, Yagyu's challenge had a time limit. When the time elapsed, it would signify that Yagyu had single-handedly taken on the entire Yuzuki clan and could claim the clan's flower. Yuzuki Yuin. Soon, a second challenger ascended the stage. This individual was a young man, clad in a blue ensemble and bearing a short blade. His gaze tinged with a hint of gloom. He did not appear to be particularly amiable. Yuzuki Kaiohira, I welcome your guidance. He was surprisingly courteous. Yagyu was taken aback. He had anticipated this seemingly surly young man would hurl insults, much like his cousin. Moonlight. Yagyu was preparing to introduce himself when suddenly, Yuzuki Kaiohira appeared before him. Sword drawn, launching an unprovoked attack. A sneak attack. This young man lacks martial ethics. Yagyu barely evaded Kaiohira's blade, his expression darkening. Since you show no regard for honor, do not fault me for my response. Though Yuzuki Yamato had also attacked him with full force, he had done so honorably. Moreover, given his status as Yuzuki Yuin's cousin, Yagyu had spared him some dignity. But this Yuzuki Kaiohira, Yagyu would be doing him a favor by merely sparing his life. Secret sword, moon shadow. Yagyu swiftly drew his blade, vanishing like a specter. His speed was so extraordinary that even the numerous Yuzuki clan members observing could scarcely perceive it, let alone the mere chunin, Yuzuki Kaiohira. By the time Kaiohira comprehended the situation, Yagyu's sword was already poised at his throat. Although Kaiohira had initially sought to press his advantage after forcing Yagyu back, he found himself subdued before he could even move, leaving him utterly stunned. The gloom in his eyes transformed into astonishment. You have lost, Yagyu stated coldly. He held no kindness for those who disregarded martial ethics in a contest. Yuzuki Kaiohira fell silent for a moment, his grip on his sword tightening and loosening before he finally sighed in resignation. I concede. My apologies. Having observed your battle with Yuzuki Yamato, I recognized that I could not confront you directly, thus resorting to this underhanded tactic. I hope you will not hold it against me. Yagyu smiled faintly, sheathing his sword, and took the opportunity to kick Kaiohira off the stage while he was still in shock. Now, I bear no grudges. Yuzuki Kaiohira stumbled awkwardly, his blue attire now dusted with grime. However, he merely rose, brushed off his clothes, and turned to Yagyu, bowing slightly. Thank you for your forgiveness. With that, he departed. Casting one last lingering glance at Yuzuki Yuin among the crowd, his eyes betraying a hint of longing before he sorrowfully exited. Yagyu noted this moment. It seemed Kaiohara was infatuated with his future bride. Facing an opponent he could not defeat, he boldly climbed the challenge stage, even resorting to underhanded tactics in the hope of reclaiming the woman he adored. Well, how should one put it? Were it not for the matter of claiming his own woman, Yagyu might have found himself admiring Kaiohara. Yet, regarding his own beloved, Yagyu felt that merely sparing his life was already a significant concession. Such sentimentality was entirely unwarranted. Is there anyone else brave enough to challenge me? Yagyu stood with sword in hand, having triumphed in 2 battles, leaving an indelible impression of invincibility upon the Yuzuki clan. It is worth noting that both Yuzuki Yamato and Yuzuki Kaiohara were regarded as prodigies within the clan, second only to Yuzuki Yuin. Yet, despite their full efforts, neither could inflict a scratch upon Yagyu. Who else could possibly contend with him? Nonetheless, despite these thoughts, the members of the Yuzuki clan did not cease their challenges. If one could not prevail, then perhaps 2, 10, or even 20 could. They refused to believe that Yagyu's chakra was finite, nor that a relentless assault could deplete him. Thus, one after another, they stepped forward, only to be defeated again and again. Before long, noon arrived, and already over 15 members of the Yuzuki clan had faced defeat. Yagyu had faced 15 adversaries, achieving victory in every encounter, and remarkably remained unscathed. Chapter 48. A rematch with Yuzuki Yuin. Draw your sword and strike me. Who else dares challenge? By midday, it had been quite some time since anyone had ascended the platform. The entire Yuzuki clan was enveloped in a profound silence. How could he be so formidable? This lad has only just graduated from the ninja academy, or so they say, as the top of his class. If he were to hone his skills for a few more years, who knows how powerful he could become? The emergence of such a prodigy from the Tsukikage clan is bound to lead to an unimaginable future. The Yuzuki clan and the Tsukikage clan have always been on equal footing, but with the rise of Tsukikage Yuzuki, the Yuzuki clan may soon find themselves left far behind. Fortunately, Yuzuki Yuka is set to wed him, which might allow her clan to advance, securing more resources in the future. If Tsukikage Yuzuki were to ascend to the position of Hokage, the prospects for the Yuzuki clan would be nothing short of splendid. After a while, a figure stepped onto the arena. Yuka? Yuzuki's expression turned to one of astonishment, and upon noticing the lunchbox in her hand, he suddenly realized. Oh, she has come to deliver my lunch. You must be hungry. Yuka smiled as she inquired. A bit, he admitted. Do you want to eat? I do, he nodded. Then defeat me first. Before Yuzuki could react, Yuka swiftly drew her blade and struck at him. Secret sword, moon shadow. Yuka showed no mercy, unleashing a lethal attack. Fortunately, Yuzuki was quick to evade. What are you doing, Yuka? To marry me, you must first defeat all the young heirs of the Yuzuki clan. And I am one of them. Am I not worthy of a duel? Of course not. It's just that 4 years ago. In these 4 years, I have made considerable progress. Do not underestimate me. The two engaged in combat while exchanging words. However, Yuzuki remained on the defensive, dodging her attacks, while Yuka relentlessly swung her long blade with fierce precision. This is a hidden assassination strike. Yuzuki thought with a wry smile, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to fight back. He understood that Yuka's appearance was not out of reluctance to marry him, but rather to silence some naysayers within the Yuzuki clan. As the foremost young talent of her clan, her strength was unmatched. If she did not participate, it would undermine the claim that the Yuzuki clan had the strongest youth. Additionally, the younger generation of the Yuzuki clan had already been subdued by him. If no one else stepped forward, this contest would conclude prematurely. Yuka was also eager to restore some dignity for the younger members of her clan. They could lose, but they must not show cowardice. Stop running and draw your sword to strike me, Yuka urged after missing her blow. Just hold back a little, don't go all out. That would be too obvious, Yuka whispered as she closed in on Yuzuki. He understood. A performance, then? This is simple. In the next moment, Yuzuki began to wield his sword as well. Secret sword, moon shadow, leaf village sword technique, dance of the crescent moon, Uchiha sword technique, solar halo dance. The two engaged in battle for 300 exchanges before finally determining a victor. Yuka suffered a narrow defeat to Yuzuki. I've lost. Let us eat, she conceded, turning to leave. However, Yuzuki grasped her hand and suggested, let us eat together? Noticing the gazes of their clan members, Yuka's face flushed as she replied, no. I've already eaten. She shrugged off Yuzuki's hand and swiftly descended from the platform. Meanwhile, the audience below was left to feast on the spectacle of their affection. Have you eaten? I haven't, but I feel full. Same here. In truth, they had long perceived Yuzuki's cautiousness and deduced he must have held back. Yet, the prowess exhibited by both Yuzuki and Yuka left them in awe. Beyond indulging in their romantic antics, the audience's most significant takeaway was their enhanced understanding of swordsmanship. So, the secret techniques of the Leaf Village can be wielded in such a manner. Swordsmanship can be this formidable. Witnessing a duel between two master swordsmen was a delight for all members of the Yuzuki clan, including the clan leader and several elders who had practiced swordplay for decades. Yuka is truly a remarkable talent, surpassing her predecessors. I, too, have aged and am no match for the youth. Tsukikage Yuzuki, on the other hand, was extraordinary, mastering the essence of the Leaf Village techniques at such a young age. That earlier technique, the Uchiha style, incorporated fire release into swordsmanship. This child is truly formidable. Heh, the old codger Tsukikage Kiyoshi must be overjoyed to have such a genius emerge. Do you think Tsukikage Yuzuki has the potential to reach the level of Hokage? Can one attain such power purely through swordsmanship? I've never heard of it. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's impossible. I believe Tsukikage Yuzuki possesses the talent to achieve Hokage status. If Tsukikage Yuzuki can become Hokage, perhaps we too may have a shot at that position. They chuckled. The Hokage title is not easily attained. Think of the likes of Hatake Tsukumo. Hush, tread carefully. The circumstances surrounding Hatake Tsukumo's demise were not entirely secret. As many clan leaders had heard of the reasons behind his death, it was said he succumbed to guilt after failing a mission to save his comrades, leading to public scorn and ultimately his tragic end. How could such a strong warrior let a single failure drive him to take his own life? They found it hard to believe that someone of such strength could possess such frail mental fortitude. Moreover, the so-called comrades he saved were members of the Hyuga clan, who, instead of expressing gratitude, turned against him. It was difficult to believe no one was orchestrating this situation behind the scenes. Considering the Hyuga clan's connections with the third Hokage, the entire affair took on an eerie complexity. No one dared to delve into the truth. In the training grounds of the Yuzuki clan, Yuzuki sat alone on the platform, quietly eating his meal. Below, the spectators merely watched him, with no one daring to challenge him further. Many gazed anxiously at the sun as it gradually moved westward. But powerless against Yuzuki, they could do nothing. Hours passed, and as the sun neared the horizon, the last rays of twilight illuminated the arena where Yuzuki sat, seemingly dozing off. It's nearly time to conclude, the Yuzuki clan leader remarked to Yuka with satisfaction. In truth, everything could have ended when Yuka lost. However, since it had been declared that the contest would conclude at sunset, the clan leader felt it inappropriate to end it prematurely, fearing it might fuel rumors of an unearned victory for Yuzuki. The dangers of rumor were well known, and the Yuzuki clan leader was determined to prevent this engagement challenge from becoming fodder for gossip against Yuzuki and Yuka. It was best to wait until the time was right, ensuring a perfect resolution. Thus, their engagement would be a delightful tale, free from the slander of petty individuals. Chapter 49. The love story that resonated through Konoha. As the time arrived, Tsukikage Yuzuki successfully defended the platform. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, many members of the Yuzuki clan could not help but sigh. Although they had long known they could not defeat Tsukikage Yuzuki, the finality of the situation brought about an inevitable sense of disappointment. An outsider had swept through the entirety of the Yuzuki clan. Though this was all for the sake of an engagement, it was hardly a matter of pride for the young members of the Yuzuki clan. After all, the illustrious names of Tsukikage Yuzuki and Yuzuki Yuka were built upon their defeat. Seemingly sensing the thoughts of the clan members, the Yuzuki clan leader spoke softly. I understand your sentiments. Do you feel embarrassed that a group has lost to a single individual? The crowd fell silent, tacitly acknowledging their feelings. In reality, there is no shame in this. Every era has its own geniuses. During my time, I was merely a minor player. With the third Hokage before me and the likes of the legendary three ninjas, Hatake Tsukumo, and the fourth Hokage after me, had they chosen to challenge our Yuzuki clan, I would not have fared any better. The most comforting words in this world are not those urging you to persevere and look ahead, but rather the assurance that someone else is in a similar position. Hearing that one is comparable to oneself can somewhat alleviate the pain of past experiences. This sentiment resonates strongly with the current younger generation of the Yuzuki clan. Chieftain Yuzuki continued, I share these words not to provide you with psychological comfort, nor to encourage complacency, but to assert that our Yuzuki clan's ninjas possess the fortitude to endure. We dare to acknowledge our failures and confront them head-on, striving to become better. Do you understand? Understood, chieftain. The Yuzuki clan members erupted in a thunderous chorus, reminiscent of a fervent cult gathering. Yagyu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire the chieftain's prowess. If verbal dexterity were a rank, the chieftain would undoubtedly be a sovereign. What followed was a scene of familial warmth as Yagyu, designated as the future son-in-law of the Uchiha clan, was warmly welcomed and treated to a lavish dinner. Naturally, he could not remain overnight. The following day, news of the union between the Uchiha clan and the Sasuke clan spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. The chieftain instructed his clan members to disseminate the news of Uchiha Sasuke's engagement to Sasuke Yagyu across the village, with some even embellishing the tale into an elaborate love story. It was as if it were love at first sight, a mutual admiration between geniuses. In short, there were countless versions, all glorifying the couple's enchanting romance. In no time, the names Uchiha Sasuke and Sasuke Yagyu echoed throughout Konoha and beyond. Years later, once Sasuke Yagyu had gained renown in the shinobi world, some theatrical venues even adapted their story into a play that toured various nations. The tale of their lunar love captivated countless young hearts, and many yearned for the legendary romance of Sasuke Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke. How exaggerated could it be? At Training Ground 7, Yagyu was indulging in Sakura's massage while listening to her recount the latest tales surrounding him in Konoha. The legendary love story made Yagyu's lips twitch in amusement. In previous years, interclan marriages were usually discreet, but Yagyu's prodigious talents forbade any semblance of subtlety. They feared that the Sasuke clan or Sasuke Yagyu might reconsider the alliance with another clan, rendering their joy meaningless. After all, they were not yet married. Engagements could still be broken. However, if their romance became common knowledge throughout Konoha, Yagyu would find it challenging to back out. Even if, hypothetically, Sasuke Yagyu were to shamelessly insist on breaking the engagement, no clan would dare to compete with the Uchiha clan for a son-in-law. Even if another enchanting maiden were to capture Yagyu's heart, she could never usurp Uchiha Sasuke's rightful place. One could say the Uchiha clan was quite shrewd in their maneuvers. Humph. Now everyone in Konoha knows about your and Sasuke's love story, how you fell for each other under the moonlight. Heh, are you feeling jealous? Yagyu teased as he playfully scratched Sakura's nose. With a soft huff, she turned away, her grip tightening slightly in apparent dissatisfaction. All right, don't be upset. We can have an engagement of our own, and I'll invite people to share our love story throughout Konoha. No, the entire shinobi world. I don't want that. Your and Sasuke's story has already spread throughout the Land of Fire. If I share my version, I'd be considered the other woman? How embarrassing. I refuse to be seen as the one who stole Sasuke's man. Ha 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 ha. What's yours? What's hers? It's all mine. Their light-hearted banter caught Kakashi's attention. Yagyu, it's best to remain loyal in matters of the heart. Your flirtations could lead to considerable trouble down the line. Raising an eyebrow, Yagyu inquired, Kakashi, have you ever liked someone? In terms of love, I mean a girl. A girl? Kakashi questioned, puzzled by Yagyu's emphasis on the word. Am I supposed to develop feelings for a man? A fleeting moment of confusion passed over him before he replied, no. Then what qualifies a long-time single like you to advise me on romance? Honestly, with your looks and abilities, Kakashi, you could attract a line of suitors from Konoha to the village hidden in the clouds. If you're interested, I could even arrange a ninja mission to seek out brides across the shinobi world. What do you say? Don't worry, I'll cover the costs. No thanks. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, and with a hasty response, he retreated as if escaping. Little did Kakashi know, Yagyu was serious. Watching Kakashi's hurried exit ignited a spark of intrigue within him. Sakura, what do you think about actually setting up a marriage-seeking mission for Kakashi? Huh. That doesn't seem right. Kakashi-sensei hasn't agreed. Though Kakashi hasn't consented, as his disciples, we cannot allow him to continue living in isolation. Kakashi is already 26. In a few years, he'll be 30. 30 is middle-aged. If he were lacking in money, talent, or looks, that would be one thing. But he possesses all three. Have you never wondered why Kakashi doesn't date? Why? Sakura's curiosity prompted Yagyu to think of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. However, he believed Kakashi's situation was one of passion rather than love. Chapter 50. The Homebody Kakashi and the Konoha Matchmaking. Shaking his head, Yagyu replied, I doubt it. I believe Kakashi refrains from dating or marrying due to his past experiences. He has too much of a homebody. A homebody? You mean someone who dislikes going out and socializing? Aside from training and missions with us, does Kakashi have any other social interactions? Sakura pondered and realized that indeed, Kakashi was rather reclusive. So, we need to help Kakashi-sensei with matchmaking, allowing him to meet more girls? Brilliant. Yagyu snapped his fingers and turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, what do you think? Care to join our endeavor? Bored, Sasuke replied, casting a brief glance before returning to his indifference. The next day, The trio made their way to the Hokage Tower to seek out the third Hokage. What? You want to set Kakashi up for marriage? Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out his tea in surprise. How could you entertain such an idea? Kakashi-sensei has taught us so much. We feel it's necessary to care for his personal life and prevent him from remaining alone, Sakura asserted. Homebuddy. Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered this term for the first time. His curiosity piqued. What does it mean? A homebuddy is someone who dislikes going out and socializing. How can one live without enjoying the world and forming connections? Such a person is bound to develop ailments. In the interest of Kakashi-sensei's mental well-being, we've decided to help him find a suitable partner. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed their notion as mere folly, but upon hearing the term mental well-being, it struck a chord. He understood Kakashi better than anyone else. He had once removed him from the Umbu for the sake of his mental health, hoping to foster more connections in Konoha and lessen his darkness. Now, it seemed that initial decision had borne fruit. Otherwise, Kakashi might have succumbed to Danzo's manipulations long ago. Perhaps finding Kakashi a wife was indeed a sound idea? Very well. You make a compelling argument. Kakashi is indeed getting on in years. Marrying would be beneficial for him. How much are you willing to offer as a reward for this matchmaking endeavor? 200,000. 200,000. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand froze mid-motion. His expression one of shock as he stared at the trio. The maximum reward for a D-rank mission was 1,000, while a C-rank was 5,000. A B-rank was 15,000. This meant Yagyu and his comrades were proposing a reward equivalent to an A-rank mission to help Kakashi find love. Were the new generation of Genin truly so affluent? Team 7 had completed a total of 10 D-rank missions and 3 C-rank missions, earning roughly 100,000 in total. Divided among 4 members, each would receive less than 25,000. Yet now, this group of youths was offering 200,000 to assist Kakashi in matchmaking? Have I succumbed to madness, or has the world gone insane? Yagyu, there is truly no need to squander so much money. With this sum, you could easily hire a jonin as your personal bodyguard for an entire month. It matters not, for I am not financially constrained. Presently, Yagyu stands as the young clan leader of the Moonlight Clan, and the clan's wealth is entirely at his disposal. A mere 200,000 Ryo is a trifling sum. Even if it were 1 million or 10 million Ryo, Yagyu could readily produce it. However, should he consider spending 10 million Ryo on a date for Kakashi, the Moonlight Clan would certainly be enraged. In order to preserve the life of his clan leader, Yagyu refrains from such extravagant expenditures. In light of this, let us proceed as you suggested. Are there any specific requirements for the girl? She should possess fair skin and beauty, be between the ages of 18 to 30, and her strength must exceed that of a special jonin. For now, that is all. There are not many female ninjas in Konoha that fit this description. Yagyu, perhaps consider relaxing these criteria? No need for changes. No one would be worthy of Kakashi even with lowered standards. Very well then. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to put pen to paper, Yagyu interjected. By the way, third Hokage, this matchmaking event is open to the entire shinobi world. Not limited to Konoha or the Land of Fire. Yagyu, only ninjas from Konoha can participate, even if ninjas from other villages are aware. They cannot claim the rewards for tasks issued in Konoha. Sarutobi's expression grew troubled. He certainly did not wish for the elite jonin from his village to wed female jonin from other villages, as it could introduce a precarious instability for Konoha. Who knows if the ninjas coming for matchmaking are spies? Can I issue tasks in other ninja villages then? Yagyu inquired curiously. Sarutobi gazed at him with a peculiar expression. It is possible, but you are currently a ninja of Konoha, although you are a genin. Wandering into those major ninja villages could easily lead you to be mistaken for a spy and interrogated. Unless you can cleverly disguise your identity while infiltrating those great nations' ninja villages. Perhaps I shall forego that. While Yagyu may not be renowned in the shinobi world, his skills are undeniable. Should he be recognized during a reckless visit to another village, it would spell trouble. Yagyu felt confident in his ability to handle most ninjas. Even facing a Kaga-level opponent, he believed he could retreat unscathed. Yet, he remained uncertain about overpowering a Kaga-level opponent and could hardly defend against some unpredictable abilities. Yagyu felt that before he became an all-round warrior, he must remain cautious. Moreover, in pursuit of Kakashi's love, Yagyu felt he was not as idle as they presumed. His current involvement in orchestrating Kakashi's romantic endeavors was merely a whimsical impulse, as well as a means to retaliate against Kakashi's meddling. Forcing me to abandon Sakura, Ino, and Hinata is truly malicious. The following day, a female jonin arrived with her team to accept a mission. Third Hokage, are there any A-rank missions available? The female jonin inquired. Sarutobi lifted his head. What type are you seeking? I would prefer a mission that does not require combat. My team has been quite fatigued lately. Ideally, something involving guarding or investigation. Sarutobi perused some documents and ultimately presented her with 2 mission scrolls. Here is a mission to guard the western border. You may review the other one yourself. The female Jonin, intrigued, wondered what mission was so difficult for the esteemed Hokage to articulate. Thus, she bypassed the first scroll and opened the second instead. Upon reading its contents, her face flushed crimson. Hokage-sama, is this truly the case? Indeed, Sarutobi replied, taking a puff from his pipe and nodding nonchalantly. Then I shall accept this mission. Not long after, the news of the female Jonin accepting the mission reached Yagyu. An Umbu ninja delivered a message to him. Upon seeing the Umbu's arrival, Sakura and Sasuke appeared even more excited than he. What is the news? Has someone taken the mission? What is the name of this female Jonin? Is she beautiful? Sasuke remained silent, yet his cessation of training and earnest demeanor indicated his interest. Yagyu tossed the message to Sakura, saying, see for yourself. He was indifferent regarding Kakashi's romantic affairs, purely indulging in mischief. Whether Kakashi ended up with someone or not was of no consequence to him. Fuka Shizuka, 24 years old, special Jonin, skilled in wind release, has completed 1 S-rank mission and 15 A-rank missions. Her father, Fuka Ryoshichi, is 48 years old and a chunin, while her mother, Hinazono Akari, is 45 years old and also a chunin. This information is quite thorough, even detailing her ancestors. It seems this girl has a fondness for Kakashi-sensei, Sakura murmured. Sasuke subtly nodded in agreement. I think she is quite suitable. Let us arrange a meeting for the two. Yagyu decided. But Kakashi-sensei is unaware of our matchmaking efforts. Will he attend? Sakura questioned skeptically. If he refuses, we can trick him into coming. Yagyu grinned, seemingly concocting some nefarious scheme. In the cafe, Yagyu addressed the group. I say, why have you summoned me today if there is no training? Is there something of great importance? The 7th team typically gather daily for training when there are no missions. However, due to Kakashi's nature, he would not always be present, hence the summons. Yagyu remained silent, first surveying the coffee and pastries on the table. Kakashi, as always, did not remove his mask in the presence of others, leaving the coffee and pastries to grow cold on the table. He took a sip of coffee, finding it somewhat bitter. Then he sampled a pastry, noting its sweetness. Observing Yagyu's silence, Kakashi turned to Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura hesitated, while Sasuke maintained a dispassionate facade, albeit with a hint of schadenfreude. This made Kakashi feel uneasy. Sakura, why don't you speak? Yes. Yagyu interrupted her, knowing that if Kakashi discovered this was a matchmaking endeavor, he would surely flee. Thus, they had to keep it a secret for now. After a moment of tension, Sakura finally spoke. You'll find out shortly, Kakashi-sensei. With the 3 remaining silent, Kakashi could only wait in boredom. Soon, a beautiful woman clad in a purple dress entered the cafe. She scanned the room, and upon spotting Kakashi's group, she cheerfully approached. Kakashi-senpai, you are? Kakashi, momentarily at a loss for her name, needed her to introduce herself. I am Shizuka, Kakashi-senpai, Fuka Shizuka. Shizuka? Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Before Kakashi could finish, Yagyu and the others abruptly stood up to leave. Kakashi, do your best. Kakashi-sensei, this is our chosen match for you. Do not let us down. Even Sasuke offered him an encouraging glance, leaving Kakashi bewildered at how he suddenly acquired a matchmaker. Suddenly, he recalled Yagyu's words from a few days prior, where he seemed to advise him to maintain his integrity and not be frivolous. Then Yagyu had mentioned arranging a match for him. Could it be that my subordinate harbors such a vengeful spirit? Kakashi sighed, resigned, and gazed at the lovely Fuka Shizuka seated across from him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, Shizuka, I currently have no intentions of marrying. That's all right. We can take our time to get to know each other. Marriage can wait. I'm willing to be patient. Fuka Shizuka smiled softly, her adorable dimples showing, leaving Kakashi momentarily spellbound. After a lengthy silence, Kakashi finally collected himself, resting his forehead in his hand, feeling exasperated. This is truly troublesome. To spare Shizuka's feelings, Kakashi chose to spend the afternoon with her. During this time, he uncovered the entire situation. Unbeknownst to him, his 3 beloved subordinates had spent 200,000 Ryo to arrange a marriage proposal for him. Even more outrageous was the fact that the 3rd Hokage had issued the mission without consulting him. Alas, those 3 underlings of the 3rd were truly infuriating. He ultimately declined Shizuka's advances, citing his lack of marital intentions as a reason, and left Yagyu and the others to explain, resulting in a bittersweet conclusion. As they parted ways, Shizuka gazed at him with reluctance, her purple skirt billowing in the breeze, exuding an enchanting grace. Yet he felt nothing. He needed to head to the Hokage Tower to have the mission rescinded. If people kept coming to him for marriage proposals, it would become quite troublesome. Kakashi murmured to himself as he prepared to leave, only to encounter his old friends, Yugao and Anko. "Oh, isn't that Kakashi? I heard you spent 200,000 Ryo at the Hokage Tower to propose. Who would have thought you, usually so aloof, actually yearned for a woman? Ha ha ha." Anko teased loudly while munching on red bean dumplings, making Kakashi feel quite embarrassed. "Honestly, have you ever considered me? 200,000 Ryo could buy a lot of dumplings. You know." She chuckled. "This is not how it appears," Kakashi insisted. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed their inquiries, but when it came to his reputation, he couldn't help but clarify. Otherwise, he would lose face in the Jonin community. He recounted what Yagyu and the others had done, leaving the two in stunned disbelief. "Come on, Kakashi, you can't be serious. 3 genin gathered 200,000 Ryo to help you find a wife." Anko questioned incredulously, while Yugao shared her skepticism. "But Kakashi, your subordinates are merely genin, right? Fresh graduates? How could they possibly amass such a sum to assist you in finding a spouse? And as a 26-year-old man, seeking a wife is nothing to be ashamed of. There's no need to shift the blame onto someone else." Kakashi's expression darkened. He knew it would not be easy to clarify this matter. With a heavy sigh, he began to boast about Yagyu. He is the top student of this graduating class, adept at manipulating 2 types of chakra, and possesses Jonin-level strength even before graduation. Plus, he is the heir of the Moonlight Clan, managing the family finances. The 2 women, already doubtful, were even more incredulous after hearing this. There can't possibly be someone so talented in this world. If he graduated as a Jonin, then what does that make me, who has been labeled a genius since childhood but is still just a special Jonin in my 20s? Anko scoffed. Kakashi, feeling exasperated, explained. Originally, the Hokage intended for Yagyu to join the Umbu immediately upon graduation, but he declined. Although he possesses Jonin-level abilities, he has never undertaken a mission. The Hokage, considering his lack of experience, decided to have him train under me for a year. I expect he will be promoted to Jonin and lead his own team by next year at the latest. Becoming a Jonin within a year of graduation. That is even more remarkable than Kakashi's own achievement. Anko exclaimed. Kakashi graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and attained Jonin status at 12. While he might seem equally talented, he had spent 7 years in the ninja world, completing missions and honing his skills. This was the culmination of years of effort. "Hey, Red, I suddenly find this kid intriguing. Should we go check him out?" Anko nudged Yugao playfully. Yugao pondered for a moment before replying. "I've heard my subordinates mention Yagyu's talent, but I never imagined he was this formidable. However, it seems inappropriate to intrude on someone just out of curiosity." Yugao felt that seeking someone merely out of curiosity would lead her to constantly pursue individuals. There were simply too many noteworthy people in this world. Anko, however, shrugged nonchalantly. "What does it matter? Given our relationship with Kakashi, I'm sure he won't mind. Besides, the most important thing is that this kid is loaded. 200,000 Ryo. With that much money, he surely wouldn't mind treating us to some dumplings, right?" Yugao couldn't help but laugh. "Are you telling me that as a Jonin, you can't even spare a little money for dumplings?" "Hold on, I'm a special Jonin, not just a Jonin," Anko declared with mock seriousness. "I primarily undertake B-rank missions, which take 10 to 15 days to complete. I usually rest for half a month after finishing a mission. I earn enough for half a month, but I'm running low on funds now that the month is coming to a close. For the sake of my dumplings, I must rob the rich to feed the poor." Yugao sighed, recognizing that Anko had no family or master. Only a few acquaintances and friends she was not particularly close to. With no background to rely on, Anko lived by spending what she earned, never managing to save a single Ryo. This lifestyle wasn't particularly good or bad, but it certainly lacked hope for the future. Each day was just about getting by. She had previously advised Anko to save, but Anko had retorted that she had neither children nor elders, so what was the point of saving? Spend what you have today, and worry about tomorrow when it comes. What matters is being happy. After that, Yugao stopped trying to persuade her. Everyone has their own way of life, and she respected Anko's choices. Moreover, Anko's skills were derived from Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, so Yugao had no worries about Anko starving one day. Her only concern was that Anko might suffer serious injuries during missions and end up owing the hospital a fortune. "Let us go see for ourselves, then. It'll be a good way to verify if Kakashi was lying," Yugao suggested, glancing at Kakashi with a smile. Given their understanding of Kakashi, they believed he was unlikely to lie. They were merely teasing this aloof and talented Jonin. Although they were both Jonin and considered friends, Kakashi maintained a distant demeanor with them, only being close to Might Guy. Kakashi, feeling helpless, raised his hands in surrender and pointed eastward. They are probably at the training grounds now. You can find them there. I must take my leave to have the Hokage withdraw this mission. With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. By now, both Yugao and Enko were aware of his marriage proposal mission. It was likely that the entire higher-ups of Konoha were aware of this matter. He had to act quickly to prevent it from becoming common knowledge. He certainly did not wish to become notorious for something like this. Yugao and Enko exchanged knowing smiles before making their way to the 7th training ground. However, Kakashi had misjudged Yagyu and the others' whereabouts. They were not at the 7th training ground, but rather in Konoha Park, discussing Kakashi's marriage proposal. Shizuka-senpai is so beautiful and powerful. How could Kakashi-sensei refuse her? Sakura lamented, resting her chin on her hands on a bench, feeling quite displeased. Do you think Kakashi-sensei might not like women? Yagyu and Sasuke exchanged glances, an inexplicable chill running down their spines. Surely not. Yagyu recalled that Kakashi had once had a vague romantic involvement with a spy from another village during his youth. They had even shared a kiss, but ultimately, their differing allegiances had kept them apart. Was Kakashi reminiscing about that girl? Unfortunately, Yagyu had forgotten her name and which village she belonged to. Otherwise, he would have certainly confronted Kakashi about it. Nevertheless, this incident seemed to serve as a form of retribution for Kakashi, and Yagyu decided not to dwell on it any longer. Although the 3rd Hokage had intended to help Kakashi forge stronger bonds in Konoha, if Kakashi had come forward to refuse this proposal, he would not have forced the issue. The matter of matchmaking seems to have reached its conclusion. Moreover, Yagyu still needs to seek Kakashi to learn the art of summoning. He cannot afford to offend Kakashi. Chapter 53. The Search for Summoning Beasts the next day. You wish to learn summoning techniques from me? Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, you are proficient in it, aren't you? Proficient, yes, but... Kakashi scratched his face, appearing to contemplate something. However, since it was rare for the 3 of them to seek his guidance, he found it difficult to refuse. Very well. I shall teach you the art of summoning today. However, to practice summoning, one must first possess a summoning beast. Do you have one? The 3 shook their heads in unison. In that case, I can only teach you how to cultivate a summoning beast first. Cultivate. Even though Sakura is an academic prodigy, she was entirely unfamiliar with such secret techniques. Kakashi, sitting cross-legged, began to explain. The distinction between a summoning beast and a regular wild animal lies in the fact that a summoning beast possesses chakra and a greater degree of sentience. Some exceptional ones can even utilize ninjutsu. There are 2 ways to acquire a summoning beast. One can either find a wild summoning beast or cultivate one from scratch. Is it akin to the Inuzuka clan's methods? Sakura inquired. Kakashi shook his head. The summoning beasts of the Inuzuka clan, strictly speaking, cannot be considered cultivated. The clan's earliest summoning beasts were indeed wild, but over time, they became domesticated. It is akin to the transformation of wolves into dogs, essentially the same principle. So, Kakashi-sensei, are you suggesting that you can cultivate an ordinary animal into a summoning beast? Yes, this method is inspired by the experiences of the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan. Sakura recalled the boy who always wore sunglasses and spoke little. There was once a member of the Aburame clan in their class named Shino Aburame. Kakashi-sensei, does the Aburame clan also possess summoning beasts? Indeed, the summoning beasts of the Aburame clan are insects. They provide chakra to the insects, marking them with their own insignia, thus allowing them to control them. Insects. Sakura's mind involuntarily conjured images of terrifying creatures, causing her to shiver slightly. The method of the Aburame clan teaches us that any organism can store chakra within its body, but some creatures inherently lack chakra. Thus, we can supply them with our own chakra for their use. Over time, these ordinary creatures undergo transformation, beginning to produce chakra naturally, and we ninjas can establish a bond through a blood contract, enabling us to summon them when needed. Of course, not all ordinary creatures can be successfully cultivated. This requires continuous experimentation. For instance, I chose to cultivate a dog that is intelligent and friendly as my summoning beast. Kai opted for a turtle. Yagyu initially considered emulating Might Guy's methods, but it seemed unnecessary now. Might Guy probably learned the method of cultivating summoning beasts from Kakashi. Furthermore, Might Guy imparted the 8 gates technique to Kakashi. Truly, they are the best of friends. First and foremost, you must select an animal you favor, and then I will teach you how to cultivate it. With the theoretical portion concluded, it was time for practice. The 3 of them set off to find their preferred summoning beasts, agreeing to reconvene in 3 days. What creature should I choose as my summoning beast? Few animals possess the combined qualities of toxin resistance, durability, and reconnaissance capabilities. As Yagyu pondered, he arrived at a pet shop, entering without hesitation. Welcome. What kind of pet are you looking to acquire? The shopkeeper was a sweet-looking young lady, adorned in a white dress with flowing hair, prompting even Yagyu, who had seen many beauties, to marvel. You are truly stunning, Yagyu complimented sincerely. Yaya smiled sweetly in response. Thank you. Do you have any animals known for their toxin resistance? Ideally, something intelligent. Toxin resistant? Intelligent? Sir, our store does not cater to customers who mistreat pets. I am not purchasing a pet. As you can see, I am a ninja. Yagyu indicated his forehead protector. Thus, I seek a summoning beast with those characteristics. Yaya cast a peculiar glance at Yagyu, seemingly questioning why someone would come to a pet shop for a summoning beast. Sensing her doubt, Yagyu fabricated a story. I am a summoning beast cultivator. Through my guidance, even ordinary animals can become summoning beasts to assist ninjas in battle. Yaya appeared skeptical. Yet the earnestness in Yagyu's expression compelled her to believe him. After all, the forehead protector on Yagyu's head was no mere facade. Apologies, but I do not have such animals for sale. However, I can inform you where to find them. Where? In the land of grass. There exists a vast grassland where you can find a particularly toxin-resistant creature known as the opossum. This creature is highly omnivorous, capable of consuming almost anything, including toxins. And it possesses an impressive level of intelligence, with a natural instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. If you intend to go to the land of grass, I can accompany you in the search for possums. What are your terms? Yagyu was wary of unreciprocated assistance, even if he was quite handsome. I need you to protect me on the way. My family is there, and I do not dare return alone, Yaya murmured timidly. Yagyu was taken aback and asked, Have you never returned before? I always hired Leaf Village ninjas to escort me, but the cost of round trips is exorbitant. You see, I merely run a pet shop and earn very little annually. I might only be able to return home once a year. Yagyu remained skeptical, but chose not to press further. After all, he was headed there as well. It would not be a burden to assist Yaya along the way. The following day, after requesting a 3-day leave from Kakashi, Yagyu set off with Yaya towards the land of grass. Sakura and Sasuke seemed preoccupied with their own quests for suitable summoning beasts, leaving Yagyu to depart the village alone. Chapter 54. The Little Beggar on the Journey. Yaya was taken aback by Yagyu's audacity to venture out of the village alone and curiously asked, Are you a jonin? In her mind, only powerful ninjas could leave the land of fire unaccompanied. After all, outside the land of fire, few would respect the identity of a leaf ninja. They could even kill a non-village ninja on suspicion of espionage. This ninja world is fraught with peril. I am a genin, Yagyu replied. A genin. Yaya scrutinized Yagyu closely, seemingly torn, yet she remained silent and continued on the path. Yagyu understood her concerns. They likely revolved around his safety. However, he chose not to elaborate. While Yaya had provided him assistance, it did not necessitate boasting about his abilities. The information she shared was a simple act of kindness. And likewise, his offer to escort Yaya to her village was also a minor favor. No one owed anyone anything. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Half a day later, they had traversed roughly half of their journey. They were now near the border of the land of fire. However, Yaya, being an ordinary person, was already exhausted and breathless after hours of walking. Observing this, Yagyu decided to pause and rest. I will procure some game. Wait here for me. Hey, I'll come with you, Yaya said, visibly anxious, clearly uncomfortable being alone in this unfamiliar environment. Yagyu glanced at Yaya and, forming hand seals, summoned a shadow clone. I am going to hunt. You cannot keep up. Before I return, my shadow clone will keep you company. Shadow clone. Surprise flickered in Yaya's eyes for the first time. Though not a ninja, she was acquainted with many. Thus, she recognized that the shadow clone technique was not something just any ninja could master. Are you truly a genin? Yaya's inquiries went unheard by Yagyu, who had already departed. His shadow clone, exuding an aura of aloofness, deterred any approach. Thus, Yaya found herself seated aside, idly toying with a small stick, patiently awaiting his return. In the depths of the forest, Yagyu deftly maneuvered among the branches, searching for traces of wildlife. Though they had provisions, the allure of fresh game was tempting. Why settle for tasteless rations when the opportunity for a more delectable feast presented itself? This journey was not an urgent ninja mission, but rather a leisurely expedition, and he had no intention of depriving himself. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush captured Yagyu's attention, and a shuriken flew from his hand with swift precision. Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. A small, disheveled beggar emerged from the thicket. Panic etched across his face, prompting a wave of disappointment in Yagyu. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the shuriken had merely grazed the boy's clothing. He tossed a coin to the ground and turned to leave. The young beggar, initially stunned by his survival, quickly fixated on the coin, his eyes gleaming with hope. Cautiously, he approached, ensured it was not a trap, and pocketed the coin. The boy, wearing a similar forehead protector, wondered if he too was a target, albeit one that had gone unrecognized. Having fled his village long ago, he had endured countless nights of hardship. The memories of those merciless killers sent shivers down his spine. His father, mother, sister, and all his kin perished on that fateful night. Had he not sensed the impending danger and hidden in a latrine, he too would have met a grim fate. With a blend of curiosity and trepidation, the small beggar decided to quietly follow in the direction Yagyu had taken. Chapter 55. Why eat such adorable rabbits? I have returned, Yagyu announced, holding aloft 2 large rabbits and a smaller one. The unfortunate rabbit family had met a tragic end at the hands of the malevolent Uchiha. You intend to eat rabbits? Yaya exclaimed incredulously, her gaze akin to that of one encountering an extraterrestrial being. Yagyu, however, appeared unperturbed, nodding with a stoic expression. What else should I do? Shall I catch them merely to replenish your stock? Yaya's cheeks flushed as she retorted, all the pets I sell are domesticated, not wild. Oh, Yagyu replied, his indifference leaving Yaya perplexed. Just moments ago, he had praised her beauty, yet now he exhibited such a dispassionate demeanor. But rabbits are so adorable. Must we truly consume them? Yagyu regarded her as if she were unhinged, firmly rejecting her plea. That is not an option. If all delightful creatures were exempt from the dinner table, the world would be devoid of many exquisite flavors. Moreover, the enthusiasm of food developers in crafting adorable representations of dishes to entice women suggests that such sentiments do not deter them from consumption. After all, why should the cuteness of gummies permit them to be eaten, while the charm of rabbits forbids it? Surely, it is not a matter of life itself. For even heart-shaped fried eggs and adorably packaged meat snacks once possessed life. If neither the appreciation for cuteness nor the compassion for life were the reasons behind their reluctance to consume rabbits, what could it be? Yagyu pondered. Yet clarity struck him when he observed Yaya gnawing on her rations. Perhaps she simply was not hungry enough. As for himself, why did he too desire to partake in the delightful rabbits? Was it a lack of compassion? Or perhaps a simple craving for meat? He resolved that his decision to eat rabbits stemmed from the latter. Soon, the once adorable rabbits transformed into 3 golden brown roasted specimens. Sprinkled with seasoning acquired from the Konoha barbecue shop, the aroma wafted enticingly through the air, tormenting Yaya as she nibbled on her dry provisions, her eyes darting toward the succulent roasted rabbits. Noticing Yagyu's gaze upon her, she quickly donned a scowl, as if he had committed an unspeakable act against her family. Care for a bite? Yagyu offered, extending a roasted rabbit toward Yaya. I shan't eat. You may indulge if you wish. He wasted no time, tearing off a rabbit leg and savoring it, while Yaya glared at him with clenched teeth. Suddenly, a disturbance arose from the nearby underbrush. Who goes there? Yaya exclaimed, rising in alarm, a kunai inexplicably clutched in her hand. Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at the kunai before continuing to eat with an air of calm. He remained unperturbed by the rustling, having already discerned the presence of someone concealed within the foliage. To his surprise, it was none other than the small beggar he had nearly harmed. As expected, a ragged boy emerged from the thicket, a coin in hand and a sheepish grin on his face. Please, do not attack. I have come to return something. Return something? Yaya queried, confusion evident on her face. She did not recognize the beggar, which implied he had come to return something to Yagyu. Did he lose something while hunting? The coin is yours, no need for repayment. Yagyu stated nonchalantly, taking a bite of rabbit meat. Your intention is not merely to return the coin, is it? Speak plainly, I dislike verbosity. Despite not having made any threatening gestures, an invisible aura of intimidation enveloped Yagyu, causing the beggar to tremble. Excuse me, are you a ninja from Konoha? Have you heard of Shinjuku Village? Chapter 56. This world is never just. I have not, Yagyu replied coolly, observing the lack of emotion on Yagyu's face. The beggar realized he was not deceiving him. Perhaps Yagyu's control over his expressions was simply too adept for him to discern. The boy's face reflected a struggle, yet he ultimately resolved to speak. Ninja-sama, Shinjuku Village was annihilated by Konoha ninjas. Oh, Yagyu replied, his expression unreadable. The beggar, filled with indignation, questioned. Does the life of an entire village mean nothing to the ninjas of Konoha? Yagyu, bemused, responded, but I did not slay them. Why should I care? You, the beggar, exasperated, sought to retort but found himself at a loss for words. It was akin to condemning someone for witnessing a crime they did not commit. Though his anger was palpable, it was not directed at Yagyu. Rather, it was aimed at the Konoha ninjas who had mercilessly slaughtered his kin. Regaining composure, He suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn to a formidable ninja. What was I thinking? Have I lost my senses? Calm yourself, Yagyu said, bemused by the beggar's erratic behavior. He oscillated between caution and aggression, then shrank back in fear. If you have no business here, take the coin and leave. It is yours. Ninja-sama, I wish to. You wish to what? Yagyu interrupted. Do not expect me to delve into your troubles. We are not related. And I have no intention of aiding you in seeking vengeance. I am not one to be driven by an overabundance of justice, understand? The beggar had not anticipated that Yagyu could read his thoughts without him uttering a word. He saw Yagyu as a Konoha ninja, one who did not exhibit the same brutal nature as those who had slaughtered his village. He had hoped to establish a connection, perhaps even elicit some sympathy. Yet, it seemed Yagyu was not the ally he had envisioned, and the atmosphere grew awkward. This world is never just, Yagyu declared, placing a roasted rabbit into the beggar's hands. It will not shine brightly. Live well. If you seek revenge, then acquire strength and uncover the truth for yourself. Yet, the beggar, having instinctively taken the roasted rabbit, found himself unable to take a single bite. Do not dwell on vengeance, for life is fleeting, and you are but an ordinary person. Do not allow hatred to squander the remainder of your days. Yagyu gently patted the little beggar's shoulder before calling to Yaya and departing. You haven't finished your roasted rabbit. Leave it for him. He appears to have gone a long time without food. And what will you eat? A soldier's ration will suffice. Is that even palatable? It is no less satisfying than your provisions. Then why do you still eat it? One cannot go hungry, can they? The little beggar watched as the two faded into the distance, clutching the roasted rabbit in his hands, motionless. Time passed, and as the sun approached its descent, he wept. He observed the brilliant sun succumb to the horizon, the once vibrant sky darkening. How could a mere forest, a single leaf, or an ordinary soul like himself be any different? He had always known his ordinariness and his powerlessness regarding many matters. Yet, he had never formally acknowledged his own mediocrity. Just moments ago, he confronted his own frailty and the inevitability of his fate, and he wept. He cried like a child weighing over 90 pounds. Tears uncontrollably streaming down his face as he choked on a bite of roasted rabbit. It had cooled, yet its flavor remained unaffected. The taste of the roasted rabbit, mingled with his salty tears, was swallowed down, as though he were consuming all his sorrows. His past, his future, his dreams, all were swallowed whole. In this life, he could only survive. Chapter 57. Stand still. I shall procure an orange for you. Hey, I ask you, do you truly believe this world is unjust? Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at her and replied nonchalantly, strength is justice. A fallacy. Yaya scoffed, clearly disagreeing with this notion. In the land of grass. Within the village of Kusagakure, this village ranked among the lowest in the ninja world, yet it had produced several renowned ninjas. Nagato's hungry ghost path, the lord of Kirigakure. Mu, Ryosho, and the mother-daughter duo from the Uzumaki clan, Karui and her mother. Yagyu mused that Karui's mother was likely deceased by now. Wait for me here. I will fetch an orange. Yagyu grasped Yaya, who was about to buy an orange. I shall go. Oh, rarely do you exhibit such a gentlemanly side. Yaya exclaimed in surprise. Yagyu rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the conflict with my father, who would wish to buy oranges? Boss, how much for the oranges? 50 ryo per pound. Yagyu frowned. Too expensive. Expensive? How so? Oranges in Kusagakure have always been priced this way. Selling oranges is quite challenging. Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Have you diligently completed your tasks? Have you put forth the necessary effort? I shall not buy it. Yagyu turned away, for he was wealthy, not foolish. Moreover, he was taken aback that the merchant, aware of his identity as a ninja, would dare to demand such a price. Clearly, he had formidable backing. What of your oranges? Yaya teased, as if knowing he would face a setback. Do you think he will swindle me? What do you think? A child, perhaps? Is it even a question? Yagyu retorted. Yaya, noticing his exasperation, refrained from further teasing and explained, the merchants here are not like those in Konoha. To put it simply, they prefer to exploit newcomers. Buy in bulk, and they will relent. Yagyu rolled his eyes. I believe you not. This time, it was Yaya's turn to purchase, and the merchant, recognizing a familiar face, indeed offered a significantly reduced price. 5 ryo per pound. The price was slashed tenfold. Yagyu felt an urge to smash his stall. As Yagyu brooded angrily, he suddenly saw Yaya calmly handing a scroll to the fruit vendor. Such an unusual action was not typical for an ordinary shopkeeper. It seemed this seemingly kind-hearted and nostalgic woman was not as simple as she appeared. If memory serves, Kusagakure is a village that deals in information exchange, where any ninja, anyone, can come to buy or sell intelligence. Could she be here to sell information? Or is she a spy? Yagyu was uncertain and had no intention of uncovering the truth. He was well aware of Konoha's future. A mere 1 or 2 spies would hardly make a difference. Moreover, he had no obligation to engage in matters beyond his missions for Konoha. Let us depart. Yaya returned with the oranges, her demeanor unchanged, smiling sweetly. Yagyu feigned ignorance, nodding in acknowledgement. As they reached Yaya's doorstep, Yagyu expressed his desire to seek out the possum first. Though he needed to escort Yaya home, she would be staying for several days, and he did not wish to waste time. After confirming the possum's appearance, he intended to set off alone. Why are you in such a hurry? I've said I would take you to find it. Yaya protested. If I take you along, how long will it take to find it? I do not know. It depends on luck, Yaya pondered. In truth, she was not well acquainted with possums. She merely had a basic understanding of them from her work. Then it is better for me to go first. Do not worry, I will not leave you behind. Once I find it, I shall return for you. With that, Yagyu vanished from sight, offering Yaya no chance to persuade him further. Yaya, feeling frustrated, swallowed her words, simmering with indignation. Without me to guide you, let us see how you manage to find it. She thought bitterly. Chapter 58. The function of the two-tomo Sharingan. I mistook the mouse. In the land of grass. The prairie was less a vast expanse of grass and more a mere patch of sparse greenery. Yagyu traversed from the southernmost to the northernmost point of the prairie in roughly half an hour, faster than his journey from the Hokage building to the Moonlight Clan. Finding a mouse in such a place was no simple task. Yagyu shook his head and activated his Sharingan. At this moment, his Sharingan was merely a two-tomo, yet its capabilities far surpassed that of an ordinary two-tomo Sharingan. Not only was the strength of his Genjutsu a myriad times greater than that of a typical Sharingan, but his observational and replication abilities were also exponentially enhanced. While the two-tomo Sharingan of Sasuke could only replicate low-level taijutsu, Yagyu could directly copy S-rank ninjutsu. Regardless of the type of ninjutsu employed by his opponent, Yagyu could replicate it and wield it himself. However, this replication had its drawbacks. If Yagyu lacked sensitivity to a particular chakra attribute, he could not utilize the copied ninjutsu of that chakra type. His innate talent would not manifest. For instance, he would struggle with the yang attribute chakra techniques of the Akimichi clan or the earth release techniques favored by Kakashi, as well as the wood release of Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, due to the differing conditions for summoning techniques, even if Sasuke could replicate the form, he could not perform it, as he lacked summoning beasts. Under the scrutiny of Yagyu's Sharingan, the modest prairie became an open book. Every movement across it unveiled itself to his sight. A herd of wild buffalo grazed, their tails swishing joyfully as they feasted. A few wolves lingered nearby, their smaller forms conspiring on how to cooperate to take down a solitary, foolish buffalo. Among the grass, there stood a solitary tree, the only structure on the prairie, where a pride of lions lounged. Unlike the famished wolves, the lions appeared well-fed and showed no interest in the approaching buffalo. Buffalo, wolves, lions, snakes, rabbits, ants, mice. Upon spotting a mouse, Yagyu swiftly appeared beside it and seized it. With a sharp beak, fur-less ears that appeared translucent, a tail like a whip, and a pink nose with 5 toes, it was rather large. The physical characteristics are quite similar, yet this particular mouse exhibits an anomaly in size. How does such a creature survive in this expanse of grassland? Squeak. The captured mouse seethed with fury, writhing in its confinement, even attempting to bite Liu Sheng's hand. However, with a mere exertion of force, it fell still. The sensation of impending suffocation rendered the mouse motionless. Perhaps it would be best to take it back. As experimental subjects, 1 or 2 possums might not successfully develop into a spirit beast. If spirit beasts could be readily cultivated, then Kakashi's Pakken would hardly be deemed so exceptional. Likewise, Might Guy would not only possess a handful of feeble little turtles. Over the course of the afternoon, Liu Sheng captured around 3 creatures resembling possums. Upon returning to the inn that night, he retrieved vials of prepared poison and gazed at the 3 mice with an ominous grin. Dinner time, my little friends. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh, after consuming the poisoned rice Liu Sheng had prepared for them, 2 of the mice survived, while 1 succumbed instantly to the poison. Clearly, there was a mouse masquerading as an opossum. Liu Sheng gingerly disposed of the deceased mouse into the trash bin, wearing a look of regret. You should have had a prosperous life as a mouse. Why impersonate another's visage? If the mouse could speak, it would surely defend itself. You misidentified me, after all. Chapter 59. Return to the village. A new task. After experimenting with various poisons, another mouse perished. It appeared that each opossum had differing levels of toxin resistance. Liu Sheng glanced at the sole remaining mouse, unwilling to conclude the toxicity trials just yet. Perhaps this mouse's resistance was equally feeble? Thus, he ventured to Grass Hidden Village to procure all available poisons, rodenticide, homicide, insecticide, herbicide, all to feed this mouse for its meals. As expected, it too met its demise. The notion of being impervious to all toxins seemed a mere jest. Was it possible that possums did not exist at all? With questions clouding his mind, Liu Sheng arrived at Yaya's home and knocked on her door. Upon learning that he had been feeding the possums poison daily, Yaya nearly burst into laughter. Brother, they possess strong toxin resistance, not immunity. They don't relish poison. If you feed them poison daily, it's a wonder they haven't perished sooner. Oh, perhaps it was a matter of their appetite being spoiled. A mouse deprived of normal sustenance is akin to a human who has lost their spiritual anchor, stripped of hope. It simply yearned for something ordinary to eat. What fault did it have? After gaining insights from Yaya, Liu Sheng captured 3 more mice. This time, he refrained from feeding them poison daily, instead offering it sporadically. This continued for a week, and ultimately, 2 mice survived. With the selection of his spirit beasts confirmed, Liu Sheng packed the 2 mice into a cage and returned to Konoha with Yaya. What was initially planned as a 3-day journey ended up consuming over 10 days. Just as Liu Sheng prepared to enthusiastically cultivate his spirit beasts, Kakashi informed him that he was required for a mission. It was indeed astonishing for a newly formed team to go 2 weeks without a task. Today, we are to undertake a C-rank mission regarding the cultivation of spirit beasts, which we can discuss along the way, Kakashi stated. In truth, Sakura had already studied spirit beast cultivation in advance, opting for a cat as her spirit beast due to its commonality, thus requiring little time for selection. Conversely, Sasuke invested considerable time searching for his spirit beast, ultimately choosing an eagle, which he was attempting to control with his Sharingan's illusion, though it remained uncooperative. Upon learning of Sasuke and Sakura's spirit beasts, Liu Sheng began to question the aesthetic appeal of his own choice. Was it possible that his spirit beast was rather unappealing? He felt that having a mouse as his representative spirit beast might adversely affect his image. Of course, if it were an endearing little mouse, it would not matter as much. Yet, he was burdened with a large and unsightly specimen. Since he was already engaged in cultivating spirit beasts, why not nurture several varieties? With a decisive clap of his hands, Liu Sheng resolved to eliminate the mouse. The pitiful mouse not only endured toxicity trials, but also faced disdain from its summoner. At the Hokage Tower, Kakashi led them to the 3rd Hokage to accept a new mission. Still a C-rank task. This time they were to escort an elderly man back to the Land of Waves and ensure his safety until the completion of a bridge. Yes, it was indeed the drunken old man, Dazna, being pursued by the billionaire, Kato. Originally, this mission was assigned to Team 7 as their first C-rank task, but unexpectedly, the protagonists had changed, and the burden fell upon them instead. Upon first encountering the old man, Liu Sheng detected a strong scent of alcohol. Dazna swayed unsteadily, raising concerns that he might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, unlike the loquacious Dazna of the past, this old man seemed subdued, perhaps due to the absence of Naruto, and refrained from uttering any mocking remarks. Moreover, upon observing Sasuke and Liu Sheng's formidable appearances, Dazna displayed a look of satisfaction. Excellent, let them be my protectors. Hearing Dazna's approving words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled broadly. As long as you're satisfied, let them take charge of your protection. A C-rank mission may not seem particularly valuable, but Dazna's journey to Konoha signified the opening of markets in the Land of Waves. If this mission were flawlessly executed, Dazna could promote Konoha upon his return, leading to an influx of future commissions. With an increase in requests from the Land of Waves, perhaps their daimyo would be inclined to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha. Moreover, it was rumored that the Land of Waves lacked its own ninja organization. They might very well require the protection of Konoha's shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused cheerfully. Chapter 60. Departing the village. The brothers of the demon at the village entrance, Team 7, fully prepared, was set to embark. Meanwhile, Dazna continued to indulge in his drink. Kakashi, if this guy were to fall and perish from drunkenness on the way, wouldn't that mean our mission failed? Liu Sheng's icy tone sent a chill through Dazna, as if the alcohol in his mouth had turned frigid. Kakashi, noticing the fright in their client's demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment and pulled Liu Sheng aside to apologize to Dazna. My apologies, my apologies. The newcomer has little experience with missions, so please don't take offense. Confronted with the support of the seasoned jonin, Dazna struggled to contain his temper and was ready to scold Liu Sheng. However, upon meeting Liu Sheng's gaze, the chilling sensation intensified. He realized it was not the alcohol that was cold, but rather the blood coursing through his own veins. Why did he feel as though he were staring into the eyes of a dangerous beast within a mere boy? And no matter, Dazna stammered, hastily taking a swig of his drink to calm his nerves, as his previous thoughts vanished without a trace. Kakashi recognized that Dazna had not truly dismissed his grievances. It was the intimidating presence of Liu Sheng that had instilled such pressure upon him. Reflecting on the third Hokage's instructions, Kakashi sighed helplessly. The third was counting on this mission to unlock the market of the Land of Waves, and if a poor impression were left on their employer, it could jeopardize everything. In the past, he had focused on teaching Liu Sheng and the others about potential threats or how to efficiently complete tasks, but had neglected to instruct them on the importance of respecting the employer. How could a bodyguard intimidate their client? With a resigned glance at Liu Sheng and Sasuke, Kakashi noted that Sakura was relatively easy to teach. However, these two were likely to be more challenging. Convincing these two hot-headed individuals to appease their employer seemed utterly impossible. With no means to extract an apology from Liu Sheng, Kakashi could only lead them onward, aiming to leave a more favorable impression on Dazna during the course of the mission, perhaps through their capabilities. The protection of a ninja squad comprising at least 3 elite jonin and 1 shunin for a duration of no less than 1 month is an endeavor that cannot be adequately compensated by Dazna's mere 60,000 ryo. Even 600,000 would be insufficient. Kakashi resolved firmly that throughout this month, he would ensure Dazna's safety, even if the Axe Gang's leader were to descend upon them with thousands of minions. In silence, they traversed the path leading from Konoha to the Land of Waves, flanked by lush, dense foliage. The sun shone brilliantly, yet ahead lay a patch of water on the ground, reminiscent of the remnants left by a nocturnal rain. However, those with keen observational skills would discern the peculiarity of this puddle. No rain had graced the area in recent days, and there were no nearby water sources. The stretch of road, extending for miles, possessed no other dampness. Something felt amiss. Kakashi seemingly paid no heed as he stepped through the puddle, followed by Sasuke. Although Sasuke did not disregard the water, he cast a fleeting glance at it before surveying Kakashi and Yagyu. Noticing their indifference, he chose to remain still. Dazna, keen to avoid soiling his limited collection of clean shoes, maneuvered around the puddle. Sakura, however, was oblivious to any danger. She stepped heavily, splashing water into the air. Lastly, Yagyu brought up the rear, feigning ignorance as he too crossed over the puddle. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that 2 ninjas skilled in water techniques lurked beneath the surface. Yet, recognizing Kakashi's intentions, he refrained from intervening. However, as he stepped through the puddle, he deliberately applied force, sensing the ripples beneath his foot, and could imagine the pain it would inflict. Once they had all passed, the 2 hidden figures beneath the water emerged. In a comically dramatic twist, one bore a small bump on his head. Damn little brat. Stepping in water with such force. I'll take him down first. The younger brother growled. No, we must eliminate the foremost jonin first to avoid failure, the elder brother rationally countered. Chapter 61. The confident ghost brothers facing a jonin makes this task rather troublesome, the elder remarked. Even a jonin can be ambushed. He is not invulnerable. The 2 exchanged glances, quickly deciding to pursue their quarry. The members of Team 7 continued their slow advance, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a sound of chains echoed from behind, and in an instant, Kakashi's body was ensnared and torn asunder into 3 pieces. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out, aghast. Haha. We took down one. The 2 assailants exclaimed with uncontained excitement. This marked their first kill of a jonin. Yagyu and Sasuke shared knowing glances at the splintered wood on the ground. You truly don't wish to verify what you've just slain? Sasuke mused. The density of wood and flesh is vastly different. Did you not notice anything while tearing it apart? It was no wonder these 2 had remained chunin at their age, as they overlooked even the most basic details. Moreover, their crude method of disguising themselves as roadside water was laughably ineffective without their brute strength. Even a genin could have easily dispatched them. Next, the ghost brothers set their sights on Sakura, whom they perceived as the weakest link. Yet Sakura proved her mettle. As they closed in, she leaped into action, swiftly maneuvering to their rear. The brothers were caught off guard by the agility of this seemingly frail girl. Fortunately, their own skills were commendable, and they quickly evaded her kunai assault. Focus on the target. We must eliminate him, the elder brother declared. Agreed. They abandoned their initial plan to eliminate Yagyu and aimed to take down Dazna instead. However, with Yagyu standing guard in front of Dazna, their charge was akin to courting death. Get lost, you brats, they shouted, employing their favored method of attack with chained weapons. Yet Yagyu stood his ground, producing kunai from thin air to deflect their strikes. In an instant, he positioned himself beside them, his voice resonating like a demon's as he uttered, "Who do you call a brat?" A chill ran down the brothers' spines, halting their movements. They were bewildered by the seemingly harmless boy's demonic whisper and the oppressive aura he exuded. Even their superior, Zabuza, had never instilled such fear. Why the silence? If you have nothing to say, then prepare to meet your end. Without further ado, Yagyu swiftly dispatched the two stunned attackers with kunai, piercing their hearts. Dasna, witnessing the boy's ruthless actions, felt a mixture of fear and relief. Would his own fate have mirrored those corpses had he dared to speak out? Yagyu, you shouldn't have killed them so easily, Kakashi said, scratching his head in exasperation as he emerged from behind a tree. He had intended to interrogate the brothers regarding their affiliations. With their deaths, any chance of clarification was lost. However, the objectives of their assailants had become clear. To ascertain the identities of those behind the attack, they could simply inquire with Dasna. Under the intense scrutiny of the four, Dasna found himself overwhelmed. The pressure was suffocating for an ordinary man. He stammered, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, uncertain of how to articulate his predicament. On one hand, he feared that revealing the truth would result in Team 7 declining the mission. On the other hand, he worried that deceit might lead to his demise at Yagyu's hands. After all, Yagyu and his companions appeared far more formidable than even Kato. The bodies of the ghost brothers lay before him, a stark reminder of the consequences of his choices. He realized that he needed to tread carefully with his next words, for they might very well be his last. Dasna-san, if you cannot convey the truth, then we must terminate this mission. The presence of ninjas has surpassed the scope of your original request, Kakashi stated, his usually genial demeanor replaced by a serious expression. The parameters of a C-rank mission typically encompassed threats below ninja level. Any involvement of ninjas escalated the mission to B rank or higher. Should it be determined that the mission was falsely reported, they could not only cancel it, but also retain their compensation. Seeing Kakashi offer no assistance, Dasna realized he could no longer conceal the truth. With a pained expression, he recounted Kato's atrocities in the Land of Waves, embellishing the narrative in hopes of garnering Team 7's sympathy. Yet, the members of Team 7 were not inclined to meddle in others' affairs. You say Kato exploits the common folk, abuses women, and isolates the nation? What concern is that of mine? The Mist Village is still embroiled in a bloodbath. Why do you not assist them? Thus, when Dasna pleaded desperately for their continued protection, both Yagyu and Sasuke chose to remain indifferent. Sakura, however, felt a pang of sympathy. Yagyu, perhaps we should lend him a hand? She suggested. Yes, please help me. Do you wish for an 8-year-old child to weep daily before the portrait of his deceased grandfather? Yagyu rejected the moral coercion with a calm demeanor. If you wish for our assistance, it is quite simple, remuneration. Considering the potential adversaries we might face, who may possess strength akin to a jonin, an A-rank mission's fee is warranted. 150,000. I ask for no more than the minimum for such a task. I do not possess such wealth. Our village has only managed to gather 60,000 ryo, and all excess funds are directed toward the bridge's construction, Dasna lamented, his expression darkening as the reality of his financial limitations became apparent. Yagyu-kun. Sakura, unable to bear the sight of Dasna's plight, tugged at Yagyu's sleeve, hoping he would speak on her behalf. However, Yagyu would not side with Sakura in such matters. He adhered to his own principles and did not engage in romantic frivolities. Although he could not assist Dasna, Yagyu chose to give Sakura some face and refrained from making things difficult for Dasna. Yet, it was utterly impossible to expect their help without compensation. I am no philanthropist. What reason do I have to aid you? Is it because you possess a willful and unruly child? Or perhaps because you are a beautiful widow at the tender age of 18? Upon seeing Yagyu's unwillingness to lend a hand, Sakura turned her gaze towards Sasuke. However, Sasuke clearly aligned himself with Yagyu and would not succumb to the sentimental pleas of this morally coercive old man. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she could only look to Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, being more sympathetic than Yagyu and Sasuke, nevertheless hesitated to stake the lives of his comrades on a task of unknown peril to assist this old man. After careful consideration, Kakashi indicated that he needed to consult with Sarutobi Hiruzen for guidance. As the leading jonin, he could not recklessly gamble with the lives of his team. This mission was fraught with unforeseen dangers, and decisions could not be made lightly. Chapter 62. The Dragon Slayer is not necessarily a valiant hero. They may also be another vile dragon. Kakashi utilized a summoning beast to relay intelligence back, as the distance from Konoha was not too great, allowing for a round trip in just a few hours. Until the third Hokage's decision arrived, Team 7 temporarily halted their mission to regroup. Dasna appeared somewhat anxious, for he had instructed the village's ferrymen to collect them at a specific time. Should they fail to arrive punctually, crossing the river would become problematic. Yet, he dared not urge them onward, knowing he was in the wrong. Seizing the opportunity to rest, Kakashi began to explain the cultivation of summoning beasts to the three. Although they had not brought summoning beasts for practical experience, Kakashi summoned several of his own for reference, thereby providing them with greater insight into the nuances of cultivation. However, after several hours, Yagyu discerned one fundamental truth: talent. The success of cultivating a summoning beast had little to do with the beast's quality, meticulousness, or chakra. Whether a wild creature could become a summoning beast was a matter of inherent destiny, akin to whether a person could become a ninja. In his cultivation endeavors, Kakashi had worked with over 1,000 dogs, yet only Pakken stood out as extraordinary. The other summoning beasts lacked sufficient intellect, at most storing a bit of chakra to be summoned. If that were the case, the two mice he had found would likely struggle to reach the caliber of Pakken. After all, a creature with high intelligence would not continuously consume poison. Hours swiftly passed, and Pakken returned with the third Hokage's reply. Kakashi accepted the scroll from Pakken's mouth and, after perusing it several times, gravely announced, "The mission continues." Thus, Team 7 resumed their journey. However, apart from Yagyu, the expressions of the others grew increasingly somber, for they understood that more perilous adversaries awaited them on the path ahead. Kakashi, sensing the gravity of the task, inquired, "Is the mission continuing with an increased reward?" Yagyu specifically approached Kakashi from the rear of the group to ask, unwilling to labor for free. Kakashi glanced at Yagyu, then at Dasna lingering behind, and softly reiterated Hiruzen's words. "The mission continues, its rank elevated to A class. Aimed at contacting the daimyo of the Land of Waves to collaborate in eliminating Gado. Therefore, upon reaching the Land of Waves, Dasna would be entrusted to your protection, while I proceed to the daimyo's estate to negotiate cooperation, striving to seize control of the Land of Waves." Yagyu fell silent, knowing well that the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow them to continue the mission without reason. It was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. Initially intending to establish trade relations with the Land of Waves through this mission, upon discovering Gado's involvement and his complete monopoly over the region, he sought to eliminate Gado directly. This so-called collaboration was likely anything but simple. Yagyu remarked coolly, "The Dragon Slayer may not necessarily be a heroic warrior. They could very well be another malevolent dragon." Kakashi spoke little, yet his silence spoke volumes. The third Hokage's intention was to dispose of Gado and replace him as the puppet master of the Land of Waves. This was not a collaboration, but an invasion. If Sakura were to learn of the third Hokage's true intentions, would she still insist on aiding Dasna? Yet, as ninjas, they were rarely driven by altruism. Only their loyalties mattered. Everything was for the benefit of Konoha. This was a principle understood by nearly all ninjas, including those from the root. Without further conversation, the members of Team 7 soon arrived at the border between Konoha and the Land of Waves. Fortunately, Dasna's arranged boat had not caused them to miss their passage. Their pace was leisurely yet perfectly timed. The five of them boarded the small vessel bound for the Land of Waves, and as the water's ripples carried them away from the shore, an endless fog began to envelop them. In this water-enshrouded nation, the mist was surprisingly dense. As they ventured deeper into the watery expanse, the fog thickened to the point where they could not see their hands in front of their faces. It was unclear how the ferryman navigated through such treacherous conditions. Surely he wouldn't get lost? Though the group harbored doubts, the ferryman remained a stoic figure. Perhaps he was merely cautious, fearful of making any noise that might attract unwelcome attention. Thus, he refrained from uttering a word. Yagyu and the others, too, were composed, and even though it was their first time at sea, they felt no excitement. They remained vigilant, fully aware of their surroundings despite their seemingly unguarded demeanor. The pervasive fog instilled an unsettling sense of anxiety. Several hours later, they reached the shores of the Land of Waves unscathed. The ferryman hastily departed after disembarking them. Eager to avoid trouble, Dasna expressed gratitude and concern. "Thank you. Be careful on your way back." "You too," the ferryman replied, lowering his straw hat as he steered towards the endless sea. Dasna prepared to lead the way onward, but was halted by Kakashi. "Mr. Dasna, I will be departing from the team for a time. The safety of your journey will be entrusted to my 3 subordinates." "How can that be, if you leave?" "Fear not, Mr. Dasna. My subordinates are quite capable, their strength not inferior to my own. Furthermore, I am not one to recklessly gamble with the lives of my team." After providing verbal reassurance to Dasna, Kakashi summoned Yagyu and the others closer. "I trust in your abilities, but your experience is lacking. Therefore, I will leave Pakken with you for guidance." With that, Kakashi summoned Pakken once more using the summoning technique. Pakken glanced at the 4 of them with a human-like expression before ultimately leaping onto Sakura's shoulder. Sasuke and Yagyu exuded an aura of danger comparable to Kakashi's, particularly Yagyu, who emanated an unfathomable presence. Among the 4, aside from the ailing old man, It seemed that this young girl was the easiest to intimidate. Understood, you can rest easy, Pakken said, scratching his neck with his paw, shedding a few dog hairs onto Sakura's shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Casting a glance at Yagyu, whose gaze had grown ominously intense. Yagyu, be gentle. I'll do my best not to harm it. The timid Pakken obediently led the way after receiving a good scolding from Yagyu, though its hobbling gait was rather comical. Once Kakashi confirmed Pakken's safety, he took the lead ahead. No one stood by Parker, leaving him trembling with trepidation at every step. How terrifying. Such a daunting task. Such a fearsome man. Such a dreadful human being. Chapter 63 Parker. My life is like walking on thin ice. My existence feels as precarious as a tightrope walkeress. Yagyu kicked Parker in the rear, asking, "What are you muttering to yourself?" "Nothing, my lord. You should address me as Lord Yagyu." "Of course, Lord Yagyu." Parker wore a forced smile, daring not to reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. Ever since his awakening, he had never endured such indignities in this wretched life of his. Even his summoner, Kakashi, would not dare treat him in such a manner. Yet this demonic man resorted to both physical and psychological torment. How unfortunate I am. Sniff, sniff. Suddenly detecting a strange scent, Parker halted abruptly to investigate. Consequently, Yagyu kicked him again, demanding, "What did you discover?" "A rather peculiar odor. It resembles a prey I once delighted in capturing," Parker replied, disregarding Yagyu's kick. "What prey?" "Snow hare," Parker declared earnestly. "Such creatures should not be present in this season and location. There is something amiss. You all ought to be cautious." This was clearly Parker's warning of impending danger. Sasuke and Sakura immediately heightened their vigilance, while Tazuna grew tense, aware that the next arrival would be someone intent on taking his life. Suddenly, a slicing sound pierced the air. "Be careful." Parker, with his keen senses, was the first to detect it and promptly alerted the group. A massive blade appeared out of nowhere, spinning menacingly towards Tazuna. Just as it seemed poised to behead him, Sasuke swiftly positioned himself in front of Tazuna, attempting to block the blade with his kunai. However, he had underestimated the blade's power and was sent flying. "Sasuke!" Sakura cried out in alarm upon witnessing Sasuke's predicament. Fortunately, he was uninjured, though his kunai had been shattered by the formidable blade. The sheer force was astonishing. "The enemy is strong. Be cautious," Sasuke warned gravely. Sakura understood and immediately stood in front of Tazuna, kunai at the ready. At this moment, Zabuza emerged from the mist, looking at Sasuke with admiration. "Kid, not bad. You managed to withstand my blade." Zabuza, wrapped in bandages, exuded a formidable presence, his murderous intent from countless battles imposing great pressure on both Sasuke and Sakura. It felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly, with the slightest pressure capable of snuffing out their lives. Fortunately, the two were not weak, and after a fleeting moment of fear, they regained their composure. Is it merely a matter of killing many? A high body count does not equate to true strength. Let us see you fight me head-on. Zabuza, surprised, observed Sasuke and Sakura, having clearly sensed their fear just moments ago, which had now dissipated. Such mental fortitude was not typical of ordinary genin. Pondering this, Zabuza's gaze turned serious as he regarded Yagyu, who appeared unfazed by the situation. Compared to Sasuke and Sakura, who had briefly displayed fear due to inexperience, this boy was even more noteworthy. To ignore the murderous intent and pressure of a jonin was no trivial feat. This boy was certainly not an ordinary genin. Perhaps he was the hidden jonin leading their team? Zabuza was aware that Konoha's squads comprised 4 members, but upon spotting the trio, he found no sign of a leading ninja, only 3 youngsters and a dog. He could not believe that the dog could possibly be the leader, making it most plausible that this boy was the one. Initially, he had suspected the elderly man to be the leading jonin, having used transformation techniques to disguise himself as the target. Many ninjas employed such tactics, especially for protection missions. However, when he had launched his decapitating blade, the old man had nearly soiled himself in fear. The adversary was either truly the target or merely a concealed genin. "Hey, kid, you are the leader of this squad, aren't you? What is your name? I have never heard of someone like you from Konoha," Zabuza inquired, directing his question at Yagyu. Feeling insulted by being called a kid, Yagyu was about to retaliate when Sasuke intervened. "Let me handle this. Finally, I have encountered a worthy opponent." As Sasuke engaged with Zabuza, Yagyu found himself unable to interject. Nevertheless, he would not allow others to exact vengeance on his behalf. "Spare me half a life. I want to kill him with my own hands." Agreed. Their brazen discussion of his fate infuriated Zabuza. 2 little brats. Do they really think themselves formidable? With rage, Zabuza swung his decapitating blade once more, sending Sasuke flying. Yet Sasuke quickly regained his footing, drawing his long sword from behind. Swift. Secret technique. Moon shadow. In an instant, Sasuke vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zabuza, who seemed frozen in place. The next moment, blood gushed from Zabuza's chest. He had underestimated his opponent. He had failed to evade. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have sustained fatal injuries. Zabuza grimaced as he wiped the blood from his chest, forming hand seals. Hidden mist technique. 8 vital points. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, and heart. Guess where I will strike? A thick fog enveloped Zabuza's position, yet his ghostly voice echoed from all directions, imposing immense psychological pressure. Facing such combat for the first time, both Sakura and Sasuke felt a surge of tension. However, aside from anxiety, Sasuke also felt a thrill. The stronger the enemy, the more it proved his own strength. At that moment, Parker stood alert at Sakura's feet, suddenly bristling with fur. Be careful, he's coming for us. Parker's keen nose could determine the enemy's location even without sight. However, despite his swift warning, it was not quick enough. The very next second, Zabuza appeared behind Sakura. At that moment, she felt a chilling sensation, the breath of death lingering around her. Rasengan. Without time to think, she formed the sphere with her bare hands and hurled it at the unseen target behind her. Zabuza, poised to finish Sakura with a single strike, sensed an overwhelming pressure in his abdomen and immediately faltered. This foolish girl intends to perish with me. Startled and enraged, Zabuza quickly employed a water clone to evade the attack, narrowly escaping harm. Was that truly a jutsu an ordinary genin could unleash? Now concealed once more, Zabuza was engulfed in deep suspicion. A master swordsman, injuring himself with his own blade. A jutsu expert, utilizing an A-rank technique barehanded. And a boy of unfathomable depth. Yet to reveal his abilities while exuding immense pressure. What manner of team is this? An assembly of elite jonin? Or perhaps Konoha Zumbu? Chapter 64. In terms of endurance? I possess 100 chakra. This is quite a thorny issue. Zabuza, hidden within the mist, no longer retained his previous confidence. These three were difficult to eliminate. It seemed the only option was to find a way to eliminate the target first. However, he was still uncertain who the leading jonin of this squad was. If that old man was indeed the leader, then trouble awaited. As Zabuza's mind raced with strategies, he did not have the chance to devise a plan before Sasuke pinpointed his location and charged at him. 13 meters to the left, in the tree. That dog. Zabuza overlooked the fact that Parker's presence countered his hidden mist technique, allowing Sasuke to seize another opportunity. Uchiha Clan's flow, Sun Halo dance. The fiery blade pierced through Zabuza's body, rendering him momentarily rigid. In the next instant, flames erupted from within him, soaring skyward. A wretched scream echoed, seemingly proclaiming the victor of this fierce battle. However, before Sasuke could revel in triumph, a shadow suddenly materialized behind him. Without uttering a word, a kunai lunged directly toward Sasuke's neck. The faint sound of air slicing alerted Sasuke to the impending danger, prompting him to instinctively employ the body replacement technique to vacate the spot. Zabuza's kunai struck a wooden post. Yet the trickle of blood on the weapon indicated that his ambush had not been entirely fruitless. Finally sensing an advantage, Zabuza couldn't help but display a smirk, his lips curling slightly. After being at a disadvantage for so long, one might have thought he was attempting to assassinate the Mizukage in the hidden mist village. Recalling how he had just been besieged by 3 brats, Zabuza's expression turned sour. Those 3 insufferable little pests, along with that wretched dog and the old man. Cursing under his breath, Zabuza vanished from sight. He needed to devise a way to eliminate that filthy dog first. Otherwise, he would continually fall victim to Sasuke's opportunistic strikes. He could evade once or twice, but it was impossible to dodge every time. Meanwhile, perched on a tree, Sasuke gazed intently at the charred remains of what should have been Zabuza. Instead of becoming a charred corpse, Zabuza had transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. The opponent excelled in water techniques, which posed a significant counter to his fire techniques. Moreover, lacking water nature chakra himself, he was unable to utilize the Sharingan's copying ability to engage in elemental combat. Thus, achieving victory would hinge upon his swordsmanship. Yet, the pervasive fog obscured his vision, and employing the dance of the crescent moon would likely prove ineffective. Regrettably, he lacked wind techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't find himself in such a passive position, utilizing his Sharingan. Sasuke sought to trace Zabuza's movements amidst the fog, but his eyes could not penetrate solid objects like the Byakugan, nor could they detect the opponent's chakra flow. The level of difficulty posed by his foe exceeded his expectations. Park. 6 meters to your right front. So close. Startled, Sasuke immediately leaped away from his previous position. The failed ambush only served to intensify Zabuza's resolve to eliminate Park. 15 meters to the northwest, 7 meters to the northeast, 2 meters to the southwest. Park continuously coordinated with Sasuke to assault Zabuza. Under Sasuke's relentless onslaught, even someone as formidable as Zabuza sustained several injuries. The water clone technique. Determined not to remain passive any longer, Zabuza produced multiple water clones to launch an attack on Park. The water clones, colorless and odorless, or perhaps merely tasting of water, left Park uncertain about the nature of the threat rushing toward him, but he recognized it as perilous. Consequently, he quickly sought refuge behind Sakura, exclaiming, "Lady Sakura, protect me." Sakura, undeterred, charged forward with a long sword aimed at Zabuza's water clones. While Sakura's strength was inferior to Zabuza's, she could still manage against the water clones, which were only at less than half of Zabuza's power. Secret technique, Moon Shadow. In an instant, Sakura severed one of Zabuza's water clones. However, several other clones advanced toward her, compelling her to remain vigilant. Spiral Sphere. With one hand wielding her sword and the other conjuring a spiral sphere, Sakura engaged in a fierce struggle against Zabuza's water clones. Yet, due to her limited chakra reserves, she could not continuously utilize the spiral sphere and was forced to rely on her swordsmanship to contend with the remaining clones. Observing Sakura thwarting his water clones, Zabuza felt increasingly vexed. He knew that relying solely on himself would make it exceedingly difficult to defeat this squad head-on. Thus, he called out into the shadows, "Haku. Take action." Secret ice technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A long-haired youth donning the mask of the hidden mist assassination unit suddenly appeared, summoning countless ice mirrors that ensnared both Tazuna and Park within. Sakura, momentarily preoccupied by Zabuza's water clones, could not extricate herself to protect Tazuna and inwardly lamented, "This is bad. I'm sorry, but I must kill you." Haku's masked visage appeared in each mirror, his voice echoing from all directions. This eerie spectacle instilled fear in both Tazuna and Park. Secret technique, Thousand Water Shuriken. An onslaught of water shuriken rained down from all angles, the looming threat of death causing Park to break down in tears, wailing, "Lord Yagyu, save me. If I die, Kakashi will be heartbroken." Uchiha style, solar eclipse dance. A fiery sword seemed to descend from the heavens, incinerating all of the shuriken in its path. The terrifying wave of flames began to melt the ice mirrors, straining under the intense heat. Had Haku not intensified his chakra output at that moment, his technique would likely have been shattered. What a fearsome fire technique. Haku felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his face beneath the mask. Observing Yagyu at the center, his expression was grave and sorrowful. He was about to take another life. Upon witnessing Yagyu's striking entrance, Park disregarded all decorum and clung to his leg, sobbing, "Wah, Lord Yagyu, you've finally arrived. Get off." Yagyu coldly kicked Park away, casting a disdainful glance at the dog hair stuck to his pants. "If you dare let your dog hair touch me again, I'll pluck every last one and make soup out of you, understand?" Park nodded cautiously, lowering his head to inspect his fur. Why had he been shedding so much lately? Had he eaten something he shouldn't have? Or was it simply a case of adapting poorly to the environment? Surely it was the dampness of the land of waves causing his magnificent fur to fall out. Cursed land of waves. Secret technique, Thousand Water Shuriken. Haku launched another assault, unleashing countless water shuriken from every angle toward the group. Although Yagyu had previously thwarted all of his shuriken attacks with a single strike, Haku mistakenly believed that such a technique would undoubtedly exhaust chakra and could not be frequently employed. However, he was gravely mistaken. Yagyu's power was 100-fold that of Sasuke, and naturally, his chakra was likewise 100-fold. Sasuke's chakra was comparable to Kakashi's, approximately 1 card. Thus, Yagyu's chakra would equate to 100 cards. In terms of consumption, he was not daunted even when facing 10 Uzumaki Narutos. Chapter 65. How can one survive in the ninja world with such a long preparatory phase? Fire release, Susanoo. Without forming hand seals, Yagyu murmured softly, and countless flames manifested, enveloping him. In the next moment, a towering 100-meter-tall giant of fire emerged. What in the world is this? As he watched his water shuriken being devoured by the fire giant without a ripple, Haku was profoundly shocked. Tazuna, caught amidst the flames, felt an even greater dread than Haku. He feared that should these raging flames touch him, he would be incinerated. Park, however, experienced an entirely different sensation. As a dog, he too feared the flames, but witnessing the man who had subdued him display such overwhelming power filled him with a sense of pride. That proud expression seemed to declare that not just anyone could make him yield. Henceforth, anyone who dared bully him would first have to measure up to Lord Yagyu before even thinking of challenging him. By Yagyu's standard, Park felt his worth had skyrocketed. After all, such powerful individuals would have never glanced his way previously, yet now he had the honor of knowing such a formidable lord. This peculiar emotion sparked thoughts of betraying Kakashi and aligning himself with Yagyu. Unbeknownst to Yagyu, if he were aware of Park's intentions, he would likely not mind poaching Kakashi's prized pet. After all, Park's keen sense of smell could serve as an excellent substitute for testing poisons, eliminating the need for him to experiment on small animals when confronted with unfamiliar foods. With Yagyu's indifferent tone, the fire giant conjured a colossal flame sword and swung it violently toward Haku's ice mirrors. In the blink of an eye, all the ice mirrors shattered, and Bai was ejected from the shards, crashing through several trees, spitting blood, and losing consciousness. The moment Zabuza witnessed this, his eyes widened with rage. He abandoned his confrontation with Uchiha Sasuke and leapt to stand before Yagyu. Shin, Ushi, Tatsu. In you, Ushi go, you, Tatsu. In, Ushi, you, in, Ushi he chanted, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Before Zabuza could complete his hand seals, Yagyu's colossal flame giant crushed him beneath its foot. Yagyu's gaze was filled with disdain. How can one survive in the ninja world with such ineptitude? The man, who had previously been evenly matched with Kakashi, now lay effortlessly defeated at Yagyu's feet. His fate uncertain. Dasna, Sakura, Pakin, and Sasuke stared, astonished, at Yagyu, who radiated an aura akin to a divine being, each grappling with their own complex emotions. Is this truly a chunin? To dispatch a jonin with such ease? Dasna pondered. Yagyu-kun is even more formidable than I had imagined, Sakura mused. I apologize, Kakashi. But Lord Yagyu surpasses you, Pakin remarked. Damn it, am I still this far from him? Sasuke brooded. Yagyu-kun, what should we do? They are still alive. Sakura inquired after checking their breathing. Without a glance at Zabuza, Yagyu instantly appeared before Bai, removing his mask to reveal a face more beautiful than most women. This person is actually a striking woman, Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Yagyu, noting Bai's Adam's apple, remarked, this is a male, finish him off. Oh, Sakura was taken aback, uncertain whether to be surprised by Yagyu's decision or Bai's gender. Nevertheless, she did not question Yagyu's resolve and swiftly dispatched both with a single stroke of her blade. Dasna was somewhat horrified by Yagyu's ruthless decisiveness, as he effortlessly determined the fates of others. This man was truly terrifying. After inspecting their bodies and confirming there was no chance of resurrection, Yagyu created a pit and buried them. He still held a measure of respect for their bond from his previous life, to prevent their bodies from being left to rot. He took the time to provide them with a proper resting place. Let us proceed, he said, compacting the earth over their graves. The trio, accompanied by Pakin, continued on their journey. Chapter 66. Pakin's loyalty. Kakashi was deeply saddened. With the deaths of Zabuza and Bai, the threat to their mission had dissipated. Initially, Yagyu had anticipated that Kato would come seeking vengeance with a host of warriors, but upon Kakashi's return the following day, bloodied and grim, he understood that their mission had concluded. Kato was dead, and Dasna was no longer in danger. However, since their task required them to protect Dasna until the bridge was completed, they would remain until then. Yagyu and the others nodded. After all, their reward was of a rank, supplemented by Konoha, thus remaining for a month was not a waste of time. Each day, one would guard Dasna while the others trained, ensuring their time was well spent. Additionally, I have other missions, so I must take my leave for a while. Pakin, Kakashi called. What is it? Pakin replied, standing in the corner, so unobtrusive that no one would notice him had Kakashi not called out. Kakashi scrutinized him from head to toe, saying, as long as you're well. Pakin responded, with Lord Yagyu protecting me, you need not worry. Lord Yagyu? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yagyu. He recalled that before his departure, Pakin and Yagyu had not been on amicable terms. How was it that in such a short span, Pakin had become Yagyu's loyal follower? Kakashi, come here, I wish to discuss something with you, Pakin urged, pulling Kakashi aside. I wish to sign a summoning contract with Yagyu. Do you have any objections? For a highly intelligent summoning beast like Pakin, the decision to form a contract was ultimately his own. However, unlike wild summoning beasts, Pakin had been nurtured by Kakashi since childhood, and now seeking an additional master required Kakashi's consent. For Pakin, Kakashi was not merely a contractual partner. He was a companion, and in many ways, could be considered family or mentor. Hearing that Pakin desired to form a contract with another, Kakashi felt a pang of sadness. akin to a cherished peach tree being plucked by a passing monkey. Yet this fleeting emotion gave way to respect for Pakin's wishes. Moreover, Yagyu was also his half-disciple and subordinate, so allowing Pakin to follow Yagyu seemed a continuation of their bond. I have no objections, Kakashi replied with a slight smile. Then turned to Yagyu, beckoning him closer. Is he truly interested in signing a contract with me? Yagyu expressed disbelief. Even from a distance, he had overheard their conversation clearly. He did not recall having been particularly kind to Pakin. He had merely saved the dog's life once. Was this an act of gratitude, or was Pakin merely being playful? Well, since you heard our conversation, what say you? Are you willing to let Pakin become your summoning beast? Kakashi inquired, his gentle demeanor reminiscent of a father marrying off his daughter. Yagyu hesitated. He certainly valued Pakin's many abilities. Firstly, Pakin understood animal language, enabling him to facilitate communication with other beasts or summoning creatures. Secondly, Pakin possessed an exceptional sense of smell, which could substitute for a possum, preventing him from falling victim to poison. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, was Pakin's intelligence. Although he lacked combat prowess, he could effectively lead missions independently, making him a reliable companion in critical moments. However, his shortcomings were painfully evident. He was simply too unattractive. Chapter 67. Tsunami. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Ultimately, Yagyu consented to sign a summoning contract with Pakin. With Pakin by his side, he was disinclined to nurture a new summoning beast. Indeed, Yagyu preferred to acquire the ready-made. Kakashi initially intended to take Pakin along on his mission, but noticing Pakin's newfound bond with Yagyu seemed to dampen his spirits, prompting him to abandon that plan. Pakin, you stay here. I must return to Konoha for a while. All right, summon me directly when you need me, Pakin replied. Kakashi nodded, turning away without looking back. His new mission was to escort the feudal lord of the Land of Waves to Konoha. Having Pakin along would have been ideal, for even the Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, could not rival his sharpness and vigilance. However, under the current circumstances, he felt comfortable going alone. After Kakashi's departure, the trio found themselves in a state of idleness once more. Each day, one would accompany Dasna to work on the bridge while the other two remained nearby to train or simply idle. Sasuke had reached a bottleneck in his strength, making further progress difficult in the short term. Nonetheless, he persisted with unwavering determination. Yagyu, in contrast, grew increasingly lethargic as his power waxed. The stagnation of strength was of no concern to him, merely a reflection of Sasuke's insufficient efforts. One day, Sakura took on the responsibility of guarding Dasna while Sasuke ventured out to train. Bored, Yagyu found himself dozing in the room, gazing vacantly at the clouds drifting across the sky. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Yagyu, may I enter? The voice belonged to a gentle woman named Tsunami, Dasna's daughter. She had a son, and had once been married to 2 husbands. Her son, Inari, was the child of her first husband. However, Yagyu had never heard either Tsunami or Inari mention the name of her first husband, leaving him in the dark about the man's identity. For this family, it seemed that Tsunami's first husband, Inari's biological father, and Dasna's son-in-law was a subject best left unspoken. However, Tsunami's second husband, Kaisha, is frequently recalled by the trio, brave and unyielding, the man who dared to confront Kato and ultimately perished. Thanks to Kaisha's presence, the Dazuna family enjoys considerable renown within the village. As Yagyu strolled through the village, he often overheard whispers of sympathy directed towards Tsunami's family. Come in, Yagyu said in a flat tone, his body remaining motionless in a supine position, his gaze fixed intently on the clouds drifting outside. Is there something intriguing out there? Tsunami inquired, noticing Yagyu's unwavering attention towards the skylight. Nothing of great significance. I merely ponder whether the clouds or I possess greater freedom. How delightful it would be to transform into a cloud, Yagyu mused. Transform into a cloud? Tsunami murmured, her tone inexplicably tinged with melancholy. If only that were possible. Yagyu regarded Tsunami with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by this pessimistic facet of a woman who had weathered life's storms. Nevertheless, he refrained from offering consolation, as that was not within his character. Do you seek something from me? Yagyu asked. Tsunami momentarily regained her composure, placing a platter of fruits on the table. I've brought you some sliced fruit, she stated. Yagyu nodded, his tone remaining unenthusiastic. Thank you. Parker had been dispatched to warn Sakura, and without Parker's keen nose for danger, he would not partake in any of Tsunami's offerings. Observing Yagyu's lack of movement, Tsunami offered him a segment of orange. Would you care for some, my lord? No, just leave it there, Yagyu replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Tsunami usually did not act in such a manner. Something was amiss. At that moment, Tsunami was either being impersonated or had a request to make. As anticipated, after a brief hesitation, Tsunami articulated her plea. Lord Yagyu, may I request your guidance in teaching Idate ninjutsu? Chapter 68. A commoner's wrath. The land of waves lacks a ninja village, and there is no means to study ninjutsu in Konoha or any other ninja village. Thus, I implore you, Lord Yagyu. Tsunami bowed deeply, her face a mask of earnest appeal. Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at Tsunami and replied coolly, the land of waves will soon become a vassal state of the land of fire, granting its citizens future opportunities to attend the Konoha Ninja Academy. Although Kakashi had not divulged much, Yagyu had gleaned insights from Kakashi's movements. The unexpected departure of teams, Kato's demise, and new missions hinted at the third Hokage's profound intentions towards the land of waves. It seemed inevitable that upon the conclusion of this mission, the military sovereignty of the land of waves would belong to Konoha. In a sense, the land of waves would indeed be a subordinate of the land of fire. However, it was nearly impossible for the common folk of a vassal state to aspire to learn ninjutsu in Konoha. Thus, Yagyu merely brushed off Tsunami's request. He had no intention of assisting her family. While he bore no ill will towards Tsunami, he harbored no fondness for Dazuna or Idate. Dazuna, who risked everything for the future of the land of waves, appeared noble, yet he had deceived the Konoha ninjas, disregarding their lives. Had Yagyu and his companions not undertaken this mission, weaker teams would have been led to their doom by Dazuna. Furthermore, upon being discovered, Dazuna resorted to moral coercion, preying on the weak. Regardless, from Yagyu's perspective, he found no admiration for Dazuna. You strive to save the land of waves, yet it is not my homeland you are preserving. As for Idate, he was a timid, vain, and immature child. The 8-year-old had inherited neither his mother's gentleness nor his foster father's bravery, but had instead embraced Dazuna's cowardice. It was utterly inconceivable for Yagyu to teach ninjutsu to such a character. Unbeknownst to Tsunami, the implications of the land of waves becoming a vassal of the land of fire eluded her. However, the prospect of Idate having a chance to study ninjutsu in Konoha brought her joy. Even so, she was determined to seek assistance from Yagyu and his companions. After all, having a mentor in such matters was undoubtedly significant. Had Kakashi been present, she would have sought his help without hesitation. Could I trouble you to guide Idate during this time? I have some savings set aside, she implored. Yagyu waved his hand dismissively. I trust you have already consulted my two companions. Sasuke will undoubtedly refuse you, and I would not be surprised. However, if Sakura also declines, it leaves only one possibility. What possibility? Your son lacks the innate talent for becoming a ninja. Tsunami was momentarily taken aback, the orange in her hand slipping from her grasp and tumbling to the ground. Having witnessed the ease with which the ninjas resolved issues that had plagued the land of waves for years, Tsunami had begun to harbor hopes for Idate's future as a ninja. Yet, the harshness of reality seemed to eclipse her dreams. Many individuals, despite their efforts, find themselves unable to reach their aspirations, not due to a lack of ambition, but rather because of the limitations of their innate abilities. A relentless pursuit of an unattainable goal may not lead to breakthroughs, but instead become an obstacle to a fulfilling life. Lord Yagyu, could I ask you to take a look at Idate? When Sakura had rejected her, she had candidly stated that Idate lacked the talent for ninjutsu, subtly suggesting she was not equipped to take on a disciple. Thus, Tsunami clung to a shred of hope. Yet, Yagyu neither wished to shatter Tsunami's flickering illusion nor weave a comforting lie. He gazed out the window, his tone dismissive as he urged, go on. Living a simple life as an ordinary person is not without merit. The world of ninjas is not as idyllic as you envision. It may appear that we possess boundless capabilities, yet we are entwined in a realm of conflict and bloodshed. As an ordinary person, you might live a modest life into your 50s or 60s, while a ninja could meet their end in their teens during a mission. Is it worth it to exhaust oneself for an unsatisfactory outcome, only to meet a tragic demise in the wilderness? Or would you prefer a serene and joyous existence as a commoner? Contemplate this carefully. With a despondent expression, Tsunami departed. This was the third time. Idate, however, unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. He overheard the conversation between Tsunami and Yagyu and learned that he had been rejected by these esteemed ninjas 3 times. Strangely, he felt a surge of anger. But what could he do in the aftermath of this anger? Idate took no action. These ninjas had easily vanquished Kato, the one who killed Kaisha. Surely, they could dispatch him with equal ease. Idate felt fear. He was entirely unable to mock or rage against them as he had with Naruto Uzumaki. He feared their power. A wrath of an emperor leaves countless corpses in its wake. A commoner's ire is but a fleeting storm. Chapter 69. A reunion with Naruto, the system upgrade. A month later, Dazuna finally completed the bridge for the Land of Waves. However, just as Dazuna believed that the villagers could traverse freely between the Land of Waves and Konoha, a group of samurai took control of both ends of the bridge. They justified their actions as necessary for the safety of the Land of Waves, and soon began to collect protection fees with impunity. This so-called protection fee did not serve to safeguard the citizens. Rather, it was a toll for the protection of the bridge, aimed at preventing external damage. Dazuna, dissatisfied that the bridge he had built was now under the control of a feudal lord, led the villagers in protest. Yet, under the samurai's threats, they ultimately retreated. Later, the feudal lord issued a policy allowing the citizens of the Land of Waves to enjoy a 50% discount for crossing the bridge. Initially, the protection fee was not exorbitant, and a 50% reduction made it even more affordable. Furthermore, the bridge connected the two nations, enabling many villagers to earn money elsewhere, leading to general acceptance over time. Dazuna remained troubled by the situation, but as the villagers had compromised and begun to enjoy improved livelihoods, he ceased leading them in protests against the feudal lord, merely grumbling about the lord's shortcomings within the confines of his home. Although Dazuna may not be regarded as a virtuous individual, he is undeniably esteemed as a great man among the villagers of the Land of Waves. Upon returning to the village, Yagyu and his companions were granted a substantial vacation lasting half a month. Sasuke and Sakura ardently dedicated their time to learning the art of summoning creatures under Kakashi's guidance. As Yagyu had already acquired Paku, he deemed it unnecessary to invest effort in cultivating a summoning beast. He entrusted 2 possums to Yaya at the pet shop, which, as rumor has it, were swiftly purchased. Though the little creatures were rather unattractive, their rarity in the Land of Fire rendered them quite appealing to those with peculiar tastes. Transformation Jutsu. Brother Naruto is remarkable. Absolutely splendid, Brother Naruto. Yet, such a technique is indeed rather embarrassing. As long as it can defeat Grandfather, it's a good ninjutsu. Meng Huang, you are too concerned with trivialities. Is that so? I understand now, Konohamaru. As Yagyu prepared to head towards the training grounds, he chanced upon Naruto and Konohamaru, who were engaging in playful antics. This year, Naruto did not graduate, but his comprehension of the transformation jutsu had evidently advanced. Witnessing such a scene stirred a rush of blood within Yagyu, prompting an instinctive touch to his nose. I've been a bit overheated lately. Yagyu, is that you? Yagyu. Upon spotting Yagyu, Naruto dashed towards him, only to forget to dispel his jutsu. The visual impact was somewhat overwhelming for Yagyu. Ahem, Naruto, hold on. Let us discuss matters over there. He was keen to avoid any misunderstandings in public. Realizing his mistake, Naruto quickly dispelled the jutsu. It's been a while, Yagyu. Since their graduation exams, the two had not crossed paths, and seeing Naruto again evoked a sense of unexpected familiarity in Yagyu. Long time no see. I heard you're in the same class as Sakura. I wonder how she is doing. Is being a ninja very arduous? Are there many dangers? With a cheerful demeanor, Naruto bombarded Yagyu with questions, to which Yagyu responded in kind. Sakura is doing well. She is much stronger than before. It's tough, though, lots of running around. Undertaking tedious missions for meager rewards. As for danger, it's not much of a concern for me, but encounters with death are commonplace. Before Naruto could inquire further, Meng Huang interjected, Big brother, are you in the same year as Brother Naruto? How come you're already a ninja? Are you a genius who graduated early? Yagyu glanced at Naruto and could tell from his flushed cheeks that he had been boasting to Konohamaru and the others. However, he chose not to expose Naruto. As they were classmates with no grievances between them, there was no need to create an unpleasant atmosphere. You guessed correctly, Naruto and I are in the same year. And indeed, I am a genius. Upon hearing this word, Konohamaru and his companions immediately displayed expressions of admiration. Then you must be even stronger than Brother Naruto. If he can defeat Grandfather, surely you can too. Big brother, will you take us on as your apprentices? We want to learn ninjutsu from you. Absolutely not. Yagyu coldly rejected their fervent pleas and was about to leave when a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Hostess progress detected as slow. System upgrading autonomously. System upgrade successful. Host can bind one individual. Please select a binding target. The unexpected voice left Yagyu momentarily bewildered. Am I being criticized by the system? Upon reflection, he realized that over the past few years, while he had indeed diversified his techniques, his overall strength had seen little advancement. Of course, Yagyu did not attribute this stagnation to himself. He believed it stemmed from Sasuke's lack of diligence. After all, his strength was intertwined with Sasuke's. If Sasuke progressed slowly, so too would he. Fortunately, Yagyu would no longer have to rely solely on Sasuke. If Sasuke is unreliable, I'll find another. But whom should he choose? Before he could ponder further, Konohamaru and the others continued to pester him. Please, big brother, we can pay tuition. I'll give you all my snacks for the year. I may not have snacks, but I can help with chores. Yagyu glanced at the trio before him. Of the three youngsters, only Konohamaru's ninja talent reached a level akin to that of a future Hokage. With diligent training, he would undoubtedly become an elite. However, Konohamaru lacked any particularly remarkable bloodline limits. It was essential to choose a binding target not only for their strength, but also for their talent. When considering bloodline limits, Yuki was among Yagyu's preferred choices. After all, Ice Release was not only powerful, but also visually striking. Unfortunately, Yuki had already perished at Sakura's hands. Thus, selecting a binding target could not hinge solely on talent. One must also consider their fate and luck. Reflecting on fate and luck, Yagyu couldn't help but glance at Naruto. Had he not initially considered Sasuke's superior early strength and potential, choosing Naruto would have been a sound decision. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yagyu made his choice. I choose Uzumaki Naruto, the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, as tenacious as a cockroach. Most importantly, Naruto's potential for development is unparalleled. After all, the power he would gain would enhance his abilities in real time, rather than relying on what he already possessed. If it were merely existing strength, selecting someone like Hashirama Senju would have been far more effective. Alas, that was not the case. Chapter 70. I'll teach you. Naruto, come with me. Ignoring the trio's pleas, Yagyu brushed past them and headed directly toward the small park. He had no concerns about Naruto following him. TCH. What a cold-hearted guy. The dismissed Konohamaru felt somewhat disgruntled. But he is so handsome. Meng Huang exclaimed with admiration. Udon sniffled in agreement, acknowledging that compared to brother Naruto, this Yagyu was indeed far more attractive. However, it remained uncertain whether he could defeat Konohamaru's grandfather. Brother Naruto has gone after him. What should we do, Konohamaru? Meng Huang inquired. Crossing his arms, Konohamaru contemplated before responding. We should follow them. In the park, Yagyu often frequented during his time at the Ninja Academy. Back then, Sakura and Ino would frequently accompany him, spending leisurely moments watching passers-by and sunsets while enjoying snacks. Time seemed to pass peacefully in such mundane routines. He recalled the first time he had attempted to motivate Sasuke in this very park after besting him in a school competition. To encourage Sasuke to strive harder, he had gifted him the Moonlight Clan's secret techniques. Sasuke had not disappointed him, rapidly propelling Yagyu's strength to new heights. Yagyu, why did you call me here? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Their relationship could only be described as average. The greeting was merely a reflection of the camaraderie stemming from their time apart. Thus, Naruto was somewhat surprised that Yagyu had specifically summoned him. Meeting Naruto's gaze directly, Yagyu stated calmly, Do you want to graduate? Graduate? Of course I do. At the mention of graduation, Naruto's demeanor ignited with fervor, his eyes ablaze with determination. This year, I will definitely graduate. Then I'll be a ninja like you and Sakura. Have you mastered the shadow clone jutsu? Yagyu's words were akin to a bucket of cold water, deflating Naruto's enthusiasm. The shadow clone jutsu is too difficult. I have a method to help you learn the shadow clone jutsu, and I can teach you many powerful ninjutsu. Do you wish to learn? Really? I want to learn. Naruto had never pondered the reasons behind Yagyu's decision to instruct him. He simply believed it to be a gesture of support from an old classmate. Then, from now on, come here every night after 8. With that, Yagyu turned on his heel and departed, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. Yagyu had contemplated elaborating further, even considering using his Sharingan to attempt to exert control over the nine tails within Naruto. However, the presence of several watchful eyes deterred him from pursuing this perilous notion. The third Hokage, that old curmudgeon, remained as cautious as ever, Yagyu thought to himself, grumbling internally. The primary reason he had once chosen Sasuke over Naruto was the multitude of eyes scrutinizing Naruto. Unlike Sasuke, he could not provoke Naruto in the same manner. Had he gotten too close to Naruto back then, he might have been summoned for a talk by the Umbu long ago. Yet, times had changed. He was now a prodigious genin of Konoha, his prowess surpassing even Kakashi's. Even if the third Hokage disapproved of his proximity to Naruto, he would likely hesitate to challenge his intentions. Moreover, as long as he refrained from any reckless actions, the third would likely turn a blind eye. I understand now. Thank you, Yagyu, Naruto exclaimed, beaming as he bid farewell to Yagyu. Despite his outward confidence, Naruto was acutely aware of his own limitations. If his talents were truly exceptional, he wouldn't feel the need to resort to pranks to garner attention. Big brother Naruto, what were you discussing? Konohamaru and his companions, Udon and Moegi, arrived late, only catching a glimpse of Yagyu's departing figure. Upon their arrival, Naruto feigned profundity, stating, Yagyu mentioned he's reached a plateau in his training and asked me to assist him. Really? Even a genius seeks guidance from big brother Naruto. No wonder he's the best. They exclaimed in unison. Ha ha, of course. Naruto chuckled, a hint of pride swelling within him. Big brother Naruto, can we join you? Cough. No way. The training of a ninja is shrouded in secrecy. How could I allow you to observe? He retorted playfully. If you witness me learning ninjutsu from Yagyu, how could I maintain my status as the elder brother? Am I to lose face? Please, big brother Naruto. They pleaded, their wide eyes glistening with anticipation. Naruto felt a lump in his throat. What to do? Should he reveal the truth or bring them along? For the first time, he regretted boasting. After a moment's hesitation, he relented, saying, All right, let us meet here at 8 tonight. Yay, big brother Naruto is the best. With that, he resolved to take things as they came, trusting that the path would reveal itself in due time. Later that night, at the Hokage Tower, the Umbu ninja who had been monitoring Naruto throughout the day reported his findings to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After recounting some trivial details, he began to address more significant matters. Young Master Konohamaru and his two companions, Udon and Moegi, have been pestering Naruto daily to learn ninjutsu, claiming they wish to master the art of seduction to defeat you. Hiruzen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his mere invitation to Naruto would lead to such an embarrassing situation, especially with Konohamaru witnessing it. The thought of Naruto employing such a base technique to embarrass him was unsettling. If Konohamaru mastered this ninjutsu, he might find himself startled by his grandson conjuring a bald beauty to frighten him. No, he must not think about that. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Is there anything else? Yes. Today, the Jin and Yagyu and Naruto met, and Yagyu expressed a desire to teach Naruto ninjutsu, arranging to meet every night at the park. Yagyu. Hiruzen mused, recalling the cool, aloof demeanor of that talented youth. What was his reasoning? The Umbu ninja replied, Unclear. It seems this was a spur-of-the-moment decision on Yagyu's part. Did they have a good relationship prior? Hiruzen probed further. Average, the Umbu responded. Strange. Yagyu is not typically one to extend such assistance. Until now, he has only shown notable support to a few girls and Sasuke, maintaining a rather indifferent attitude towards Naruto. He has never initiated contact with Naruto before. Hiruzen found it puzzling why Yagyu would suddenly act in this manner. Yagyu's background was impeccable. With the support of his father, Yagyu Kaimitsu, Hiruzen had already begun grooming him as a trusted ally. Moreover, Yagyu's fiancée, Yuzuki Yugao, also worked within the Umbu, rendering him a completely trustworthy individual. However, despite his trust in Yagyu, he remained cautious regarding the Jinchuriki. After a moment's reflection, Hiruzen instructed the Umbu, Bring Yagyu to me. Yes, sir. Chapter 71. Because he is handsome training. Yagyu had not anticipated that following his conversation with Naruto about training during the day, he would be summoned for questioning by Hiruzen that very night. Fortunately, he had an illustrious background, a clear identity, and formidable strength. He could either be seen as a conscientious old classmate looking out for Naruto, or, if pressed, he could overpower Hiruzen, thereby unifying Konoha. Thus, when faced with Hiruzen's inquiries, he remained remarkably composed. Observing Yagyu's calm demeanor, Hiruzen harbored no significant suspicions. He merely cautioned Yagyu about the dangers associated with Jinchuriki, advising him not to provoke Naruto unduly. In essence, Hiruzen tacitly accepted Yagyu's role in mentoring Naruto. Initially, Hiruzen had intended for Naruto to graduate normally and have Kakashi guide his development. After all, a Jinchuriki is akin to an atomic bomb for a village. Not only must one possess it, but one must also be able to wield it. This was evident from the powerful performance of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki during the Third Shinobi World War. While Konoha had done an admirable job of protecting Kushina, rarely allowing her to partake in high-risk missions, the existence of Kushina fundamentally altered the dynamics within the village. Had Konoha still possessed a powerful Jinchuriki, Hiruzen believed they would not have been so easily subjugated by other ninja villages during critical events, nor would they have faced ridicule from Danzo for their perceived cowardice. At Konoha Park, the clock had just passed 8, edging closer to 1/4 past. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he trying to toy with us? Konohamaru fretted. Perhaps something delayed him. That older brother doesn't he seem like the type to deceive us? Moegi defended Yagyu. How can you tell he is not that kind of person? Konohamaru questioned skeptically. Because he is handsome. Udon chimed in, sniffing. Naruto, equally anxious, was pacing restlessly in the park. Could Yagyu really be deceiving him? No. He couldn't be that type of person. But perhaps someone like him, who was often disliked by others, was merely a source of amusement for Yagyu? Maybe he never truly intended to teach him ninjutsu? Was he destined to be disliked forever? Noticing Naruto's gloomy expression, Konohamaru asked, "Big brother Naruto, do you think he wants to come?" "No way. He must have been delayed by something." Naruto laughed heartily, even though doubts lingered in his mind. Faced with Konohamaru's skepticism, he chose to trust Yagyu. After all, admitting the possibility of being stood up would mean acknowledging he had been played for a fool. "I'm the elder brother. After all, I knew it. Big brother Naruto believes in him too. He must have been held up by something," Moegi added. Konohamaru rolled his eyes, weary of a world that judged solely by appearances. Why should being handsome exempt someone from deceit? And am I not handsome? When I walk down the streets of Konoha, who doesn't remark, "Young Master Konohamaru, you're truly handsome." "Sorry, I was delayed by a cat blocking my path." "Who believes that?" "Huh. What are you three little rascals doing here?" As Naruto was about to speak, Konoha interjected, "Let us observe how brother Naruto guides you in your training." Yagyu narrowed his eyes at Naruto, his voice elongated. "Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Training together, training together." Caught off guard, Naruto wore an awkward expression, unsure of how to explain himself, and could only laugh heartily to alleviate the embarrassment. Yagyu had already given Naruto some leeway. But seeing that Naruto was oblivious to his shortcomings and continued to boast shamelessly, he decided not to indulge him any further. However, for the sake of the upcoming training session, he refrained from openly confronting Naruto. With a swift motion, he seized the collars of Konohamaru and his companions, delivering a cold warning. "This is a sacred training ground. Outsiders are not permitted." After expelling the trio, Yagyu conjured a barrier to ensure their exclusion. He, however, left the Umbu ninja responsible for monitoring within the barrier, lest they suspect him of any ill intent towards the Jinchuriki. Outside the barrier, Konohamaru kicked against it, wincing in pain as tears welled in his eyes. "Ouch! That annoying guy, it's just a bit of ninjutsu. Who cares?" "Exactly. This time." Even Moegi ceased her defense of Yagyu, recalling how mercilessly he had tossed her aside earlier, showing no regard for her being a girl. "We're only 6 years old." "You know," Udon sniffled. Inside the barrier, the Umbu ninja felt a momentary tension as Yagyu performed the barrier technique. But he quickly realized that this was not a formidable barrier. As a special jonin, he could easily breach it. If Yagyu intended to harm the Jinchuriki, he would certainly not resort to such a rudimentary technique. Thus, he chose not to report to the third Hokage immediately, opting instead to remain hidden and continue his surveillance. "Yagyu, is it really acceptable to let them observe from the sidelines?" The barrier Yagyu had summoned was transparent, its chakra color only visible for a fleeting moment upon its creation. Consequently, Naruto remained unaware that he was already trapped within the barrier. "If you wish for them to witness your training blunders, I have no qualms about keeping them here," Yagyu remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. In truth, even if Naruto did not mind his facade being shattered, Yagyu would not allow Konohamaru and the others to linger. Training one troublesome individual was already a daunting task. Adding 3 chattering children to the mix would drive him to distraction. Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Clearly, he preferred Yagyu to assume the role of the villain, preserving his image in the eyes of Konohamaru and the others. "All right, you wanted to learn the shadow clone technique, right? Are you still practicing?" "Yes." The moment training commenced, Naruto's demeanor transformed, brimming with enthusiasm and seriousness. The next instant, Yagyu demonstrated a near-fatal version of Naruto's shadow clone technique. Observing the almost lifeless Naruto, Yagyu was left speechless, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. "Thank goodness I didn't teach shoes to bind myself to you back then. Otherwise, I might not have graduated. You've been practicing the shadow clone technique for 5 or 6 years now, and you're still at this level. After 5 years without progress, from a certain perspective, you could be deemed a genius." Faced with Yagyu's mockery, Naruto could only grin foolishly, too intimidated to retort. "So, Yagyu, how should I practice? I've been training in ninjutsu every day for the past 6 years, but for some reason, I just can't seem to use it properly. From what I see, the only ninjutsu you've practiced over the past 5 or 6 years is the seduction technique, right?" Yagyu rolled his eyes before instructing Naruto, "Extend your hand. I will inject a surge of chakra into your body. Do not resist." "All right." Yagyu grasped Naruto's hand, channeling a flow of chakra into him. Chapter 72, The Nine Tails and the Two Tomo Sharingan. In the dimly lit sewer, rhythmic droplets of water fell from the gaps in the overhead iron pipes. The orange-red earthen walls were adorned with several flickering candles, their flames casting dancing shadows upon the walls. "Is this the world of the Nine-Tailed Seal?" Yagyu surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. The atmosphere felt perilous, and despite having surpassed the average strength of a Kage, he still sensed discomfort. The Nine Tails, filled with wrath towards humanity, emanated chakra that was exceedingly malevolent and terrifying. Even before laying eyes on the creature, he could perceive a malicious chakra presence in the air. Indeed, the notion that villains possess an advantage in strength is not unfounded. The disparity between a being that strikes with lethal intent and one that holds back due to a debilitating influence is evident. This explains why some villains become weaker when they switch sides to the forces of justice. As Yagyu traversed the sewer, he turned several corners until he reached an opening. This opening lacked a door, and in the distance, he could see an iron grate. Who goes there? A cold inquiry echoed from within the opening before Yagyu could respond. He chose not to answer, pressing forward until the firelight illuminated the form of the Nine Tails. Towering over 10 meters, with orange-red fur, a mouth full of sharp fangs. And enormous, razor-like claws. Most striking were its 9 writhing tails. "You little brat, what are you staring at?" Yagyu's silent gaze made the Nine Tails uneasy. Shouldn't ordinary people be terrified into submission at the sight of him? How could this brat remain so composed? Moreover, how did he manage to enter? What an abhorrent aura he exudes. Humph. Yagyu let out a cold chuckle, not responding to the Nine Tails, his eyes abruptly transforming into the red, Tomo pattern of the Sharingan. Damn it, another Uchiha brat. The sight of the Sharingan incited the Nine Tails' fury, memories of being manipulated by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito flooding his mind. With a mighty swipe, its enormous claws struck the iron grate, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, the seal remained unyielding, impervious to its efforts. Yagyu paid no heed to the Nine Tails' wrath. His Sharingan began to whirl. Sharingan Jinjutsu. As Yagyu's Sharingan took effect, the Nine Tails' eyes morphed into the same Tomo pattern. Remarkably, Yagyu was able to control the Nine Tails with his mere 2 Tomo Sharingan. It is important to note that thus far, only the Mangekyo Sharingan has been capable of controlling the Nine Tails, and Yagyu's ability to do so with just the 2 Tomo suggests that his Sharingan's power is no less formidable than that of the Mangekyo. This means he could potentially challenge Uchiha Itachi with the strength of his 2 Tomo Sharingan. He had truly achieved a balance where his 2 Tomo could match the Mangekyo, making him confident against Itachi. The differences between my Sharingan and the Mangekyo are merely a few specialized techniques. I believe I stand a chance in a battle against Uchiha Itachi, Yagyu mused. His entry into the seal was not merely to assist Naruto in controlling his chakra, but rather to validate the strength of his own Sharingan. Previously, he had known that his 2 Tomo Sharingan was 100 times stronger than the average 2 Tomo, but he lacked a clear concept of its true extent. After all, he had yet to encounter an adversary that warranted the activation of his Sharingan in battle. Now, by controlling the Nine Tails and comparing it to the Mangekyo, Yagyu could finally gauge its true power. Returning his focus from the Sharingan, Yagyu's gaze fell upon the ceiling strips affixed to the iron grate. If he were to tear these off, the Nine Tails could break free from its seal, allowing him to control it. However, that was not his aim. The Nine Tails held no value compared to the feedback of strength he received from Naruto. He focused on retracting the Nine Tails chakra, ensuring it would not disrupt Naruto Uzumaki, and subsequently exited the sealing space. Within the sealed world, a considerable amount of time had passed, while only a fleeting moment had elapsed in the outside world. Thus, when Yagyu regained his senses, neither Naruto nor the Umbu ninja felt any disturbance. Naruto, next. I will teach you a method to control your chakra. Once you master this, you will never fail at using the shadow clone technique again. Really? Hurry and teach me. Yagyu approached a tree, making his way step by step to its pinnacle. He sought to ascend the tree by utilizing the technique of channeling chakra to adhere to the soles of his feet. This skill is essential for every ninja, once mastered. It facilitates the grasp of most rudimentary ninjutsu with ease. Alright, I shall undoubtedly master this technique, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, his hands clenched in a confident pose, embodying youthful exuberance. Yagyu stood atop the tree, observing Naruto as he endeavored to practice this technique. He recalled how, in the original tale, Naruto had fallen countless times during his initial attempts at tree climbing. He pondered whether his control over the Nine Tails would make any difference this time. Now, as Naruto formed the necessary hand seals, a surge of chakra coalesced beneath his feet. His proficiency in gathering chakra indicated that he had not squandered his time over the years. In the next moment, with renewed confidence, Naruto placed one foot on the trunk of the tree, lifting the other from the ground. Thud! He landed headfirst, and the sound suggested it was a rather unfortunate impact. Watching the groaning Naruto, Yagyu could only shake his head in disbelief. It seemed that Naruto's innate talent for chakra control was not particularly remarkable. Even without the influence of the Nine Tails, there was little improvement. He recalled that Sakura had never practiced this technique, yet had successfully reached the top on her first attempt. Naruto, Don't be too reckless. Take your time. You applied too much chakra to your foot just now. Oh, chakra control is a matter of sensation, intricately linked to one's perception of chakra and somewhat reflective of an individual's character. Naruto's impulsive nature hindered his ability to manage chakra effectively, even with a keen sense. Blind confidence would only exacerbate his predicament. Taking Yagyu's advice to heart, Naruto began to calm himself, gradually adjusting his chakra control before attempting to step onto the tree once again. This time, he managed to stabilize himself. The euphoria of success overwhelmed him as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I've done it. I am indeed a genius." Alas, Naruto once again fell heavily to the ground, his head meeting it once more. His not-so-bright mind felt as if it had suffered an additional blow. Yagyu covered his face in exasperation, reminding Naruto once more to temper his pride and impatience. This cycle continued. Finally, after a night of relentless training, Naruto succeeded in mastering the tree-climbing technique. Now, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! A puff of smoke erupted, revealing a clone of Naruto standing beside him. Yes, I did it. Naruto jumped for joy, and Yagyu shed tears of hard-earned joy. A night of effort had finally borne fruit. Beep. The host's bound object, Uzumaki Naruto, experiences a hundredfold enhancement in chakra control. Detection indicates the host's chakra control has reached its maximum level. No further enhancement possible. Beep. The host's bound object, Uzumaki Naruto, has mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, resulting in a hundredfold increase in the host's proficiency in the technique. Detection indicates the host's proficiency in the Shadow Clone Jutsu has reached its maximum level. No further enhancement possible. Great. A night of toil for naught. Chapter 73. Application for Chunin exams recommendation for Jonin rejected? Time flew by, and months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Naruto had learned the body flicker technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and Konoha-style swordsmanship under Yagyu's guidance. In return, Yagyu had gained an extraordinary wind affinity and abundant chakra feedback from Naruto. Previously lacking wind affinity, Yagyu could now effortlessly grasp wind-based ninjutsu. His chakra, which had originally been 100 units, had now increased by at least 30%. With the combined hundredfold chakra feedback from Sasuke and Naruto, he might even rival Hashirama in endurance. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the forefront, summoning all the leading Jonin to await his directives. This year's Chunin exam was set to be held in Konoha, and the Jonin from each class were called to step forward. Jonin Tenzu of Team 15 recommends Ryukawa Kaze, Tanaka Kei, and Yagyu Hueishin to participate in this Chunin exam. Various established teams soon followed suit, stepping forward to recommend their subordinates. Before long, all the veteran teams had made their recommendations. Kakashi stepped forward. Jonin Kakashi of the newly established Team 7 recommends his subordinates, Moonlight Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura for the Chunin exam. Jonin Kurenai of the newly formed Team 8 recommended her subordinates, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Jonin Asuma of Team 10 recommended his subordinates, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akimichi. Upon hearing that 3 new teams had nominated their subordinates for the Chunin exam, many of the Jonin present exhibited expressions of surprise. Was it not too hasty to participate in the Chunin exam during their first year post-graduation? This exam was not merely an internal assessment of Konoha. They would face formidable ninjas from various nations, posing significant risks. The 3 were being rather reckless. Below, Irika glanced at the other Jonin, hesitating to voice his concerns. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's admonition brought the gathered Jonin to quietude, before turning his gaze toward Kakashi. After a moment, he looked at Kurenai and Asuma, and upon seeing the steadfastness in their expressions, he continued, I trust that their subordinates have undergone rigorous training under their guidance. Although only 9 individuals have passed this year's graduation assessment, they are undoubtedly all geniuses. Since their supervising Jonin have faith in them, I shall also extend my trust. Hearing the third support for Kakashi and the others, the remaining Jonin had no further objections. After all, these were not their own subordinates. They bore no responsibility should any of them perish during the Chunin exam. Seeing no dissent, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly stated, Is there anyone else wishing to register for the exam? After a prolonged silence with no responses, he added, If that is the case, we shall finalize the candidates for this Chunin exam. Now, let us discuss the security measures during the exam period. Such a significant event as the Great Ninja exam would undoubtedly attract much attention. Notable merchants and politicians from various nations would attend, and some nefarious individuals might seize the opportunity to infiltrate Konoha. When fewer people were present, it was relatively easy to discern unfamiliar faces entering the village. However, when the crowd swelled, thorough investigations became cumbersome, leaving Konoha vulnerable. Thus, it was imperative to re-establish a robust security and defense system. However, since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the responsibility for Konoha's security had fallen to Marino Ibiki. The other Jonin merely offered token suggestions, leaving most of the planning to Ibiki. After the meeting concluded, Kakashi was retained for a private discussion. Kakashi, how is Moonlight Yagyu progressing? He is now capable of operating independently. His experience and strength surpass my own. Over the past few months, Yagyu had not only trained Naruto, but had also participated in numerous missions. After engaging in a variety of tasks, assassination, protection, infiltration, and reconnaissance, Yagyu's experience was now comparable to that of a Jonin. He was fully capable of leading missions on his own. Is that so? It's a pity he is unwilling to join the Umbu. Otherwise, a stint there would greatly benefit him. Kakashi fell silent, neither affirming nor denying this. The Umbu of Konoha was an exceedingly dark place, where each day was spent in bloodshed and pursuit. Every moment was consumed by thoughts of killing or evading death. In such high-stakes missions, one's potential could be pushed to its limits, yet one could easily lose oneself in the process. Kakashi did not agree with sending Yagyu to such a realm. He recognized Yagyu's potential. Should he lose his way in the darkness of the Umbu, it would spell disaster for Konoha. However, with the third Hokage overseeing the Umbu, it was also possible that Yagyu would ultimately come to respect the third and become a loyal guardian of Konoha, much like Kakashi himself. The death of his father plunged him into an obsession with his missions. The loss of both Obito and Rin left him engulfed in confusion and fear. The demise of his teacher rendered him feeling helpless and powerless. For years, he had been numbing himself through tasks and bloodshed. Had it not been for the third Hokage rescuing him from Root and Guy pulling him out of the Umbu, he might have lost all sense of who he could have become. Observing Kakashi's silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose not to elaborate further. He understood the intricacies of the Umbu better than anyone else. Yet, such is the will of fire. Some individuals aspire to live splendidly under the sun, while others must bear their burdens in the shadows. For the sake of Konoha, the sacrifices of certain individuals are inevitable. Have you discussed the Chunin exams with Yagyu and the others? Not yet. Find an opportunity to speak with them once they pass the Chunin exams. I intend to arrange for Yagyu to participate in the Jonin assessment. The Jonin exams differ from the Chunin exams. The latter tests the foundational knowledge and abilities of Genin, selecting only the most exceptional. However, the Jonin assessment requires proven strength. As long as your power reaches that of a Jonin, or if you possess certain exceptional abilities that far exceed those of a Chunin, you may partake in the Jonin exams. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the number of candidates or time limits. Theoretically, if one person meets the criteria, then that individual passes. If 10 individuals meet the criteria, then all 10 pass the assessment. You may take the exam whenever you are ready. I understand. Kakashi nodded in agreement. By the way, third Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke's strength surpasses that of the average Chunin. I would like to recommend him for the Jonin exam. Regarding Uchiha Sasuke, let us hold off for now. Compared to Yagyu, he still requires further training. You may leave now. Kakashi was taken aback by the rejection of his recommendation for Sasuke, casting a surprised glance at Hiruzen before regaining his composure. I understand. Hiruzen's stance on Sasuke had always been ambiguous. On one hand, he admired Sasuke's talent and wished to cultivate him as his right-hand man. On the other hand, he was concerned that Sasuke's elevated position would grant him greater power to uncover the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Although only a select few among Konoha's higher-ups and Itachi Uchiha were privy to the details of the slaughter, it was better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks. Until he was certain that Sasuke could be completely controlled, he was reluctant to allow Sasuke to gain power within Konoha too swiftly. Chapter 74. The intimidation of Yagyu. The astonishment of Gaara and his companions was palpable. The afternoon sun shone glaringly, and Konoha's park was bustling with activity. The trio of Konoha's young ninjas, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, were playfully engaged in their antics. Nearby, the students Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha from Team 7 were sparring. Meanwhile, Yagyu lay languidly across Sakura's lap, indulging in cherries. As Naruto fought, he watched Sakura dutifully feeding Yagyu cherries, his heart ablaze with jealousy, fueling his increasingly aggressive attacks. Yet, his moves were riddled with flaws. Lacking combat experience, Naruto appeared as a mere child wielding a long sword when faced with Sasuke, who toyed with him effortlessly. After a brief period, Sasuke sent Naruto flying with a kick, stepping forward to coldly declare, "He is too weak. He serves no purpose for my training. You fight me." Before Yagyu could respond, Naruto scrambled to his feet and launched a surprise attack. exclaiming, "Don't underestimate me. You haven't defeated me yet." Without glancing back, Sasuke swiftly maneuvered his blade to rest against Naruto's throat. A slight application of pressure would be enough to sever his head. The perilous scene sent cold sweat trickling down both Naruto's and the hidden Anbu's backs. Observing Naruto's fearful expression, Sasuke scoffed, taunting, "Humph, coward." Naruto struggled to find his voice. He yearned to retort, but his lack of strength rendered his words futile. Sasuke sheathed his blade, returning his attention to Yagyu, insisting, "Fight me." Yagyu stretched lazily before rising. "You won't need me to fight. There will be others to practice with you." After instructing Naruto in a lesson, many of the following ninjutsu sessions were conducted by Sasuke on Yagyu's behalf. Initially, Yagyu had persistently led Sasuke to believe that Naruto was a concealed genius, assuring him that with patience, he would cultivate a formidable training partner. Although Sasuke had been skeptical, Naruto's learning pace accelerated significantly once the influence of the Nine Tails waned. Techniques that had previously eluded him could now be mastered by Naruto in mere minutes. This instilled a glimmer of hope in Sasuke, prompting him to dedicate himself to teaching Naruto earnestly. However, Naruto's talents were not universally applicable. Skills such as swordsmanship, genjutsu, sealing techniques, and barrier ninjutsu proved challenging for him to grasp. After several months of training under Sasuke, he had only scratched the surface. The only commendable aspect was Naruto's rapid acquisition of non-attribute ninjutsu and his impressive resilience. However, at Sasuke's current level, merely overpowering weaker opponents would not facilitate his growth. Allowing Naruto to improve at no benefit to himself was something Sasuke was unwilling to entertain. "Who?" Sasuke frowned, incredulous that such a person existed, suspecting that Yagyu was merely jesting. At that moment, Yagyu pointed towards the park entrance, stating, "Those individuals over there should provide you with ample opportunity for amusement." The group glanced up to find Kinomaru and his companions, who had been previously driven to the park's periphery, now being bullied by two rogue ninjas from an outside village. "You scoundrel, let Kinomaru go," Moegi exclaimed anxiously, clutching Kankuro's arm in an attempt to rescue Kinomaru. Udon, rendered helpless by the disparity in strength, was at a loss for action. Kankuro regarded the trio with disdain, his expression filled with contempt, irritated by their presence disrupting his play. "Kankuro, don't go too far. This isn't Sunagakure," Temari cautioned, her tone laced with concern that Kankuro might harm Kinomaru. However, her warning, coupled with her playful demeanor, hardly conveyed genuine fear. "Understood. I'll only incapacitate this little brat for 10 days or so. He won't die," Kankuro replied with a sneer, tightening his grip. Just then, a stone suddenly struck his hand, causing him to involuntarily release his hold. "Who?" he barked, clutching his hand while scanning his surroundings warily, ultimately landing his gaze upon a tree. There stood a black-haired youth, his expression icy and composed, prompting Temari to succumb to infatuation. This boy was rather handsome. The smile gracing his lips made Temari forget that her brother had just been assaulted by the very individual before her. "You little brat, are you a ninja from Konoha? Come down and let us have a match." Kankuro's temper flared, and he promptly issued a challenge to Sasuke. However, Sasuke ignored him, surveying the two before finally setting his sights on the branch below him. There stood an individual with a large gourd on his back. "Oh, you've noticed me so quickly. I acknowledge your skill," Gaara remarked, a hint of surprise evident as he regarded Sasuke, murmuring his admiration. Whether it was a mere illusion, Sasuke detected a trace of exhilaration beneath Gaara's frigid tone. "You must be Gaara, right?" Before Sasuke could respond, a voice echoed ominously in Gaara's ear. This harrowing moment compelled Gaara to activate his absolute defense. Countless grains of sand surged forth from his gourd, hurtling towards Yagyu. Yet, Yagyu remained unperturbed, engulfed in flames that shielded him from the onslaught of sand. Absolute defense. It appears quite formidable, albeit a tad slow. Yagyu commented nonchalantly before turning to Kankuro and uttering a perplexing remark. "You, my friend, possess quite the courage." Kanjuro was perplexed and was about to inquire further when Yagyu suddenly vanished from sight. None, including Gaara, could fathom how Yagyu had disappeared before their eyes. Such astonishing speed. The trio fell into a momentary silence. "Is this person one of your elite jonin from Konoha?" Gaara asked with curiosity. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "He is my teammate and rival. For now, he is merely a genin." "You must be jesting. A person of such caliber is just a genin?" The gaze he cast upon me felt as though it could end my life, Kanjuro exclaimed, his anger boiling over. The terrifying disparity in strength extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him. Feeling utterly powerless ignited a sense of humiliation, fueling his inexplicable fury. "Temari too," found it hard to believe. Yet, observing Yagyu's appearance, he seemed no older than Gaara and the others. Could he truly be a genin? Konoha indeed harbors hidden talents. Two remarkably strong and handsome young men had suddenly emerged. However, the one who had just vanished seemed even more formidable and striking. What is his name? Gaara inquired. Yagyu Tsukikage, Sasuke replied. And you? I am Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara nodded and introduced himself. I am Gaara. With that, Gaara transformed into sand and reappeared behind Kanjiro and Temari. Let us depart. Do not stir up trouble. The two older individuals, despite their greater age, obediently complied upon hearing Gaara's command. Akin to wild dogs in the presence of a lion. Yes, yes. Chapter 75. A step too far, the magnificent Naruto. Wait. Just as Gaara's trio was about to leave, Naruto suddenly sprang forth, calling out to them. Are you really just going to walk away like that? He challenged. As the elder brother of Konohamaru, he could overlook Yagyu's misdeeds, but he could not let them pass unchallenged. Kanjiro, perceiving Naruto as nothing more than a brash young boy without even a forehead protector, let out a cold laugh. What do you want? If you're seeking death, I shall oblige. How dare you be so arrogant after assaulting someone? Don't underestimate me. Shadow clone technique. Naruto immediately conjured 4 or 5 shadow clones, surrounding the trio and presenting himself as if he were prepared to teach Kanjiro a lesson. Kanjiro and his companions were taken aback by Naruto's use of the shadow clone technique, a jutsu typically reserved for jonin. Hey, blonde brat, what rank are you in Konoha? Chunin? Kanjiro speculated, as Naruto's foolish demeanor hardly suggested he was a jonin, leading him to conclude that Naruto might be a chunin with some special skill. Perhaps his lack of a forehead protector was merely a matter of habit. However, Naruto's subsequent revelation left Kanjiro utterly astonished. I am a 6th grade student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. And by the way, I'm not a blonde brat. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What? You're just a student at the Ninja Academy? Temari exclaimed, her shock evident as she seized the opportunity to voice her disbelief before Kanjiro could. How is that possible? You, of all people, are merely a student? Kanjiro struggled to comprehend how someone who wielded jonin-level techniques could still be a student. Was Konoha's pool of exceptional ninjas so vast? Or was the Ninja Academy's assessment truly that rigorous? Gaara furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of astonishment and excitement. In Sunagakure, where he seldom encountered worthy opponents, he had effortlessly found a rival in this small village of Konoha. Just how many more hidden masters lay in wait here? Kanjiro apologized. Huh, what? Hurry up. Don't waste time. The more Gaara sensed Konoha's might, the more exhilarated he became. He feared that if he could not contain his excitement, it might jeopardize their plans. Although Kanjiro was reluctant to apologize, he felt compelled to comply due to Gaara's imposing presence and approached Konohamaru to bow in apology. I'm sorry, he coldly uttered before attempting to turn away. However, Naruto would not let him off the hook, admonishing, Konohamaru hasn't forgiven you yet. You can't just leave. Kid, don't push your luck. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Kanjiro roared in fury. Konohamaru and his companions were intimidated by Kanjiro's outburst, tugging at Naruto's sleeve. Naruto, let it go. He's already apologized. Don't be afraid of him. Unless you genuinely forgive him, he cannot leave. Naruto relished his role as a champion of justice, delighting in this moment of standing up for others. Yet, Kanjiro was in a difficult position. As the son of the Kazekage and a teenage prodigy in puppet mastery, had it not been for the Chunin exams, he would have already advanced to Chunin. From a young age, apart from his brother Gaara, sister Temari, father Raza, and teacher Chiyo, he had never feared anyone. Now, a mere academy student was persistently provoking him. He was on the verge of exploding. Kanjiro, enough. Hearing Gaara's cold voice, Kanjiro's burgeoning anger subsided instantly. As a failed Jinchuriki, Gaara struggled to control the power of Shikaku. Thus, from the moment he became conscious, he had been unable to sleep. The madness stemming from sleeplessness was something one could only imagine, coupled with the loss of his loving mother, betrayal from his uncle, his father's indifference, and discrimination from the village. Gaara's psyche had twisted into an extremely aberrant state. If anyone dared to defy his decisions, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Sigh. Kanjiro sighed deeply, stepping forward to Konohamaru once more to apologize. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Konohamaru, observing Kanjiro's feigned sincerity, was reluctant to complicate matters further. He had no desire to endure even a moment more in the presence of that grotesque man. All right, I forgive you, you may leave. Kanjiro rose, visibly displeased, casting a fierce glare at Naruto before departing. Naruto, indifferent, dispelled his shadow clones, allowing them to leave without fear of Kanjiro's revenge. After all, they were in Konoha. Outsiders would dare not act recklessly here. These intruders are truly despicable, causing such chaos in our village. Moegi expressed her discontent. Thank goodness for Big Brother Naruto, otherwise we would have been in trouble, Udon added. We must also thank Sasuke and Yagyu. Had they not intimidated the leader of the opposing group, matters may not have resolved so easily, Moegi analyzed. Speaking of Yagyu and Sasuke, they had long since left the scene. Saving Konohamaru had been a mere afterthought for them. Their primary purpose for coming was to observe Gaara. I won't thank them. If it weren't for Big Brother Naruto, that grotesque man wouldn't have even apologized to me. Big Brother Naruto is the strongest. Konohamaru huffed. Puffing his chest out with pride, Naruto laughed heartily. Huh? Konohamaru is right. I am the strongest. While Moegi did not entirely share this sentiment, she acknowledged that Yagyu and Sasuke had not acted very chivalrously, choosing to remain silent on their behalf. Upon returning to Konoha Park, Sasuke felt quite pleased after witnessing Gaara. Yagyu had not deceived him. This Gaara was indeed a worthy opponent. However, it was unfortunate that Yagyu had mentioned they were there for the Chunin exams. Their official confrontation would have to wait until then. These three rascals causing trouble in our village are truly infuriating. When the Chunin exams arrive, I will make sure to teach them a lesson. Sakura, having been left in the park by Yagyu, was furious after witnessing the trio's antics. Now, with her strength no longer insignificant, she felt confident in challenging the Chunin exams. By the way, Yagyu, how did you know they were here for the Chunin exams? Kakashi-sensei didn't inform us, Sakura suddenly inquired with curiosity. Yagyu shook his head gently, placing a finger to his lips and whispering, "Hush, a little rumor." Sasuke, however, was indifferent to any gossip. His sole desire was to swiftly enroll in the Chunin exam and confront Gaara. Come on, let's find Kakashi and sign up for this year's Chunin exam. Chapter 76. Kakashi and Naruto, I will become Hokage. Teacher, that's the gist of it. A few genin from Konoha possess such formidable strength. This operation may not be as simple as it seems. Upon returning to their quarters, Temari conveyed the situation to Maki, expressing her concerns. Yet Maki appeared somewhat skeptical. Kenkaro, Gaara, is what Temari said truly the case? Temari was the most composed among the trio and had earned Maki's utmost trust. Thus, he should not have doubted her words. Yet the situation was utterly astonishing. A genin whose prowess rivaled Gaara's, another whose strength was an enigma, and a genius capable of employing advanced jutsu without graduating from the ninja academy. This was merely a glimpse of Konoha. Who could fathom how many other formidable figures lay hidden within? Teacher, it is indeed as Temari described. That fellow, Yagyu merely cast a glance my way, and I felt as if death itself were upon me. Kenkaro recounted, visibly shaken. Gaara nodded in agreement, responding that Yagyu is indeed terrifying. His speed surpasses all I have ever encountered. This included Maki, implying that Yagyu's speed had transcended even that of elite jonin. Maki's expression grew somber upon hearing this. If Konoha truly harbors such hidden talents, this operation will require meticulous planning. However, this matter is a decision made by Lord Kazekage, and our thoughts may scarcely sway his resolution. Most crucially, many of our comrades have already stealthily infiltrated the Land of Fire. The arrow is knocked. After contemplating for a while, Maki ultimately refrained from disturbing Raza over this issue. If he were to be intimidated by two genin and an ungraduated child and attempt to persuade Raza to abandon the plan, he feared it would not yield the desired outcome, and he might even incur Raza's ire. Should the mission fail, he would find himself in a most undesirable predicament. I will inquire with Orochimaru regarding intelligence about those individuals. As for the plan, you need only focus on completing your tasks. Furthermore, should you encounter those individuals during the Chunin exam, strive to avoid direct confrontation. The plan must proceed flawlessly, otherwise, you all know the extent of Lord Kazekage's methods. Understood. Teacher, Gaara did not respond, but Maki cast a deliberate glance at him, stating, Gaara, do not jeopardize the plan. Gaara met Maki's gaze with an icy stare, remaining silent for a moment before coldly replying, understood. Meanwhile, as Sasuke spoke of seeking Kakashi, Kakashi approached them unbidden. Oh, what a fortuitous meeting. Kakashi remarked with a squint and a smile directed at the trio. Kakashi, we intend to participate in this year's Chunin exam, Sasuke stated. Oh, you are already aware? Kakashi expressed mild surprise, but gave it little thought. Although the list for the Chunin exam had only recently been confirmed, there had been plans in place for quite some time. Not only were Sasuke and his companions from the village, but even those from other villages had learned months prior that the Chunin exam would be held in Konoha. Since you already know, I will be frank. I have registered you for this year's Chunin exam, which will take place in 3 days. What? You have already signed us up? Although Sakura felt confident about participating, The reality of being registered made her somewhat anxious. Do not fret. I believe with your abilities, you shall surely pass the exam. Kakashi encouraged Sakura with a smile. Given the trio's strength far surpassed that in the original narrative, Kakashi did not feel the need to test Sakura's resolve as he had in the past. In the original story, Sakura's skills were inadequate for passing the Chunin exam. But now she had a substantial chance. Even if she did not succeed, Kakashi believed it would be beneficial for her to participate and gain experience. With their enhanced abilities, Kakashi's expectations for her had also evolved. We will do our best, Sakura declared, clenching her fist to bolster her own spirit, though internally, she was abuzz with excitement. Go for it, Sakura. You can definitely do it. Are you all participating in the Chunin exam? Naruto exclaimed, running over and catching wind of their conversation. If I graduate this year, I can join the Chunin exam too, right? Naruto mused. You are Naruto, correct? I heard you have been learning ninjutsu from Yagyu recently. I hope you can successfully pass the ninja exam next year, Kakashi said with a smile, while looking at Naruto Uzumaki. He had always known Naruto was the child of the fourth Hokage, but due to the latter's identity as a Jinchuriki, he could not engage with him too closely. Not only did his status prevent it, but the third Hokage also forbade him from interacting with Naruto. Even discreetly observing or providing assistance was not permissible. After all, Naruto was perpetually under the watchful gaze of Umbu, and although Kakashi was an elite jonin, he did not presume he could evade the perception of all Umbu ninjas. To avoid arousing the third's suspicions, he could only fulfill his duties. Moreover, he trusted that the third would ensure Naruto was well taken care of. After all, Naruto was the fourth child, and the third would surely not neglect him, right? Thank you, Mr. Mr.? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Do I really look that old? Mr. You are Yagyu and the others guiding Jonin, right? You must be stronger than Yagyu. Once I graduate and surpass Yagyu, I will surpass you too. I want to surpass everyone and become Hokage. Kakashi paused in surprise, inexplicably seeing Obito's shadow in Naruto. A phantom image flickered beside Naruto, their smiles overlapping as if they were one. If Obito had not perished, he should be close to realizing his dreams, Kakashi thought. Go for it. Kakashi did not follow the others in dampening Naruto's confidence, nor did he offer advice. Instead, he simply smiled and provided encouragement. Life rarely requires the suggestions of others. Without experience, one can never discern whether a matter is right or wrong for them. Go for it. Yes, I will do my best. Naruto scratched the back of his head, revealing a wide grin filled with gleaming white teeth, smiling foolishly. Chapter 77. Sakura's special training before the exam the next day. With the Chunin exam looming in just 2 days, Sakura felt a twinge of anxiety. Hence, she sought out Yagyu, requesting special training from him. At the waterfall in the back mountain, clad in training attire, Sakura wielded the long blade Yagyu had gifted her, leaping and dancing among the stones. Amidst the cacophony of the roaring waterfall, the glint of her blade shimmered, and if one were to overlook her hair, drenched and tangled from the waterfall spray, they might proclaim, what a dashing female swordsman. Secret technique, Moon Shadow. With a swift movement, Sakura appeared on the opposite side of the waterfall, sending a spray of water cascading down. Thus, her sword training came to an end. Yagyu-kun, how was that? Sakura asked, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation as she glanced at Yagyu, who was observing her training. Not bad for a novice. But your swordsmanship still pales in comparison to Sasuke's. You haven't yet mastered the dance of the crescent moon, have you? Yagyu remarked, pointing out both Sakura's strengths and weaknesses while helping her tidy her disheveled hair. You should tie your hair back. Leaving it loose will hinder your combat and might obstruct your vision during vigorous movements. Sakura nodded obediently, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I understand, Yagyu-kun. Have you practiced the shadow clone technique? I have. Good. Now, begin to use the shadow clones to practice your swordsmanship, aiming to coordinate with the 2 clones. The technique of the dance of the crescent moon is not particularly arduous. It comprises 3 fundamental elements: exceptional swordsmanship, a mastery of shadow clone techniques, and the ability to achieve an effect where 111 is greater than 3 through the coordination between the shadow clones. Naturally, harmonizing with the moonlight and sunlight forms the foundation of this swordsmanship. Fulfilling these 3 conditions is not overly challenging. I understand now, Yagyu-kun. Sakura nodded, then created 2 shadow clones to begin practicing the sword technique. However, due to a lack of understanding of the swordsmanship coordination, the 3 Sakuras each performed their techniques amidst the waterfall, resulting in a rather comical spectacle. If she were to face an opponent of equal caliber, Sakura would undoubtedly resort to her familiar sword techniques in a haphazard manner. Observing this, Yagyu dispatched one of his shadow clones to position itself among the 3 Sakuras. You three should separate and attack me from different angles, he instructed. Yagyu intended to employ a feeding technique to help Sakura grasp the nuances of coordination between her and her shadow clones. Ultimately, the focus remained on Sakura's original self. As long as she comprehended how to synchronize the sword techniques of all three, her future shadow clones would naturally learn to harmonize their movements with hers. However, mastering the trio's swordsmanship is no simple feat. Moreover, Sakura's innate talent for swordsmanship is rather average, and after 2 days, there has been no notable improvement. Let us take a break. Later, we will assess your progress with the Rasengan. With a bit of time remaining, Yagyu planned to observe Sakura's development in this technique. After all, mastering the dance of the crescent moon within a few days was no longer feasible. Exhausted and panting, Sakura dispelled her 2 shadow clones. Setting down her sword and inhaling the fresh air deeply. Sweat and the waterfall spray had soaked her attire, clinging to her form and accentuating her modest physique. Compared to the previous 2 days, Sakura's hair was now tied up, and her demeanor appeared significantly more resilient. The pink hairband secured her long locks at the back of her head, and even as the splashes of waterfall water dampened her hair, she maintained an appearance that exuded a spirited beauty rather than disarray. In just 2 short days, while Sakura's strength had not markedly increased, her aura had transformed considerably. If someone familiar with Sakura were to see her now, they might very well exclaim in surprise, "Is that you, Sakura?" 2 minutes later, having regained her composure, Sakura stood up, her gaze resolute as she declared, "I am ready, Yagyu-kun. Use the Rasengan to strike the stone before you," Yagyu instructed. Sakura nodded, channeling chakra in one hand while allowing the other to move erratically. In no time, a swirling sphere of chakra materialized in her palm. "Huh!" Sakura shouted, launching the Rasengan forcefully at a sizable stone. In the next moment, a perfectly circular hole appeared in the rock. A gentle tap shattered the stone, revealing its previously intact exterior belied a thoroughly obliterated interior. Although Sakura's talent for swordsmanship and the 5 elemental ninjutsu is average, her aptitude for non-elemental ninjutsu remains commendable. Even after a long hiatus from practice, her Rasengan has become increasingly refined. Facing tomorrow's Chunin exam, she is unlikely to encounter formidable opponents. As long as she remains cautious against ninjas adept in underhanded techniques and avoids confrontations with Gaara, Neji, and Rock Lee, Sakura will essentially be in a position of invulnerability. Gaara's prowess firmly places him above Jonin, bolstered by the chakra and self-healing abilities granted by the one-tail Shikaku, should she face him. Sakura could only hope to achieve a performance akin to that of Sasuke in the original narrative. Presently, while Neji may lack techniques that rival the Rasengan, his skill with the gentle fist effectively counters Sakura's abilities. If she cannot close the distance, her Rasengan would merely be rendered ineffective by his defense. As for Rock Lee, he seems disinclined to engage women, so Sakura might not necessarily lose against him. However, if he were to unleash the 8th gate, Sakura would find herself outmatched. In terms of speed, she remains at a disadvantage. Neji, Gaara, and Rock Lee have all reached the physical standards of Jonin, while Sakura remains at the Chunin level. This gap is challenging to bridge in a short span. Aside from Sasuke and Naruto, who occasionally exhibit extraordinary prowess, maintain your composure. This Chunin exam will not prove too difficult for you. Yagyu adjusted Sakura's attire, giving her shoulder an encouraging pat. Sakura's 5 elemental talents being average. Unless she delves into sage techniques, significant breakthroughs in her Rasengan are unlikely. Even if Yagyu were to teach her the combination ninjutsu of fire release and Rasengan, she would struggle to master it. Thus, after assessing Sakura's proficiency with the Rasengan, their 3-day special training came to a close. "Thank you for helping me train these past 3 days, Yagyu-kun," Sakura expressed gratefully. Yagyu affectionately ruffled her hair, then jested, "Consider it compensation for your daily service to me." Whether in training or on missions, Sakura has always been at Yagyu's beck and call, attending to him with unwavering dedication. 3 days is hardly sufficient for such compensation. Sakura huffed playfully, her pride evident. "Oh, how many days do you desire?" "At least a month of training." "A month? You would surely wear me out." Yagyu feigned exaggeration. "To be exhausted from a month of training, Yagyu-kun, you are quite lazy. I truly wonder how you have trained all these years, as you seem lazier than anyone yet possess greater strength than all. Even Kakashi-sensei cannot rival you." "Ah, the life of a genius is indeed different." Indeed, indeed. "My great genius, could you carry me back to the village? My legs are utterly fatigued." "Only this once. It shall not be repeated." Chapter 78. An ominous aura in Rock Lee's class at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Yagyu had not returned since graduation. However, Due to the first written exam of the Chunin selection being held here, he and his companions found themselves back at the school. It's quite nostalgic to be here after all this time, Sakura remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Yagyu yawned, memories of the academy flickering in his mind. And he couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. Am I destined to perish as well? For the first time, Yagyu felt a sense of urgency regarding life. Let us move. They had arrived to scout the location. If they lingered outside the school gates, they might arrive only to find the exam already commenced. Being eliminated before the exam even began would be an absurdly humorous way to fail. Upon crossing the school gates and traversing the classroom corridors, Team 7 reached the second floor, where they encountered a throng of examinees congregated at the staircase. Among them, a few faces were vaguely familiar to Yagyu. One was the cold and aloof genius of the Hyuga branch, Niji, who bore a resemblance to Sasuke. Another was Tenten, donned in traditional attire and with her hair styled in a bun. The last was a rather diminutive Rock Lee, disguised in a green jumpsuit, currently being tormented by others. Yagyu, observing the slow-moving crowd, had little interest in engaging with them, and instead, he approached the group alongside Sakura and Sasuke, unleashing his murderous intent. The terrifying pressure instantaneously enveloped all the examinees. Even the two jonin stationed at the entrance, who were bullying the newcomers, experienced a suffocating fear. What a nuisance! Yagyu muttered disdainfully under his breath, barely glancing at the group as he effortlessly bypassed their blockade and ascended to the third floor. After a considerable time had passed, once Yagyu and his companions had distanced themselves, the others collectively exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. Who on earth was that? Tenten exclaimed, still shaken. The top graduate of this class, Yagyu Moonlight. Rock Lee replied, somewhat begrudgingly. I had hoped to face him in this Chunin exam, but his mere aura forced us into such a state. Is there truly such a vast chasm between ordinary people and geniuses? Niji remained silent. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. This guy is terrifyingly powerful. For the first time, Niji felt a pang of self-doubt regarding his own prowess, and it stemmed from someone who had only graduated less than a year ago. Niji, are you his rival? Tenten inquired with curiosity. Niji shook his head and candidly replied, I am not his match. Unlike Sasuke and Naruto, who, despite knowing the vast disparity in their abilities, remained confident in their chances of victory, Niji had a clearer understanding of reality. A lack of strength simply meant a lack of strength. He would not squander his energy on futile struggles, nor would he indulge in the folly of pride. Should he encounter Yagyu in the Chunin exams, he would unhesitatingly concede defeat. The fact that even Niji acknowledged he was no match for that individual only served to reinforce Tenten's astonishment and worry. She had initially believed that their year of training would render them the strongest Chunin team, yet it appeared there were still formidable opponents. Meanwhile, the recently invigorated Rock Lee was bursting with energy. All right, since even Niji cannot prevail, then I shall defeat him. Let youth blaze forth. With that, Lee dashed towards the second floor, his speed so remarkable that even the two Chunin stationed at the gate failed to react. Is this the same Genin we just casually bullied? The two Chunin exchanged glances, astonished by the passionate Lee, which rekindled some of Tenten's confidence. Even if we cannot defeat that freak, we are not weaklings. Right, Niji? Tenten smiled, seemingly trying to encourage herself in this manner. Niji, however, remained indifferent to such matters. Strength was strength, and weakness was weakness. Everything was preordained by fate. Let us go. In the next instant, the two exhibited extraordinary speed, vanishing from the spot. The surrounding unregistered candidates were momentarily rendered speechless, soon scattering in disarray. With such formidable opponents, perhaps it's better not to take the exam at all. This year's candidates truly were extraordinary, that Yagyu's prowess felt even more daunting than Asuma's. Don't you think so, Izumi? Steele remarked. I heard that Uchiha Sasuke is particularly impressive as well. If it weren't for Yagyu, Sasuke would likely have been the top graduate this year, Izumi responded. Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Niji, this Chunin exam is undoubtedly a fierce contest, likely surpassing any previous exams in excitement. The two had come at the behest of Mori no Abiki to eliminate some weaker candidates, yet they had not anticipated encountering such terrifying opponents. Had they not been aware that the others were merely here for an examination, they might have considered preparing their wills. Let us depart. The weaker ones have mostly been kept out. Those who arrive later are merely fortunate. Yes, Ibiki must be growing impatient. After witnessing the lesser Genin, who couldn't even perceive basic Jinjutsu, flee in fear, the two Chunin completed their task and returned to report to Mori no Abiki. Meanwhile, Yagyu and his companions were still making their way to the third floor when a boy clad in an absurdly tight green outfit intercepted them. Excuse me. May I have a moment? Li, who stood hurriedly in front of them, caused Yagyu to furrow his brow. Time was of the essence, and he did not wish to afford Li the opportunity for a confrontation akin to the original narrative. What is it? Yagyu's cold voice sent a chill through Li's heart. Yet his infatuated mind quickly surged with chakra, breaking through the icy sensation. I wish to confess my feelings to this lovely lady. Would you consent? Bam! Before Li could finish his sentence, he was flung several meters away, crashing into a wall and becoming buried beneath a pile of rubble. Yagyu, without casting a glance in his direction, instructed his two companions, "Let us go. Pay no heed to this fool." As the trio attempted to continue on their path, a voice emerged from the wall beside them. Wait a moment. Li, slightly battered and looking somewhat disheveled, emerged from the wall, once again blocking Yagyu and his companions. I can see you hold her in high regard, Yagyu. May I ask if you are her partner? Li inquired earnestly. If Yagyu affirmed, he would simply turn away. But if he denied it, then Yagyu would merely be his rival. He would fight for his love, regardless of Yagyu's strength, even if it meant opening the 8 gates. The atmosphere grew tense for several seconds until Niji and the others arrived. Chapter 79. The disheartened rock. Li. It had been a while since Ino had seen Li. Just give it up. You have no chance against him, Niji advised. Despite this, Li retorted, I must face him. This is a matter of honor among men. Please do not deter me. His face was resolute, and he radiated chakra flames. The essence of youth burned fiercely around him. Even if you wish to confront him, it is best to wait for the exam. If you are defeated here, we will be unable to participate in the Chunin exams. You fool. Niji scoffed, exasperated by this hot-blooded boy who mirrored his teacher's impulsive nature. The Chunin exams required 3 participants, and should Li be incapacitated by Yagyu here, they would be unable to compete. After Niji's reminder, Li regained his senses. Though he was unafraid of battling Yagyu, he lacked confidence in his chances of victory. If he opened the 8 gates, he would certainly not recover before the conclusion of the Chunin exams. Realizing he had been neglecting the collective interest, Li sincerely apologized to his companions. I am sorry. I was selfish. I will settle this with Yagyu during the Chunin exams. Just as everything seemed to come to a standstill, Sakura stepped forward. Hey, can we not make decisions on our own? That boy in the green jumpsuit. I do not like you. Please do not pursue Yagyu. After being scolded by Sakura, Li felt as though his world had crumbled. His romance had not even begun, and it appeared to be ending. As long as you are willing to be with me, I will protect you with my life. He lamented. I cannot compete with Yagyu in strength or appearance. What gives me the right to claim I can protect you? My sincere heart, Li declared earnestly. Sakura rolled her eyes. Is sincerity visually appealing? Can sincerity be consumed as sustenance? Can sincerity protect me? Enough already. Stop pestering us. Or I will turn him into a pig's head before Yagyu even has to lift a finger. With that, Sakura followed Yagyu and his companions away. This time, Li refrained from pursuing Yagyu, standing in a daze, unable to regain his senses. Suddenly, a voice whispered, that guy's eyebrows are so thick and ugly. Thick eyebrows. So ugly. Those 6 words echoed in Li's mind, rendering him utterly petrified. Tintin sighed as she approached Li, patting him on the shoulder. All right, if she doesn't like you, then just let it go. Besides, you are no match for Yagyu, and you do not even look as good as him. Competing with him for a girlfriend will only lead to humiliation. Li's face was filled with despair. Is that meant to be comforting? Your companion is currently suffering from heartbreak, and you utter such things? Have you considered the feelings of someone who has just faced rejection? If you continue to dawdle here, we might as well forego the Chunin exams altogether. Niji chimed in coldly, standing beside Li. The thought of the Chunin exams instantly revitalized Li. All right. Even if I cannot win Sakura's affection, I shall prove myself to Yagyu. I will show Sakura that I am capable of protecting her. Understood, understood. But if we don't hurry, the registration for the Chunin exams will soon close. You might as well forget about facing Yagyu in the exams. As Yagyu and his companions entered the waiting area for the first round of the Chunin exams, they found the place teeming with a crowd. Over 100 genin from various ninja villages were crammed into a single room, yet an eerie silence prevailed. No one exchanged a word. The atmosphere was extraordinarily still. The arrival of Yagyu and his friends was akin to a solitary droplet falling into a vast river, creating no ripples whatsoever. Nevertheless, their tardy entrance caught the attention of numerous foreign ninjas, with over 200 pairs of eyes fixated upon the trio, instilling an inexplicable pressure. As Sakura felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Yagyu-kun. A girl with light yellow hair suddenly leaped into Yagyu's embrace, nearly overwhelming him with her enthusiasm. I've missed you so much. Yagyu smiled gently, stroking Ino's silky hair, and replied, "It's been a while, Ino. Since graduation. We've had so many missions that we haven't had the chance to visit you." Ino sighed, her disappointment evident. True love, if it were to endure, would not be confined to mere meetings at dawn and dusk, Yagyu quoted softly, a poetic smile gracing his lips. For Ino and Sakura, who had spent their childhood engrossed solely in ninjutsu and history, such a statement was profoundly shocking. True love, if it were to endure, they murmured, their minds lingering on the meaning of his words. With each contemplation, their astonishment at Yagyu's talent deepened. They had never anticipated that not only was Yagyu handsome and powerful, but he was also gifted in poetry. Their admiration for him had only intensified. Just then, Ino's companions, Shikamaru and Choji, approached. Shikamaru, wary of trouble, cautioned Ino. "Hey, Ino, could you tone it down a bit? We're in the Chunin exam venue, and your exuberance might attract unwanted attention." Ino retorted defiantly, "And why should I care? If we were outside, I might be a little worried, but we're in Konoha. With Yagyu-kun here to protect me, I have nothing to fear." Shikamaru sighed, raising his hands in surrender. Yagyu's reputation within the class had always been invincible. Even after graduation, Shikamaru believed that few could rival Yagyu. If he could cling to Yagyu's coattails during the Chunin exams, elimination would be a challenging feat. Choji, munching on snacks, chimed in exactly. "With Yagyu here, we have nothing to fear. What are you worried about, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru surveyed the room filled with dangerous ninjas from various villages. Though Yagyu was unmatched among Jinin, facing 100 opponents was another matter entirely. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. Why does no one understand my predicament? Chapter 80. Kabuto Yakushi, the formidable Yagyu, was back in town. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Woof." With the sound of a dog barking, the last of the new students arrived. Team 8. Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata. The gathering of long-lost classmates instantly transformed the serious atmosphere of the Chunin exam venue into a reunion of sorts, filled with the chatter reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. "It's been a while, Hinata." "Yes, it's been too long, Yagyu-kun." Hinata remained her usual shy self, while Akamaru retained his wariness of Yagyu. Everything felt as though they had returned to their school days. At that moment, a man wearing black-framed glasses approached the group, advising, "I think it would be wise for you to keep it down. You're fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, aren't you?" The 9 newcomers were making quite the ruckus, akin to a lively market. Upon realizing it was Kabuto Yakushi, Yagyu cast him a more discerning glance. As one of the later major antagonists in the ninja world, Kabuto's talents were undeniable. Should Yagyu wish to delve into the secrets of immortality, having Kabuto's assistance would be invaluable. However, given Kabuto's unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, collaborating with him could be perilous. The best approach would be to master the Izanami to alter their obsessions. Yagyu pondered whether the system would grant him a tenfold return on Sasuke and Naruto's vitality, especially since he could already receive a hundredfold return on his knowledge and talents. "Who are you to tell us what to do?" Ino snapped at Kabuto, her temper flaring. Seeing her anger, Kabuto dropped his senior demeanor, adopting a more amiable tone as he smiled, and said, "I'm Kabuto Yakushi. More importantly, I suggest you take a look around." Upon hearing this, everyone except Yagyu glanced around. A multitude of candidates from various ninja villages were eyeing them with predatory intent. Shikamaru covered his face, muttering, "I knew this would happen. We're going to attract a lot of attention." While Shikamaru felt anxious, Ino seemed unfazed. With her hands on her hips, she boldly stepped forward and asked, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen handsome men and beautiful women before, Kabuto?" This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Before Kabuto could offer further caution, the sound ninja who had been positioned to assist him sprang into action. In a blur, a figure zipped through the crowd, suddenly appearing before Ino. Yet, she seemed utterly oblivious to the impending danger, her smile unwavering, as if she had no fear of being attacked. Bang! With a resounding crash, the assailant was sent flying into the wall. As everyone focused, they realized that Ino remained unharmed, while the attacker was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the unfortunate soul who had been smashed into the wall was the sound ninja tasked with collaborating with Kabuto. Damn! The 2 companions of the fallen ninja gasped in shock. They appeared utterly unprepared for such an outcome. As they cleared the debris, they unearthed a body that had seemingly lost consciousness. Had it not been for the faint sound of breathing, one might have assumed he was dead. This woman is incredible. Almost everyone failed to discern the true source of the attack, mistakenly believing it was the provocateur who had struck. Consequently, many silently committed her appearance to memory, resolving to avoid any confrontation with her during the Chunin exams. In stark contrast to the majority, Kabuto, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Gaara recognized the true culprit. They had either clearly or vaguely witnessed Yagyu execute a technique reminiscent of wind release without any hand seals, sending the assailant flying, his fate uncertain. This man's prowess is terrifying. It was no wonder he had graduated at the top of his class. His strength was indeed formidable. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, teasingly remarking to Yagyu, "It seems you know me quite well?" Yagyu smiled gently, returning the question as he gazed at Kabuto. It was well known that Kabuto had been lurking in Konoha for years, his intelligence-gathering abilities unparalleled. Yagyu was curious about the extent of Kabuto's knowledge regarding him. "Knowing me well is perhaps an overstatement, but I do have some insights," Kabuto replied, his glasses glinting as he produced a stack of cards. "I've participated in many Chunin exams, and as a result, I've developed a habit of collecting information on my opponents. This stack contains the profiles of all the genin participating in this Chunin exam, including yours. Oh, would you mind sharing it with me?" "Of course, not at all." Kabuto smiled benignly, resembling a harmless senior, and leisurely selected a card from the heap of over 100, handing it to Yagyu. "Name, Yagyu Moonlight. Gender, male. Age, strength, a transcendent genius skilled in swordsmanship and fire release. The top graduate of this year's ninja school, having completed 23 D-rank missions, 16 C-rank missions, and 9 B-rank missions. Oh, has my marital status even been annotated?" Yagyu smiled, though his expression bore an air of danger. With his current prowess, he harbored no fear of others scheming against him. However, when it came to those dear to him, he acknowledged he could not always protect them. Thus, he harbored a strong discontent towards the actions of Kabuto Yakushi. Although Kabuto had not annotated many details, the mere mention of his marital status indicated that Kabuto must have conducted an investigation into those around him, albeit without recording it on the card. At that moment, Kabuto sensed an invisible aura of killing intent invading his mind. His blood and flesh turned unnaturally cold, that sensation he had once felt emanating from the formidable Orochimaru. Could this individual be even more terrifying than Orochimaru? Kabuto struggled to maintain his composure, hands forming seals. He could not believe that Yagyu, at such a young age, could rival Orochimaru's strength. The pressure he felt was likely due to some extraordinary genjutsu at play. He must have unwittingly fallen victim to it. Yet, even as the hand seals concluded, the chakra within his body surged chaotically, failing to restore his normalcy. This is not a genjutsu. Kabuto's mood plummeted, akin to a goat plunging into an abyss. What kind of existence had Orochimaru fixated upon? The thorough investigation into Yagyu stemmed not only from his inherent talent, but also from Orochimaru's directives. Although Orochimaru harbored a profound obsession with the Uchiha Sharingan, he equally cherished genius. If the Sharingan were unattainable, choosing a transcendent genius's body as a vessel would also be viable. Naturally, the prodigious Yagyu, surpassing even Uchiha Sasuke, captured Orochimaru's attention. Chapter 81. The ignored Marino Ibiki. The examination commenced. Just as Kabuto spiraled into despair, the killing intent from Yagyu suddenly dissipated. A card was slipped into Kabuto's embrace, accompanied by a whisper of a demon. "Remember to annotate on the card that this person is not to be trifled with, understood?" Beads of sweat coated Kabuto's brow as he cautiously nodded, comprehending the weight of the warning. He felt that if he dared to defy Yagyu at that moment, even in front of numerous ninjas, Yagyu would not hesitate to eliminate him. This man is a madman. Yet, Yagyu's madness could be a double-edged sword, for it suggested he was a rule-breaker, likely lacking a profound sense of belonging to Konoha. In time, even if he could not be turned into a vessel, collaboration might still be feasible. After Yagyu departed, others began to perceive something amiss, though they could not pinpoint the exact nature of the disturbance. They merely observed Kabuto, drenched in sweat, with a sense of puzzlement. Could it be that Yagyu's data card had terrified him? Uchiha Sasuke approached Kabuto, curiosity dancing in his eyes, eager to acquire the information regarding Yagyu. The details were largely accurate, yet the content was sparse, even less than what he and Sakura knew about Yagyu. Consequently, his interest waned. He glanced once more at his own data card, as well as those of Hyuga Neji and Gaara. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Gender, male. Age, 12. Strength, proficient in fire release, swordsmanship, and genjutsu, having completed 23 D-rank missions, 16 C-rank missions, and 9 B-rank missions since graduation. Name, Hyuga Neji. Gender, male. Age, 13. Strength, the top graduate of the previous class, adept in the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, having completed 46 D-rank missions, 10 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission since graduation. Name, Gaara. Gender, male. Age, 12. Strength, has accomplished B-rank missions alone. his strength is unfathomable. Neither Niji nor Gaara's data cards dazzled as brightly as those of Sasuke and Yagyu. From the information, nothing substantial could be gleaned. Thus, Sasuke's disdain for Kabuto only deepened, a failure who squandered his thoughts on trifles. This encapsulated Sasuke's assessment of Kabuto. Due to the lack of a favorable impression left on Sasuke and Yagyu, Kabuto's current endeavor could be deemed a failure. Moreover, with Tobi's collapse, the internal support Orochimaru had arranged for this Chunin exam likely vanished. The Chunin exam required 3 participants, and with only Sakuto and Kinto remaining, it appeared that his task had grown increasingly burdensome. Kabuto cast a glance at Yagyu, who was joyfully conversing with Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, letting out a deep sigh. With such a formidable individual in existence, it would be no easy feat for Orochimaru to plant a curse mark on either of them. Perhaps it would be wise to alter the plan. Kabuto fell into contemplation, the sole comforting thought being that his identity remained undisclosed, allowing him to continue lurking among the Konoha ninjas. Before long, Marino Ibiki, who had been observing from the shadows, emerged from the examination hall. He dismissed the recently humbled Sound Village ninja, addressing the gathered candidates. The exam has commenced. All candidates, proceed into the examination hall. No one advocated for the Sound Village ninjas, nor did they pay heed to the plight of a few of their lower-ranked ninjas. Even their own comrades showed no inclination to seek justice. One swift blow had incapacitated Tobi. Even if the two of them attacked together, it would merely be an invitation to death. As for the ruckus caused by Yagyu and Sasuke, both of whom were targets of Orochimaru, should they be eliminated, they would return to face the wrath of Orochimaru, destined for sacrifice through the Edo Tensei. Thus, even in Tobi's demise, Konoha completely disregarded their existence, and they dared not voice dissent. One by one, the candidates entered the examination hall. When it was Yagyu's turn, Ibiki pulled him aside, cautioning, "This examination is a written test. Do not cause a disturbance. Fortunately, it is merely a lower-ranked ninja from the Sound Village. We are indifferent to their opinions. However, should the larger ninja villages stir trouble, we cannot show favoritism." Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at Ibiki, entering the examination hall without a word. He completely disregarded Ibiki's plea. If no one provoked him, he would remain passive. Yet, should someone seek their own demise, he would not allow them to linger in this world for even a moment longer. At present, Tobi, though not dead, would return beyond salvation. His demise was inevitable. Ibiki, witnessing Yagyu's dismissal of him, felt a surge of irritation, yet he recognized the latter's prodigious talent and strength, rendering him powerless. As for the prospect of causing Yagyu trouble during the Chunin exam, he still hoped for Yagyu to swiftly ascend to Jonin and become his right-hand man. How could he interfere with the third Hokage's plans? With a resigned sigh, Ibiki restored his serious demeanor. The forthcoming examination would not merely be a simple written test. He needed to maintain a tight rein on his facial expressions. In the examination hall, all candidates settled into their designated seats. Yagyu sat beside Hinata, engaging in light conversation, predominantly led by Yagyu while Hinata listened attentively. The ordinary exchanges flushed Hinata's cheeks a rosy hue. At that moment, Ibiki entered, flanked by a group of proctoring Chunin. Ibiki positioned himself at the front of the platform, while the Chunin took their places against the wall, vigilantly monitoring the candidates' every move. Many first-time participants in the Chunin exam had never witnessed such an assembly and soon found themselves engulfed in anxiety. Before long, they would gain a fresh perspective on the brutality of this examination. Chapter 82. The terrifying elimination rate. Mitsuki Anko makes her entrance. Subsequently, Ibiki elaborated on the examination rules. This examination adopted a penalty scoring system, with each participant initially possessing 10 points. A single error on the exam would result in the deduction of 1 point, while an act of cheating would incur a 2-point penalty. Once a candidate's score was reduced to 0, the entire team to which they belonged would be disqualified. The severity of this system was nothing short of terrifying. However, regardless of their grievances, the candidates were powerless to protest. After all, this was Konoha, and the proctors were not their relatives. Compliance was mandatory for all. As the examination papers were distributed, countless candidates began to lament inwardly. Despite their extensive review of humanities prior to the exam, they were unprepared for the difficulty of the questions in this Chunin exam. A cursory glance at the 9 questions revealed that they could not answer a single one. Although the scope of the exam remained consistent year after year, how could it be so challenging this time? Numerous underperformers found themselves flustered, their eyes darting around uncontrollably. To their astonishment, they noticed some individuals diligently writing down answers to these daunting questions. What to do? The temptation to cheat was overwhelming. The content of this exam was indeed formidable. Even Yagyu, after spending some time, could only manage to solve 5 questions, leaving 4 that he was uncertain about and reluctant to attempt. After all, the true essence of this examination lay not in theoretical knowledge, but in psychological endurance. As long as candidates did not withdraw during the final question, almost everyone could pass the exam. Continuing to squander time on these questions seemed futile. It was better to indulge in daydreaming. Although the questions were challenging, they were not insurmountable for Yagyu and his peers. They could manage to answer most without resorting to cheating. However, this examination assessed not just academic performance, but also strategy and mental fortitude. Yagyu symbolically answered a few questions before putting down his pen. After all, further effort seemed pointless. He preferred to daydream alongside the less competent candidates. In the ensuing moments, numerous candidates were gradually eliminated. The reasons for their disqualification stemmed from their inept cheating methods. Whether it was peeking or scribbling notes, their antics were reminiscent of elementary school students and provoked Ibiki's ire, making him wish he could slap them into oblivion. After years of attending a ninja academy and having graduated, was this all they had learned? Had they spent these years living like dogs? Soon, the number of participants dwindled to fewer than 100. At least a dozen were disqualified for their pitiful cheating attempts, while over 30 were eliminated due to their teammates' disqualifications. This highlighted the critical importance of having competent teammates. Yagyu-kun, are you unable to answer? Would you like to copy my answers? While Yagyu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Hinata's voice beside him. Casually glancing over, he realized she was attempting to share her answers with him. How kind of you. Yagyu smiled slightly and shook his head, replying, No, thank you, Hinata. I can manage. Please don't worry about me. Hinata nodded obediently, quietly retracting her exam paper. She had faith in Yagyu's abilities. After all, he had consistently ranked first in every subject during their time at school. Surely, he could tackle questions she could handle. The reason she had offered her answers was simply because Yagyu appeared utterly still, leading her to believe he might have forgotten the answers. In retrospect, it seemed she had overthought it. Thomas up. Pins down. Ibiki's voice jolted the daydreaming Yagyu back to reality. The next step was clear. As long as no one in the team forfeited, they would pass this examination. Now, I shall announce the 10th question. However, before we proceed, there is a new rule. Should you choose to answer the 10th question but fail to do so, I'm afraid you will be permanently barred from participating in the Chunin exams. Many candidates found themselves unable to accept such a rule. The thought of potentially never becoming a Chunin caused a wave of despair to wash over them. Yet Yagyu remained uninterested, watching Ibiki's performance with apathy. Permanently barred from the Chunin exams? Just because of a single statement from you, Marino Ibiki? Or perhaps due to Konoha's reputation as a soft target? Even if this rule were indeed valid, Yagyu doubted it could define a ninja's entire life. Much like himself, possessing strength at the level of a Kage, even if he chose not to become a Chunin, the third Hokage would undoubtedly implore him to do so. Fear was merely a reflection of one's inadequacy. About half an hour later, the sun began its descent. Yagyu gazed out the window at the sunset casting its glow upon the school's playground, where some eliminated genin walked dejectedly toward the exit. They had given up, not just on this examination, but on their steadfast convictions. Cowards. This term would likely haunt many for the rest of their lives. At that moment, fewer than 50 candidates remained in the examination hall. This was a staggering reduction of over 30 from the original number who passed in the first exam of the original narrative. Surprisingly, Konoha, which had the largest number of participants, also had the highest rate of disqualification. Following them were Sunagakure and several smaller allied ninja villages. As Konoha ninjas, they bore greater pressure than those from other villages. After all, they were born and raised in Konoha. Some ninjas from outer villages might disregard Ibiki's rules, but Konoha ninjas had no such luxury. Thus, the high elimination rate among Konoha's ninjas was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. This served as a microcosm of the need for Konoha's new generation to enhance their psychological resilience. Moreover, Ibiki was somewhat surprised by the number of Sunagakure ninjas who had withdrawn. After all, one would expect that the ninjas from Sunagakure would not be intimidated by this rule. He could hardly believe that so many from Sunagakure were foolish enough to think they would be constrained by Konoha's regulations. Yet, many from Sunagakure had indeed left. Was it truly a reflection of their poor psychological fortitude? Ibiki did not dwell on it, attributing it to that singular cause. Glancing at his watch and assessing the situation, he noted that it appeared unlikely anyone else would withdraw, and thus he declared, "The time is nearly up. Those who were going to leave have mostly done so. Now, I will announce the 10th question." At long last, the 10th question was revealed. All eyes were riveted on Ibiki, especially those of Konoha's ninjas, who were particularly earnest. If they answered incorrectly, they would remain genin for life. However, to their astonishment, they passed the examination. Initially, they believed the exam content was merely a review of their studies from the Ninja Academy. Later, they surmised it was an assessment of their reconnaissance skills. Just when they thought they had grasped the examination rules, Marino Ibiki revealed that they were playing a psychological game. Unexpected, wasn't he it? Haha. Konoha's higher-ups truly had a devious streak. Many ninjas who had participated in multiple Chunin exams were appalled by Ibiki's examination rules. They had never encountered such a twisted examination before. Yagyu felt a twinge of sympathy for those unfortunate candidates and yawned. At that moment, the classroom window shattered, and a flag was pinned to the blackboard. A woman clad in fishnet stockings descended from above. "I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. I look forward to working with you." The candidates stared in bewilderment at this Konoha Kunoichi, internally questioning the origin of this overly dramatic ninja. Yagyu, intrigued, scrutinized this renowned beauty of the ninja world. Before losing her cursed seal, Anko's beauty and physique were unmatched by most female ninjas. But within a few years after losing it, she had transformed into a rather plump woman. Yagyu lamented this change. However, compared to other elite ninjas, this Mitarashi Anko appeared somewhat eccentric and foolish. This can be discerned from her daily vernacular and her desire to engage in a self-destructive technique taught by Orochimaru. As a special jonin of Konoha and a former disciple of Orochimaru, her demeanor lacks both gravitas and cunning, and her abilities are decidedly unimpressive. It is no wonder she was cast aside by Orochimaru. Chapter 83. Have you heard my tale? The Konoha God of Death. Yubiki, well done. You managed to eliminate over half of the useless ones, said Akane, cheerfully patting Yubiki on the shoulder. I'll leave this to you. I have matters to attend to. Yubiki departed with an impassive expression, as if conversing with Akane would be a source of embarrassment. Understood, understood. You can trust me with this. Akane waved her hand dismissively, revealing an expression of excitement. This rather juvenile demeanor always exudes a sense of unreliability. The second examination is to take place in the deadly forest of the training grounds. Do not assume that surviving the first test allows for relaxation, for in the upcoming trials, I intend to eliminate at least half of you. This threat holds little weight for Yagyu, who watched the imposing figure of Mitsurushi Akane on the podium, feeling a sense of boredom that prompted him to yawn. Such a peculiar display naturally caught Akane's attention. She swiftly threw a kunai, aimed directly at Yagyu's head. Unfazed by such audacity, she was eager to establish her dominance a day early. However, she was taken aback when the kunai she hurled was caught between Yagyu's fingers. That nearly grazed my handsome cheek. That was close, Yagyu said, his eyelids drooping, a calmness that belied the perilous nature of the event. Akane, incredulous, interpreted Yagyu's action as a provocation. Though undeniably handsome and a genin of Konoha, should he lose face before the other candidates, the subsequent examination would surely become problematic. Thus, Akane resolved to take decisive action. It seems this student is quite confident in his abilities. I hope you can maintain such a state for tomorrow. Akane remarked with a cold smile, her presence suddenly bearing down on Yagyu. In Akane's mind, typically, such a dashing genin is merely a pretty face, lacking substance. With the fierce aura she had cultivated through years of combat, could she not easily frighten this little brat into submission? Yet, once again, the unexpected occurred. Akane's fierce intent as a jonin had no effect on Yagyu, who remained unfazed, even yawning again in her presence. Thank you for your kind words, Akane. My surname is Mitsurashi. Huh, close enough. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Akane's attempt to intimidate Yagyu had utterly failed. Although he bore the title of genin, his strength was not to be underestimated. A genin with the prowess of a jonin. Such a label recalled to Akane the name of one, Yagyu Tsukikage. You are Yagyu Tsukikage? Have you heard my tale? I've heard a bit. For reasons unknown. As she gazed upon Yagyu's composed and handsome visage, Akane concluded that he might not be particularly astute. Indeed, I am Yagyu Tsukikage. I have heard that your strength rivals that of a jonin, yet you are participating in a mere chunin exam. Is this not bullying children? Akane teased. The remaining candidates who had yet to depart erupted in disbelief at Akane's words. What? This kid's strength rivals a jonin? How old is he? Wait. A jonin participating in a chunin exam? Surely this cannot be true. Who can compete with him? Is it not a death sentence for anyone who encounters him? I protest. Konoha is being unfair. The cacophony erupted, overwhelming Yagyu's ears. Silence. Yagyu's indifferent voice resonated, silencing all murmurs and protests from the candidates. The atmosphere stilled for a moment. before an indignant ninja from the Rain Village stepped forward, declaring, "You, a jonin, participating in a chunin exam, is an act of bullying. Does Konoha have no shame?" No sooner had he voiced his defiance than he vanished from sight, crashing through a window and disappearing into the horizon. Annoying, Yagyu scoffed, clearly having sent the ninja flying. Among those present, only a few with the strength of jonins recognized what had transpired, while others remained oblivious. Yet, Yagyu's words led them to suspect the truth. Two companions of the vanquished Rain Ninja, initially poised to continue their condemnation of Yagyu, hesitated, recalling the fate of their comrade, and dared not speak further. Fearing they might meet the same fate, they could only observe how Konoha's proctors would handle the situation. Ever since the death of the fourth Hokage, Konoha's third Hokage had resumed leadership, and the village had adopted a more cautious stance, hoping for a favorable resolution. Akane was equally taken aback by the unfolding events. A mere genin daring to strike a Rain Village candidate before such an audience was unprecedented, the outcome remaining uncertain. Regardless of life or death, the relationship between the Rain Village and Konoha would likely suffer irreparable damage. Initially, the Rain had sent representatives to Konoha for the chunin exams as a gesture of goodwill. But now, one of their own had been grievously harmed by a Konoha ninja. This was a blatant affront, an act of bullying, a show of power. If this matter was not handled appropriately, it was doubtful that many smaller villages would seek to establish amicable relations with Konoha in the future. Fortunately, the Rain Village was but a small entity. Perhaps compensating them with a sum of money would suffice to pacify them. Had the Rain Village been as formidable as the Cloud Village, Konoha might have had to pay with Yagyu's life. Akane remained unaware that Yagyu had already dispatched a genin from the Sound Village prior to this exam. Otherwise, she would have surely advised the third Hokage to withdraw Yagyu from the chunin exams and promote him directly to chunin. Was he not a pure troublemaker? After mulling over the situation, Akane feigned enthusiasm and declared, "Excellent. 3 more useless ones eliminated, leaving us with 40. Let them be. Tomorrow awaits. Do not forget the deadly forest. Tardiness will also result in disqualification." The Rain ninjas exchanged glances, feeling powerless as they witnessed Konoha's jonin flee without taking action. They shot Yagyu a resentful glare before hastily departing in search of their comrade. However, given the speed and force with which he had been sent flying, survival seemed unlikely. This Konoha genin was indeed a harbinger of death, truly fearsome. Others, observing Konoha's jonin siding with Yagyu, dared not stir trouble. A genin with the strength of a jonin, wreaking havoc during a chunin exam. Who would dare provoke him? The thought of competing alongside such a formidable individual for jonin slots in the upcoming exam sent shivers down their spines. Let it be. They would treat him as an additional proctor, everyone thought as they collectively distanced themselves from the classroom. Simultaneously, the Suna village ninjas and Kabuto also returned to their organization to report their findings. At the inn, Maki, upon hearing Shikamaru's accounts of the first chunin exam, remained unfazed. For long before the exam commenced, he had received intelligence regarding Yagyu from Orochimaru, an ungraduated ninja mastering dual elemental chakra transformations of fire and lightning. Adept in the Moonlight Clan's Konoha-style swordsmanship and the Uchiha Clan's Uchiha-style swordsmanship. The top graduate of this year's Konoha, his prowess eclipsing that of the Uchiha's prodigious heir. Lacking any bloodline limit, he had nonetheless surpassed others through his extraordinary talent in ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Such potential reminded Maki of Kakashi and the fourth Hokage, both of whom had instilled fear across the ninja world through sheer physical prowess. Could Yagyu be the next to achieve such greatness? Chapter 84. Orochimaru, the Forest of Death. Prior to the third examination, it is imperative that no conflicts arise with Yagyu Yuzuki, particularly from you, Gaara. If your identity is revealed before the plan is set in motion, all our meticulous preparations will be rendered futile. Maki cautioned the three. Temari and Kankuro nodded in understanding. Aware of Yuzuki's formidable nature, they would not be foolish enough to provoke him. As for Gaara, he had managed to suppress the overwhelming exhilaration for bloodshed within him and merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Mother, just wait a little longer. Soon you shall savor a more exquisite blood. Somewhere in Konoha, after the examination, Kabuto Yakushi discreetly returned to his residence, cautiously transforming his appearance before arriving here. He surveyed his surroundings meticulously, ensuring he was not being followed, before pressing a concealed switch. In the next moment, a stone wall slowly shifted, revealing a hidden entrance. Kabuto entered with familiar ease, traversing the dark tunnel until he reached the depths of a cavern. As the flickering flames illuminated the interior, the scene within the cave gradually came into view. Vessels, jars filled with liquid, and an array of bizarre instruments. This was a concealed laboratory, and the master of this laboratory was none other than the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru. Kabuto, it seems the plan has not proceeded smoothly? Orochimaru, engrossed in his instruments, did not turn but was aware of his visitor's presence. Lord Orochimaru, there have been some issues, Kabuto responded with utmost respect. Regarding whom? Gaara? Maki? Sasuke Uchiha? Or Yagyu Yuzuki? Yagyu Yuzuki, Kabuto replied. Lord Orochimaru, I believe we have all underestimated his strength and talent. Oh, his abilities truly surpass those of Sasuke Uchiha? Although Sasuke had yet to reveal his prowess, his position among the trio suggested such. Sasuke was exceptionally arrogant. Unless someone was demonstrably stronger, he would never allow them to accompany him. Orochimaru paused his activities, raising his head to reveal a blood-stained mask and eyelids. Both hands wielded scalpels, glistening with fresh blood, seemingly just extracted from a living being. And your assertion is? Yagyu Yuzuki possesses strength on par with yours. A brief silence enveloped the cold basement, the flickering flames trembling under an inexplicable aura, as if something instilled fear even in fire. Kabuto, you know I do not jest. Lord Orochimaru, I am not joking. You know that I never jest. Observing Kabuto's earnest demeanor, Orochimaru scrutinized him for a long while, ultimately choosing to trust Kabuto's judgment. As his most exceptional spy, there was no reason for Orochimaru to doubt Kabuto's capabilities. Likewise, as a subordinate who idolized him, Orochimaru placed immense trust in his loyalty. If that is the case, Yagyu Yuzuki may not be the optimal vessel after all. Being in the same class as Sasuke could potentially complicate our endeavors against him. By the way, Tatsu and his team failed. Before the Chunin exams, they attempted to infiltrate Yagyu Yuzuki's ranks but were swiftly eliminated by him in a single blow. Oh, intriguing. Merely for provoking him, he resorted to murder. The darkness within this individual exceeds my expectations. It's a pity he is not easily manipulatable. Otherwise, he could serve as my next vessel. Do you intend to abandon Yagyu Yuzuki? No. I find myself increasingly fond of him. I cannot bear to part with him. However, a new plan must be devised. There are disparities even among those at the level of shadows. Orochimaru would not relinquish a promising vessel simply because Yuzuki's strength was comparable to his own, just as he had once pursued Itachi Uchiha. Fully aware that Itachi's power was not beneath that of the shadows, he would still seek to confront him. Orochimaru exuded confidence, not because he believed himself invincible among shadows, but because he was certain that, regardless of the opponent's strength, he possessed the means to defeat, subdue, or eliminate them. Merely a young prodigy, Orochimaru was not intimidated by high talent. Instead, he found it exhilarating. Having successfully passed the first examination, the members of Team 7 were not particularly elated. In contrast, Ino and her companions were exceptionally jubilant. Over 100 genin from various ninja villages participated in the Chunin exams, and these newly graduated students had managed to defeat them, becoming one of the 40-plus individuals advancing to the second round. While such an accomplishment was not particularly boast-worthy, it was certainly worthy of celebration. Even their supervising jonin, though admonishing them not to become complacent, could not suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Initially, they had been the subject of much discussion among higher-ups for enrolling their subordinates in the Chunin exams, yet now their students had successfully passed the first round. Even if they ultimately did not become Chunin, their achievements were remarkable, graduating in the first year with commendable skills and psychological resilience. What more could they ask for? Even if more experienced jonin were to lead, it would be unlikely they could cultivate genin to this extent in their first year. In this regard, Yugao and Asuma Saratobi were also quite pleased. However, Kakashi Hatake bore no particular expression. His subordinates were all capable of contending with Chunin, and the strongest among them surpassed even him, an elite jonin. Participating in the Chunin exams and merely passing the first round was not a cause for great astonishment or surprise. Even if all three of his subordinates ultimately succeeded in passing the Chunin exams, he would simply offer his congratulations. The next day at 8 o'clock, the typically punctual Team 7 found themselves compelled to rise early and arrive at the site of the second exam, the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death is one of the most perilous training grounds in Konoha, teeming not only with various venomous insects and serpents, but also with formidable beasts such as bears and tigers. These beasts, while not spirit beasts, possess terrifying speed and lethality, making them far superior to ordinary genin. If caught unawares, even some chunin could meet a grim fate within this forest. Thus, selecting this location for the second exam posed a significant challenge for the genin. Moreover, the candidates must also forage for food and shelter within, remain vigilant against various wild beasts and venomous creatures, and guard against ambushes from other ninjas. The trio arrived among the crowd. A total of 153 individuals were participating in this Chunin exam, with 111 eliminated in the previous round, leaving only 42. With Yuzuki's arrival, all participants for the second examination had gathered. Akane Mitarashi emerged from the shadows upon seeing the number of participants complete. Now that everyone is present, come forth and sign the death warrants. Chapter 85, The Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Death warrants? What death warrants? Akane's lips curled into a smirk as she mocked the crowd of candidates. The Chunin exam is no game. It's quite normal for people to die, isn't it? If you're scared, you can simply come back next year. Faced with Akane's taunts, the crowd fell into silence. Come back next year? Does that mean no one will die next year? They had all undergone the rigorous test of the first round, possessing strong psychological fortitude, and none were deterred by fear from participating in the exam. Soon, everyone had signed the death warrant scrolls. Observing that no one had withdrawn, Akane could not help but praise. Excellent. It seems there are no cowards among you. You're not entirely worthless, after all. The candidates glared at Akane with resentment. If Akane were not their proctor, they would have eagerly demonstrated to her who the true worthless individuals were. Of course, Akane was oblivious to the thoughts of her candidates. But had she known, it would have only heightened her excitement. The rules for the second exam required the collection of 2 sets of scrolls, one marked with the character for heaven and the other with earth, and to bring both sets to the tower at the center of the forest of death to pass the assessment. In a short while, each of your groups will receive a scroll, and the sole means of obtaining these scrolls will be to seize them from rival teams. Naturally, there are no rules governing this plundering. Whether you choose to launch a surprise attack, conduct an assassination, employ poison, or engage in a brutal assault, all methods are permissible. Life and death are of no concern. The phrase life and death are of no concern was pronounced with particular emphasis by Akane Mitsuhashi, imparting a grave and perilous sensation to those who heard it. However, the crowd was not intimidated by Akane. Such intimidation tactics lose their effectiveness after being employed repeatedly. Though less than a day had passed, the participants had already formed a preliminary understanding of this proctor. She was somewhat melodramatic, rather oblivious, and had a penchant for uttering frightening proclamations. While she appeared formidable and was indeed capable, her prowess was rather unremarkable in the grand scheme of things. The second round of the examination differed from the initial written test, wherein the proctor maintained a continuous presence. Once the practical assessment commenced, it would be impossible for the proctor to monitor them in real time or to impose any unfair restrictions upon them. Thus, they harbored no fear of Akane Mitsuhashi. Instead, their greater concern lay with the adversaries lurking within the forest of death, particularly the formidable Yagyu Tsukikage. This individual was not only a harbinger of death, but also faced no repercussions for committing murder during the examination. Even the usually timid Konoha would turn a blind eye to his transgressions. Therefore, none wished to encounter Tsukikage during the examination, as the disparity in strength was far too great. Confronting him would mean facing utter annihilation. The indignity of a Jonin competing against a group of Genin for a Chunin position was simply unacceptable. Soon, each team queued to collect their respective scrolls, with every individual emerging from the distribution point being scrutinized closely by other teams, eager to gather intelligence prior to the examination and to amass the scrolls they required. This scrutiny rendered each scroll recipient exceedingly cautious. They had no desire to attract the attention of a throng. Except for Tsukikage, of course. In Team 7, it was Tsukikage who retrieved their scroll, and unlike other teams that were discreet, he made no effort to conceal his possession. He boldly displayed the scroll marked with the character for heaven, holding it aloft for all candidates to see. Many teams that had acquired the scroll of the earth exhibited expressions of avarice, yet quickly averted their gaze, intimidated by Tsukikage's devilish grin. Who would dare to snatch the scroll from the hands of such a death incarnate? Not far away, Akane Mitsuhashi observed Tsukikage's audacious display with a scowl. This impudent boy, relying on his overwhelming strength, exhibited a blatant disregard for stealth. He would inevitably suffer a significant setback. Hadn't everyone once been a genius? Yet, there always exists a genius beyond the genius. One cannot maintain the status of a prodigy indefinitely, just as the remarkable Kakashi Hatake, who surpassed all in his youth, had become merely an average jonin after many years. Numerous individuals who once struggled in the ninja academy now rival his abilities. The principle of the tree that stands out is easily toppled applies to the vast majority of prodigies. Yet, Tsukikage was not merely a genius. No matter how hard Akane pondered, she could not fathom that Tsukikage's current prowess stemmed from the talents of others, and that what he was exhibiting was merely a fraction of his true capabilities. For him, Suppressing his strength to masquerade as a lowly genin would be an absurdity. If Tsukikage had not revealed himself from the outset, maintaining a low profile would have sufficed. However, his power was already impossible to conceal. And being the unrivaled force in Konoha, it would be a disservice to his capabilities to continue in a subservient manner. Thus, he unabashedly flaunted the scroll, intending to lure in some reckless teams willing to offer their scrolls. After all, seeking out the bearers of the corresponding scrolls was a cumbersome task. If luck was not on his side, he might encounter 3 or 4 teams without ever finding the desired Earth Scroll. Of course, the might Tsukikage had displayed would likely deter any would-be challengers from approaching him. Therefore, another motive behind Tsukikage's deliberate exhibition of his scroll was to identify the owners of the Earth Scroll. Those who had revealed their greed for his possession would become his primary targets in the ensuing examination. Some who had deduced Tsukikage's intentions quietly distanced themselves from him. They had no desire to confront him head-on. All they sought was to pass the examination with a single scroll of heaven or earth, hoping to keep their distance while allowing others to fall prey to Tsukikage's onslaught. As long as he did not block their path to the examination site, most of them believed they would remain safe. Tsukikage mentally cataloged the faces of those who exhibited unusual expressions, particularly 2 individuals who piqued his interest. Both were from the village hidden in the grass, but belonged to different teams. One had long hair, appearing androgynous, with a gaze that was chillingly cold. When Tsukikage locked eyes with him, it felt akin to staring into the eyes of a serpent. Clearly, this individual was none other than the disguised Orochimaru. The other was a girl with striking red hair. If his guesses were correct, she was the nurse, Karen, who had been coerced by the grass village. Orochimaru's assault on Konoha was undoubtedly motivated by his desire for Sasuke, and Tsukikage hesitated over whether to assist Orochimaru in successfully marking Sasuke with the cursed seal. After all, given their current strengths, Orochimaru would have an exceedingly slim chance of success without help. The cursed seal originated from Yugo, whose powers could automatically absorb natural energy, allowing him to enter Sage mode. Since the cursed seal and Yugo's abilities shared a common origin, it suggested that the cursed seal was also a manifestation of natural energy. If Sasuke could successfully harness the power of the cursed seal, Tsukikage would gain a hundredfold increase in its strength. While the cursed seal was often regarded as a diluted form of sage technique, an enhancement by 100 times would likely render it nearly as formidable as true sage arts. Chapter 86. The Rain Village Trio. Once all 14 teams had obtained their scrolls, they were escorted by Konoha's Chunin to the entrance of the Forest of Death. Each entrance was spaced approximately 50 meters apart, and with keen eyesight, they could even glimpse the teams nearby. The Rain Village team, comprised of Oboro, Munghua, and Kago, quickly became aware of this fact and began scanning their surroundings, eager to identify the teams in proximity. If they encountered strong opponents, the first order of business upon entering the Forest of Death would be to flee. Conversely, if they were up against weaker opponents, they would close in to seize their scrolls. Although the examination allotted them 5 days, the further along they progressed, the more challenging it would become to pass the assessment. As the examination approached its latter stages, fewer teams would remain, diminishing the chances of locating the corresponding scrolls. No one desired to wait until the 5th day to pass the examination. The sooner, the better. Damn it, the woman is to our left. Oboro lamented. Which woman? Munghua inquired. The one who effortlessly took down that Sound Village ninja without breaking a sweat. Oboro replied, apprehensively. Not everyone could discern Tsukikage's movements. While their abilities were commendable among genin, and some tactics might suffice against chunin, they were still far from being able to perceive Tsukikage's actions clearly. Thus, they mistakenly believed that it was Yamanaka Ino who had defeated Tosu. The other 2 turned their heads, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than the purple-clad maiden, Ino Yamanaka. That idea is rather prickly. Take a look to the right, said Oboro. Don't even look. The idea on the right is even more prickly. It's that Moonlight Yagyu. Dreamfire sighed. Their scroll was of the earth type, and should they attain the heaven scrolls from Yagyu and his team, they could pass the examination with the utmost speed. But how could that be possible? The Moonlight Yagyu was not someone this group of lower ninjas could contend with. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that they were not the hunters at this moment. They could very well become the prey. With formidable foes on both sides, they felt an overwhelming sense of being trapped. Damn it. Why are we caught in the middle of these 2 teams? Oboro seethed. There was no other option. To pass the examination now, they would have to conceal themselves. Dreamfire began to speak, but halted midway, uncertain if anyone was watching them. If either side overheard them, it would spell disaster. For now, let us run ahead and find a secluded spot to hide for a day or so. The other 2 nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dreamfire's assessment. given the circumstances. Confronting anyone head-on would lead to certain doom. They could only bide their time. As the examination commenced and the candidates entered the testing grounds, the trio was lost in thought when the proctor, a jonin, announced the start of the exam. Immediately, they dashed into the death forest, fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Ino's team did not linger in the death forest as depicted in the original text. They chose instead to converge towards Yagyu's direction. After careful consideration, Shikamaru deduced that the best strategy to navigate this examination was to align themselves with Yagyu. There was no more reliable approach than to cling to someone powerful. Naturally, Shikamaru was not concerned that Yagyu would refuse their alliance, especially since Ino was present. Although he felt some discontent regarding Ino attracting so much attention, it was a small price to pay for his team to gain the favor of Yagyu. On the other hand, Yagyu's team opted for a moment of repose in a shaded area of the death forest after their entrance, awaiting adversaries, as well as Ino. Prior to the exam's commencement, he had arranged with Ino to assist her in passing the second stage. Thus, he made no move to roam about, intending to wait for Ino to arrive before seeking the scrolls. Initially, Yagyu had also planned to help Hinata, but due to Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino's fierce independence, he had to forego that intention. The wait was tedious and drawn out, with Sasuke, as Yagyu's loyal follower, showing no hesitation in following Yagyu's every whim. However, Sakura found it increasingly difficult to contain her impatience. "Yagyu-kun, who are we waiting for?" she inquired. "Enemies, and Ino," Yagyu replied. Sakura felt a surge of indignation. How dare Ino attempt to enlist Yagyu's help for the exam? The memories of their childhood alliance with Hinata lingered, but as they graduated, she and Yagyu formed a new team. The dynamic shifted from 3 to 2, and Sakura grew increasingly sensitive to any other women approaching Yagyu. Aside from the formidable Tsunade, who was beyond her reach, she felt a surge of jealousy towards Ino, her rival. Yagyu noticed Sakura's change in demeanor, but chose not to dwell on it. Women and their jealousy are quite natural. Otherwise, we would not have a plethora of melodramatic series. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a pug adorned with a ninja headband appeared. "Long time no see, Lord Yagyu. How may I serve you?" Parker greeted, his face brimming with eagerness. This was the first time Yagyu had summoned him on a mission, and he felt the need to impress. Yagyu cast a nonchalant glance at him and said, "Just keep an eye out for any serpentine scents. If any snake odor arises, inform me immediately." "Understood. I shall strive to serve Lord Yagyu diligently, with unwavering loyalty until my last breath," Parker exclaimed, exhibiting an unexpected flair for flattery. After enduring over 300 compliments, Yagyu kicked him away, stating coolly, "Annoying." Meanwhile, Orochimaru, disguised as a hidden grass village ninja, entered the death forest and instructed his 2 subordinates to disperse, each heading towards Yagyu's direction. Utilizing the snake's reconnaissance abilities, Yagyu and his team were far from concealed. "Moonlight Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, how much surprise can you offer me?" Orochimaru taunted, sticking out his tongue. Chapter 87. Beware, a snake. "And it's enormous. Someone is approaching." Parker, on high alert, alerted Yagyu and the others. Sakura and Sasuke immediately became vigilant, while Yagyu remained unfazed. At this juncture, the only ones who could arrive so swiftly were either Ino or Orochimaru. If it were Orochimaru, Parker would have mentioned the sin of snakes. Not just that someone was coming. Before long, Ino and her teammates indeed appeared. "Yagyu-kun," Ino called out excitedly upon spotting him from afar, much to Sakura's dismay. Even on a mission, she's trying to flirt with Yagyu-kun. What a detestable woman. "It's good to see you again, Sasuke, Yagyu, Sakura," Shikamaru said, scratching his head in embarrassment. After all, they were there to seek Yagyu's aid, and it was only natural he felt somewhat sheepish. As for Choji and Ino, one was solely focused on food, while the other was fixated on men, displaying no sense of shame whatsoever. Yagyu nodded at Shikamaru and instructed, "Follow our lead for the next steps. By the way, what type of scroll do you possess?" "Also a heaven scroll," Shikamaru replied, producing the scroll he had been safeguarding. "Perfect. We only need to acquire 2 earth scrolls," Yagyu said nonchalantly, tossing them their scroll. "Please take care of this until we pass the assessment. I find it cumbersome to carry a scroll while moving." Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback and asked curiously, "You trust us this much? Aren't you afraid we might run off with your scroll?" "Give it a try," Yagyu replied, casting him a dismissive glance. Shikamaru felt resigned. Such confidence stemmed from Yagyu's overwhelming strength. If he possessed similar prowess, he wouldn't fear someone absconding with his belongings, for the consequences would be too severe for them to bear. "Just take it. Why the unnecessary chatter? Do you think you could escape with it?" Ino reprimanded Shikamaru with her authoritative demeanor, causing him to lower his head in acquiescence. Right you are. Yagyu-kun, where shall we head next? Ino asked after reprimanding Shikamaru. How about we find something to eat? They confiscated all my snacks when I entered. I'm starving. Choji lamented, rubbing his plump belly, which audibly protested in sympathy. With how much you eat daily, you should be impervious to hunger. Ino retorted, displeased with Choji's interjection. Just as she prepared to chastise him further, Yagyu interjected. Since someone will deliver the scrolls, it wouldn't hurt for us to gather some food first. However, it's best if you pair up to minimize risks. Upon hearing the suggestion of pairing up, Ino immediately wrapped her arms around Yagyu's, exclaiming in unison, then I definitely want to be with Yagyu. Witnessing her friend attempt to claim Yagyu for herself, both Sakura and Ino shot fierce glares at each other. Why are you following Yagyu-kun? I'm here to keep him company. What did you say? You're the one who should be keeping to your own team. Ino retorted, agitated. Why can't you act alongside your own teammates? As the confrontation between the two escalated, threatening to erupt into violence, Yagyu promptly intervened, grasping both of them and saying, enough. You two should accompany me. Sasuke, Parker, you both will join Shikamaru and Choji. The pairs were reconfigured into groups of 3, a decision that, while reducing efficiency, ensured greater safety. After all, lurking in the shadows was the ever-looming threat of Orochimaru, and allowing only Shikamaru and Choji to venture forth could lead to their untimely demise. Swallowed by the serpent before they even had a chance to react. It was a stark reminder of how Naruto had been dealt with. And had it not been for his shadow clones and vast chakra reserves as a Jinchuriki, he might have met a grim fate within the belly of the beast. To Orochimaru, Shikamaru and Choji were merely insignificant insects, easily discarded without a second thought for their lives. The forest of death, though perilous, teemed with life. Yagyu and his companions, taking but a few steps, encountered a plethora of mushrooms and small creatures. The ability to identify basic edible wild foods was a fundamental lesson in the Ninja Academy, and thus Yagyu was well aware of which mushrooms were safe for consumption. After gathering a modest collection of mushrooms and capturing a couple of wild hares along with a wild boar, their foraging mission was nearly complete. They still needed to locate a water source, as waiting until thirst struck would not do, since they were not aiming for a swift completion of the exam. Thorough preparations for survival in the wilderness were essential. After spending some time searching, they found a water source and collected some dry firewood. With all preparations in place, Yagyu and his team set off towards their designated temporary camp. Meanwhile, Sasuke and his group, aided by Parker, accomplished their tasks with relative ease. Furthermore, due to Choji's extensive knowledge of food, their understanding of wild edibles was significantly deeper. In a moment of desperation from hunger, Choji even plucked 2 blades of grass and stuffed them into his mouth, prompting Parker to feel a sense of inadequacy. Watch out, there's a snake. A big one. As the trio focused on gathering supplies, Parker suddenly issued a warning, leaping back to evade the strike of a massive serpent. Observing the creature, which could easily devour a small tree, Parker's fur was slick with cold sweat. Had it not reacted swiftly, it would have become snake fodder. What a colossal snake! Choji exclaimed, wiping his drool. This must belong to someone else's summoning beast. We need to be cautious of a potential ambush. Shikamaru approached his teammates while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. As for Sasuke, his demeanor was terse and resolute. With a single stroke, he cleaved the 3 to 4 meter long serpent in 2. The explosive flames instantly cooked the serpent's flesh, the aroma tantalizing Choji's senses. This must taste delectable, he mumbled. It likely has consumed many people. If you dissect it, you might find half-digested human remains, Shikamaru teased, effectively curbing Choji's culinary fantasies. This was a matter of survival. They could not allow their appetites to cloud their judgment. How intriguing. Such power truly befits a genius of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha. Orochimaru, adorned with the headband of the grass village, emerged from the ground with a sinister smile, his movements as fluid as if the earth beneath him were water. Upon hearing his name called directly, Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. This guy is targeting me. Shikamaru, recognizing Orochimaru's intent, interjected to buy time and extract further information. From the grass village, you say? Where are your companions hiding, preparing to ambush us? Orochimaru glanced at Shikamaru with a knowing look, remarking, with that appearance, you must be a descendant of the Naruto clan, but alas, your family's combat talent is rather lacking. Otherwise, you could have been a worthy candidate. The Naruto clan's ninjutsu is quite distinctive, possessing formidable control abilities and a degree of lethality. However, their true strength lies in their intellect. The reanimation jutsu may exchange bodies, but it does not transfer intellect, rendering the talents of the Naruto clan of little significance to Orochimaru, who believed himself to be no fool. Chapter 88, Sasuke vs. Orochimaru, the terrifying power of Orochimaru was palpable. You needn't look around. There are no others. Nor should you think to gather intelligence or delay for rescue. For by the time Yagyu arrives, you will already be corpses. Orochimaru saw through Shikamaru's thoughts and summoned 2 large serpents to attack him and Choji. These 3 to 4 meter long serpents were abundant in the Dragon Cave, and Orochimaru was undeterred by their potential destruction. Shikamaru and Choji, faced with the onslaught of the serpents, were left with no choice but to flee. It was not a matter of choice, but a necessity. Lacking Sasuke's prowess to slay a serpent with a single strike, they could perhaps have attempted to collaborate against one, but against 2 such behemoths, retreat was their only option. Glancing back at Sasuke, Shikamaru noted the cold sweat streaming down his face. The sudden appearance of this grass village ninja was indeed formidable. Remaining here would only burden Sasuke further, rather than linger. It would be wiser to escape and seek Yagyu's assistance. Parker, I'll draw the serpents away with Choji. You go find Yagyu for help. Facing the fierce serpents behind them, Parker expressed concern. Are you sure you'll be all right? Shikamaru hesitated, aware that these serpents, with their tough hides and abyssal jaws, were not adversaries they could hope to defeat with their combined strength. However, he believed they could buy some time. We'll be fine, Shikamaru asserted, albeit somewhat bravely. All right. Hold on. I'll rush to find Yagyu now, Parker declared, darting away. As the serpents noticed Parker's retreat and prepared to send one after him, Shikamaru unexpectedly hurled 2 explosive kunai at them. The projectiles struck their eyes, resulting in a terrifying explosion that incited rage in the serpents, causing them to disregard Parker's escape as they charged fiercely at Shikamaru and Choji. Returning to Sasuke, after effortlessly dispatching one serpent, he turned his attention to Orochimaru. A figure capable of summoning such a formidable beast could not be trifled with. Sasuke hoped Orochimaru would provide him with some challenge, alleviating the solitude of having no worthy adversaries. However, he quickly found his thoughts absurd. This grass village individual was not merely powerful, he was unfathomably so. Sasuke watched as Orochimaru summoned 2 serpents, comparable in size to the one he had just slain, to attack Shikamaru and Choji. He prepared to intervene, but was frozen by a mere glance from Orochimaru. What kind of gaze was that? Cold, brooding, mysterious, and perilous. Sasuke could not articulate the sensation. All he knew was that under the weight of those eyes, he felt an icy chill, a foreboding of death enveloping his mind. This individual was terrifyingly strong, perhaps even more so than Gaara, and possibly surpassing Yagyu. In his encounters with Yagyu, Sasuke had always been at a disadvantage, and while Yagyu had never exuded such a menacing aura, he now perceived Yagyu's strength as limited, just a tier or 2 above his own, perhaps. Yet, Orochimaru's presence was utterly different, embodying the despair of an ant gazing up at the sky. Who exactly was this man? Cold sweat beaded on Sasuke's forehead, rendering him momentarily speechless. The tension robbed him of his ability to articulate. Orochimaru watched as Shikamaru and Choji, mere insects, vanished from his sight. A natural smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze toward Sasuke. This time, his eyes bore not a warning, but a sense of appreciative admiration. It must be said that among all the members of the Uchiha clan I have encountered, your talent truly stands out as exceptional. Your physique is indeed quite alluring. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, causing Sasuke to tense up instinctively. Could this fellow harbor some peculiar inclinations? Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Seizing a moment of respite, Sasuke hurled a rapidly propelled lightning spear towards Orochimaru. It appeared as though Orochimaru was caught off guard and was pierced by the spear. Yet he swiftly dissolved into a puddle of mud. Clearly, such direct assaults were incapable of inflicting harm upon Orochimaru. His experience and reflexes surpassed those of Sasuke. The nature transformation of lightning chakra is intriguing. How many more surprises can you bring forth? Orochimaru licked his lips, summoning a horde of snakes to assail Sasuke. Faced with this onslaught, Sasuke did not dare to be complacent and activated his Sharingan, while employing fire and lightning release ninjutsu to counterattack. He also evaded the sneaky strikes of the smaller snakes. Observing Sasuke's fervent display of power, Orochimaru was thoroughly entertained. He refrained from immediately placing a curse seal on Sasuke, not only because Sasuke still possessed the ability to resist, but also because he wished to witness the extent of Sasuke's Sharingan development. No matter how well Kabuto had gathered intelligence, there were many things that remained elusive. For instance, the fact that Moonlight Yagyu also possessed a Sharingan was still unknown to anyone other than Sasuke. With such prowess, if given a few more years, he might not fall short of Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru murmured softly, his excitement growing as he watched Sasuke become increasingly emboldened in battle. The memory of being swiftly defeated by Uchiha Sasuke during his time with the Akatsuki lingered vividly in his mind. If he were to obtain Sasuke's body, it wouldn't be long before he could confront Uchiha Itachi, would it? The time for his body swap was drawing near. Gazing at Sasuke's neck, Orochimaru instinctively licked his tongue, opening his mouth wide towards the sky and expelling a long sword. The Kusanagi sword. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared behind Sasuke, who was engaged in combat with the snakes, and thrust the sword forward. Sasuke's reflexes were also swift. Sensing the danger from behind, he swung his blade to block, only to underestimate Orochimaru's strength and was sent flying. A swarm of snakes hurtled towards him. The venomous fangs glimmered ominously, seemingly mere inches away. If he failed to evade, he would likely suffer grave injuries. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. Over the past few months, he had not managed to transform the eagle he had chosen into a powerful summoning beast. Yet, fortunately, it was capable of understanding his commands and could be summoned, thus qualifying as a summoning beast of sorts. As a puff of smoke dissipated, Sasuke reached out. The previously exhausted Sasuke was promptly lifted into the sky by the eagle, while the horde of venomous snakes was left to bite the dust. Orochimaru, who had anticipated an easy victory, was taken aback. He had presumed Sasuke would merely sever a few snakes or utilize fire and lightning release to eliminate a portion of them. He had not foreseen the existence of a summoning beast as a trump card. Although this summoning beast appeared rather ordinary, its ability to fly made it a valuable asset in critical moments. Chapter 89. Yagyu and Orochimaru. Shikamaru and Choji were in a rather precarious situation. Orochimaru and Sasuke exchanged glances from a distance, after which Sasuke took flight into the horizon. Orochimaru watched Sasuke depart, but did not pursue him. It was not that he lacked the means to hinder Sasuke in midair, but such an action would draw unnecessary attention. He was not yet ready to expose himself to the elite ninjas of Konoha. If he were to be besieged, even he could suffer injuries, potentially jeopardizing his plans for the destruction of Konoha. Finding his next vessel was undoubtedly one of his primary objectives for this operation. But dismantling the village that had once expelled him and orchestrating the downfall of Hiruzen Sarutobi was equally paramount. Moreover, this was not solely his plan. Assassinating Hiruzen Sarutobi, aiding Danzo in seizing control of Konoha, and plotting a series of schemes in the rudderless Sunagakure were all far more significant than Sasuke's ambitions. If Danzo were to take control of Konoha, Sasuke would merely be a pawn in his hands. Have you been watching for so long, yet still do not emerge? Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed through the air, but the tranquil woods offered no reply, as if it were merely his own soliloquy. Noticing this, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, reappearing on a tree 100 meters to the right. Atop the tree stood a youthful boy. Are you Moonlight Yagyu? Truly. It is said that meeting you in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. Even in my era, I had never encountered a genius of your caliber. Orochimaru observed Yagyu with keen interest, expressing admiration. Moonlight Yagyu scrutinized the deceptive facade of Orochimaru from the hidden grass village, having greatly admired him before his own transmigration. In terms of strength, strategy, and scientific prowess, he was unparalleled. Aside from the deceased second Hokage, Orochimaru was, without a doubt, unmatched in the development of ninjutsu. This is not your true appearance, is it? Yagyu inquired, feigning ignorance. Orochimaru had attempted to exert pressure on Yagyu using the same tactics he employed against Sasuke, but to no avail, indicating that Yagyu had indeed reached the level of a Kage. A youthful Kage, what a terrifying talent. Orochimaru conceded to Yagyu, then smirked. Would you like to see my true form? Yagyu regarded Orochimaru with an impassive expression, seemingly uninterested in engaging in such trivial matters. Orochimaru, not one to prolong the suspense, tore off his human skin mask. The visage of Orochimaru in his original form was revealed before Yagyu's eyes. How does it look? Are you disappointed? Orochimaru chuckled, observing Yagyu's continued silence. That is not your true face, Yagyu stated flatly. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Yagyu could see through his many layers of disguise. However, that visage was meant to surprise Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he did not intend for Yagyu to be the first to witness it. Yagyu displayed no particular interest in seeing it, and continued, but that is of little importance. You are here for Sasuke, are you not? More accurately, for both you and Sasuke, Orochimaru replied candidly. However, given your and Sasuke's abilities, I find it regrettable that capturing you here would not be a simple task. Huh? Yagyu scoffed disdainfully. He had not expected Orochimaru to consider him a potential vessel as well. However, upon reflection, it made sense, ever since Orochimaru recognized the limits of his current body. He had become a peculiar figure who sought to abduct geniuses. With talent surpassing that of Sasuke, how could Orochimaru possibly overlook someone like Yagyu? If this location is unsuitable, shall we change venues? Yagyu suggested proactively. Oh, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of surprise, before he seemed to grasp the situation, smirking, at your age. Possessing such strength is indeed a source of pride. However, no one can sail smoothly forever. Your pride will come at a cost today. Yagyu retorted with a cold smile. You are correct. Indeed, some will pay the price for their pride today, but it certainly will not be me. Orochimaru chuckled softly, offering no further response as his body dissolved into mud and vanished from sight. All are geniuses. Does Orochimaru not take pride in this? Among the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru possesses the highest talent. As a common ninja, he had crafted his own unique techniques since childhood. Even as an adult, he stood out among the Kage level. Although he had not mastered sage arts upon entering the Ryuchi cave, he had still forged a summoning contract with it. He single-handedly established a village, created cursed seals, and performed the reanimation jutsu. Who among them is not a genius? Who among them lacks their own sense of pride? Unlike ordinary prodigies, Orochimaru is a genius who has endured the ravages of reality and tasted the bitterness of failure. He possesses something that sets him apart from those so-called geniuses, a profound sense of reverence. Thus, even when faced with a youthful genius like Yagyu, he will exert every ounce of effort and employ any despicable means necessary to achieve victory. The two individuals stealthily departed from the forest of death, relying solely on their own capabilities. The proctors surrounding the perimeter remained oblivious to their presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nara, Shikamaru, and Choji were still being pursued by the giant snakes. In the face of the terrifying attacks from the two serpents, they found themselves in dire straits. Choji repeatedly utilized his expansion jutsu, yet his stomach growled incessantly, signaling his hunger. With snacks confiscated and no food consumed before engaging in such intense combat, he felt he was on the verge of starvation. Shikamaru, equally exasperated, sought to find something edible for Choji while fleeing. After all, the jutsu of the Akimichi clan comes with such inherent flaws. Shikamaru, why don't you use your shadow imitation technique to restrain them? I'll find some food, and once I've eaten, I'll come back to help you deal with them. Choji suggested as he narrowly evaded the gaping maw of the abyssal serpent. My shadow imitation technique can only hold them for less than a minute. Are you certain you can replenish your energy in that time? Shikamaru replied. His forehead creased with concern. Moreover, with your jutsu, you wouldn't be able to breach the defenses of the giant snakes. Even if I managed to control them, it would be futile. Earlier, during their escape, Shikamaru had already tested the defenses of the two serpents. They appeared as though forged from steel, devouring stone and wood alike. Their teeth as hard as iron, their bodies equally formidable. With their combined abilities, they were utterly incapable of overcoming these foes. Unless, Choji, I have a plan that might work, but it requires you to make a sacrifice. What plan? Choji felt a sense of foreboding. Though Shikamaru was generally reliable, the word sacrifice always carried a hint of danger. Let's not rush into details. First, tell me if your expansion jutsu is still usable. How large can you enlarge your body? After a moment of contemplation, Choji responded, I can probably enlarge certain parts of my body by 10 times. Why do you ask? That should suffice. My plan is for you to allow yourself to be consumed by the snake, and then use your expansion jutsu from within its belly to blow it apart. What do you think? Chapter 90. The plan succeeds. A mutation. The savior appears. Are you serious, Shikamaru? Choji questioned skeptically. This giant snake could swallow stones. Would he be harder than that? Of course, while it can consume stones, it doesn't actually digest them. If you look closely at the spots where we used the explosive tags earlier, Choji glanced towards the snake's eyes, which were where they had detonated the explosive tags to cover Parker's retreat. Is there blood? Yes. No matter how insatiable the snake's appetite, it can't continuously consume such a volume of stone and wood. Its eyes can be injured by explosive tags, and thus its internal organs cannot be as resilient. We can try using the explosive tags to blast open its mouth. If it works, we can implement the plan I just proposed. I will use the shadow imitation technique to control them while you take the opportunity to eliminate them. But Shikamaru, why don't we just use the explosive tags directly? How many do you have? None. I only have 10. I used 2 while covering Parker's retreat and 4 while we were escaping. Now, I only have 4 explosive tags left. The power of these tags is only enough to sever wood and inflict some damage to stone. To kill such a massive creature, we would need at least 20 explosive tags detonating simultaneously within it. Realizing that this was indeed their last resort, Choji accepted the necessity of taking a gamble. All right, I'm with you, Shikamaru. He nodded solemnly, a look of determination on his face. Shikamaru gave Choji a thumbs up, reassuring him. You won't need to go too deep inside the snake's body. If your attack fails, you can still retreat while I control them. With their plan confirmed, Shikamaru decisively halted their escape, sidestepping an attack from one giant snake and tossing an explosive tag kunai into the mouth of the other, which was preparing to ambush. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the giant snake emitted a pained howl, blood dripping from its maw. It works. The internal defenses of this snake are indeed weaker than its exterior. Shadow imitation technique. Seizing the opportunity presented by the two snakes' momentary stiffness, Shikamaru swiftly activated his jutsu to control them. Choji, now's your chance. I got it, Shikamaru. Choji sprang into action, leaping into the mouth of the injured giant snake. His corpulent form in no way hindering his agility as he executed this daring maneuver. Upon entering the belly of the snake, Choji immediately felt his body come into contact with something slimy, and a strange liquid began to corrode his clothing. Disgusting, it stinks. He grumbled as he began forming hand seals. He didn't intend to reach the snake's stomach to use his expansion jutsu. He aimed to destroy the neck and brain of the serpent, ensuring its demise. Expansion jutsu. Choji's arms rapidly swelled, and the serpent's neck began to stretch alarmingly under the force of his enlargement. Mere seconds later, the neck could no longer withstand the strain and exploded. Well done, Choji. Hurry and deal with the other one. Seeing Choji's attack succeed, Shikamaru exclaimed with excitement. Controlling both snakes, he could hold them for no more than 2 minutes. But if it was just one, he could manage another minute. Choji had taken less than 40 seconds to dispatch the first snake, leaving ample time to confront the second. However, just as events were unfolding favorably, unforeseen circumstances arose. It is well known that the efficacy of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique relies on the presence of shadows. Without them, the jutsu would fail. As Choji raced toward the other giant snake, a fierce gust of wind swept through, displacing the clouds above and allowing sunlight to engulf both the snake and Shikamaru's shadow. The shadow is gone. Shikamaru could scarcely believe the sudden turn of events. Watching as Choji continued his charge toward the snake, he was struck with alarm. Choji, run. Huh. Choji paused, turning to look at Shikamaru, only to realize that the snake had broken free from his control, its gaping maw lunging toward him. Choji! Shikamaru screamed in desperate anguish, charging toward Choji with reckless abandon. At that moment, he did not consider that even if he reached Choji, it would be in vain, merely offering the snake another victim. Yet he pressed on, undeterred. As the giant snake drew nearer to Choji, poised to claim its prey, a spiral sphere descended from the heavens, piercing through the creature's skull with a devastating blow. Gulp! Choji, now aware of the snake's teeth mere centimeters from him, instinctively swallowed hard. Had the girl been even half a second slower, he might have met his end. Choji, Shikamaru, are you alright? Sakura? Ino? Shikamaru and Choji could hardly believe that they were saved by the seemingly delicate girl, Sakura. Yagyu went to assist Sasuke, so we came to rescue you. Parker exclaimed as he leapt in from somewhere. Shikamaru nodded, relieved to learn that Yagyu was aiding Sasuke. Although that guy from the grass village was formidable, with both Sasuke and Yagyu together, he would undoubtedly stand no chance. Sakura, when did you become so formidable? What kind of jutsu is this? You pierced the head of that enormous serpent? Just moments ago, that serpent was capable of effortlessly shattering stone and wood. This is the Rasengan. A jutsu taught to me by Yagyu-kun, Sakura explained. The Rasengan? How impressive. Yagyu possesses such a powerful technique. Just how strong is he? Shikamaru mused, struggling to fathom the limits of Yagyu's strength. Are you both uninjured? Ino inquired, her concern directed towards her two companions. Although she often exhibited a tough demeanor, she genuinely regarded them as comrades and sincerely wished for their safety. We're fine, thank you, Ino. Just a bit hungry, they replied. All you think about is eating. If you both exerted yourselves in training a little more often, you wouldn't struggle against such a trivial serpent. Ino retorted, her irritation flaring in response to Choji's remark. A trivial serpent? Ino, that creature is at least 4 meters long. Enough with the chatter. All you do is eat. What good does that do? Like you could defeat it. What did you say? Nothing. Chapter 91. Fire Style, Susanoo? Just a counterfeit technique. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto. I've received my allowance for this month. Let's go. I'll treat you to ramen. Really? That's fantastic. All my teaching of jutsu to you wasn't in vain. Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily as he praised Konohamaru. Naruto, do you know what Yagyu and the others are up to? We haven't seen them for several days. Moegi inquired curiously. Since their parting at the park, it had been 5 days since they last laid eyes on Yagyu, though he often disregarded them. Moegi still held a fondness for him. Yagyu and the others? They've gone to participate in the Chunin exams, which is why we haven't seen them these past few days. Naruto replied. The Chunin exams? Are Yagyu and the others aiming to become Chunin? How impressive. Moegi expressed, her admiration evident. Humph, it's merely the Chunin level. What's so impressive about that? My teacher is a special Jonin. Konohamaru huffed, feeling somewhat disgruntled at Yagyu's accomplishments. Hey, what's that? Moegi pointed towards two indistinct figures in the distance. The trio turned to look and observed two shadowy figures swiftly moving towards the back mountain. However, the figures were moving so rapidly that they couldn't discern their precise forms. They looked like two ninjas. They're incredibly fast, Moegi exclaimed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the figures vanished from their sight, igniting a strong curiosity within Konohamaru and the others. Let's go take a look, Konohamaru declared. Wait, weren't we going to eat ramen? Naruto grumbled, though he ultimately decided to follow them. Those two ninjas might not even be from Konoha if they were from another village. Konohamaru and the others could be in danger. In a secluded training area at the back mountain, the ground was overgrown with weeds and littered with damaged wooden stakes, suggesting it had not been used for quite some time. Choosing such a remote location allows for the unfettered release of large-scale jutsu, doesn't it? Yagyu observed the surroundings with keen interest. Orochimaru smiled faintly, non-committal in his response. But that is not the only reason. If it were, you would underestimate me, Yagyu-kun. Orochimaru declared, swiftly forming hand seals that encircled the area with a large array. I had long set a trap here, thinking it would never come into play. I never anticipated your foolishness in following me here. A purple-black formation enveloped a radius of 300 meters, completely encasing the abandoned training ground. Yagyu contemplated the enormous array. Then, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a fireball to launch at it. The B-rank fireball collided with the array but failed to elicit any response. Such formidable defenses might only be breached by A-rank jutsu, with S-rank techniques having a chance to dismantle it. However, battling Orochimaru while simultaneously dismantling the formation proved to be a formidable task. Save your efforts, Yagyu-kun. Even if the third Hokage were to come, you would not escape from here, Orochimaru smirked, as if Yagyu were already within his grasp. Yet, Yagyu remained unperturbed in the face of this cage, exhibiting a curious gaze toward Orochimaru. I am pondering a question. What question? Given your cooperation, I might answer you just before your demise. Yagyu chuckled, unconvinced by Orochimaru's words. Though Orochimaru feigned confidence in his impending victory, he was secretly forming hand seals for a jutsu. All of this did not escape Yagyu's notice. However, he refrained from revealing Orochimaru's intentions and, with the innocence of a naive genin, asked, since you regard me as one of your targets, why did you not seek me first, but instead go after Sasuke? Is he more significant to you, or do you harbor concerns? Surely, you haven't lost your way? Orochimaru was taken aback by Yagyu's unexpected inquiry at such a moment. He instinctively thought Yagyu was merely stalling for time. After all, facing a peer-level adversary and falling into a trap, it was impressive for a young talent like Yagyu to remain calm. Rather than exposing Yagyu as he had done with Shikamaru, Orochimaru replied earnestly, it is not that Sasuke is more crucial. Rather, you are the more dangerous one. Oh, it seems you know me quite well, Yagyu remarked, a glint of danger in his eyes. While Yagyu's comment appeared trivial, it posed a new question for Orochimaru. How could Yagyu know him so well? And how did he know so much about them? Who was providing him with such intelligence? Orochimaru recalled that Kabuto had assumed the role of an information broker to infiltrate their group. Had Kabuto been exposed? Inwardly, Orochimaru contemplated planting a cursed seal on Yagyu before retrieving Kabuto. As for Yagyu's reactions and the effects of the cursed seal, he would leave that for the other two insignificant figures to test. Summoning technique, Serpent's Array. Orochimaru concluded the hand seals he had been preparing, slamming his hand to the ground. In the next moment, a purple-black cursed seal emerged on the ground, and countless snakes of varying sizes materialized from the earth. Snakes surged forth from beneath Yagyu's feet, from above, and all around. Fire style, Susanoo. Faced with such a 360-degree assault, Yagyu could only employ an equally comprehensive jutsu to defend himself. As fate would have it, Yagyu had mastered such a technique. A colossal figure of flames materialized, enveloping Yagyu. Although it lacked formidable defensive power, any ordinary snake that came into contact with the fiery giant would be incinerated instantly. This temporarily hindered Orochimaru's serpent array. However, with the relentless onslaught of snakes charging forth, it was only a matter of time before the flame giant would be extinguished. Seeing this, Yagyu ceased being passive. With a swift motion, a flaming long sword appeared in the hands of the giant. Uchiha style, solar eclipse dance. His voice was cold, yet barely audible. But Orochimaru could perceive it clearly. A 10-meter-high spiral of flames erupted, radiating from Yagyu and expanding outward. Thousands of snakes were reduced to charred remains, releasing an enticing aroma. Is that the Manjikyu Sharingan? Orochimaru gazed at Yagyu's technique, his expression one of astonishment. Yagyu's fire style, Susanoo, bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan technique. Susanoo. However, upon closer inspection of Yagyu's eyes, Orochimaru noticed they were devoid of the Sharingan, indicating that this was merely a counterfeit technique. Interesting. A technique developed by imitating the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Although the defensive capabilities are rather lacking, the offensive power is undeniably astonishing. Chapter 92. The Emergence of the Serpent of 10,000, Lightning Release Susanoo. The might of Tsukikage Yagyu's fire release Susanoo rivals that of an S-rank technique, and it is sustainable as well. Thus, Orochimaru's Serpent of 10,000 formation becomes a daunting challenge for Yagyu, unless he resorts to pitting the small, death-defying snakes against Yagyu in a battle of chakra consumption. This pseudo-Susanoo, while formidable, is significantly flawed by its colossal chakra drain. Without sufficient chakra, Yagyu risks exhausting himself within mere minutes. Upon contemplating this, Orochimaru bit his finger, letting blood flow from the tip, swiftly forming hand seals and slamming his palms onto the ground. Boom. Summoning technique. Serpent of 10,000. A cloud of smoke enveloped the majority of the training ground, and the colossal shadow of a serpent loomed within the mist. Orochimaru mused, "It seems you have drawn the attention of a formidable opponent." The enormous purple serpent's head fixated on Yagyu's formidable flaming Susanoo, its expression laden with gravity. "A splendid test subject. Subdue him, and I shall offer you the blood of 500 humans." Orochimaru coldly chuckled. 1,000. The serpent countered, recognizing the challenge Yagyu posed. Very well. Faced with the serpent's avarice, Orochimaru found himself with no choice. He lacked the power to dominate the serpent, and thus could not earn its respect. His ability to forge a contract with it stemmed solely from the value he could provide. This was why every summoning of the serpent necessitated a transaction. His relationship with his strongest summoning beast was merely one of cooperation. Having secured the desired terms, the serpent immediately launched an assault on Yagyu. Aware of the serpent's formidable nature, Yagyu swiftly commanded his fire-release Susanoo to unleash a flaming sword at the serpent. The serpent's attack and defense capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary serpents. Should the serpent close in, Yagyu's pseudo-Susanoo could be shattered in a single blow. As the flaming sword struck the serpent, its fiery temperature elicited a grimace of pain, yet such an attack was insufficient to breach its exterior defenses. Thus, it bore the flames and charged at Yagyu with a headbutt. Yagyu dared not confront it head-on, opting instead to evade. This marked Yagyu's first encounter with an adversary he could not overpower directly. The serpent was indeed formidable. "Humph, boy, is fleeing all you can do?" The serpent attempted to provoke Yagyu into revealing a weakness, but Yagyu remained unfazed. Leaping to evade the serpent's tail strike, he dispelled the fire-release Susanoo. This technique was only effective against foes of lesser strength. Against a foe capable of withstanding S-rank techniques, it would prove ineffective. Continuing in such a state would only exacerbate his chakra consumption, hampering his movements. Observing Yagyu cancel the fire-release Susanoo, Orochimaru displayed a triumphant smile. "Is your chakra running low? If you would consent to follow me, I could spare your life. What do you say?" Most of Orochimaru's subordinates were merely candidates for his own body, and he sought to gain Yagyu's allegiance without resorting to force. After all, it was remarkable for a youth to hold his own against the serpent. He feared that the serpent might inadvertently slay Yagyu. Ignoring Orochimaru's words, Yagyu hurled several Chidori sharp spears at the serpent. However, even the piercing power of the Chidori sharp spears was insufficient to breach its defenses. Among the myriad skills Yagyu possessed, Konoha-style Kenjutsu, Uchiha-style Kenjutsu, fire release, wind release, lightning release, his most potent offensive technique remained the lightning release. If the fire release Susanoo proved ineffective, then he would have to resort to lightning release techniques. Consequently, Yagyu unleashed a jutsu without hand seals. Lightning release, Raijin descends. To Orochimaru's astonishment, a lightning-infused giant, akin to a Susanoo, manifested before him. He still has chakra. Orochimaru pondered, baffled by how such a young boy could possess such a vast reservoir of chakra. Utilizing an S-rank technique, or even a flawed pseudo-S-rank technique, would typically deplete an elite Jonin's chakra, yet Yagyu was evidently still capable of executing another technique of equal caliber. What was most alarming was that this was a different elemental technique based on the same principle. Could he be of the Uzumaki clan? Glancing at Yagyu's dark hair, Orochimaru dismissed this notion. Tsukikage Yagyu hailed from a notably illustrious lineage in Konoha. Both of his parents belonged to the small Yagyu clan, and Yagyu himself exhibited no inherent bloodline gifts. Was his considerable chakra merely the result of talent? Could it be that Yagyu's ancestors were of the Uzumaki lineage? Yet if this were a case of ancestral inheritance, why had he not inherited their crimson hair? The Uzumaki clan's bloodline power should undoubtedly surpass that of the modest Yagyu clan. Unless, of course, Yagyu inherited from another clan renowned for its vast chakra reserves. What clan could that be? Orochimaru's curiosity regarding Yagyu deepened. He yearned to bind Yagyu and conduct experiments upon him. Slice by slice. Secret technique. Thunder Moon Shadow. Yagyu commanded the colossal lightning titan, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was behind the serpent, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, the serpent's chest scales shattered, a trickle of blood oozing from the wound. This lightning-infused strike had breached the serpent's defenses. Wounded, the serpent was overtaken by fury, entering a berserk state. It twisted around to bite at Yagyu, moving with a speed uncharacteristic of its massive form. Yet while the serpent was swift, Yagyu was swifter. The power of lightning not only granted Yagyu formidable offensive capabilities, but also enhanced his speed. Moreover, Yagyu's speed had long surpassed that of a typical Kage. The serpent, with its vast bulk, found it challenging to ensnare the lean and agile Yagyu. Seizing the advantage of his smaller physique, Yagyu relentlessly assaulted the serpent. He minimized the size of his lightning-release Susanoo to enhance agility, darting between the serpent's coils. The lightning sword left a trail of devastation across the serpent's form, scales torn asunder, and blood quickly stained its vast body. The serpent's once magnificent purple exterior now bore a striking hue of half purple and half red, rendering it even more grotesque. Perched atop the serpent's head, Orochimaru could hardly believe the unfolding scenario. Tsukikage Yagyu was successfully overpowering the serpent. Did this imply that Yagyu's strength exceeded his own? Orochimaru knew he could not defeat the serpent in a one-on-one confrontation unless he resorted to the reanimation jutsu. However, the reanimation jutsu did not truly constitute his power. Even if he vanquished the serpent using this technique, the serpent would never acknowledge him. This was precisely why Orochimaru hesitated to engage the serpent in battle after acquiring new powers. The serpent's cold demeanor and vengeful nature made it clear that while the reanimation jutsu might vanquish it, it would also breed discontent. Maintaining a cooperative relationship would be far more beneficial for their alliance. Chapter 93. Yagyu's Shadow Clone? The Wronged Umbu Ninja. Observing the serpent's worsening injuries, Orochimaru began to contemplate whether to employ the reanimation jutsu to assist the serpent in eliminating Yagyu. At this juncture, the only path to victory for the serpent lay in exhausting Tsukikage Yagyu's chakra. A ninja brimming with chakra and one devoid of it were worlds apart. And this was the serpent's lone glimmer of hope. As he pondered, Yagyu suddenly ceased his rapid-fire assault. The once thundering lightning that filled the training ground dissipated, and Yagyu himself appeared somewhat winded. His chakra had been entirely depleted. Observing the seemingly exhausted Tsukikage Yagyu, Orochimaru finally wore a triumphant smile. To be honest, your combat prowess has genuinely astonished me to this extent. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly falter at such a level. However, it has come to an end. Orochimaru had no intention of granting Moonlight Yushin a moment's respite. He extended his neck and lunged at him with the intent to bite. The peculiarity of his movement and the swiftness of his strike left one astounded. Yet, in the face of this predicament, Yushin remained composed. Regrettably, I must disappoint you. I have no desire to be bitten by someone like you. As he spoke, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. The abrupt turn of events left Orochimaru suspended in midair, his perpetually cold eyes now widened in shock. A substitution technique? No, that's not right. His presence has vanished. A space ninjutsu? It doesn't seem like it. After a prolonged silence, he muttered in his raspy voice, "Shadow clone? Haha, after all this time. It turns out I was fighting a mere shadow clone. Orochimaru, though you've changed your body, your strength remains stagnant. To think you could not even best a mere junior. What a laughable spectacle. Damn it, but that brat is ruthless. He nearly skinned me alive. I'm heading back. Don't forget my blood sacrifice. If you lose even one more soul, don't expect me to summon myself to assist you again." With that, the myriad snakes vanished from his sight, leaving Orochimaru contorted, his neck twisted in a daze. He paid no heed to the mockery of the snakes. It was merely their nature to applaud the strong and deride the weak. He had been defeated, bested by a child's shadow clone. Nothing could be more absurd. Moonlight Yushin is quite remarkable. Orochimaru regained his corporeal form, his gaze icy as he fixated on the spot where Yushin had disappeared. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing at a corner of the training ground. After hiding for so long, it's time to come out, I senti it? No sooner had Orochimaru uttered these words than a ninja adorned with an Anbu animal mask lunged from the ground, sword drawn, aiming for Orochimaru, who effortlessly dodged the attack. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru unleashed countless small snakes with a flick of his hand, sending them to devour the Anbu step by step. Orochimaru, you traitor. Why are you in Konoha? Go ask in hell. In a foul mood, Orochimaru had no intention of engaging in banter with this Anbu, swiftly and decisively dispatching him. Such an insignificant rodent was hardly worth his effort to toy with. Unbeknownst to him, this Anbu had originally been tasked with monitoring Naruto and had happened upon Orochimaru and Yushin while following the latter's trail. However, by the time he realized he was tracking Orochimaru, it was far too late. Had he known he was being followed, Orochimaru would have ensnared him and Yushin within a barrier. He had thought he could hide unnoticed, waiting for Orochimaru to dispatch Yushin before slipping away. Little did he expect Yushin to be so formidable, rendering even one of the legendary three Sannin, Orochimaru, incapable of overcoming him. Had this Moonlight Yushin not been a shadow clone, it's possible Orochimaru would have faced defeat in his final moments. This Anbu Jonin could only ponder why the real Moonlight Yushin had not come instead. Otherwise, he might have escaped his fate. Orochimaru gazed at the Anbu ninja, lifeless from snake venom, and sneered, commanding the serpents to consume the remains before dissipating the barrier and melting into the ground, disappearing from the now devastated training ground. That purple entity has vanished. Was that a barrier? To employ such a technique in this location, was it for training? I wonder if they lifted the barrier. Could it mean the exercise has concluded? Does that imply we might miss the opportunity to meet formidable ninjas? Konoha Maru, slow down. Wait for us. Konoha Maru and his companions, who had trailed from Konoha, finally caught up. However, by the time they arrived at the abandoned training ground, the battle had long since concluded. Yet, the remnants of the fight spoke of a terrifying clash. What transpired here? Naruto exhibited a rare expression of shock. Numerous craters, countless shattered stones, and twisted trees lay scattered about. Flames flickered, and thunder crackled ominously. Moreover, a pile of serpentine corpses littered the ground, their demise a mystery. So many snakes, how disgusting, Moegi remarked, wrinkling her nose at the dense mass of snakes. I think they smell rather delightful, Udon sniffed, his appetite unperturbed. Clearly, a dreadful battle had transpired here. Could it have been those two individuals? For two people to possess such might is indeed terrifying. I wonder who emerged victorious in the end, Konoha Maru mused. Naruto, should we inform Konoha Maru's grandfather about what happened here? It feels as if something momentous has transpired. Naruto found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whether to share the events with the third Hokage. If it were merely Konoha ninjas training here, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? Of course, he didn't truly believe that two ordinary Konoha ninjas could wreak such havoc. The magnitude of power and commotion far exceeded his understanding of strength. After months of training, he could easily cleave through trees, yet to devastate a training ground to this extent would require at least a week, or even a month. Yet those two accomplished it in less than an hour. Let us not tell grandfather. In Naruto's moment of indecision, Konoha Maru declared, we shall uncover the truth ourselves before informing grandfather. Ninja mission. Konoha Maru struck a pose, his enthusiasm palpable. However, wouldn't that be perilous? Those two appeared quite formidable. Moegi voiced her concern. I think so too. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Konoha Maru interjected, but we have Naruto on our side. Big brother Naruto can defeat even genuine ninjas. He will surely protect us. Right, big brother Naruto? Yes. Ha. Rest assured, I will definitely protect you. Flattered by Konoha Maru's praise, Naruto found himself momentarily lost in self-importance. Moegi remained unconvinced. Yet Konoha Maru's next words left Naruto with no choice but to side with her. To undertake a mission, we need to form a ninja team. Typically, the three of us execute missions together, and since I am the strongest, we shall call ourselves Team Konoha Maru. Now that big brother Naruto has joined us, I hereby appoint him as our guiding Jonin. Please lead us on our mission, Jonin Naruto. Jonin Naruto. As someone who was not even a ninja, Naruto turned beet red, completely lost in his own delusion. Then I shall not hold back. Chapter 94, Post-Battle Analysis. Encountering Karen again. In the Forest of Death. The true body of Moonlight Yushin had never departed from this place. The figure that followed Orochimaru was merely a shadow clone, as the embodiment of survival. Even with strength at the level of a Kage, Liu Sheng would never be so presumptuous as to confront a peer without caution. To engage Orochimaru in battle? Liu Sheng was not that foolish. His desire to fight Orochimaru stemmed solely from a wish to gauge his own strength. Though he had possessed Kage-level power for some time, he lacked a clear understanding of the extent of his capabilities in genuine combat. With Orochimaru having conveniently presented himself, Liu Sheng saw it as an opportunity to hone his skills. Had he truly aimed to eliminate Orochimaru, he would have activated his Sharingan. Although his Sharingan bore only 2 tomo, its potency rivaled that of the Mangekyo. His Jinjutsu would not pale in comparison either. Moreover, having once utilized the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru's soul was exceedingly frail, making Jinjutsu his absolute nemesis. Were he to employ the Sharingan, coupled with a surprise attack, Liu Sheng was confident he could dispatch Orochimaru within mere seconds. A shadow clone possesses 1/10 of my chakra and strength. Should Orochimaru refrain from summoning the myriad snakes or employing the impure world reincarnation, he should be at a disadvantage. However, if he summons the myriad snakes or wields the power of impure world reincarnation, my shadow clone would not stand a chance against Orochimaru. If I were to launch a surprise attack, leveraging the counteractive prowess of the Sharingan, the probability of my victory against Orochimaru would stand at a commendable 90%. However, should a direct confrontation ensue, with my opponent aware of my Sharingan, that probability would diminish to around 70 or 80%. In an all-out battle, where Orochimaru employs techniques such as Edo Tensei and the myriad snakes, while I refrain from utilizing the Sharingan, my odds would dwindle to merely 60 or 70%. Through this analysis following his battle with Orochimaru using shadow clones, Yagyu concluded that his overall combat ability undoubtedly surpassed that of Orochimaru. He was significantly stronger in both power and speed. Yet, Orochimaru's cunning and treacherous tactics also afforded him a certain chance of countering Yagyu. Of course, this is contingent upon Yagyu's negligence. Just as Yagyu prepared to depart the forest of death in search of Sasuke and the others, he was suddenly startled by the piercing scream of a girl nearby. This voice struck a chord of familiarity within him. It seemed he had heard it not long ago. It was a tone both known and strange. Was it one of the candidates who had entered the forest of death with him? A trap? Or something else? Yagyu, typically disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, felt compelled to investigate, especially since they had yet to gather the necessary heaven and earth scrolls to pass the exam. Encountering other candidates was a rare opportunity he did not wish to squander. Moreover, he secretly hoped the cry for help was indeed a trap rather than that of a hapless maiden, as that would indicate the presence of a scroll. Navigating through several patches of foliage, Yagyu beheld a red-haired girl trembling atop a tree, while a massive bear below relentlessly battered the trunk. With each strike upon the tree, the girl let out a frightened shriek. Is that Kaguya? Yagyu was taken aback by the unfolding scenario reminiscent of a hero saving a damsel in distress. In the original story, it was Sasuke who saved her. Now, however, it seemed Sasuke had strayed from this path due to Yagyu's unexpected presence. Eliminating the prospect of a hero's intervention, Yagyu paused, utilizing sensory ninjutsu to ascertain his surroundings and finding no ambush before emerging with a look of disappointment. It truly was not a trap. In an instant, he appeared beside the bear and swiftly incapacitated it with a kick. The previous wild boar he had encountered might not suffice for a meal, so he decided to carry the unconscious bear back for a more substantial feast. With the bear slung over his back, Yagyu turned his gaze to Kaguya. She, in turn, was gazing at him, and they shared a moment of eye contact for several seconds. Soon, Kaguya's cheeks flushed. He is so handsome. Coughing lightly, she hesitated before asking, though I'd rather not inquire at such a moment. Do you happen to possess a scroll? The heroic rescue had taken a turn towards the absurd, and even Yagyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. A scroll? Kaguya paused, momentarily caught off guard, before recalling the scroll required for this exam. However, as merely a support member of her team, she had no standing, nor did she carry a scroll. I'm sorry, but I don't have a scroll, she replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Although Yagyu was taking advantage of the situation, he had indeed saved her life, and kind-hearted Kaguya understood the importance of gratitude. If she had possessed a scroll, she would have gladly handed it over to him. Ah, I see. You've become separated from your teammates, correct? Could you lead me to them? Kaguya, despite her disdain for her teammates, was reluctant to betray them. Yet, Yagyu was her savior. And with his impressive strength and striking appearance, her heart fluttered. Observing her dilemma, Yagyu added, Your name is Kaguya, isn't it? I know life in the hidden grass village has not been easy for you. How about you accompany me from now on? As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Kagaya possessed nearly all of their inherent advantages: healing, self-recovery, sealing techniques, and exceptional sensory abilities. For anyone, Kagaya would be an invaluable ally. Yagyu sought to keep her by his side, a formidable healer and sensory specialist who could also control the battlefield. Having Kagaya around would feel like gaining several extra lives. Who wouldn't he desire that? Kagaya was taken aback by Yagyu's direct invitation to join him, and even more surprised that he seemed to know about her circumstances. Has he been watching me? Has he visited the hidden grass village? Lost in her thoughts, Kagaya quickly made her decision. She would follow Yagyu. Although his promise was merely a statement, her instincts assured her that Yagyu was not deceiving her. She could trust this young man, whom she had only just met, completely, because he was undeniably handsome. The fluttering of her heart led Kagaya to be willing to sacrifice everything, even her life, for this boy. Such is the nature of infatuation. All right, I agree. Kagaya nodded, then cautiously attempted to descend from the tree. Her clumsy attempts resembled someone who had never trained in ninjutsu. Yagyu couldn't help but chuckle. Was the hidden grass village so fearful that Kagaya might escape if she learned ninjutsu that they taught her absolutely nothing? They expected her to become a ninja while providing no foundation for her training. It was as if they didn't regard her as a person at all. While Yagyu desired Kagaya's assistance, he would never constrain her freedom or growth. Moreover, the hidden grass village's perspective was indeed narrow-minded. Having two members of the Uzumaki clan at their disposal, they relegated them to mere support roles. If Yagyu were to become the leader of the hidden grass village, he would either treat the two as equals, integrating them into the village for its future prosperity, or imprison them as mere breeding tools. Such a remarkable bloodline. Yet they failed to utilize it properly, resulting in the demise of one of their own. Truly a lamentable situation. Chapter 95. The demise of two ordinary youths from the hidden grass village. With Kagaya in tow, Yagyu ventured towards the location where her companions had scattered. At this moment, Kagaya, despite her limited understanding of chakra and lack of ninjutsu, had awakened the innate skill of the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya's hard eye. This ability enabled her to sense chakra fluctuations within a radius of several dozen miles. Within this range, she could discern the number of individuals, their precise locations, movements, speeds, and even distinguishing features. In addition to its scouting capabilities, the Kagaya's hard eye possessed two other unique abilities. One was the capacity to conceal her presence, rendering her undetectable to other sensory ninjas. The other allowed her to gauge whether someone was lying by sensing their chakra. It was precisely due to this ability that she felt inclined to trust Yagyu. Though she was infatuated, she was not a fool easily deceived. With Kagaya leading the way, Yagyu and she soon located her comrades from the hidden grass village. They were two young men. One appeared to be in his early 20s, lean, clad in a grayish-white short shirt, and wearing the village's forehead protector. The other appeared younger, barely an adult, somewhat overweight, dressed in relatively luxurious attire, and adorned with a forehead protector around his neck. Both were injured from an earlier attack, bearing various wounds, and were resting beneath a large tree. As Yagyu and Kagaya approached, the two were still berating Kagaya. That wretched girl ran away in fear. If we find her, she'll have to answer for this. The more corpulent of the two sneered. The lean ninja remained silent, but his fierce gaze hinted that he was no less troublesome. It seems your standing among your peers is worse than I imagined, Yagyu remarked playfully. Kagaya lowered her head, lost in a sea of unpleasant memories. Noticing her silence, Yagyu understood that he had struck a nerve. Anyone who had grown up under the care of their mother, witnessing her sacrifice for their protection, would find it difficult to jest about their past. However, perhaps it was the relentless trials of a decade that had accustomed Xianglin to her plight. When recalling her sorrowful memories, she did not shed tears, merely exhibiting a subtly dim expression. This young girl, despite her tender age, displayed a fortitude far surpassing what Liu Sheng had anticipated. Instinctively, he grasped her chin, gently elevating her gaze to meet his, and declared, "Rest assured. As long as you accompany me, you shall no longer endure such indignities. Do not fear retribution from the villagers of Kusanagi while I am present. No one shall dare to bully you. Do you understand?" At that moment, Xianglin stood a mere 10 centimeters from Liu Sheng, acutely aware of his breath against her cheek. And the intimacy of their proximity rendered her face aflame. Her eyes flitted about uncontrollably as she sought to alleviate her embarrassment in this manner. Liu Sheng released Xianglin and turned towards the two Kusanagi ninjas. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Fire style." The two feeble lower ninjas were swiftly dispatched by Liu Sheng's blade. Their heads rolled away, staining the tree trunks with crimson. With an expression of indifference, Liu Sheng rummaged through their corpses and retrieved a passage scroll. It was fortuitously the Earth Scroll. As long as they could retrieve the Heaven Scroll from Shikamaru, they would pass the examination. However, having promised Ino to assist her in passing, one scroll would undoubtedly be insufficient. Casually tossing the scroll to Xianglin, he said, "Let us go, find my companions." "Oh, all right." Xianglin felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. Liu Sheng entrusted her with such an important item. How much he trusted her. Was this the feeling of camaraderie? Watching Liu Sheng's retreating figure, Xianglin's gaze brimmed with joy. She had not chosen the wrong companion. Meanwhile, after rescuing Shikamaru, Sakura and the others opted for a nearby resting place to patiently await Liu Sheng's return. However, half an hour passed without Liu Sheng's arrival. Instead, they were greeted by Sasuke, who had just battled Orochimaru. "Sasuke." The group beamed with delight upon seeing him descend from the sky. "Why are you alone? Where's Liu Sheng?" "Uegwang Liu Sheng?" Sasuke furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled. "I didn't see him. After I fought that Kusanagi ninja, I sensed I was outmatched and decided to retreat. Why do you ask about Uegwang Liu Sheng?" "But Liu Sheng said he would come to help you. If you left, doesn't that mean he is facing that Kusanagi ninja alone now?" Sakura exclaimed, her anxiety rising. Shikamaru had mentioned that the Kusanagi ninja was exceptionally strong. If even Sasuke was unable to contend with him, then Liu Sheng was surely in grave danger. "You all stay here. I'll go find him." "We'll go with you." Shikamaru grasped Ino's arm, stating, "It's best we don't. Aside from Sasuke and perhaps Sakura, no one here can stand up to that ninja. Following them would only complicate matters." However, Ino's face flushed with urgency. This was her first experience feeling frustrated by her lack of strength. "All right, Ino, Sasuke, and I will be quick. We'll surely bring Liu Sheng back safely." As Sakura spoke, she prepared to leap onto Sasuke's summoning beast, but unexpectedly, the eagle took flight, leaving her grasping at air. "Hey, Sasuke, what do you mean by this? That ninja's strength is far beyond what you imagine. Your presence would only hinder me. I can handle this alone." Sasuke replied coldly before taking off on the eagle. Sakura glared at the ground in exasperation. That insufferable Sasuke. He refuses to let me accompany him in search of Liu Sheng and looks down on my abilities. "I swear I will surpass you one day." At that moment, Ino placed a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder, saying, "It's all right, Sakura. Your lack of strength is not your fault. At least you have us here, right?" Initially believing she had surpassed Ino and the others, Sakura now realized she was still left behind by Sasuke and Liu Sheng. "I am not strong enough," she silently vowed, clenching her fists to resolve herself to grow stronger. Alone in the treetops of the Forest of Death, Sasuke searched for Liu Sheng's whereabouts. To facilitate locating him, he did not deliberately conceal his presence, even allowing his summoning beast to descend lower, all in pursuit of Liu Sheng. However, this decision rendered him vulnerable. For at that moment, he resembled a beacon in the night, easily attracting the attention of other candidates from afar. Such behavior significantly increased the likelihood of being targeted. Chapter 96. Sasuke's Journey, a Mysterious Attack. Wind Style, Violent Wind. As Sasuke soared atop the eagle, a sudden gust of wind forced him to shield his eyes. Before he could discern the source of the disturbance, a fireball hurtled towards him from behind. Feeling the searing heat at his back, he activated his Sharingan, swiftly turning to slice through the fireball. No wonder he dared to brazenly traverse the area alone. His strength was indeed formidable. A brawny, shirtless man leaped onto a treetop below, locking eyes with Sasuke, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A forehead protector of Sunagakure adorned his brow, indicating he was a ninja from that village. Wind Style, Violent Dance of the Falcon. As Sasuke contemplated how to deal with this audacious intruder, yet another assault came from behind. This only heightened Sasuke's agitation. Springing into the air to evade the wind-based attack, he simultaneously created two shadow clones in midair. Konoha Sword Technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The three Sasukes vanished amidst the sunlight, reappearing before the assailant, attacking from all sides. Three swords pierced the adversary's vital points simultaneously. The Sunagakure Wind-style ninja had not anticipated Sasuke's incredible speed. He attempted to utter a warning, but only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The muscular man, astonished by the swift demise of his comrade, turned to flee in a panic. Sasuke had no intention of pursuing him. His goal was not to hunt other candidates, but to find Uegwang Liu Sheng. Thus, he retracted his shadow clones, leaping back onto the eagle without a glance at the fallen Sunagakure ninja, continuing his search. However, the journey was far from tranquil, as he endured another attack along the way. Though this group was significantly weaker than the previous two Sunagakure ninjas, easily dispatched before they even had a chance to flee. In addition, he encountered Gaara. Gaara also launched an attack against him, But despite his desire for a confrontation, Sasuke regrettably withdrew, as he had not yet located Liu Sheng. It must be said that Gaara was indeed powerful. While other lower ninjas fell victim to Sasuke's strikes in an instant, Gaara could withstand 3 exchanges without yielding, forcing Sasuke to retreat. Observing Sasuke's departure, Kankuro scoffed, "This guy is nothing special. He was driven off by Gaara." "It shouldn't be like this," Temari speculated. "He seems to be in a hurry to find a companion, which is why he was unwilling to engage us. And from his demeanor, it appears his companion is in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so frantic," Kankuro remarked, slightly surprised. With that man around, who could possibly pose a threat to his companion? Who knows? Perhaps they inadvertently got separated, or maybe a more formidable opponent intervened, Temari suggested. A more formidable opponent? Surely it must be a Kage level. But what are the odds of encountering a Kage in a mere Chunin exam? Kankuro retorted. It would indeed be a historic first for a Kage to appear in a Chunin exam. "Let us go," Gaara coldly stated, turning towards the central tower. Gaara could not be bothered to ponder why Sasuke fled. He merely felt regret at not being able to eliminate him here. However, with Sasuke's escape, he would have to bide his time. Sooner or later, he would merge the flesh and blood of Sasuke with his own sand. Sasuke retraced his steps in search of Yagyu, but during his delay, Yagyu fortuitously encountered Ino and headed towards the location of the grass-hidden ninja. Consequently, Sasuke wandered around thrice without laying eyes on Yagyu. Where could the man have gone? Sasuke furrowed his brows, based on his understanding of Moonlight Yagyu. Even if he were to be overpowered by that grass-hidden ninja, he should not have been so easily vanquished. After all, he was a man stronger than himself. Even if he did not flee, there should have been significant signs of battle. However, as he flew onward, he only noticed some hasty signs of conflict. The traces left by a group of lower ninjas could never be those of Yagyu. That grass village fellow could not possibly possess such meager evidence. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure weaving through the woods. Moonlight Yagyu. Sasuke immediately directed his summoning beast to pursue the direction in which that figure had vanished. However, it was not long before he lost track of him. The figure disappeared into a patch of grass. Sitting atop the eagle, Sasuke's brow tightened. He sensed something amiss. The double Tomo Sharingan revolved in his eyes. Although the Sharingan could not penetrate solid objects, he discerned certain details that suggested a trap. Realizing he might have been deceived, Sasuke stood atop the summoning beast and formed hand seals. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal fire dragon surged towards the grass where Moonlight Yagyu had vanished. In an instant, the entire patch was engulfed in flames, explosions resonating in succession. However, the sounds of the explosions did not emanate from Sasuke's ninjutsu, but rather from explosive tags hidden within the grass. Someone intended to lure Sasuke into the trap and obliterate him. Whoosh. At the moment the trap was destroyed, a figure suddenly flashed past from the left thicket. The bald man. Sasuke had not anticipated that after sparing his life, this individual would dare to rush back into danger. Disinterested at first, Sasuke felt no sympathy for someone seeking their own demise. His tone turned frigid. He did not know how his adversary deduced that he was searching for Moonlight Yagyu. But since he dared to toy with him at such a time, wasting his precious moments, he deserved to die. Fire release. Flame prison. Sasuke utilized his self-developed fire technique to encircle the fleeing bald man, then leapt down from the summoning beast, landing not far from him. "You have successfully provoked my wrath," Sasuke stated coldly. "No, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The bald man stammered, cold sweat streaming down his face. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Completely forgetting the fury of witnessing his comrade's demise moments ago, Sasuke, uninterested in his prattle, drew his blade, ready to eliminate the bald man. Uchiha style. In a flash, Sasuke appeared before the bald man, bringing his sword down. Just as the blade was about to cleave into the bald man's body, a shadow wrapped in black cloth suddenly emerged behind Sasuke. Black release, mist kill. This figure was silent and swift. Even with Sasuke's Jonin reflexes, he could not completely evade the ambush. His arm was slashed. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, black mist seeped forth. Sasuke was bewildered by this phenomenon, feeling his chakra rapidly depleting. This individual's technique was peculiar. Chapter 97. Temuro just a fraction stronger than Orochimaru. Huh? Temuro, if you had acted a moment later, I would have been dead. The bald man sighed in relief. Earlier, when attacking Sasuke, Temuro had acted alone. Thus, only the bald man and Ju were present to ambush Sasuke. The bald man sought revenge by locating the strongest among their trio, Temuro. There was no choice. They were up against the renowned Uchiha. and they could not afford to be careless. Tenmuro smirked coldly, gazing at Uchiha Sasuke. Hee, Uchiha Sasuke, did you expect this? That pitiful trap was merely a bait to draw you down. The bald man was the second trap to lower your guard. Regrettably, I couldn't finish you off in one blow. Otherwise, I would have made a name for myself. However, it matters not, for you are now ensnared in my black mist. In less than 3 minutes, your chakra will be completely depleted, and you shall perish. 3 minutes? Sasuke assessed the rate at which his chakra was waning. It would likely take at least 30 minutes for it to be entirely drained. This fellow seemed overly confident in his abilities. Nevertheless, even though it would not deplete as swiftly as he claimed, if he sustained further injuries, the rate of chakra loss would become unacceptable for Sasuke. Thus, he had no intention of indulging them any longer. A single moment of carelessness had resulted in his injury, yet the strength of these two was hardly formidable. The bald man's fire techniques were limited to the level of a chunin, while Tenmuro's speed and unique ninjutsu posed a threat to Jonin. But he had not yet attained true Jonin strength. The flaws of this individual were glaring. Firstly, his physique was excessively frail. He was solely focused on speed and agility, with defense and strength inferior to that of an average genin. Sasuke tightened his grip on the blade. Unleashing his full speed, he instantly appeared before the bald man. This man was weaker, slower, and before he could even react, Sasuke severed his head. Tenmuro, who had been basking in his arrogance just a moment ago, was momentarily stunned upon witnessing his companion's decapitation. However, realizing Sasuke had vanished once more, he understood he could not afford to remain idle and swiftly employed his black release to escape. It must be said, Tenmuro's speed was greatly enhanced while using black release. Even Sasuke's instant movement technique could not easily reach him. However, this state of heightened speed lasted only 30 seconds before Tenmuro began to falter. His stamina could not sustain the prolonged use of such explosive ninjutsu. 30 seconds of rapid acceleration was the limit of his frail body. I was wrong, Sasuke. Spare me, and I shall give you the scroll. The one you seek is the Heaven Scroll, right? Mine is the Earth Scroll, which you can use to pass the exam. Sasuke's expression remained impassive, evidently unmoved by his words. He pressed the blade against Tenmuro's neck, stating coolly, "Why did you choose to disguise yourselves as Moonlight Yagyu to deceive me? We guessed. Everyone knows you are searching for your companions in that form. Thus, we decided to take the guise of Moonlight Yagyu to trick you." In truth, they were not familiar with Haruno Sakura, so they could only opt to impersonate Moonlight Yagyu. Moonlight Yagyu had performed remarkably throughout the exam, capturing their attention, allowing them to mimic his appearance. However, upon closer inspection, distinctions could still be discerned. Disappointment washed over Sasuke as he received this answer. With a swift motion, he executed the black release user, ending his life. He had anticipated that the two had spotted Moonlight Yagyu, which prompted their choice to impersonate him in order to deceive him. Little did he know it was merely a farce. Casually picking up the Earth Scroll, he leaped onto the back of his summoning beast and set forth once more. This time, however, he encountered no further obstructions and did not search for long. For Moonlight Yagyu had already discovered him, on the other side of the Death Forest. As Sasuke entered Ino's sensory range, she suddenly halted in her tracks. "Yagyu-kun, I believe I sensed the location of your other companion." Prior to this moment, Ino had observed Yagyu closely, so upon discovering Sasuke, she immediately recognized him as Yagyu's ally. "Another companion?" Yagyu replied, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that after escaping from Orochimaru, Sasuke would directly seek out Sakura and the others. He had not expected him to be wandering alone outside. Had he gotten lost? "You are Sasuke, not Zoro." Yugen found it perplexing and decided to abandon his thoughts, opting instead to let Kin bring him to find Sasuke. Before long, he spotted a figure atop an eagle. Surveying the surroundings, Uchiha Sasuke. He raised his hand and hurled a fireball in Sasuke's direction. Such an overt and sluggish ninjutsu was immediately detected by Sasuke. With a swift slice of his blade, he extinguished the attack and prepared to retaliate with a fire release to warm this ambusher. However, as he began to form the necessary hand seals, he caught sight of Yugen's face illuminated by the moonlight. Yet, Yugen was not alone. A girl with crimson hair stood beside him. This peculiar pairing caused Sasuke's brow to furrow. Attempting to deceive me again? Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. Abandoning the gentler fire technique, Sasuke opted for a faster, more ruthless attack to send this false Yugen to his demise. Yugen had intended to summon Sasuke down with a small fireball to inquire about matters, but was taken aback when Sasuke unleashed a formidable jutsu upon him. As the thunderous Chidori spear descended from above, Yugen raised his hand to counter with his own Chidori. The two Chidori collided midair, producing a sound akin to a thunderous explosion. Chidori. Upon witnessing Yugen employ a technique exclusive to the two of them, Sasuke confirmed that he had indeed found the real Yugen. He promptly leaped down from his summoning beast. What? Did I just get deceived? Upon seeing me, he unleashed a Chidori. Yugen was unaware of the events that had transpired with Sasuke during this period, but surmised something from his actions. Sure enough, Sasuke nodded in affirmation of Yugen's conjecture. So, you were looking for me? Why not go directly to Sakura and the others? Yugen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Sasuke recounted the events following his meeting with Sakura, revealing that he had been concerned about the potential threat posed by Orochimaru. This revelation elicited a roll of the eyes from Yugen. Rest assured, that fellow has been driven out of the forest of death by me. He won't be encountering him anytime soon. Orochimaru's whereabouts should now be exposed, with numerous Umbu infiltrating the forest of death. It wouldn't be so easy for him to escape now. Upon hearing that Yugen had driven Orochimaru away, Sasuke was taken aback. He had assumed that dealing with the rogue from the hidden grass village would require both of their strengths. Who would have thought that Yugen could triumph alone? Does this mean the gap between him and Yugen is far greater than I had imagined? Just how strong are you now? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sasuke asked. I suppose I am merely a tad stronger than that fellow, Yugen mused. Chapter 98. Through the examination Konoha, amidst a season of turmoil. Sasuke yearned for a full-fledged battle with Yugen, yet recalled how he had been consistently suppressed in his encounters with Orochimaru. Facing Yugen would likely result in a swift defeat. Such a battle was not what Sasuke desired. He sought a contest of equals, wherein he could exhibit some resistance rather than being utterly overwhelmed. This is Kin. She will accompany us from now on. Please take care of her. Sasuke glanced at Kin and nodded in acknowledgement. He held little interest in the weak. Kin, by appearance, did not seem particularly formidable. Although Kin was not adept in combat, she possessed excellent scouting abilities and could assist in healing injuries and restoring chakra. I was able to locate you thanks to Kin's abilities. Oh. Upon hearing about Kin's capabilities, Sasuke's interest in the girl was piqued. Perhaps it wouldn't be unthinkable to have her take Sakura's place. Sasuke mused. While Sakura had learned the spiral sphere and acquired some sword techniques, her overall strength was still not held in high regard by Sasuke. In their team, she was more of an ancillary presence. Given the choice, Sasuke would gladly exchange Sakura for Kin. After a brief introduction, the trio set off towards the location where Sakura and the others had landed. As Sasuke's summoning beast was not particularly large, it could only carry 2 individuals at most. Thus, they had to proceed on foot. By the time they reached Sakura and the others, dusk was fast approaching. Sigh, I wonder how Yugen is faring? Sakura lamented. Indeed, if Yugen is injured, I shall make that rogue from the hidden grass pay dearly. Ino declared fiercely. Fear not, there are few in this world capable of matching Lord Yugen, Pakin remarked, exhibiting no concern. From what he understood of Yugen's strength, even if the rogue from the hidden grass possessed formidable abilities, they would likely be on par with Yugen's own prowess. Their strengths were comparable, and as long as Yugen did not let his guard down, it would be impossible for the opponent to detain him. Shikamaru was also unconcerned for Yugen and Sasuke. However, as the sky darkened, he silently hoped to see the two soon. As for Choji, he was preoccupied with thoughts of when his next meal would come. The meager rations they had shared amongst 4 individuals and a dog had left him unsatisfied. Hey, were you thinking of me? Just as the 4 and 1 canine were lost in their musings, Yugen and Sasuke suddenly appeared. Upon hearing Yugen's voice, Ino and Sakura nearly leapt up in delight, only to notice a woman accompanying Yugen. Greetings, everyone. My name is Kin. Kin's presence somewhat dimmed the joy Ino and Sakura felt upon seeing Yugen. As Yugen began to explain his prolonged absence, both girls found themselves momentarily distracted. Impressive. That guy was so powerful, yet he was no match for you, Choji murmured. Reflecting on how he and Shikamaru had been effortlessly chased by 2 summoned beasts, Choji felt the disparity between them and their opponents was rather overwhelming. By the way, what is the story with this Kin? She appears to be a ninja from the hidden grass village? Shikamaru inquired curiously. Yugen, why did you bring back someone from the hidden grass? Don't be fooled. That guy from the hidden grass almost killed Shikamaru and Choji. If not for Sakura and me arriving in time, I think you've misunderstood. Kin's situation is not what you think, Yugen explained, expending some effort to clarify Kin's background. Kin would require several witnesses for her to establish residency in Konoha. Otherwise, summoning a ninja from the hidden grass would make it challenging to gain the trust of others. Naturally, if Konoha could not accept Kin, it would suffice for her to simply accompany him without becoming a Konoha ninja. Information about this can easily be gathered in the hidden grass. I trust you need not doubt her too much. I will take her to meet the 3rd Hokage, Yugen added, producing a scroll marked with the earth symbol. However, before we delve into that, we should prioritize passing this examination. I have obtained an earth scroll from a ninja of the hidden grass, sufficient for one of our teams to pass the assessment. Then all we need is one more scroll to pass together. Ino exclaimed cheerfully. I have one as well. Without waiting for their excitement to settle, Sasuke revealed another earth scroll from his belongings, stating, I happen to have one here as well. The group was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden acquisition of a scroll. The unexpected double fortune left them momentarily speechless. Is this the sensation of effortless victory? How delightful it is to have Sasuke as a teammate. Ino and the others thought enviously. Having secured the scrolls, the 7-member party resolved not to linger any longer. After devouring the bear that Yugen had brought back, they set off toward the central tower. As night fell, they soon arrived at their destination. Upon submitting their 2 scrolls, they officially passed the examination. The second examination was to last 5 days, yet Yugen and his team completed it on the very first day. Nevertheless, they were not the first team to pass. That honor belonged to Gaara's team from the Sand Village. If it were not for the matters concerning Orochimaru, it is doubtful that Yagyu and his companions would have been any slower than Gaara and his team. However, whether they completed the exams earlier or later was of little concern to Yagyu. For them, merely passing the examination was of paramount importance. In the Hokage building, an array of events over the past few days had left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling rather overwhelmed. One incident involved Yagyu of the Moonlight Clan innocently killing Tosu, a candidate from the Sound Village, which complicated his plans for a potential alliance with them. The Sound Village was participating in the Chunin exams for the first time, and while they were merely a small ninja village, this could signify a positive development for Konoha. Now, due to Yagyu's actions, he had to contemplate how to secure the forgiveness of the Sound Village's leader in order to continue their collaboration. Another troubling discovery during the examination was the deaths of 3 ninjas from the Grass Village outside the testing grounds. While it was anticipated that casualties might occur during the second round of exams, and the news could be contained to avoid straining relations with the Grass Village, the matter grew more complicated with the presence of 3 unidentified individuals infiltrating the testing area. According to Akane, one of these individuals might be Orochimaru, his beloved yet despised apprentice. Orochimaru, what brings you back this time? Sarutobi mused softly, his pipe clenched between his teeth as he contemplated the night sky over Konoha. Suddenly, a masked Umbu member appeared in the Hokage's office. Lord Third, Yagyu and his team have successfully passed the second round of the exams. Chapter 99. The third surprise at this hour, they have just passed? Sarutobi's voice was low, tinged with dissatisfaction regarding Yagyu's pace. Lord Third, Shikamaru's team has also passed the exam, nearly simultaneously with Yagyu's group. Oh, Shikamaru's team? Sarutobi pondered. I recall that Shikamaru has a good rapport with Yagyu, correct? Indeed. Lord Third, that explains it then. The news had already reached the Hokage's office that Gaara's team from the Sand Village had participated in the morning examination and passed in the afternoon. Yagyu's group had lagged significantly behind Gaara's, which could hardly please Sarutobi. After all, Yagyu possessed strength surpassing Kakashi's. How could an elite Jonin team be outperformed by mere genin from the Sand Village? Unless there was a special reason, Sarutobi would need to re-evaluate the leniency he had shown Yagyu. Only those of value deserve preferential treatment. Otherwise, they are cast aside. It was just like this Chunin exam. Yagyu had not only received special treatment from the supervising Jonin, but had also been allowed to act with impunity during the exam. All of this was predicated on the value that Yagyu held. Because of his worth, Sarutobi could forego certain benefits for Konoha in order to preserve Yagyu's standing with the Sound Village. Furthermore, it was precisely due to Yagyu's value that Sarutobi was so invested in his development. Otherwise, the success of an ordinary genin would hardly warrant the attention of a village leader. This individual not only needed to pass the exam himself, but also assisted others in doing so. Were it not for the absence of rankings in this examination, he might have found his first place stolen away. Sarutobi wore an expression of frustration mingled with a hint of a smile. A talented Yagyu was what he had always hoped for. A Yagyu bound to Konoha, who understood the importance of contributing to the village, was even more desirable. As long as Yagyu had ties to Konoha, he would be unable to forsake the village and would naturally become a valuable asset. There is one more matter, Lord Third. What is it? Yagyu has taken in a ninja from the Grass Village, and he hopes you can protect her. What kind of Grass Village ninja? In the past, Sarutobi would never have considered such an act of seizing a person from another village. However, since this individual was important to Yagyu, he would give it due consideration. Perhaps there was something exceptional about her. However, reflecting on the recent events, it seemed that many of them were tied to the Grass Village. Could something significant be brewing there? Had Orochimaru set his sights on the grass village? Without granting Sarutobi further time for contemplation, the Umbu ninja continued. She is a red-haired girl, seemingly lacking in combat ability. The rest of my subordinates are unaware of any further details. However, Yagyu mentioned that she belongs to the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan. The mention of this name caused Sarutobi to interrupt the Umbu. Are you certain? The Uzumaki clan. Yes, my subordinate is certain. Quickly, take me to see her and Yagyu. Why did the land of whirlpools fall into ruin? Was it not due to the overwhelming talents of the Uzumaki clan? Their potential instilled fear in others, prompting a collective effort to extinguish the nation. While Konoha had not overtly intervened, it was clear they did not assist the land of whirlpools during its siege by other nations, indicating their apprehension towards the clan's power. Especially after the death of the first Hokage, Konoha's strength diminished, rendering them unable to pose a threat to the other four great nations. If the Uzumaki clan were allowed to rise again, who could predict whether they would turn against their former ally? Human beings are inherently selfish. The relationships between nations are forever dictated by self-interest. When the first Hokage was alive, there was no fear of the land of whirlpools growing powerful. For no one could surpass the first Hokage. After his demise, however, everyone feared the might of the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, everyone coveted their power, which led to various villages accepting the orphans of the Uzumaki clan. Konoha's acceptance of Kushina Uzumaki was originally to create a vessel for the tailed beasts. With Kushina gone, only Naruto Uzumaki remained. Thus, Naruto became Konoha's sole choice for the Jinchuriki. But if the day ever came when Naruto also perished, who would take on that role? Lacking a backup, Sarutobi had implemented numerous protective measures for Naruto, including concealing his identity and having the Umbu monitor him around the clock. Now that Yagyu had informed him of an orphan from the Uzumaki clan seeking refuge in Konoha, Sarutobi could hardly contain his excitement. Although they did not require the orphan's assistance immediately, having an alternative was a different matter altogether. The existence of a Jinchuriki is significant. While no one wishes to rely on their power, possessing one is a distinct advantage over those who do not. Aside from the village leader, Konoha's foremost fighting power lies in its Jinchuriki. In many respects, a Jinchuriki can rival several Kage-level combatants. It is crucial to recognize the immense difficulty in cultivating a Kage-level fighter. Over the years, Konoha had only managed to produce a handful of such talents. Conversely, a Jinchuriki provides a consistent source of Kage-level strength. What a power both fearsome and coveted. Eager to meet the girl, Sarutobi even utilized the body flicker technique, traversing the night sky of Konoha alongside the Umbu. It had been years since he had exerted himself in such a manner. He recalled the last time he had done so was during the elimination of Danzo's supporters. That person had been his once favored apprentice, Orochimaru, in the Death Forest. The third Hokage, who was not supposed to appear for another 4 days, surprised the remaining proctoring ninjas, leaving them astonished. Lord Third, as the lead proctor of this examination, Mitarashi Anko stood at the forefront of the monitoring ninjas. Anko, have there been any updates on Orochimaru? Anko's face contorted with anger before she reluctantly replied, as of now, there is no concrete information. We have scoured the Death Forest and found only the corpses of summoned beasts from the Dragon Cave. Oh, you have yet to encounter Orochimaru. Who then has engaged him in battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss, momentarily setting aside his urgent desire to meet with Karen. Mitarashi Anko shook her head. According to reports from all supervising shinobi, there had been no outsiders infiltrating the Forest of Death during this time. The only individuals present in the Forest of Death, apart from the candidates, should be Orochimaru and his 2 subordinates. If we dismiss the possibility of Orochimaru and his subordinates being involved in the conflict, the only candidates who could have clashed with Orochimaru are the participants themselves. Chapter 100, Uzumaki Karen. Sarutobi, upon encountering Karen for the first time, inquired, have any candidates fallen victim? The scene revealed no corpses of candidates. However, other examiners had sporadically reported sightings of candidates' bodies elsewhere. Given that casualties are naturally expected in such examinations, and that candidates often engage in lethal confrontations, it remains unclear whether any deaths were orchestrated by Orochimaru or resulted from candidate-on-candidate violence. Anko replied. Sarutobi's brow furrowed with concern. Anko tentatively asked, should we suspend the Chunin exams? No, Sarutobi decisively countered. I will continue to dispatch more Umbu into the Forest of Death. The Chunin exams cannot be paused. This examination encompasses numerous critical matters, and even if we were to halt it, the daimyo and the noble families would never consent. Indeed, although the Chunin exams occur biannually, not every instance carries the same significance. This particular examination attracts a multitude of nobles, and even the fourth Kazekage from Sunigakure is expected to attend. To suspend the exam over a mere rogue from Konoha would render us incapable in the eyes of others. Not only would that diminish Konoha's reputation among the people of Sunigakure, but it could also lead the daimyo to reduce Konoha's funding. His position as Hokage would be jeopardized. The daimyo have no shortage of candidates for the role of Hokage. I recall that Yagyu Tsukikage passed the exam, correct? Anko, take me to see him. Please follow me. The matter of Yagyu sheltering a rogue from Kusagakure is known only to Anko and the Yumbu. There are still many others supervising Chunin present. Sarutobi wished to keep the information about Konoha harboring the orphan of the Uzumaki clan under wraps. He preferred that Karen remained a hidden asset for Konoha. As the second round of the Chunin exam spans 5 days, all candidates are prohibited from leaving the Forest of Death until the results are announced. Even those who have already passed the examination are subject to this rule. Candidates like Yagyu and Gaara are typically assigned a room to reside in until the results are revealed. Currently, Yagyu's team is situated in one of the rooms of the central tower, room 404. Knock, knock, knock. Sarutobi politely rapped on Yagyu's door before announcing, "Yagyu, may I enter?" Whose voice is that? So familiar. A voice from within pondered. An old man? And a lower-tier candidate of such advanced age? Do you think that could be the third Hokage's voice? The bustling sounds from inside caused both Sarutobi and Anko to exchange bemused glances. Isn't this a single room? Why are so many voices conversing? Furthermore, is there truly no one who recognizes the voice of your benevolent third Hokage, who assigns your tasks daily? Cough, cough. I am the third Hokage, Yagyu. Are you currently occupied? If so, I can return later. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing a stoic face before them. Come in, Sasuke said coldly. Thank you, Sarutobi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, and he squeezed in alongside Anko. Before entering, he had never anticipated that such a small single room could accommodate so many individuals. Yagyu Tsukikage, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Karen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Mitarashi Anko. Had it not been for Shikamaru and Choji's absence, they would likely have had to converse outside. This must be Karen, Sarutobi remarked as he patiently observed her for a while before speaking. The wait was excruciating for Karen. She feared rejection from Sarutobi, but fortunately, his tone was relatively gentle. Yes, that is me. Are your parents still alive? Karen's gaze dimmed as she lowered her head. I have never met my father. I only recall my mother taking me from place to place until we finally settled in Kusagakure. And your mother? Her name was Uzumaki Mieko. In reality, Karen should have borne the Uzumaki surname, but her mother had lived a life of evasion, and Karen's birth was merely an accident. To prevent Karen from facing the same fate, Uzumaki Mieko chose not to give her daughter a surname. Of course, this was merely her hopeful wish, which never came to fruition. Sarutobi pondered for a moment, but could not recall anyone by the name of Uzumaki Mieko. It seemed this individual was not particularly renowned within the Uzumaki clan, likely known only to the non-direct lineages. May I inquire about your abilities? Of course. Although if you prefer not to disclose, that is also acceptable, Sarutobi said with a smile, his eyes narrowing. His demeanor appeared affable and non-coercive. However, should Karen refuse to share, her prospects in Konoha would require further deliberation. Despite her awareness of the stakes, Karen revealed her ability to heal others' wounds and restore their chakra. As for the abilities of the Kagaya clan, Yagyu advised her to remain discreet. While the ability to heal through skin contact was indeed alluring, Konoha was not Kusagakure. Sarutobi was a man of dignity and would not use Karen as a mere tool. Matters concerning the honor of female shinobi were not to be trifled with, otherwise, it would severely tarnish his reputation. Sarutobi had many flaws, but hypocrisy was not one of them. At the very least, he was enamored with the facade of righteousness. As Yagyu had anticipated, upon learning that Karen's ability involved healing others through skin contact, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped she would possess the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques or other valuable skills, thus providing him with a reason to reassign her. Had Sarutobi known of Karen's Kagaya abilities, he would have undoubtedly promoted her to the reconnaissance unit, then maneuvered her into the Yumbu through various means. Only by integrating her into the Yumbu could Sarutobi experience the sensation of having a true shinobi at his side. Otherwise, he would always feel that his subordinates could be poached by others, just as Orochimaru had once been. He had previously considered bringing Orochimaru into the Yumbu, yet Orochimaru ultimately chose to join Root instead. Had Orochimaru been his ally, what cruelty could he have inflicted without concern? But alas, after an initial exchange with Karen, Sarutobi proposed the idea of taking her with him. Naturally, He hypocritically presented her with two options, yet this time. Karen opted not to accompany Sarutobi, but chose to remain with Yagyu. This decision left Sarutobi somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, despite his dissatisfaction, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, encouraging Yagyu to take good care of Karen while he attended to matters concerning Kusugakure. In truth, dealing with Kusugakure was not particularly challenging. After all, both of Karen's companions had perished, and from then on, as long as Karen concealed her identity and continued to live in Konoha, all would be well. However, whenever a situation appears deceptively simple, it often conceals a multitude of unforeseen difficulties. Chapter 101. Sarutobi's New Concerns. Danzo sets his sights on Karen. Outside room 404. A figure stealthily departed. Yagyu, have you encountered any particularly formidable foes in the Forest of Death? Having resolved the matter concerning Karen, Sarutobi began to inquire about Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had engaged in combat with the examinees within the Forest of Death without inflicting any casualties, then it must be Yagami Tsukuyomi who possesses such capabilities. Tsukuyomi, aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries, did not conceal the truth and replied, I encountered a formidable ninja from the grass village. Sasuke was unable to match him and was compelled to retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized upon two critical pieces of information from Tsukuyomi's statement: the existence of a ninja from the grass village and that Sasuke had successfully withdrawn from the confrontation. Oh, were you not present during Sasuke's battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. At that time, I had gone to another side with Sakura and Ino. Sasuke was only with Shikamaru and Choji, Tsukuyomi answered. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded toward the figure of Anko behind him, signaling her to depart, presumably to seek out the two for their accounts. Was the grass village ninja you faced a companion of Karen? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his questioning. No. I killed Karen's two companions. That fellow escaped, Tsukuyomi stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he recounted such chilling events. Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to discern Tsukuyomi's true allegiance to Konoha. Was Tsukuyomi's entire existence in Konoha merely a facade? Moreover, how could one slay the companions of a girl and yet extend an invitation for her to join him? Such actions seemed unfathomable. Most astonishingly, this girl named Karen had consented. Could beauty truly hold such power? Ahem, Tsukuyomi, are you implying that you drove away the grass village ninja who forced Sasuke to retreat? Indeed. How mundane. Do you realize who you might have driven off? Orochimaru, my most esteemed disciple. Does he not summon serpent-like summoning beasts? Indeed. Confirmed. The grass village ninja who confronted Tsukuyomi and Sasuke must have been the infiltrating Orochimaru. Yet, it was unexpected that Tsukuyomi could repel Orochimaru, and that Uchiha Sasuke could escape his grasp. Were the talents of these two youths truly so formidable? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to worry about his ability to control both Yagami Tsukuyomi and Uchiha Sasuke. If Tsukuyomi and Sasuke were merely Chunin in strength, he would not be overly concerned. However, should Tsukuyomi's prowess reach that of a Kage, achieving such heights at such a tender age, would he still be content to serve under me? Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly anxious over the possibility of Tsukuyomi becoming the next Orochimaru. The proximity between Uchiha Sasuke and Yagami Tsukuyomi was alarming. He resolved that after the Chunin exams, he must devise a method to separate the two. The talents of Tsukuyomi and Sasuke filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with trepidation, and their connection only exacerbated his concerns. He did not fear an abundance of geniuses in Konoha. Rather, he feared unstable geniuses, those who could not be utilized for his purposes, those beyond his control. Initially, he had felt secure in nurturing Tsukuyomi, given his lineage from the Yagami clan and the assurance of Yagami Hikari. However, now, Tsukuyomi had surpassed his grasp. Could he truly be of use to me if he possesses strength that even Orochimaru cannot rival? And what of Uchiha Sasuke? If one day Sasuke were to learn the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, would he still serve Konoha? Would Tsukuyomi side with Sasuke? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, the more he felt that Tsukuyomi and Sasuke could not remain in the same team. He now regretted not separating them sooner, as their current bond had deepened to an extent that he feared splitting them would be futile. Had Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara been able to collaborate, there would have been no other ninja villages to contend with, nor second or third shinobi world wars. Konoha would have long since unified the ninja world. With a clearer understanding of Orochimaru's movements, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed room 404 with a heavy heart rather than elation. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he awaited the report from Mitarashi Anko, only to be met with an unexpected visitor. Sarutobi, I hear you intend to accept a girl from the Uzumaki clan of the Grass Village? It would be a waste for such talent to remain just an ordinary ninja under your command. Why not entrust her to my root? I will ensure she becomes a weapon to protect Konoha. The voice arrived before the figure, and Danzo's aged yet sinister presence made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel ill at ease. Danzo, where did you hear such news? There is no such matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of how Danzo had acquired this information, but he was certain it was not through legitimate means, thus he needed only to firmly deny it. Even as the leader of Root, he dared not act against his ninjas. Heh! As Danzo entered the Hokage's office, the bandaged arms and eyes made his frail form appear even more decrepit. Whether or not this matter exists, you know well, Sarutobi. The Jinchuriki already has someone. Allowing this orphan of the Uzumaki clan to remain in Konoha is a waste. I possess secret techniques to develop the abilities of the Uzumaki clan. If you would only hand her over to me. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted loudly, asserting, I hope you understand that until I step down, I am still the Hokage. What I say is final. If you dare to recklessly seize Konoha's ninjas, do not blame me for removing you as the leader of Root. With the discussion reaching such a critical juncture, there was little more to be said. Danzo could only snort in response and turn to leave. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Once outside the Hokage's office, Danzo clenched his fists in silence. Hokage, you shall soon cease to be. Enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to Danzo's threats. He had heard that phrase countless times from Danzo's lips, yet in the struggle for power, he had consistently emerged victorious. It was the vanquished who resorted to empty boasts. Hokage-sama, Mitarashi Anko has returned with a report. Speak. What do Shikamaru and Choji have to say? Their accounts are roughly consistent with what Yagami Tsukuyami stated. But they claim that Tsukuyami single-handedly drove off the Grass Village ninja, which I find hard to believe. This is based on Tsukuyami's own words. They did not witness it firsthand. Oh, did no one else see it? According to Shikamaru and Choji, from the moment they encountered the Grass Village ninja, they had not seen Tsukuyami, and it was later that Haruno Sakura and Ino rescued them. Moreover, they mentioned that Sasuke had not witnessed Tsukuyami's battle with the Grass Village ninja either. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered deeply, realizing that this new information led him to consider the possibility that Tsukuyami might be exaggerating. Mitarashi Anko had previously been cast aside by Orochimaru, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him, yet also a measure of admiration, at least in terms of strength. Thus, Anko found it implausible that a boy freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy could defeat someone she had struggled against her entire life. Furthermore, there were indeed no eyewitnesses to corroborate the events. Chapter 102. The rooftop explodes with gold coins. While Anko's perspective presented a possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not believe that Tsukuyami would resort to such deception. This was entirely inconsistent with Tsukuyami's usual demeanor of indifference to fame and fortune. Yet, could it be that Tsukuyami's outwardly humble nature was merely a guise? Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions of Tsukuyami began to mount, and his doubts showed no signs of abating. At that moment, another Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, donned in a cat-faced mask, with long purple hair and a long blade strapped to their back. Third Hokage. Traces of Orochimaru have been discovered in the back mountains of Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Mitarashi Anko exclaimed excitedly, Third Hokage. I believe. Anko, you are no match for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Although Mitarashi Anko may not be considered an exceptionally outstanding jonin, she is undeniably loyal to her duties as a shinobi, and she does not wish for her to meet her demise. I have a way to perish alongside him, Anko declared with resolute determination. Observing the unwavering resolve in her eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only acquiesce with a resigned expression. Very well, go ahead. I shall allow you in. No, Hokage-sama. I am sufficient on my own. With that, Anko vanished in an instant, leaving Yuin with words unspoken. Yuin, do you have something to convey? Indeed, Lord Third. In a forsaken training ground at the back mountain, there are traces of a battle involving Orochimaru, and the event occurred not too long ago. Moreover, I have spotted Konohamaru and Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Konohamaru? Is Orochimaru targeting the Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt of alarm. Have you seen the Umbu responsible for protecting Naruto? What of Ebisu? Lord Third, we have not seen that particular Umbu, nor have we encountered Ebisu. Yuin replied. While it was understandable that Ebisu was absent, given that his mischievous grandson was difficult to manage, the disappearance of the Umbu tasked with monitoring Naruto was troubling. Had they perished at Orochimaru's hands while safeguarding Naruto? At this juncture, Hiruzen could not help but ponder the implications. Ambushing candidates in the Death Forest. Assassinating the Jinchuriki's guardian at the back of Konoha. Perhaps Orochimaru's initial intent was indeed the Jinchuriki. He is aware of the true identity of the Jinchuriki and knows that Naruto is of graduation age this year, intending to emulate that masked man from years past. Though tenuous, this is currently the most plausible explanation for Orochimaru's incursion into Konoha. Yuin, how many Umbu are currently by Naruto's side? Aside from myself, our team is engaged in protecting Konohamaru and Naruto. Summon Konohamaru back, and also call upon the Shiranui Gunma and his team to ensure Naruto's safety throughout the Chunin exam. Understood. Orochimaru remains oblivious to the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to his battle with Yagyu, has inadvertently diverted a Jonin squad's attention away from the unobserved Jinchuriki. Had he known, he would undoubtedly mock Hiruzen for his apparent folly. In the streets of Konoha, Mitarashi Anko darted through the shadows of the night, leaping across rooftops. She was racing toward the back mountains, hoping to find Orochimaru and repay him for the grievances and injustices she had endured due to him over the years. Suddenly, a wave of danger surged toward her as she ran. Sensing the threat, Anko halted, her gaze fixated on the source of the terrifying presence before her. There stood a figure both familiar and foreign. Orochimaru. Without a moment's hesitation, Anko propelled herself forward at her utmost speed, shadow snake hand. With her left hand, she unleashed several venomous snakes to ensnare Orochimaru. In the next moment, she lunged closer, her fingers grasping his, and began forming hand seals. Secret technique, twin snakes mutual destruction. Just as Anko prepared to unleash her devastating technique, a mocking voice resonated from behind her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you planning to take your own life, Anko? A serpentine head slithered into view beside her, coldly flicking its tongue. The Orochimaru she aimed to perish with transformed into a mass of mud. Are you bitter about my abandoning you back then? The oppressive weight of his power rendered Anko speechless. She longed to chastise him. Yet the cursed seal on her neck throbbed painfully. You are already a special Jonin of Konoha. Why do you still rely on the techniques I once taught you? Is it that you cannot bear to part with me? Enough with your nonsense. You, the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. We have long been adversaries. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru delicately caressed Anko's cheek, and she could not shake the disquieting sensation that she glimpsed a hint of the tenderness he once exhibited as her mentor. Then strive to surpass me, and prove that my abandonment of you was a mistake. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru withdrew his hand, his form gradually dissolving into mud. Anko, in her frustration, struck the rooftop of a nearby house with a furious punch. Who is it? Darling, it seems someone is on the roof? Surely not. In the dead of night, could it be a thief? Perhaps it is just a ninja passing through on a mission, you know? Konoha is bustling with activity due to the Chunin exams. It could very well be an accident. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Hokage Tower to inquire. Oh, darling, look. Look at what? The roof is exploding with gold coins. Anko, feeling a pang of regret, left behind a pouch of money to appease the residents, who were preparing to lodge a complaint about the damage done. Because of her impulsive act, she realized she would have to forego eating dumplings for the next month. Sighing, she cast a lingering glance at the direction where Orochimaru had departed before making her way, unsteadily, toward the Hokage's office. The effects of the cursed seal made it difficult for her to control her chakra. She had no choice but to rely on her physical strength to return. Had she heeded Hiruzen's advice and brought more companions along, perhaps she could have apprehended Orochimaru, rather than leaving with empty threats, like a stray dog returning home in disgrace. Upon reflection, she realized she had been overly overconfident. Since her abandonment by Orochimaru, her strength had stagnated. The jutsu she now wielded were still those taught to her by him, suggesting she had remained ensnared in the fears of betrayal and distrust from her peers for years. Leave me alone, and allow me to grow stronger, Orochimaru. What are your true intentions? Did you abandon me because of my talent? The thought of her former weakness and her current state of powerlessness filled her with distress. Imagining that her forsaking teacher would now look upon her with relief and joy only deepened her anguish. Clenching her fists and pressing against the cursed seal on her neck, she seethed, "Damn you, Orochimaru. I shall surely kill you." Chapter 103. An unexpected elimination in the arena. The news of Anko's encounter with Orochimaru took Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. He had assumed Orochimaru had departed long ago and did not expect him to meet Anko alone. Was there some connection between them? However, Anko's expression of indignation seemed genuine, and if there were any ties, they surely wouldn't resort to such theatrics. It would be far more prudent to conceal themselves discreetly. Is Orochimaru feeling nostalgic? Hiruzen pondered how he might leverage the bond between Orochimaru and Anko. For days swiftly passed, and during this time, Orochimaru made no further appearances. As the second phase of the exam drew to a close, the supervising Chunin finally breathed a sigh of relief. In years past, such tasks had been exceedingly simple, as they merely needed to ensure the genin did not stray from the death forest and that outsiders did not intrude. Who would dare to invade the venue of the Chunin exams? Alas, this time one did. An S-rank rogue ninja. A legendary ninja of Konoha on par with the Hokage. Due to Orochimaru's incursion, the supervising Chunins had been deprived of sleep for the past few days. Now, as the exam neared its conclusion, they could finally relax a little. As for the candidates, Yagyu and his team had spent 4 days lounging in the central tower. Eating, drinking, and sleeping, the time had quietly slipped away. Of course, not everyone had taken the same approach as Yagyu. Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Uchiha Sasuke had engaged in rigorous training over these 4 days. Yagyu understood Sasuke's commitment to self-discipline and training. However, the sudden fervor exhibited by Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino left him perplexed. Yet, he had no intention of delving into their motivations. Every individual, at various stages of their lives, harbors their own unique aspirations. On one day, Yagyu hoped for a life of simplicity, nestled in a quaint locale, surrounded by a multitude of wives and concubines, reveling in blissful contentment. On another day, he might yearn for solitary adventures, to explore the world and wander far and wide. No one can guarantee that their life will be defined by a single pursuit, nor dedicate their entire existence to it. Even the disciplined Sasuke is not exempt. Once he exacts his vengeance and the dust settles, will he continue to strive for mastery? Yagyu pondered. Hence he was reluctant to disclose the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre to him. Of course, this was also due to Sasuke's insufficient strength. He lacked even an S-rank ninjutsu, possessed only a 2-tomo Sharingan, and his taijutsu was merely at the jounin level. With no proficiency in ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, what grounds did he have for revenge? Merely a heart yearning for retribution? In this era, not only love demands realism, but vengeance does as well. To prevent Sasuke from perishing due to his own recklessness, Yagyu resolved not to let him uncover the truth too soon. However, Sasuke's progress had indeed been rather sluggish. He required further training. The 3-tomo Sharingan should be awakened. At the heart of the first level of the central tower, all candidates who passed the examination gathered. Alongside the jounin from various villages, proctors, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A total of 14 teams participated in the second stage of the Chunin exam, comprising 42 individuals, with only 6 teams, totaling 18 individuals, having passed. The number of casualties in this examination remained unknown. More than half had failed. Indeed, as Mitarashi Anko stated, at least half of them had to be eliminated. Regrettably, too many candidates had succeeded. A month later, nobles and wealthy merchants from various nations, as well as prominent figures from Sunagakure, would arrive to spectate. These dignitaries had little time to observe numerous matches, necessitating an additional elimination round before the 3rd stage. Only 10 candidates would be eligible for the final Chunin exam, so an extra elimination round would be held, utilizing a tournament format to eliminate 8 superfluous participants. Aside from the customary praise and encouragement from the 3rd Hokage, the remaining proceedings were devoid of any unnecessary banter. Mitarashi Anko stepped down, and the proctor for the 3rd stage, Tsukikid Shikaku, would preside over this elimination round. Only one arena would be set up, allowing candidates to choose to defend the stage or challenge the defender. A successful defense would advance them to the finals, while a failure would result in elimination. Should a challenger defeat the defender, they would advance, while failure would lead to pending status. This rule was relatively unfair for the defender, as they had but one chance, whereas challengers could have multiple opportunities. Yet, it conveyed a clear message. Only the truly strong could defend the stage. Those lacking confidence could remain below and challenge weaker opponents for a chance to advance. Now, who will step forward to defend the stage? Tsukikid Shikaku inquired, surveying the 18 candidates below. Among them were 12 from Konoha, 3 from Sunagakure, and 3 from Amigakure. The 12 from Konoha consisted of 9 newcomers, and the team, led by Hyuga. Surprisingly, Kabuto and his associates did not pass the second stage as they did in the original story. The 3 from Otogakure were absent due to the presence of Yagyu. This unexpected turn of events altered the rules of the additional examination, catching Yagyu off guard. In the arena, Yagyu stood at the forefront of the candidates. Yet he had no intention of being the first to ascend. Should he take the stage, no one would dare challenge him. Even Gaara would refrain from doing so. The first match commencing without a challenger seemed rather dull. Thus, he sought to observe if any unfortunate soul would step forward, allowing him to eliminate them. While Yagyu harbored such insidious thoughts, the others were wary of Yagyu's formidable presence. Gaara was eager to be the first to defend the stage, but was halted by Temari. Gaara, Since Yagyu has not taken the stage, you cannot either. You must participate in the third stage of the Chunin exam. The plan was for Gaara to meet with two Kage after passing the Chunin exam, then ambush Sarutobi Hiruzen as a Jinchuriki. If successful, he would likely eliminate Hiruzen, aiding Tsunegakure in defeating Konoha. Thus, Gaara could not afford to be eliminated here or exert himself fully. Gaara halted, casting a cold glance at Temari, and replied indifferently, "Do not command me again, or I cannot guarantee I won't kill you." Temari broke out in a cold sweat and apologized. "I'm sorry, Gaara. This is the teacher's order." Only Maki and Raza and Tsunegakure could confront the emotionally volatile Gaara. Sometimes Temari's words would reach him, but not always. It depended on Gaara's mood. After all, what sort of emotions could a monster that hadn't slept in years possess? Ultimately, Gaara acquiesced to Temari's request, retreating to his original position. Yagyu observed this exchange with a slight smile. He had no intention of obstructing Gaara's path to the third stage. Gaara had always been the opponent he envisioned for Sasuke, a potential catalyst for Sasuke's latent abilities. Thus, even if Gaara were to ascend and defend the stage, he would not challenge him. Chapter 104. The first match of the arena. The Crow Puppet. Noticing the prolonged silence with no one stepping forward to defend the stage, Tsukikage Shikaku grew somewhat impatient and urged, "If no one wishes to defend the stage." Before he could finish, a figure leaped onto the arena. This individual donned a black hooded cloak, adorned with purple markings on their face, and bore a bandaged object on their back, the contents unknown. "Hey, 12 from Konoha passed the second stage, yet none dare take the lead? Allow me to take the first step. Although there are only 3 of us from Tsunegakure, we did not rely on luck to pass the test." The implication of Kankuro's words insinuated that while many from Konoha succeeded, it was not solely due to their prowess, but rather fortune. He deliberately provoked Konoha's lower-ranked ninjas, even locking eyes with Yagyu. He sought to exchange blows with Yagyu to provide Gaara with a chance to advance. Yagyu easily saw through this crude tactic. He would not be provoked by Kankuro's taunts. Konoha had many capable individuals who could handle such a minor character. "Are you not afraid I will target Gaara? I shall not ascend the stage early, but rather, I will increase your psychological pressure." Yagyu dismissed Kankuro's provocations, while the others from Konoha could not simply ignore it. The most vocal among them were Inuzuka Kiba, Rock Lee, Haruno Sakura, and Yamanaka Ino. Kiba exclaimed, "That arrogant fool, to be so dismissive. Watch as Akamaru, and I teach him a lesson." Lee chimed in, "Let me take the stage. This guy is overstepping." Sakura added, "How dare he act so arrogantly in Konoha?" Ino seethed, "This is infuriating. Shikamaru, go teach him a lesson." Shikamaru replied, "Huh?" as the Konoha group clamored. The individual who finally took the stage surprised everyone. Amidst the anger of the Konoha participants, a figure quietly stepped onto the arena. "Huh, Shino?" The crowd looked on in astonishment as Aburame Shino, usually reserved and unassuming, was the first to challenge. It seemed he wished to avoid fighting his fellow villagers. Hence his early entry onto the stage. Hinata elucidated a point for Shino, and the crowd finally grasped the situation. In this examination, only 10 individuals could advance, with each round allowing only one victor. In essence, there would be a total of 10 battles, regardless of whether the challenger or the defender emerged victorious. A single advancement slot would be claimed. Those who challenged earlier would have the privilege of selecting their opponents, while those who procrastinated would find themselves compelled to contend against their own comrades from Konoha. After all, Tsunegakure and Amigakure together only consisted of 6 participants. Even if they all failed the examination, 2 would inevitably be eliminated in combat against their own allies. Upon taking the stage, Shino exuded an air of aloofness, uttering not a single word. Yagura, unable to contain his anticipation, wasted no time in announcing the rules. The duel must not result in the loss of life. A party would be deemed defeated if they conceded or could no longer fight upon falling. Do both sides have any objections? None, the 2 replied in unison. Thus, the match commenced. As the words left his lips, neither contender moved. They appeared to be scrutinizing each other's vulnerabilities, yet beneath this facade, they were quietly executing subtle maneuvers. Kankuro slowly released chakra threads with his fingers, while Shino deftly maneuvered his insects stealthily towards Kankuro. Mere seconds later, Kankuro, prepared ahead of time, made his move first. He flung a chakra thread with one hand, sending 5 poisoned kunai hurtling towards Shino. With a swift retreat, Shino easily evaded, countering by launching a kunai of his own at Kankuro. To everyone's astonishment, Kankuro did the unthinkable. He did not dodge. Is this fellow out of his mind? Such thoughts coursed through the minds of the spectators, save for Gaara, who remained unfazed, and Temari, who wore a smirk. Thud. The kunai embedded itself within Kankuro's body, producing a dull sound. Something sounds amiss, Niji Hyuga remarked nonchalantly. What do you mean? Lee asked curiously. When a kunai pierces flesh, it shouldn't emit such a sound. It resembles wood being penetrated, Tintin explained. Wood? How could a human body possibly resemble wood? Lee questioned, yet the unfolding scene on the arena swiftly clarified his doubts. In an exaggerated display, Kankuro suddenly opened his mouth wide, expelling several shuriken. The abruptness of the attack caught Shino off guard, and despite his quick reflexes, he could not evade all of them. 2 shuriken struck his shoulder. He hastily removed them, only to find his wounds turning a sinister shade of purple. Poison? How vile! Woof! Woof! Inuzuka Kiba growled in outrage at his companion's injury, yet he could do nothing to halt the battle. After all, the tournament rules permitted the use of poison, provided one did not kill their opponent. Even spewing-tailed beast bombs was permissible. Realizing he had been poisoned, Shino had no recourse but to sever the chakra in his arm to slow the toxin's spread. His jutsu did not require hand signs. He merely needed to wait until the insects approached his opponent. Behold, I told you, carrying antidotes is of utmost importance. Had Shino possessed an antidote at that moment, the tide of battle would have shifted dramatically, rendering Kankuro's ambush ineffective. Yagura flaunted his past experiences to Sakura, who nodded in agreement, affirming the importance of lifelong learning. Submit now. You are poisoned. Within 3 minutes, you shall lose your fighting capacity, and in 5 minutes, you may meet your demise. The voice emanated from the bandaged figure, surprising all with the revelation that this puppet master concealed himself within the wrappings, allowing the puppet to fight in his stead. Such treachery. Many spectators pondered whether they would have fallen prey to Kankuro's puppet manipulation had they not discerned it in time. Most believed they might have. Yet they did not concede defeat. Mastery of puppetry did not equate to superior strength, and defeating Kankuro before the poison took hold should suffice. Shino appeared to share this sentiment, striving to maintain his composure despite the sweat dripping from his brow. Still hoping for a turnaround? In that case, I shall expedite your departure. Kankuro switched places with his puppet, skillfully directing the crow puppet to hurl itself at Shino. The speed rivaled that of a chunin in full sprint. The crow puppet, glinting menacingly with 6 blades, lunged directly at Shino's chest. Under the influence of the toxin, Shino's speed faltered, and after several clumsy dodges, he was struck once more. The balance of power had shifted, and victory seemed all but assured. Suddenly, the crow halted in its tracks. Chapter 105, the second match of the tournament, an unexpected duel. Observing the crow puppet's inexplicable pause, Kankuro yanked forcefully, only to stumble back several steps due to his excessive force. Raising his hands, he discovered that the chakra threads he had been controlling had been severed by the insects. Just as he prepared to regain control of the puppet, he was met with the sight of countless insects swarming over the crow. This meant that any contact with his threads would result in them being gnawed apart by the insects. Currently, he was utterly incapable of commanding the puppet in battle. To make matters worse, a multitude of insects began crawling toward him across the arena. Lacking proficiency in any ninjutsu beyond puppetry, he could only frantically employ kunai and shuriken to fend off the pests. Yet, it was evidently a futile endeavor. In no time, he was completely engulfed by the insects, leading to his unfortunate defeat. The first match of the tournament concluded with the challenger emerging victorious. Kankuro was permanently eliminated. The insects under Shino's command were known as parasitic worms, thriving by consuming their host's chakra. These worms had been nurtured within Shino's body since childhood, rendering them highly sensitive to chakra. Once Shino transmitted chakra signals to them, they could maneuver, attack, and form formations at his behest. These insects were minuscule, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. This was the reason behind Kankuro's defeat. However, this did not imply that Shino's insects were invincible. They lacked formidable offensive power and agility. Their advantage lay solely in their numbers and stealth. Had Kankuro been aware of Shino's abilities, these insects would have posed little threat to any ninja. I never imagined Shino would triumph. He usually keeps a low profile, yet he exhibited such combat prowess. Truly, he is a worthy teammate. Ha! Woof. The first to secure a spot in the third round was his companion, Inuzuka Kiba, who felt immense joy, a sense of superiority washing over him. On the side of Sunagakure, Kankuro's failure left Temari's visage less than pleasant. In the distance, the watching Maki wore a grim expression. They were not unable to accept Kankuro's defeat, as his strength was merely at the level of an average chunin, hardly formidable. However, losing to an obscure leaf ninja was difficult for them to swallow. In the viewing area, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval of both Shino and Kankuro. before urging for the next match to commence. With numerous responsibilities weighing upon him, had he not felt that holding an impromptu match was somewhat disrespectful to the candidates, he would have long since departed. The second match of the tournament did not keep the audience in suspense for long, even without Yagura's urging. A participant ascended the stage. Hyuga. Traditionally confident in his prowess, he now felt a twinge of inadequacy upon witnessing Yagura and Sasuke. Though he believed in destiny, when faced with the prospect of failure, he would still struggle, not against fate, but rather in accordance with it. His gaze was fixed intently on Hyuga and Uchiha Sasuke, clearly indicating that his intentions were solely directed at these two. Niji was taken aback by Niji's audacity to challenge him, a rare expression of admiration flickering in his eyes. Casting a glance at Sasuke beside him, he understood that Sasuke harbored thoughts about Niji as well. If he could not confront Gaara, perhaps facing Niji could exert some pressure on Sasuke, aiding him in breaking through his limitations. Sasuke did not know much about Hyuga, but he was aware that this individual was the top graduate of the previous class. Thus, he felt a desire to engage him in combat, yet he still preferred to face Gaara instead. For the pressure Niji exerted upon him was nowhere near that of Gaara. This individual's strength was concealed, making it difficult to gauge his true depth. Sasuke declined the challenge to ascend the platform against Niji, leaving only Yagyu. Observing this, Yagyu decided to step up and demonstrate the disparity in their strengths to Niji. However, just as he took a step forward, a mound of sand suddenly appeared on the stage. The sand began to rise, and a young boy with the character love emblazoned on his forehead emerged atop the platform. Gaara had voluntarily challenged Hyuga. The unexpected opponent left Niji somewhat speechless. Although Gaara's strength was formidable, Niji had no desire to engage him in this contest. He sensed an absence of humanity emanating from Gaara, making him far more perilous than Yagyu and Sasuke combined. It felt as if Gaara was perpetually contemplating murder, ready to kill at the slightest loss of control. Yagyu was also taken aback by Gaara's sudden appearance, having assumed that the top-tier fighters would remain until the end. He anticipated Gaara's impatience. Yet this might not have been solely Gaara's decision. Turning to glance at Shikamaru behind him, he noticed Shikamaru wearing an expression of calmness, devoid of previous worries. "Is something the matter, handsome?" Shikamaru inquired with a smile, sensing Yagyu's gaze upon him. Yagyu, expressionless, simply turned away. That tranquil gaze and handsome visage made Shikamaru's heart flutter. If not for their allegiance to opposing factions, Shikamaru would have already contemplated pursuing a relationship with Yagyu. "What a pity," Shikamaru murmured. On the platform, Niji and Gaara regarded each other with indifference. However, both were taciturn individuals, so no trash talk ensued. Mizuki and Kazekage observed with satisfaction, casting appreciative glances at the two juniors as they stated, "The rules have been reiterated once. I trust you both understand. No killing, and surrendering does not equate to the end of the match. Begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Gaara made the first move. Without even moving his body, countless grains of sand surged toward Niji. This was reminiscent of Shino's insects, yet the difference lay in the fact that the sand was lifeless, posing no threat of being killed. Moreover, the speed of the sand was astonishing, making it nearly impossible for an average person to evade. Yet it was evident that Niji was not included in that average. While everyone knew that Rock Lee was exceptionally swift, how slow could Niji, a master of the gentle fist, possibly be? Gaara's initial sand assault could not even graze the hem of Niji's clothing, as he deftly evaded all attacks. Of course, evasion was not the forte of the Hyuga clan. Their strength lay in defensive counterattacks. After dodging a few times and assessing the strength of the sand, Niji began to retaliate using the gentle fist technique. The combination of chakra and physical strength, along with the interplay of heavy and light forces, rendered Gaara's sand ineffective against him, an absolute defense of the second tier. With the unparalleled mastery of the gentle fist and the observational prowess of the Byakugan, he blocked all incoming attacks. Impressive. The trio from the Rain Village exclaimed in genuine admiration as they observed the battle unfolding between the two. Compared to the previous fight, this one existed on an entirely different plane. This was a clash between higher, more formidable opponents. Were they truly qualified to compete in the Chunin exams against individuals of this caliber? The three exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting despair. With sheer luck, they had managed to acquire the scroll of heaven and earth, yet the subsequent chapters seemed to have no relevance to them. Chapter 106, Gaining the Upper Hand. Is Gaara on the verge of defeat? Realizing that his ordinary sand assaults were ineffective, Gaara extended one hand toward Hyuga and coldly declared, "Sand binding coffin." In an instant, a multitude of sand particles surged around Niji, spiraling to envelop him. Niji, watching Niji ensnared by the sand's impenetrable bindings. Tintin and Rock Lee instinctively tensed up. Gaara's expression remained cold as he swiftly closed his hand. Sand funeral. Contrary to his expectations of seeing his opponent crushed into a pulp beneath the sand, the grains seemed to be obstructed by some unseen force. Unable to advance even a fraction, in the next moment, the sand exploded outward as Niji twirled gracefully like a butterfly, blue chakra radiating from him, creating a stunning spectacle. Was that the Byakugan's ultimate technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing from the spectators' area, displayed a look of astonishment. As it was the preliminary round, the head of the Hyuga clan had not attended. Otherwise, he would surely have been left speechless at this scene. After all, the Byakugan's ultimate technique was a closely guarded secret of the Hyuga clan, and even members of the main house would not dare claim they could master this technique in a lifetime. Yet, Niji had managed to learn this technique through his own talent. What a pity, had Niji been born into the main house. He would undoubtedly be far more talented than he was now. Hiruzen privately lamented Niji's situation, yet his thoughts took a different turn. The division between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was stark, and being born into the branch family meant Niji could never ascend to the clan's upper echelons, which also implied he could be recruited into the Umbu. With this in mind, Hiruzen's gaze toward Niji grew increasingly approving. Conversely, the once promising Yagyu now appeared less favorable to him. Yagyu's overwhelming strength and unconventional personality left him with a sense of uncontrollability. If possible, he would gladly trade one Yagyu for 3 obedient Niji. In the Kazakage's observation area, as Gaara's supervising Jonin, Maki recognized the technique Niji employed at a glance. The hidden leaf truly had an abundance of talent. Such a young age, yet already mastering the profound art of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan's ultimate technique. However, he was uncertain whether Niji belonged to the main or branch family. If he were of the main family, many would certainly be intrigued by his eyes. Maki held no concerns that Niji, armed with the Byakugan, would pose a threat to Gaara. Absolute defense. It was certainly not exclusive to the Hyuga clan. Tintin and Rock Lee breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Niji unscathed. Tintin remarked, "I knew Niji wouldn't be defeated so easily." Rock Lee cheered, "Niji, go for it. Defeat that guy from the sand village." On the platform, after breaking free from the sand-binding coffin, Niji executed a body flicker technique. Appearing in front of Gaara in an instant, he unleashed a powerful 8 trigrams palm. Bang! A wall of sand materialized beside Gaara, blocking his palm. This was Gaara's absolute defense, a mechanism that could automatically protect its master without requiring his conscious reaction. However, this so-called absolute defense did not faze Niji. Instead, it elicited a disdainful smirk from him. Such a level of sand cannot withstand my assault, due to the differing emphases of their respective techniques. While he could not match Rock Lee's speed and movement, he would not be outdone in power and attack speed compared to Lee, who had opened the 8 gates. Mere sand could not possibly impede his offensive. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji accelerated his offensive tempo, his speed so rapid that afterimages began to appear. Gaara's sand was continuously shattered and reformed under Niji's relentless barrage. By the time he reached the 16th palm, Niji's Byakugan detected a flaw in the sand's defense, and he swiftly struck through the defense, landing a blow on Gaara's shoulder. Gaara was sent flying. In an instant, Niji Hyuga surged forward, relentlessly striking Gaara with an unyielding barrage of palm strikes. The 8 trigrams, 17 palms. The 8 trigrams, 18 palms. The 8 trigrams, 19 palms. The 8 trigrams, 36 palms. The 8 trigrams, 37 palms. Many spectators were taken aback by the sight of Gaara being overwhelmed in combat. Among them, Temari and Kankuro were particularly astonished. How could their brother, whom they had always feared, be so easily subdued by an inconspicuous genin from Konoha? Would Gaara truly be defeated? The two were startled by the unsettling thought that sprang to their minds. If Gaara were to unleash his tailed beast transformation here, their plans would be irrevocably ruined. With this realization, their fists clenched involuntarily, hearts tense as they gritted their teeth, hoping for Gaara to seize an opportunity to turn the tide. However, Gaara was not adept at countering defensively, nor was he proficient in taijutsu. His ability to easily overpower genin and chunin alike stemmed entirely from the enhancements provided by the One Tail, as well as the sand that had taken on the form of his deceased mother. These factors endowed him with a profound affinity for sand, allowing him to manipulate it effortlessly with chakra. It was akin to mastering the art of the sand release without hand signs. Generally, most genin only grasped basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, while typical chunin possessed their own specialties and a rudimentary understanding of elemental ninjutsu. Gaara's command over ninjutsu had long surpassed these two tiers, rendering even ordinary jonin potentially inadequate against him. Yet, this did not imply that he could easily triumph over a jonin, especially one as accomplished in taijutsu as Niji Hyuga. Faced with Niji's relentless palm strikes, Gaara could only rely on his chakra to bolster the defense of his sand armor. 62 palms, 63 palms, 64 palms. Finally, Niji executed all the techniques of his gentle fist, violently sending Gaara flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. All present held their breaths, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After a considerable pause, Gaara remained motionless on the ground as Niji wore a confident smile, casually declaring, "It's over." He turned his back, preparing to leave the arena. It seemed they only needed to wait for the swift confirmation from Moonlight Breeze that Gaara had lost the will to fight. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. Cracks began to form on Gaara's body as patches of skin fell away, revealing his battered physique beneath. Panting heavily, Gaara propped himself up with one hand. The sand armor had failed to shield him from all of Niji's assault, and even his chakra points had been completely sealed by Niji's strikes. This left him unable to manipulate the sand anymore. I didn't expect you could still stand. Give up. You are no match for me. Your chakra points are all sealed, and now you can't control the sand, can you? Why continue to struggle? Niji turned around, coldly stating what seemed to be an obvious fact with the demeanor of a victor. Gaara's expression remained indifferent as he pressed his left hand against his right, showing no intention of surrendering. Observing this, Niji approached Gaara slowly, seemingly with pity, and said, "Everyone has their own destiny. It is foolish to resist fate. Thus, accept your destiny, Gaara." Chapter 107. The Turn of Events. Niji's Severed Arm. As Niji drew closer to Gaara, the crowd's anxiety heightened. The Konoha spectators awaited Niji's resolution of the already determined battle, while the Suna villagers hoped for a miraculous comeback from Gaara. The Amigakure ninjas were on the lookout for the weaker opponent. Should Niji emerge victorious, Konoha would achieve 2 consecutive victories. Should they choose the concealed talents amongst Konoha's genin as opponents, or the remaining Suna ninja? The 3 Amigakure ninjas found themselves in a quandary. It's over. Niji had finally reached Gaara's vicinity, striking out with a palm. Initially, he had been cautious, wary that Gaara might possess some hidden abilities, particularly since the previous Suna ninja had wielded puppet and poison techniques. However, once he safely approached Gaara, all his concerns dissipated. Gaara had no further tricks up his sleeve. He was merely holding on out of sheer willpower, lacking any means to counterattack. Thus, he resolved to end the battle with his final strike. Once his palm made contact with Gaara, everything would conclude. But just as his hand was mere centimeters away from Gaara, a wall of sand arose to obstruct him. What? Niji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gaara, whose chakra points were sealed, could still utilize ninjutsu. He instinctively attempted to disperse the sand, but it swiftly coiled around him, ensnaring his body. This is bad. Niji sensed imminent danger and sought to employ his heavenly spin once more to defend himself. Yet, Gaara seemed to have foreseen his actions, causing the sand to explode before Niji could activate his technique. Sand funeral. Gaara's cold voice resonated as the sand, which had merely clung to Niji's half-arm, detonated. In an instant, sand and blood erupted forth. Niji's anguished scream echoed throughout the central tower. His arm was severed. No, to be precise, his arm had completely vanished. The sand, embodying Gaara's mother, devoured his entire forearm without a trace. Yet, this was not the end. Seizing the moment while Niji writhed in agony, Gaara continued to command the sand, directing it toward Niji for further consumption. If the sand were to envelop him, Niji's life would be forfeit. Fortunately, Niji's willpower remained resolute. Even the excruciating pain of his severed arm did not render him completely unhinged. As he beheld the approaching sand, Niji forcefully employed heavenly spin to block the onslaught. However, with only one arm, his technique was clearly diminished. The absence of one hand to emit chakra left his heavenly spin vulnerable. After a failed attempt to defend against Gaara's subsequent assault, Niji sought to exploit the openings in his defenses. Although Niji repeatedly activated heavenly spin to evade the attacks, the loss of his arm had drained him of the stamina and chakra needed to sustain his combat. Ultimately, after over a dozen attempts at heavenly spin, Gaara seized the opportunity to breach Niji's absolute defense. Now, with only his mother's manifestation of sand under his control, Gaara possessed limited combat efficacy. But Niji was no longer the same Niji. Even with the Byakugan tracing the trajectory of the sand attack, dispersing it with gentle fist proved exceedingly difficult. He executed a desperate gentle fist strike, but it only displaced a fraction of the sand. The remaining grains continued to adhere to his right arm, intent on enveloping him entirely. At that moment, Moonlight Breeze appeared instantaneously before Niji, whisking him away. The match concluded with Gaara from Sunagakure emerging victorious. At this juncture, it was evident to all that Niji had lost any hope of resistance. His stamina and chakra were insufficient to continue fighting. Persisting would only lead to his demise. Niji. The match was over. Tenten, Rock Lee, and Might Guy raced toward Niji. They gazed at the devastated Niji, who had lost an arm and wore a face filled with despair, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The trio endeavored to console Niji, yet he seemed deaf to their words, offering no response. Recognizing this, they could only leave Might Guy to accompany Niji for medical treatment, while Tintin and Rock Lee had to prepare for their own examinations and could not depart just yet. Likewise, Gaara was not unscathed and required medical attention. However, he had not sustained any grievous injuries, and his vitality allowed him to walk off the stage unaided. Many candidates, observing the icy demeanor of Gaara, felt an involuntary sense of trepidation. No one had anticipated that Niji, who had held an absolute advantage, would suffer defeat due to a moment of carelessness. Nor did they foresee the Hyuga prodigy losing so catastrophically, with one of his arms permanently gone. Niji had let his guard down. Inuzuka Kiba lamented regretfully. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, pondering, who would have imagined that Gaara, despite being paralyzed, could still wield ninjutsu? Don't those sands require chakra control? No one could provide Shikamaru with an answer. Perhaps Yagyu was aware, yet he was too apathetic to share. If he had been inclined to speak, he would have surely warned Niji before the battle, thus preventing Niji from losing his arm due to negligence. However, it was merely a matter of losing an arm. Defeating Gaara remained an impossibility. This fellow, even when outmatched, could invoke extraordinary abilities, summoning the One-Tail to fight on his behalf. What could Niji possibly do against the One-Tail? Even the most refined techniques of the 8 trigrams would fail to inflict harm upon Shikaku. The situation had escalated to such a degree that the Chunin exams might well be compromised. As an ally of Konoha, they had brazenly brought forth the village's ultimate weapon during the exams. What were they attempting to achieve? A brawl? Given Sarutobi's temperament, it was highly probable that he would summon a cadre of Jonin to restrain Shikaku, resulting in the deaths of several Jonin, Chunin, and Genin, before eventually negotiating with the Sand Village's 4th Kazekage, Raza. Whether through polite discourse or the exchange of benefits, the outcome would be sheer chaos and utter disgrace. Despite being the aggrieved party, they were still compelled to grovel for the sake of their so-called alliance. It was no wonder that Danzo held Sarutobi in contempt. On the observation platform, Sarutobi gazed regretfully at the departing Niji Hyuga. What a promising talent, he lamented. How could such brilliance be squandered in this manner? Was it not merely the Chunin exams? Join the ENBU, and I could easily assign you the rank of Chunin. Yet, with Niji now missing an arm, the ramifications of this defeat transcended the loss of a mere title. Given Niji's pride and worldview, such a setback was sufficient to obliterate his entire shinobi career. Unlike Rock Lee, who had always been the underdog and thus maintained his convictions, accepting his own weaknesses and failures without remorse, Niji had been a prodigy from a young age. From Yagyu to Uchiha Sasuke, and now to Gaara, he couldn't help but question himself. Am I still a genius? Or rather, can I still possess the strength of a genius with one arm lost? Without the ability to execute a complete 8 trigrams technique or utilize the absolute defense of the heavenly spin, I have forfeited the power I painstakingly cultivated day and night and lost the potential to grow even stronger. Am I, a mere cripple, destined for a future? Chapter 108. Loopholes in the Rules. Ninja from the Rain Village passed the examination. After a brief treatment, Gaara exited the medical room, only to be greeted by a swift kick. With a thud, Rock Lee shattered Gaara's absolute defense. Wait for the 3rd exam. I shall avenge Niji. Gazing into Lee's cold eyes, Gaara sneered. You are unworthy to be my opponent. You should hope not to encounter me in the 3rd exam, or it won't merely be an arm you lose. You scoundrel. An enraged Rock Lee spun around, delivering another kick. However, still burdened by his weights, he could not breach Gaara's defenses, allowing him to depart unscathed. Consider yourself fortunate that this is Konoha. Otherwise, you would already be dead, insect. Gaara's frigid taunt echoed in Lee's ears, igniting a desire to unleash the 8 gates and engage in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, the rules forbade it. He could only endure. Meanwhile, a dramatic scene unfolded in the Central Tower's arena as a Rain Village ninja, Dreamfire, challenged his teammate, Kagu, only to concede defeat. Seizing this opportunity, Kagu passed the 2nd exam, successfully entering the third. Meanwhile, Dreamfire, having lost the challenge, awaited his fate, still with a chance to contest again. The audacity of these three was infuriating. While the audience remained captivated by the clash between Gaara and Niji, these Rain Village ninjas exploited a loophole in the rules to advance one of their own. It was enough to make one's blood boil. There were only 10 spots available for the third exam. Why should the Rain Village ninjas be allowed to pass without a genuine fight? I protest. How can they be permitted to pass the examination like this? Inuzuka Kiba was the first to voice his dissatisfaction, directing his complaint at the referee, Yagyu Shikaku. However, Yagyu merely coughed a few times and glanced at Sarutobi, who subtly shook his head, indicating he would not intervene. The rule was originally established to provide a chance for villages with fewer participants, preventing their total annihilation. Naturally, this rule was primarily designed with the Sand Village in mind. After all, with the fourth Kazakage's arrival in a month, if not a single Sand Ninja reached the third exam, what would be left to witness? The might of Konoha's rising stars? Yet, Sarutobi had not anticipated that the Sand Village would not exploit this loophole, but rather, the Rain Village would. Protests are ineffective. The tournament continues. Next challenger, please. With the protests dismissed, the trio from the Rain Village breathed a sigh of relief. According to the rules, they could even allow another person to pass the examination. As long as no one preempted them while they guarded the arena, they were in the clear. However, with Konoha's participants observing, it was evident that replicating this strategy was unrealistic. On Konoha's side, following the Rain Village's exploitation of the loophole, discussions arose about whether to follow suit. Yet the outcome was clear. No one was willing to relinquish their chance to advance. This was precisely why Shikamaru had initially identified the loophole but chose not to act upon it. Forcing anyone to forfeit was fundamentally unjust. Although challengers could still attempt to contest after conceding, the slots were limited. If I were to collaborate with you and yield my spot, would anyone else be willing to do the same for me? Even among teammates, such generosity was unlikely. They would not casually relinquish their chance to advance. Unlike the Rain Village, which had no other options, had they pitted their trio against Konoha's, the likelihood of success would have been minimal. Thus, it was far more practical to exploit the rules and send one or two individuals to the third exam. With Konoha's participants watching, the Rain Village ninjas dared not make another move. Meanwhile, Tenten seized the opportunity to step onto the arena. Ideally, she would have chosen a weaker opponent to challenge. But in her quest for vengeance on Niji's behalf, she boldly stepped forward to confront the enigmatic Shimaru. You from the Sand Village. Do you dare to face me in battle? Tenten's gaze was sharp, her expression fierce with fury. No one had anticipated that the typically gentle Tenten would exhibit such a temperament. Ha, little girl. Was it not that green-clad fellow who was shouting about avenging the one-armed boy? Why does he not step up for vengeance? Is he afraid? I do not strike women. Hence, I have sent Tenten to challenge you. Lee interjected before Tenten could respond. Oh, you don't strike women? I did not expect such gallantry from someone dressed so peculiarly. Alas, your strength is lacking, and your appearance does not appeal to me. I detest your bushy eyebrows. The sudden remark reminded Lee of the moment Sakura had rejected him. You don't like bushy eyebrows. Do I need to get my eyebrows done? Hey, I'm here to avenge someone. Can you show me some respect? Handed no courtesy, Shimara showed no regard for them, casting her iron fan onto the arena, where it struck the ground with a heavy thud. She swiftly caught it as it fell, standing with one hand on the fan, revealing her long, fair legs and striking figure, teasingly declaring, "Little sister, do not blame your elder sister for not going easy on you. Unleash your first 3 moves. Should you fail to vanquish me, I shall take this matter more seriously. There is no need for you to hold back." Tenten seethed with indignation. It was evident that she was earnest in her quest for vengeance. Yet her adversary appeared to regard her as no threat whatsoever. But should I truly unleash my full power, you would be defeated in a single strike. Wouldn't that render your so-called revenge rather ludicrous? Shimaru's lips curled into a smirk, her expression one of mockery. Tenten, unable to contain her frustration, finally opted to hurl a few shurikens at Shimaru. However, those mere shurikens barely grazed Shimaru. A gust of wind swept through, causing all of them to veer off course. Are you beginning to feel fear? Is this your first attempt at avenging a comrade, making you so nervous that you cannot even throw a shuriken accurately? Shimaru's taunting words were sharp, attributing her evasion of the attack to Tenten's incompetence, thereby striking at her psyche. It was clear that while Shimaru dismissed Tenten's prowess, she nonetheless approached their duel with utmost seriousness. Tenten, focus. Do not let her words distract you. Avenge Niji. Tenten nodded, her gaze fixed on Shimaru's perpetually mocking visage, her anger intensifying. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Tenten gauged the distance and surged forward. However, her speed was markedly inferior to Niji's. Had her opponent not been adorned with the Leaf Village's ninja headband, one might have mistaken her for an ordinary person merely jogging. As she reached Shumaru's flank, Tantan summoned a scroll with a one-handed summoning technique. She tossed the scroll high into the air and leaped, extracting an array of weapons from within to hurl at Shumaru. Yet, faced with the deluge of weaponry, Shumaru merely opened her iron fan a third of the way and waved it gently. A fierce wind swiftly sent all of Tantan's weapons crashing to the ground. Second move. The words echoed ominously, as if time were running out, further heightening Tantan's anxiety. For her third move, she resolved to employ her ultimate technique. With both hands striking the ground, she summoned two larger, longer scrolls, once again utilizing the same technique to launch an even greater barrage of weapons at Shumaru. However, despite the increase in quantity, the technique remained unchanged, and Shumaru's wind release had an absolute advantage over such ninja tools. Remaining motionless, Shumaru opened her iron fan a third of the way once more and swept it towards Tantan. The weapons fell once again, yet Tantan was undeterred, continuing to launch more. Observing this, Shumaru scoffed, fully opening her fan and delivering a fierce strike. Wind release, Kamaitashi. The slicing winds descended upon Tantan from the sky, lacerating her clothing and skin, leaving her drenched in blood in mere moments. Tantan, Lee Rock, witnessing Tantan's torment, yearned to intervene in the battle. However, as long as the fight continued, Tantan still had a chance. He could not allow her to suffer regret. Just then, Might Guy swiftly leapt onto the arena, silently patting Lee Rock's shoulder before reassuring him with a smile. It will be all right. Both Tantan and Niji will be fine. Lee Rock nodded, entrusting Tantan to Might Guy, while he remained on the arena, determined to fight in the next match. No matter who it was, he was prepared to confront them. The fury within him had rendered him incapable of rational thought. He sought to vent his emotions through battle. The remaining contenders included Moonlight Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, and the Rain Village's Ho and Mugen. The victorious participants were Gaara, Aburame Shino, Shumaru, and Kagaya. Those eliminated were Tantan, Hyuga-Niji, and Kinkuru. As for Lee Rock's prowess, Ho and Mugen felt uncertain. Their opponent's speed appeared commendable, leading them to refrain from challenging Lee Rock. With the Rain Village duo not stepping forward, the only challengers left were from the Leaf Village. Haruno Sakura had no desire to confront Lee Rock, particularly not when he was in a rage. Thus, she chose to remain on the sidelines. Similarly, Yamanaka Ino and Hinata shared her sentiment, opting not to challenge him. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji adopted a more laid-back approach, deciding to wait until the end, not wishing to offend anyone unnecessarily. Consequently, the only potential opponents for Lee Rock were Moonlight Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, and Inazuka Kiba. Unfamiliar with Lee Rock, Kiba nonetheless deemed him a worthy opponent and prepared to step forward. However, just as he took a couple of steps, someone grasped his arm. "Pardon me, but would you mind if I cut in?" Yagyu smiled gently at Kiba, who felt compelled to concede. "Please, go ahead." "Thank you," Yagyu politely acknowledged before turning to Sasuke, saying, "This opponent should provide you with some pressure. Why not give it a try?" Indeed, his intervention in Kiba's ascent was not born of a desire to take the stage himself, but rather to facilitate Sasuke's entry. With so few candidates remaining in the exam, if Sasuke did not step up now, he would likely be forced to face Yagyu himself. After all, Sasuke would never choose a weakling as his opponent. Thus, remaining on the platform in the presence of known weaklings would effectively mean selecting a lesser foe. Sasuke would certainly not acquiesce to such a situation. This conflicted with Yagyu's intent to have Sasuke face Gaara for experience. He did not wish for Sasuke to be eliminated so early in the Chunin exam. Sasuke cast a glance at Yagyu, then at the arena where the boy Yagyu had previously sent flying lay. Skepticism evident in his gaze. Does this guy possess that level of skill? "Trust me, Lee Rock's capabilities are not far inferior to Niji's," Yagyu assured him earnestly. Niji managed to break one of Gaara's arms. Lee Rock broke one of his legs. Their strengths are indeed comparable. However, should they truly engage in combat, Lee Rock's chances of victory were slim unless he mastered several advanced techniques of the Eight Gates. Sasuke chose to trust Yagyu, steely and resolute as he stepped onto the arena. Lee Rock was taken aback to find Sasuke as his opponent. He had little knowledge of the Uchiha prodigy, yet he remained on high alert. With a signature cough from Moonlight Guy, the match commenced. Lee Rock swiftly closed the distance to Sasuke, executing a horizontal kick with his right leg. Sasuke, expressionless, raised his left hand to block the kick, stating coolly, "Your speed is lacking." Hearing this, Lee Rock clenched his teeth, retreating swiftly before reappearing behind Sasuke for a blindside vertical kick. Yet, Sasuke merely turned slightly to evade. Your strength is inadequate. The unfeeling assessment caused Lee Rock to falter, glancing towards his instructor Guy in search of guidance. Guy observed Sasuke, then glanced at Kakashi, before finally addressing Lee Rock. Lee, unleash your full power. Alright. Although revealing his strength among comrades felt somewhat foolish, allowing his beloved student to forfeit would be an immense injustice. Could his student truly be weaker than Kakashi's? He would never concede to that notion. After obtaining Might Guy's consent, Rock Lee commenced the removal of the bindings from his legs. Sasuke, witnessing this, refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack, as he did not regard Lee as a worthy opponent. Given the current display of Lee's abilities, even as a sparring partner, he warranted careful consideration. As Lee detached the weights, the onlookers were left puzzled. What difference would it make to remove such minimal burdens? Chapter 110, The Eight Gates? There was no pressure at all. On the stage, devoid of towering mounds of earth, Lee simply removed the weights from his limbs and casually placed them on the ground. The iron plates inscribed with the word root thudded against the earth, and while the spectators were unaware of their exact weight, it was evident they were substantial. Nevertheless, their skepticism lingered. Could such a minor adjustment truly elevate one's strength? Yet, the ensuing confrontation was destined to leave them astounded. Yosh, this feels much lighter, Lee exclaimed, flexing his legs and wrists to acclimate to his unencumbered state. Sasuke, remaining composed, patiently awaited Lee's readiness. After a brief pause of several seconds, Lee appeared prepared, turning to Sasuke and expressing, "Thank you for granting me the time to adjust. In return, I shall defeat you with my strongest technique." Sasuke offered a cold smile, silently hoping Lee possessed the capability to back up his words. He could perceive a notable enhancement in Lee's speed from the recent adjustments, yet it had yet to reach a level that necessitated his concern. At that moment, Lee resumed his stance, left hand positioned behind his back while his right hand assumed a preparatory pose directed at Sasuke. In the next instant, Lee vanished from his original position. His speed was so remarkable that many of the Chunin could scarcely follow his movement. Incredible! The spectators gasped, realizing they had perhaps underestimated the foolish boy in green. Konoha Whirlwind. Lee materialized to Sasuke's right side, delivering a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Fortunately, Sasuke managed to block the strike with his right hand, averting any significant injury. Just as Sasuke had regained his footing from the force of Lee's kick, Lee reappeared at the opposite side, launching another kick. Sasuke again intercepted it with his hand, this time remaining steady. Through the contact of the previous attack, Sasuke had garnered a sufficient understanding of Lee's strength, allowing him to respond with comparable force without appearing overly distressed. Who would have thought this thick-browed fellow possessed considerable skill, managing to pressure Sasuke? Sakura mused, observing Lee's rapid maneuvers and relentless Konoha whirlwind assaults against Sasuke. Her perception of him shifted slightly. Despite his apparent foolishness, his prowess was undeniable. Although Lee's speed was commendable, it still paled in comparison to Sasuke's, and Sasuke had yet to fully engage. Sasuke isn't giving it his all, Yugen replied with a faint smile. Of course not. The strength he has displayed now is less than half of what he showcases during training. Sakura pondered this, recalling Sasuke's typical training regimen. That does seem to be the case. But why isn't Sasuke exerting his full power? Perhaps he wished to gauge Lee's capabilities. Lee's martial arts were commendable. He had both speed and strength, but he lacked the pressure required to truly challenge Sasuke. Unless he activated the 8 gates. After allowing Lee to launch several attacks, Sasuke suddenly seized his ankle and hurled him away. Is this all you have? There was a hint of disappointment in Sasuke's tone. He had anticipated a challenge that might threaten his life, yet all he encountered was a speed that approached that of a Jonin. After being thrown several meters, Lee struggled to regain his composure, his expression grave as he regarded Sasuke. His mastery of the Konoha-style taijutsu was limited to Konoha Whirlwind and Shadow Leaf Dance. However, lacking an advantage in speed and strength against Sasuke, neither technique yielded significant results. To unleash greater potential, he faced two choices. One was to utilize Drunken Fist. The other was to employ the 8 gates. However, due to the restrictions of the second examination's survival exercise, he was unable to carry any food or water, including the alcohol necessary for the Drunken Fist. Without it, he had no choice but to resort to the 8 gates. Yet, Teacher Guy had stated that the 8 gates should only be employed when protecting someone vital. Was this the right moment? Lee hesitated, and just then, the voice of Might Guy echoed from the stands. Lee, now is the time. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, exposing his gleaming white teeth in encouragement. But Teacher Guy, is this truly the right moment? Lee pondered, unable to identify who he was meant to protect. his opponent was one of his own, and victory held no significance beyond advancing to the finals. Guy was acutely aware of Li's thoughts and thus encouraged, "Li, it is indeed the right moment. Hinata and Tintin have already failed. Carry their faith forward. For the sake of your comrades. For the sake of his comrades." In an instant, Li comprehended much. He needed to uphold the faith of his friends. He would emerge victorious. First gate of the 8 gates, open. The opening of the first gate releases an individual's cerebral limitations, enabling them to unleash their full physical potential. Furthermore, it allows for the overexpenditure of bodily energy, enhancing both speed and strength. When coupled with the accompanying technique, Lotus, even a typical special jonin, could easily find themselves in a fierce struggle. However, Sasuke's prowess surpassed that of a special jonin, and although the empowered Li could exert some pressure, it was insufficient to expose any openings. And without vulnerabilities, Li could not execute the Lotus technique. Second gate, rest gate, open. The rest gate alleviates fatigue limitations, exhausting bodily energy to restore stamina, countering the fatigue induced by the energy expenditure of the first gate. If Li were to only activate the first gate, his combat would last no longer than a minute. However, by opening the second gate, he could engage in a prolonged battle, albeit with no substantial enhancement to his combat capabilities. Thus, after activating the second gate, Li promptly opened the third gate, the life gate. Third gate, life gate, open. With the activation of the third gate, Li's speed and strength surged once more, and Sasuke finally sensed the pressure mounting. Faced with Li's relentless barrage of taijutsu strikes, Sasuke found himself struggling to defend solely with martial arts. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release, Chidori. A crackle of electricity enveloped Sasuke, interrupting Li's rhythm of attacks. However, Li reacted swiftly, evading the strike of Sasuke's lightning. "At last, I forced you to utilize ninjutsu," Li declared with a hint of pride. From Sasuke's earlier restraint, refraining from using ninjutsu or sword techniques, he had sensed Sasuke was holding back. Now, having nearly exhausted his own repertoire of techniques, Li had finally compelled Sasuke to take him seriously. Although the disparity between them, the genius and himself, left Li feeling somewhat disheartened, it at least affirmed that he was not weak. Sasuke regarded Li, now radiating a green aura, and remarked, "You can't maintain this state for long, can you?" Chapter 111, Li unleashes his full power. Sasuke's persistence. "It may not last long, but it will be sufficient to defeat you." Observing the earnest expression on Li's face, Kakashi patted Might Guy on the shoulder, saying, "You've been quite rigorous in your disciples' training, but isn't he a tad too honest in battle?" Revealing his intentions to his opponent. Does he not fear losing the match because of it? Might Guy shrugged nonchalantly. Li is not typically like this. It is only in your disciples' match that he would divulge his intentions. Is that so? Kakashi replied skeptically, glancing at Li's earnest demeanor, which bore a striking resemblance to that of his close friend. Upon the arena, Sasuke was aware that Li could not sustain his performance for long, and thus he began to shed his gear. "Although I could defeat you using ninjutsu, it would present little challenge for me. Therefore, I have decided to remove some of my equipment and vanquish you with my utmost physical prowess." As he spoke, Sasuke removed all the weights he had been bearing. These weights bore the emblem of the Root organization and appeared to be even heavier than those of Li. "My goodness, Sasuke, this fellow is also wearing weights?" Inuzuka Kiba and his companions were left speechless, each of them pondering, with such intensity, how could we possibly endure? Might Guy stared at Kakashi in astonishment. You, Kakashi, how could you secretly subject your subordinate to such training? He is only 12 years old. Kakashi responded with a wry smile. "Do you believe I was aware he had burdened himself with so much weight?" Might Guy clearly did not believe him, insisting, "Sasuke is your student. How could you not know what kind of training he undergoes?" Yet, the truth was that Kakashi genuinely had no knowledge of it. The training of Uchiha Sasuke and his peers was primarily overseen by Yugao, who had imparted all he could teach to Sasuke long before he took on Team 7. Since then, Uchiha Sasuke's training had been entirely disconnected from Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze traversed the crowd, settling on Yugao. Since even Uchiha Sasuke was engaging in such formidable training, surely someone of your caliber is also diligently honing your skills in silence? Sensing Kakashi's stare, Yugao exhibited a look of confusion. "What are you looking at me for?" he thought, as he removed one of his outer garments, leaving only a short sleeve. It felt inexplicably warm. Kakashi, observing Yugao's bare arms. Kakashi was utterly baffled. Where was the promised diligence? Where was the ambition? After all these years, you still remain as indolent as ever, it seems. However, despite his lackadaisical approach to training, this individual's prowess far surpassed that of many, leaving one to wonder what divine misfortune had bestowed such talent upon him. It was unexpected that he too had donned weights, but my strength cannot simply be diminished by their removal. Rock Lee was indeed taken aback by Sasuke's determination. Yet he was unwilling to concede that he was straining himself less than Sasuke. There's a saying that goes, if you cannot compete with others in talent, then outwork them. But what if one's efforts still fall short? With both talent and hard work, how could anyone be afforded a chance? Lee's resolve was nearing collapse. Yet he still feigned strength. The fourth gate, the injury gate, open. Rock Lee's speed and strength surged once more. But his body began to bear injuries. These injuries were not inflicted by Sasuke, but rather were a consequence of opening the injury gate. The rapid consumption of bodily energy exceeded what his physique could withstand, leading to automatic bruising. This also indicated that Rock Lee was nearing his limits. Thus, the fifth gate, the closing gate, open. He intended to elevate his body to its utmost limits before it crumbled. The opening of the closing gate would represent his final enhancement. With all his might unleashed, Rock Lee launched a frenzied assault upon Sasuke, who in turn pushed his Sharingan to its utmost limits, engaging Lee in a direct confrontation using only taijutsu. However, against the formidable Rock Lee, who had opened the fifth gate, Sasuke found himself slightly outmatched in speed and strength. Thus, what appeared to be an even battle was, in fact, Sasuke continuously sustaining injuries. Nonetheless, Sasuke remained resolute in his decision not to employ ninjutsu. Having declared he would defeat Lee using only taijutsu, he refused to resort to ninjutsu. Should he lose because of it, he would not harbor regrets. Konoha Whirlwind. Sasuke mimicked Rock Lee's taijutsu, battling him with the same techniques. Yet Sasuke, despite his valiant effort, was clearly at a disadvantage due to his comparatively inferior speed and strength. However, fueled by indomitable will, Sasuke dismissed his minor injuries as mere distractions. Compared to the agony Lee was experiencing, his own wounds felt like a mere tickle. Time and again, fists collided. Legs clashed, driven by the pain. Both unleashed their true fire. Ayaha! The two engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, facing each other head-on. In this moment of pushing their bodies to the brink, neither sought to evade nor employ any form of trickery. They resembled two madmen, desperately swinging their fists to incapacitate one another. It was a battle of endurance. One would fall first, or the other. These two lunatics. Inuzuka Ino watched the frenzied clash between the two, a flicker of dread igniting within her. The others were not faring much better, whether filled with fear, anxiety, or admiration. Akamaru emitted low whimpers, retreating closer to Kiba. Hinata clenched her fists tightly, while Sakura gripped Yugao's sleeve. Shikamaru wore a grave expression, and Choji hastened his snack consumption. The two from the Rain Village trembled in trepidation, on edge. What if we just concede? These Konoha folks are practically superhuman, each one more monstrous than the last. Dreamfire suggested. I think that's a sound plan, replied Oboro. Once Sasuke and Rock Lee concluded their bout, only 5 spots would remain for the finals. Yet 9 candidates still stood. Among them were the 7 from Konoha, while only 2 hailed from the Rain Village. Konoha was guaranteed to claim at least 3 spots in the finals. But whether they could progress depended on their ability to outsmart and identify the weakest 2 among the 7. Yugao was certainly not a viable option, the Konoha killing god. A jonin of immense strength would spell doom for any who dared challenge him. The memory of her effortlessly dispatching that swift Sound Village ninja during the preliminaries was still fresh. This woman was not to be trifled with. The Byakugan girl? A genius from a prominent clan, a potential powerhouse, pass. The pink-haired girl? Given her close ties with Yugao, she surely held secrets, pass. Thus, they were left with only 3 candidates to choose from. The lethargic boy with a ponytail, the gluttonous boy who incessantly munched on snacks, and the arrogant Inuzuka boy who kept a dog. Although these 3 appeared simple, the green-clad individual currently wreaking havoc on the arena had once seemed a fool. Who knew if these 3 were merely playing the part of the weak? Chapter 112. Rock Lee's defeat. Ino conceded defeat. The battle between Sasuke and Rock Lee did not persist for long, as Lee's body had already reached its limits. After exchanging an indeterminate number of punches, Sasuke sent Lee flying with a single blow, causing him to crash to the ground, unconscious. Yugao was the first to rush forward to assess the situation, and upon confirming that Lee still had a pulse, declared, "The victor of this match is the challenger, Uchiha Sasuke." Might Guy had devoted a year to training 3 disciples. Apart from Tenten, both Neji and Rock Lee could have ranked among the top in this examination. Yet, they all encountered misfortune, falling at the 25th hurdle of the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, many lower-ranked ninjas, whose abilities were inferior to theirs, successfully advanced to the finals. Perhaps Niji had been right about some things. A person's fate is often predetermined from birth. Some may possess great strength and exceptional talent, yet still encounter poor outcomes. While others, despite their lack of power and penchant for shortcuts, can see things through to the end. Life appears to be inherently devoid of fairness. In the next round, with 5 spots remaining for the finals, those who preferred to observe no longer held back, each intending to take the stage. However, considering that a challenger would eliminate a defender, and given that no defender had yet succeeded in advancing, they all seemed to favor the role of challenger. Thus, the question of who would become the next defender became a conundrum. After a moment of silent courtesy, Yugao ultimately chose to step forward. However, once Yugao entered the arena, no challengers emerged. Everyone was acutely aware of Yugao's prowess. Any challenger would be akin to handing over a victory. Thus unfolded an exceedingly comical scene. Despite repeated inquiries from Moonlight Shikaz regarding challengers to the defending champion, no contenders emerged, ultimately allowing Moonlight Yagyu to advance without contest. This unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Chunin exams was nothing short of sensational. The Jonin leaders from other ninja villages regarded Moonlight Yagyu with trepidation, silently committing his visage and name to memory, intending to have their intelligence agencies thoroughly investigate him upon their return. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely displayed a satisfied expression. His expectations for Yagyu were precisely this: to dominate all competitors with his prodigious talent and showcase the might of Konohagakure. He wished to convey to the other villages that the restraint exhibited by Konoha's shinobi stemmed not from a lack of strength, but rather from mercy. Following Yagyu's advancement, Haruno Sakura opted to take the stage as the next defender. With only 4 spots remaining in the finals, she feared that if she did not compete now, she might miss her chance altogether. Upon witnessing Sakura's ascent, Yamanaka Ino also decided to join the fray. Sakura was somewhat surprised by Ino's choice, exclaiming, "Ino, are you certain you wish to face me? I am well aware of your abilities, and you stand no chance against me." Ino pouted, tying her light blonde hair back with a scrunchie, retorting, "Don't speak as if victory is already in your grasp, Sakura. Since you are aware of my abilities, you must also recognize that should my techniques connect, you would undoubtedly lose." The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique allowed Ino to control her opponent's body, albeit with the caveat that any damage inflicted upon the controlled individual would also harm her own body. This bore a resemblance to Heiden's abilities, though regrettably, the Yamanaka clan lacked immortality. Defender, Haruno Sakura. Challenger, Yamanaka Ino. Let the match commence. As the contest began, Ino, aware of her inferior strength, promptly deployed smoke bombs to conceal her form, followed by a surprise attack with shuriken amidst the fog. However, these tactics were mere rudimentary strategies typically employed by genin, having been rendered mundane since their days at the Ninja Academy. Sakura's prowess was not as feeble as depicted in the original narrative, and she effortlessly evaded the assault. "Ino, it has been quite some time since we graduated from the Ninja Academy. Why are you still resorting to such outdated tactics? With this approach, aspiring to become a Chunin is utterly impossible. Quit belittling me. Just because you've learned a couple of new tricks from Yagyu-kun doesn't make you superior." Ino, feeling somewhat envious, continued to execute basic attacks she had learned at the academy against Sakura. Sakura, however, did not take the match too seriously, patiently allowing Ino to showcase her skills. Their relationship was not fraught with the animosities depicted in the original tale. Rather, owing to Yagyu's influence, the two had maintained a cordial rapport since childhood, which was precisely why Ino had chosen Sakura as her opponent. After all, it is only in a good relationship that one can truly challenge another. After a series of exchanges, the smoke dissipated, revealing Ino's form, while Sakura remained unscathed. "Do you possess any other abilities? If not, I may have to get serious." Sakura teased with a smile. "Stop underestimating me. Do you think you are the only one who has learned something new? Watch this mind transfer technique." Ino formed hand seals, aiming at Sakura. Well aware of Ino's capabilities, Sakura swiftly began to move. This technique, akin to Nara Shikamaru's shadow possession, required precise positioning of the target and had distance limitations. As long as the opponent remained agile, Ino would find it nearly impossible to land a hit. While the mind transfer technique seemed invincible in one-on-one combat, if the opponent was cognizant of its capabilities and weaknesses, success became nearly unattainable. During her time with Yagyu, Sakura's skills had surged impressively. Though her physical attributes still lagged, she was far swifter than Ino. With a mere acceleration, Sakura rendered herself invisible to Ino. "Searching for me?" Sakura's voice echoed from behind Ino, startling her into retreating several paces and abandoning her hand seals. Had Sakura wished to engage, Ino would have already been defeated. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. Realizing this, Ino pouted, resignedly raising her hand in surrender. I concede. She had recently mastered the mind-body switch technique, enabling her to maneuver and strike her target while using the mind transfer technique. If Sakura had been careless moments ago, she might have had a chance to land a hit. But Sakura had granted her no such opportunity, swiftly closing the distance. Of course, Ino could have pretended nothing had occurred and continued to spar with Sakura in search of an opening. However, she saw no reason to prolong the battle, given her abilities. Reaching this stage was already impressive. Even if she were to win the remaining finals, it would hold little significance. She understood all too well that her strength was insufficient for the rank of Chunin, and even if she were to achieve a fluke victory in the finals, genuine recognition from others would remain elusive. Rather than face an empty defeat in battle, she preferred to graciously accompany her longtime rival and friend on her journey. Surely, with Sakura's prowess, she was more than capable of achieving the rank of Chunin. Ino thought enviously. Frequently, she pondered whether her own skills might have flourished as Sakura's had. Had she also trained under Yagyu? Yet life does not afford such what-ifs. At the time, she lacked the opportunity to follow Yagyu and the others. Often confined by her father to learn the mind transfer technique, where she frequently slacked off. Though she had exceeded her father's expectations, could she not strive for even greater heights? Surely, she could, if only she were willing to put in the effort. Chapter 113. The conclusion of the arena tournament. Jiraiya sought a disciple. With Sakura's advancement to the finals, only 3 spots remained. For these final 3 positions, the Rain Village's shinobi stepped forward. However, one was defeated by Hyuga Hinata using the gentle fist, and another fell to Nara Shikamaru's cunning strategy. Alas, they were eliminated. Thus, only 1 spot remained, to be contested between Akimichi Choji and Inazuka Kiba. Both of their strengths were among the weakest of all the participants, rendering their battle unremarkable. One utilized the beast clone technique, employing his summoning beast in tandem with physical jutsu, while the other invoked the multiplication technique, executing the Konoha-style body technique. Meet Tank. The confrontation between these 2 physical combatants culminated in Choji being bitten on the foot by Akamaru and tearfully surrendering. The arena tournament commenced in an underwhelming manner and concluded in a similarly unsatisfying fashion, evoking a sense of indifference akin to the author's prose, rendering it difficult to digest. Moonlight Shikaz announced, the second round of the Chunin exams has concluded, with the following participants successfully passing: Moonlight Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Temari, Gaara, Nara Shikamaru, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Shino, and Kagaya. The third round of the Chunin exams will be held at the Konoha Grand Stadium in 1 month's time, where the decisive method of examination will be one-on-one matches. Your opponents will be randomly assigned by a mechanical system. As Moonlight Shikaz's words resonated, the machinery atop the central tower began to whir. Ultimately, 10 matchups were unveiled. First match, Inazuka Kiba versus Hyuga Hinata. Second match, Nara Shikamaru versus Kagaya. Third match, Moonlight Yagyu versus Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth match, Temari versus Haruno Sakura. Fifth match, Gaara versus Yamanaka Shino. The matchups took everyone by surprise, including Moonlight Yagyu. He had anticipated that Gaara's opponent would either be Sasuke or himself, only to find himself pitted against Sasuke. Gaara facing Yamanaka Shino, who devised this absurd arrangement that allowed one to win without effort. The final match would not see Gaara face a worthy opponent, leaving Yagyu to wonder if this fellow would explode in frustration. Yagyu inwardly cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating the ridiculousness of being matched against Uchiha Sasuke. Regarding this battle roster, Yagyu Moonlight harbored considerable dissatisfaction, while Uchiha Sasuke was quite pleased. Before witnessing the clash between Gaara and Niji Hyuga, he held expectations for a confrontation with Gaara. However, after observing their battle, Sasuke concluded that Gaara was rather underwhelming. Defeating Gaara would not even require him to exert 6/10 of his strength. Compared to Yagyu Moonlight, Gaara was merely a facade of malevolence, lacking true power, a hollow shell. Thus, the only opponent in this Chunin exam that could pique Sasuke's interest was Yagyu Moonlight. Although he was aware that Moonlight's prowess far surpassed his own, and a feeling of insurmountability occasionally arose within him, he would not shy away from a full-throttle duel with Moonlight. After the conclusion of the second round of the Chunin exam, Moonlight reverted to his aimless existence. Moreover, with the upcoming Chunin exam in a month, Team 7 had no missions to undertake, allowing them to languidly relax at home. Aside from dedicating several hours each day to diligently train alongside Naruto Uzumaki, he had little else to occupy his time. 3 days later, in Konoha Park. Yagyu Moonlight reclined on a wooden bench, observing the fierce duel between Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki. He couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's remarkable growth. In just a few months of training, Naruto had caught up to Sakura, who had been honing her skills for several years. It was perplexing how Sakura had concluded that she had matched Naruto and Sasuke in skill. Was it due to possessing a summoning beast of considerable strength? Brother Yagyu, I have learned to walk on trees. Look, from the top of a nearby tree, Konohamaru stood proudly. Moonlight took a bite from his apple, casting a sidelong glance at Konohamaru, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, later we can dig a swimming pool over there, fill it with water, and practice treading water." Yes, Brother Yagyu. The trio of boys spent their days frolicking with Naruto. Wherever Naruto went, they followed. Finding them too noisy, Moonlight imparted a trick or two, leading the previously indifferent Konohamaru to affectionately address him as brother. Indeed, those who recognize the currents of the times are the true geniuses. First, they would learn the body flicker technique, then tree walking, followed by treading water. In essence, he would guide these youngsters through the foundational skills of a ninja, just as he had with Naruto. It was not a daunting task. However, if Sasuke were present, the process would be considerably more effortless, as he wouldn't even need to speak. Sasuke, claiming he was training alone for the battle a month hence, had mysteriously disappeared. Moonlight genuinely feared that Sasuke might suddenly unleash an S-rank lightning release technique, potentially wreaking havoc in the venue. Ow! Ouch! Udon and Moegi, lacking the ninja talent of Konohamaru, had both tumbled from their attempts at tree climbing. Moegi had even landed outside the park, and by the sounds of it, had struck an elderly man. Konohamaru, stop digging a pit and go check who Moegi fell on. If it's an elderly person looking frail and close to death, tell him your grandfather is the Hokage and to scram. What kind of look is that? Do you still want to learn ninjutsu? Oh, all right. I'm on it. Hey, old man, let go of that girl. Old man. What old man? With my dashing countenance and captivating charm, how could you mistake me for an old man? I am the Toad Sage from Mayaboka Mountain. If you call me Sage, I might teach you a technique or two. Sage, you certainly don't appear to be one. And you wish to teach me ninjutsu? Are you even a ninja? Ninja? I suppose it could be considered that. Jiraiya was about to continue his grand speech when he suddenly sensed a threatening aura and looked up to find a black-haired youth perched on the wall, biting into an apple. How strange. When did this village produce such a handsome young man? Jiraiya? Oh, do you know me? Jiraiya mistakenly assumed the youth had heard of his exploits and was an admirer, prompting him to leap up, his wooden sandals making a crisp sound against the wall. Jiraiya leaned down to scrutinize Moonlight closely and then astonishingly proclaimed, "Young man, I see you possess striking features and remarkable talent for ninjutsu. Would you be interested in apprenticing under me?" Chapter 114, The Spiral Sphere? Jiraiya's shock. Moonlight met Jiraiya's gaze for a moment and replied coolly, "I decline. Young man, you haven't heard my story? I was once one of the legendary three of Konoha, the Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain." I am aware. Moonlight yawned, finishing the last of his apple, "But I have no interest in being your disciple. You may not realize the advantages of being my student. Not only can you learn powerful ninjutsu, but you can also study sage techniques. You know what sage techniques are, right? They are entirely different from ordinary ninjutsu." Moonlight did indeed covet Jiraiya's sage techniques, yet he had no intention of learning them himself. Why bother with the hassle? After all, he could simply have Naruto learn for him, reaping the rewards without the effort. "I'm not interested, but someone else might be." My sage techniques are not for just anyone. I recognized your exceptional talent, and you will not find such an opportunity again in this village. Is that so? I wonder if the fourth Hokage's son would qualify to learn your sage techniques? The fourth Hokage's son? Moonlight's words stirred Jiraiya's memories, recalling that sunny boy from a humble background whose talent surpassed all others. After Nagato's demise, he had once thought Minato would be the prophesied child of destiny. Yet no one anticipated his life to be claimed by the Nine Tails. Over the years, he rarely returned, and when he did, it was merely to learn that Minato had a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen had forbidden him from approaching the child, claiming he would take care of him. For Konoha's sake, Jiraiya had not pried further, yet he was astonished to hear of the child's existence from this unfamiliar youth. He scrutinized Moonlight once more. A hint of confusion etched on his face. "Who are you? Only now do you inquire about my name and identity?" Moonlight replied with a playful smirk. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice in the park, he had moved with astonishing speed, swift enough to astonish even Jiraiya, who had immediately taken a liking to him as a potential student. After all, Jiraiya had traversed the world over the years, and aside from Nagato and Minato, he had not encountered anyone as gifted as Moonlight. Ha ha, don't dwell on the details. Jiraiya laughed heartily, masking his embarrassment. Moonlight, too, did not dwell on the matter, as his interest lay in Jiraiya's ninjutsu and sage techniques. It was all for personal gain. My name is Yagyu Moonlight, from the Yagyu clan, this year's graduate, and a member of Team 7. Proclaiming his identity clearly, he left Jiraiya astonished. You are this year's graduate? Yes, indeed. You are truly a prodigy, Jiraiya exclaimed in amazement, gazing at Moonlight as if he were a rare specimen. Do you truly not consider becoming my disciple? It is unheard of for someone your age to possess such strength. Besides his speed, Moonlight emanated an aura of immense danger. It felt as if a timid rabbit were being stalked by a ferocious tiger, a sensation that perhaps even Moonlight himself had not realized. This was not a pressure stemming from any form of power, but rather a pressure of life itself. Jiraiya sensed the threat emanating from a formidable opponent. This youth was not some ancient creature relying on ninjutsu or jinjutsu. I have no interest, Moonlight reiterated. But if you truly wish to take on a disciple, follow me. Although his talent is not quite up to par with mine, he should manage to learn sage techniques. Learning sage techniques, you say? Jiraiya was left speechless by this remark. The old man, despite his remarkable talents, could only master a rudimentary form of ninjutsu. Even with the prodigious gifts akin to the fourth Hokage, achieving perfection in ninjutsu remains unattainable. If he has merely grasped ninjutsu to a certain extent, does it not imply that you would learn it with ease? Following Yagyu into the park, he was eager to witness how this child of the fourth would demonstrate his almost mastery. Konohamaru and his companion were left forgotten outside the park, exchanging glances filled with resentment before reluctantly following them inside. Within the park, Naruto and Sakura were still locked in combat. Sakura wielded her sword with finesse, while Naruto, utilizing his vast chakra reserves through shadow clones, engaged her in a prolonged struggle. Suddenly, seizing upon a momentary lapse in Sakura's defense, Naruto, under the cover of two shadow clones, unleashed a Rasengan. Sakura, quick on her feet, dispatched the two shadow clones with swift strikes, hastily forming her own Rasengan to collide with Naruto's. The ensuing explosion from their Rasengan clash obliterated all of Naruto's shadow clones, sending both him and Sakura's physical forms hurtling backward, each sustaining minor injuries. Rasengan. Jiraiya was utterly astonished upon entering the park. How could they be using the Rasengan? Before Yagyu could provide an explanation, Sakura turned to Jiraiya and proclaimed, "This is, of course, a technique developed by Yagyu-kun himself. Who are you, old man? You created the Rasengan?" Jiraiya stared at Yagyu, incredulity etched upon his face. Indeed, at that time, Sasuke and I witnessed Yagyu develop the Rasengan step by step, first this way, then that way, and voila, success. Sakura refrained from divulging the precise steps Yagyu took to create the Rasengan, seemingly concerned that Jiraiya might replicate it. Jiraiya, however, remained skeptical. How could anyone possess a talent on par with the fourth Hokage? While he could accept that someone might develop a similar technique, the notion of someone creating an identical jutsu was beyond his comprehension. He firmly believed that Yagyu must have copied it. Young man, explain to me how you conceived the creation of this jutsu. Yagyu cast a sideways glance at Jiraiya and replied nonchalantly, "Why should I share that with you? I possess numerous jutsus. Should I divulge every single one upon your inquiry?" He had anticipated this day when he first developed the Rasengan. Yet he remained unconcerned about being doubted. As long as his strength was sufficient, he had no fear of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Jiraiya taking action against him. In fact, Sarutobi had only learned about Yagyu's creation of the Rasengan within the past month. Previously, he had been unaware that Yagyu had mastered the fourth signature technique. Initially, Sarutobi had been skeptical, even suspecting a link between Yagyu and the mysterious disappearance of the stolen sealing scroll. However, after Yagyu briefly articulated his thoughts and with no evidence of the existence of Mizuki, Sarutobi accepted Yagyu's words. By the age of 10, Yagyu had already mastered 2 forms of chakra nature transformation. What could he not accomplish? Observing Yagyu's reluctance to speak, Jiraiya's thoughts began to shift. Chapter 115. A bet. Yagyu versus Jiraiya. How about we make a wager, young man? A wager on what? Your reluctance to accept me as your mentor suggests a strong confidence in your abilities, yes? Let us have a match. If you can endure 5 minutes against me, I shall grant you a single condition. Any condition, as long as it does not violate ethical principles. Anything I can manage. Then if I win, you shall take on 2 pupils. How does that sound? 2 pupils? Jiraiya glanced at Naruto. Aside from this boy, who else could it be? This young lady? I do not take on disciples lightly. No, the other is Uchiha Sasuke. His talents are no less than Naruto's, and he would undoubtedly meet your criteria for a disciple. You must teach them all the ninjutsu and sage techniques you possess. Do we have an agreement? Yagyu initially intended for Naruto to follow Jiraiya's tutelage as in the original narrative, but since Jiraiya offered this opportunity, he felt it prudent not to place all his hopes in one basket. After all, whatever knowledge they acquired would ultimately benefit him. So why not send both of them out? Well, I do not select disciples based solely on talent. Jiraiya's face reflected hesitation. Then what else do you consider? Character. Personality. Then why did you wish to take me as your disciple at first glance? Ha ha ha. I could see our fated bond as master and disciple right away. It is not the same. Yagyu rolled his eyes, unconvinced by Jiraiya's words. He suspected this old man believed he might be the destined one, hence his eagerness to take him on as a disciple. I do not care how you select your disciples. If you do not agree, then I shall not engage in this wager. Yagyu appeared indifferent, for he held the belief that the initiator would invariably lose. Jiraiya recognized this and felt conflicted. Hey kid, why are you so unwilling to accept me as your teacher, preferring instead to condition your two friends to study under me? Friends? Yagyu paused, glancing at Naruto before responding coolly. I think you misunderstand. I want them to learn from you because their strength is paramount to my own growth. Speaking frankly. But to Jiraiya, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. In his mind, he envisioned a trio who had grown up together, striving side by side, yet Yagyu, with his superior talent, continually overshadowed the others. To prevent his friends from lagging behind, he would rather forego his own opportunity for learning, solely to empower them. Such a poignant tale of friendship was heart-wrenching. Surely, with bonds like these, their characters could not be lacking. Contemplating this, Jiraiya acquiesced to Yagyu's terms. All right, young man. I will agree. If you can endure 5 minutes against me, I shall take them both as my disciples, and you may also accompany them to learn from me. I have no need for that. Listen to me, young man. Jiraiya interrupted Yagyu's attempt to interject. If you cannot last 5 minutes, not only must you reveal how you learned the Rasengan, but you will also follow me to learn ninjutsu. Is that acceptable? Fine by me. Yagyu, exasperated, accepted Jiraiya's conditions, knowing he would not be accepting him as a mentor. Let us change the venue. Yagyu addressed Naruto and Sakura, saying, you two should continue your training. I will be stepping away momentarily. All right, Yagyu-kun, are you going to fight this old man? Be careful not to hurt him. I heard that Anko-sensei was swindled by a villager while on a mission a few days ago. Anko. Yagyu looked puzzled but refrained from asking further, vanishing in an instant. Although Jiraiya did not understand the need to change locations, he followed suit, disappearing as well. Just then, Konohamaru and his companions returned, witnessing Yagyu and Jiraiya's departure. Their resentment deepening. Are we truly so unappreciated? At Training Ground 7, Yagyu led Jiraiya to the usual training site of Team 7. Here will suffice, Yagyu remarked coolly. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings, noting nothing particularly remarkable, ordinary grass, ordinary trees, and an ordinary stream. It appeared more suited for water or wood-style ninjas. Could Yagyu be adept at water ninjutsu? The park lacked sufficient water, making it ill-suited for a water-style ninja's battle. Please, make the first move. I see your speed is exceptional. You must be a taijutsu specialist. Even I struggled to keep up with you. Quite impressive. Taijutsu is merely my least outstanding skill. Yagyu replied, pulling an apple from seemingly nowhere to begin eating, seemingly intending to battle Jiraiya while snacking. As Jiraiya prepared to inquire further, he suddenly noticed Yagyu had vanished from sight. So fast, even quicker than before. Jiraiya's white hair stood on end, his senses heightened to their utmost. He could not perceive Yagyu's speed, leaving him to rely on passive defense. Crack! The sound of an apple being bitten into echoed behind him, startling Jiraiya into an immediate retreat. Yagyu also missed his kick entirely. Oh, quite a quick reaction. After putting some distance between them, Jiraiya gazed in exasperation at Yagyu, who was calmly munching on an apple not far away. Initially, he had assumed it was a teaching moment, but it had swiftly transformed into a lesson for him instead. Just how was this speed possible? Even a pure taijutsu master of the shadow level shouldn't possess such swiftness, should they? Feeling the pressure, Jiraiya decided to stop holding back. If he were careless, he might very well find himself the one unable to last 5 minutes. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, transforming the terrain into one more favorable for his combat style. Swampy ground is far more difficult to traverse than grassy fields, thus serving as a limitation on Yagyu's speed. However, for one who has mastered chakra control to the utmost degree, a mere swamp is unlikely to impede their physical prowess. Alas, Yagyu was precisely such a person. He remained utterly still, observing Jiraiya as the ground morphed into a quagmire, with many objects sinking into the mire, his form unperturbed. Upon noticing this, Jiraiya felt a wave of frustration. This was bad. The swamp could not restrain this kid's movements. In the next instant, as if to validate Jiraiya's concerns, Yagyu vanished again with uncanny speed, reappearing at his right side and delivering a kick that sent him flying. Though he managed to block with his right hand just in time, he was unable to evade this strike. The Moonlight Yagyu was simply too fast. His movements were entirely sealed off, leaving Jiraiya unable to react. Feeling a dull ache in his right arm, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Just how was this Moonlight Yagyu so powerful? Had he not also trained extensively? That kick could have easily fractured his arm. Chapter 116. The apple is finished. Jiraiya had been defeated. Now, he had two methods to limit Yagyu's speed. One was to continue employing terrain-altering ninjutsu in an attempt to hinder Yagyu's movements. The other was to unleash a series of large-scale, dense, and continuous ninjutsu attacks to corner him. Jiraiya made a swift decision after a moment's contemplation. Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Bullet. Ninjutsu, Great Toad Oil Bullet. Ninjutsu, Multiple Toad Oil Bullets. Jiraiya continuously formed seals, expelling toad oil to thwart Yagyu. But Yagyu's speed was simply too rapid. None of Jiraiya's attacks landed. Furthermore, Jiraiya had initially intended to use the toad oil in conjunction with the swamp to restrain Yagyu's speed. Yet Yagyu's shoes seemed akin to roller skates, allowing him to glide effortlessly as though unaffected by the toad oil. Witnessing this, Jiraiya instantly altered his hand seals. Water. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. As Jiraiya uttered the words, a fire dragon erupted forth, igniting all the toad oil in an instant. The entire training ground No. 7 transformed into a sea of flames. The once verdant forest was obliterated in seconds, and the rivers began to visibly steam under the intense heat. Observing the inferno he had wrought, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He had never intended to resort to such a powerful ninjutsu against a youth like Yagyu. After all, unleashing such destructive power made it impossible to ensure that anyone caught in the flames would emerge unscathed. Yet, if he continued to conceal his true strength, he might find himself defeated in less than a minute. Engaging in a contest of taijutsu with this boy would be tantamount to self-destruction. After a few seconds without sight of Yagyu, unease crept into Jiraiya's mind. Surely, this boy couldn't he have perished? If that were the case, he would be in serious trouble. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a prodigious talent. To inadvertently cause their demise would leave him utterly despondent. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to venture into the flames to search for Yagyu, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of an apple being bitten into. Turning to look, he found no one in sight. How peculiar. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the apple being bitten continued from that very spot. As Jiraiya pondered this oddity, Yagyu suddenly appeared before him. Phantom Technique. This secret technique, which Yagyu had seldom utilized since mastering it, finally found practical application in this battle. In the original story, Moonlight Gale's use of the Phantom Technique was discovered by Yakushi Kabuto, indicating its perceived inadequacy. However, after Yagyu refined this technique to perfection, even shadow-level masters would find it difficult to see through. In this confrontation with Jiraiya, Yagyu proved this assertion. Jiraiya had not anticipated that Yagyu had also mastered the Phantom Technique, a ninjutsu he had previously developed for rather dubious purposes, specifically for spying on women in the bathhouse. Yet here was Yagyu employing it for combat. Moreover, he could effectively mask the perception of this shadow-level master. Had it not been for the sound of Yagyu biting into the apple, Jiraiya might have never detected him unless Yagyu initiated an attack. Danger perception surpasses ordinary awareness. Generally, the stronger a person is, the sharper their sense of impending peril. Of course, exceptions exist where individuals possess extraordinarily overpowered abilities, capable of defeating even shadow-level masters, yet lack substantial combat experience. Such individuals often exhibit little awareness of danger when faced with threats. Thus, danger perception does not correlate directly with combat prowess. Rather, it is merely related. Other factors influencing this perception include innate physical talent, battle experience, and mastery of ninjutsu and secret techniques. In summary, danger perception is a rather esoteric concept, not one that can be honed through the mere cultivation of a single skill. Jiraiya had developed his acute sense of danger through countless battles. However, this ability was contingent upon his current condition. As he aged, his physical prowess had inevitably waned. Should he let his guard down, he could easily fall prey to a surprise attack. I believe 4 minutes have already passed. In another minute, the match will conclude. Yagyu remarked casually after finishing the apple he had been eating for 2 minutes. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Throughout this encounter, Moonlight Yagyu had not fought him earnestly. Had he truly engaged with full seriousness, Jiraiya might have already sustained injuries. Perhaps only by entering Sage Mode could he hope to suppress Yagyu. Yet, activating Sage Mode required time for preparation, and there was no provision for pausing the match beforehand. Moreover, deploying Sage Mode against a mere youth seemed excessively disproportionate. Would the sages of Fukasaku and Shima summon him to inquire whether he was facing an insurmountable foe? Would he really have to point at this young Moonlight Yagyu and declare, "I have discovered a potential future menace to the ninja world. I recommend preemptive elimination," and request the assistance of you both, esteemed seniors? If he were to reveal to the two sages the truth, that despite unleashing his full power, he was no match for this Moonlight Yagyu, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Jiraiya felt he could not afford such disgrace. Enough. I concede defeat. Jiraiya performed the fire sealing technique, sealing away the surrounding flames. However, the area was already in tatters. Anyone arriving would scarcely recognize it as the former training ground. 7. Regrettably, Jiraiya did not possess wood release. He could only do his utmost to salvage what remained. Truly remarkable talent. I never imagined that during my absence from Konoha, a genius such as you would arise. Jiraiya did not feel dejected at having lost the match. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. It seemed that his defeat at the hands of Yagyu was a cause for celebration. Yagyu waved his hand dismissively, his expression serene as he replied, "The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Each generation surpasses the last. Such is the current of time, not comprehending, yet feigning understanding." Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, "According to our wager, I have lost the match and will take those two boys as my disciples. However, young man, are you truly not reconsidering? I do not require you to accompany me in any capacity. Merely having your name attached would allow me to impart all my ninjutsu to you. No thanks. I will inevitably master your ninjutsu in due course." Yagyu shook his head, declining once more. Having one Kakashi as a burden was already quite troublesome. Did he really need another? Yagyu was not yet inclined to take on the role of a disciple. The matters of respecting one's teachers and honoring one's parents have kept Naruto and Sasuke quite occupied. He merely wishes to recline and grow stronger. Once again met with refusal, Jiraiya could only express his regret. A person of such prodigious talent as Yagyu is highly likely to be the fabled child of destiny spoken of by the sage of the toads. However, if Yagyu is unwilling to become his disciple, it indicates that he may not be the one capable of steering the ninja world back from chaos in the future. Kid, I won't allow those two brats to impart my jutsu to you. If you wish to learn from them, you might as well give up that desire now. Jiraiya, misinterpreting Yagyu's statement about eventually learning his jutsu as an intention to steal it, aimed to discourage him. Yet Yagyu, unfazed, picked up a fresh apple to eat. He intended to consume a few more on behalf of those who received no apples from their significant others on Christmas Eve. Chapter 117. Yagyu, I apologize, but I must decline. The two returned to Konoha Park, where Jiraiya summoned Naruto, scrutinizing him from head to toe. There is indeed a resemblance, particularly with that hair. He refrained from revealing Naruto's identity directly, instead lifting his clothing to confirm the intact seal, finally affirming Naruto's true nature. Kid, do you wish to take me as your master? Naruto, mimicking Jiraiya's earlier mannerism, assessed him with a disdainful expression and retorted, "Who are you?" Jiraiya fell over in shock. "Listen well, I will only say this once. I am the sage of the toads, training on Mount Myaboku. By becoming my disciple, you can learn profound ninjutsu and sage arts." Naruto regarded Jiraiya with skepticism, seemingly unconvinced by his claims. "Mount Myaboku? What kind of place is that? Sage of the toads? Why toad? Is it because you're ugly?" At this moment, Yagyu delivered a swift slap to the back of Naruto's head, stating, "You will follow him in your training, understand?" Tears welled in the corners of Naruto's eyes as he rubbed his head and replied, "Got it, Yagyu." Yagyu, now somewhat of a mentor to him, had imparted so much knowledge that without him, Naruto would still be a failure incapable of mastering even basic techniques. With Naruto successfully taking Jiraiya as his master, Yagyu entrusted him entirely to Jiraiya and turned to seek out Sasuke. He hoped to quickly bring Sasuke to Jiraiya, enabling him to recline once more. Once both Naruto and Sasuke mastered sage arts, his own strength would surely ascend to new heights. However, it appeared Sasuke was not in Konoha. Yagyu utilized his sensory ninjutsu to scour the village, yet found no trace of him. Just as he was about to give up, an Umbu approached him. "Yagyu, the Hokage requests your presence." Upon hearing the call, Yagyu did not rush to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi, but instead regarded the Umbu, chuckling softly, "Yukihana? Yes. TCH, so cold?" Yukihana remained silent for a moment before responding earnestly, "We are on a mission. No time for idle chatter. You must proceed to the Hokage's office at once." With that, she attempted to depart, but Yagyu swiftly intercepted her with a body flicker technique. "It has been quite some time since we last met. Do you not miss me?" Yagyu teased, grasping her chin beneath her mask. Surprisingly, Uchiha showed no interest, replying coolly, "Someone else should miss you more than I do." Who? Have you forgotten the girl you brought out of the forest of death?" After the Chunin exams arena matches concluded, Yagyu had arranged for Kin to stay temporarily with the Yagyu clan. To this day, she had yet to leave their abode. Since Kin had declined Hiruzen's invitation, he permitted her to stay but forbade her from roaming freely within Konoha. Initially, Yagyu had contemplated intervening during the Chunin exam to assist Hiruzen, but considering Hiruzen's obstructions, he ultimately decided against it. Having a shadow constantly plotting against him was not conducive to his well-being. Although Hiruzen had taken good care of him in recent years, should he fail to follow the path Hiruzen envisioned, he feared that only demise awaited him. By keeping Kin, he was, in a sense, standing in opposition to Hiruzen. Was Hiruzen summoning me concerning Kin? Uchiha did not respond, yet her silence served as an answer to his inquiry. "I shall return now. You should hurry along." With that, she executed a body flicker technique, leaving Yagyu with no chance to detain her. Her behavior stemmed from a troubling question Hiruzen had posed to her recently. "Uchiha, what would you do if Yagyu were to commit acts detrimental to Konoha?" Uchiha had remained silent, unsure of how to respond, perplexed by the implications of Hiruzen's inquiry. What had Yagyu done to wrong Konoha? Was he merely testing her? Uchiha found herself at a loss for what she would do if faced with such a situation. And on that day, she had no answers. Hiruzen had not pressed her further, yet she perceived disappointment in his expression. That elder, who had dedicated his life to Konoha, seemed disillusioned with her. This realization only deepened her feelings of guilt. Yet when confronted with her beloved and her village, she found herself utterly incapable of choosing. Yagyu remained oblivious to Uchiha's turmoil, merely sensing her recent melancholia. Had he known Hiruzen was testing her with his inquiries regarding him, he would have contacted Orochimaru, urging him to take more decisive action. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, Yagyu entered Hiruzen's office, an office he had frequented countless times, now familiar to him. A seldom disturbed bookshelf, a desk perpetually cluttered with various documents, an old, light blue swivel chair, and 4 smooth, transparent glass windows. The rest was an expanse of empty floor. "Yagyu, you have arrived." Hiruzen greeted him with a warm smile upon noticing him. Yagyu maintained an impassive expression, awaiting Hiruzen's subsequent remarks. Hiruzen, accustomed to Yagyu's demeanor over the years, was unfazed, lazy, aloof, occasionally humorous, and when in a good mood, he would jestingly call him old man. During indifferent moments, Yagyu's expression remained inscrutable. "I summoned you regarding Kin. I am unsure who leaked the information, but the village hidden in the grass has learned of her presence in Konoha and has sent someone to retrieve her. What are your intentions regarding Kin?" Observing Yagyu's stoic interruption, Hiruzen was unsure of his thoughts at that moment. "No, I have made it clear to them that Konoha has not taken Kin in. She perished during the Chunin exam. Then why did you call me here? I wish for you to hand Kin over to me. What is your stance?" Yagyu fell silent, refraining from answering. He appeared to have 2 options, yet in reality, only one remained. He could not refuse Hiruzen, otherwise, a multitude of obstacles would undoubtedly arise in his future. This was evident from the combat roster of the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. Hiruzen seemed to already harbor discontent towards him and was currently testing his resolve step by step. Should he comply, he would continue to enjoy Hiruzen's favor. Should he defy him, he would be gradually abandoned. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yagyu suddenly allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "I am sorry, but I must decline." Hiruzen furrowed his brow upon hearing the answer, uncertainly repeating his question, "Are you certain?" Yagyu, unwilling to revisit a question he had already answered, instead inquired, "May I know how the village hidden in the grass learned of Kin's presence in Konoha so swiftly?" Hiruzen regarded Yagyu for a moment before responding nonchalantly. "I am unsure. Perhaps someone disclosed the information during the Chunin exam, as many are aware that Kin is still alive." Chapter 118. Life is innately free. Moonlight Clan observing the evident shift in Sarutobi Hisashi's demeanor, Yagyu remained unfazed. After all, he was merely a man on the brink of death. Some might argue that having received care from Sarutobi since childhood, he ought to respond to Hisashi's expectations now that he has matured. Yet, he had never articulated a need for such attentiveness. There exists a certain benevolence, which can be summarized as, "I believe you require this." Apart from the matter of Xianglin, he had never solicited any benefits from Hisashi. Everything had been forcibly bestowed upon him. If one were to liken the relationship between Sarutobi and Yagyu to a transaction, Hisashi would appear as a coercive merchant while Yagyu would be an unwilling customer. This is, in essence, a form of moral coercion. In the name of Konoha, in the name of bonds, and under the guise of goodwill, one demands that you sacrifice your autonomy to fulfill their desires. What else could this be if not abduction? Life is meant to be lived freely. When someone shows us kindness, we naturally feel gratitude. Within the limits of our capabilities and without compromising our pursuit of life, we reciprocate. However, if one compels you through morality or emotional ties to accept an unbearable existence, to love someone you do not love, to choose a profession you disdain, or to become someone you do not wish to be, thus stripping you of your freedom and obliterating your future, then regardless of how benevolent they may have been before, they are now committing an act of murder against you. To live for oneself is to truly exist. To live for your passions is to embrace true freedom. If you do not wish to give me Xianglin, then she must undergo a transformation while remaining in Konoha, and she must not wander freely within its confines. Is she capable of such? Despite his disappointment in Yagyu, Sarutobi Hisashi refrained from severing ties with him. As long as the threat posed by Moonlight Yagyu did not outweigh his value, Hisashi would continue to tolerate his presence. Yagyu acquiesced to Hisashi's conditions, assisting Xianglin in her transformation. From now on, Xianglin would be known as Moonlight Xiang, positioned as a distant cousin of two deceased members of the Moonlight Clan. Furthermore, to avoid recognition, Xianglin was compelled to adopt a distinctive appearance. At that moment, she donned a black beret, a short cream-colored dress, and white stockings, accentuating her inherently charming features. Yagyu-kun, do I truly look good in this attire? Xianglin inquired, feeling somewhat out of place in such garments for the first time. Yet, with a few compliments from Yagyu, she quickly acclimated. You look splendid. In the future, I shall provide you with several other outfits to ensure that no one in Kusagakure can recognize you. At that moment, Yagyu sported a head of white wig, dark sunglasses, and a sparkling black suit, resembling a fashion mogul. He observed Xianglin from head to toe and earnestly remarked, I believe you should experiment with different hairstyles. Although your red hair must remain concealed to protect your identity, it is permissible within the clan. I shall heed Yagyu-kun's advice. Such a good girl. Yagyu affectionately patted Xianglin's hat and offered her a piece of candy. Beep. The individual you are bound to, Uchiha Sasuke, has mastered the summoning technique, snake binding technique. The host receives a hundredfold return. Congratulations, the host has perfectly mastered the summoning technique, snake binding technique. Beep. The individual you are bound to, Uchiha Sasuke, has mastered the summoning technique, shadow snake hand. The host receives a hundredfold return. Congratulations, the host has perfectly mastered the summoning technique, shadow snake hand. Beep. The individual you are bound to, Uchiha Sasuke, has mastered the summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. The host receives a hundredfold return. Congratulations. The host has perfectly mastered the summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. At that moment, Yagyu had heard news of Sasuke for the nth time over the past fortnight. Previously, the system had merely reported minor enhancements in Sasuke's overall strength and the development of a new combination ninjutsu that utilized both lightning and fire techniques in tandem. Yagyu had assumed that Sasuke was solely engaged in solitary training, only to discover that he had somehow allied himself with Orochimaru. However, judging by the absence of a curse mark return, it seemed that Sasuke had rejected Orochimaru's curse mark. Yet, the reason behind Orochimaru's willingness to impart his techniques to Sasuke, who had not yet been marked, remained a mystery. Furthermore, now that Sasuke had acquired Orochimaru's techniques, did he still have the opportunity to learn Jiraiya's ninjutsu? Yagyu fell into contemplation. Orochimaru must be eliminated. He would not tolerate anyone coveting him, nor would he allow anyone to covet his tools. Once Orochimaru has dealt with the third Hokage, he shall ensure Orochimaru's demise. Uchiha Sasuke is to be my sole tool. Yagyu silently added Orochimaru to his blacklist, pondering the opportune moment to eliminate him. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao suddenly arrived at his quarters, observing Yagyu and Xianglin in their peculiar attire. She paused for a moment before speaking. Did you summon me merely to show me this? Cough, cough, of course not. I sought you out to inquire about certain information. What information? Yugao, having spent years with Yagyu, had come to understand his nature well. Do you know who leaked the information about Xianglin being in Konoha? I do not know, Yugao replied, furrowing her brow. Was it Sarutobi Hisashi? Yagyu inquired further. Yugao regarded Yagyu with a discerning gaze. What are you planning? I advise you to refrain from harboring any ill intentions toward Lord Hokage, as it would place me in a difficult position. Yugao did not explicitly state her allegiance to Yagyu, nor did she oppose him. For this, Yagyu felt a sense of satisfaction. He smiled slightly. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of harming that old man Hisashi. At his age, he won't have much time left, even without my intervention. Yugao frowned once more, hesitating to voice her thoughts, ultimately choosing silence regarding Yagyu. During the Chunin exams, I spent most of my time in the Hokage Tower safeguarding Lord Hokage's safety. I can assure you that he did not disclose Xianglin's information to Kusagakure. Upon hearing Yugao's affirmative response, Yagyu began to ponder. He had initially believed that Hizashi intentionally leaked Xianglin's information to exert pressure on her and himself from Kusagakure, thus compelling them to yield. However, it seemed that this was not the case. He never considered that Yugao would deceive him, for only the dead could deceive him, regardless of who it was. Could it truly be that the individuals in the examination leaked the information? Yet, only Shikamaru and his companions were aware of Xianglin's presence in Konoha, and even if they were loose-lipped, it should not have reached Kusagakure within mere days. No, that does not add up. Xianglin had been in Konoha for less than 5 days, yet Kusagakure had already arrived in Konoha, indicating that they must have known the information far earlier. Who, besides Sarutobi Hizashi, would have orchestrated such a scheme? Yugao, observing Yagyu's troubled expression, contemplated and stated, I can think of one person who might have done this. Who? Danzo. Chapter 119, Summoning Technique, Toad Sage Xianglin and Sakura. Danzo once requested Xianglin from Lord Hokage, but was refused, Yugao remarked. Danzo, reflecting on his own prodigious talents. Yagyu noted that Danzo had never sought him out. It seemed he still looked down upon talents from lesser clans. Perhaps in Danzo's eyes, a genius emerging from a clan of swordsmen could only be regarded as a special jonin at best. Yagyu, if you intend to seek revenge against Danzo, I advise you to abandon that notion. He controls an organization known as Root, which possesses strength rivaling our Anbu. Even Lord Hokage has suffered losses at his hands. Yugao was unaware of Yagyu's motivations for probing into who had betrayed Xianglin, but she sensed it was not merely curiosity. Yagyu nodded in agreement, assuring her, rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. He merely wished to ascertain the identities of his adversaries, Sarutobi Hizashi, Orochimaru, Kusagakure, and Shimura Danzo. Very well. Let us resolve matters one by one. Ding. The bound entity, Naruto Uzumaki, has mastered the summoning technique of the Great Toad, granting the host a hundredfold return. Congratulations to the host for perfectly mastering the summoning technique of the Great Toad. These two fellows won't miraculously return with a summoning technique in just a month, will they? As the time for the Chunin exams draws near, Sasuke and Naruto's abilities have scarcely improved, leaving Yagyu feeling somewhat disappointed. He had hoped that Orochimaru and Jiraiya would provide him with some surprises, but clearly, that was wishful thinking. Orochimaru's combat prowess is not particularly remarkable. His strength derives from his peculiar abilities and the diversity of his jutsu. This multifaceted combat style does not suit Sasuke, given his current strength. There is indeed little he can learn from Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, he excels in combat, encompassing abilities in attack, defense, interference, perception, sealing, summoning, and evasion. Naruto, under Jiraiya's tutelage, should have much to learn, yet Jiraiya may not impart all his knowledge to Naruto. Jiraiya teaches his disciples based on their personal strengths. He will only instruct Naruto in jutsu that align with his talents and suitability. Otherwise, imparting a hodgepodge of jutsu would serve no purpose for Naruto and merely waste his training time. Currently, Naruto has learned the Rasengan, possesses some swordsmanship, has a solid foundation in basic ninjutsu, is somewhat lacking in taijutsu, has zero perception ninjutsu, and has yet to learn any talent-based ninjutsu, apart from summoning techniques. It seems Jiraiya can only teach Naruto some taijutsu and wind-style ninjutsu. Yagyu estimates he might gain 1 or 2 wind-style jutsu in the coming days, followed by Naruto's understanding of the nature of wind chakra. As for when Jiraiya will teach Naruto sage techniques, it remains uncertain, but it is certainly not feasible before the Chunin exams. Forget it. I cannot be bothered with these two. With someone else supervising these tools to grow stronger. What more can I hope for? Many things cannot be accomplished in a single leap. Yagyu rose and departed from the Moonlight Clan with Kaguya, heading toward the back mountains of Konoha. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen forbade Kaguya from leaving the Moonlight Clan, Yagyu took her away regardless. What could he do about it? Moreover, Yagyu sensed no one was monitoring him. So as long as no one discovered he had taken Kaguya, he need not worry about being questioned. In the secluded back mountains of Konoha, Haruno Sakura had been waiting for quite some time. Ever since Naruto began training with Jiraiya, no one had been there to train with Sakura. Thus, she had to once again request Yagyu's assistance in her training. With time on his hands, Yagyu naturally agreed. Of course, he would not be the one to engage directly. Initially, he intended to ask Hinata Hyuga to accompany Sakura, But Hinata had been grounded by Hayashi Hyuga to train at home, citing special training for the Chunin exams. Thus, Yagyu had to abandon that plan. With a father so controlling, Yagyu felt helpless. At times, he even considered adding Hayashi to his blacklist, but he thought that Hayashi was not obstructing him. There was no need for him to indulge in senseless violence simply because he possessed some strength. That would be losing sight of his true purpose. Yagyu sought strength to survive, to relish life, not to uphold justice or wreak havoc. He had no intention of becoming a villain. He merely aspired to be a free spirit, unencumbered by constraints. Sakura. Kagaya greeted Sakura first. After spending several days together, Sakura had become familiar with Kagaya. Kagaya. Sakura happily responded, then turned to Yagyu. Yagyu-kun, thank you for your assistance. Not a bother at all. Yagyu produced a scroll, summoning a wooden chair from within, and then created a shadow clone, instructing it, go practice with Sakura. Kagaya, come over and give me a shoulder rub. Understood, Yagyu-kun. Kagaya replied. Sakura was taken aback. Yagyu's shadow clone possessed 1/10 of his strength and had mastered most of his jutsu. Even a typical elite jonin might struggle against it. The engagement between one person and one shadow clone primarily saw Sakura on the offensive, while Yagyu's clone merely engaged in passive defense. Yet even so, Sakura was no match. Finding herself overwhelmed. Observing Sakura being thoroughly dominated, Kagaya enviously remarked, if only I had Yagyu-kun's strength. Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at Kagaya, pondering that his intention in taking her in did not seem to be merely to find a shoulder-rubbing maid, but rather to have a companion for survival. Thus, it appeared necessary for him to cultivate Kagaya's combat abilities. In the original narrative, Kagaya had mastered various abilities, but currently, it seems she only knew the Kagura Shingon. Kagaya, would you like to learn ninjutsu? Can I? Kagaya's eyes widened with anticipation. Of course. First, I will teach you some basic chakra manipulation. I recall you struggled to climb trees and walk on water in the forest of death. Kagaya's face flushed with embarrassment as she recalled her clumsy appearance in the forest of death, timidly responding, they wouldn't teach me. No worries, if they want to teach you. Then I shall. Seeing Kagaya's despondent expression, Yagyu gently caressed her cheek, smiling warmly. Kagaya gazed at that comforting smile, momentarily lost in thought, before softly saying, thank you. Yagyu-kun. She had always assumed Yagyu was akin to the people of Kusagakyur, merely wishing to keep her as a canary. She never expected him to want to teach her ninjutsu and be so gentle. How fortunate to have encountered Yagyu-kun. Chapter 120. A comprehensive training plan. Sasuke has returned. In light of Kagaya's foundational weaknesses, Yagyu devised a comprehensive training plan for her. Plan 1. Engage in 1 hour of physical training daily. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 1,000 meters of running, and so forth. Plan 2. Dedicate 1 hour each day to swordsmanship practice, wielding the sword at least 3,000 times. Plan 3. Learn 1 ninjutsu every day, starting with basic ninjutsu, transformation technique, clone technique, replacement technique, body flicker technique, etc. Plan 4. Spend 1 hour daily on tree climbing practice. Due to Kagaya's extraordinary talent, she accomplished this task in mere minutes. Plan 5. An advanced version of tree climbing practice, water walking. For Kagaya, who possesses equivalent chakra control talent, this training was still not particularly challenging, as she mastered it entirely within 2 days. Thus, Kagaya's training plan progressed vigorously, with her making new strides each day, while Sakura's training plan was not as smooth. In swordsmanship training, Sakura's talent was not exceptional. Nearly a month of practice had not significantly improved her sword skills. She still could not proficiently master the skill of crescent moon dance. As for the Rasengan, Sakura found herself at a standstill, as her chakra attribute talent was not particularly outstanding. She would not excel in any form of training. It seemed Sakura could only follow the path of a medical ninja, much like in the original narrative. Sakura felt anxious about her slow progress and sought Yagyu's guidance. But Yagyu had no solutions to offer. Due to her innate talent, even if he imparted all his jutsu to her, she would not reach his level. Time passed amidst Sakura's impatience, and soon it was the day before the finals of the Chunin exams. On this day, Yagyu had been accompanying Kagaya and Sakura in their training, as usual, when Sasuke suddenly arrived. Seeing the long-lost figure before him, Yagyu was slightly taken aback. He had thought he would only see Sasuke again once the exams commenced, yet here was the opportunity to see him before that. So, is your special training over? With the system feedback, Yagyu was aware of every increment of Sasuke's growth. Thus, his question was somewhat redundant, especially since the exam was tomorrow. Sasuke nodded, glancing at Sakura and Kagaya before suggesting, shall we change locations? Sure. Yagyu nodded, signaling Sakura and Karen to continue their training, before following Sasuke for several hundred meters. Once they ensured the vicinity was devoid of any onlookers, Yagyu inquired, "What is it that even Sakura must be kept at bay from?" Yagyu had already begun to formulate a hypothesis. The only matter that could render Sasuke so cautious was undoubtedly related to Orochimaru. As expected, Sasuke promptly divulged the details of his training over the past month, with Orochimaru playing a pivotal role. Initially, Sasuke had intended to master a jutsu that would allow for the synergistic use of lightning and fire techniques, envisioning it as an exceptionally intricate, challenging, and powerful art. However, reality diverged from his expectations. The jutsu he had developed, while not overly complex, lacked the formidable potency he had hoped for. Comparatively, it was merely a slight enhancement over the standard Chidori, distinguished by its expansive, explosive nature. In terms of difficulty, it was rated B class, whereas its power hovered around A class. A significant chasm from the desired S-class prowess. Sasuke found himself ensnared in a training impasse, at which point Orochimaru approached him. Initially, Sasuke suspected that Orochimaru was there to create trouble, only to discover that Orochimaru sought to impart knowledge of jutsu. He flaunted his identity and prowess, ultimately conveying to Sasuke that if he harbored desires for revenge or wished to vanquish Yagyu, he must align himself with Orochimaru. The condition, however, was that Sasuke needed to partake in a certain experiment, which involved receiving a curse seal. Upon hearing he would become a test subject, Sasuke naturally refused. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, the shadow-level powers, none could sway Sasuke. He firmly believed that he could attain such strength without Orochimaru's assistance eventually. Yagyu's assurance underscored this belief. Yet, Orochimaru did not relent and proposed that he could initially teach Sasuke to grow stronger, with the understanding that when his strength waned, he could seek Orochimaru's aid. Orochimaru guaranteed that the power derived from the cursed seal would amplify Sasuke's abilities tenfold. Sasuke remained skeptical, yet Orochimaru had already bestowed upon him a plethora of jutsu scrolls. Thus, Sasuke embarked on a new phase of his training, which culminated today. It was intriguing that Orochimaru refrained from forcibly marking him with the cursed seal. After listening to all of this, Yagyu smiled faintly, as if he had stumbled upon something rather amusing. Previously, in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru had attempted to impose the cursed seal upon Sasuke, but Sasuke had escaped using a flying summoning beast. Orochimaru, wary of prematurely attracting the attention of Konoha's Umbu, had refrained from deploying more extensive jutsu, allowing Sasuke to evade a dire fate. This time, however, Orochimaru had sought out Sasuke beyond the confines of Konoha, theoretically without concern for any potential assistance for Sasuke. The fact that he could restrain himself from forcibly marking Sasuke in a moment of isolation, what was he wary of? Or was there an ulterior motive? Yagyu felt a persistent notion that Orochimaru's actions were intrinsically linked to him, yet the exact intentions of Orochimaru remained elusive. Can Orochimaru's curse seal genuinely enhance my strength tenfold? Sasuke inquired, indifferent to Orochimaru's ulterior motives. He merely wished to ascertain the seal's potential for augmenting his power. Yagyu regarded Sasuke, replying nonchalantly, "Perhaps, but ultimately, the curse seal is merely a failed form of sage art, and a tool for Orochimaru's resurrection. I would advise against accepting such a thing." Failed sage art. Sasuke's expression reflected confusion. It was the first time he had encountered the term sage art. Sage art is a form of power distinct from ordinary chakra, often referred to as natural chakra. Utilizing natural chakra can enhance your ninjutsu's potency, strength, and speed. In essence, it is a comprehensive augmentation, Yagyu elucidated. Stronger than the power of the cursed seal? Indeed, by a considerable margin. Where can one learn sage art? Does Orochimaru possess such knowledge? If Orochimaru had that capability, why would he be meddling with cursed seals? Yagyu scoffed. Not everyone can learn sage art. It demands innate talent. You know where to learn it, don't you? Or do you possess sage art skills yourself? Sasuke fixed his gaze on Yagyu, questioning him. He had never doubted his ability to master sage art, confident in his talents. Except when it came to facing Yagyu. I do know where to learn sage art. I intended to take you to find a mentor 20 days ago, but you vanished outside the village, and I could not locate you. Chapter 121. Sasuke meets Jiraiya. I want to learn sage art. Had he known Yagyu harbored such intentions, he would have forsaken his arduous training. Sasuke wished for time to rewind. Had he sought out Yagyu for training, perhaps his strength would have already multiplied tenfold. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke tentatively queried, "Is learning sage art difficult?" Yagyu shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, "Do not harbor such thoughts. Mastering sage art in a single day is utterly impossible." Sasuke fell silent. taken aback that Yagyu had seen through his little scheme. Follow me. Where to? To meet your future teacher, of course. Where else would we go? You wish to learn sage art, do you not? Although it cannot be mastered in a short time, once you have a mentor, you will eventually learn. Sasuke nodded. Keeping pace with Yagyu, Jiraiya was still training Naruto, but had not departed from Konoha. Yagyu instructed Karen to utilize her Kagura's mind SI, swiftly locating the pair's whereabouts. The Konoha bathhouse. At that moment, an elderly man and a young boy were leisurely lounging in the warm waters. Both were bare from the waist up, their lower halves submerged, arms resting against the edge of the tub, thick white towels obscuring their eyes. They were so engrossed in their indulgence that they failed to notice anyone approaching. Sasuke observed the two. One was familiar to him, Naruto Uzumaki, the perennial underachiever from their class, who had recently begun training with Yagyu. The other was a stranger, sporting long white hair, though his eyes were hidden. The lower half of his face bore an unrefined expression. Such a countenance was reminiscent of the lascivious individuals he had encountered before. This old man seemed to possess a similar foolishness, indulging in a bath, a lecherous sage. Jiraiya and Naruto appeared utterly oblivious to the arrival of Sasuke and Yagyu, floundering in the warm water for a moment before regaining their composure. Yagyu? You little rascal. What brings you here? Oh, who is this? Jiraiya sensed a familiar aura surrounding Sasuke, but could not place it. He is your other disciple. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan. How about that? Quite impressive, right? Yagyu introduced Sasuke with a grin, yet Jiraiya did not seem particularly pleased, his expression one of surprise. Uchiha? The last time Jiraiya had focused on the Uchiha clan was 5 years prior, when that once mighty lineage, steeped in an ancient legacy, fell to ruin at the hands of its own kin. It was astonishing to discover that remnants of the clan still survived. He scrutinized Sasuke with curiosity, asking, "Boy, have you met someone recently? You carry a rather peculiar scent reminiscent of snakes." Sasuke furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "My summoning beast is a snake." "Oh, would it be convenient to summon it for me to see?" Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Without a word, Sasuke formed hand seals and summoned 2 small snakes. Upon seeing the snakes, Jiraiya approached without fear. The 2 snakes, sensing Jiraiya's proximity, attempted to bite, but Sasuke restrained them, allowing Jiraiya to observe. This scent is unmistakable. These little fellows belong to the Ryuchi cave. Boy, is your master Orochimaru? Not at all, Sasuke replied coldly. If it isn't him, who else could have facilitated your summoning contract with the Ryuchi cave? Jiraiya eyed him with suspicion. The summoning contract of the Dragon Cave has been under the guardianship of Orochimaru for a long time, and sacred places such as Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest do not possess a second summoning scroll. For others wishing to forge a summoning contract with the 3 sacred lands, the likelihood is nearly non-existent unless they receive the approval of the scroll's guardian. Unless, of course, the sages of the 3 sacred lands deem one more worthy than the original guardian, which is virtually impossible, as the guardians of the scrolls are chosen by the sages themselves, leaving little room for a more suitable candidate, unless Orochimaru were to perish. Recently, I did encounter Orochimaru. He sought to take me on as his disciple, but I declined, Sasuke explained. Recently? When exactly? Where did you meet Orochimaru? Jiraiya inquired, his excitement palpable. Jiraiya had long been troubled by Orochimaru's departure, so over the years, aside from searching for the destined child to write his novels, he had also been investigating news about Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru had remained shrouded in mystery, and he had yet to uncover any reliable information. Sasuke's revelation could be considered the closest he had been to Orochimaru in years. The last meeting was approximately half a month ago, in a secluded valley outside of Konoha. As for the valley's name, I am uncertain, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Half a month ago, Orochimaru facilitated the signing of a summoning contract with Manda. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would never have gained Manda's acknowledgement. Summoning Manda would have resulted in being devoured by him. Could you take me to that valley from half a month ago? Jiraiya asked. Perhaps it's better to let it go, Yagyu interjected, quickly interrupting before the situation devolved into a quest for Jiraiya's old companion. How could you possibly locate Orochimaru in a place he visited half a month ago? Instead, focus on training with Sasuke. Sooner or later, Orochimaru will come looking for him, and you will naturally have the chance to meet again, don't you think? Jiraiya found merit in Yagyu's words, yet he still yearned to investigate. However, judging by Yagyu's demeanor, it seemed he wouldn't allow Jiraiya to go unless he first took Sasuke under his wing. Thus, he turned his gaze back to Sasuke, scrutinizing him as he asked. You rejected him, yet he still allowed you to sign a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave? Sasuke reiterated Orochimaru's words to him, and upon hearing this, Jiraiya understood. This was merely a transaction. Orochimaru did not genuinely wish to take on a disciple. The cursed seal was something Orochimaru had been researching long ago. Konoha had obtained some intelligence about it, yet they were unaware of its true purpose. Jiraiya recalled some information he had seen in the archives concerning Orochimaru and stated, "Regardless of its purpose, you must not agree to it. Whether the cursed seal can enhance your strength is uncertain, but it will undoubtedly turn you into Orochimaru's puppet." Sasuke remained non-committal. With sage techniques available to learn, why would he pursue cursed seals? Yagyu interjected, "Is it true that you can learn sage techniques from him?" Sasuke addressed the matter directly. "Naturally, as a sage toiling at Myaboka Mountain, I can teach you the ways of sage arts. But whether you can learn them depends on my mood." Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of pride as he spoke of sage techniques. Nearby, Naruto observed, internally scoffing. After a month spent together, he had seen through Jiraiya's true nature. What sage? He is merely a lecherous old man with some ninjutsu skills. Sasuke fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you want?" In Sasuke's understanding, nothing comes without a price. To gain advantage from Jiraiya, he knew he must offer something in return, an equal exchange. However, regrettably, what Jiraiya desired was not necessarily within his grasp. Thus, Jiraiya did not respond. "You will find out soon enough, but with your contract with the Dragon Cave, you essentially bear its mark, making it uncertain whether you can learn the sage techniques of Myaboka Mountain." Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering whether one could simultaneously represent two sacred lands. Ultimately, he found no resolution. He was merely the guardian of Myaboka Mountain's summoning scroll, not one who could speak for its interests. "Very well. I shall take you to Myaboka Mountain when I have the time. Whether you can learn sage arts will depend on the will of the two sages." Sasuke nodded, expressing his gratitude. He now regretted his solitary pursuit of training. Had he not been so stubborn, he would have met a sage who could teach him sooner and would not have been marked by the Dragon Cave. "Is it possible to dissolve the summoning contract with the Dragon Cave?" Sasuke suddenly inquired. "It is indeed possible, but to dissolve a summoning contract, one must possess the summoning scroll. Since Orochimaru went to such lengths to have you join the Dragon Cave, he would naturally not allow you to depart easily," Jiraiya replied. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, clearly understanding the predicament. How could Orochimaru willingly let him go, unless they could somehow threaten him? Observing his companion in a bind, Yagyu contemplated whether he should intervene. If anyone could compel Orochimaru to annul the summoning contract, it would be him. He was privy to many of Orochimaru's secrets and plans. Coupled with his own formidable strength, he could easily pressure Orochimaru into severing Sasuke's ties with the Dragon Cave. Perhaps it is best to wait a while longer. What if the two frogs from Myaboka Mountain prove to be perceptive? In that case, intervention on his part would be superfluous. With the upcoming Chunin exams the next day, their journey to Myaboka Mountain was temporarily postponed. Sasuke took Jiraiya to the place where he had previously trained, confirming that Orochimaru was not in the vicinity before returning in low spirits. If he sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would undoubtedly learn of Orochimaru's whereabouts in Konoha. But he was reluctant to meet with Hiruzen, for once they met, Hiruzen would certainly want to keep Jiraiya around, and that would lead to a myriad of troublesome matters. Jiraiya preferred to avoid such constraints. He wished to be a free-spirited author. A secret whisper to the readers, this is the author's ideal. The following afternoon, Konoha's convention hall was teeming with people, filled to capacity with countless ninjas, their families, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Peanuts and sunflower seeds. Only 5 ryo for a pack of peanuts and a pack of sunflower seeds. Grilled skewers. Corn, radish, potatoes, lamb skewers. Everything is available, and the flavor is authentic. With extra cumin. Soft drinks. Fruit juices. Sake. Buy 10, get 1 free. Before the candidates entered, various vendors scurried about the hall. Yagyu unusually arrived early. Donned in an extravagant black and gold robe, seated in a corner, cracking sunflower seeds while relishing a scene that could not be witnessed in anime. Cheyenne, dressed in a black-maid outfit, silently stood behind him, holding a platter of fruits. Their attire attracted considerable attention, with some affluent merchants and nobles speculating about which family Yagyu hailed from. So dashing and indulgent, attending the Chunin exams with such exquisite company. "Young master, our lord wishes to invite you to join him," a man clad in brown robes said with a sycophantic smile, addressing Yagyu. Yagyu, without averting his gaze, continued to crack seeds, replying coolly, "Go away." The man's expression shifted, yet he maintained a smile, stating, "Young master, you may not be aware, but our lord is Haman Tenka, the president of Haman Commerce. He wishes to meet you not with any ill intent, simply to forge a friendship." Yagyu persisted in cracking seeds, remaining silent. The man exhibited great patience, maintaining his smile as he gazed upon Yagyu. Finally, after nearly a minute, Yagyu remarked, "If it is merely friendship he seeks, then he should come to see me in person." The man appeared to be in a bind. Yagyu added, "Furthermore, I currently lack the time to cultivate a friendship with your lord. Let us wait until after the exams." "The exams are over? My lord, you are most welcome to join our esteemed master in watching this game," the man suggested. Yagyu cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "I am about to take the stage, so I fear I shall not have the time to enjoy the spectacle with your master." "Take the stage?" Before the man could comprehend the meaning, several individuals approached. "I beg your pardon, but someone is already seated here. Might you kindly move?" Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes at the man. The man turned to the group adorned with ninja headbands, still in a daze. Yet they had already bypassed him to sit beside Yagyu. "You are a ninja?" the man inquired, eyeing Yagyu, who sat amidst the group. "Clearly, a genin preparing to participate in the Chunin exams." "My apologies for the intrusion," the man stated, his demeanor losing its previous politeness as he departed with a bland expression. As if in his eyes, ninjas were not a vocation worthy of respect. Yagyu found this peculiar and turned to Kakashi, asking, "Kakashi, it seems those wealthy merchants and nobles hold ninjas in low esteem?" "Indeed, more or less. In the eyes of those affluent merchants and nobles, ninjas are merely a band of mercenaries. As long as they possess gold, they can hire any type of ninja, and thus, no one regards ninjas as equals," Kakashi elucidated. "Oh, and what of their regard for the Hokage?" Kakashi glanced at Yagyu, responding, "Yagyu, in a certain sense, the Hokage is not merely the Hokage." "What do you mean?" "The Hokage, on the surface, is simply the king of ninjas, the village chief, yet he is much more than that. Beyond being the Hokage, he also wields considerable political influence and can be considered a type of noble." Yagyu took a sip of his juice, pondering, shouldn't the highest political authority be the daimyo? And isn't the daimyo merely an ordinary person lacking any strength? "That is indeed the case," Kakashi remarked. His expression clouded with confusion as he wondered why Yagyu would inquire about such well-known matters. However, Yagyu's subsequent statement nearly dropped his jaw. If that is the case, why does the Hokage not simply usurp the daimyo and govern the land of fire? What right does an ordinary person with no abilities have to stand above powerful ninjas? Chapter 123. The third round of the Chunin exams begins, with the proctor, Moonlight Breeze. Kakashi remained silent after Yagyu's words, contemplating for a long while before finally saying, "Yagyu, refrain from voicing such thoughts in public. Otherwise, the entire ninja world will struggle to accommodate you." Intriguing," Yagyu replied nonchalantly, stretching lazily. "If my strength were such that I could eliminate everyone, who would dare to exclude me if I were the only one capable of excluding others?" "Kakashi, your path is becoming narrow." "Kakashi, contestants Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura, please enter." An Umbu suddenly appeared and hurriedly left, seemingly quite busy. Yagyu rose, placing his juice back on the tray held by Cheyenne. "Cheyenne, stay with Kakashi until I return, and do not wander off." "Understood, Yagyu-kun." After instructing Cheyenne, Yagyu proceeded toward the venue, with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura rising to follow closely behind him. The opening of the Chunin exam requires all contestants to make a collective appearance, akin to presenting a program to the audience. The spectators, akin to onlookers at a monkey exhibit, began discussing them: strength, background, talent, reputation, and so forth. Yagyu genuinely could not fathom why those of lesser prowess felt entitled to sit in the audience, freely chattering and casting judgment from a position of superiority. Upon reaching the lower section of the venue, a significant number of contestants participating in this round had already gathered. Yagyu spotted Gaara and Temari from Sunagakure, as well as Kankuro and Shikamaru from Konohagakure. After a brief wait, the final few arrived. Once the Hokage and Kazekage are seated, you may proceed. All you need to do is walk a circuit and return to the viewing area. When it's your turn to compete, the proctor will call your names. An experienced Chunin informed the 10 contestants. Yagyu and a few of the more aloof individuals remained silent, while Shikamaru and others, being relatively more affable, nodded in acknowledgement. The Hokage and Kazekage have entered. At the central and uppermost position of the viewing area, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with a Hokage hat, appeared alongside the Kazekage, both taking their respective seats. "Kazekage, your village has produced quite a number of talented children this year. Whom do you favor?" Sarutobi initiated the conversation with a mild smile. "Naturally, I favor Gaara from our village, but he still has a long way to go compared to the children of Konoha," the fourth Kazekage replied in a gravelly voice. "Haha, you are being modest. I find Gaara's talents impressive and his strength formidable. He previously defeated a genius from our Hyuga clan during the preliminary rounds. He will undoubtedly be among those who pass this exam. Sarutobi chimed in jovially, as if offering a compliment from a relative. The fourth Kazekage remained non-committal, appearing somewhat impatient as he remarked, "Shall we commence the competition?" Sarutobi nodded, observing the Kazekage's unwillingness to continue the conversation and refrained from further discussion, simply smiling. "Of course, let the contestants enter." As Sarutobi's words echoed, Yagyu and the others lined up to exit. As the representative for this examination, Yagyu naturally took the lead. "Is that handsome fellow a ninja too? How pitiful that he must partake in such a life-and-death exam." A noble princess lamented. "That boy. I previously saw him sitting alone with a maid in the corner, thinking he was some nobleman's son. Little did I know he was merely a genin contestant. To be honest, his attire and demeanor do mimic that of a noble quite well. Ha ha ha. By the way, does anyone know his name? After the exam, I wish to purchase him to serve as my bodyguard." "A bodyguard? It sounds more like you want to keep a male pet." "What? This lady is wealthy. Do you have a problem with that? Lady, you should take a look at your own bulk. Calling you aunt would be a compliment." "What did you say? You foul harlot. You dare to call me a foul harlot? Just because you have a little money doesn't mean you're exceptional. This princess is not afraid of you. Does anyone know which one is the Uchiha orphan? I never expected that such a prominent clan still has survivors. Those who bet on him to win will surely profit." "What do you know? I have insider information. That Uchiha's opponent is no ordinary person. He may not even be a match." "Oh, pray tell more." The audience was in an uproar, resembling a bustling marketplace. As Yagyu traversed the center of the arena, each step felt agonizing. He felt akin to a foolish monkey or a male courtesan, parading his worth for the crowd. Meanwhile, the audience, akin to swine, believed they were appraising his value. Had he known the Chunin exam would unfold in such a manner, he would have withdrawn, for after all, it was merely a title of Chunin. He cared not at all. Before long, Yagyu and the others completed their circuit, returning to the viewing area through the subterranean passage. The proctor, Moonlight Breeze, began to take the stage. In the original narrative, when the still genin Kabuto withdrew during the preliminary rounds, this abrupt action caught Sarutobi's attention, prompting him to investigate Kabuto. Consequently, Moonlight Breeze met a tragic end at the hands of Maki. Now, due to Yagyu's influence, Kabuto withdrew early, failing to participate in the second round, thereby altering the narrative and allowing Moonlight Breeze to survive until the finals. Ahem, I am Moonlight Breeze, the proctor for this third round of the Chunin exam. The competition will be conducted in a one-on-one format. The match concludes when either party loses combat capability or concedes. The moonlight illuminated the scene as the ailing figure of Moonlight Breeze, who appeared to be suffering from a profound weakness, coughed incessantly, eliciting murmurs of concern from the spectators. Could this frail individual truly be a jonin of Konoha? Would he not be overwhelmed by the candidates? Was there truly no other jonin available for such a critical examination? As Sarutobi Hizen sat among the nobles and wealthy merchants, he could hear their disparaging remarks, which cast a shadow over his expression. This was indeed a lapse in his judgment. He had merely intended to select a young, talented jonin with respectable credentials to oversee the third round of assessments, without considering the implications of Moonlight Breeze's appearance. Such a sickly representative of Konoha might provoke skepticism among the affluent sponsors, and he hoped that the daimyo would overlook such trivialities. Otherwise, this year's financial allocations could face further reductions. Sarutobi Hizen sighed, his heart burdened with worry for Konoha. Chapter 124, the first match of the finals, Hinata versus Kiba. The first match of the Chunin exam finals features Kiba Inuzuka against Hinata Hyuga. The decision to showcase the victory of the brilliant young scion of the Hyuga clan as the opening act of the finals was a deliberate arrangement. As the young branch leader of the Hyuga clan and the future heir to its leadership, Hinata decisively defeated her opponent in the Chunin finals, demonstrating both the might of the Hyuga clan and the underlying strength of Konoha. Although the organization of the entire Chunin exam took considerable consideration for Sunigakure, the ultimate goal remained to display the prowess of Konoha. Please welcome the two candidates. Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga emerged from their respective passageways, gracefully approaching the position of Moonlight Breeze. That must be the young branch leader of the Hyuga clan, right? She appears so delicate and frail, hardly a figure of formidable prowess. Whether she is formidable or not is inconsequential. Her status as the young branch leader of the Hyuga clan warrants our attention. The Hyuga clan is not only a powerful ninja family, but also one of noble lineage, distinguishing them from ordinary ninja clans. While typical ninja families rely on honing their clan's jutsu and cultivating powerful ninjas to maintain their glory, the Hyuga clan flourishes on both fronts. The main house engages in political diplomacy, economics, and power, while the branch family protects, employs, and even forms alliances through marriage. Indeed, given the stature of the Hyuga family, even marital unions often involve others joining the Hyuga clan, with any offspring inevitably bearing the Hyuga name. The symbiotic relationship between the main and branch families endows the Hyuga clan with a formidable political presence, elevated status, and the prestige of a prominent ninja family within the shinobi world. However, the stark disparity in treatment between the branch and main families has led to existing tensions within the Hyuga clan. The young man opposite her must also be the young branch leader of a certain ninja family, the Inuzuka clan, a rather uncouth and impoverished ninja family. Do not underestimate them. The Inuzuka clan earns a fair sum each year from producing soldier pills, though their profits are squandered on a pack of beasts. The laughter of a group of minor nobles and wealthy merchants echoed through the audience, mocking Kiba's appearance, comparing him to a dog. The jesting comments did not reach the exam arena. Otherwise, Kiba would have undoubtedly caused a scene, disregarding the exam entirely. Hinata, I shall not show you any mercy in this match, Kiba said, patting Akamaru on the head. I too shall not hold back, Kiba, Hinata replied earnestly. As teammates, both understood that giving their all in this contest was the utmost respect for one another. Moonlight Breeze glanced at the two participants and coughed twice, declaring, the match begins. Akamaru. Woof. The Inuzuka's ninjutsu took form as Akamaru swiftly leapt on Akiba's arm, mimicking his shape on his back. Kiba engaged the beast mimicry technique, positioning himself like an animal on all fours. In this man and beast duo, it became nearly impossible to discern who was human and who was canine. Beast clone technique. With a puff of smoke, Akamaru transformed to resemble Kiba perfectly. Hinata, be cautious. Fong over Fong. As Kiba's teammate, Hinata was well aware of his abilities, entering a combat stance as he prepared. With Kiba and Akamaru charging at her like a tornado, Hinata elegantly dodged their assault and maintained her defensive posture. Kiba excelled in aggressive offense, while Hinata specialized in defensive counterattacks, allowing her to remain unhurried in her response. With the power of her Byakugan, she knew that as long as she remained vigilant, Kiba would not land a hit. The ensuing skirmish seemed to validate this notion. As Kiba and Akamaru engaged in a series of frantic charges, failing to touch Hinata even once, the duo was soon winded, while Hinata remained composed. This won't do. Akamaru. Change tactics. Woof. Woof. Kiba dropped a smoke bomb, obscuring their forms within the thick fog. Hinata, noticing the ruse, kindly cautioned, Kiba, it's futile. My Byakugan can pierce through your smoke, and you cannot hide from me. However, Kiba did not respond to her well-intentioned warning. Instead, while under her watchful gaze, he swiftly dug a hole and burrowed inside. It seemed Kiba sought to use the earth's thickness to shield himself from Hinata's Byakugan, but he was mistaken. Every movement they made underground remained visible to Hinata. Fong over Fong. Akamaru emerged from the soil, shattering the ground as he charged toward Hinata. Yet, she had foreseen their actions and deftly leapt back to evade. However, in that very instant, Kiba sprung forth from the earth to launch a surprise attack. His speed rivaled that of a youthful Rock Lee pre-opening of the 8 gates, yet Hinata managed to react in time. Utilizing the power of her Byakugan, she sidestepped Kiba's strike, then executed a palm thrust toward his head. Gentle fist, empty palm. Hinata's hand did not make contact with Kiba's head. Rather, she released a surge of chakra energy from her palm, disrupting his attack. She swiftly closed the distance. Gentle fist, 32 palms. Hinata struck Kiba a total of 32 times before releasing him. At this point, the majority of his chakra points had been sealed, rendering him nearly incapacitated. And Akamaru's endurance had reached its limit. The outcome was evident. Kiba recognized his defeat, a thorough one at that. As a teammate, he was acutely aware of Hinata's prowess. With her mastery of the gentle fist, she could have unleashed 64 strikes, yet she had only utilized half, clearly unwilling to inflict serious harm upon him. Despite being the strongest among the trio, Hinata possessed the gentlest of natures. Kiba sighed, releasing Akamaru from the ninjutsu. We concede. Woof. Akamaru, crestfallen, licked Kiba's hand in consolation. It's all right, Akamaru. Losing to Hinata is nothing to be ashamed of. Kiba chuckled heartily, fully accepting his defeat. Though he had let down his mother's expectations, he felt a sense of satisfaction. His opponent was none other than Hinata, the young heiress of the Hyuga clan, the strongest in their class apart from Yagyu and Sasuke. Losing to her was no disgrace. The first match concluded, with Hinata Hyuga emerging victorious. As Moonlight Breeze announced the result, Hinata smiled gently, her gaze drifting toward the audience. Amidst the rows of onlookers, she spotted the boy who had taught her to be strong and confident. Were it not for Yagyu-kun, I doubt I would possess such strength today. Compared to her stern father, who had trained her rigorously day and night, she felt far more gratitude toward the boy who had guided her through moments of confusion and despair. Perhaps some may find it amusing. Yet I implore you to extend a measure of compassion towards a naive and delicate young maiden. For love is never predicated upon one's own perception of their deeds, but rather upon her genuine ability to feel it. I also hope that the gentle-hearted, innocent, and kind souls of youth, middle age, and the elderly, along with their families, lovers, and friends, are granted greater understanding and empathy, accepting the helplessness, frailty, and vulnerable aspects of their nature. Chapter 125. The second match of the finals, The Art of Blackwater, Noble Ninja Techniques. I maintain that the young clan leader of the Inuzuka cannot possibly rival the young leader of the Hyuga clan. How could a mere scion of a small ninja family contend against the Hyuga? Ha ha ha. And yet you remain skeptical. Today, I shall reap a modest profit. How infuriating it is that a man cannot surpass a woman. Truly, the young leader of the Inuzuka clan would be better off dead. Henceforth, I shall never employ a ninja from the Inuzuka clan in my endeavors. Heh, are you unaware? The leaders of the Inuzuka clan are predominantly women. How formidable could you expect their young leader to be? What is that? How much did we lose this match? Let us place the blame squarely on the Inuzuka clan. We shall no longer engage in any business with them. As the battle concluded, the spectators, both influential and modest, erupted into a cacophony of noise, some cursing, others rejoicing. What had been a routine Chunin exam transformed into their gambling den, a commercial spectacle. The participants in this contest represented their respective villages and nations, as well as their families. A candidate's stellar performance not only brings honor to their village and nation, but also elevates their family as prestige, increasing orders and business prospects. Conversely, a poor performance yields the opposite result. Following this match, the Hyuga clan would enjoy a renewed reputation among the elite, and their economic and employment contracts would subsequently flourish. In stark contrast, the Inuzuka clan would face dire repercussions. Their already modest means would be further strained by the dismal showing of their young leader, Inuzuka Kiba, in the Chunin exams. Fortunately, his mother, a doting parent, would bear the burden of this mishap, refusing to place the blame on Kiba. Any troubles wrought by her son, she would resolve. Were it not for Inuzuka Tsume's formidable abilities and her unique standing within the clan, it is likely that Kiba would face impeachment from his position as young leader. After Hinata and Kiba concluded their battle, they returned to the audience, unaffected by the tumult of the adults around them. Moonlight Shikaku, observing the arena after their departure, noted the minimal damage and decided against summoning the Earth Release Ninja for repairs, instead prompting the commencement of the second match. The second match in the Chunin exam finals features Nara Shikamaru of Konoha against the ninja Kajiro from Amigakure. In the stands, Nara Shikamaru rose with a look of exasperation. Scratching his head, "What a bother." Smack. Ino slapped him on the back, admonishing, "Quit being so lazy. Go out there and crush him. You are the only hope of our Team 10. If you lose pathetically, we'll be utterly humiliated." Ouch. Shikamaru felt the sting on his back, overwhelmed by the pressure. Would Ino really resort to violence if he were to lose this match? Just then, Asuma placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he smiled. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. As a first-year graduate, making it this far is already quite impressive." With Asuma's words of comfort, Shikamaru felt the weight lift from his shoulders, returning to his typically languid demeanor in an instant. "Ah, don't worry about it, Asuma," he replied, turning to Choji. Choji, ever the foodie, was munching away even during this critical exam. "I believe you'll win, Shikamaru," he encouraged, sharing some of his snacks to bolster Shikamaru's spirits. With a grin, Shikamaru accepted some treats, feeling invigorated. "Rest assured, I'll bring you good news. I won T lose." Though he maintained his usual languid appearance, his words brimmed with newfound confidence. On the other side, Kajiro from Amigakure faced a less sentimental scenario. As a ninja hailing from a minor village, he and his two companions had cultivated their abilities together, developing a relatively mature strategy. Yet, now only he stood to engage in this solitary battle. Even though Kajiro possessed unique jutsu that his comrades lacked, winning in a one-on-one confrontation would not be simple. Without cheers or encouragement, Kajiro approached the arena under the watchful gaze of his two inscrutable companions. Their Jonin leader, perpetually shrouded in a cloak, showed no concern for the outcome of this match. "Have you ever heard of Amigakure? It's a poor place. Not much has been said about it." "Huh, young man." Though Amigakure is impoverished, it was once home to the legendary ninja known as Hanzo the Salamander. In his time, even the 5 great ninja villages dared not claim they could defeat him. Is he that formidable? So, does this Kajiro from Amigakure possess some extraordinary prowess? Extraordinary? Huh. Hanzo is merely a relic of the past, perhaps now languishing in some bed awaiting his demise. What kind of ninja could emerge from a place both destitute and lacking in strength? Then, does this imply Konoha has the greater odds of victory? I've heard that Nara Shikamaru is the young leader of the Nara clan. Presumably, the Nara clan is known for their intelligence, with members involved in various professions. Thus, they possess a degree of wealth and political influence. Those in high society often grant them respect. However, it is well known that while the Nara clan members are clever, their combat prowess is uncertain. Though they have their unique family jutsu, their standing in the ninja world remains middling, their reputation rather average. Cough cough. The match is about to begin. Moonlight Shikaku, disinclined to reiterate the rules, observed the competitors take their positions and promptly declared the match to commence. As Moonlight Shikaku stepped aside, the ninja from Amigakure struck first. Water release, black rain technique. With the conclusion of the hand seals, a dark rain began to pour down upon Shikamaru. He caught the droplets in his hands, squeezing them. Oil. Realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted as he swiftly retreated. Just as he did, an arrow struck the spot he had occupied moments before, igniting the black rain into flames. A sneak attack. How despicable. Witnessing Shikamaru falter at the outset, Ino could not contain her frustration. Yet Asuma remained unfazed, remarking, "It's merely a bit of black oil. It's nothing particularly formidable." Shikamaru shared this sentiment. While Kajiro's technique was indeed unique, its power was rather lackluster. It lacked offensive capability, defensive strength, and offered minimal interference. Aside from its potential to combine with flames, it was nearly without utility. This suggested that Kajiro's development of the technique was quite rudimentary, and his chakra reserves were likely scant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have produced merely this small amount of black oil. Shikamaru mused that if he were to wield this technique, he would surely create a water cannon of black oil or something similar. Since Kajiro couldn't even manage such a technique, it seemed his chakra was exceedingly limited. Or perhaps the consumption of chakra for the black water technique was too great for Kajiro to afford. Noble Ninja Techniques? Chapter 126. The third match commences. Moonlight Shikaku wore a look of satisfaction. Shikamaru hurled 2 exploding tags attached to shuriken towards Kajiro. The resulting explosions forced Kajiro to retreat. As he did, a shadow darted towards him at high speed. Kajiro may have possessed mediocre personal strength, but he was no fool. He twisted his body, attempting to flee for his life. Yet his speed could not match that of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, and he was soon ensnared. Good job, Shikamaru. You've got him now. Finish him off in one swift motion. Ino cheered, her excitement palpable as she waved her fists in the air. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, remarked nonchalantly, "It won't end that easily." Wisps of smoke lazily ascended from the cigarette, drifting skyward. In the next moment, the figure of Kagaya, who was supposed to be restrained, suddenly collapsed into a pool of black water. Conversely, from another direction, a mass of black water surged like muddy sludge, gradually taking the form of Kagaya. Water release, water clone technique. A clone, you say? This technique posed a slight challenge for Shikamaru, as locating the original ninja adept at utilizing the clone technique was no simple feat. Shikamaru engaged his intellect, attempting to devise a clever strategy, yet results eluded him momentarily. Just then, Kagaya launched another assault. This time, he did not employ the water release. Instead, he exploited the deceptive nature of the clone to suddenly strike at Shikamaru. Fortunately, Shikamaru was well prepared, evading the kunai attack and seizing the opportunity to hurl a kunai at Kagaya. However, the kunai pierced through his body, embedding itself directly into the wall. Shikamaru felt a flicker of confusion. Was this attack a ruse? If this attack was indeed a deception, then you've fallen for it. A hoarse voice echoed from Shikamaru's side as another Kagaya appeared, thrusting a kunai straight at Shikamaru's chest. Given the angle and speed, Shikamaru could scarcely evade. He could only twist his body to avoid a fatal blow. Nevertheless, he was still grazed, leaving a faint trail of blood on his chest. After narrowly dodging the attack, Shikamaru immediately retreated several paces, distancing himself from Kagaya. He touched his wound, assessing his condition, and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there's no poison, otherwise it would have been disastrous. I was a bit careless just now. Shikamaru inwardly reflected on his earlier miscalculation, becoming increasingly cautious in this battle. Kagaya had only a handful of techniques. As they exchanged blows, it became evident that without his companion's support, Shikamaru quickly discerned his weaknesses. After evading Kagaya's sneak attack once more, Shikamaru employed a shuriken to confirm the clone's identity, promptly utilizing the shadow imitation technique on the areas stained with black oil. Kagaya had not anticipated that Shikamaru could manipulate multiple shadows to employ the shadow imitation technique simultaneously, and he was immediately ensnared. A smile crept across Shikamaru's lips as he sensed the immobilized Kagaya. The match was over. Shadow neck bind technique. Shikamaru executed a jutsu he had never used publicly before. The shadow that had controlled Kagaya suddenly climbed up his body, constricting around his neck. Kagaya felt the tightening sensation of strangulation. He realized that if he did not concede, he would be choked to death. With great effort, he managed to utter, "I concede." The match concluded. Shikamaru's displayed prowess astonished many. They had expected him to struggle before triumphing, yet he had decisively dominated Kagaya in ninjutsu. Throughout this match, both Shikamaru and Kagaya had employed two techniques. However, the Black Rain technique and Water Clone technique could only be classified as C-rank ninjutsu, with no distinction in power from D-rank ninjutsu. In contrast, Shikamaru's two techniques boasted control and lethality exceeding C-rank, executed with remarkable proficiency and timing. This battle was not merely a contest of wits. It was a clash of ninjutsu. Shikamaru prevailed. The conclusion of the second match did not create much of a stir, as one was an obscure genin from the Rain Village, while the other was merely an unremarkable leaf genin. The anticipation for the next match, featuring Uchiha Sasuke, would undoubtedly reignite the enthusiasm of the longtime admirers of the once-renowned Uchiha clan. They eagerly awaited Uchiha Sasuke's performance in the contest. Consequently, this third match became the most high-stakes competition of the entire Chunin exams. In the audience, Yagyu and Sasuke observed Shikamaru exiting the arena, each rising to depart in opposite directions. Having long since confirmed their upcoming battle, there was no need for the two to exchange further banter. Yet, as Yagyu traversed the tunnel leading to the examination grounds, he encountered two brazen rogue ninjas and a familiar stranger. "Master Yagyu, we meet again," the man said with a smile, his expression devoid of the previous sycophancy he exhibited during his invitation. Yagyu recognized him, yet chose to disregard him, replying coolly, "Get lost." The man's expression darkened immediately, and with a sneer, he retorted, "Your temper remains as fierce as ever. I shan't waste more words with you. Our lord from the fire gate has commanded you to concede in this match. If you comply, we shall not trouble you. However, should you choose to defy us, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Given your status as the lesser branch leader of the Moonlight Clan, we won't kill you. But we might just sever an arm or a leg, haha." As the man's words hung in the air, the two rogue ninjas stepped forward with menacing expressions. Yet, Yagyu appeared utterly unperturbed, continuing on his path. "I'll say it again, get lost. Do you truly think you're impressive? The two ninjas beside me are both jonin. Do not delude yourself." No sooner had the man uttered these words than a crimson line appeared across the necks of him and the two jonin, blood gushing forth. Yagyu materialized 1 meter behind him, sheathing his blade as he continued toward the examination grounds. "Such politeness in your words. Yet alas, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory," Yagyu murmured as he walked away, leaving the three gasping for breath, soon to perish in a pool of blood. Just then, an elderly man, supported by a cane and flanked by two young women, slowly emerged from the shadows. He first glanced at the three lifeless bodies in the bloodied pool, then at Yagyu's departing figure, and sighed, "Yagyu, you've truly grown. Your speed with the blade is such that even I, an old man, cannot discern it." This elder was none other than the current patriarch of the Moonlight Clan, Moonlight Clan. Over the years, he had closely observed Yagyu's development, providing him with everything he desired, from financial support to various ninjutsu and kenjutsu, even the backing and attention of the third Hokage. Now, Yagyu had finally matured into the figure he had hoped for. Because the Hokage has grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Moonlight Clan, it is fortunate that you have matured. Otherwise, I would have had to take drastic measures against my own kin. Moonlight Clan sighed, then revealed a jovial expression, patting the behinds of the two young women beside him. Meishio, let us go see how our Moonlight Clan's genius obliterates the Uchiha clan's genius. Ha ha ha. You're insufferable, they replied in unison, laughter erupting from their lips. Chapter 127. The Two Terrifying Geniuses of Konoha, the Astonished Crowd. A trivial interlude did not impede Yagyu's pace as he arrived at the examination grounds. He and Sasuke emerged from opposite ends of the tunnel simultaneously, taking matching strides and halting with equal force at the sides of Moonlight Jikaz. Moonlight Jikaz cast a curious glance at Moonlight Yagyu, for they were of the same clan. He had taught Yagyu swordsmanship in his youth. He reminisced about the time when Moonlight Yagyu struggled with swordsmanship, appearing utterly inept. Later, inexplicably, he excelled in every discipline, becoming the object of envy and admiration for all. Previously, he had been the role model for the younger generation of the Moonlight Clan, a prodigy esteemed by the elders. However, since Moonlight Yagyu began attending school, all his brilliance had been overshadowed. Yet, he bore no resentment towards Yagyu, for he had never cared for such superficial accolades. Life is meant to be lived for oneself, not for the gaze of others. In this match, killing is prohibited. It will conclude when one side loses their combat ability or concedes. Understood? Moonlight Jakaz reiterated the rules, inquiring. Both responded indifferently to Moonlight Jakaz. Were it not for their strikingly different appearances, he might have mistaken them for a person and their shadow clone. Let the match begin. As the words fell, Moonlight Jakaz was just about to retreat when two figures suddenly appeared before him, engaged in fierce combat. Are they Chunin? Cold sweat streamed down Moonlight Jakaz's face as he swiftly withdrew, terrified of being drawn into their battle. Sasuke and Yagyu began their confrontation not with ninjutsu or swordsmanship, but with pure taijutsu. Their fists and feet struck with remarkable speed, their figures flashing across every corner of the venue. The audience, witnessing this clash of titans, could hardly believe their eyes. Is this the speed a human can achieve? Injured Lee Rock, seated among the spectators, watched the two flickering figures with a heart full of frustration. So, Sasuke hadn't even unleashed his full power during their fight. From the 7th squad's position, Sakura clenched her fists tightly. When will I ever catch up to them? I am so far behind. Underneath Kakashi's mask, which obscured his expression, lay his own astonishment. Are these my subordinates? How do I feel like I am not even their match? Beside him, Guy gaped in disbelief, turning to Kakashi and exclaiming, Kakashi, are your subordinates really this year's graduating students? Kakashi paused for a moment in silence before nodding slightly. Yes. Guy's face was one of incredulity. Kakashi, I never thought there could be someone more talented than you in this world. Kakashi's expression remained impassive. Talented? Am I considered a genius? Compared to them, I'm just an ordinary person. In the stands of Sunagakure, Maki felt a sense of relief that Gaara hadn't faced either of the two combatants. Their speed was beyond even his grasp, let alone Gaara's. Gaara remained silent, gazing at Maki. He must focus more on honing his own taijutsu. Speed, strength, and defense are also crucial. Previously, he had never concerned himself with Gaara's training, knowing how formidable his power was. But today, having witnessed the two monsters from Konoha, he realized his understanding was rather shallow. Gaara's genius paled in comparison to these two. In response to Maki's admonition, Gaara remained silent. Yet the bloodied palm he clenched betrayed his inner turmoil. Am I afraid? Why am I feeling fear? Gaara questioned himself internally, but no one provided an answer. Temari displayed a look of regret, lamenting, why aren't these two from Sunagakure? Throughout her life, she had never felt drawn to anyone, but for these two, she would willingly marry either. In a corner of the viewing platform, Lord Firegate, Hamanai Taro, observed the formidable performance of Moonlight Yagyu below, and a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Initially furious about the defeat of his subordinates, he had been contemplating a future reckoning with the Moonlight Clan. However, witnessing Yagyu's display of strength, he began to worry for his own safety. Someone, prepare 1,000 gold pieces for the Moonlight Clan. I must personally apologize. Yes. Lord Firegate. Clearly, Hamanai Taro was not an ignorant merchant noble. Despite his disdain for the laboring ninjas, he felt a deep fear toward powerful ninjas. He could afford to hire numerous ninjas, be they Genin, Chunin, or Jonin. Yet, he was uncertain if he could afford a shinobi of the Kage level. These individuals, with their overwhelming power and arrogance, could not be swayed by mere wealth, especially when it came to safeguarding his life. Therefore, he could not afford to offend a terrifying ninja like Yagyu, who showcased Jonin-level prowess at such a young age, with the potential to become a Kage. Perhaps this Moonlight Yagyu would be the next Hokage. Many wealthy merchants and nobles shared Haman's shock, not being ninjas or from Konoha. They believed the Uchiha would prevail in this competition. Regardless of the era, the historical reputation of the Uchiha was enough to instill confidence. However, today, the unfamiliar name of Moonlight Yagyu had firmly embedded itself in their minds. The Moonlight Clan had now caught the attention of the aristocracy and affluent merchants. Moonlight Yagyu, a genius with potential for Kage-level power. The Moonlight Clan's junior clan leader. Konoha's ability to cultivate such talents proved that even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Henceforth, orders concerning ninjas should be entrusted more to Konoha for peace of mind. Indeed, over the years, Konoha's ninjas had always been trustworthy. With these two geniuses in play, Konoha could likely remain powerful for decades to come, continuing trade with the Land of Fire. However, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious in this match. I bet on the Uchiha. Who isn't? At the center of the viewing platform, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru was not surprised by the battle between the two. He was already aware of their strengths, especially that of Moonlight Yagyu. What he displayed now was merely the tip of the iceberg. Should he go all out, he could probably defeat Sasuke in a single strike. What intrigued him was whether Sasuke would employ the jutsu he had taught him, and if he would embrace his curse mark through this defeat. Would Moonlight Yagyu be injured or defeated by Sasuke, now empowered by the curse mark? Such a scenario might pique Yagyu's interest in the power of the curse mark as well. Orochimaru had not relinquished his desire for Yagyu's body, but this time he opted for a more conciliatory approach. After all, given Yagyu's strength, using force would be futile. Chapter 128. First Taijutsu, then swordsmanship, and finally ninjutsu. The pinnacle of the Chunin battle. Unlike Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen was witnessing Yagyu's combat for the first time in such an immediate manner, leaving him profoundly shaken. Although the battle was so swift that many spectators could barely discern the clash between Yagyu and Sasuke, the Hokage, as a Kage-level powerhouse, could clearly see their confrontation. While others perceived the battle as evenly matched, he saw Moonlight Yagyu holding an undeniable advantage. In his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke was exerting every ounce of effort, while Moonlight Yagyu appeared to be unfazed, even holding back, as if fearing he might defeat Sasuke too swiftly. Moonlight Yagyu. At this moment, Hiruzen felt a mixture of admiration and frustration towards him. He admired his innate talent and power, yet resented Yagyu's disobedience. If only Yagyu could possess the kindness and purity akin to the fourth Hokage, he might consider endorsing him for the position of fifth Hokage. After a few minutes of taijutsu exchanges, the two separated, both unscathed, their expressions neutral, though Yagyu's demeanor was notably more composed. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling the pain from his knuckles, and reached for the long sword strapped to his back. Observing this, Yagyu also drew his long sword. First taijutsu, then swordsmanship. It seemed they were determined to compete in every aspect. Secret technique, moon shadow. Almost simultaneously, both employed the same sword technique and vanished from sight. The crowd merely heard the clash of metal as both appeared behind one another. What just happened? No one knew. They only realized that in an instant, the two had exchanged positions. Then, in the next moment, they vanished again. Konoha's flow swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon. Sasuke created two shadow clones, leaping into the air to strike at Yagyu. Yagyu, reacting swiftly, also produced two shadow clones, soaring higher to attack Sasuke. Consequently, all of Sasuke's shadow clones found themselves at a disadvantage and were swiftly dispatched, while Sasuke's main body remained unfazed, gripping his sword and moving rapidly. Uchiha Flow, Solar Halo Dance. Flames erupted in midair, blocking Yagyu's sword strikes, and Sasuke returned to the ground unharmed. This exchange ended once more in a stalemate. However, neither took a moment's respite. One tie warranted another challenge. The techniques of Konoha's flowing swordsmanship and the Uchiha's secret sword arts were unleashed in succession by Yagami and Sasuke. Unlike physical combat, swordsmanship does not necessitate a rapid exchange of strikes, allowing many ordinary spectators to witness the flurry of attacks from the two combatants. A sword swing igniting flames? Is this swordsmanship? And what of the lightning? Are these two truly mere genin? The prowess exhibited by Konoha's genin is simply terrifying. It seems they operate on an entirely different echelon compared to the ninjas of other villages. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the arena was alive with the clash of blades and the fury of elemental forces. Dust and debris were sent flying as the earthen arena was ravaged within mere minutes, transformed into a chaotic landscape. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Following their swordplay, the two simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu against one another. Two colossal fireballs collided midair, exploding in a blinding flash that enveloped the entire arena in a cloud of smoke. Is this truly a fireball jutsu? Some Chunin, familiar only with the basic fireball technique, gazed in disbelief at the overwhelming might of their attacks. How could their fireball jutsu appear to rival B-rank ninjutsu in potency? Yet, the battle unfolded further as Yagami and Sasuke executed a myriad of advanced ninjutsu, revealing the extent of their formidable capabilities. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The two fire dragons clashed in midair, resulting in a stalemate in their ninjutsu contest. Observing this, Sasuke abandoned his fire techniques in favor of lightning. With his left hand resting upon his right wrist, he swiftly gathered chakra, manifesting a crackling bolt of lightning. Lightning style, Chidori. The electric brilliance flickered through the smoke, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. This technique is Kakashi Hitaki's name resonates throughout the ninja world, and many are familiar with his signature jutsu, Chidori. Look, that's the Sharingan. During his earlier confrontation with Yagami, Sasuke refrained from activating his Sharingan. Since Yagami had not activated his own, Sasuke saw no need to do so either. However, utilizing Chidori without the Sharingan is nearly impossible, as Chidori's precision relies on the extraordinary speed facilitated by the Sharingan. Without it, the likelihood of missing is substantial. But with the Sharingan, it becomes nearly impossible to miss. This is precisely why Sasuke activates his Sharingan when employing this technique. Now that Uchiha Sasuke has unleashed Chidori, will Yagami utilize it as well? It remains uncertain, as both had previously employed identical techniques during their skirmishes. Those unfamiliar with Chidori's shortcomings began to speculate, while Might Guy, standing beside Kakashi, inquired with curiosity, "Did you really teach Chidori to Yagami?" Kakashi shook his head, asserting that Yagami lacked the Sharingan, rendering Chidori an unsuitable technique for him. Might Guy nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Chidori could be used without the Sharingan, it was indisputable that a user with the Sharingan would outperform one without it. As if to affirm their conjectures, Yagami, upon witnessing Sasuke utilize Chidori, refrained from employing the same technique. Instead, he formed a chakra sphere with a single hand. What technique is this? Many in the ninja world retain memories of the fourth Hokage's golden flash and his lightning-fast flying thunder god technique. But they had little recollection of the unmarked ninjutsu he developed. Yet, even if most lacked familiarity with this technique, Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi would certainly not be oblivious to it. Both displayed expressions of astonishment. Rasengan. In this world, only Jiraiya possesses this technique. Although the sealing scrolls of Konoha contain records of it, Yagami should not have mastered it. Hiruzen Sarutobi's suspicions regarding Yagami deepened, pondering whether the loss of the sealing scrolls was the doing of Mizuki or Yagami, or perhaps Jiraiya had returned. Orochimaru, meanwhile, harbored a different thought. Yagami's ability to perform Rasengan indicated either that he was a disciple of Jiraiya or that he had acquired the method from Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for which was more likely, Orochimaru discreetly glanced at the equally astonished Hiruzen Sarutobi, leaning towards the first possibility. If Yagami were indeed Jiraiya's disciple, could he be the fated child Jiraiya had been searching for all along? A mysterious gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Chapter 129. A single slap sends Sasuke flying. The rising fame of Yagami. Although Orochimaru and Jiraiya had diverged onto different paths, he could not deny that Jiraiya had an eye for selecting outstanding disciples. From the three children of Amigakure to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and now to Yagami. Sasuke, noticing that Yagami had not resorted to using Chidori as he had, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He retracted Chidori, gazing at Yagami with a penetrating look. "Why don't you use Chidori?" The others around them were once again struck with shock. Might Guy, pressing closer, questioned, "Didn't you say Yagami couldn't use Chidori?" "Oh, I forgot about that. Perhaps I taught it to him in a dream?" Kakashi replied, visibly embarrassed and helpless. Having his ninjutsu casually passed on by his own student was quite a blow to his pride. Moreover, if this information were to spread, it could tarnish Sasuke's reputation, compelling him to intervene. Yagami also dispelled the Rasengan, stating, "I am not adept at that technique." Sasuke furrowed his brow, wearing an expression that questioned whether he should believe him. Seeing this, Yagami felt exasperated. He had genuinely tried to hold back for Sasuke's sake. Why was he still being pressured? Using Chidori necessitated activating the Sharingan. Stealing a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi above, Yagami mused, "At this point, exposing my Sharingan wouldn't be an issue, would it? After all, that old man is on the verge of death. Once he has gone, who will care whether I possess the Sharingan or not? Oh, and there's Danzo too. Almost forgot about him. I don't have a good elder brother shielding me." With this thought, Yagami remained unwilling to engage Sasuke in a full-blown battle while employing the Sharingan. Sensing Yagami's hesitance, Sasuke grew increasingly irritated, declaring, "How much longer will you continue to hide?" Previously, Yagami had promised that once he reached the level of Hokage, he would reveal the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Yet, to this day, Sasuke remained oblivious to what constituted the level of Hokage. All he knew was that he was no weaker than Kakashi. Surely Yagami, being significantly stronger than himself, should be nearing that level as well, right? If Yagami shared his bloodline and bore the same deep-seated grudge, wouldn't he already have sufficient strength for vengeance? Why must he wait until Sasuke's power reached an unattainable height? He could not comprehend this, leading him to yearn for clarity at this very moment. However, Yagami would not afford him that opportunity. In a flash, Yagami's speed propelled him to Sasuke's front. delivering a single slap that sent him flying several meters away. Foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? I let you off because I saw you as weak. And you still dare to act arrogant? The arena fell silent, all present rendered speechless. What was initially perceived as an evenly matched battle culminated in Yagami's sudden burst of power, sending Sasuke crashing down. A single slap to send the fierce Sasuke flying? Is this what Uchiha Sasuke referred to as hidden strength? How terrifying. Hiruzen Sarutobi struggled to maintain his composure, his face a canvas of wrinkles. Today, he had been astonished countless times, but the surprises Yagami presented were overwhelming. He had initially thought Yagami was only slightly stronger than Sasuke. What, then, was this display? Who had mastered Tai Chi? Was that the lion's roar technique? Beside him, Orochimaru wore a look of contentment, exclaiming, yes, precisely. This exemplifies the true prowess of Yukimura. Strike him down. Let that foolish Sasuke unleash my jutsu, summon the serpent of 1,000. With that, he commanded the serpentine barrage to bite down upon his opponent. In the arena, Yukimura stood silently, observing the spot where Sasuke had fallen. The area was strewn with rubble, shrouded in dust, rendering the outcome indiscernible for a fleeting moment. Soon, the haze began to dissipate, revealing a hand clawing its way from the debris, followed by a bloodied, handsome visage emerging from the wreckage, coughing violently. Yukimura remarked, so you chose to mimic my style, did you? Sasuke coughed harshly a few times before turning his gaze toward Yukimura, his expression tranquil, as if he had anticipated such an overwhelming defeat. With your capabilities, what else are you concealing? What challenges remain that even you cannot overcome? He murmured. As Yukimura prepared to strike him again, Sasuke sealed his lips. With an impassive face, he addressed the referee, Yukimura, declaring, I concede. After uttering those words, Sasuke turned away, not returning to the spectators' area but instead making a beeline for the exit of the arena. No one knew his destination. With the match concluded, Yukimura emerged victorious. Cheers erupted. Hooray for Yukimura! 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 I love you, Yukimura. I wish to bear your children. Someone, please convey to my father that I wish to unite in marriage with the young clan leader of the Yukimura. Through his dominating performance, Yukimura thoroughly captivated the audience. Nobles, affluent merchants, and princesses alike took note of this name, one destined to etch itself into the annals of the ninja world. Yet, Yukimura paid little heed to the adulation surrounding him. Merely the cries of ants, he thought. Their cheers resembled that of gamblers celebrating a win, not for Yukimura's prowess, but for the wealth and power he represented. His focus remained steadfastly on Sasuke. He had absorbed Sasuke's earlier words, yet he did not concur with his perspective. Must one display their strength? Is not the power I have shown already sufficient? Do you require me to unveil all my hundredfold elite Jonin capabilities to satisfy your expectations? To be overly cautious is to invite treachery. Yukimura would not reveal his full potential simply because Sasuke sought to provoke him. As for the truth behind the annihilation of his clan and the quest for vengeance, surely Sasuke did not believe him to be a member of the Uchiha? Surely not. Sighing, Yukimura observed Sasuke depart, then swiftly followed him with a body flicker technique. The Chunin exams still had 2 matches remaining, one between Temari and Sakura. Their strengths were comparable, but Sakura, with her mastery of the spiraling sphere, likely held the upper hand. The odds were perhaps 4-6 in her favor. The other match pitted Gaara against Shino Aburame. It was rumored that Shino had resigned himself to defeat, rendering it an unremarkable contest, thus not particularly worthy of documentation, as few would wish to witness it. Meanwhile, Kakashi watched Sasuke leave, contemplating whether to offer guidance. However, upon seeing Yukimura follow, he halted his approach. Sakura, displaying concern, inquired, Kakashi-sensei, do you think Yukimura and Sasuke will be alright? Do you know what Sasuke was referring to? Why did he question Yukimura in such a manner? Kakashi was at a loss for words, pondering the very same. It's likely nothing serious, just a minor discord. After all, any 2 individuals who spend a considerable amount of time together will inevitably encounter their own set of conflicts. But with understanding and tolerance, they can continue to thrive together. Will they really? Sakura asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, they shall, Kakashi assured her. Chapter 130. The Avenger is solely myself. With a furious awakening of his 3 tomo, Sasuke departed the arena, making his way to the Uchiha training grounds. Upon arrival, he neither practiced nor engaged in any other activity. He merely stood in silence, seemingly awaiting something. Soon, Yukimura emerged from behind him. Waiting for me? Yukimura asked. Yes, Sasuke replied. With a gentle smile, Yukimura found a relatively intact wooden post and perched himself upon it. casually retrieving a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket and beginning to crack them open. "Are you wondering why I conceal my strength?" he queried. "Indeed," Sasuke responded. Yukimura's nonchalant demeanor was no surprise to Sasuke. He had long since grown accustomed to Yukimura's perpetual calm in any situation. "Your strength has rendered you unmatched in Konoha, hasn't it? Surely even the Hokage could not challenge you. Why do you not seek vengeance?" No, Yukimura replied with a gentle shake of his finger, smiling. "Though I possess the bloodline of the Uchiha, I harbor no affection for the clan. I was not born into the Uchiha, nor have I lost kin to them. What reason do I have for vengeance?" Sasuke remained indifferent, grappling with the revelation that he had always believed himself to be a kindred spirit with Yukimura, allies in the pursuit of revenge. Now, it seemed he had been deceived all along. The avenger, it appeared, was solely himself. Overwhelmed by this realization, Sasuke's emotions surged, and the dormant two-tomo Sharingan within him began to transform. Concurrently, Yukimura experienced a change as well. Ding! The entity you have bound, Uchiha Sasuke, has activated the three-tomo Sharingan. The host receives a hundredfold return. The host's three-tomo Sharingan is activated, enhancing power 100-fold. 100 times 100, 10,000 times the power? Yukimura mused that with this newfound strength, he could easily best Itachi Uchiha. Suppressing his inner elation, he concealed his Sharingan, not wishing for Sasuke to discover their simultaneous activation. Otherwise, he might deduce the connection between their abilities. Fortunately, Sasuke remained turned away, oblivious to Yukimura's secret. "You promised that when my strength reached the level of Hokage, you would reveal the truth of the Uchiha massacre, did you not?" Sasuke's tone had grown markedly colder. The respect he once held for Yukimura now diminished. Yukimura replied, "Indeed. I trust you will not break your word. I sincerely hope you will not deceive me, for if you do, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well," Sasuke coldly declared before vanishing from sight. Yukimura continued to linger, leisurely cracking seeds until the sun dipped below the horizon. Having consumed every last one before making his way back to the Chunin exam venue, the unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn, yet the objective had been achieved. This setback seemed to reignite Sasuke's motivation for self-destructive training, perhaps not an unwelcome development for Yukimura. Within mere minutes, he arrived in the village of Konoha, which appeared markedly different from the vibrant place he had left. It seemed as though a giant had ravaged the village, leaving devastation in its wake. Buildings lay in ruins, and the cries of the distressed filled the air. Teams of ninjas rushed past, some attending to the wounded, others pursuing enemies, and still others escorting captives. Amidst the chaos, Yukimura caught sight of a large toad, atop which stood two figures, one large and one small. Yukimura had no intention of greeting them, yet they spotted him. "Oh, if it isn't young Yukimura, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the Chunin exam venue?" one of them remarked. "Oh, I passed the exam and decided to take a stroll. Upon returning to the village, I encountered this situation. What has transpired?" Yukimura replied, feigning ignorance as he approached. Jiraiya shook his head. "I am uncertain. I was training with Naruto when I suddenly witnessed a horde of Suna ninjas riding enormous snakes rampaging through Konoha. I suspect this incident is linked to Orochimaru." "Oh, training?" Yagyu cast a dubious glance at the bathrobe draped over Naruto, causing the latter to feel a touch of embarrassment. To avoid being the sole subject of ridicule, he promptly decided to throw Jiraiya under the bus. "Perverted sage, spare Yagyu your lies. You were clearly peeping at the women bathing in the hot springs just moments ago." Jiraiya retaliated with a punch to Naruto's head, exclaiming in exasperation, "What perverted sage?" "It is Toad Sage. Do you understand, Toad Sage?" Feeling helpless, Naruto rubbed his head and replied with a look of grievance, "What Toad Sage? You are undoubtedly the perverted sage. You even taught me transformation jutsu." As Naruto continued to ramble, Jiraiya, in frustration, kicked him away. Turning to Yagyu with an awkward smile, he laughed, "Ha ha. What a troublesome disciple." Yagyu, however, was indifferent to the commotion, having merely come to observe and exchange pleasantries. After casting a few more glances at the toad Gamabunta beneath Jiraiya, he concocted an excuse to take his leave. Gamabunta was summonable, yet Yagyu wondered if there would ever be a need for him. Once Yagyu departed, Gamabunta spoke up, "Jiraiya, who is that kid? A prodigy rivaling the fourth Hokage. I had intended to take him on as my disciple, but alas, he declined." "Truly a pity," Jiraiya lamented. "Rivaling the fourth?" Gamabunta, aware of Minato Namikaze's extraordinary talent, found it peculiar that this intriguing boy could be equally gifted. "That is quite remarkable. But Jiraiya, did you really not take him on as a disciple?" Jiraiya nodded, somewhat puzzled. "I'm certain I didn't. Why do you ask?" I sensed a familiar aura from him, as though he and I share some bond, Gamabunta remarked. A bond? How could that be? Toads and humans cannot produce offspring. Gamabunta's forehead veins bulged in anger, and he flung Jiraiya away with a powerful sweep, sending him tumbling several thousand meters, his flailing body forming an awkward shape in midair. I will certainly return. At that moment, Naruto had just climbed back onto Gamabunta's back and, observing the unseen Yagyu and Jiraiya, inquired with confusion, "Hey, Boss Toad, where did Yagyu and the perverted sage go?" Gamabunta exhaled smoke nonchalantly. That kid Yagyu had something to attend to. As for Jiraiya, he flew away. Flew away? Where to? Gamabunta gestured with his pipe towards the direction Jiraiya had departed, over that mountain. Chapter 131. Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise. They all refer to him as Lord Danzo. On a small hill outside of Konoha village, a massive toad sat coldly to the side. Meanwhile, on the hill, Jiraiya, battered and bruised, and Naruto, now dressed, were present. Gamabunta, please don't be angry. I was merely joking, Jiraiya chuckled nervously. However, Gamabunta maintained his aloof demeanor, smoke billowing from his pipe. Humph. Jiraiya, I am not jesting. That boy seems to have unwittingly signed a summoning contract with me. I sense a contractual connection with him. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, perplexed. That doesn't make sense. I certainly did not teach him the summoning technique. The contract scroll from Mount Myaboku is with me, and even if Naruto wanted to teach Yagyu the summoning technique, it would be impossible. Noting Jiraiya's gaze shift towards him, Naruto immediately denied, "Don't look at me. I absolutely did not teach Yagyu the summoning technique from Mount Myaboku." Jiraiya, not doubting Naruto, merely glanced at him instinctively. "If that is the case, I shall have to verify this myself." He retrieved the scroll he had been carrying at his waist and slowly unfurled it. Scanning the names inscribed in blood, he found no mention of Yagyu. Scratching his head, Jiraiya said, "Gamabunta, are you sure you didn't misinterpret? There is indeed no name on here. How could he possibly summon you?" "None." Gamabunta examined the scroll himself and, seeing no additional names, dismissed his doubts. Perhaps it was indeed my mistake. In the absence of evidence, Gamabunta could only question his own perception. Jiraiya did not take the matter seriously, attributing it to Gamabunta's age affecting his sensing abilities. "Since there is no issue, let us return and see how things are progressing. This battle has concluded, and I wonder how the third Hokage is faring. After so many years, it's time to pay him a visit." Finding an excuse, Jiraiya made his way to the Chunin exam venue. Although he had often avoided meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen to evade political entanglements, in the face of such a crisis, he still worried for the mentor who had taught him ninjutsu since childhood. At the Chunin exam venue, Yagyu had returned ahead of them. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the battlefield, where many bodies lay strewn about amidst the ruins of the once great arena. With a casual glance, Yagyu noted the prowess of the Konoha ninjas, the corpses of the Sunagakure ninjas, and the lifeless forms of numerous nobles and commoners. The ground was littered with cadavers, shattered rocks, blood, severed limbs, and heads. As Yagyu tread upon the chaotic rubble, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Since graduating, he had undertaken numerous missions, taken lives, and witnessed much bloodshed, yet none of those tasks compared to the carnage of this exam. Silently, he rummaged through his belongings, but found nothing of use. At that moment, he spotted a fallen Konoha ninja, a half-empty pack of cigarettes peeking from his chest pocket. Unfamiliar with the brand, Yagyu picked it up, striking the bottom to send a cigarette soaring into the air, which he caught deftly in his mouth. With a snap of his fingers, flames ignited at his fingertips. Lighting the cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling slowly, he released the discomfort along with the smoke. "Yagyu-kun." Just as Yagyu was calming himself, he heard a girl's voice. Turning to see Kankaro's sister, Kin, clad in a maid outfit, he replied, "Yagyu-kun, are you all right?" Nodding, with a cigarette in his mouth, he asked nonchalantly, "What happened?" "After you left, Sakura unfortunately lost her battle against Temari. Mastering some sword techniques from the Moonlight Clan and the Rasengan, she was thoroughly outmatched, as Temari used wind techniques to dominate her. Temari's combat intelligence and mastery of ninjutsu completely overwhelmed Sakura, who was defeated in mere moments. Of course, Temari also sustained significant injuries. Her iron fan had been punctured by the Rasengan, and Sakura managed to land a couple of slashes. Then came the confrontation between Gaara and Shino. The battle was a one-sided affair, as Shino's insects were effortlessly crushed by Gaara's sand, forcing Shino to concede in less than 5 seconds. Together, the two fights lasted a mere 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Sakura and Temari fought for 15 minutes, while Gaara and Shino squared off for only 4 seconds. Following that, The Hokage personally commended the victorious contestants. Initially, this segment was delayed due to Yagyu's absence, but Gaara suddenly unleashed a surprise attack on the third Hokage. Then, several sound ninjas emerged, employing the four purple flames formation to trap the third Hokage within a barrier. The fourth Kazekage was disguised as Orochimaru. Gaara is a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. The Sand Village has allied with Orochimaru to attack Konoha. One shocking revelation after another left all Konoha ninjas in disbelief. As for the ordinary civilians, they had long been put under a Jinjutsu by Kabuto before the ambush commenced. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Gaara, aided by the Monkey King. Even at his advanced age, the third Hokage fought valiantly, overpowering Shikaku. Yet, just as he was gaining the upper hand, Orochimaru employed a forbidden technique to summon the first and second Hokage. As for the coffin marked with the fourth, it had merely risen before descending again. For reasons unknown, the summoning had failed. With the addition of the first and second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself instantly at a disadvantage. In a one-on-one confrontation, he struggled to withstand their might. To face three formidable foes was an insurmountable challenge. Sarutobi was soon battered and bloodied, succumbing to his injuries in less than half a minute. Realizing he could not prevail, Sarutobi resolved to employ the Reaper Death Seal in a desperate bid to take Orochimaru down with him. However, under the onslaught of numerous adversaries, he was unable to achieve his ultimate sacrifice. Aware of the Reaper Death Seal's implications, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to strike the 69-year-old veteran directly through the heart. Sarutobi was defeated and utterly vanquished. Subsequently, Orochimaru directed the first and second Hokage to wreak havoc upon the Leaf Village's ninja. Coupled with the indiscriminate destruction wrought by the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the casualties among the Leaf's shinobi were catastrophic. Even those affluent nobles who might have survived the conflict perished tragically in their slumber. This was the reason the Chunin exam venue had transformed into a veritable hellscape. In light of this, who was it that drove Orochimaru and his cohorts away? Yagyu pondered aloud. Kaguya reflected for a moment before responding. I am uncertain. All I know is that when the situation in the Leaf collapsed, many of their elite ninjas displayed remarkable strength, temporarily containing the first and second Hokage. Soon after, a group of masked ninjas appeared and managed to subdue the one-tailed Jinchuriki. By the way, the leader of those masked ninjas was entirely wrapped in bandages, and they referred to him as Lord Danzo. Chapter 132. Hypocrisy and Deceit's silence enveloped Kakashi. Danzo. Yagyu had not anticipated that Danzo would emerge to clean up the aftermath after Orochimaru defeated Sarutobi. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In the original narrative, Sarutobi and Orochimaru engaged in a deadly struggle, and Danzo refrained from intervening. What was his purpose? Naturally, it was to position himself as the savior. In the original tale, Orochimaru was severely injured by Sarutobi and fled. The one tail was dealt with by Naruto and Sasuke, and the invading Sand Village ninjas were thwarted by Jiraiya, thereby eliminating any opportunity for Danzo to make an appearance. Casting his gaze toward the only remaining side of the venue, he observed a group of ninjas gathered, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the absence of Sarutobi's corpse. Where had Sarutobi's body gone? It had been taken away by those masked men. With the third Hokage slain in battle, the fourth Kazekage assassinated, and Orochimaru achieving his monumental feat. If Danzo had colluded with Orochimaru, then upon Danzo's ascension to Hokage, he might very well arrange for secret labs for further experiments. This arrangement could be deemed exceedingly beneficial for the two of them. However, should that occur, the Leaf would surely descend into chaos. Yagyu was disinclined to see Danzo ascend to the position of Hokage. He casually discarded the nearly extinguished cigarette, but, letting out a soft sigh. Very well, let us observe further. Those two elderly advisors would likely not allow Danzo to rise to power so easily. Perhaps Danzo and Orochimaru had devised numerous schemes that would ultimately benefit others. Should Tsunade ascend instead, Danzo would have to bide his time. After all, this fellow was a pivotal figure in Sasuke's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Danzo were to take power, then perhaps he could be tested against the might of Sasuke's triple Tomo Sharingan. Turning his gaze toward Kaguya, he noticed that she bore no injuries, prompting him to inquire, "Where were you when the war broke out?" Kaguya had been following Yagyu's instructions and had stayed close to Kakashi-senpai. "So, you were under Kakashi's protection?" Although Kaguya had trained under him for a while, she was not yet capable of fending for herself in such a conflict. "Yes." Kaguya nodded enthusiastically, her face aglow with admiration. "Kakashi-senpai is truly remarkable. He single-handedly defeated more than 20 Sand Village ninjas and even coordinated with another senpai to restrain the second Hokage. While battling the second Hokage, he was also able to protect Kaguya. It is possible he employed shadow clones, yet he undeniably earned the title of equal combatant. Yagyu nodded, contemplating how he should properly express his gratitude to Kakashi when the opportunity arose. What of Sakura and the others? Yagyu had not seen Sakura among them. In the distance, he spotted a masked man sitting in a daze, clearly Kakashi. Sakura and her companions were not together with Kakashi. They had been instructed by Kakashi to deal with the Sand Village ninjas outside, hence their absence here. Ah, I see. Given Sakura and their current capabilities, they should manage to handle some ordinary Sand Village ninjas without issue. I trust they will be fine. Yagyu glanced toward Kakashi, hesitating briefly before approaching. The two shared a moment of silence. Kakashi regarded Yagyu, maintaining his own quietude. After a long while, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Yagyu felt a slight pang of hunger and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing much. It is rare to see you so burdened by thoughts." Kakashi remained silent. Observing this, Yagyu chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their own thoughts and secrets, and he had no interest in delving into them. "Thank you for protecting Kaguya." Kakashi glanced at Yagyu and replied coolly, "I seldom hear a thank you from you. Have you eaten dinner? What do you think? Shall we go eat together?" "All right." Yagyu led Kakashi and Kaguya on a search around the leaf, initially hoping to find a small tavern, but due to the war, few establishments were open. Ultimately, they settled on Ichiraku ramen. The kind uncle and his daughter Ayam were generously preparing free ramen for the villagers, seemingly wishing to contribute to the leaf during these trying times. Witnessing this scene, Yagyu recalled Sarutobi's famous saying, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall burn eternally." He remembered a time before his reincarnation when he was an ardent supporter of the leaf and held Sarutobi in high regard. Yet, as details emerged, Shinobi Hitaki's demise, Naruto's lonely and desolate childhood, the Uchiha massacre, various signs indicated that Sarutobi was not merely a selfless, benevolent grandfather, but rather a political elder with hypocritical motives and false benevolence. The pure, kind-hearted self-sacrifice you espoused is but a deception, Sarutobi. Of course, now that Sarutobi had perished, forced to confront the invading Orochimaru, his demise unfolded before the eyes of many. In the hearts of some, the strongest Hokage had met an untimely end, akin to leaves fluttering from a tree in the wind, so effortlessly. There was no heroic stand, no tragic sacrifice, only an elder fighting alone, ultimately bested and slain. It was a mundane death, like that of many other leaf ninjas, gone, yet distinct in that his death left the majority of the leaf in silence, sorrow, and nostalgia. There is a saying, to act the part of a good person for a day is one thing, but to maintain that facade for a lifetime is what defines a truly good person. Being a good person for a lifetime is no easy feat, yet Sarutobi managed it. Sometimes, Yagyu felt as though he had deceived himself to such an extent that he could leave behind an impression of the most compassionate and tireless Hokage in the hearts of the leafless populace. 3 bowls of ramen. All right, 3 bowls of ramen. Observing the warm and naturally amiable uncle and Ayam, Yagyu suddenly thought they would be quite suitable as the 5th Hokage, should the world be at peace. The steaming bowls of ramen were swiftly served, and Kakashi attempted to pay, only to be met with refusal from the uncle. "You have worked hard to protect the leaf. As ordinary members of the village, we have little to offer, so we can only provide you with free ramen, no payment required." Kakashi paused for a moment, then pocketed the money, offering a gentle smile to the uncle and Ayam. "Thank you. No need to mention it. We are just glad you enjoy it." The uncle and Ayam returned the smile warmly. "Do you like them?" Yagyu inquired while savoring his ramen. "Yes, they are good people," Kakashi replied, then quietly removed his mask. This marked the first occasion for Yagyu to witness Kakashi removing his mask outdoors to indulge in a meal. Gazing upon that handsome visage, Yagyu could not help but concede that his companion possessed a certain charm, albeit still falling short in comparison to himself. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. "Kakashi-senpai is truly quite handsome, yet why does he always wear that mask?" asked Cheyenne, perplexed by Kakashi's appearance. Kakashi calmly slurped a bowl of ramen and replied, "It's nothing. I've just become accustomed to it." "But is it merely a matter of habit?" Kakashi fell silent. That habit was his deception. Chapter 133. The meaning beneath the mask. Danzo's machinations loom large. Wearing a mask can muffle one's breath, and from a young age, Kakashi had aspired to be a ninja, adhering strictly to his own standards by donning a mask even before he was a ninja. Initially, the reason for his mask was his rigorous self-discipline. However, after the tragic loss of his father, who was condemned to suicide for failing to prioritize the rules of the ninja code, The mask transformed from a symbol of strict self-requirement to an embodiment of his obsession with upholding the vital principle of following rules. The subsequent deaths of Obito in battle and Rin by his own hand, along with the demise of his beloved teacher, further deepened the mask's significance as a veil to conceal his sorrow. Now, with the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi before his very eyes, perishing in the pursuit of protecting Konoha, what additional layer of meaning does the mask carry? The answer eludes him, much like the confusion that clouds Kakashi's heart at this moment. The weight of his feelings, akin to the burdens concealed beneath the mask, compelled him to remove it today to savor this bowl of ramen. Before long, he finished the bowl. Kakashi was uncertain if he had satiated his hunger, while Yagyu, still unsatisfied, ordered another. Observing Yagyu devour his meal with gusto, Kakashi felt a wave of bewilderment. In light of the tumultuous events that had transpired, how could Yagyu still derive such joy from his meal? Why are you looking at me? Yagyu questioned. Having noticed Kakashi's gaze, as he polished off the remaining noodles, Kakashi smiled slightly, remarking, I was pondering why your appetite is so hearty today. Yagyu replied, I have a good appetite every day. If I hadn't seen so many corpses at the venue earlier, I would surely have ordered 2 more bowls. Now that Konoha was leaderless, with Danzo's interference at the venue, no one was tending to the deceased bodies. Tonight was destined to be spent outside in the cold, gazing at the moon. If the souls of the departed lingered, they might converse about their own deaths, discussing who had slain them and whom they had killed, lamenting together about the futility of death. Yet, war is inherently deadly. From this perspective, Hiruzen Sarutobi was also a remarkable figure. His policy of compromise had cost Konoha many benefits, yet it had spared countless lives. Kakashi couldn't help but smile at Yagyu's carefree enjoyment of life. Since the moment we met, you have been this way, haven't you? From the time you were 10? Your understanding of life seems quite different from that of most others. Life is fleeting, one must seize joy in the moment. If lying down for a day brings happiness, then I shall lie down for a day. If working hard for a day brings joy, then I shall strive for a day. Life is a freedom, and so is happiness. If we are forever ensnared by various troubles, our lives will be filled with myriad worries. Finishing the last sip of broth, Yagyu burped contentedly. Consider this bowl a token of gratitude for protecting Cheyenne. We are even now. Kakashi replied, if memory serves, this ramen is complimentary, is it not? You thank me with someone else's meal? Kakashi had never encountered someone so brazen. I'm off now, Cheyenne. After a long day, I wish to soak in a hot bath. Yagyu-kun, may I join you for a bath? Is there a private room? Oh, Kakashi observed as the two conferred about where to unwind, rendered momentarily speechless. At times, he yearned to be as free and joyous as Yagyu, unburdened by responsibilities, yet he could never forgive himself. Drawing his mask back up, Kakashi prepared to depart when he suddenly noticed a bill beneath Yagyu's bowl. From the corner of the note, it appeared to hold considerable value. He paused, glancing back toward the direction Yagyu had taken, but he had already vanished. What? Father, there are gold coins beneath these 2 bowls. What gold coins? This is the payment from 2 esteemed ninja. But this money seems what? The denomination is rather large. Large? How large? 10,000 ryo. 10,000 ryo would equate to the completion of at least a C-rank mission, or even a B-rank mission, for an elite jonin. 2 bowls, each with a note, would amount to 20,000 ryo, nearly the revenue from 2 months of selling ramen, assuming business was steady. Holding the 2 bills in his hand, the ramen shop owner sighed. These 2 esteemed ninja are truly good people. With such guardians, Konoha can enjoy peace. I am nodded in agreement, expressing her desire to become a ninja to protect Konoha, were it not for her lack of talent. Night fell at the Hokage building. The Hokage's office lay desolate, while the advisor's office remained brightly lit. With Hiruzen Sarutobi fallen, the advisors were compelled to temporarily assume the responsibilities of the Hokage. Several unresolved matters required their urgent decision-making. Summon all outlying ninja back to the village. With the third's demise, we must bolster our defenses and prevent any opportunistic incursions. All pending missions were to be suspended until the new Hokage was appointed. Unfinished tasks were to be cancelled, and deposits refunded to employers with double compensation for their losses. The Umbu teams, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, were to continue scouring every corner of the village to identify any potential enemies hiding within. Have we gleaned any information from the captives? None. They committed suicide? Useless. Let Ibiki Marino take over the interrogation of the remaining captives. Summon all jonin currently within the village for a meeting. Amid the advisor's frantic activity, an elderly man wrapped in bandages slowly entered. Danzo, Koharu, have you reached a decision regarding the new Hokage? The 2 halted their tasks, dismissing the Umbu, and turned to face Danzo. Kohoro Udatane spoke. Danzo, we understand your intentions. You wish to become Hokage. However, your age is a hindrance. Even if appointed, you would not serve long. Why not allow someone younger to take the position? Someone younger? Are you suggesting we resurrect the fourth? Danzo scoffed. In this Konoha, who could be more suitable for the role than I? I led route to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki and repelled Orochimaru's invasion. Do you know what the villagers are discussing now? They are asking who defeated the enemy that killed the third. Mito Gate replied coolly, Danzo, Jiraiya has returned. And he single-handedly repelled the invasion from Sunagakure. In the hearts of the villagers, he is the one they hold in the highest regard, not you. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware of Jiraiya's return, but did not see him as a rival. After all, Jiraiya had no intention of running for Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Minato Namikaze to become the fourth. Jiraiya had far more credentials than Minato at that time. Chapter 134. The Advisor's Dilemma. Danzo, exasperated. Humph. Do you truly believe Jiraiya harbors ambitions of becoming the fifth Hokage? Koharu retorted coldly. Desire and capability are two different matters, Danzo. At your age, what harm is there in giving the younger generation a chance? Throughout the years of collaboration, both were well aware of Danzo's governing philosophy. The governance philosophy espoused by Danzo stands in stark contrast to that of Hiruzen, as a single misstep could plunge Konoha into an abyss of turmoil. They have grown accustomed to a life of comfort and are unwilling to let Konoha bear such risks. Danzo, well aware of the thoughts of the two elderly advisors, coldly remarked, Koharu, Hamura, do you comprehend why Konoha finds itself in its current predicament? Even our allies may stab us in the back. This is entirely due to Hiruzen's erroneous policies. If we were sufficiently formidable, would we need any allies? Would we fear ambushes during the Chunin exams? Danzo, your policies would result in the death of many ninjas. They would instill terror in the hearts of our villagers. Can you take responsibility for the lives of these ninjas? Can you be accountable for the children and women living in a world of peace? Hamura admonished vehemently. Danzo's expression darkened. He longed to counter their hypocritical and myopic views. Yet he recognized that to ascend to Hokage, he required their support. Offending them here would jeopardize his ambitions of becoming the fifth Hokage. Moreover, he could not resort to assassinating the two advisors. While Hiruzen Sarutobi could perish at his hands, the two advisors were another matter entirely. The succession of the Hokage was not merely a village affair, but rather a matter of national significance. The two advisors held substantial sway akin to that of feudal lords and managed the financial aid from them. To eliminate them would be tantamount to slapping the feudal lord's face, and offending them would forever bar him from becoming the fifth Hokage, potentially branding him an S-rank rogue ninja. This was also the reason Hiruzen's demise had not liberated him from constraints. After a brief internal struggle, Danzo relented. Fine. Since we cannot discuss the Hokage issue, let us talk about something else. What shall we discuss? The root has recently acquired the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, and I have learned that Konoha has taken in a girl from the Uzumaki clan. I desire her, to mold her into Konoha's second Jinchuriki. Mito and Koharu were taken aback. They were aware of the girl in question, but had dismissed it at the time, as the Jinchuriki was stable. Now, with Konoha possessing an additional tailed beast, it warranted consideration. However, they still harbored concerns. This idea is promising, but the one-tailed Jinchuriki belongs to Sunagakure. What shall we do if they come to reclaim her? Mito inquired. Humph, Sunagakure invaded Konoha without a word of compensation and dares to demand her back? If they come for her, we shall engage them. Danzo's response did not satisfy the two advisors. Their brows furrowed in discontent. Danzo, this is not a wise approach. Koharu remarked coolly. Danzo understood the stubbornness of the two elders, inwardly cursing their cowardice before replying. Rest assured, they would not dare to confront us. My subordinates have just received word that the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure was assassinated by Orochimaru. The current state of Sunagakure is one of disarray. We need not worry about them challenging Konoha. Oh, is the news reliable? Absolutely. Mito and Koharu exchanged glances, their expressions lighting up with joy. With the fourth Kazekage dead, Sunagakure would undoubtedly find itself weakened, deterred from attacking Konoha during such a vulnerable period, especially with other adversaries lurking nearby. An assault on Konoha now would be akin to opening the floodgates for other enemies. Thus, Konoha would lose one less adversary to guard against. If that is the case, then the matter of the one tail may be reconsidered. Reconsidered? Danzo frowned, baffled by the advisor's lingering doubts. But soon, they provided their explanation. Danzo, do not forget who brought the girl into Konoha and who secured her from Hiruzen's grasp. That would be the Yagyu of the Moonlight Clan? Upon recalling Yagyu's performance during the Chunin exams, Danzo's frown deepened. He was merely a lowly genin, So what was there to be concerned about? We demand her. And he would not dare refuse. Mito glanced at him, retorting, he did not spare even Hiruzen's face. Do you think ours would suffice? Are we to abandon a plan vital to Konoha simply because of a mere genin? Danzo protested, ordinary genin are one thing, but you are aware of Yagyu's talent. It would not be an overstatement to say he could be the next fourth. And even if he is the next fourth, what of it? He is still just a mere genin. Danzo's irritation mounted. What merit did a powerless, unconnected Moonlight Yagyu hold that they should fear him? Was it merely due to his talent? He had seen many prodigies, yet he remained standing at the end. Danzo, there is no need for such anger. Our caution stems solely from a desire to avoid forcing you into a confrontation over this matter. Indeed, a talent like Yagyu's must not be driven to oppose Konoha. The events surrounding Orochimaru still linger fresh in our minds. Danzo's furrowed brow relaxed. It became clear that they feared a repeat of Orochimaru's betrayal. However, there was little cause for concern. Without support from an insider, how could Orochimaru and Tsunagakure easily infiltrate Konoha? Moonlight Yagyu? Who could serve as his informant? Ultimately, he is but a junior without influence or power. Should he dare obstruct my path, I could easily manipulate public opinion to marginalize him or even expel him from Konoha. If Yagyu possesses a fragile psyche, he might even take his own life. Was it not how Kakashi's father had met his end? I understand. I shall endeavor to employ more harmonious methods and not corner him, Danzo replied coolly. That is certainly for the best. Yet the pressing matter remains the selection of a new Hokage. Konoha cannot function without a leader. Indeed, many affairs hinge upon the existence of a Hokage. We can only manage trivial matters in their absence, representing neither the Hokage nor Konoha. We plan to meet Jiraiya tomorrow. Danzo, would you care to join us? Watching as the two old geezers considered others for the Hokage position without even contemplating him, Danzo felt a surge of frustration, though he restrained himself. With a cold huff, he replied, "Humph, I shall not attend. However, he certainly will not ascend to the fifth, so I suggest you contemplate other candidates soon. After all, with Konoha beset by both internal and external strife, each day of delay only heightens the danger." Chapter 135, The Advisor's Scheme. Danzo is surrounded. The two advisors paid little heed to Danzo's opinions, for they had already devised a plan. If Jiraiya refused to ascend as the fifth Hokage, they would persistently press him. They were determined to test Jiraiya's resolve. Seeing his prospects for succession diminish, Danzo turned away in displeasure, preparing to depart. At that moment, Mito called after him, "Danzo, you still have Hiruzen's body, do you not? The Sarutobi clan has come to claim it. The third's funeral must be arranged swiftly. Konoha has no time for mourning." "Humph. I instructed my subordinates to deliver his body long ago," Danzo replied, not bothering to look back as he departed, leaving no intention of lingering. After Danzo finally left, the two advisors breathed a sigh of relief. At present, no one was more qualified than Danzo to succeed as the fifth Hokage, yet his ideals were simply too disagreeable. Mito remarked to Koharu, "Yes, what is your perspective on the one-tail?" Koharu nodded in agreement, asking, with the third deceased, "If we could retain the one-tail and cultivate a new Jinchuriki, it would significantly bolster Konoha's strength. However, having the one-tail under Danzo's control does not bode well. After all, he once attempted to assassinate the soon-to-be Hokage, Hiruzen. Should he gain control of the one-tail and subsequently fail in the Hokage election, he may resort to similar actions again. This is indeed a matter of concern. Thus, it is imperative to bring forth Tsukikage Yagyu, with his prowess and temperament. Danzo should find it challenging to cultivate a new Jinchuriki. Once Jiraiya ascends to power, we can also procure the one-tailed Jinchuriki. We must also consider Jiraiya's perspective. Konoha is currently quite vulnerable. Although Tsunagakure has invaded, their fourth Kazekage has perished, and both Awagakure and Kumogakure are eyeing us covetously. We cannot afford to continue feuding amongst ourselves. If relinquishing the one-tail can facilitate reconciliation with Tsunagakure, it may be a worthwhile trade. Well, we shall discuss this further after Jiraiya takes office. That night, having just finished bathing, Tsukikage Yagyu and Karui were joyfully walking home, utterly oblivious to the fact that they had been manipulated as pawns by two advisors. "Karui, when you have the time, consider honing your massage techniques at the Konoha hospital. It is truly disappointing to lack a skilled masseuse during a bath," Yagyu remarked. "Ah, indeed," Karui replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing Karui's bashfulness, Yagyu teased, "The first time can indeed be a tad awkward. You will grow accustomed to it in time." "Huh. Yes, Yagyu-kun. Ah, a teachable spirit." Yagyu nodded approvingly at Karui's obedience when suddenly, three figures appeared ahead, obstructing their path. The individual on the left sported long orange hair tied in a ponytail. a square face, and wore a Konoha ninja headband. The one in the middle was wrapped in bandages up to half his body, leaning on a cane, yet moved with remarkable steadiness. The figure on the right donned a peculiar black mask, revealing only his mouth and part of his face. Dressed in a flowing black trench coat, exuding an air of authority. Yamashiro Kaze, Shimura Danzo, and Aburame Torian. Their intentions are not benign, Yagyu yawned, subtly shielding Karui behind him. Moments later, the trio halted 5 meters away from Yagyu. At the speed of a ninja, 5 meters is but a fleeting distance. Advancing further would be impolite. I am Shimura Danzo, leader of Root. Tsukikage Yagyu and Karui, you have been chosen by Root. From this day forth, you will enter our ranks and heed my command. Danzo raised his head with an air of arrogance, his face adorned with a hint of disdain. Despite Yagyu's unparalleled talent, Danzo regarded him with indifference. However, coincidentally, Yagyu reciprocated the sentiment. What lunacy is this at such an hour? Step aside, good dogs do not obstruct the path, Yagyu retorted, dragging Karui away. Danzo was taken aback by Yagyu's blatant disregard, furrowing his brow as Yamashiro Kaze stepped forward, declaring, Tsukikage Yagyu. Root is a special organization under Konoha, on par with the Umbu, and Lord Danzo is its founder. To receive a personal invitation from him is a stroke of fortune. You should express your gratitude immediately. Yet, Yagyu continued to walk as if deaf to their words. Karui, is that a dog barking? Did you hear it? Huh, a dog barking? Where? Karui was momentarily perplexed, realizing only after a moment that Yagyu was mocking Yamashiro Kaze, leaving her speechless. Yamashiro Kaze, infuriated, lunged at Yagyu. You are courting death. In an instant, Yamashiro Kaze displayed the speed of a jonin, appearing beside Yagyu, his gloved hand reaching for Yagyu's head. Yet, a multitude of flames erupted from Yagyu, repelling him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Caught off guard, Yamashiro Kaze was scorched by the flames that burst forth from Yagyu, the intense heat tearing his clothing apart. And the agony compelled him to scream. Ah, Lord Danzo, save me. Danzo furrowed his brow, hastily performing hand seals to unleash a gust of wind that extinguished the flames on Yamashiro Kaze, sparing his life. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Humph, useless, stand aside. Yes. Yamashiro Kaze dared not argue, silently positioning himself beside Danzo. As Danzo's personal bodyguard, he possessed specialized jutsu of the Yamashiro clan, adept at sensing but not at combat. His approach was primarily to gauge Yagyu's strength. While he had not discerned much, it sufficed to complete his mission. Danzo refocused on Tsukikage Yagyu, stating coolly, your talent is indeed remarkable, nearly on par with the fourth. Spit it out quickly. I have no patience for your drivel. Yagyu harbored no fondness for Danzo and was disinclined to engage in pleasantries. Were it not for the slight utility Danzo still possessed, he would have long since eliminated him. An old shadow lurking in the dark, always plotting against me. I can understand youthful arrogance, but you must learn to respect your elders and authority. Do you believe I can ensure you remain a genin for life? Are you finished? If so, get lost. Yagyu brushed past Danzo, along with Karui, having offered Danzo an opportunity to speak. Yet, he evidently did not cherish it. Threatening me? I will end you eventually. Danzo was also somewhat incensed. His repeated forbearance had only resulted in alienation. No more pretense. I am here to take you. With that, Danzo raised his left arm, and in the next moment, dozens of masked Root ninjas appeared, encircling Tsukikage Yagyu and Karui. Tsukikage Yagyu, since you refuse to join Root, I shall not retain you, but Karui must stay. Chapter 136. Outburst, hundreds of shadow clones, annihilation of Root. Yagyu. Karui instinctively clutched Yagyu's sleeve, uncertain of the intentions of this one-eyed elder. But the spectacle before her certainly did not bode well. She had no desire to follow Danzo. Yagyu patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. He turned his gaze towards the gathered Root ninjas, ultimately resting it on Danzo, calmly inquiring, what do you want with Karui? This is a top-secret plan of Root. I cannot disclose it. Huh. Yagyu found himself laughing in anger, having initially intended to spare Danzo's life to provide Sasuke with experience. Now, it appeared he had been excessively merciful. His own compassion was mistaken by Danzo as a sign of weakness, a self-destructive path. Yagyu resolved not to spare him any longer. There were plenty of other roles to gain experience from. Danzo was not irreplaceable. Multi-shadow clone technique. Crescent moon dance. Secret technique. Moon shadow. Hundreds of shadow clones surrounded the Root ninjas, engaging in combat without uttering a word. Danzo and his companions were still reeling from the magnitude of Yagyu's chakra, which allowed him to produce hundreds of shadow clones. Most of the men he had brought were swiftly dispatched. Only a few remained to resist desperately. Lord Danzo. You should leave. Realizing the dire situation, Yamashiro Kaze and Aburame Toryun immediately positioned themselves in front of Danzo. Without hesitation, Danzo turned and fled. Yagyu observed Danzo's retreat with a cold smirk, instantly pursuing him. As for Yamashiro Kaze and Aburame Toryun, their abilities were not formidable enough to warrant Yagyu's personal intervention. His shadow clones could easily handle them. As anticipated, Yamashiro Kaze, who was not particularly skilled in combat, was swiftly eliminated by one of Yagyu's shadow clones. While Aburame Toryun managed to unleash a burst of power, utilizing his secret technique, Poison Mist Technique, to take down a few of Yagyu's densely packed shadow clones. However, that was the extent of his success. A single shadow clone easily dispatched him with a swift sword strike. The disparity in strength between Jonin and Kaga level was monumental, and Yagyu's power had long surpassed Kaga level. Even his shadow clones possessed Kaga level capabilities. Not even 10 Aburame Toryuns could claim victory. Meanwhile, Danzo paid no heed to Yamashiro Kaze and Aburame Toryun's plight. He understood that facing such a monster, these two would only meet their demise by staying behind to delay. His sole focus was on escaping. Back to route. Is there anyone who can offer protection? Should I flee to the Hokage building? Can the two advisors truly stop Moonlight Yagyu? This individual is capable of killing even himself. Would he heed the counsel of two advisors? Within the confines of Konoha, there seems to be no sanctuary for Danzo, and he can only escape towards the outskirts of the village. However, after a moment's contemplation, Danzo defies that instinct and rushes towards the Moonlight Clan. Moonlight Yagyu is nothing short of a madman. With his prowess, it is utterly impossible for Danzo to escape alone. He requires a hostage. Lacking substantial knowledge of Yagyu, Danzo immediately considers the Moonlight Clan as his destination, pondering who might pose a threat to Yagyu. Surely, someone born into the Moonlight Clan would exercise caution. Moreover, brazenly slaying a Konoha elder would undoubtedly label him a rogue ninja. It stands to reason that the clan leader would intervene, urging Yagyu to refrain from reckless actions, lest it lead to the annihilation of their clan. As Danzo strategizes, he laments having underestimated Yagyu's innate talent from the outset. Had he recruited Yagyu into the Umbu upon first hearing of his genius, he would now command that power. Touching his own eye, Danzo contemplates whether to expend this precious opportunity on Moonlight Yagyu. Suddenly, a sense of peril envelopes him, with no time to evade. He hastily employs the summoning technique to call forth his spirit beast, the Dream Taper, enveloping himself in its form. In the next instant, amidst the creature's anguished cries, its body is cleaved in two by an unseen blade. Mu. Hearing the agonizing screams of his spirit beast, the cold-blooded Danzo seizes the moment to roll away, creating a distance of several meters, only to turn and behold the scattered remains of the Dream Taper, along with a pair of crimson eyes concealed in the darkness. Sharingan. The thought flashes through Danzo's mind, only for him to find the eyes vanish in an instant. He shakes his head, attempting to dispel the disorienting sensation. Damn Uchiha. Even in death you disturb my thoughts. Danzo dismisses the notion that an Uchiha had appeared, attributing it to the tension of his escape. However, as he regains his composure and observes the eerie stillness around him, his forehead begins to bead with cold sweat. If not for his quick reflexes, it could have been his own mangled body lying there. Danzo's gaze flits across the dark surroundings, searching for the elusive Yagyu. Yet, perhaps due to the oppressive darkness of the night, no matter how diligently he searches, Yagyu's figure remains elusive. Thus, he calls out, "Moonlight Yagyu, show yourself. Are you not intent on killing me?" "Humph, I never expected you to conceal such strength. Are you a contingency plan for Sarutobi?" The silent night yields no response, echoing only his voice through the desolate streets of Konoha. This cannot be. Such a commotion must have attracted attention. This is the residential area of Konoha. Even if Moonlight Yagyu remained hidden, surely some of the civilians must have been roused by the disturbance. Danzo realizes something is amiss and swiftly forms hand seals. Jinjutsu release. Utterly ineffective. The corpse of the Dream Taper remains. The night is still shrouded in darkness, and no sign of life is evident. Impossible. How could one possibly master such an advanced illusion? Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo, unwilling to accept that he has fallen victim to a Jinjutsu, unleashes a destructive gust of wind upon the surrounding Konoha structures. However, his destructive actions result in widespread devastation, causing numerous buildings to collapse. In no time, he finds himself surrounded by countless Umbu operatives. "Lord Danzo, what brings you here? Why are you causing destruction in Konoha?" "Umbu?" Danzo's brow furrows. He did not anticipate the appearance of Umbu. Is it an illusion? Or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? Just as he contemplates, three figures emerge from the shadows. Mito Gate N, Tsunade Koharu, and Jiraiya. Mito Gate N and Tsunade Koharu flank Jiraiya, who wears an expression of inexplicable sorrow and anger. Danzo, cease your actions. The area is swarming with Umbu. You cannot escape. Chapter 137. Danzo, I can't distinguish. I can't distinguish. Danzo surveys his surroundings, realizing that unbeknownst to him, Umbu have now encircled him, akin to the trap he had set for Moonlight Yagyu. This only serves to blur the lines between reality and illusion. Peering through the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his right eye reveals no change in the scene. It is impossible for an illusion to deceive the Sharingan. So this must all be real. His reckless destruction of Konoha has summoned the Umbu, along with the two advisors and Jiraiya? Yet, how could such a coincidence occur? I can't distinguish. I can't distinguish. What is real and what is not? Danzo glares at Jiraiya, his voice icy. What is real? Danzo, you have unlawfully destroyed Konoha's structures and harmed its citizens. Surrender now. Mito Gate N replies coolly. Danzo gazes at the crowd, then glances at the few surviving villagers weeping in the distance. After a moment of silence, he suddenly contorts his face into a maniacal laugh. Ha! It's all a fabrication. All a fabrication. Moonlight Yagyu, you will not deceive me. With that, Danzo tears away the bandages from his face and hands, revealing a multitude of Sharingan. Come and capture me if you can. Sharingan. Is that really the Sharingan? Why does Lord Danzo possess so many Sharingan? Many Umbu faces reflect astonishment, as do the expressions of the two advisors and Jiraiya. Danzo, what happened to the corpses of the Uchiha clan? What have you done with your hands and your right eye? Tsunade Koharu demands angrily. What of it? Do you wish to know? Moonlight Yagyu. I will not divulge anything to you. Were those Sharingan yours? Or that swine Uchiha Sasuke's? What Moonlight Yagyu, what Uchiha Sasuke? Danzo, you've lost your mind. Jiraiya admonishes. Lost my mind? Ha ha ha. Whether I have lost my mind, I alone am aware. Jiraiya, are you not Jiraiya? Come, let us fight. I wish to see how long you can maintain this charade. Danzo bellows. Jiraiya, observing the multitude of wrinkles on Danzo's face, steps forward. If it is a fight you seek, then I shall oblige. However, we are within the village. Our battle may endanger many civilians. Shall we step outside? Outside. Very well. Let us clash at the root. Danzo replies. Are you truly insane, Danzo? Tsunade Koharu scolds loudly. To fight at the root would mean pitting your subordinates against the Umbu, risking the destruction of both root and Konoha. Indeed, Danzo, while we are unaware of your motives for harming civilians, if you simply return with us and clarify the situation, we will not make things difficult for you, Mito Gaiden states. A clash between root and Umbu? Just moments ago, nearly half of my elite forces perished at the hands of Moonlight Yagyu. If you wish to investigate, go and capture him to interrogate. Attempt to capture me? Dream on. Danzo retorts coldly. Now, you can either let me go, or accompany me to the root. The situation once again reaches a stalemate. After a prolonged silence, it is Jiraiya who finally concedes. Very well, let us proceed to the root. A throng of Umbu and Jiraiya escort Danzo to the root, while the two advisors closely follow, protected by several Umbu operatives. Danzo scrutinizes the group, attempting to discern any hidden truths. This individual appears familiar, likely an Umbu operative. This one too. Upon closer inspection, Danzo realizes that a significant portion of the Umbu are figures he recognizes. This is highly unusual. Have they tapped into my subconscious memories? A cold smile creeps across Danzo's mind, mingled with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, he possessed a 60% certainty that he was ensnared within Yagyu's illusion. If all of this were merely a fabrication, it would imply that either Yagyu or Uchiha Sasuke wielded a Jinjutsu so profound that even the Sharingan could not unveil its truth. Why? Indeed, would the Sharingan falter? Does even the eye that possesses the mightiest Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, falter against an illusion? Shursui, why are your eyes rendered so ineffectual? As Danzo muttered curses under his breath, he proceeded toward the root headquarters. Along the way, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping that some discrepancies could aid him in discerning reality from illusion. Yet, as he continued his observation, he found nothing amiss. It all seemed as though he had truly been apprehended by the Umbu and Jiraiya for his destruction of Konoha. Soon, he arrived back at the root headquarters, which appeared just as he remembered, with no shortage of personnel on guard. Observing the throng of individuals ushering him inside, he noted their unwavering loyalty to him, ready to clash with the Umbu and Jiraiya. He utilized his subordinates to delay Jiraiya and the others, making his way alone to his office. Even the confidential documents remained intact. Infuriating. What sort of illusion is this? In a fit of rage, Danzo smashed everything in sight. At that moment, Jiraiya burst in after defeating the root ninja guards. Observing Danzo's frantic demeanor, he remarked coolly, "Danzo, did you return merely to gaze upon your office?" Danzo ignored Jiraiya, consumed by his own outburst. Just as Jiraiya grew impatient, Danzo suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating on him with one eye. Kodoame Tsukumi. If this were true, he could control Jiraiya and seize Konoha. If it were false, Kodoame Tsukumi would naturally be rendered ineffective. After a brief moment, Jiraiya indeed behaved differently. His thoughts had been altered by Danzo, and he strode directly toward the ground. The two advisors, noticing Jiraiya had not brought Danzo along, exchanged puzzled glances. "Jiraiya, where is Danzo?" Jiraiya remained silent, instead appearing before the two advisors in a flash, seizing both of their necks with a vice-like grip. "Jiraiya, what are you doing?" The two advisors struggled desperately, their hands clawing at Jiraiya's arm in a futile attempt to pry it away, but the disparity in strength rendered their efforts meaningless. The Umbu tasked with protecting the advisors stood in shock, momentarily frozen before finally reacting. "Protect the esteemed advisors." Several Umbu lunged at Jiraiya, but his hair, now dramatically enlarged, repelled their attacks. Shinra Tensei, ninjutsu, shuriken, kunai, all failed to penetrate Jiraiya's formidable hair, leaving everyone astounded at its astonishing resilience. Before long, Jiraiya's white hair retracted, revealing two lifeless bodies in his hands. Casually discarding them, the corpses of Toketsu Karin and Mito gate and fell to the ground like refuse. Esteemed advisors, the Umbu, witnessing the demise of the two advisors, were engulfed in confusion, staring at Jiraiya, unsure how to respond. Anger? Grief? Danzo was oblivious to their emotions. Yet he felt a surge of joy. He had long desired the demise of these two old fools, and now, within this illusory realm, his wish had come to fruition. Alas, if only this were real. As Danzo sighed, the scene reverted. He had never arrived at Root. Jiraiya, the two advisors, and the Umbu had never existed. Before him stood only a singular figure, a boy with blood-red eyes that exuded a mysterious threat. Chapter 138, The Utility of a Thousandfold Power to Kill the Advisors. And then the daimyo? Yagyu had employed the Sharingan Jinjutsu on Danzo, whose primary capability was hypnosis. The illusion that ensnared Danzo, embedded with subconscious memories, was unique to Yagyu's Sharingan. It was also a manifestation of his enhanced power. The amplification of his power had evolved the capabilities of the Sharingan, transforming its fundamental abilities. For instance, with the thousandfold power, his three-tomo Sharingan possessed observational prowess that surpassed ordinary imagination. Once Yagyu activated his Sharingan, he could perceive everything within a radius of several thousand meters. His exceptional observational skills rivaled even those of the Byakugan. Moreover, his Sharingan had mutated, granting him a form of X-ray vision akin to that of the Byakugan. Within a distance of 10,000 meters, Yagyu could penetrate any object, perceiving the entities concealed behind them. As for the copying ability, he had not previously attempted it, but during his confrontation with Danzo, he discovered the effects of the thousandfold copying ability. The hundredfold copying ability allowed Yagyu to replicate all S-rank and lower skills, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, sealing techniques, and swordsmanship. But this was contingent upon his direct observation of others utilizing their techniques. The thousandfold copying ability, however, was distinct. Yagyu could now replicate a person's abilities even without witnessing them firsthand. To achieve this, he needed to adeptly employ the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. By hypnotizing others with the Sharingan, he could stimulate their subconscious. As long as he observed a projected image of a technique being executed within their subconscious realm, he could replicate that ability. "It seems you are quite eager for their demise," Yagyu remarked nonchalantly. Danzo did not respond, instead preoccupied with his own thoughts. The bandages on his body had not been unwrapped, and all that had been revealed was merely an effect of the illusion. Upon realizing this, Danzo felt a chill run down his spine. The adversary could utilize Jinjutsu to achieve effects akin to those of the Uchiha Clan, acquiring information without anyone being the wiser. Compared to Yagyu's Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were utterly inferior. "Why is your Sharingan so powerful?" Danzo demanded, his voice laced with tension as he quietly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kodoame Tsukumi. He sought to control Yagyu without detection, yet he had evidently underestimated the power of Yagyu's Sharingan. The moment Danzo's Mangekyo met Yagyu's gaze, Kodoame Tsukumi not only failed to take effect, but Danzo himself suffered a backlash, his eyes instantly transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan. Observing Danzo's dazed expression, Yagyu smirked slightly. He had anticipated Danzo's attempt to use Kodoame Tsukumi against him. He had deliberately met his gaze to ensnare him in his own trap. Thus, he could seize control of Root through Danzo. Danzo, Master. Do not call me Master. Refer to me as Lord Yagyu. Very well, Lord Yagyu. Why do you wish to take Karui? Yagyu nodded in satisfaction. I intend to mold her into Konoha's Jinchuriki of the One Tail. The One Tail Jinchuriki? Yagyu recalled that Gaara had seemingly been captured by Root. He had initially thought that Gaara would be returned to Sunagakure, but he was surprised by Danzo's ambitions. What were the intentions of those two in Konoha? Mito Gate In and Toketsu Karin agreed with my plan, yet they insisted that I adhere to your wishes, Lord Yagyu. Which leads me to believe they do not genuinely support my plan, but are merely stalling. Knowing this, you still dare to act forcefully? Yagyu raised an eyebrow. If I do not forcibly take Karui now, it will be difficult to maintain control once those two ancient relics select a new Hokage. Only by securing the One-Tailed Jinchuriki now can I gain greater leverage. Danzo replied. From the beginning, Danzo had never relinquished his aspirations for the Hokage position. Karui was merely a deception from the two advisors. Seeking Yagyu's input was also a ruse on Danzo's part. The three ancient relics were scheming against each other. Vying for control, they had reduced Yagyu to a mere pawn. With this thought, Yagyu bore a cold smile. To conspire against me? They must be prepared for the repercussions. Where are the two advisors now? In the advisor's office at the Hokage building. How many guards are there? And can we ascertain their precise locations? Currently, there are 16 members of the Umbu responsible for the security of the two advisors. 1 elite jonin, 3 special jonin, and 12 chunin, stationed at various posts. As Tenzo methodically articulated the security arrangements surrounding the two advisors, Yagyu found himself somewhat taken aback. Could this fellow have harbored intentions to eliminate the two advisors all along? He had evidently already comprehended their defensive positions. After absorbing this information, Yagyu fell into deep contemplation. With the recent enhancement of his Sharingan, he was nearly invincible in the current shinobi world. He felt no trepidation about being outmatched, allowing him to act without restraint. Previously, he could contend with formidable ninjas such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, yet he found it challenging to dominate them. Hence, despite being aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's machinations against him, he refrained from confronting him directly. Now, such concerns were irrelevant. Anyone who plotted against him could be dealt with decisively. As for the chaos that would ensue in Konoha following their demise, Yagyu glanced at Tenzo. Was there not a ready-made tool at hand? Earlier, he had worried that Tenzo's ascension to Hokage would jeopardize his own covert existence. But now that Tenzo was entirely under his control, that apprehension dissipated. He could elevate Tenzo to the position of Hokage, thereby shielding himself in the public eye while operating from the shadows. As long as Tenzo remained Hokage, he could indulge in his whims within Konoha. After coming to this realization, Yagyu clenched his right fist against his left palm, excitement evident on his face as he inquired. Tenzo, if I were to eliminate the two advisors, would you be able to seize control of Konoha and become the 5th Hokage? Tenzo pondered for a moment before responding. Not necessarily. The position of Hokage requires the approval of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, the two advisors would wield the most influence with the daimyo. If they were to perish in Konoha, I would become the prime suspect, making it unlikely that the daimyo would choose me as his successor. The daimyo. Yagyu remained perplexed as to why an ordinary person could continuously preside over the shinobi elite, merely due to wealth or that wretched concept of constitutional monarchy. He yearned to dismantle such notions, prompting him to ask, what if we were to eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Fire as well? Chapter 139, Konoha's Flying Thunder God, Black Flash. Tenzo believed he had reached the limits of madness, yet compared to Yagyu, his actions seemed trifling. Unifying the shinobi world? Engaging in conflict with other villages? That was merely serving the daimyo. Look at what Yagyu aspired to do, directly eliminate the daimyo, and seize control for himself. Tenzo remained silent for an extended period. Although he had fallen victim to the backlash of the Kotoame Tsukumi, becoming Yagyu's unwavering subordinate, he still retained his own thoughts and ambitions. Thus, he hesitated to endorse Yagyu's proposition. My lord Yagyu, if we were to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it could provoke the wrath of all the other great nations. With Konoha's current strength, we cannot contend with the world. Indeed, the repercussions of eliminating the daimyo could incite fury among all the other nations' leaders. While Yagyu's prowess could certainly ensure his own survival, dominating the shinobi world alone would not be so simple. Even if he could achieve it, Konoha would likely struggle to endure, faced with assaults from every nation. It was conceivable that even Konoha's own ranks would harbor traitors. Understanding this, Yagyu reluctantly abandoned the notion of assassinating the daimyo. Very well, then. Let's contemplate alternative strategies to secure your ascension to Hokage. My lord Yagyu, if Jiraiya were to withdraw from the race, the position of Hokage would essentially be mine for the taking. Yours for the taking? Yagyu regarded Tenzo with a perplexed expression, remarking, have you forgotten someone? In the current Konoha, aside from myself and Jiraiya, who else could be Hokage? Asuma Sarutobi? That lad is still far from matching the strength of a Kage. A Hokage lacking such power would be a source of ridicule. Tenzo replied confidently, no. Jiraiya indeed does not wish to become Hokage. But aside from you and him, there is another contender of equal standing. Tenzo pondered briefly before tentatively suggesting, Tsunade? Absolutely not. That is utterly impossible. Tenzo retorted vehemently. Tsunade is not even in Konoha. How could she succeed to the position of 5th Hokage? But what if Jiraiya brings her back? Do you believe you would still stand a chance? Yagyu replied nonchalantly. If Jiraiya manages to return Tsunade, that would indeed complicate matters. Tenzo mused, contemplating his odds against Tsunade for the position of Hokage. His chances were indeed slim, primarily because the two advisors would not support him. No matter how much effort he expended, the position would remain elusive. He would first need to deal with Mito Gate-in and Tsukino Kuni Koharu, Tenzo stated. Yagyu nodded in agreement, and after a moment of shared contemplation with Tenzo, they arrived at a conclusion. They would have to eliminate them. There was no other option. With those two around, Tenzo would be kneeling before them, making it impossible to claim the Hokage title, while killing them would not be difficult. The challenge lay in how to eliminate any suspicion directed at him afterward. Fear not, I have my methods. However, before we proceed, I require your assistance with something. What is it? The Sharingan Jinjutsu. Yagyu instructed Tenzo to collaborate with his Sharingan to replicate the combat images of powerful shinobi stored in his memory. This included Orochimaru's techniques, as well as those of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage. Within a single night, Yagyu managed to master nearly 100 jutsu. Among the more valuable techniques were Uchiha Izanagi, wind release, vacuum wave, vacuum sphere, various sealing techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique, Flying Thunder God / superhuman strength, and the impure world reincarnation. The ability to replicate at such a staggering rate was terrifying. With this newfound efficiency, Yagyu realized he had underestimated the prowess of the thousandfold Sharingan. The original Sharingan could replicate techniques, but was limited in the number of jutsu it could copy at one time, and could only replicate up to A-rank jutsu. However, the enhanced Sharingan could replicate S-rank techniques, and the thousandfold version was even more formidable, as the quantity of jutsu was far from reaching Yagyu's limit. Yagyu produced a kunai, inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal upon it, and threw it towards Tenzo. As the kunai reached Tenzo, Yagyu simultaneously appeared before him. My instantaneous movement speed is quite comparable, Yagyu remarked, then inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on Tenzo's body, as well as at several nearby locations. Soon, Yagyu began to flicker between the places marked by the Flying Thunder God seal. This was true mastery of the Flying Thunder God, the Black Flash. By this time, Tenzo had regained his senses, and as he beheld Yagyu effortlessly demonstrating the Flying Thunder God before him, he struggled to suppress his astonishment. Initially, he could not comprehend why Yagyu had utilized the Sharingan to hypnotize him, but now he understood, albeit with a touch of disbelief. Yagyu had actually employed the Sharingan to copy techniques from his memories? Was this still human? Was the Uchiha clan's Sharingan truly this monstrous? Why was his own Sharingan not as formidable as Yagyu's? Was this the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan? Moreover, judging by Yagyu's demeanor, his Sharingan had yet to evolve to the Mangekyo level. What heights would such eyes reach upon further evolution? The mind boggled at such terrifying possibilities. After experimenting with several techniques, Yagyu paused. The night had passed, and dawn was breaking. From Tenzo, he learned that Tsukino Kuni Koharu and Mito Gate-in would be meeting with Jiraiya today, and Jiraiya would likely propose bringing Tsunade back to assume the position. Yagyu wished to avoid complications, thus he resolved to address everything before dawn. However, there were still matters to attend to beforehand. The first task was to escort Xianglin back. 1,000 meters away, Xianglin stood alongside his shadow clone. If he did not return, his clone could not receive his thoughts. Hand over your right eye to me. Then return to the route and await my message. Before dawn, you will receive news of the demise of the two advisors. Without hesitation, Danzo gouged out his right eye and handed it to Yagyu, the pain causing his weathered face to contort for some time. Observing Danzo's silent act of self-mutilation, Yagyu silently gave him a thumbs up. Though fearful of death, he was undeniably resolute. Yagyu sealed Shizuka's eye with a sealing scroll and then glanced at Danzo's remaining Sharingan. After some contemplation, he decided against confiscating it as well. After all, It was merely a standard Sharingan. Leaving it with Danzo might bolster his self-preservation capabilities. Given Root's recent heavy losses and Danzo's loss of his Mangekyo and Summoned Beast, his ability to defend himself was precarious. Should he fall victim to assassination, Yagyu would be burdened with the task of nurturing a new puppet. Survive well, he said, patting Danzo's shoulder before vanishing from sight. Danzo hesitated briefly before heading back to Root. This night was destined to be one of sleepless turmoil for him. He initially planned to reclaim Moonlight Yagyu and Xianglin. Yet now Root had suffered significant casualties, and he had been captured and controlled by the enemy. What was worse, he felt utterly devoid of any will to resist. Alas, what a predicament. Chapter 140. Revealing the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Sasuke sought vengeance. Yagyu commanded his shadow clone to escort Xianglin back to the Moonlight Clan before activating his Sharingan to locate Sasuke. Since the two advisors could not perish without clarity, he would ensure their deaths were distinctly understood. Yagyu had few capable subordinates, yet Uchiha Sasuke barely qualified as one. Although they had previously clashed over Uchiha ideologies, Yagyu believed that if he presented the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke would be inclined to assist him. This fellow is here? Through his Sharingan, Yagyu discovered Sasuke diligently training at the Uchiha ruins alone. Judging by the sweat pouring down his face, he had clearly been at it all night. Yagyu left a flying Thunder God seal in place before swiftly making his way to Sasuke. Once he persuaded him, he could directly return with him using the flying Thunder God technique. A few minutes later, Yagyu arrived at the Uchiha ruins. Sasuke appeared somewhat surprised to see Yagyu, though he maintained an impassive facade. "What do you want?" he inquired, continuing his training, his white shirt clinging to his physique, accentuating his well-defined muscles. "Still upset?" Yagyu teased. "I'm not angry. If you have something to say, do it quickly. Don't interrupt my training." Sasuke replied coldly. So distant, thought Yagyu, yet it mattered not. As a person of great stature, he was willing to overlook past grievances to impart the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Yagyu chuckled lightly. Upon hearing that Yagyu would reveal the truth, Sasuke's excitement surged as he halted his training and appeared before Yagyu in an instant. "Are you serious?" he demanded. "Would I deceive you?" Yagyu replied nonchalantly. "However, in exchange for revealing the truth, you must assist me with a task, and I will guarantee your safety afterward." "What do you say?" "All right." Sasuke agreed readily. "Are you not curious about the nature of the task?" Yagyu inquired, puzzled by Sasuke's eagerness. "As long as you can tell me the truth, I will agree to anything. And what if I demand your life?" Yagyu smirked, asking. Sasuke remained unfazed. "As long as I achieve my revenge, you may take my life whenever you wish." Seeing the sincerity etched on Sasuke's face, Yagyu ceased his jesting and divulged the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. On the surface, it appeared that Uchiha Itachi had committed the atrocity for power. Yet the reality was far more complex. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre was a political failure. Long ago, Uchiha Itachi was assigned by your father, Uchiha Fugaku, to infiltrate the Umbu as a spy. However, during his covert operations, Itachi unknowingly fell under the influence of Hiruzen Sarutobi. From that moment, he became a double agent for both the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha. Sasuke was taken aback by the shocking revelation about his despised brother, rendered speechless. Why did my father send Itachi to infiltrate the Umbu? And why did the Konoha higher-ups seek to corrupt him? He asked, grappling with two pressing questions. Uchiha Fugaku aimed to incite a rebellion with the Uchiha clan to ascend to the new heights of Konoha. Conversely, the Konoha leadership sought to undermine Itachi to protect their own interests. Observing Sasuke's incredulous expression, Yagyu smiled slightly. In this context, it seems your father erred, and the Uchiha clan was mistaken. Yet the truth is far more intricate than you realize. The reason for my father's rebellion? Sasuke surmised astutely. Indeed, your Sharingan has awakened to 3 Tomo. I trust you understand the mechanics of its activation? It seems that every time my emotions fluctuate drastically, it triggers a transformation in the Sharingan. Precisely. This method of acquiring power instilled fear in the second Hokage, who deemed families relying on such means as exceedingly perilous. Consequently, he targeted the Uchiha clan, fostering deep-seated resentment towards the Konoha hierarchy. Furthermore, the subsequent Konoha leadership inherited that prejudice, allowing the Uchiha clan to possess power and merit while being denied equal status and respect. Thus, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha hierarchy ensued. Uchiha Itachi was a pivotal piece in this political chess game. However, no one anticipated that Itachi, as a pawn, would unwittingly gain the power to overturn the board. After absorbing this information, Sasuke furrowed his brow, taking ample time to process the revelations. So, The truth behind the Uchiha massacre is that Itachi chose the Konoha higher-ups during the political conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, ultimately leading to the slaughter of the entire Uchiha clan? Sasuke queried. Close enough. By the time, the Uchiha clan was fully prepared for rebellion. Yet Itachi disclosed this intelligence to the Konoha leadership, resulting in their command to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Throughout the entire affair, Itachi remained the principal executor. Yet the Konoha leadership were the true orchestrators behind the scenes. After absorbing this truth, Sasuke fell into a prolonged silence. Is everything you say true? The truth often leaves traces to follow. If you doubt it, you may investigate at your leisure. However, before you do so, I require your assistance with one task. What task? Eliminate 2 members of the Konoha higher-ups. Are they among those involved in the decision to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Indeed. That much I would have done regardless. I owe you a favor. You may summon me for any future needs, even if it involves my life. Sasuke said as he took up his sword, preparing his gear. Yagyu watched with a smile as Sasuke moved with determination. He had indeed not misjudged the young man. With Uchiha Sasuke's intervention, the task of dispatching the advisors became traceable, leaving Danzo entirely uninvolved. Naturally, this would not affect Danzo's candidacy. Of course, should Sasuke brazenly execute the 2 advisors, he would find himself unwelcome in Konoha. And the original plan for him to train under Jiraiya would have to be shelved for the time being. Yagyu was uncertain if Sasuke, now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha, could still apprentice under Jiraiya to learn sage techniques, but even if that were not possible, it mattered little. He believed that Naruto would eventually master it, and with his current prowess of the Sharingan, there was no longer a need for Sasuke and Naruto to labor for him in the study of ninjutsu. In other words, the utility of the 2 tools had diminished significantly in the short term. After all, aside from sage techniques, the primary enhancements to his strength from both of them lay in chakra and physical prowess, neither of which could be achieved overnight. Chapter 141, Sasuke's Admission of Guilt, the Advisor's Severed Fingers. What are their names? Toka Kinomoto and Mito Gaiden. Observing that Sasuke seemed inclined to search for them by name, Yagyu interjected, "There is no need for you to seek them out. I shall take you to them myself." Sasuke nodded, preparing to follow Yagyu, but Yagyu placed a hand on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the 2 vanished from their original location and reappeared on the streets of Konoha. Sasuke looked around in bewilderment, even activating his Sharingan to confirm he was not ensnared in an illusion. "How did you do that?" Sasuke asked, astonished as he gazed at Yagyu. Yagyu, with an air of nonchalance, conjured a cigarette out of thin air, lit it with his finger, and exhaled a plume of smoke, saying, "I recently learned a space-time ninjutsu. As long as I mark a location, I can instantly appear anywhere in this world. Such a ninjutsu exists? Of course, it was developed by the 2nd Hokage and is a secret technique in the hands of the 4th Hokage. So what do you say? Do you want to learn it? Would you teach me?" Sasuke inquired. "If you wish to learn, I am more than willing to teach you. However, it is highly probable that you may not succeed, as this technique requires a talent for space-time manipulation. Do you believe you possess such a gift?" "I believe I do," Sasuke replied calmly. Yagyu shrugged and summoned a large scroll with a summoning technique. This scroll was none other than the forbidden sealing book he had stolen from Konoha years ago. It contained numerous forbidden techniques of Konoha, yet at that time, he had been able to learn only a few ninjutsu, relying on Sasuke's return of his borrowed techniques, and had little inclination to study further. Yagyu opened the sealing book and flipped to the page containing the Flying Thunder God technique, utilizing another scroll to replicate it perfectly and tossed it to Sasuke. "Here, take this and study it." Sasuke stared at the scroll in his hands, feeling a wave of remorse wash over him. He realized that he had fundamentally misjudged this cousin of his. Previously, he believed that Yagyu was unwilling to assist him in his quest for vengeance, which led him to harbor a significant resentment, forgetting the years of support and guidance he had received. Yet, it had been merely half a day since Yagyu had revealed to him the truth behind the Uchiha massacre and had even offered him an opportunity for revenge under the pretense of helping him. How could he have misunderstood him? Yagyu Uchiha was, after all, my beloved kin, my brother. "Yagyu, I am deeply sorry. I previously held some misconceptions about you. I was overly impulsive. I should not have misjudged you." "What misconceptions? What misunderstandings?" Yagyu was somewhat perplexed, but seeing Sasuke's remorseful expression, he could not help but feel appreciative and patted him on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "No need to say anything. As long as you help me eliminate Toka Kinomoto and Mito Gaiden, we shall be family." "Understood." Sasuke nodded firmly, gripping his sword as he asked, "Where are they now?" "At the Hokage building." As dawn approached, the once pitch-black sky began to illuminate with white light, and clearly visible clouds. The two advisors, having toiled throughout the night for the sake of Konoha, now bore weary expressions. Kinomoto, let us call it a day. We can rest for a while before meeting Jiraiya at noon and attending Saratobi's funeral in the evening. Toka Kinomoto silently covered a document and pinched the bridge of her nose, replying, "Very well, let us go." As the two stood to leave, an umbu suddenly materialized before them. Honorable advisors, Uchiha Sasuke seeks an audience. Uchiha Sasuke? The two exchanged glances, uncertain as to why Sasuke would seek them at this moment. However, they dismissed it, as he was merely a lowly genin. "Let him in," Toka Kinomoto said with a hint of annoyance. Then she and Mito gate and resumed their seats. Before long, Sasuke pushed the door open, clad in casual attire, with sweat still glistening on his brow from training. He stepped inside. "Uchiha Sasuke, what brings you to us?" Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at the unmoving umbu watching him, then turned to the two advisors and said coolly, "I have recently uncovered a truth and wish to inquire about its authenticity." "A truth? What truth?" Time had elapsed too long for the two advisors to even consider that Sasuke might know about the Uchiha massacre. Perhaps they had been in their elevated positions for so long that they no longer regarded Sasuke as a threat. "Who orchestrated the Uchiha massacre?" Uchiha Sasuke demanded, enunciating each word as he subtly released his killing intent. The nearby Jonin sensed the shift in Sasuke's demeanor and immediately adopted a defensive posture, ready to subdue him should he make a move. The two advisors furrowed their brows and admonished Sasuke sternly, "Who told you this truth? Do not listen to the nonsense of others. There was no mastermind. It was all the doing of Itachi Uchiha." Seeing the two advisors vehemently deny his claims, Sasuke refrained from further dialogue and suddenly drew his sword. Uchiha flowing blade, flame. In that instant, the alert Jonin did not anticipate Sasuke's remarkable speed. As he prepared to block, Sasuke cleaved off his head with a single stroke. He had underestimated him. Sasuke slowly sheathed his sword and coldly regarded the two advisors, stating, "I shall uncover the truth from your minds, and as for your words, I do not believe them." The two advisors were taken aback by Sasuke's audacity to attack Konoha's advisors within the Hokage building. In their panic, they continued to berate him. "You fool! Do you comprehend what you are doing? You are beyond salvation. Your future is over. The Uchiha clan is indeed untrustworthy. Someone seize him." The advisor's office fell eerily silent. Their frantic cries for help yielded no response from the umbu. This bizarre situation intensified their panic. Mito gate and hastily formed hand signs to protect himself. But in the next instant, his fingers were severed by an unseen blade. "Tsk, tisk, having not fought for so long, even the speed of your hand signs has diminished. It seems that those in high positions become complacent and slothful." From the shadows emerged a figure, and upon closer inspection, the two advisors recognized him. "Is that Yagyu Moonlight?" "Yagyu Moonlight, what are you doing here? Someone help." "Cease your cries. While you were reprimanding Sasuke, all of your lackeys have already been dealt with by me. No matter how loudly you scream now, no one will come to your aid. Help! Help! Yagyu Moonlight, why are you doing this? Konoha has treated you well. Why do you wish to kill us?" Mito gate and lamented, clutching his severed fingers in anguish. "Why?" Yagyu smiled faintly. "In this world, people thrive for profit. They scheme for gain. Why do I wish to kill you? It is simple. Your deaths hold greater value for me, and that is all there is to it. As for how you have treated me, let us refrain from discussing such naive notions at a time like this, my dear advisors." Chapter 142, The Grim Demise of the Two Advisors, Hypnosis. "Do not kill them just yet. I still have questions for them," Sasuke interjected, fearing Yagyu would slay the two. Yagyu stepped back a pace, shrugging, "Ask away." Sasuke turned his gaze toward the two advisors, noting their expressions of terror. Feeling not an ounce of pity within him, he coldly inquired, "Was the Uchiha massacre ordered by you, compelling Itachi Uchiha to carry it out?" "Nonsense, we did not." Mito gate and shouted vehemently, "Did Yagyu Moonlight tell you this? He is deceiving you. He says this only to manipulate you." Yagyu swiftly severed Mito gate and's left arm with a single stroke, eliciting a scream of agony. Blood splattered across the face of Tizune Koharu, eliciting a scream of pure terror from her. "I beg your pardon, but I cannot abide slander. Should you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to sever your right hand once more. Not that you would find it of any use, considering your fingers are already broken. Do feel free to attempt another slander against me." Mito Minen's face contorted with rage, the pain of his severed limb pushing him towards the brink of insanity. "You think this will make us confess? Sasuke, do not heed his fabrications. The massacre of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi's betrayal of the village. That Moonlight Yagyu may be in league with him. Is that so?" Yagyu replied, his face a mask of astonishment. before he proceeded to sever both Mito Menen's and Tazun Koharu's hands. Tazun Koharu, racked with agony, cried out, "Why did you cut me? Did he not claim you would not confess under duress? Thus, you too must lose a hand." Yagyu mused, unfazed by the situation. Tazun Koharu, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly losing consciousness from the absurdity of it all. Still questioning, Yagyu directed toward Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head, responding, "Further inquiries would be futile. Their resolve is unyielding, impervious to the threat of pain." Despite Mito Menen's extensive dialogue, it was merely a ploy to incite discord between him and Yagyu. Such base attempts at manipulation would not ensnare him. "Shall we not eliminate their families? Perhaps that would provoke a reaction?" Yagyu suggested. Sasuke pondered this, finding merit in the idea, and then addressed the two, his gaze icy. "Whoever is willing to divulge the truth shall see their family spared. We speak no lies. If you choose not to believe us, we are powerless to change that." At this juncture, Tazun Koharu found her resolve bolstered. To confess would spell their doom. Yet, to remain silent might afford them a flicker of hope. As for their families, burdened with their own peril, who would concern themselves with such matters? In fact, they might welcome the eradication of their clans, as it could draw attention and perhaps lead to their salvation. Yagyu, discerning their thoughts, sighed in resignation. "It appears their resolve is even sturdier than we anticipated. Perhaps we should resort to hypnosis?" Sasuke, having activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, had mastered the art of Genjutsu. Yet his abilities could only momentarily control others without tapping into their subconscious to fabricate immersive illusions. Thus, he regarded Yagyu's suggestion with skepticism. In an instant, Yagyu's eyes transformed into 3-tomo, and he directed his gaze toward Mito Menen and Tazun Koharu, casting them into a hypnotic state. "Your eyes too," Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Not having anticipated Yagyu's Sharingan had reached such a level. However, his surprise was fleeting, as he quickly regained his composure. Given Yagyu's prowess, it was entirely reasonable for him to have achieved this level of mastery. Mito Menen and Tazun Koharu were rendered utterly dazed, incapable of expressing even the pain from their severed limbs. "I have now hypnotized them. You may pose any questions you wish. But whether you believe their answers is entirely your prerogative." This was also why Yagyu had initially refrained from hypnotizing them. A hypnotized individual was akin to being controlled by another, rendering the answers to Sasuke's inquiries potentially a product of Yagyu's influence. Sasuke understood this, yet chose to trust Yagyu. Over the years, Yagyu's assistance had been invaluable, and he recognized that his current strength was a direct result of Yagyu's guidance and encouragement. "Who orchestrated Uchiha Itachi's actions against the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke inquired. It was Shimura Danzo who commanded this, with the tacit approval of the higher-ups in Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. They replied in unison, their expressions vacant. Observing their synchronized response, Sasuke pressed further, "Why did you act in this manner?" "The Uchiha clan was preparing to rebel against Konoha. We had no choice. It was either a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, or Itachi would handle it alone." "Itachi." Sasuke instinctively clenched his fists, etching the image of that traitor into his memory, before declaring, "I have no further questions. Execute them." "Will you not inquire why Itachi acted thus?" Yagyu asked. "It matters not. The moment he turned against the Uchiha and my parents, regardless of his reasoning, he became a dead man." Sasuke replied coldly, before swiftly dispatching the two. The severed heads rolled to the floor, bathing the entire advisor's office in a crimson tide. Yagyu regarded the lifeless forms of the two advisors, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity. If Jiraiya were here, it would have been far simpler to control these two with the Sharingan. His ocular prowess would have allowed him to maintain a long-term hold over these feeble advisors. However, with Jiraiya present in the village attending Hiruzen's funeral, the likelihood of him discovering the advisors under the influence of the Sharingan was high. If Jiraiya were to uncover this, many of Yagyu's plans could unravel. Unwilling to complicate matters, Yagyu resolved to eliminate the two advisors directly, allowing Danzo to take charge. After all, the advisors were in Sasuke's hands, while Danzo was poised to seize political power. Even if Jiraiya was deeply concerned for Konoha, he would have no grounds to interfere with the natural succession of political authority. "Shall we not pay a visit to the daimyo and exert control over him?" Yagyu contemplated, only to dismiss the thought. He had no desire for inept aristocrats to trample upon his life, disrupting his peace, nor did he aspire to become a new daimyo. Yagyu harbored no ambitions to control the ninja world. He merely wished to rebel against all forms of oppression. His only desire was to remain peacefully within Konoha and live a good life. As for the daimyo, as long as he posed no threat to Yagyu, he was of little concern. Should he become a nuisance, Direct elimination would be the simplest course of action. Chapter 143, The Plan Amidst the Chaos. The upper echelons of Konoha were in disarray. After Sasuke had slain the two advisors, he wiped his blade clean and prepared to depart. Where do you intend to go? To eradicate their families, then eliminate that Shimura Danzo, along with those higher-ups in Konoha, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Little did he realize that facing Danzo at his peak strength would lead only to his demise. Patience, dawn has broken, and many Konoha ninjas are preparing for missions. It would be unwise to strike at their clans now. Let us wait until nightfall, Yagyu advised. Sasuke glanced out the window, observing the sky had transformed into a brilliant blue, with the sun firmly established in its domain. Very well, we shall act tonight. At this moment, the Hokage building lay devoid of life, with no one aware of the events that had transpired. Sasuke felt a sense of security until nightfall. Yagyu shared this sentiment, but he did not intend to leave hastily. After all, what rationale would there be for Sasuke to act? With a flourish, Yagyu used the blood of Tizune Koharu and Mito Minen to draw a symbol upon the wall. Sasuke focused intently, recognizing it instantly as the Uchiha clan's emblem. Why leave this behind? He asked. Was it not agreed? You assist me in dealing with them, Yagyu replied with a light chuckle. Sasuke fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yagyu avenged him, and in return, Sasuke would bear the blame. It was merely a simple transaction. All is arranged, Yagyu declared, having eliminated all traces of his presence. Danzo has been placed under my control. I require him to remain alive for the time being. So do not kill him yet. Tonight, I will take you to eliminate the clans of Mito Minen and Tizune Koharu. To spare the life of his adversary, even momentarily, is a dilemma for Sasuke. Nonetheless, he acquiesces to Yagyu's command. Very well, there is another matter. In a few days, you will be classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha. What are your plans then? Naturally, one must take full responsibility, and Sasuke is not surprised by this situation. I will leave the village and seek out Itachi Uchiha. I shall kill him, Sasuke replies coolly. Observing the inexplicable confidence radiating from Sasuke, Yagyu remarks, I do not wish to discourage you, but given your current strength, facing Itachi Uchiha would result in your swift demise. Sasuke furrows his brow, questioning, is he truly that formidable? When the Uchiha clan was annihilated, many clan members had awakened their Sharingan's 3 tomo, yet they all perished. Of course, Itachi did not accomplish this alone. At that time, he was merely 13 years old, and his mastery over the Mangekyo Sharingan was still uncertain. It is no simple feat for one individual to take on the entirety of the Uchiha clan. Had Fugaku Uchiha intervened, Itachi would have had little chance of success. Who else? Sasuke inquires, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He had not witnessed anyone other than Itachi on the night of the massacre. Another individual possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan assisted him. Itachi's strength alone was inadequate to face the entire Uchiha clan, so he enlisted that person's help. That individual readily agreed and was responsible for slaying a significant portion of the Uchiha clan, Yagyu explains. Another with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke ponders over the talented ninjas within his clan, trying to discern their identity. At that moment, Yagyu pats him on the shoulder and advises, do not dwell on it. That person's background is far more intricate. Knowing this much is futile. Once you have gained sufficient strength, it matters not. Simply eliminate them. Sasuke nods in agreement, finally comprehending why Yagyu, despite possessing strength at the level of a Kage, refrains from seeking vengeance. It must be due to a lack of power. For both Itachi and another individual wield the Mangekyo Sharingan. To confront two such formidable adversaries single-handedly would surely be an insurmountable challenge. He clenches his fists, his expression filled with resentment. I am still not strong enough. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a squad passing by the Hokage building suddenly halts. The leading Jonin sniffs the air, his expression instantly turning grave. There is a scent of blood. One Jonin comments, how could there be a scent of blood near the Hokage building? Teacher, are you mistaken? Another Jonin mimics the Jonin's actions, but upon detecting no such odor, he too expresses doubt. I am certain. You all wait here while I investigate. Faced with the unknown peril, the leading Jonin takes the initiative. Thus, under the puzzled gazes of the 3 Jonin, their leader cautiously slips into the Hokage building. The Jonin treads carefully through the desolate halls, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Something is amiss. There are 10,000 things wrong. Ordinarily, he would be met with the Umbu's obstruction upon entering the Hokage building. Yet today, not a single Umbu appears. Moreover, the scent of blood intensifies. Before long, he arrives at the office of the 2 advisors. Here it is. The thick scent of blood emanates from this room. While other areas of the Hokage building also exhibit signs of bloodshed, but they pale in comparison to this office. Knock, knock, knock. Uncertain of the situation within, the Jonin cautiously knocks on the door. However, there is no response. Consequently, he performs a hand seal to create a shadow clone to open the door, while his original self readies a kunai for combat. Upon opening the door, he encounters no ambush, only the overwhelming scent of blood. The Jonin enters, kunai in hand, and is instantly taken aback by the scene before him. The severed fingers, arms, and heads of the two advisors are strewn across the floor. Blood has stained the entire room. Just as he prepares to exit and report, he suddenly notices a pattern drawn in blood on the wall. This is. An hour later, news of the advisor's murder spreads throughout the upper echelons of Konoha. Almost all the clan heads have gathered at the Hokage building. Among them stands the esteemed elder Danzo Shimura. Danzo leads the group to witness the gruesome scene of the two advisors. Who is responsible for this? How dare someone brazenly assassinate Konoha's advisors at such a time? Did you not see the Uchiha clan symbol on the wall? The vengeful spirits of the Uchiha have returned. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Danzo scoffs at the deluded member of Konoha's elite. Even if the entire Uchiha clan were resurrected, what of it? The crowd falls silent. They are all somewhat aware of the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Officially, it was Itachi Uchiha who executed the clan. Yet everyone knows the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha elite at that time, and they are acutely aware of who Itachi was aligned with. For no reason at all, why would Itachi Uchiha betray the village and slay his entire clan? The clan heads are no fools. They can deduce the truth from mere fragmented information. However, they do not oppose this outcome, for had Itachi not acted, it would have been their turn to suffer the consequences. Chapter 144, The Acting Hokage Lord Sasuke. Now, it is imperative that we return the corpses of the two advisors to their respective clans and address the aftermath of their deaths, Danzo states flatly. What about the truth behind their deaths? We cannot let this matter remain unresolved. Someone voices their concern. Indeed, if we do not ascertain who is orchestrating this behind the scenes, we all may be in peril. I shall ensure an investigation into the truth. But Konoha is currently in turmoil. The priority is to elect someone capable of steering us through this crisis. I propose we convene a meeting of Konoha's upper echelons soon to elect the fifth Hokage. While it is termed a proposal, Danzo makes no effort to solicit the opinions of others, coldly announcing his decision before departing alone. The others exchange glances, murmuring amongst themselves. In my view, the deaths of the two advisors are unlikely to be the work of vengeful Uchiha spirits. Rather, someone has acted impulsively. I heard Danzo visited the advisor's office yesterday and left with a grim expression. I suspect he was rebuffed in his bid for the fifth Hokage. Are you suggesting that Danzo did it? Hush. Tread carefully. Without evidence, do not speak recklessly. However, at this moment, he is the most likely suspect, is he not? Everyone knows of Danzo's ambition to become Hokage, but both advisors were once his teammates. Would he truly go that far? Who can say? After all, some members of Konoha's elite, aware of how Sarutobi regained the Hokage position, hesitate to speak. Regardless, with the advisors deceased, Danzo is now the most qualified candidate in Konoha. Alas, who among Konoha can rival Danzo now? The Sarutobi clan? Asuma Sarutobi, with only Jonin-level strength, would stand no chance against Danzo. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi been alive, there might have been a possibility. Besides the Sarutobi clan, the Hyuga clan, the most powerful clan in Konoha, also possesses the capability to vie for the fifth Hokage. However, Hisashi Hyuga seems disinterested in pursuing the Hokage position. Upon witnessing Danzo's departure, he promptly took his leave. The Hyuga clan has maintained a position of high regard in Konoha due to their clear understanding of their own standing. They possess strength, but never seek the top position. Whoever assumes the role of Hokage, they will lend their support. Therefore, whether or not Danzo is guilty of murdering the advisors is of little consequence to them. They are solely concerned with who the next Hokage will be. Others in a similar position include the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Yet their collective strength falls short of the Hyuga clan, rendering their status slightly inferior. With the absence of two advisors, the paramount authority in Konoha fell to Danzo, who declared that no one dared to oppose the selection of the fifth Hokage during the meeting. Consequently, even the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi was postponed by 2 days for this matter. Yet, during these 2 days, Konoha was anything but tranquil. The Mito clan and the Torian clan were annihilated overnight, their members ruthlessly slaughtered from the highest to the lowest. No one witnessed the perpetrator, but an investigation revealed traces of fire release and lightning release techniques at the scene, with some victims bearing knife wounds. The sole clue left behind was the Uchiha clan emblem, inscribed in the blood of the two clans upon their plaza. At the Konoha high-level meeting, Danzo, assuming the role of temporary Hokage, occupied the central position to deliver his address. Fire release, lightning release, and the knife wounds pointed to Sasuke Uchiha as the prime suspect. I dispatched personnel to apprehend him yesterday, only to discover that Sasuke had vanished without a trace. The truth had become abundantly clear. The two advisors and their accompanying clansmen were victims of Sasuke Uchiha. Therefore, Sasuke Uchiha is now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, to be pursued by Root with full authority, regardless of life or death. No one anticipated that the truth would revolve around a mere orphan of the Uchiha clan. Even more astonishing was that a lowly genin could achieve such devastation. The 13-year-old Itachi Uchiha single-handedly exterminated the Uchiha clan, while the 12-year-old Sasuke did likewise to the Mito and Torian clans. The Uchiha clan truly embodied the essence of demons. Following these events, all the noble factions within Konoha were left with a chilling awareness of the Uchiha clan's terrifying capabilities. They could obliterate entire clans at will, showing no mercy even towards their own families. How fearsome indeed. In stark contrast to the elite of Konoha, the common folk remained oblivious to the blood-soaked political machinations within the village, still mourning the invasion by Orochimaru and the Sand. The Mito and Torian clans lacked the notoriety of the Uchiha, and their loss went largely unnoticed, unless someone intentionally spread the word. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen deceased, Danzo had no motive to engage in such manipulations. After all, Sasuke Uchiha, in a sense, belonged to his faction. Without Sasuke to take the blame, Danzo would find it difficult to maintain his position as temporary Hokage. In the depths of Root, Danzo entered his former lair with a heavy heart. Seated in his usual spot was a man adorned with a devilish mask. Lord Sasuke, Lady Yagyu has sent me to convey that you are to remain en route, with full authority to command its members. Sasuke's eyes pierced through the mask as he glared at Danzo, then suddenly drew his blade. Danzo witnessed the act, but did not evade it. He allowed Sasuke to sever one of his fingers. Out of respect for Yagyu, I shall spare your life for now. But each time we meet, I shall take a slice of you. Now begone. Danzo remained silent, his forehead drenched in sweat, and upon hearing Sasuke's command to leave, he exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring, I take my leave. After Sasuke had dispatched the two advisors, he was temporarily stationed en route under Yagyu's orders, leaving Danzo with no choice but to heed the commands of one who perpetually wished him dead. Meanwhile, as Danzo's position as temporary Hokage solidified, the funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi commenced. Nearly all the ninjas of Konoha attended, each clad in black, their faces heavy with grief as they gazed upon Sarutobi's gravestone. Konohamaru wept inconsolably, unable to accept the reality. Grandfather, I refuse to believe this is true. You're deceiving me, aren't you? I have yet to defeat you, to surpass you and become Hokage. You cannot die. No one intervened to assuage Konohamaru's pain. The only remedy was to allow the anguish to spill forth. Asuma Sarutobi stood vigil at Hiruzen's grave for 3 days and nights, from dawn to dusk and back again, smoking one cigarette after another, leaving a pile of ash in his wake. With a final, deep inhale of his last cigarette, he discarded the remaining stub into the ashtray and turned to leave, as if resolved to some unspoken decision. Additionally, Jiraiya lingered there for quite some time. He attended Sarutobi's funeral openly, surprising many who saw him, though none approached him. This unexpected coldness bewildered him. Had he known he would be met with such indifference, he would not have hidden his presence. After the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya sought to gather information about Konoha, partly out of curiosity, and partly due to a genuine concern for the current state and future of the village. He began to inquire. However, his inquiries unveiled several shocking revelations. First, 2 advisors had been killed by Sasuke. Second, Danzo had assumed the role of Hokage, though temporary. This was an unexpected development. Third, the Mito and Torian clans had been obliterated, again at the hands of Sasuke. With these 3 pieces of information confirmed, Jiraiya, after much hesitation, sought out Yagyu. He found him in the Konoha bathhouse, unaware of how Yagyu had developed a fondness for bathing since their acquaintance. Kid, the more I see you, the more I like you. How about we learn to write novels together? Write novels? Is it profitable? Jiraiya's expression faltered. It's about the freedom of life and the joy of recording one's experiences, thoughts, and observations. Of course, the most important part is the material. You strike me as someone suited for this endeavor. Humph, who else like you? I don't peek at others while bathing, you perverted sage. Yagyu scoffed. Jiraiya retorted. What perverted sage? I hail from Mayaboka Mountain. From Mayaboka Mountain, you meow like a cat and enjoy eating crispy snacks? Ah, Yagyu abruptly interrupted Jiraiya, inserting an utterly nonsensical comment that left Jiraiya perplexed. What meow? What crispy snacks? What frog is my aboku? Are there any there? And seeds? The tadpoles of the frog? Ahem. In any case, I believe we have a good rapport, and you are quite suited for this profession. Let us not dwell on that. Writing novels is a dead end. Very well, then let us discuss something else. Weren't you going to introduce me to 2 disciples? Naruto has been with me for over a month. When will that Uchiha Sasuke come? Jiraiya swiftly changed the subject. Yagyu looked at Jiraiya with suspicion. You don't know? Sasuke is in trouble. He is now being hunted by Konoha as an S-rank rogue ninja. Just like your friend Orochimaru, TSK. Don't bring up that cursed topic. Jiraiya had long wished to persuade Orochimaru to return, but had not seen him for many years. This moment was the closest he had been to Orochimaru. Yet they had passed like ships in the night, especially since Orochimaru had killed their mutual teacher, leaving him momentarily melancholic. Are you not saddened? Do you not lament for your comrade? Jiraiya observed Yagyu, who appeared to relish life, showing no signs of sorrow over Sasuke's defection, which starkly contrasted with his own feelings. Was their relationship poor? Yet, if it were, why had Yagyu persistently requested to train Sasuke? Jiraiya found himself perplexed. Yagyu's reaction was anything but normal, unless all his seemingly affectionate behaviors were mere facades, or perhaps Yagyu had foreseen Sasuke's current predicament. Could it be that Yagyu was involved in the matter? Unaware of the grisly details surrounding the deaths of the 2 advisors, Jiraiya could only speculate. Oh, I'm utterly devastated, so much so that I require a soak to alleviate my emotional strain, Yagyu yawned. Being alone can be quite dull. Perhaps I should invite Shine next time. Maybe even Sakia, Sakura, Hinata, Wait. All the names you mentioned are female? Jiraiya interrupted incredulously. How absurd. Who would ever enjoy the company of men? Yagyu scoffed, rolling his eyes. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly sported a lewd grin as he gazed at Yagyu. Hee, Yagyu boy. When is your next bath? I wish to join you. Yagyu leapt from the water, delivering a swift kick that sent Jiraiya flying. I shall return. Jiraiya shouted as he soared through the air. Yagyu smirked, thinking, if you dare return, I shall make you regret it. I'm here to bathe with the ladies. What business do you have intruding? After being kicked away, Jiraiya crashed into a nearby yard, landing amidst the grass. Bursting forth from the foliage, he spat out a mouthful of weeds, with remnants of green leaves clinging to him. Honestly, what must Yagyu have done in his past life to be adored by so many women? And I still haven't clarified the matter concerning Sasuke. I must return. Jiraiya muttered to himself, preparing to head back when he noticed that the second-floor bathing room of the house above had its window wide open. Coincidentally, a beautiful woman was preparing to bathe within. Instantly, Jiraiya's mouth watered, his mind flooded with romantic thoughts. Perhaps I should return another time to inquire. I need to gather material for my new novel. Shortly thereafter, a scream pierced the air. Pervert. Someone's peeping while I bathe. Catch the pervert. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. I'm merely a passing novelist, certainly not a rogue or thief. Jiraiya protested. Good sir, why is your pectoral muscle so exaggerated? Ouch, what are you doing? Don't slap my face. I was wrong. I won't write novels anymore. After receiving a thorough beating from the homeowner, Jiraiya successfully escaped the devilish abode. Yet even with a face bruised and swollen, he couldn't hide his smile, clearly unrepentant. Next time, I shall dare again. What a pity, I almost felt inspired. But alas, I was discovered. I must refine my material gathering techniques. He recalled that Yagyu possessed a remarkable transparency technique, far superior to the one he had developed in his youth, capable of bypassing even shadow-level warriors with ease. How I wish to learn it. Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, plotting to acquire Yagyu's secret techniques. Meanwhile, other pressing matters were temporarily cast aside. He was unable to resolve the deaths of the 2 advisors and lacked the standing to intervene. Danzo's ascension to Hokage was inevitable, and he had little desire to involve himself. While he hoped Tsunade might take the position, most of Konoha's leadership had already made their decisions. Even if he retrieved Tsunade, it was unlikely they could contest Danzo's influence. This was evident from the fact that since his reappearance, no high-ranking officials from Konoha had sought him out. Danzo had likely promised them benefits, and anyone who approached Jiraiya would be opposing Danzo. Every clan was concerned with survival. No one would risk their family's future for a man lacking ambition in the pursuit of Hokage. Trusting Jiraiya seemed less prudent than aligning with Danzo, who had promised them numerous advantages. Perhaps they believed they could secure even greater benefits within Konoha's new structure. This was yet another reason Jiraiya chose to refrain from meddling in Konoha's internal politics. The outcome was already predetermined, and struggling against it was futile. Unless Sasuke were to eliminate Danzo, but was that even a possibility? Chapter 146, the final mission of Team 7. The 7th training ground had been utterly transformed due to the battle between Jiraiya and Yagyu. If not for the half-torn sign still clinging to life in the corner, bearing the number 7, Sakura and Kakashi might not have recognized the place at all. What transpired here? Kakashi mused, drawing upon his experience to deduce that powerful ninjas had clashed during the Chunin exams, as evidenced by the traces of fire release and earth release, along with an unfamiliar ninjutsu that likely belonged to a special bloodline limit user. At that moment, Yagyu approached slowly. "You're late," Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yagyu. "The protagonist often makes the last entrance," Yagyu yawned, displaying no remorse whatsoever. Kakashi chose not to press the issue, knowing this was likely their final gathering as Team 7. "What was the purpose of summoning us, Kakashi?" Yagyu inquired. "I called you here regarding Sasuke," Kakashi replied, glancing at Yagyu, attempting to glean something from his expression. However, Yagyu maintained a stoic demeanor, appearing lethargic, leaving his true thoughts inscrutable. Sakura's expression, on the other hand, reflected concern, though she harbored no romantic feelings for Sasuke. Their months of companionship and 6 years of camaraderie had instilled a sense of worry in her heart. "Kakashi-sensei, is it true that Sasuke killed Konoha's leadership and defected?" "It's highly likely," Kakashi acknowledged. Though no one witnessed Uchiha Sasuke in the act, the locations of the deaths among Konoha's leadership bore the Uchiha clan's crest. But that doesn't definitively prove Sasuke's guilt, does it? It could be a frame-up. Sakura challenged. It could have been the case, but had Sasuke cooperated with the investigation, the absence of direct evidence would have meant little. Yet, he has gone missing. Could it be that Sasuke was kidnapped, and the captor framed him? That's a possibility. Precisely because of this potential, I summoned you here for our first and last mission as Team 7, to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. Is this a mission issued by Danzo? Yagyu questioned, perplexed. He wouldn't assign me trivial tasks, knowing Sasuke is hiding within the roots. This mission seems pointless. No, this is a mission I am issuing, Kakashi clarified, shaking his head. After this task, Team 7 will likely cease to exist. I expect Yagyu will qualify as a Chunin, Sasuke is unlikely to return, and Sakura will remain a Genin, probably reassigned to another team. I hope we can uncover the truth about Sasuke before all this transpires. Yagyu remained silent. He had no desire to participate, but seeing Kakashi's earnest expression, he agreed to assist him for a few days. Unlike Yagyu's nonchalant demeanor, Sakura resonated with Kakashi's seriousness. Her determination to uncover the truth and retrieve Uchiha Sasuke burning brightly. Thus, Team 7 embarked on their final mission. At the Hokage building, former advisor's office. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Kakashi stealthily led Sakura and Yagyu inside. Yagyu shot Kakashi a bewildered glance. Following the assassination of the advisors, Danzo had explicitly forbidden anyone from entering this area, and Kakashi's blatant defiance of Danzo's orders suggested he harbored significant discontent toward the newly appointed 5th Hokage. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to such matters and busied himself with the investigation. According to my findings, when the 2 advisors were slain, they were surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, including 4 Jonin. How could Sasuke possibly have taken them down alone and killed the advisors? Sakura questioned. This was also Kakashi's concern. I too doubt Sasuke possesses that capability. Even I would struggle to defeat 4 Jonin while also ensuring the safety of 2 advisors, preventing them from calling for help. Therefore, either Sasuke did not commit the act, or he had accomplices. Yagyu sensed that Kakashi, after saying all this, had cast a furtive glance his way. Had he been discovered? A flicker of murderous intent flared within Yagyu, but he quickly suppressed it. It was merely a guess, nothing of great consequence. There was no need to resort to violence against Kakashi. Although their relationship was not particularly close, they had known each other for many years. Oblivious to Yagyu's fleeting intent, Kakashi continued his examination of the surroundings. However, this place has already undergone a thorough cleansing, and various pieces of furniture have been replaced, rendering any traces imperceptible to the naked eye. Not even Kakashi's Sharingan could uncover any clues. The cleaning crew has truly excelled. After a few minutes, Kakashi shook his head, indicating that there were no leads here, and suggested they move on to another location. Yagyu and Sakura remained silent, quietly following Kakashi to the clan grounds of the Mito family. The Mito clan was not particularly prominent. Despite having a highly esteemed advisor, Mito Munin, as their leader, the ninja talents within this family were rather mediocre. Even with Mito Munin's support, they had no elite Jonin and very few Chunin. This was rumored to be the site where Sasuke had annihilated their clan, and they agreed to split up and search for clues, calling out loudly if they found anything. All right, The trio dispersed to investigate, with Kakashi and Sakura resembling detectives on a case, while Yagyu felt akin to a criminal returning to the scene of a crime. Observing the surroundings, both familiar and foreign, Yagyu yawned out of boredom. He and T killed many during that massacre, as there were hardly any strong opponents. And it wasn't his quest for vengeance. The entire ordeal had been Sasuke's slaughter. His role was merely to eliminate those attempting to flee or hide. He had indeed taken the lives of several innocents, men and women alike, young and old, but accustomed to bloodshed, he felt no discomfort. Suddenly, he spotted a dry well. He recalled discovering several terrified children here at that time. Sighing, Yagyu lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled while gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. The blue sky and white clouds were a stark contrast to the blood-red hue of that day. What? Are memories flooding back? A voice whispered in Yagyu's ear, but he chose to ignore it. He had long been aware of Kakashi lurking in the shadows, monitoring him, yet he did not expose him. Aren't we here to find clues? Have you discovered anything? Yagyu retorted, taking the initiative. Kakashi, too, remained silent, casting a deep glance at Yagyu before turning away. Shortly after, Sakura returned empty-handed. She reported traces of fire, lightning, and blade marks. After exchanging information, they derived no useful conclusions and prepared to depart once again, heading to their next destination. Chapter 147, Mission concluded. Team 7 disbanded. The Uzumaki clan fared even worse. While remnants of intact houses were still visible in the Mido clan's territory, the Uzumaki clan had been reduced to a charred wasteland. Flames had obliterated the entire family, and it was evident at a glance that no clues remained. Nonetheless, Kakashi insisted on lingering there for a while before they left. Their next stop was the mortuary in Konoha, where the bodies of 2 major clans and 2 advisors were said to be. However, upon arrival, they were informed that the bodies had already been cremated and buried. The trail had gone cold. Let us visit the places Sasuke has been to recently tomorrow, Kakashi announced, dissolving the team as he vanished in an instant. Yagyu-kun, do you believe Sasuke has truly been captured? Is he in danger? Sakura inquired. No, not at all. How do you know? Yagyu shook his head, opting not to respond. You'll find out in due time. With that, he too departed. He discerned that Kakashi must have uncovered something, which was why this so-called final mission had been initiated. The search for Sasuke was not the primary objective. Rather, it was to gauge Yagyu that Kakashi sought. The following day, Kakashi took Yagyu and Sakura back to Sasuke's residence, where all personal belongings had remained untouched, indicating a hasty departure. They then visited the ruins of the Uchiha clan and the training grounds. With no discoveries made, further time was wasted. A week passed, and seeing that Kakashi had no intention of concluding the mission, Yagyu proactively approached him for a discussion. Will the mission continue indefinitely? It depends on when you wish to conclude it. On the rooftop, Kakashi leaned against the railing while Yagyu smoked, both momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, Kakashi abruptly spoke. Why is he doing this? It is evident. He seeks revenge. Is this in relation to the Uchiha massacre? Indeed. Another silence ensued. Did they truly commit those acts? Yes. Kakashi sighed deeply upon hearing this. One cannot urge others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering. If his entire clan were annihilated, it would be understandable. He has no family. Do you have any further questions? Where is he now? In a very safe place. Is this connected to Danzo? Noticing Yagyu's silence, Kakashi rose, preparing to leave. The mission is concluded. Team 7 is disbanded. Yagyu remained silent, discarding his cigarette but on the ground as he turned to depart. Given the answers and outcomes he received, it was unclear whether Kakashi felt disappointment or relief. Team 7 had been his first squad. Though they had developed a good relationship and grown, they had embarked on a path he could hardly have envisioned. The next day, Yagyu was appointed as a jounin by Danzo, leading a team on his own. Sakura, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Ino were promoted to Chunin, with Sakura, Hinata, and Ino assigned to Yagyu's squad. With Danzo's backing, Ino no longer needed to be addressed as Yamanaka Ino. She could use her own name. As for the troubles from the Kusagakure, Danzo dismissed them, asserting, "What is Kusagakure to us? Anyone who dares provoke Konoha will face our wrath." A politically aggressive stance indeed. However, a strong attitude does not equate to formidable strength. Having experienced the events involving Orochimaru and Tsunagakure, Konoha's internal structure was quite fragile. Engaging Kusagakure posed no issue. But they lacked confidence against major ninja villages. Thus, despite outwardly projecting a strong stance, Danzo understood the need for stability and growth for a while. In the ensuing months, all Konoha ninjas were summoned back for reorganization. This served not only to introduce them to the new leadership, but also to eliminate dissent and promote loyalists. However, On the night Danzo targeted Yagyu, most of Danzo's confidants had perished. Consequently, he needed to cultivate new allies, forming a new Umbu. Those Danzo deemed acceptable from the original Umbu were retained, while those he found unsatisfactory were dismissed. He then recruited some old members from Root to fill the ranks, quickly establishing a new cadre of several hundred ninjas under his command. To Danzo's surprise, several familiar faces emerged within this Umbu unit: Kakashi Hatake and Tenzo. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen suspected ulterior motives, as both individuals had previously expressed dissent towards him. After consulting with Yagyu, he ultimately approved their applications, allowing them to lead separate Umbu squads on missions. In addition to the Umbu's reformation, Root underwent similar changes. The leadership of Root was transferred to Sasuke, who now commanded the entire organization. Sasuke operated under the codename Zero, wielding authority second only to the Hokage within Konoha. No one anticipated that the S-rank rogue ninja would be concealed within Konoha, rising to become the new leader of Root. Even more astonishing was the fact that this new Root would no longer serve as a tool for Konoha to handle dirty work and eliminate obstacles. It had transformed from being Konoha's roots into a sharp pair of scissors and an axe, its blade poised to strike at the very upper echelons of Konoha. This instilled fear and trepidation within numerous high-ranking officials of the village. Chapter 148: The Return of Orochimaru. As the new master of Root, Sasuke refrained from making any significant moves. Although he had absolute control over the organization and could incorporate new ninjas into Root, he had no intention of expanding its ranks. The remaining members of Root held little expectation from him. Their sole task, for the time being, was to seek out the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke intended to pursue his revenge independently. Currently, Sasuke's revenge plan consisted of 3 steps. First, find an opportunity to eliminate the Sarutobi clan of Konoha. Second, kill Uchiha Itachi. Thirdly, when Danzo proves useless, he must be eliminated. That night, he could only massacre the Mizuhito clan and the Toko clan. Thereafter, the various clans of Konoha grew increasingly vigilant of his existence. The Sarutobi clan was not only on high alert, but the new clan leader, Asuma Sarutobi, also remained at the clan's core, never straying far. Sasuke lacked the confidence to annihilate the Sarutobi clan without alarming others, and after assisting him twice, Moonlight Yugao had resolutely declined to aid him further in such extermination endeavors. He was left to rely solely on himself. At this moment, an unexpected visitor quietly approached the outskirts of Root. Should Sasuke catch a glimpse of his appearance, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Orochimaru, the one who had bound him in the Dragon Cave. Following the conclusion of the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru had returned to Otoge-cure with his subordinates. According to his agreement with Danzo, after he eliminated Hiruzen Sarutobi and the 4th Kazekage, thus aiding Danzo in obtaining the position of 5th Hokage, he would utilize Konoha's funds to establish a laboratory and sanctuary within the village. Now, over a month had passed since the Konoha collapse. He was uncertain if Danzo had already seized power, but his plans and experiments were stymied. Thus, he intended to check on Danzo's progress. Cloaked in a hood, concealing his visage beneath its shadow, he approached the ninja stationed at the entrance of Root and rasped, "Please inform Lord Danzo that I have arrived." The guard stared for a moment, bewildered, and replied, "Huh? Who are you?" Orochimaru felt exasperated, glancing at the unfamiliar face of the doorkeeper. Had the guard been replaced? Just as he was about to verify his identity, the guard continued, "Moreover, Lord Danzo is not here. Only Lord Zero is present." Lord Zero? What nonsense is this? Orochimaru's mind was in disarray, a curse on the tip of his tongue that he refrained from voicing. "Shimura Danzo, I am doing my utmost to assist you in becoming Hokage, and you wouldn't have lost the position of Root leader as well, would you?" After a brief silence, Orochimaru inquired, "Then where is Danzo?" "Lord Danzo has gone to become Hokage. If you wish to find him, head to the Hokage Tower." At this revelation, Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief. Danzo had ascended to the position of Hokage. Thus, this Lord Zero must be one of Danzo's trusted subordinates, specifically tasked with the development of Root. However, this Zero seemed to have grown rather arrogant. Orochimaru could discern the lack of respect this doorkeeper had for Sasuke, which suggested that entrusting Root to such a person may not be a prudent choice. He pondered whether he could convince Danzo to grant him the position of Root leader. Although his political power in Konoha was limited due to his notoriety, surely he still possessed some authority, didn't he? As Orochimaru glanced deeper into Root, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from within. A serpent? Orochimaru was taken aback to discover the scent of the great serpent from the Dragon Cave here. He had not left any of his jutsu behind en route, so no one should have been able to learn his techniques. Currently, only Sasuke and Mitarashi Anko possessed the capability to summon the Great Serpent. Was one of them inside? Orochimaru's long tongue flicked over his lips as he sensed the power of the cursed seal. It was indeed not present. This indicated that it was Uchiha Sasuke summoning the serpent at this moment. How could Uchiha Sasuke be here? Had that Zero captured him? After all, he was a candidate for Orochimaru's body. Not wishing for any mishap to befall him, Orochimaru altered his plan to confront Danzo and turned back, stating, "Please inform this Lord Zero that Orochimaru has arrived." Chapter 149. Sasuke faces Orochimaru again. You are Orochimaru? As a subordinate of Root. The small man at the entrance was unaware of the connection between Orochimaru and Danzo. Thus, he was quite alarmed by Orochimaru's audacity to enter Root so openly. Seeing the guard's reaction, Orochimaru no longer wished to trouble him. Summoning 2 serpents to bind him, he proceeded deeper into Root. However, it didn't take long for him to notice something was amiss. The number of personnel in Root had significantly decreased, and even the landscape and structures had undergone substantial changes. It felt, how should he put it, more simplistic. Following the direction of the summoned Great Serpent, he soon encountered it. The serpent, while not as massive as the Great Snake, was still quite large, measuring several meters in length and height. Orochimaru could clearly see its form from 100 meters away. The serpent appeared to sense Orochimaru's arrival, turning its head to glance at him before issuing a warning to Sasuke, who was in the midst of training. At this moment, Sasuke, adorned with a mask, leaped onto the serpent's head upon sensing the newcomer. Looking down at Orochimaru from his elevated position with calm eyes, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Uchiha Sasuke? How intriguing. By your appearance, it seems you have joined Root," Orochimaru mused, observing Sasuke with surprise. Sasuke had no intention of answering Orochimaru's question, nor did he wish to delve into why Orochimaru was present in Root. Instead, he had his own inquiries for the man. With an indifferent expression, he stated, "It's fortuitous that you're here. I wish to know if sage art can be learned in the Dragon Cave." "How do you know about sage art?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Is it Jiraiya?" Although Orochimaru had guessed correctly, Sasuke remained silent. He had originally planned to follow Jiraiya to learn sage art, but due to Orochimaru, he was temporarily unable to pursue that path. He would need to consult the sages of Mount Myaboku, and given that he was now a fugitive in Konoha, Jiraiya would likely not protect him, making it impossible for him to learn from Jiraiya. In a sense, he had severed his chances of mastering sage art. This explained why he had begun to recklessly employ the techniques Orochimaru had taught him. Although they did not enhance his overall strength, they enriched his offensive repertoire. Should he manage to reclaim the Great Snake, it would significantly bolster his power. It appears it indeed is him. However, since you inquired about the Dragon Cave, it is clear that Jiraiya either refuses or is unable to teach you sage art. Heh. Orochimaru smirked coldly, licking his tongue. Indeed, there are techniques for learning sage art in the Dragon Cave, but the difficulty is immense. Given your current abilities, you would likely struggle to master them. That is of no concern to you. I only need to know that sage art can be learned in the Dragon Cave. Now you may leave. In consideration of the techniques you have taught me, I will allow you to depart." Observing Sasuke's audacious demeanor, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Allow me to leave? Have you forgotten the disparity in our strength after just a month apart?" With a cold smile, Orochimaru instantly unleashed the oppressive aura of an elite shinobi. The overwhelming pressure was sufficient to awaken Sasuke to the reality of their strength disparity. However, 30 years of ebb and flow. With the activation of his Sharingan, Sasuke no longer feared Orochimaru. While his power had not yet reached the level of an elite, the strength derived from the 3-tomo Sharingan could certainly be considered quasi-elite. This increase in power granted Sasuke newfound confidence. Thus, when he perceived Orochimaru's provocation, he too released his own aura of strength, clashing with Orochimaru's. In that moment, neither side gained the upper hand. "Oh, your strength has improved?" Orochimaru expressed surprise, followed by excitement. "As expected of a Uchiha genius, under your current circumstances, stepping into my realm will be an inevitability. Then I shall not hold back." The quasi-elite Uchiha Sasuke was precisely the physical form Orochimaru desired. Should he be stronger, he would be difficult to defeat. If weaker, Orochimaru would need to expend more time developing that power. However, the Uchiha body was not so easily cultivated. The extraordinary evolution rules of their techniques rendered them challenging for Orochimaru to replicate. He would not allow himself to be swayed by emotions to the extent of feeling sorrow for another. Thus, even if Sasuke had submitted completely to him a month prior, he would still contemplate whether to exchange bodies. As Orochimaru spoke, he launched a surprise attack, sending several small serpents darting towards Sasuke. Sasuke wore an expression of indifference as the colossal serpent beneath him swatted the smaller snakes to their demise with a flick of its tail. Huh, do you intend to defeat me using the techniques I taught you? Orochimaru taunted. Do you not possess your own ninjutsu? I merely wish to verify the fruits of my learning through you, Sasuke replied coolly, seemingly dismissive of Orochimaru's presence. The latter sensed the disdain radiating from Sasuke, which ignited a flicker of irritation within him. Your own weakness will become your downfall, Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru ceased to feign courtesy and summoned the ultimate summoning technique, the 10,000 snakes. As the multitude of serpents emerged, they watched with palpable excitement as their two masters faced off. You two are actually going to fight? How splendid. I've longed to savor the flavors of both of you. The loser shall become my meal. The excitement of witnessing a rift between the two masters was tantalizing. Upon hearing the words of the 10,000 snakes, both Orochimaru and Sasuke remained unfazed, masking their inner trepidation. After all, in a one-on-one confrontation, neither harbored confidence in besting the other. Sasuke, observing Orochimaru atop the head of the 10,000 snakes, preemptively declared, 10,000 snakes, assist me, and I shall offer you 1,000 souls to consume. What do you mean? Are you truly attempting to kill me in my own manner? The 10,000 snakes laughed heartily. 1,000 souls. Orochimaru, how many can you offer? Orochimaru chuckled lightly in response. Whatever he can provide, I can match. The 10,000 snakes pondered. Then why should I assist you instead of him? Because my strength surpasses his, don't you think? The 10,000 snakes contemplated this. Its impression of Sasuke was rooted in a month prior when Sasuke had summoned it and struggled to penetrate its defenses, ultimately fleeing in disarray. Had Orochimaru not intervened, it would have surely devoured Sasuke on the spot. As the mightiest summoning beast of the Dragon Cave, the 10,000 snakes only heeded the commands of the strong. While Orochimaru may not be particularly formidable, he had nonetheless earned its respect. What was Uchiha Sasuke, after all? Realizing this, the 10,000 snakes gazed at Sasuke as if he were mere prey. If I consume you, that will make it 1,001 souls. Seeing that the 10,000 snakes did not ally with him, Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Chapter 150. Danzo's arrival. Orochimaru looked on with a mix of suspicion and concern. The 10,000 snakes, taken unawares, locked eyes with Sasuke, unwittingly granting him the opportunity he sought. With a swift motion, a Jinjutsu ensnared the 10,000 snakes, rendering it immobile. Without external assistance, it would find it challenging to break free from the illusion in a short span. Jinjutsu. Orochimaru exclaimed, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. One must understand that his weakened soul was most vulnerable to illusions. He leapt from the serpent's body, his gaze fixed intently on the 10,000 snakes, wary of a sudden attack. However, it was evident that Sasuke's mastery over Jinjutsu was somewhat lacking. While he could momentarily control the 10,000 snakes, commanding it to fight remained an arduous task. Sensing the prolonged stillness of the 10,000 snakes, Orochimaru's relief was tempered by the knowledge that he could still resist such a level of Jinjutsu. He would not fall to a single misstep. With a swift motion, Orochimaru summoned several large snakes to charge at Sasuke. Yet, even a month ago, Orochimaru had proven no match for Sasuke, and that disparity had only widened since. With a few effortless strokes of his sword, Sasuke cleaved them all to pieces. Is that all you can do? Sasuke mocked with a cold smile. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, lying on the ground, and declared, Ninjutsu, the serpent's array. Countless small snakes surged forward, fearless in their assault against Sasuke, standing atop the colossal serpent. Sasuke remained unperturbed as the small snakes approached. As they neared, the massive serpent beneath him sprang into action. A swift tail swipe sent a multitude of them flying. A roll crushed another group, and with jaws agape, it devoured yet another. Sasuke faced no pressure at all, just as he felt he could maintain this dominance. A large snake suddenly lunged forth, sinking its fangs into the serpent's head. Sasuke, having sensed the impending danger, utilized the substitution technique to escape. While the unfortunate serpent succumbed to a gruesome fate, torn apart by the horde of smaller snakes, Sasuke could only lament the loss of his ninjutsu. The number of colossal serpents under his command was limited. Each death was a significant loss. Unlike Orochimaru, who could carelessly expend his resources. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon incinerated dozens of the smaller snakes, but in the face of nearly 10,000, this was but child's play. Sasuke felt the pressure mounting. If he continued to engage these serpents, his chakra would inevitably be depleted. Armed with a lightning-imbued ninjato, he cut through the smaller snakes and swiftly advanced towards Orochimaru. Do Do you wish to eliminate me first? Orochimaru sneered, his expression dripping with scorn. While his offensive ninjutsu were limited, he possessed an arsenal of survival techniques. Even when confronted by multiple shadow-level adversaries, he had ways to escape. Watching Sasuke methodically eliminate wave after wave of snakes, Orochimaru remained motionless, utterly unafraid of Sasuke's proximity. Of course, he remained wary of Sasuke's eyes. As Sasuke closed the distance to within mere meters of Orochimaru, he realized that this proximity could easily be traversed with a body flicker technique. Yet the throngs of venomous snakes impeded his progress, preventing him from utilizing that technique. Suddenly, Orochimaru flicked his right wrist, unleashing a barrage of snakes of varying sizes from his sleeve to bite at Sasuke. Hidden shadow snake hands. Sasuke appeared oblivious to the ambush, and the venomous fangs struck his neck, momentarily contorting his visage with agony. However, in the next instant, he transformed into wood. These days, even wood had its own flair for theatrics. After evading Orochimaru's attack, Sasuke emerged behind him and struck with his sword, cleaving him in two. The excruciating pain twisted Orochimaru's face into a grimace. Yet in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a puddle of yellow mud. Clearly, the mud was no match for the wood and put on a display worthy of an actor. Orochimaru's substitute vanished, leaving Sasuke once again to fend off the onslaught of the smaller snakes. This time, he had no idea where Orochimaru had fled. The passive nature of this predicament sowed seeds of doubt in Sasuke's mind. Despite his newfound strength, it seemed he still fell short of being a match for Orochimaru. Summoning technique. After dispatching several large snakes, Sasuke leaped atop the treetops and summoned his avian companion. Just as he prepared to take flight and escape, a gust of wind sliced through the air, severing the wings of his summoned creature, which plummeted into the sea of serpents, swiftly becoming their meal. Sasuke turned to where the wind blade had originated, and indeed, it was Orochimaru. He had remained concealed, biding his time to ambush Sasuke's summoning beast, determined to keep it grounded. Although Sasuke had anticipated Orochimaru's intentions, he found himself with limited options. Faced with the overwhelming tide of snakes below, he could only flee into the sky. Despite the loss of a summoning beast, Orochimaru's position had been revealed. Sasuke charged towards Orochimaru with his sword raised. This time, his Sharingan locked onto Orochimaru, ensuring he could not escape. Orochimaru remained unfazed, smiling serenely as he awaited Sasuke's approach. Yet with each 10 meters Sasuke advanced, Orochimaru retreated 5, eliciting clenched teeth and frustration from Sasuke. With so many snakes, it felt like an endless battle. Once Sasuke exhausted his chakra, it would spell his doom. Just as Orochimaru quietly awaited Sasuke's defeat, several figures approached. Orochimaru, cease your actions. Danzo-sama? Faced with Danzo, Orochimaru felt a deep-seated respect. Not only was Danzo once his superior, but he also possessed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was no match for Danzo. Thus, Orochimaru performed a ninjutsu to halt the serpent's assault on Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was unscathed yet breathless, and it seemed that it would not be long before his body bore scars. Lord Danzo, congratulations on obtaining the title of Hokage. Danzo paid no heed to Orochimaru, instead striding directly to Sasuke's side and inquiring, "Are you all right, Lord Sasuke?" Orochimaru was left utterly stunned. Was this truly Danzo? Sasuke, with a frigid expression, disregarded Danzo and turned to leave. He had no intention of relying on Danzo for vengeance against Orochimaru. Lacking the necessary strength, he resolved to train. Today's defeat would be avenged through his own efforts. Danzo, witnessing Sasuke's demeanor, remained unfazed. After watching Sasuke depart, he turned his attention back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, fixated on him, asked, "Are you truly Danzo?" "Yes, I know what you wish to ask, but I cannot disclose it," Danzo replied. The existence of Yagyu Yukimura was not something he could casually reveal. All you need to know is that neither of us can touch this Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha has returned? To Orochimaru, the only person capable of instilling such fear in Danzo would be Itachi Uchiha. Yet he shook his head in denial. "It's not him, stop guessing. Your return was for the laboratory and funding, correct?" "Heh, the daimyo of the Sound Village is too impoverished, it's unavoidable. I have just ascended to the position of Hokage and have yet to gain the daimyo's approval. Therefore, I currently lack the surplus funds to support your endeavors. However, once the funds are secured, I will consult that esteemed individual. If he consents, I can establish a laboratory for you in Konoha." "That esteemed individual? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. If you wish to know of his existence, be prepared for death. You are no match for him." Orochimaru's expression was a mixture of surprise and doubt. The situation had exceeded his expectations. What on earth had transpired in Konoha? Chapter 151. First this, then that having hand suffices. Heh, I never expected even you, Lord Danzo, to have someone you fear, Orochimaru sneered, scrutinizing Danzo as if attempting to discern his authenticity. Humph, I would prefer not to feel this way, but, as Danzo trailed off, he suddenly found himself paralyzed, unable to move or utter a word. After some time, he managed to regain his faculties. Orochimaru had witnessed everything. The tongue-cutting technique. Could it be that Danzo too was susceptible to such a technique? The tongue-cutting technique? Danzo did not respond to Orochimaru, but merely scoffed. Humph. If there's nothing more to discuss, you should take your leave. As an S-rank rogue ninja, it is unbecoming to linger here. Orochimaru was left speechless, casting a glance in the direction Sasuke had departed. Why the disparate treatment among S-rank rogue ninjas? Yet he understood that this was not a place for him to stay. Danzo was not the Danzo he once knew, and Root was not the Root he was familiar with. Remaining here would only lead him into peril. That individual whom even Danzo feared must possess terrifying strength. Heh, I understand. I will return. After giving Danzo a lingering glance, Orochimaru departed without looking back. Danzo, too, pondered Orochimaru's retreating figure. According to their previous agreement, Orochimaru had aided him in seizing the Hokage position, and thus he should provide economic support in the sanctuary. However, the current circumstances rendered the fulfillment of this promise exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, from Orochimaru's insatiable desire for Uchiha Sasuke, it was clear that he and Yagyu Yukimura were likely at odds. If he were to recklessly accept Orochimaru, it might provoke Yukimura's displeasure. Had it not been for the intelligence he received from Root regarding Orochimaru's arrival, he would not have been able to save Sasuke at such a critical moment. Had Sasuke fallen into Orochimaru's clutches, Lord Yukimura would surely not have spared him. He wondered what Lord Yukimura's stance on Orochimaru was. He needed to inform him post-haste. Danzo waved his hand, instructing a trusted subordinate to relay the message to Yagyu Yukimura. Soon, Yagyu Yukimura received word from Danzo. Orochimaru has arrived? Yukimura pondered, stroking his chin. Orochimaru is indeed a talent, possessing considerable aptitude in the development of ninjutsu and survival techniques. If I wish to extend my own lifespan, retaining Orochimaru for my own use would be quite advantageous. However, I fear that this individual might betray his master. Orochimaru is an uncontrollable entity. Moreover, he is quite fixated on my body, making his presence a significant risk. Although Yukimura had grown immensely powerful, he remained cautious when it came to matters of survival. Understood. Inform Danzo that the next time Orochimaru seeks him out, he should bring him directly to me. Yes, Lord Yukimura. The new Umbu swiftly vanished after delivering the message. Sitting beside Yukimura, Ugetsu observed the disappearing Umbu and then turned to Yukimura, asking, "Have you truly managed to control Shimura Danzo?" Since Danzo had assumed the mantle of the 5th Hokage, Yuzuki Ugetsu had withdrawn from the Umbu. She harbored no fondness for Danzo, thus had no intention of working for him. After leaving the Umbu, she found herself without a purpose, and until Danzo's identity was recognized by the daimyo, there were no tasks at hand, so she simply kept Yukimura company. Over the years, she had little time to spend with Yukimura, rendering her presence as his fiancée almost non-existent compared to other girls with whom he shared ambiguous relationships. It was during this time that Yukimura had confided many secrets to her. Evidently, Yukimura nodded, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. How did you manage it? First this, then that. Having hands suffices. Ah, having hands suffices indeed. Ugetsu rolled her eyes before continuing. Since you have managed to control Danzo, you must diligently protect Konoha. Do not be so lethargic. Having spent years in the Umbu, Ugetsu was no fool. She had witnessed her fair share of the sordid political struggles. So she did not disapprove of Yukimura's actions. She was merely astonished, shocked, and incredulous. What does Danzo's duty to protect Konoha have to do with me? Yukimura yawned nonchalantly, then turned over to continue his idle ways. Ugetsu could only roll her eyes in response. I truly do not understand how you have become so powerful. You merely lie around all day, yet can control even those of the shadow level. Talent, something you cannot envy. Humph. Are you aware of the situation regarding Sasuke and the 2 advisors? You spend all day with Sasuke and have Danzo under control. Do not pretend you are oblivious. Yukimura shrugged. Knowing or not knowing, what does it matter to us? I do not concern myself with this. I am merely a dream promoter, providing them with an opportunity to realize their aspirations. Well then, esteemed dream promoter, could you assist me in realizing a dream? What dream? Let me become Hokage. Yukimura turned to face Ugetsu, staring intently. Do you genuinely wish to? Gazing at Yukimura's earnest expression, Ugetsu felt a shiver. I was joking. I have no desire to occupy such a strenuous position. I am merely curious as to why, with your considerable abilities, you do not seek the Hokage title for yourself? Being Hokage pales in comparison to being the boss of Hokage. The true protagonists are always behind the scenes. That would be the villains, wouldn't it? Indeed. But the most glamorous and formidable villains are those who operate from the shadows. Yujetsu rolled her eyes, snuggling into Yukimura's embrace and promptly drifting off to sleep. After departing from Root, Orochimaru did not return directly to the Sound Village. Instead, he arrived at a secret base he maintained in Konoha, summoning Kabuto, who had accompanied him. How did your intelligence gathering fare? The news regarding Konoha is quite astonishing, my lord Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Though he was curious about what Orochimaru had learned from Danzo, he adhered to the chain of command and first reported the information he had acquired. Intelligence 1. Danzo has assumed the role of 5th Hokage, albeit temporarily, and it appears he has not yet garnered the daimyo's approval of the Land of Fire. Intelligence 2. On the day following Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, 2 advisors perished. On the 3rd day, their respective clans were annihilated. Within the confines of Konoha, it was determined that Uchiha Sasuke was responsible for the vengeance against the Uchiha clan, and now he has been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with malice. The fact that Sasuke was concealed within the roots suggested that the deaths of the 2 advisors were far from mere acts of revenge. Did Danzo manage to reclaim Uchiha Sasuke? No, that cannot be right. Danzo would never speak so carelessly about that esteemed individual. Surely, that figure must truly exist. At that moment, Orochimaru recalled Yagami Tsukikage, the only person in Konoha who instilled in him a sense of powerlessness and trepidation. In their previous confrontation, he had barely managed to contend with even the shadow clone of his opponent. Orochimaru relayed the information he had to Kabuto, who appeared astonished upon hearing it. If what Danzo said holds true, then it is most probable that the esteemed individual he referred to is indeed Yagami Tsukikage. Orochimaru concurred wholeheartedly, for he understood Sasuke's character well. Danzo could never have reclaimed him through his usual methods. Moreover, Danzo's nature would never allow him to grovel before a mere child. The pressing issue now is to ascertain whether Yagami Tsukikage is indeed the mastermind and to unravel how he exerts control over Danzo. With Danzo possessing that individual's eyes, he should be immune to manipulation, should he not? This is precisely where my confusion lies. Even Uchiha Itachi might not stand a chance against Danzo with those eyes. How could Yagami Tsukikage, or that so-called esteemed individual, have accomplished such a feat? Filled with uncertainty, Orochimaru resolved to investigate further. Although Yagami Tsukikage's prowess is formidable, Orochimaru remained confident in his ability to escape unscathed. He held no concern for his own safety. Chapter 152. The Black Flash decimates Orochimaru. In the dead of night, Yagami Clan, Orochimaru and Kabuto suddenly materialized in Yagami Tsukikage's quaint villa. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a pallor on their already wan faces, rendering them even more ghostly. He was on the 2nd floor. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and spoke. Orochimaru remained silent as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Soon, they arrived at Tsukikage's door. In the stillness of the night, 2 shadows materialized before the door. One shadow, rather impolitely, transformed into a puddle of mud and slithered through the gap beneath the door, arriving at your bedside. Orochimaru gazed at Yagami Tsukikage, who lay cocooned in his blankets, exhaling softly in slumber, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Shadow Snake Hand. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned several snakes from his sleeves to strike at the sleeping Yagami Tsukikage. In the next instant, the blankets were shredded into tatters by the snakes, and Tsukikage was torn apart, only to dissipate into smoke. Shadow Clone. Orochimaru was not taken aback. Had Tsukikage's vigilance been so lacking, he would have long since fallen into the trap Orochimaru had originally set. Do you sleep so warily, fearing for your life? Orochimaru rasped, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, Kabuto rushed in from the side. Just as he began to speak, his esteemed master, Orochimaru, was sent flying by a figure. With a cacophony of noise, Orochimaru crashed through the door, shattered the wall, and crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. Orochi-sensei, Kabuto exclaimed, panic etched on his face. And as he prepared to rush to Orochimaru's side, he too suffered a similar fate, obediently lying beside his master. You disturb my peaceful slumber. Trespassing in private quarters. According to Article 125 of Konoha's law, you are fined 5 million ryo, sentenced to a 3-year labor camp. Orochimaru. Kabuto. At this moment, Orochimaru's body melted away like mud, and soon after, an unscathed version of him appeared 5 meters away from Tsukikage. Kabuto, cease your charade, rise. Orochimaru was taken aback to discover that his capable assistant had been dispatched by Tsukikage in a single blow. He fixed a dark gaze upon Tsukikage and questioned, "Such a degree of power. Are you relying on brute strength? How did you come by such a technique?" "Shouldn't I be the one asking why you are trespassing in my home at such an ungodly hour?" Tsukikage retorted, his anger palpable as he hurled several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique in all directions. One kunai grazed Orochimaru's cheek, leaving a mark that was painfully clear in his vision. Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru barely had time to express his astonishment before Tsukikage struck him with a punch, sending him flying. In midair, Tsukikage instantly reappeared beside him, delivering another blow. It was as if the space itself had been locked, leaving Orochimaru suspended in midair, mercilessly pummeled. At this moment, the entire Yagami clan was roused by the commotion. Many drowsy clan members in their nightgowns stared in bewilderment at the sky. Is it thundering? Half an hour later, after being mercilessly assaulted for 30 minutes, even Orochimaru was left frothing at the mouth. Tsukikage's villa lay in ruins, and the Yagami clan members had all risen to silently observe this violent spectacle. "Hey, who is that? He has been pummeled by Tsukikage for so long and is still alive. What resilience! Is it possible that he is already dead? And what we are witnessing is merely his corpse being beaten? Goodness, not even the corpse is spared. Tsukikage has truly become increasingly monstrous. You wish to die? Be careful. If Tsukikage hears you, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a 30-minute beating too. He's falling. He's falling. Everyone, go and see which unfortunate soul has provoked Tsukikage." Chapter 153, Resurrection. As the crowd drew closer, they beheld a pile of mangled flesh on the ground. A face so battered that it was nearly unrecognizable, with a mouth resembling a sausage, adorned with various colored fluids: red, white, green, blood, saliva, and gastric acid. How tragic! The onlookers instinctively swallowed hard, many of the more timid ones turning their heads away in disgust. What grievance could have led to such a state? Who is this? Who could possibly recognize this? The face is so beaten that even his mother wouldn't know him. I can't stand to look any longer. I feel like I might vomit my dinner. The clan leader is coming. The crowd parted to allow the elder clan leader, Yagami Yoshimi, to pass. Let me see what is happening. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly the whole clan was shaken by a cacophony. I thought it was thunder. The crowd exchanged glances at the lipstick smudged on Yoshimi's face, secretly mocking him. Anyone could have fallen asleep, but he was certainly not one to sleep at such an hour. No need for concern, elder. It's just that two little rascals trespassed into my home and disturbed my slumber, so I dealt with them accordingly. Yagami Tsukikage emerged from the shadows, casually cleaning his ears. The crowd fell silent. They were awakened by him, yet he had awakened them in turn. Yoshimi was somewhat speechless, but given that it was Tsukikage, he could hardly express his displeasure. After all, he could not match his strength. Had it been someone he could overpower, he would have swiftly taught them a lesson. Since the matter has been resolved, let us return to our slumber. Oh, by the way, your house has been destroyed. I shall arrange for a new villa for you. Since Danzo came to power, the Yagami clan's fortunes had improved significantly. The clansmen could now prioritize safer, simpler, and higher reward missions, and their territory had expanded considerably. Yoshimi understood that all of this was thanks to Tsukikage. Otherwise, their clan's meager abilities would never have warranted such preferential treatment from Danzo. Thus, he unconditionally supported Tsukikage in all matters economic. Tsukikage shook his head, replying coolly, "The situation is far from resolved." Not resolved? The crowd was perplexed as they glanced at the pile of flesh that was once Orochimaru. Could this mass of mangled meat truly come back to life? Before long, to their astonishment, the grotesque mass began to writhe. Suddenly, a gash tore open in the center of the pile, and a wholly intact figure sprang forth. Goodness, a resurrection. Panic swept through the crowd as they tactically retreated several dozen meters, leaving only Moonlight Yagyu to confront Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru cast a chilling gaze upon the retreating group, erupting into a sinister chuckle. I never anticipated you would master the Flying Thunder God and possess such immense strength. I have been speculating whether the individual standing behind Danzo was you. It appears that in Konoha, aside from you, no one else possesses the power to stand at Danzo's side. Did you disturb my sweet dreams merely to utter such nonsense? Yagyu replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Well, what is the big deal about staying up late at night? Must you drone on about it? Have you ever encountered a villainous secret meeting that takes place during the day? Orochimaru retorted, maintaining a facade of amusement. Of course not. I'm here to discuss a collaboration. I wonder if you have any interest in immortality? Immortality? Huh. Yagyu let out a light laugh, his eyes suddenly transforming. A pair of Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, began to whirl into motion. How could you possibly have? Orochimaru was struck with confusion and astonishment, having felt bewildered by Moonlight Yagyu numerous times that night. Yet he could only mutter those incredulous words before succumbing to Yagyu's Jinjutsu. Chapter 154. Join me in immortality. In the dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru blinked in bewilderment, his golden pupils wide open. Is this an illusion? Despite everything feeling alarmingly real, he could even feel pain when pinching his own arm. He was acutely aware that it was all an illusion. He was 100% certain that he had fallen victim to Moonlight Yagyu's Sharingan Jinjutsu. To think you could construct a world from my subconscious memories through illusion. Orochimaru mused as he gazed at the pile of research materials on the table, detailing his studies on the reanimation jutsu. His heart raced with shock, yet a smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Unfortunately, I won't be fooled. You can never acquire my knowledge through my memories. Do you think those materials must be accessed by you personally? Yagyu's figure materialized before him, calmly opening the stack of documents. Orochimaru attempted to halt Yagyu, only to discover that he could not control his own body. In my world of illusion, you possess no ability to control your body, nor can you exit. Orochimaru tried to use a Jinjutsu release to escape, but it was utterly futile. Yagyu's Jinjutsu was far too powerful for someone with his weakened spirit to resist. Is this how you obtained your ninjutsu? Unable to fight back, Orochimaru ceased his resistance. One could not help but admire his composure, even in such a dire predicament. He remained unflustered. Guess, Yagyu replied with a sly smile. At this point, do you still have anything to conceal from me? I am already a prisoner. Have you not heard the saying? Villains perish due to their verbosity. I don't consider myself a hero, nor do I believe I embody justice. So don't assume I would be a fool to divulge my secrets to you. Orochimaru could resurrect himself through cursed seals. Yagyu's sealing techniques could not entirely bind him, and attempting to physically eliminate him would serve no purpose. Orochimaru was unaware that Yagyu was privy to all his secrets, yet he fancied himself somewhat knowledgeable about the Sharingan. Observing Yagyu peruse the so-called documents, he let out a light chuckle. You don't genuinely believe you can extract the memories from my mind through illusion, do you? If you're curious, why not check if the documents in my hand are authored by you? Yagyu laid the materials out before Orochimaru, who dared not look at them. He trusted his judgment. If Moonlight Yagyu could access his memories and techniques without him, there would be no need to grant him freedom from the outset. Just as the Yamashiro clan would never allow their targets to move while extracting memories. Seeing this, Yagyu made no further moves, merely smiling as he returned the documents. Why won't you look? Don't you trust me? Heh. Orochimaru sneered. Are you trying to provoke me? Not a chance. I've consumed more rice than you've tasted salt. Orochimaru intended to outlast Yagyu, testing who possessed more patience. He was confident that if Yagyu failed to obtain what he desired, he would have no choice but to collaborate with him. Only through cooperation would he have any value in surviving. Otherwise, why would Yagyu allow him to escape? However, just a few minutes later, Yagyu set the documents aside. It seems you do not believe I can learn this technique. If you truly possessed such an ability, why inquire of me? You could demonstrate it directly. Very well, let us demonstrate. Yagyu spread his hands, exuding confidence. But let me ask you, are you not curious how I came to know the term reanimation jutsu? Yagyu's words startled Orochimaru. Indeed, he had only mentioned the notion of immortality to Moonlight Yagyu, never revealing the secret of the reanimation jutsu. How did he know? Instinctively, Orochimaru turned to Yagyu, only to find the surroundings shifting yet again. In this new scene, he lay in bed, Kabuto aiding him at his side, while before him stood a woman of striking beauty. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the body he currently inhabited. Yagyu stood beside him, his Sharingan swirling incessantly. Under the gaze of my eyes, your past holds no secrets, Orochimaru. You have overestimated your own worth. Yagyu's words plunged Orochimaru's spirits into despair. He watched as his past self performed the reanimation jutsu, trading bodies with the woman. Meanwhile, Yagyu's Sharingan replicated every moment. I have learned the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru, what value do you have left? Listening to Yagyu's probing questions, Orochimaru found himself momentarily speechless. What value did he possess? With Yagyu's abilities, all his ninjutsu and secret techniques could be easily uncovered. What could he possibly offer in return? Learning the reanimation jutsu does not equate to immortality. Since you have witnessed everything, you should be aware of the side effects of the reanimation jutsu. The soul. Indeed, employing the reanimation jutsu not only weakens your soul's power, but also complicates your ability to control another's body. Not just any body will harmonize with your soul. Yagyu contemplated this, recalling that in the original narrative, Orochimaru struggled to unleash his true power due to incompatibility with the body of the spirit he possessed. This implied that if he wished to survive by continually exchanging bodies, he would need to cultivate individuals compatible with his own essence. This was undeniably sinister and troublesome. It was well known that Orochimaru had sacrificed countless lives in his quest to find a suitable vessel. Do you have a solution? I can conceive a way to resolve it. Orochimaru asserted confidently, trusting in his intellect. Gaining Orochimaru's promise, Yagyu resumed his contemplation. In the later stages, it seemed Orochimaru pursued the paths of cloning and cursed seals to achieve immortality. If he mastered cloning technology, he could continuously replicate suitable vessels for himself, thereby eliminating the need to seek and cultivate other compatible individuals. Yet, could one truly place trust in Orochimaru? In the real world, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. He found Moonlight Yagyu still hesitating. He released a breath of relief, knowing he had successfully persuaded Yagyu. Now that you have acquired the reanimation jutsu, I trust you are aware of the associated dilemmas. I am the only one who can resolve those issues in this world. Let us collaborate. You provide me with funding for research, and I will share my findings with you. Together, we shall attain immortality. Faced with the enticing visions painted by Orochimaru, Yagyu held skepticism. Yet, Orochimaru possessed a value worthy of trust. The allure of eternal life was indeed compelling. Although he was still quite youthful, it is unrealistic to cultivate an appropriate vessel through the bodies of others, and Konoha will not provide you with human experimentation. Should you capture individuals from Konoha for your experiments, then all discussions are moot. Konoha is the very foundation of its own existence, and Yagyu will not permit Orochimaru to disrupt the village for the sake of his experiments. Orochimaru, however, is unperturbed by this. If Konoha refuses to supply him, he will simply seek out others elsewhere. No issue at all. Chapter 155, Itachi and Kyuubi's Battle. The addition of Orochimaru did not bring about any significant changes in Konoha. With Yagyu's formidable presence, Orochimaru dared only to quietly conduct his experiments within his laboratory, not even daring to show himself before the ninjas of Konoha. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Konoha remained blissfully unaware that the very Orochimaru who had slain their beloved third Hokage was lurking right beneath their noses, moving freely within their village. On this particular morning, two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds arrived at the village. Their peculiar attire garnered immediate attention, and they were promptly intercepted at the village gates. Halt! Who goes there? The two did not pause in their stride. With a sardonic expression, Kyuubi remarked, Mr. Itachi, it seems that Konoha is not quite as you anticipated. Hearing of Orochimaru's incursion into Konoha and the demise of the third Hokage, Uchiha Itachi believed that the village's defenses were now weakened. Thus, he proposed to Kyuubi that they come here to capture the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, they were immediately confronted by a squad of ninjas at the entrance. Moreover, they could distinctly sense the presence of at least one additional squad lurking in the shadows. Konoha's defenses were surprisingly tight. Not wishing to retreat after coming this far, Itachi stated coolly and then activated his Sharingan. The Konoha ninjas who had blocked their path collapsed without a moment's notice. I'll deal with the ones hiding in the shadows. Not wanting to merely remain idle while Itachi took action, Kyuubi vanished in an instant. Before long, the sounds of combat echoed from the shadows. Itachi did not glance in that direction. As he stepped into the village, Kyuubi returned just in time. You're a bit slow, Itachi remarked indifferently. Apologies, Mr. Itachi. I was a tad careless, Kyuubi replied. Given that Kyuubi had been delayed, it was likely that Konoha had stationed Jonin to guard the entrance. Itachi had not anticipated such robust defenses at Konoha, with Jonin already present at the village gates. Had they encountered a large force of Konoha ninjas, he might have reconsidered their approach. However, for the sake of instilling some trepidation in Konoha's higher-ups and ensuring Sasuke's safety, he had to venture in. Since the two squads had been dealt with silently, news of their entry into Konoha would not spread quickly. The large force they had imagined did not materialize. Uchiha Itachi and Kyuubi easily infiltrated the interior of Konoha. As they strolled through the unfamiliar streets, even Itachi felt a flicker of emotion. It seemed that Konoha's defenses were only stringent at the entrance. Seated in a quaint little restaurant, enjoying the culinary offerings of Konoha's chefs, Kyuubi gradually began to lower his guard. Itachi, maintaining his stoic demeanor, gave no indication of his thoughts. He quietly observed his surroundings, suddenly rising to declare, "Let us go." Seeing Itachi stand, Kyuubi paused momentarily before scanning their surroundings. He noticed several individuals, who appeared to be Konoha ninjas, stealthily watching them. It seemed they had unknowingly become the focus of scrutiny. Compared to Mr. Itachi, I still have much to learn, Kyuubi thought to himself. Mr. Itachi, There are many people here. They wouldn't dare act. If we move beyond the bustling district, they might engage us. I want them to act against us. After all, the information we seek cannot easily be obtained from ordinary folk. For years, the Akatsuki organization had been dedicated to finding suitable companions, yet they possessed scant intelligence regarding Konoha. Relying on last-minute efforts proved troublesome and perilous. As Itachi and Kyuubi made their way toward a quieter area, the Konoha ninjas discreetly followed suit. They discerned the duo's intentions and felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. What manner of intruders would dare venture into a sparsely populated area despite being aware of being tracked? Unless their strength was truly formidable. The two squads at the village gates had already failed, yet these two remained unscathed. Their prowess was indeed terrifying, and caution was paramount. As Itachi and Kyuubi gathered information within the village, reports of the events at the gates reached Danzo's ears through returning ninjas. This prompted Danzo to dispatch a more formidable squad to apprehend them. Soon, Itachi and Kyuubi arrived at a field far removed from Konoha's bustling sector. Observing that the area was deserted, the squad trailing them chose to strike. One among them hurled several shuriken to halt the duo, followed by a female ninja unleashing a water-style attack. However, both attacks were effortlessly evaded. Earth Release, Catfish Tower. With a series of hand signs, a robust ninja summoned a colossal cat made of earth, drooling fish, which enveloped Kyuubi and Itachi within its confines. What is this? Kyuubi exclaimed, surveying the interior of the earthen tower filled with cat-themed furniture. Huh, are Konoha's ninjas trained in architecture? They erected this structure in a mere second. Kyuubi mocked. Do not be careless, Kyuubi. No sooner had Itachi issued the warning than countless fish-shaped earth spikes launched forth from the surrounding cat-themed furniture, assailing the two. Left with no immediate escape route, they could only resort to passive defense. Kyuubi swung his blade, deflecting half the earth spikes, while Itachi utilized fire-style techniques to knock down the remaining projectiles. However, no sooner had they repelled one wave of attacks than another barrage ensued. Feeling the depletion of their chakra, Itachi quickly concluded, "We must escape." Kyuubi understood and used his blade to block an oncoming attack before forming hand signs. Water Release, Great Water Wall. A torrent of water surged forth, transforming the earthen cat into a watery version. The ninjas outside awaited Itachi and Kyuubi's emergence, only to witness the earthen cat tower begin to dissolve into mud, and soon the entire structure exploded under the force of the water. Such powerful water techniques. The only female ninja in the squad, Kyu, looked on in astonishment. As a jonin adept in water techniques, she had confidence in her abilities. Yet the scale of Kyuubi's water release was far beyond her own. Kyu, be careful. As Kyu stood stunned, Kyuubi appeared behind her, having somehow emerged from the collapsing structure. Caught off guard, she hastily raised her kunai to defend herself. However, Kyuubi, a master of taijutsu, grinned at the audacity of a mere female ninja attempting to withstand his attack head-on. Farewell. As the blade of the Samahata clashed with her kunai, Kyu's weapon shattered instantaneously, leaving her arm fractured and sending her flying backward, crashing into a tree and collapsing, blood spilling from her lips. Kyu, her teammates, witnessing her perilous flight and subsequent impact, were filled with alarm. Yet there was no time to concern themselves with Kyu's fate. Danger was now upon them. Chapter 156, The Annihilation of the Elite Jonin Squad. How could they still worry about others at this moment? A man with a shark-like visage suddenly appeared before one of them, his mouth twisted into a wide, bloodthirsty grin, momentarily paralyzing him with fear. Samahata slash. The bandaged blade descended with terrifying force, accompanied by the sound of compressed air. Faced with such a fearsome blow, he belatedly raised his short blade in defense. Due to his superior strength, the male ninja was able to withstand the strike from the demon, unlike Qing, who suffered gravely. However, he too was unable to successfully endure the next blow. His short blade was violently pressed against his chest, the pain from his torn palm radiating through his arm. What terrifying power! Exian, I'm here to assist you. Observing their comrade in dire straits, the other two squad members rushed forward to help. Yet, from behind them, a man with blood-red eyes suddenly emerged. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Countless small flames stealthily attacked from behind, but the two reacted swiftly, leaping aside to confront Uchiha Itachi. However, the moment they met his gaze, they instantly regretted it. Damn Uchiha! As the captain, Jilai could only mutter a curse before falling victim to Itachi's genjutsu. The other teammate didn't even have time to utter a curse before succumbing to the illusion as well. Tsukuyami, once ensnared by this technique, even awakening from it renders one incapacitated. As expected, the next moment, the two emerged from the world of Tsukuyami. One of them collapsed, while Ji Lai, drenched in sweat, was barely holding on by sheer willpower. Are you Uchiha Itachi? Why have you returned? Itachi ignored him, recognizing that Ji Lai had reached his limit, and walked straight towards him. At that moment, Ji Lai fell to the ground. In mere seconds, he had dispatched 2 jonin. Xian, still confronting the demon, was filled with anxiety upon witnessing his 2 teammates fall. Captain, no? And you still have the presence of mind to worry about others? The demon felt slighted by the neglect, and with a fierce tug of his large blade, a grotesque fish lunged from its wrappings, biting into Xian's arm. Shark skin, devouring strike. Caught off guard, Xian, who was already no match for the demon, was brutally bitten, losing a significant chunk of flesh. The pain forced a scream from Xian, but the real agony was far from over. The demon, unwilling to waste time on such a weakling, struck again. With a single blow, he severed Xian's head. Itachi observed the gruesome scene, subtly furrowing his brow, though his expression normalized in an instant. Let us go? Hey, is there really nothing remarkable about the ninjas of Konoha? Even such lowly creatures can become jonin. The demon hoisted his blade onto his shoulder, grinning widely. Itachi, with a stoic demeanor, replied, we have been targeted. It's best to proceed with caution and conceal our movements. He had no desire for Konoha to send wave after wave of expendable ninjas to their doom. He was not there to diminish Konoha's fighting strength. The demon was unaware of Itachi's true intentions, assuming that Itachi merely sought a more effective means to capture the Nine Tails, and thus acquiesced to his plan. Although he believed that he and Itachi could single-handedly confront all of Konoha, they needed to locate the Nine Tails host first. Half an hour later, the news of the elite Jonin squad's annihilation, dispatched by Danzo to eliminate intruders in Konoha, reached the Hokage's office. Lord Danzo, 2 members of Ji Lai's squad are unconscious and 2 are dead. Before losing consciousness, Ji Lai left behind a piece of information. What information? Crow. Chapter 157. The turmoil in Konoha Danzo's schemes. The entity represented by the crow does not solely signify Uchiha Itachi. However, the only one who would appear in Konoha at such a time, opposing it, is Uchiha Itachi. Thus, upon hearing the term crow, Danzo immediately thought of him. If Uchiha Itachi has returned, what is his objective? To warn me? Reflecting on the threats Itachi had uttered before his departure, Danzo felt an overwhelming fury. To safeguard Uchiha Sasuke's life, he dared to leverage Konoha's secrets against him. Is there still any law? Any justice? Mobilize all the Umbu at once. Spare no effort in capturing Uchiha Itachi. If he is in the bustling city, there are many civilians. Kill. Yes. Konoha entered an unprecedented state of alert, as countless ninjas darted across the rooftops. All those exhibiting suspicious behavior were halted and inspected. Should they resist, they were to be killed on the spot. This situation left the people of Konoha in a state of panic. Even Yagyu, who typically remained aloof, sensed something amiss and hurried to the Hokage's office to inquire with Danzo. Why the sudden deployment of so many ninjas to search Konoha? What are you searching for? Lord Yagyu, you may search without my objection, but could you please consider the lives of ordinary citizens? Do you know how many people those Umbu are killing daily outside? Lord Yagyu, I do not care how many the Umbu kill. They could at least be a bit more discreet about it. They caused an atmosphere of dread. My elderly clan leader is too scared to step outside. All they do is kill. Do you think you're the Mizukage, orchestrating a blood mistral? Lord Yagyu, what? You're absolutely right. Nonsense. Yagyu scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Danzo. Speak, what exactly are you plotting? Uchiha Itachi has arrived. Uchiha Itachi has arrived? Danzo nodded, continuing, just days ago, Uchiha Itachi defeated the guards at the village gate and entered the village. I dispatched an elite Jonin squad to intercept him, but they were all defeated, with 2 fatalities. Even so, is there truly no need to handle this situation in such a manner? Are you planning to disregard the 2? Danzo remained silent, tacitly confirming Yagyu's speculation. Yagyu, somewhat exasperated, realized that while he had subverted Danzo's control, Danzo's methods remained unchanged. Immediately withdraw those members and instead covertly investigate Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. Also, inform Sasuke of the situation and involve him. My subordinates have already notified Lord Sasuke. Yagyu narrowed his eyes, regarding Danzo with a hint of danger in his gaze. Danzo's proactive communication of the information to Sasuke was clearly an attempt to divert blame, using Sasuke's hatred against Uchiha Itachi. Yet, he distinctly remembered instructing Danzo to obey Sasuke's commands, and now Danzo appeared to harbor ulterior motives. Doubts nagged at him. Was his search for Danzo merely a part of Danzo's scheme? Can someone under control still maneuver against their master? Kodo Amatsukami can alter a person's thoughts and compel actions they would not typically take. Yet, in absolute control, it might not compare to Obito's Sharingan Jinjutsu. After all, Obito managed to control the entire fourth Mizukage, from actions to thoughts. Danzo, having succumbed to Kodo Amatsukami, evidently did not fall into that category. He simply would not betray Yagyu. Yet all his actions aligned with his own desires. To reach the level of Obito, Yagyu could similarly achieve. However, doing so would require constant directives towards Danzo, necessitating his direct involvement in the administration of all Konoha affairs. This was not something he wished to manage. Chapter 158, The Rebound of Tsukuyomi. Are you insane? Considering the complications that time might present, Yagyu had no intention of tightening his control over Danzo. Under the influence of Kodo Amatsukami, Danzo remained utterly loyal to him. After conveying his thoughts, Yagyu walked back to the clan grounds alone. As he traversed the streets of Konoha, what was once a bustling area had grown eerily quiet. Many had shuttered their doors and windows. Even those few encountered on the streets moved cautiously, fearful of drawing attention. Witnessing Konoha's transformation into such a state, Yagyu couldn't help but shake his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his overly gentle demeanor, was still more suitable for the role of Hokage than Danzo. Danzo's selfishness, pursuing his goals by any means necessary, would only turn power into a blade that harms his own people, in contrast to the more considerate Sarutobi Hiruzen. This notion is substantiated by numerous figures, such as Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Uchiha clan itself. I fervently hope that circumstances do not deteriorate any further. As Yagyu wished, despite Danzo's unscrupulous methods, he remains relatively loyal to Yagyu, executing his orders without delay or hesitation. The Konoha Umbu has ceased its indiscriminate arrests and killings, and the village is gradually regaining its former vibrancy. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi and Kuroka, who had been lurking in the shadows for several days, can finally emerge to catch their breath and gather information. The newly appointed Hokage of Konoha has indeed displayed a ruthless disposition to uncover our whereabouts. He has resorted to the slaughter of so many innocents, remarked Kuroka with a sense of admiration. Itachi remained silent, withholding his opinion. He understood Danzo's methods better than anyone else. He was an exceedingly dangerous individual, and the ascent of such a person to the position of Hokage instilled no sense of security. Is Sasuke all right? Due to Kuroka's presence, he found it difficult to inquire directly about Sasuke, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Itachi, a Konoha ninja. As the two conversed, a young Konoha ninja approached them. Noticing his youth, Itachi felt little concern and casually remarked, "There is no need to be tense. I have detected no ambush nearby. He is likely just passing through." Kuroka grinned and said, "I am not tense. It's just that I haven't fought in a while, and seeing a delicate little brat makes my hands itch." Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Kuroka, then continued to walk forward with an impassive expression. Soon, the young Konoha ninja reached their vicinity. And just as Itachi and Kuroka assumed he would walk past them, he halted in front of them. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Just as Kuroka could no longer restrain himself and was about to make a move, the eyes of the Konoha ninja suddenly transformed. Sharingan. Itachi sensed something amiss and prepared to warn Kuroka, only to find that he had already fallen victim to a Jinjutsu, immobilized in place. Itachi immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, attempting to control the opponent to break the Jinjutsu, but soon realized that his own Jinjutsu was utterly ineffective against the adversary. In the next moment, he too found himself ensnared in the illusion. Tsukuyomi rebounded. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi was suspended on a cross, and before him stood the young Konoha ninja. Gazing at this unfamiliar face, Itachi could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Yagyu smiled faintly but did not respond. Instead, he conjured a kunai out of thin air and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, asked, "One question per stab. Do you wish to know the answer?" Itachi remained silent for a moment before replying, "Very well." The instant Itachi assented, a blade pierced his heart. The acute sensation of his heart being penetrated brought him immense agony. It was the feeling of death. Revive. Cold sweat beaded on Itachi's forehead as his eyes fixed intently on Yagyu, awaiting his response. Yagyu kept his word and cheerfully replied, "I am a Konoha ninja." After a brief silence, Itachi asked again, "Are you Uchiha Sasuke?" Second stab. No. After 2 deaths, Itachi could no longer endure. The sensation of his heart being pierced little by the sharp kunai was overwhelmingly vivid. So this is how those whom I defeated with Tsukuyomi felt? Itachi could not help but bitterly smile. He had once tormented others, and now the tides had turned, leaving him to endure torment himself. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, where time and space were infinite, as long as this young Konoha ninja did not relent, he would continue to be subjected to torture. Death after death. Are you of the Uchiha clan? Third stab. No. Where did you obtain your Sharingan? Fourth stab. From the system. What system? Fifth stab. The system is an external aid. After enduring 3 more deaths, Itachi's spirit was greatly tested. He was uncertain how many more he could withstand, but he absolutely could not afford to ask questions carelessly anymore. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Oh, sixth stab. In Konoha. Itachi gritted his teeth and inquired. Where specifically? Seventh stab. At the root of Konoha. Upon hearing the root, Itachi's heart tightened slightly. Could it be that Sasuke was under Danzo's control? He realized that he could not threaten Danzo in his current state. How could he rescue Sasuke? Itachi's mind raced. But what could he do while being controlled? No one had anticipated that Konoha would harbor such a terrifying presence. He attempted to use his Mangekyo to break free from Tsukuyomi, but it was utterly futile. The power of this man before him, with only 3 tomo, was exceedingly fearsome, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Why could 3 tomo be more formidable than the Mangekyo? He fixed his gaze on the man before him and posed his next question. Why is your Sharingan so powerful? 8th stab. Because the system is impressive. Another blade sank into his abdomen, leaving Itachi somewhat speechless. Were it not for Yagyu's earnest demeanor, he might have thought this man was deranged. What system? What nonsense? Could he not articulate something that a ninja could comprehend? Are you a subordinate of Danzo? 9th stab. No. 10th stab. Watching as 2 blades were suddenly plunged into him, Itachi, confused, asked, I have not yet posed a question. Why did you stab me? Isn't that a question? Are you insane? Itachi felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, both physically and mentally. Do you intend to kill me? Yagyu pierced him 3 times in quick succession, chuckling. Not at all. Observing the 3 additional kunai lodged in his body, Itachi could not help but ask, why stab me 3 times? Yagyu smiled knowingly, the meaning unspoken. Itachi understood Yagyu's intent. He had calculated his inquiries. Damn it, is he insane? What a sadistic pleasure. Chapter 159, Moonlight Yagyu, Konoha's unparalleled genius. With the questions concluded, it was time for the game. Yagyu ceased to answer any further inquiries from Uchiha Itachi, orchestrating a myriad of Kakashi figures within the illusion to stab Uchiha Itachi repeatedly. In the world of Tsukuyomi, 10 days and nights passed, while only a single second elapsed in reality. As Uchiha Itachi regained consciousness, his face was etched with pain as he struggled to maintain his mental fortitude. Amaterasu. With a flash of his eyes, black flames erupted at Yagyu's location. In the moment he forced Yagyu back, Itachi seized the opportunity to teleport away with the controlled Kuroka. After evading Amaterasu, Yagyu appeared on a nearby rooftop. Observing Itachi's escape with Kuroka, he remained unperturbed. For he had already placed a flying thunder god mark on both of them at the moment he ensnared them in his Jinjutsu. Regardless of whether they realized it or not, even if they did, there was no way to remove the mark unless they immediately severed the flesh bearing it. Fire. Someone come to extinguish the flames. Water release. Water chaos waves. What is happening? Why won't this fire go out? Damn it. Even the water is igniting. Witnessing the chaos below with panicking civilians and ninjas rushing to the scene, Yagyu descended. Ninjutsu. Fire sealing technique. Amaterasu, renowned as the most potent physical attack, is said to burn all things. Yet, there are numerous methods to counter it. Substitution jutsu, sealing jutsu, universal pull, kamui, yin-yang release. Despite being the strongest physical attack, it is not an invincible ninjutsu. In fact, if one simply runs fast enough, even Amaterasu cannot inflict harm. As Yagyu unfurled the sealing scroll in his hand, the black flames were drawn into it, as if water was being poured into a gourd. Onlookers gazed at this scene with expressions of astonishment. Which ninja is this, exhibiting such mastery over sealing techniques? You don't know him? Moonlight Yagyu, the top scorer in the recent Chunin exams. I heard that shortly after the exams concluded and the 5th Hokage took office, he was promoted to Jonin. He essayed Jonin? He doesn't even look older than my son. At the tender age of 13, Yagyu has already attained the rank of Jonin. Otherwise, how could one be deemed a prodigy? Yagyu now enjoys considerable renown in Konoha, akin to the illustrious reputation once held by Kakashi. However, he remains largely indifferent to such superficial accolades. To him, the villagers' adulation does not elicit any sense of joy. Rather than basking in the praise of countless admirers, he prefers a tranquil existence. Ignoring the chatter of those around him, Yagyu sensed the mark of the flying thunder god and vanished from his original position. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi was still fleeing Konoha with Kisame, sprinting through the less crowded alleys in an attempt to evade Yagyu's pursuit. Yet, Itachi's naivete was evident. Under the strain of mental torment, his vision grew increasingly hazy, and his body weakened. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Before he could react, he was sent sprawling with a kick, crashing into a wall. Coughing, Itachi staggered from the rubble, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him. His face a mask of shock. "How did you find us?" Yagyu cast a glance at Kisame, still under his control, then smiled. "It seems the effects of Tsukuyami have truly taken a toll on you. You didn't even notice when you were marked." Upon hearing this, Itachi frantically examined his body, and there it was, a mark. The flying thunder god mark. Despair washed over him. What manner of being was this, possessing such formidable strength? Chapter 160. Capturing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Itachi glanced at Kisame, still ensnared by the illusion. With his three-tomo Sharingan, why was he unable to dispel Kisame's Genjutsu? He forced himself to remain calm and think. He could no longer rely on Kisame, and his own physical condition did not permit further combat. Thus, he resolved to flee alone. Having made the decision to abandon Kisame, Itachi's eyes rapidly spun into the kaleidoscope pattern. Susanoo. Orange-red chakra surged from Itachi's body, enveloping him and transforming him into a rotund warrior with a hooked nose and fangs. "Oh," Yagyu observed with surprise as Itachi summoned Susanoo. Having fought numerous times with his fire-based false Susanoo, this was the first time he beheld the true Susanoo. Captivated by this unprecedented sight, Yagyu took his time to scrutinize Itachi's Susanoo, refraining from immediate action. However, time was not on Itachi's side. His rapidly depleting stamina and mental strain warned him that he could not endure much longer. Seizing the opportunity while Yagyu was preoccupied, Itachi resorted to an underhanded attack, wielding the Taka no Mi sword against Yagyu. Unfazed, Yagyu waved his hand, summoning a fiery giant reminiscent of Susanoo, brandishing an identical sword while locking eyes with Itachi. The two swords clashed mid-air, erupting in a conflagration of orange-red chakra and flames. "Susanoo?" Itachi regarded Yagyu's false Susanoo with a peculiar expression. "Is this truly Susanoo? What a jest!" Nevertheless, the extent to which Yagyu had developed his fire techniques left Itachi feeling inadequate. He had always prided himself on his talent in fire techniques and Genjutsu, yet witnessing Yagyu's prowess prompted him to reconsider his beliefs. The fiery Susanoo of Yagyu clashed with Itachi's true Susanoo on the streets of Konoha, flames soaring and chakra exploding. Buildings crumbled. The populace screamed and fled in terror. As Itachi observed the fierce battle between his Susanoo and Yagyu's fiery counterpart, the pressure mounted. A stalemate between fire techniques and Susanoo? Was this within the realm of human capability? Breathing heavily, tears of blood streamed from his eyes. He felt he was nearing his limit. Minutes passed, and Itachi finally found himself unable to endure any longer. He could neither win nor outlast Yagyu, nor could he escape. What to do? Simply collapse and await death. Resigned, Itachi fell to the ground, his face devoid of hope. His remaining mental fortitude barely kept him from losing consciousness, but he could no longer muster any resistance. Seeing this, Yagyu did not let his guard down. Utilizing his shadow clone technique, he thoroughly incapacitated Itachi before dispatching his clone to the root headquarters. Surely, Sasuke would have much to discuss with Itachi. One could only hope Sasuke could unlock his Mangekyo Sharingan through this encounter. After sending Itachi away, Yagyu turned his attention to the fallen Kisame. Kisame's physical prowess and water-based ninjutsu were commendable, making him a formidable combatant. However, Yagyu had no need for such assistance at present. He picked up the formidable sword, Samahata, and examined it. Sharp, akin to a fish, and capable of consuming chakra, this weapon held no allure for Yagyu. At that moment, Konoha's Umbu finally arrived on the scene. One stepped forward to inquire, "Jonin Yagyu, what transpired here?" Without replying, Yagyu tossed the weapon to him and stated, "Inform Danzo that the two ninjas who invaded Konoha have been captured. You shall take this one back as a report, while I have sent the other to root. The two intruders have been apprehended." The Umbu member, Pangolin, was about to ask further when Yagyu vanished from sight. Left with no choice, he sighed and ordered his subordinates to capture the ensnared Kisame. Pangolin mused. This individual has a most peculiar appearance, with a face reminiscent of a shark. Kisame's crimson cloud cloak had been removed, revealing his fearsome visage. Several Umbu members were taken aback by his countenance. Even Pangolin was astonished. This man appeared to be a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, wielding the infamous sword Samahata, known to be used by the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Did this imply he possessed the strength of an elite jonin? To have vanquished such a formidable opponent in such a short span of time rendered Yagyu's prowess truly inscrutable. Who could argue otherwise? Did you not hear Jonin Yagyu refer to the fifth Hokage by name? Danzo. He boldly uttered the name of the Hokage. Who dares to address the leader of the village so casually? The Umbu held the youngest Jonin of Konoha in high esteem. The chaos that had left the fifth Hokage in disarray was resolved in mere minutes. It was said that only a short time had elapsed since the disturbance began. Those remaining assist the villagers affected by the battle, while the rest accompany me to escort this individual back for a report. Understood. Chapter 161. Sasuke in shock. Had Uchiha Itachi truly been captured? After delivering Kisame to the Umbu, Yagyu returned to the Moonlight Clan. He had not anticipated encountering these two individuals so fortuitously, nor did he expect them to be so unguarded. They had succumbed to his grasp in less than 10 minutes. If he had been more diligent, he could have resolved the conflict in under a minute. With the two of them out of the picture, Konoha should enjoy a period of stability. If Itachi could assist Sasuke in unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan, how potent would that power be? Yagyu was uncertain of its strength, but he was confident that as long as no one discerned his abilities and devised a countermeasure, he could defeat all within the current ninja world. Meanwhile, in the Umbu, Sasuke was still searching for traces of Uchiha Itachi when Yagyu suddenly appeared before him, tossing someone at his feet. Yagyu? Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback by Yagyu's unexpected appearance. Having not seen him for some time, then he beheld the individual Yagyu had brought. Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, the figure lay unconscious before him. I have incapacitated him and entrusted him to you, Yagyu's shadow clone stated before dissipating, leaving Sasuke alone to grapple with the shock of Itachi's presence. Gazing at the motionless figure on the ground, Sasuke hesitated before stepping forward to scrutinize Itachi's face, ensuring that he was not a mere transformation before believing in the reality of the situation. However, he still found it difficult to believe. So he summoned an underling from the Umbu, severing one of his arms with a swift strike, and inquired, "Does it hurt?" The man, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events, took a moment before letting out a piercing scream. "Ah, it seems quite painful. This must not be a mere dream." Upon hearing this, the man rolled his eyes and fainted. It was uncertain whether he had succumbed to the pain or the shock of the situation. Surely, this could not be an illusion, could it? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, carefully assessing the situation, yet he felt no trace of Jinjutsu. This bizarre occurrence compelled Sasuke to stand rooted to the spot for an extended period before he remembered to deal with Itachi Uchiha. Bring him to the dungeon and bind him. Yes. Wait. Sasuke halted them, his gaze fixed on Itachi's impassive face, and suddenly drew his blade, striking twice. With a spray of crimson blood, both of Itachi's hands were severed. All right, let us go. Inform me when he regains consciousness. The excruciating agony from the loss of his hands did not rouse Itachi from his slumber, prompting a flicker of disappointment in Sasuke's expression. However, to prevent Itachi from awakening and escaping, he resolved to sever his hands first and then arrange for numerous Umbu guards. Lord Zero, what about that person? An Umbu pointed at the individual who had lost an arm, inquiring. Send him to Orochimaru. He is in need of human test subjects, is he not? Understood. Sasuke's methods were rather ruthless, surpassing even those of Danzo's era, leaving many to worry whether they might one day find themselves abandoned by Sasuke. The elders of the root were relatively unfazed, being seasoned individuals accustomed to high-stakes scenarios, and having been indoctrinated by Danzo, they possessed a spirit of sacrifice for Konoha, thus harboring little resentment towards Sasuke. However, some newcomers in the root found it challenging to accept the harsh realities, frequently beset by self-doubt during the night. These newcomers struggled to endure the oppressive atmosphere of the root and longed to escape. But the root was not the Umbu. It was not a place one could simply enter or exit at will, as long as Sasuke remained steadfast. The only fate awaiting those who attempted to leave the root would be death. Chapter 162. The Awakening of the Mangekyo, a Lost Sasuke. In the Hokage building, Danzo had just received word that the intruders had been captured, but the only one brought back by the Umbu was Hoshigaki Kisame. What of Itachi Uchiha? Lord Yagyu said he was sent to the root. The root? Danzo's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Regardless of Itachi's whereabouts, as long as he was contained within Konoha, it mattered little whether he lived or died, provided he did not disclose the village's secrets. Casting a sidelong glance at Kisame, Danzo instructed, take him down for interrogation. Uncover their accomplices and objectives. Yes, 5th Hokage. A month later, ding. The host's bound subject has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting the host a hundredfold return. Congratulations. The host has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, gaining a hundredfold power. At long last, The Mangekyo has been awakened. In Konoha Park, Yagyu reclined on a bench, basking in the sun, murmuring to himself. This past month had seen numerous events unfold in Konoha, the most significant being the annihilation of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. One belonged to the 3rd Hokage's family, while the other was linked to the 5th Hokage. Two prominent clans had been reduced to ashes overnight, with Sasuke Uchiha as the architect of this devastation. Externally, Konoha had issued a bounty for Sasuke, classified as SSS rank, with a reward exceeding 100 million. Such an astounding bounty attracted the attention of many bounty hunters, yet none had managed to locate Sasuke. After all, no one would suspect that the murderer of numerous clans was hiding within Konoha, and indeed, among its highest echelons. In the route, after awakening the Mangekyo, Yagyu intended to visit Sasuke. A swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique transported him through numerous barriers, landing him directly beside Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was alone in the dungeon, drenched in blood, his own and that of others. Yagyu observed the disheveled Sasuke and the corpses strewn about. Has he become enamored with the thrill of murder? Having decimated several clans and taken countless lives without allowing the root to intervene. Sasuke's hands were stained with an unknown amount of blood. Sasuke? Upon hearing his name, Sasuke immediately lifted his head, his gaze icy and malevolent, as if he were about to charge at Yagyu. However, upon realizing it was Yagyu, the murderous aura dissipated. Indulging in killing is perilous. It can lead one astray. Yagyu remarked calmly. Sasuke offered no reply. He was aware that killing was not virtuous, yet he had become addicted to the sensation. He was at a loss for how to replace this thrill. Yagyu discerned Sasuke's predicament. If he continued down this path of slaughter, Konoha would soon descend into chaos once more. What brings you here? Sasuke asked coldly. Nothing much, just checking on your recent activities. Yagyu's eyes fell upon a familiar figure among the pile of bodies, a person bound to a cross, bereft of hands, covered in wounds, and in a pitiful state. Yet, Yagyu noticed a faint smile on the man's face. Itachi Uchiha? Indeed, Sasuke replied with a complex expression. I just killed him. You tormented him for a month? Yagyu inquired with curiosity. The grudge of a clan's annihilation. Simply killing him would be too merciful. Sasuke's demeanor shifted back to one of cold indifference. Ah, indeed. Yagyu pondered for a moment and nodded. If his own cherished clan were wiped out, a month of torment would be but a light punishment for the perpetrator. Yagyu would devise a way to ensure that the individual suffered in a manner that rendered them desperate for life and death. You seem rather displeased, Yagyu noted. Observing Sasuke's gloomy expression, Sasuke remained silent for a second before stating, What, after all, is a ninja? Chapter 163. What is a ninja, and does it matter? Upon hearing this question, Yagyu fell silent for a moment before retorting, What is a ninja? Does it even matter? Huh. Sasuke was taken aback. He had expected Yagyu to share his insights on the nature of a ninja, only to find him outright rejecting the premise of his question. One should simply do what they wish to do. Whether it pertains to being a ninja or a Hokage is fundamentally inconsequential, is it not? But what if I want to excel as a ninja? Are you trying to argue? Yagyu was speechless, contemplating the urge to slap some sense into him. To be a ninja is to do what you aspire to do. Do not let the so-called path of a ninja dictated by Itachi or anyone else sway you. You are not Itachi, do you understand? Sasuke fell into silence once more. Noticing this, Yagyu continued, Moreover, do not become ensnared in the thrill of killing. I suggest you leave the route for now and seek a secluded place to train for a while. Train in what? I am already strong, Sasuke replied, confused. Training is not solely about honing power. It also involves cultivating the heart. Yagyu shook his head, instructing. Wander about and see the world. Perhaps after encountering more people, you will come to understand what it truly means to be a ninja. Sasuke did not fully comprehend this. Yet he decided to heed Yagyu's advice and give it a try. After all, Yagyu had been his support since childhood. It could be said that were it not for Moonlight Yagyu, he would still be unable to exact his revenge. Moreover, he would never have uncovered the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. I understand. I have one question. What is it? Danzo, can I kill him? He had already eliminated most of his enemies responsible for the Uchiha massacre, yet one remained. The greatest foe, Shimura Danzo. As long as this man lived, he would harbor an unquenchable resentment. Yagyu was aware of Sasuke's hatred for Danzo, yet this was not the time to act against him. Danzo still serves a purpose for me. In a couple of years, when I no longer require him, you may kill him at your leisure. Sasuke felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but understood the utility of Danzo to Yagyu. His clenched fists gradually relaxed as he nodded, I understand. Yagyu expressed his satisfaction with Sasuke's response, smiling as he patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, rest assured, Danzo will inevitably be left for you to eliminate. Sasuke, with a stoic expression, refrained from commenting. If given the choice, he would prefer to dispatch Danzo sooner rather than later. After offering his counsel, Yagyu vanished from sight. Following the burial of Itachi Uchiha's remains, Sasuke heeded Yagyu's advice and departed to train in the ninja world, leaving the confines of the small village of Konoha to explore the vast mountains, rivers, and seas beyond. 3 months swiftly passed. One day, Yagyu was at home, sipping tea while basking in the sun behind his black sunglasses, when he was suddenly startled by a tremendous explosion. The noise jolted him upright. "Kagura, what is happening?" he inquired. Kagura immediately activated her clairvoyant abilities to investigate. "Yagyu-kun, it appears that there has been an invasion of Konoha. The ninja are engaged in combat with the intruders." An invasion of Konoha? Yagyu pondered in confusion. Who would dare invade Konoha at such a time? Since Danzo's rise to power, the overall strength of Konoha had certainly not diminished. In fact, due to Danzo's influence, the ninja of Konoha had become even more ruthless and combative. Surely, no ninja village would dare challenge Konoha. "Go find out who it is," he instructed. Kagura nodded and vanished. Shortly thereafter, she returned, looking somewhat disheveled, with her clothes marred by scrapes and her face dusted with grime. "Were you attacked?" Yagyu inquired. Kagura shook her head, explaining, "I saw several summoned beasts attacking children. So I intervened to save them and got injured in the process." Yagyu nodded, acknowledging the necessity of training. It was evident that a few summoned beasts had rendered her quite battered. Embarrassed, Kagura replied, "Yes, but those summoned beasts were truly extraordinary, possessing immense power." "Have you identified the enemy?" Yagyu asked. "I have only determined the number of invaders and a rough description of some of them," Kagura replied, shaking her head. "By the way, one of them resembles an individual who previously invaded Konoha." "The individual from the earlier incursion?" Yagyu queried, recalling that 4 months prior, Kagura had captured someone named Kisame Hashigaki. "Kisame Hashigaki? Did I not hand him over to Danzo?" Yagyu remarked, perplexed, then glanced at the nearby Yuin. As the shadowy orchestrator of Konoha, he was utterly unaware of the happenings within the village. "Yuin, do you know what transpired?" "About half a month ago, someone intervened to rescue Kisame," Yuin explained. "Is that so?" Yagyu was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It was indeed strange that Kisame and Itachi had come to Konoha and had not returned, as it would naturally draw the attention of the Akatsuki members. "Do you have any knowledge of the rescuer's appearance?" he inquired. "Not much, just that they wore a swirling mask." At this moment, the only one known to wear such a mask was Obito Uchiha. Could it be that he has come? Yagyu pondered. "Kagura, locate all the positions of the invading ninjas in Konoha. Are you planning to intervene?" Yuin asked. "No, I am seeking someone," Yagyu replied. With Kagura's clairvoyant abilities, Yagyu quickly pinpointed the location of the nearest invaders, specifically 2 individuals. One wore a black mask and bore an imposing figure, adorned with several ostrich feathers atop his head. The other was a young man with striking golden hair, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a mechanical apparatus to assault the oncoming Konoha ninjas, while simultaneously tossing explosives and maniacally exclaiming, "Art is an explosion." "Not these 2. Let us move on," Yagyu declared, leading Kagura and Yuin away without any intention of assisting the beleaguered Konoha ninjas. Compared to Obito and Zetsu, these 2 were mere footnotes in the grand narrative. He could deal with them at any time, allowing them a moment to flaunt their arrogance. Moreover, Konoha would not falter in his absence. Its elite jonin were more than capable, and it was improbable that Deidara and Sasori could easily vanquish Konoha. Before long, Yagyu and his companions traversed several streets, arriving at a new battlefield. Here, 2 more invaders were present. One donned a black mask, but his physique appeared even more robust. The other sported a buzz cut, exposing his chest as he brandished a large red scythe weapon, swinging it with reckless abandon. "Not them either," Yagyu sighed, prepared to leave when he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. "Mo Huang, run," he shouted. "I can't. My legs won't obey," she replied, panic-stricken. "Curse it, neither can I." If only Konohamaru were still alive, he would never be intimidated by the invaders. During the massacre of the Sarutobi clan, Konohamaru had not escaped. While he and Yagyu were acquaintances, their bond did not run particularly deep. Thus, Sasuke had not spared him either. Since Konohamaru's demise, Mo Huang and Udon had formed a duo, training diligently each day, vowing to avenge their fallen comrade. Yet, they were too inexperienced to muster the courage before Kakuzu and Haiden. As Konoha ninjas fell one by one, innocent villagers found themselves exposed to the blades of Kakuzu and Haiden. Mo Huang and Udon, paralyzed with fear, could only cower behind a wall, trembling. However, their presence did not go unnoticed, and soon after the Konoha ninjas were eliminated, the two invaders discovered them. "Ah, we have two little Konoha brats here," Haiden exclaimed. "Hurry, let's finish them off. They are not worth our time," Kakuzu urged. I know. Honestly," Haiden retorted, then turned his grinning visage towards Mo Huang and Udon. "Apologies, little ones. I initially intended to let you live a bit longer, but duty calls. Perhaps next time we can play." As Haiden raised his scythe, Mo Huang and Udon shut their eyes tight, paralyzed by fear, unable to move. "Are we about to die? Farewell, little brats." Haiden cackled, swinging his scythe to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a figure flashed past, and before Haiden could react, something severed his arm, causing his scythe to clatter to the ground. "Ah, that hurts. Who the hell did that?" he bellowed, his expression more indignant than pained. "Yagyu and I." Mo Huang and Udon exclaimed in delight, their spirits lifted as they swiftly dashed behind him for refuge. "What are you two doing here?" Yagyu asked. "We were just playing here when these two suddenly appeared and began their rampage, killing many," Mo Huang explained. "Yes, Yagyu and I, you must avenge everyone." Yagyu chose not to dwell on the fallen bodies, instead tossing the two youths to Yuin. "Yuin, take them to safety." "Be careful," she replied. "Fear not. They are merely small fry," Yagyu reassured her with a gentle smile. Haiden's strength was mediocre. As long as he did not obtain blood, he posed minimal threat. Kakuzu, with his 5 hearts, had 5 lives, but that was contingent upon killing him without destroying him outright. Perfect. With the Mangekyo Sharingan still untested, these two would serve as excellent subjects for experimentation. However, he had only a minute to act. Thus, he needed to resolve this swiftly. Amaterasu. Without a word to his adversaries, Yagyu activated the Mangekyo, unleashing the black flames. The power surged 100-fold, and the potency of his technique soared exponentially. With the previous enhancements still fresh in his mind, Yagyu could not ascertain just how formidable his Amaterasu had become. However, he quickly became aware of the situation. He initially targeted the distant figure of Kakuzu, who had intended to merely observe and let Haiden test Yagyu's prowess. Little did he expect to be innocently caught in the crossfire. Black flames ignited spontaneously upon his form, momentarily stunning him before horror washed over his face. "Damn it, Amaterasu. Are you Uchiha Itachi?" Just as he prepared to sever his own arm in a desperate bid for survival, the flames suddenly surged violently, and his body began to visibly disintegrate. The fierce inferno instilled terror within Kakuzu, compelling him to slice away half of his own body to escape. With 5 hearts within him, his form could still be restored using the Earth Grudge Fear technique. As long as his head remained intact, he could be reborn. Yet, how could the amplified Amaterasu be so easily dealt with? Just as Kakuzu severed half of his body and was about to initiate his restoration, the black flames swiftly enveloped him, consuming him entirely. "Kakuzu, wait, this can't be real." Witnessing Kakuzu's demise before his very eyes, Haiden felt a surge of panic. He was acutely aware of his own combat capabilities. Without Kakuzu's assistance, he was no match for Yagyu. At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to creep into his mind. However, it was not a time when he could simply depart at will. After eliminating Kakuzu, Yagyu turned his gaze towards Haiden. Amaterasu ignited upon Haiden as well. Yet, Yagyu did not employ his full strength. After all, Haiden was an immortal, and Yagyu was intrigued by his unique physiology. He wished to ascertain whether his Amaterasu could extinguish Haiden's life. Yet, he would soon be disappointed. As Haiden's form was burned by Amaterasu, it began to dissolve just as Kakuzu's had. Unsure if Haiden could survive after being incinerated, Yagyu extinguished the Amaterasu flames upon him. Kagutsuchi, with the 100-fold amplification of Kagutsuchi, his control over Amaterasu surpassed even Sasuke's. Should both of them unleash Amaterasu simultaneously, Yagyu's flames would not only be mightier than Sasuke's, but he could also usurp control over Sasuke's Amaterasu. With a few swift strikes, Yagyu severed Haiden's limbs and addressed Karin. "I shall keep this one for future utility. Find something to contain him, and, once this is all over, deliver him to Orochimaru." "Understood, Yagyu-kun." Karin promptly procured a wooden crate nearby and confined Haiden within. Yagyu intended to take him along to the next location. Excluding the time taken to find the crate, Yagyu had resolved both individuals in less than 20 seconds. Let us proceed to the next location. This invasion of Konoha involved many, seemingly mobilizing the entire Akatsuki organization. The extent of their force was beyond Yagyu's expectations. Did Obito not fear that this operation would deplete the Akatsuki's resources? Yagyu did not dwell on such matters. He was not the leader of the Akatsuki. He recognized this as an opportunity. an opportunity to eliminate the troubles lurking in the shadows. Once he dealt with Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, the other shinobi would be mere trifles, unable to stir any significant upheaval. Soon, they arrived at their next destination. It was a narrow alley in Konoha, where the individual they sought seemed to maintain a steady approach, not revealing themselves to Konoha's shinobi, but rather stealthily eliminating those who strayed from the group. Yagyu was taken aback upon spotting this individual, for she was none other than the aloof goddess of the Akatsuki, Konan. The moment Yagyu and his companions made their appearance, Konan detected them and swiftly employed her unique paper jutsu to envelop them. However, paper jutsu was utterly countered by fire style. With a mere glance, Yagyu commanded the flames of Amaterasu to incinerate them all. Konan was forced to reveal herself. Black flames. Amaterasu, are you Uchiha Itachi? Wrong guess. As punishment, you shall never use paper again. Yagyu snapped his fingers with a light chuckle. Konan furrowed her brow, sensing a disparity in strength between herself and Yagyu. And thus she did not intend to engage him further. She resolved to retreat. Yet, just as she attempted to move, she found herself utterly immobilized. Upon reflection, she realized she had inadvertently made eye contact with Yagyu. Damn it, I've fallen into a Jinjutsu. Chapter 166. Capturing Konan, finally encountering the target. Konan? Yagyu feigned ignorance. Do you know me? Konan scrutinized Yagyu closely, unable to recall when they had met. Glad I didn't mistake you. I thought there were no others who still employed paper jutsu in this shinobi world. Yagyu smiled slightly. May I ask your purpose for being here? Has Nagato come as well? Upon hearing Nagato's name, Konan's composure faltered, her expression shifting to one of suspicion. Who are you? How do you know Nagato? It was known that even among the Akatsuki, only a select few were aware of Pain's existence. Aside from Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, no third party should be privy to Nagato's identity. Why did this young man know of Nagato? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I have important matters to discuss with him. Would you kindly facilitate an introduction? Konan remained skeptical, her brow furrowed as she weighed Yagyu's true intentions. If Yagyu were to take action against Nagato, she would be unable to protect him. After all, Pain was currently engaged in the invasion of Konoha. After much contemplation, Konan coldly replied, that is not convenient. Yagyu shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, but as long as you remain in my grasp, he will inevitably come to see me. Just as Konan prepared to respond, Yagyu utilized a Jinjutsu to completely immobilize her, rendering her speechless. Karine, find another crate to store her as well. Karine glanced at a nearby wooden crate and then at Konan, feeling as though their outing was not merely to seek individuals, but rather to abduct them. Before long, Konan was also secured. Karine dragged 2 large crates ahead. Soon they encountered new invaders. This time, the intruder was a familiar face, Kisame Hoshigaki. To Yagyu's surprise and delight, Kisame was not alone. Beside him stood a bored-looking masked man. Yagyu-kun, is this the person you were looking for? Yagyu nodded. Ah, at last, I found him. However, we still lack one. I wonder if they are nearby. Karine, use your Kagaya's Byakugan to sense the area and see if there's any unusual chakra or peculiar individuals around. Understood. Karine set down the 2 large crates and closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. After a short while, she opened her eyes, shaking her head at Yagyu. I'm sorry, Yagyu-kun. I haven't detected any particularly noteworthy presence. Yagyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Is that so? Then let us deal with this fellow first. However, this individual's abilities are somewhat troublesome. In a direct confrontation, I cannot confidently claim that I can apprehend him. Are you saying there is someone you cannot subdue, Yagyu-kun? Karine expressed her astonishment, well aware of Yagyu's capabilities, flying thunder god, top-tier body techniques, and instant movement. How could anyone possibly escape his grasp? There are always greater forces beyond comprehension. Yagyu sighed, feeling a hint of pressure despite his earlier confidence in his abilities. What powers do Kagaya Otsutsuki, Ishiki Otsutsuki, and can Shiki Otsutsuki possess, and where does their strength lie? Prior to his journey, Yagyu had not watched Boruto and remained oblivious to these matters. This world still harbored unknown dangers for him. That Kisame was captured by you before. Are you speaking of that masked man? He doesn't seem menacing at all. One cannot discern his strength. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? Karine directed her gaze at Uchiha Obito, voicing her doubts. One must not judge merely by appearances. You shall understand shortly. As Yagyu spoke, he approached Uchiha Obito, contemplating whether he could launch a surprise attack or engage in verbal sparring. Suddenly, a flash of blue streaked past, sending the boastful Kisame flying several meters away. Hey, isn't that the watermelon-headed shinobi? To think he could kick the formidable Kisame away with such force. How impressive, exclaimed Kagaya in astonishment. Has Might Guy arrived? Yagyu pondered. observing Uchiha Obito still hesitating, and decided to refrain from any further action for the time being. Let us witness the live spectacle of Might Guy battling Kisame. It's far more vivid than any 3D animation. Chapter 167, The Truth Behind Rin's Death. The sixth gate, the Gate of View, is now open. Acknowledging the formidable prowess of his opponent, Might Guy remained cautious and directly engaged the sixth gate in battle. However, Kisame's taijutsu was equally impressive, as both fighters found themselves evenly matched for a time, thanks to Kisame's water techniques. Uchiha Obito, spectating from the sidelines, expressed mild surprise. The eight gates, you say? To contend with a being of Kisame's caliber solely through taijutsu is no small feat. Might Guy's strength is indeed formidable. Yet, taijutsu alone is not to be overly concerned about. Obito assessed Might Guy's abilities, when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him with astonishing speed. What incredible swiftness! He discreetly glanced to his left without making a move, yet his heart grew wary. The individual was a youth with long black hair, strikingly handsome. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yagyu, who had come to observe the battle. With only 6 of the 8 gates opened, Might Guy can match Kisame, who possesses the strength of a Kage. What might his power be if he were to open the 7th or even the 8th gate? Seeing that Yagyu had no intention of engaging him, Obito decided to strike up a conversation. Indeed, he is quite impressive. However, taijutsu is ultimately just that. If I can eliminate him before he opens the 8th gate, my concerns will be alleviated. Yagyu smiled faintly, unconvinced of Obito's capability to do so. The battle between ninjas tests not only ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, but also combat experience and reflexes. Given Might Guy's combat experience and his superhuman physicality, Yagyu doubted Obito could dispatch him swiftly, unless he resorted to a stealthy jinjutsu attack like Yagyu himself might. Look, he's at a disadvantage. At that moment, Might Guy's ultimate technique, the Evening Elephant, was entirely countered by Kisame, who began his counterattack. Might Guy's 6th gate proved insufficient to overpower Kisame, and in a prolonged battle, Kisame was not intimidated by him. Obito surmised that Kisame had the upper hand. However, Yagyu, already aware of the outcome, briefly observed the clash before turning his focus back to Obito. Did no one accompany you? Obito turned to Yagyu, who he initially thought was merely an inexperienced genius. Now, hearing this question, he realized that Yagyu was far more complex than he had assumed. It appears you possess considerable knowledge. Obito's tone grew hoarse and grave, indicative of the seriousness of the matter at hand. Yagyu, unfazed by this shift, continued, would you be interested in knowing the truth of that fateful day? What truth? Obito's brow furrowed beneath his mask. The truth behind Rin's death. Upon hearing Rin's name, Obito could no longer suppress his emotions, and in an instant, he utilized Kimui to appear behind Yagyu, a kunai poised at his throat, coldly demanding, who are you? Kakashi? In Obito's view, among the living, only Zetsu knew his true identity, and apart from Zetsu, the only one likely to uncover it would be Kakashi. After all, he had once implanted his eye in Kakashi, establishing a mutual connection. Yet he quickly realized his assumption was incorrect. Kakashi would never engage him in this manner, nor could Kakashi possibly be this powerful. Just as Obito's threat hung in the air, Yagyu vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him with a kunai also pressed against his throat. There's no need for such hostility. I merely wish to reveal the truth to you. Why resort to violence? Yagyu's speed had increased significantly. Obito couldn't discern when Yagyu had escaped his grasp and arrived behind him. If that is the case, let us find another place to converse. The forthcoming discussion would delve into his secrets, and Obito felt that this was not an appropriate venue for such matters. As you wish, Yagyu replied nonchalantly, showing no concern for any potential traps Obito might lay. Kagaya, please escort them back. I will join you shortly. Be careful, Yagyu-kun. Yagyu offered a gentle smile, ruffling Kagaya's hair before turning to Obito. Shall we? Obito cast a meaningful glance at Kagaya before vanishing with Kimui. Noticing Obito's gaze, Yagyu quickly summoned a shadow clone to send Kagaya back before employing the Flying Thunder God technique to follow Obito. He had no desire for a day when he would have to sacrifice Kagaya's life to achieve his goals. Chapter 168, The Truth. We have all been deceived. Obito swiftly used Kimui to exit the Hidden Leaf Village, arriving at a secluded cliff. Below lay an abyss, and from the mountaintop, the dense forest appeared diminutive in comparison. Uchiha Obito stood at the precipice, quietly awaiting Yagyu's arrival. In truth, he was not merely waiting. He was also timing how long it would take Yagyu to catch up with him. 1 second. Just as he counted to 1, Yagyu appeared beside him, startling Obito with his speed. Such velocity. What jutsu did you employ just now? Yagyu remained silent, instead producing a trident kunai inscribed with Yagyu's flying thunder god seal. Seeing this seal, Obito instinctively glanced over his shoulder, realizing that a second flying thunder god mark had been placed there unbeknownst to him. Damn it! To fall victim to the same technique twice. What is your connection to the fourth Hokage? Obito asked coldly. Neither kin nor acquaintance, Yagyu replied, cutting to the chase. What matters is the truth behind Rin's death, is it not? Ah, I see. You are the powerful young leaf ninja Kisame spoke of. You are even younger than I imagined, possessing such strength and talent. Are you truly content to remain an obscure ninja in the leaf? Obito ignored Yagyu's words, preoccupied with his own thoughts. As for the truth behind Rin's death, I believe I understand better than anyone else and do not require your elucidation. Do you truly believe you comprehend the truth of Rin's demise better than I? Yagyu chuckled lightly. Without waiting for Obito's response, he continued. What you know is that the Mist Village sealed the three tails within Rin, prompting it to attack the leaf, ultimately resulting in her accidental death at Kakashi's hands, correct? Obito raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is that not the case? At this point, he had ceased pondering how Yagyu possessed such knowledge. He simply wished to hear what Yagyu would say next. While the sequence of events is accurate, there remains a crucial detail you are unaware of. That is, Uchiha Madara's involvement in the entire affair. What role did Uchiha Madara play? Obito pressed on, still skeptical. First, the Mist Village ninja were manipulated by Uchiha Madara. Second, a spell was inscribed within Rin's heart, preventing her from harming herself, which is why she awaited your witness to her death. Third, Uchiha Madara intentionally orchestrated your rescue of Rin, intending to sow hatred within you towards the ninja world and incite revenge. After hearing Yagyu's revelations, Obito fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, he spoke. What proof do you possess? No, but upon careful reflection, is there truly anything unreasonable about it? Not necessarily. What could be the purpose behind Uchiha Madara's actions? He is already deceased. Speaking of which, this brings to mind the formidable nature of ninjutsu. The realm of ninjas is replete with an array of extraordinary jutsu, including numerous techniques capable of resurrecting the dead. And you happen to be the most likely candidate to acquire such power of resurrection. Ha 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 ha. I was wondering what you would say. Given that I have already attained my current strength, why would I wish to resurrect Uchiha Madara? How absurd. However, your words imply that Uchiha Madara cannot be revived. Yet he has left you with an ally, has he not? Zetsu. Upon recalling the entity left behind by Madara, Obito finally began to entertain some degree of belief in Yagyu's words. Even if what you say is true, all I need to do is remain cautious around Zetsu. That fellow merely excels in certain ninjutsu. His inherent strength is pitiably weak. Obito scoffed. Do you truly believe that this constitutes all of his capabilities? Yagyu's remark rendered Obito momentarily speechless. Zetsu is remarkably cunning. Who is to say he does not possess hidden abilities? Allow me to share another intriguing tidbit. Uchiha Madara was also manipulated. What do you mean? Are you aware of Zetsu's origins? Uchiha Madara once confided in me that Zetsu was a creation of the Otsutsuki's outer path. Heh, you have been deceived, as was Uchiha Madara. Zetsu's origins are by no means a result of Madara's use of the outer path. Oh, to be precise, Black Zetsu is not. Is there truly a distinction between Black Zetsu and White Zetsu? Absolutely. White Zetsu is a being created by the outer path using human bodies. It is a manifestation of the will of the original owner of the outer path. Conversely, Black Zetsu is also a product of that individual's will. Yet it was not created by the outer path. The individual you keep referencing, who is he? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 169. The Death of Obito, the Devastation of Konoha. Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kagaya Otsutsuki is a member of the Otsutsuki clan, a race originating from beyond the ninja world. They transcend death and can be reincarnated through a means known as a wedge. Moreover, they possess formidable power without the need for arduous training like us. The purpose of this clan's existence is to consume the life force of other planets. Consume the life force of planets? This fantastical notion left Obito utterly bewildered. I was contemplating unifying the ninja world, and now you're introducing extraterrestrials? I understand that this may seem implausible to you, but it is indeed the truth. This clan cultivates divine trees to siphon the life essence of planets. The fruits borne by the divine tree are known as chakra fruits, and upon consuming these fruits, the Otsutsuki clan evolves, gaining even greater strength. By the way, the so-called divine tree is actually the 10 tails. Yagyu divulged all the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan to Obito. Yet judging by Obito's skeptical demeanor, he was evidently unconvinced. Black Zetsu embodies Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. His objective is neither to assist you in unifying the ninja world nor to aid Uchiha Madara's resurrection, but rather to facilitate Kaguya Otsutsuki's revival. After absorbing all this information, Uchiha Obito fell into a prolonged silence before suddenly erupting into laughter. What a captivating tale. But do you truly believe that mere words from you can thwart my intentions? Whether you choose to believe it or not. I am not sharing this with you in hopes of steering you away from your misguided path. It is exceedingly foolish to place one's hopes on the sudden enlightenment of others. As soon as Yagyu concluded his statement, Obito's body was pierced through. However, at that moment, Obito was already on guard. Even if Yagyu launched a surprise attack, he activated his Kimui. In a state of intangibility, Obito was impervious to any assault. In this moment, he was invincible, yet it was also the moment he revealed his vulnerability. With only one eye, Obito could remain within the Kimui space for merely 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, he would be unable to sustain this state. Seizing upon his moment of intangibility, Yagyu immediately unleashed Amaterasu. In the span of a second, a vast area was engulfed in black flames. Upon witnessing Yagyu's actions, Obito's heart raced with alarm. He suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. If Yagyu's secrets were indeed true, then how could he be unaware of the weaknesses in his own abilities? With that thought in mind, Obito swiftly made his escape from the Amaterasu flames. Yet his speed was no match for the fiery onslaught unleashed by Yagyu. In mere moments, a radius of several dozen kilometers had transformed into an inferno. There was no place left for him to flee. Yagyu hovered in the air, gazing at Obito amidst the flames of Amaterasu. The two exchanged glances across the distance. Yagyu's expression was one of mockery, while Obito's was filled with rage. He yearned to ascend into the sky, but any such movement would expose his physical form, leading to his incineration by Amaterasu. It must be noted that the Amaterasu wielded by Yagyu is not the half-baked version of Uchiha Itachi. Should Obito dare to reveal himself, the flames would immediately ensnare his entire being. Unable to become intangible, forsaking his corporeal form would be futile. Obito would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, Yagyu was assured of his victory, yet he did not hold back his words. You have underestimated my understanding of your situation, Obito. Since I am aware of your entire history, how could I possibly be ignorant of your vulnerabilities to exploit? Do you truly believe this will result in your demise? Heh. Obito let out a cold chuckle, though he made no move. Yagyu recognized this as mere bravado. Ensnared within the flames of Amaterasu, his fate was sealed. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and Obito could no longer maintain his state, revealing his true form. The instant he did, he was immediately ensnared by the flames of Amaterasu. And before long, he was reduced to ashes. Yet the tale was not yet concluded. Yagyu recalled the Uchiha clan's unparalleled ninjutsu, Izanagi. By sacrificing an eye, one can alter the predetermined outcome. Such ninjutsu is terrifyingly potent. Uchiha Madara had once employed this very ability to deceive Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Before long, Uchiha Obito indeed resurrected from the flames of Amaterasu. Upon revival, he ascended towards the heavens. However, no matter how high he leaped, the flames would rise in tandem. Obito, consumed by rage for 5 minutes, met his end once more. But this was not the end. Yagyu did not believe that during the Uchiha clan's massacre, Obito had merely taken one Sharingan. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Obito resurrected once again. Obito's intangibility had extended to over 15 minutes. Even a 10-minute explosive tag would not suffice to eradicate Obito. Conan had not anticipated this outcome, but Yagyu had. He was unaware of the exact number of Sharingan Obito possessed, yet he was prepared to exhaust the time here. 10 minutes, half an hour, and then 5 hours passed. Eventually, Yagyu no longer witnessed Uchiha Obito's return to life. However, he did not let down his guard. He remained vigilant for another 2 hours, ensuring that Obito could not resurrect before he departed. Of course, while he left, the flames of Amaterasu continued to burn. Yagyu even arranged dozens of shadow clones to guard the area 24 hours a day. Thus, even if Obito possessed some means of survival, these shadow clones would be sufficient to handle the aftermath. During Yagyu's absence from Konoha, a fierce battle erupted between Konoha's ninjas and the Akatsuki organization. Although the roots had been quelled, nearly all of Konoha's ninjas participated in the fray. However, faced with a formidable and unknown enemy, Konoha still suffered grievous losses. In just a few hours, nearly 100 ninjas from Konoha fell in battle, surpassing the casualties from the Chunin exams and the invasion of Sunagakure. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki ranks, Kisame Hashigaki was defeated by Might Guy, and Deidara was vanquished by Kakashi and a cadre of ninjas. Scorpion manipulated the secret technique of the Red Secret Technique. 100 machines, facing off against the third Kazekage and nearly 100 ninjas. However, the elite Jonin of Konoha were no pushovers, and at this juncture, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was evident that once Kakashi or Might Guy arrived for reinforcement, Scorpion would no longer be able to hold his ground. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was overwhelmingly one-sided. Several pain bodies coordinated seamlessly, sharing their vision, effectively becoming an unstoppable force, killing anyone who stood in their way. At this moment, Pain had already reached the Hokage building. Nagato had realized that Conan had gone missing. Thus, he was on a relentless pursuit to capture ninjas and gather information about her whereabouts. Yet, no one knew where Conan had gone, and they were even unaware of her identity. The purpose of reaching the Hokage building was to capture significant figures from Konoha to interrogate them about Conan's location. Of course, the Nine Tails was also among the objectives of this mission. Chapter 170. The instantaneous defeat of the Red Sand Scorpion. Flying Thunder God versus Pain. Halt. Do not advance any further. Pain easily seized a Konoha ninja, his expression void of emotion as he inquired, "Do you know where Conan is?" "Who is Conan?" "A woman with blue-purple hair." "I don't know. I've never seen her." "What about the Nine Tails?" "I don't know either. I'm just an ordinary ninja. How could I possibly know where the Nine Tails is?" "And what of your Hokage?" "He has fled." "Where did he run off to?" The captured Konoha ninja's face revealed hesitation and inner turmoil, yet he finally resolved to say, "I don't know." Upon receiving this answer, Pain tightened his grip, suffocating him to death. A useless wretch clinging to an inexplicable spirit. Dead is dead. Continue capturing and questioning. Although Danzo's actions were not endorsed by many ninjas in Konoha, almost all ninjas stood united in their stance. Regardless of whom Pain captured, each ninja would consistently respond with "I don't know." Yet, because of this, the casualties among Konoha's ninjas were escalating rapidly. Outside Konoha, Danzo and his personal guards had just departed the village, preparing to flee to a more distant location. "Lord Danzo, are we truly going to escape? Everyone in Konoha is fighting valiantly. If we leave like this, what will happen to our comrades? What about the villagers? How tiresome. You've seen those intruders. Who among us could confront them? Who could withstand their might? If we don't run, we'll die there." But no more words. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as I am alive, Konoha will inevitably be rebuilt under my leadership. I am the 5th Hokage. Upon hearing Danzo's declaration, the others fell silent. Satisfied yet anxious about his subordinates' obedience, Danzo reassured them. "Do not worry, those matters will be handled. Once they are resolved, we shall return." "Lord Hokage, are you referring to Lord Yagyu?" Danzo cast a stoic glance at the speaker, but offered no reply. He turned his gaze towards the outskirts of Konoha and commanded, "Move." At that moment, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha remained oblivious to the fact that their esteemed 5th Hokage had fled. They continued to fight desperately for Konoha. They were still fleeing in terror to survive. One ninja fell to save a villager, while another villager was obliterated by the residual blasts during their escape. The entire Konoha was in chaos, exceeding even the turmoil of the Chunin exams. Just when hope seemed lost, Yagyu Tsukikage returned. He first visited the Yagyu clan to find Karui, then utilized her abilities to locate other Akatsuki members. At this point, the only surviving and uncaptured Akatsuki members were Scorpion, Zetsu, and Pain. Zetsu's whereabouts were unknown to Yagyu, but Scorpion and Pain were both in Konoha without a place to hide. With Conan in his possession, Yagyu was unconcerned that Pain would use Chibaku Tensei to destroy Konoha, so he resolved to first deal with Scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion, besieged by nearly 100 ninjas, appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Of course, it wasn't the sheer number of opponents that troubled him, but rather the presence of several formidable elite jonin. What a troublesome bunch. Scorpion, with his red hair, commanded over 100 puppets to engage in battle with those chunin, and especially the elite jonin. The puppets belonging to the 3rd Kazekage were strategically directed by Scorpion to confront the most troublesome elite jonin. Has Deidara not made a sound? Has he been defeated? If any further enemies were to arrive, Scorpion would have to retreat. He lacked the confidence to single-handedly contend with all of Konoha's ninjas. After all, he had no puppets here. Just as Scorpion was mulling over his predicament, black flames suddenly ignited upon him. Amaterasu. Scorpion's pupils constricted as he swiftly attempted to dismantle his core heart. As long as his heart remained alive, he could resurrect infinitely. However, the power of this Amaterasu was too overwhelming, burning far too rapidly. Before Scorpion could react, he was consumed by the flames. At the moment of his demise, all his puppets ceased their movements and were subsequently destroyed. Did we win? The ninjas were somewhat incredulous. Just a moment ago, they were fervently battling. Yet in the next instant, the fight had concluded? I think I just saw Yagyu Jonin. I also saw black flames. Black flames. Does Yagyu Jonin possess such ninjutsu? Yagyu had not previously revealed the powers of his Sharingan, so the crowd was uncertain whether it was indeed Yagyu at work. Even Kakashi, who believed he knew Yagyu well, hesitated to affirm, for he had just glimpsed the Sharingan in Yagyu's eyes. Could it be Sasuke? Kakashi speculated. It was well known that Yagyu was not of the Uchiha clan. How could he possess a Mangekyo? Regardless, the enemy was vanquished. Konoha was saved. On the other hand, after effortlessly dispatching Scorpion, Yagyu swiftly led Karui to the location of pain. Hell Realm, Hungry Ghost Realm, Animal Realm, Human Realm, Azura Realm, Heavenly Realm, Pain of the Six Paths. To eliminate these adversaries, one must first begin with Hell Realm. Otherwise, they could resurrect indefinitely. Yagyu stood at a distance, meticulously observing the positions of the various pain bodies. Hell Realm, Hungry Ghost Realm, and Heavenly Realm were clustered together, while Human Realm was located 100 meters to the south, and Azura Realm was 300 meters to the north, with the Animal Realm situated 150 meters to the east, accompanied by several summoned beasts. The Heavenly Realm controlled the main operations. The Hell Realm was responsible for resurrection, and the Hungry Ghost Realm provided protection. The two most crucial pain bodies were together, with the Hungry Ghost Realm providing steadfast protection. The Azura Realm focused on offense, positioned the farthest away. The Human Realm was tasked with intelligence gathering, possessing average combat prowess. The Animal Realm, with its multitude of summoned beasts, was formidable in group battles. The three pain bodies scouted for intelligence while the other three managed the overall strategy. Their coordination was commendable, yet ultimately futile. After estimating the positions of the six pain bodies, Yagyu launched 6 tri-pronged kunai, unaccustomed to such sudden kunai attacks. The pain bodies were well aware of the dangers posed by earlier kunai assaults throughout the battle and were thus unconcerned. However, soon they would regret their arrogance. The first kunai approached the Azura Realm, which was currently in the midst of unleashing its wrath, ignoring the incoming kunai. At that moment, Yagyu suddenly appeared, delivering a massive fire-style Rasengan that obliterated it. The destruction of the Azura Realm drew the attention of the other pain bodies, yet before they could react, Yagyu vanished once more. This time, he materialized beside the Hell Realm. Nagato, realizing the situation, attempted to command the Heavenly Realm to use Shinra Tensei, but the Hell Realm had already been eradicated. As the Heavenly Realm prepared to unleash Shinra Tensei, Yagyu reappeared beside the Human Realm with another flying thunder god. Raikiri. The Human Realm shattered. In the span of merely 2 to 3 seconds, 3 pain bodies were annihilated. Yet, this was not the end. Chapter 171. The Demise of Deva Path Pain and the Encounter with Nagato. Before the other pains could react, Yagyu once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing beside the animal path. With one hand, he shattered the animal path with Raikiri, while with the other, he obliterated the summoned beast with a Rasengan. At that moment, the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei finally reached its conclusion. The release of Shinra Tensei had a 5-second gap, and Yagyu seized this opportunity to teleport in front of Deva Path, poised to strike down with his Rasengan. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself, arms raised defensively. The Rasengan, originally destined to crush Deva Path, was entirely absorbed. Yagyu's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing behind Deva Path. The second stage of Flying Thunder God. The 6 paths of pain shared visual perception. Yet at that moment, both Deva Path and Hungry Ghost Path were focused ahead, completely unaware of Yagyu's presence behind Deva Path. Lightning Release, Lightning Burst. This technique was a newly developed ninjutsu by Yagyu, derived from Raikiri, sacrificing cutting power for explosive force. Its might surpassed that of Raikiri. With a resounding explosion, Deva Path was annihilated. Only the Hungry Ghost Path remained, clinging to life. Through the perspective of the Hungry Ghost Path, Nagato beheld Yagyu's visage. At this juncture, Yagyu refrained from aggression, instead regarding him with an air of mockery. Nagato, shall we converse? Konan is in my possession, and should you wish to ensure her safety very well. Upon hearing that Konan was with Yagyu, Nagato assented without hesitation, having never doubted Yagyu's veracity. For he was the sole individual among many he had queried who knew of Konan. Moreover, the most telling detail was that Yagyu had uttered his true name. Guided by the Hungry Ghost Path, Yagyu soon arrived before a tree outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Enter. The Hungry Ghost Path pried open a door in the tree and strode inside, without a glance back. Yagyu stood outside, feeling the tree's bark. It was made of paper. Presumably, This was a sanctuary crafted by Conan prior to their departure. With his formidable strength, Yagyu felt no trepidation about potential traps. Having confirmed the tree's material, he stepped inside. No ambush awaited him. For Conan's sake, Nagato seemed entirely unwilling to entertain any treachery. The interior of the tree was cavernous and bare. As a temporary hideout required little embellishment, Yagyu fixed his gaze on the center where Nagato resided. Nagato's crimson hair contrasted starkly with his pallid complexion, gaunt and emaciated, with ribs clearly defined. Yet, what drew the most attention were the black rods protruding from his back. This encounter was, how shall one put it, rather peculiar. Ahem. May I inquire your name? Nagato intoned somberly. Yagyu Tsukikich. Yagyu Tsukikich, you say? Nagato repeated, seemingly unfamiliar with this name in the ninja world. The absence of intelligence left him feeling heavy-hearted. So, Yagyu Tsukikich, where's Conan? What must I do to have her returned? It is simple. You must relinquish your eyes to me. My eyes? Huh. They are my power. Without them, how could I negotiate with you? You never possessed any bargaining power, did you? Yagyu's gaze shifted to the hungry ghost path. As his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, flames of Amaterasu igniting upon him. The terrifying intensity of the blaze consumed the hungry ghost path before he could even absorb it. Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagato exclaimed in shock. An Amaterasu. Are you of the Uchiha clan? What is your relation to Itachi Uchiha? Do not misconstrue. I have no ties to the Uchiha clan, nor to Itachi Uchiha, Yagyu negated. Adding, moreover, you should be more concerned with your current predicament. You lack any leverage to negotiate with me. Chapter 172. The Seizure of the Rinnegan and Nagato's Intentions. Nagato glanced at the fallen hungry ghost path behind him, pondering that Amaterasu should not have exhibited such overwhelming power. While Amaterasu could incinerate all, its speed of combustion could not be so swift. Otherwise, the hungry ghost path would have had the opportunity to absorb the energy. It could only be concluded that this individual's Amaterasu was far more potent than Itachi's. Realizing the futility of resistance, Nagato sighed. I must see Conan first. Very well. Yagyu utilized a communication ninjutsu to relay information to Ki. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Yagyu's shadow clone, Ki arrived at the tree hollow, bearing a large wooden box. Upon opening the box, it revealed a hypnotized Conan. Seeing her safe and sound, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the scene mirrored a past event all too closely. That time, Conan had also been captured, and Hanzo the Salamander had commanded him to kill Yahiko. If Conan were conscious now, she would certainly not allow him to make such a choice, would she? Nagato gazed at Yagyu's youthful countenance and sighed. Can I trust you? You possess only a pair of Rinnegan that holds value to me. Once I acquire the Rinnegan, I will certainly spare you. Moreover, should you refuse to surrender the Rinnegan, you will meet your demise. You have no alternative, do you? Nagato understood Yagyu's assertions were entirely accurate. Given the circumstances, he yearned to personally rescue Conan. Yet the Rinnegan proved utterly powerless in the face of this man. Primarily, his frail body could not sustain a confrontation with Yagyu. I understand. Nagato no longer hesitated, extending his hand to extract his own eyes, discarding them to Yagyu. Yagyu, exercising caution, did not personally retrieve them, but instructed his shadow clone to receive them, ensuring their safety before sealing them in a scroll. Is that satisfactory? Yagyu observed Nagato's vacant gaze and despondent expression. Having lost the Rinnegan, he would likely not endure much longer. Shaking his head, Yagyu dismissed any concern. He possessed no excess compassion. With a flicker of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Conan's illusion was dispelled. Upon the release of the Jinjutsu, Conan initially appeared bewildered, then regarded Yagyu with wariness, and finally turned to Nagato with anxiety and urgency. Nagato, what has happened to you? Conan rushed to Nagato's side, assessing his condition, only to discover his eyes had vanished. Where have your eyes gone? He took them from you, didn't he? Upon hearing Conan's voice, Nagato felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, this handsome youth had proven trustworthy. It is fine, as long as you are safe. Nagato reassured Conan with a smile, aiming to quell her vengeful thoughts. This Yagyu Tsukikige's power was terrifying, presenting a greater threat than even Uchiha Madara. After all, he possesses the Sharingan, Conan remarked, her expression one of resentment as she glared at Yagyu. Unfazed, Yagyu returned her gaze with a smile. Perhaps you perceive me as a villain, yet should you uncover the truth behind these eyes, you may find yourself grateful rather than resentful. What truth could there possibly be? These eyes belong to Nagato, and you took them solely for their power. I refuse to believe in any notion of evil power. Conan huffed defiantly. This power is neither inherently good nor evil. However, To assert that these eyes do not belong to Nagato is misguided. If they are not his, then are they yours? Naturally, they are not mine, but rather belong to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Both Konan and Nagato were taken aback. How could Uchiha Madara's eyes be in your possession? Nagato questioned, perplexed. It is only natural, for they are meant to be utilized by you. Yagyu replied nonchalantly. Nagato and Konan recalled the events following their encounter with Uchiha Madara. The Akatsuki organization had been executing his will. If what Yagyu Tsukikage claimed were true, then this scheme had spanned decades, a truly terrifying revelation. Do you possess any evidence? Konan inquired. I possess no evidence, however. It is widely acknowledged that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can only be fully mastered by its own kin. Should others attempt to transplant the Sharingan, they would be unable to command its closure. The same holds true for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It stands to reason that if the Rinnegan were inherently yours, you should have the ability to wield it with complete control, correct? Nagato and Konan were taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, Nagato's Rinnegan could not be closed at his will, resulting in a constant drain on his chakra. Were it not for his Uzumaki lineage, he might have been utterly depleted by now. Previously, I had assumed that the Rinnegan's inscrutable power was the reason for my lack of control, but it seems, alas, that it was never truly my eye. Nagato laughed heartily, though his expression was one of profound sorrow. Konan wished to comfort him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Yagyu glanced at the two and spoke calmly. Uchiha Madara is dead. And that masked man who has been following you is not Uchiha Madara. His true name is Uchiha Obito, and his intent is to manipulate you. But I have dealt with him as well. Now, your only concern should be with Zetsu. You have little to fear. With that, Yagyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, taking Shine with him. This marked the first time he had spared an enemy. Yet given the circumstances of Nagato and Konan, they posed little threat to him. Even if they wished to oppose him in the future, they lacked the capability. Nagato and Konan paid Yagyu's departure no heed. Although they had received another shocking revelation, such news held little significance for them now. Having lost the Rinnegan, they had also forfeited their ability to realize Yahiko's ideals. Whether it be Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito, they were no longer of consequence to them. Nagato. Let us return, Konan suggested. Nagato remained silent for a few moments before shaking his head. Return where? To Amigate Cure. It is where we lived, Konan replied. But I have lost my power. I can no longer protect it. When war arrives, who will safeguard Amigate Cure? Nagato sighed, lamenting that if Yahiko were still alive, he surely would have found a way to save Amigate Cure. Konan fell silent, thinking of Yahiko. The two lingered in the paper tree hollow for quite some time, until Nagato suddenly spoke. Konan, if we wish to preserve Amigate Cure, there is but one course of action left. What course? We must collaborate with Konoha. Collaborate with Konoha? After I just killed so many of their people, how could they possibly cooperate with us? Konan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. If she were the Hokage of Konoha, she would have sent forces to attack Amigate Cure the very next day. It is impossible to approach their Hokage. But that Moonlight Yagyu may be inclined to assist us. Him? At least he is honest. Chapter 173. Danzo's return. The tumultuous Konoha had finally settled after Yagyu's defeat of Pain. Although the fifth Hokage, Shimura Danzo, had fled, the remaining ninjas in Konoha did not descend into chaos. They spontaneously began to assist their comrades, aid the villagers, and restore order. In a brief moment, the villagers of Konoha even developed a sense of indifference towards the absence of a Hokage. The following day, Danzo returned to Konoha, asserting his authority as Hokage to consolidate the ninjas, uncover the truth, and rebuild the village. However, no amount of Danzo's actions could erase the negative impact of being the only Hokage to defect from Konoha. At this time, numerous voices of discontent against Danzo began to emerge, from ordinary villagers to noble clans. Many ninjas even resigned from the Umbu due to Danzo's actions. Upon hearing this news, Danzo appeared infuriated. How dare they? He roared. Dispatch orders. First, summon the clan leaders for a meeting. I wish to see who dares express dissatisfaction with me. Second, deploy half of the Umbu to apprehend those who slander and defame me, subjecting them to severe interrogation to uncover the masterminds. Third, expel all ninjas who have resigned from the Umbu from Konoha's ranks, branding them as rogue ninjas. Those who cannot serve Konoha are traitors. With these three orders, Konoha, still in a state of recovery, was once again plunged into turmoil. The streets were filled with ninjas apprehending individuals, yet such draconian measures did little to quell the villagers' murmurs. In fact, even more people began to voice their grievances against the fifth Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Initially, they lamented, if only the third Hokage were still alive. Then, It escalated to, "The fifth Hokage is the worst I have ever seen." Eventually, it transformed into, "The fifth Hokage owes us an explanation. The fifth Hokage must resign. Restore to us a worthy Hokage. Shimura Danzo must step down. He is unworthy of being the fifth Hokage." Danzo had lost the support of the people. That day, Danzo had just concluded a high-level meeting in Konoha. During this meeting, he proposed that the various clans unite with him to resist the villagers' rumors, relying on force to suppress their rebellion. However, nearly no clan supported his proposal. In fact, they openly condemned Danzo's actions during the assembly. Faced with such scornful derision, Danzo stormed out in a fury. Now, he longed for his roots. Had he been with them, anyone who dared to provoke him would have been swiftly dealt with. Even the Hokage would have to bow to him. Yet most of his former loyalists had perished at Yagyu's hands, and those who remained had become subordinates of Sasuke and would no longer heed his commands. Now that he was Hokage, although he had his own direct umbu, very few ninjas were willing to risk their lives for him to commit villainous acts. These umbu would follow orders to eliminate enemies or hunt rogue ninjas. But when it came to dealing with their own, they would outright refuse. A bunch of stubborn fools. After all these years in leadership positions, they still care about the opinions of a bunch of foolish civilians. Come here. Yes. Go check if the roots have returned. Inform me immediately upon their arrival. Understood, Hokage-sama. Hearing his subordinates address him as Hokage brought an indescribable pleasure to Danzo's heart. After so many years and spending so much money in Konoha, was it not all for this day? Yet that insufferable Sarutobi, if it were not for his return to the position of Hokage. The Hokage title should have been mine 12 years ago. Chapter 174. Conspiracy of Rebellion. Let us change the Hokage. At the Moonlight Clan's estate, the Yagyu household was abuzz with activity today. Kakashi Hitaki, Tenzo, Yuzuki Yugao, and 6 individuals wearing umbu masks were present. What brings you all here? Did the umbu collectively decide to drop by for leisure? Yagyu quipped, propping his legs up. Kakashi and the others remained silent, instead looking to Yugao. She nodded in understanding and addressed Yagyu. Yagyu-kun, are you aware of the recent happenings concerning Shimura Danzo? What happenings? Yagyu inquired, his expression revealing confusion. A few days ago, when Konoha was invaded, Danzo, as Hokage, fled first. Is he even fit to be Hokage? Yugao exclaimed, her face flushed with righteous indignation. Oh, is that all? I heard about it. What of it? Yagyu remarked, observing their expressions with curiosity. You aren't planning a rebellion, are you? Witnessing their silence, Yagyu was taken aback. Are you all mad? Yagyu-kun, do you know what Danzo is doing out there now? He is recklessly capturing villagers and maliciously branding those who have resigned from the umbu as rogue ninjas. Konoha is in a state of panic and chaos because of him. Yugao spoke vehemently. If such a person continues to hold the title of Hokage, Konoha is doomed. Upon hearing this, Yagyu fell into silence. He had not ventured outside these past few days and was unaware of the extent of Danzo's recent actions. Has Danzo lost his mind? Has power truly clouded his judgment? Does he believe he can act with impunity? I will go and see. Yagyu. Observing that Yagyu had not acquiesced to their thoughts, Kakashi interjected. When you first advocated for Danzo's ascension, I initially believed in you. However, during this time spent together, I have come to realize that he is not a competent Hokage. For the sake of Konoha, for the well-being of everyone, I hope you can support the rise of a new Hokage. Those familiar with Yagyu and Danzo understand who truly wields the most power and strength in Konoha. Although Yagyu remains low profile, Danzo's attitude towards him and the Tsuchiakari clan speaks volumes. Knowing Yagyu's might and influence, Kakashi and the others seek his endorsement before taking any action. Without Yagyu's support, they dare not confront Danzo. Yagyu turned to Kakashi, teasingly inquiring, what if I support you to become Hokage? Kakashi fell silent for a moment before replying. I want to take that position. Yagyu then directed his gaze towards Tenzo. What about you? Tenzo shook his head, declaring, I want to either. And you all? The other members remained silent, clearly rejecting the notion. Yagyu rolled his eyes, exasperated that each claimed to act for the sake of Konoha, yet were unwilling to assume the role of Hokage. Can't you learn from Danzo? Strive to be the foremost power in Konoha. Since you want to do it, and he want to either, if Danzo were to be replaced. Who would take the position of Hokage? Yagyu questioned, perplexed. Yagyu, we refrain from becoming Hokage because we lack the qualifications and the capability to fulfill that role. Kakashi clarified. But compared to Danzo, since you all seem to disdain him, surely you must be able to perform better than he does? Yagyu challenged. Danzo has held power in Konoha for many years. He is a respected elder with more qualifications and experience than us. However, his style and policies are ill-suited for the Hokage position. Kakashi explained. While Yagyu could support anyone to ascend as Hokage, he could not overlook the opinions of the Konoha aristocracy and the common folk. After all, if he were to endorse a Hokage who fails to garner the support of these people, his efforts would be in vain. Kakashi is renowned in Konoha, yet his seniority remains a concern. Should Yagyu promote him, he would feel uneasy. As for Tenzo and the others, they are even less known in Konoha, lacking any significant recognition or support. Nonetheless, with Danzo now universally reviled in Konoha and resorting only to brute force for suppression, he has undoubtedly lost his former value. Yagyu has no desire to continually clean up the messes that Danzo cannot manage. Perhaps a change in Hokage could be beneficial. But who should take that position? At that moment, a voice suddenly called from outside his door. Yagyu, are you home? I brought some snacks. Kakami clan leader? Yagyu swiftly appeared at the door, gazing at the rectangular-faced elder, and suddenly made a decision. Leader, would you like to become Hokage? Huh, me? The Tsukiakari Kakami pointed at himself, a look of confusion on his face. Ha ha ha, don't jest, Yagyu. The fifth Hokage is doing quite well in his position. He is not dead. So why would I become Hokage? Besides, even if I wished to take that role, no one would support me. Who knows this old man in Konoha? Just because he isn't dead now, doesn't mean he won't be later, Yagyu replied with a slight smile. Kakami gulped, pulling Yagyu quickly inside. Yagyu, you're not joking, are you? Yagyu smiled gently, glancing back at Kakashi and the others. If they support you, then I believe there won't be any issues. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. The Kakami clan leader has been around in Konoha long enough to be qualified for the Hokage position. If you, Yagyu, support him, we in the Umbu will lend our backing. Kakashi declared on behalf of the group. Yagyu, I must say something unpleasant. They are but a few Umbu members, essentially powerless workers. Their support may not mean much, Kakami expressed doubt. Yagyu shook his head with a smile. These individuals are the current leaders of the Umbu squads. Gaining their support is tantamount to securing the backing of a significant portion of the Umbu. It would not be an exaggeration to call you half a Hokage. 8 squad leaders. Kakami was taken aback. He had heard that many Umbu members had recently resigned. These 8 leaders represented 32 Umbu members. How many members are in the Umbu? Kakami was uncertain, but surmised it wouldn't exceed 100. Securing the support of these individuals, especially after accounting for those who had resigned, truly meant he had gained half of the Umbu's backing. Leader, as long as you give a nod, I can certainly arrange for you to become Hokage. I will handle the higher-ups in Konoha, Yagyu stated with a calm smile, observing the dazed Kakami. Kakami had no doubts about Yagyu's capabilities. After all, Danzo's rise to power was accomplished with his support. However, he pondered, but Danzo is still alive. How can I ascend? From the 5th Hokage to Shimura Danzo, Kakami could easily change his stance within a minute. Transitioning from being subservient to outright rejecting him would only require a nod and a few days of maneuvering. What Kakami clan leader? From now on, you shall refer to me as the 6th Hokage. We will resolve the matter regarding Danzo, Kakashi stated. No, you mustn't take action. If you do, even if Kakami ascends to power in the future, he will never be able to erase your status as rogue ninjas. You wouldn't wish to return to Konoha in hiding, would you? The stigma of assassinating the Hokage is immeasurable. When the 4th Mizuki's blood mist regime incited numerous assassination attempts, those involved were labeled as rogue ninjas. Even when the 5th Mizuki, Mei Terumi, took office, she did not absolve those rogue ninjas. They still dare not return to Kirigakure openly. If Kakashi and the others were to undertake such actions, Konoha would no longer be a safe haven for them. If we do not act, then who will? You? Kakashi questioned, puzzled. Yagyu shook his head, stating, I shall not bear such a burden. Rest assured, you need not act. Someone else will take care of it. Seeing Yagyu's confidence, Kakashi and the others could only nod and temporarily follow his lead. Each returned to their respective positions, quietly awaiting the impending coup. Once Kakashi and the others departed, only Kakami and Utsuki Yuin remained in Yagyu's home. Yagyu, who do you plan to involve in this? Are those individuals reliable? This isn't some trap set by Danzo, is it? Kakami asked with concern. Danzo lacks the capability to ensnare me, Yagyu chuckled lightly. Those controlled by the Kotoame Tsukumi cannot harbor thoughts of betrayal, and even if Danzo were able to betray, he lacks the power to retaliate. Strength determines everything. Kakami clan leader, you should return and await news. This will all unfold within a couple of days. All right, as long as you have a plan, Kakami replied, turning to leave with a cheerful stride, his demeanor suggesting he had just taken a new bride. Are you truly going to have the clan leader become Hokage? Yuin inquired as she nestled against Yagyu. I, Yagyu Suki, am known for my decisiveness, Yagyu stated. But can someone like Kikami really handle it? Yuin questioned skeptically. He cannot be worse than Shimura Danzo, Yagyu replied, somewhat helplessly. Initially, he had intended to keep Danzo as a loyal puppet to help him control Konoha, allowing him to relax. Yet, the current outcome is that Danzo continues to create chaos, keeping him busy. One might mistakenly think he is the Hokage of Konoha. Who do you plan to enlist to eliminate Danzo? Without Kakashi and the others' assistance, it won't be easy to kill him, Yuin stated. There's someone who has long sought to kill him. I will seek him out, as I believe he will be quite interested. The following day, Yagyu activated a long-dormant, flying thunder god seal. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within a quaint tea house. The establishment was sparsely populated, with only a handful of patrons, suggesting that business was rather lackluster. At one of the tables sat a youth with a frosty demeanor, sipping tea alone. What's this? Where did he suddenly appear from? A Konoha forehead protector? He's one of Konoha's ninjas. Observing the panicked expressions of those around him, Yagyu deduced that this place was likely outside the Land of Fire. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, he pulled out a chair and sat beside Sasuke. Where's this? Sasuke inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. The Land of Wind. Quite a distance, isn't it? I just wandered and ended up here. His voice was flat, a stark contrast to his previous ferocity. Do you need something from me? Sasuke asked, his icy demeanor unchanged. I plan to replace the Hokage, Yagyu casually replied, leaning back and crossing his legs. Really? Sasuke paused mid-sip, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized Yagyu. Indeed, I've specifically left the task of eliminating Danzo for you. Quite noble of me, wouldn't you say? Yagyu chuckled lightly. Sasuke remained non-committal, responding coolly, once it's done, feel free to reach out if you have needs. Yagyu shrugged. Perhaps. However, Danzo is currently the 5th Hokage, surrounded by numerous Umbu guards. I can transport you to his side, but how you escape will depend on your own skills. Sasuke scoffed. Are you trying to make me take the fall again? You've already taken your fair share of blame. One more won't hurt, right? Yagyu smiled. Rest assured. If you find yourself unable to flee, I will assist your escape. Sasuke's expression showed disdain. He held the Konoha ninjas in low regard. Noticing the contempt in his eyes, Yagyu added a stipulation. By the way, you must not kill any other Konoha ninjas. Sasuke remained silent. Though the conditions were stringent, Sasuke ultimately acquiesced. Alright, don't overestimate yourself. When the time comes, replacing your eyes with Itachi's will enhance your own. How do you know? Sasuke shot back. Yagyu smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond. Familiar with Yagyu's reluctance to elaborate, Sasuke refrained from pressing further. I have no intention of using his eyes, but you will need them eventually, won't you? Without them, your vision will deteriorate. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan, unless evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, would continuously erode the user's eyesight, inevitably leading to blindness. At this point, Sasuke had not yet overused his Sharingan, but had already begun to show signs of nearsightedness. After a moment of silence, Sasuke declared, "Take me back." Yagyu transported Sasuke back to Konoha in the blink of an eye, arriving at the location of Root. The ordinary villagers of the tea house in the Land of Wind watched in awe. Though Yagyu was not a ninja of their land, it did not diminish their respect for strength. Within Root, Sasuke's absence had led the ninjas to become lethargic. With no missions or tasks to occupy their time, they merely clocked in and out, and thus did not notice Sasuke's return. Now masked, Sasuke donned his identity as Zero. Yagyu and Sasuke passed the guards unnoticed. Yagyu jested. This once ruthless Root has nearly turned into a pigsty under your oversight. Sasuke remained silent, offering no response. He held no expectations of the Root members. With vengeance soon at hand, their utility was rendered moot. They were expendable. Navigating through the corridor, they reached the dungeon. Despite being labeled as such, the interior was devoid of prisoners, for Root had no captives to detain. Sasuke led Yagyu through the dimly lit tunnels to an iron door. The former confinement of Itachi Uchiha. Upon Yagyu's last visit, it had been strewn with corpses, but now all that remained was the lingering stain of blood. The floor and walls tinted crimson. Upon opening the door, Sasuke retrieved a scroll from a hidden compartment. Unsealing it, 2 vivid crimson orbs appeared in his palm. Behold, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 176, The Underground of Konoha. Orochimaru's secret base. Host binds to the object to exchange for the intimate Mangekyo Sharingan. Successfully unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Immune to the side effects of the Sharingan. Doubling ocular power, Host gains a 100-fold return. Congratulations. Host has acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Immune to all side effects of its use. Ocular power increased 200-fold. Yagyu had used the Mangekyo a moderate number of times, enough to have not yet affected his health. Therefore, He had not directly felt the implications of the immunity to its side effects. As for the doubled ocular power, Yagyu was aware that his jutsu had grown stronger, though he remained uncertain of its full extent. Perhaps even the Rinnegan could not be compared to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yagyu allowed Sasuke a day to acclimate to his new eyes. The enhancement in ocular techniques and the absence of side effects would significantly bolster Sasuke's strength, igniting within him the ambition to rival Yagyu. Yet, within mere minutes, Yagyu brought him back to reality. Your brother will always surpass you. I'm ready. Let's go deal with Danzo, Sasuke urged, brimming with impatience. Hold on. Before we act, we need to find someone first, Yagyu stated. Who? Orochimaru. After collaborating with him, I had Danzo restart his original underground laboratory. Yagyu had not left a flying thunder god marker here, so they needed to enter through the exterior. The entrance was discreet, nestled within an inconspicuous courtyard well in Konoha. Yagyu and Sasuke leaped into the dry well, using the faint light to discern the outline of a stone door. Do we truly need his assistance? I could kill Danzo myself, Sasuke questioned. While we certainly don't need his help to eliminate Danzo, this opportunity allows us to test his allegiance. We need to ascertain whether he is truly cooperating with me or still in league with Danzo. Yagyu had rarely involved himself in Konoha's affairs, let alone visited Orochimaru's laboratory. It was uncertain if Orochimaru was secretly colluding with Danzo, pressing a hidden mechanism. The stone door swung open with a resounding crash. Let's go, Yagyu urged, stepping into the passageway, where flickering flames provided illumination. Shadows of serpents danced across the ceiling. Humph, this place is indeed fitting for a snake like him, Sasuke scoffed, following Yagyu deeper into the tunnel. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they encountered a bend. As they turned the corner, a figure stood waiting. Lord Yagyu, what brings you here? Orochimaru, it's rare for you to greet me here. Yagyu glanced past him, teasing. Where's Kabuto? He's attending to some experiments that require his supervision, so he couldn't join us. Orochimaru smiled, though the pallor of his face rendered the smile rather sinister. I see. I thought you might have sensed my arrival and sent Kabuto to dispose of any unsightly matters. Unfazed, Orochimaru maintained his smile. Not at all. There are no secrets from Lord Yagyu in this place. Let us hope it remains that way. Now, lead me to your experiments. Of course. With a gesture inviting Yagyu to proceed, Orochimaru cast a discreet glance at Sasuke, his eyes betraying a hint of greed. Though well concealed, Sasuke's keen perception did not miss this subtlety. As Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flickered, Amaterasu enveloped Orochimaru. You would do well to refrain from any ulterior motives, Orochimaru. Even if Yugao requires your expertise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, Sasuke declared coldly. Orochimaru, sensing the perilous black flames encircling him, broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? The strength of the two esteemed individuals before me is formidable. Even with 100 lives, I would not dare to contemplate anything untoward. At this juncture, Yugao activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan, extinguishing the black flames with a technique. Enough. Sasuke, there is no need to intimidate him further. Orochimaru's meager abilities are suited for a mere researcher. He truly lacks the audacity to harbor any rebellious notions. The interplay of Sasuke and Yugao, one playing the role of the stern enforcer while the other assumed a more amiable facade, left Orochimaru exceedingly apprehensive, for the power they exhibited could effortlessly obliterate him. Had these two truly unlocked the full potential of the Uchiha lineage, they could only be 13 years of age. Orochimaru mused inwardly, though outwardly he feigned compliance with Yugao's assertions. Having witnessed the prowess of both Yugao and Sasuke, he dared not entertain any thoughts of insurrection. Under Orochimaru's guidance, they were soon privy to numerous experiments he was conducting or discarding, ranging from human-animal hybridization to the potential interplay between flora and humanity, and the possibilities of animal-plant amalgamations. Orochimaru had not only employed a plethora of advanced technology in these endeavors, but had also engaged in extensive ninjutsu development and research, attempting to unravel scientific quandaries through the lens of ninjutsu. Yugao, after perusing the experiments, could not help but admire Orochimaru's intellect and his peculiar inclinations. Although he had yet to resolve the shortcomings associated with the impure world reincarnation technique, he had made some progress in the realm of cloning, which was, overall, a promising prospect. If given sufficient time, I am confident I shall soon produce the first successful batch of cloned subjects. However, I will require additional funding. Might you have a word with Danzo-sama on my behalf? Yugao internally scoffed, well aware that Orochimaru had conducted cloning experiments years prior with success. Now, to present such results as if they were new was exceedingly audacious. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing Orochimaru's deceit. Securing funding from Danzo may prove difficult, Yugao replied coolly. Why is that? Do you harbor some discord with Lord Danzo? Orochimaru speculated, recalling the recent decline in Danzo's reputation within Konoha, juxtaposed with Yugao's surging popularity. Many had characterized Danzo's retreat during Pain's invasion as treachery, deeming him unfit to hold the position of Hokage. Conversely, Yugao had vanquished numerous foes during the conflict, even defeating Pain to save Konoha. Though many in the general populace remained unaware, the ninja community was acutely cognizant of the events. Consequently, whispers of Danzo's demise, Yugao's ascension circulated throughout Konoha. Yugao's might had garnered him a dedicated following, and had it not been for his tender age and limited experience, a veritable whirlwind of support for his rise might have ensued. There is some unpleasantness, to be sure. Danzo's continued position is untenable. I intend to see him replaced. What say you, Orochimaru? Orochimaru merely responded, I shall observe. Chapter 177. Orochimaru's assault on the Hokage building. Danzo was taken aback. However, I not only wish for you to observe, but I also hope you will take action. What do you think? Yugao smiled at Orochimaru, though his expression was one of veiled threat. Orochimaru understood Yugao's implication. He was being compelled to choose sides, to pledge his loyalty. Months prior, he had succumbed to Yugao's overwhelming strength, feigning compliance by promising to share research findings, yet he had divulged none of his discoveries. Throughout this period, he had simply been siphoning resources from Konoha for his own agendas. In recent months, he had sought funding directly from Danzo, deliberately avoiding any entanglements with Yugao. Had Yugao not approached him today, he might have entirely forgotten their original pact. Of course, Orochimaru replied without hesitation, fully aware of both Yugao's capabilities and Danzo's. His prompt acquiescence surprised Yugao, who had anticipated some reluctance, perhaps believing Orochimaru had already allied with Danzo. Yet, Orochimaru's lack of scruples was evident. He would resort to any means to achieve his aims. Moreover, he shared no personal ties with Danzo. Their relationship was purely one of mutual benefit. Presently, his interests lay with Yugao, and thus he would align himself accordingly. Very well, once this matter is resolved, I shall provide you with an intriguing subject for experimentation. Perhaps you will uncover the key to immortality within him. We shall convene at midnight outside the Hokage building. Sasuke, let us depart. Yugao appeared to place complete trust in Orochimaru as he turned to leave with Sasuke. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the dark. Lord Orochimaru, has that individual departed? Indeed. Have the experimental subjects been secured? Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, I have already transferred them to the hidden passage. Without our guidance, no one shall discover them. That is satisfactory. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had sensed Yugao's approach as they entered the courtyard. To prevent Yugao from discovering his latest research findings, he had instructed Kabuto to relocate the subjects while he obstructed Yugao's path. At midnight, you shall transfer those experimental subjects to Otogakure. Why is that, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto inquired, recalling the flying thunder god seal left by Yugao, which could signal an unexpected inspection. Orochimaru cast his gaze toward the seal in a corner, saying, Kabuto, our standing with that individual is not equal. Our survival last time was due to our perceived value. Should we ever lose that value, our fate will mirror Danzo's. Kabuto quickly comprehended. Concealing their research was not a matter of desire but necessity. As long as their research remained incomplete, they would retain their worth. During this interval, they merely needed to present a fraction of their findings to Yugao, giving the impression of progress. Now, we must prepare to eliminate Danzo of the Shimura clan. Who would have thought such a day would come? Haha. Meanwhile, after departing, Yugao noticed Sasuke's renewed dissatisfaction with Orochimaru. Yugao, I suspect that Orochimaru is not genuinely aligning with you. I believe he is concealing something. Indeed, I have discerned that. Yugao replied nonchalantly. Then why did you not eliminate him earlier? Sasuke frowned. He still holds value. Let him remain. For now, Yugao responded. What value could he possibly offer? Sasuke's furrowed brow remained tense. Had it been during the Chunin exams, he might have regarded Orochimaru's strength, but now he had far surpassed him. The disparity in power led Sasuke to dismiss Orochimaru entirely. Scientific genius, research potential. Research? Sasuke questioned, unable to fathom what Yugao sought from Orochimaru. Yet, he understood Orochimaru's character. Given his nature, it was unlikely he would share his findings. True enough, but it matters not. I require only that his research yields results. As for how I obtain them, I have my methods. Yugao's confidence quelled Sasuke's further objections. As the clock struck midnight, Orochimaru arrived punctually near the Hokage building. As Yagyu and Sasuke arrived at the appointed moment, they beheld the illuminated Hokage building, where Yagyu proceeded to outline the mission at hand. Orochimaru, you will be responsible for the frontal assault on the Hokage building to divert attention. Sasuke will infiltrate to eliminate Danzo, and once Sasuke has exited, you shall cover his retreat. After that, you will withdraw. Is that clear? And you? I shall provide support. No objections, Orochimaru replied, aware that refusal was not an option. And he agreed without hesitation. Commence. With those words, Orochimaru dashed towards the Hokage building, simultaneously performing hand seals. Summoning technique. Thousand Snakes. Konoha? Orochimaru. Are you planning to invade Konoha again? As per usual, 1,000. Orochimaru had no time to explain to the myriad snakes, and simply stated the terms of their transaction. At that moment, his action successfully caught the attention of the Umbu hidden within the Hokage building. In an instant, a dozen Umbu members surged forth to confront Orochimaru and the snakes. There's too many of them. Orochimaru, we need to increase the payment. Agreed. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Danzo was distressed over how to manage the mess in Konoha. The number of Umbu withdrawing was steadily increasing, and the rumors among the villagers were becoming rampant. Such harsh measures seemed inadequate to quell the chaos. He had initially intended to seek assistance from the root, but with Sasuke absent, he dared not mobilize the root members indiscriminately and had to devise another plan. However, before he could formulate a strategy, a sudden commotion erupted outside the Hokage building. With a series of explosions, Danzo realized something was amiss. What is happening? Danzo sprang to his feet, prepared for a hasty escape. Several Umbu appeared around him to ensure his safety. One of the Umbu reported, Lord Danzo, it is Orochimaru. He is attempting to summon beasts to assault the Hokage building. Orochimaru? Danzo was perplexed. In his view, while anyone could attack the Hokage building, Orochimaru was an unlikely assailant. After all, he had once been a loyal subordinate and a business partner in recent years. Even if he was short on funds, he should not resort to such drastic measures. Could it be that? Chapter 178. The Hokage has been captured. Danzo considered a possibility, Yagyu Moonlight. Only he could orchestrate such an act from Orochimaru. But if he intended to kill him, why go through all this trouble? Danzo was baffled, but he knew he had to flee. Get me out of here now. The Umbu exchanged glances, all thinking in unison. Shimizu Runrun is going to make another appearance. Despite their disdain for such behavior, they remained professional and prepared to escort the Hokage to safety. Just then, feathers began to float within the Hokage building. How could there be feathers? Many were perplexed one moment, only to succumb to slumber the next. Only a few Umbu managed to dispel the Jinjutsu. Danzo, witnessing the fallen Umbu, could not help but curse. How could they not resist such a basic Jinjutsu? How did they even become Umbu? Lord Hokage, be careful. A few kunai flew in from unknown origins, blocked by the Umbu. Following the trajectory of the kunai, Danzo and his men spotted their attackers, Yagyu Moonlight and Uchiha Sasuke. So it is you, Lord Yagyu. The moment Danzo laid eyes on Yagyu, all hope dissipated. He had no means to resist Yagyu, and no amount of fear for his life could save him now. Yagyu Jonin and S-rank rogue Uchiha Sasuke. Yagyu Jonin, what is your purpose? Are you intending to harm Lord Danzo? The Umbu protested, but Yagyu paid them no mind. Before entering, he had utilized a barrier technique to shield the entire Hokage building. Any sounds or commotion inside would not be perceived from the outside. Amaterasu. Sasuke, unwilling to waste words with these individuals, unleashed Amaterasu, eliminating all the Umbu present. Knowing Yagyu was involved in this operation, he left no witnesses. Sasuke was not concerned about mistakenly killing the wrong people, as Danzo watched his companions fall one by one. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and fear gripped his heart, yet he found himself unable to flee or resist. At that moment, his subconscious was under Yagyu's control, preventing him from escaping or fighting back. Once the minor nuisances were dealt with, Sasuke turned his attention to the main target of the day. Danzo, it is time to settle the blood debt. Ah, come on. Sasuke did not kill Danzo immediately, but instead tormented him slowly. It was only after half an hour that Yagyu spoke up, prompting him to cease. Orochimaru may be in trouble. If you wish to torment him, take him back to the root and play with him at your leisure. Sasuke nodded, dragging Danzo out like a lifeless dog as they retreated from the Hokage building. At that moment, the barrier also dissipated under Yagyu's control. It is the Hokage. Damn it, it is Uchiha Sasuke. He has taken the Hokage. Quickly pursue him. Most of the Umbu rushed to chase Sasuke, significantly alleviating the pressure on Orochimaru. Although he was a formidable force in the early stages, that did not mean he could single-handedly confront all of Konoha. With his abilities, he could contend against 100 elite ninjas and still have a chance to retreat. However, if escape was not an option, he would have to resort to other techniques, such as Edo Tensei. Yet even summoning 2 former Hokage with Edo Tensei would not suffice to overwhelm this cadre of elite Konoha ninjas. After all, his Edo Tensei was imperfect and could not allow those shadows to unleash their full potential. In fact, they might not even possess 1/10 of their strength. Did we not intend to kill Danzo? Why have you taken him? Orochimaru shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. The seasoned veteran could easily see that Danzo was enduring unspeakable torment. Bringing him back would likely mean he hadn't had his fill of suffering. Poor Lord Danzo, Orochimaru lamented, summoning the snakes back and dispelling the Edo Tensei, using Doton to escape. While he might not excel in direct combat, when it came to fleeing and survival, he would be the first in Konoha, and none would dare claim the second spot. Chapter 179. The Other Side of Moonlight Joy. Who is the true victor? Early the next morning, news of the 5th Hokage being captured by Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konoha. Even more astonishingly, the higher-ups of Konoha had been assassinated by Uchiha Sasuke, and entire clans had been wiped out, leaving everyone incredulous. Now, the situation was even more outrageous. Our Hokage was brazenly captured in his own home. What was the Umbu doing? During a meeting of Konoha's high-ranking officials, the members lashed out at the Umbu while simultaneously feeling a sense of impending doom. Uchiha Sasuke could carry out assassinations within Konoha at will, and with Orochimaru storming the Hokage building as if it were a walk in the park, did these Konoha leaders have any security left? Did this not imply that if 2 individuals conspired, all of them could meet their demise? Capture? In an instant, Konoha descended into further chaos. 3 days later, Danzo's corpse was displayed at the entrance of Konoha, with his blood used to inscribe all the heinous acts he had committed throughout his life. The covert assault on the Uchiha clan, the ambush on Uchiha Sasuke, the attack on the 3rd Hokage, and the collaboration with Orochimaru to invade Konoha, among others. A plethora of revelations ensured that even in death, Danzo's infamy would persist. That scoundrel, the 5th Hokage, committed so many vile deeds. How did he even ascend to the position of Hokage? Didn't they say he colluded with Orochimaru to eliminate our beloved 3rd Hokage and then seized power when the advisors were slain, leaving him as the only elder? Such a person is unworthy of being our 5th Hokage. He deserves nothing less than death. Indeed, speaking of which, who is most suited to become the new Hokage in Konoha now? With Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru around, everyone in the upper echelons of Konoha feels threatened. Who would dare to take on the mantle of Hokage? They might find themselves captured the moment they assume office. I observed an individual who seemingly possesses no fear of such matters. Who might that be? Of course, it is none other than the illustrious Moonlight Yagyu from the Moonlight Clan. Could it be me? Moonlight Yagyu? The very same who triumphed in the Chunin exams, ascending to the rank of Jonin in a single stroke? Is he not rather young? Your information is quite outdated. Do you recall the recent invasion of Konoha? Our 5th Hokage was so frightened that he fled. Can you guess who ultimately vanquished those invaders? It couldn't possibly be Moonlight Yagyu, could it? Indeed, it was he. Respectful and honorable. He is merely 13, is he not? 13, you say? I would wager he is at least 14. While he is undoubtedly formidable, I maintain that he is not yet fit to become Hokage. If he is unqualified, then who is? Moonlight Kaiman. Moonlight Kaiman? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Moonlight Kaiman is the esteemed leader of the Moonlight Clan, a mentor whom Moonlight Yagyu deeply admires. Is that so? Is he truly remarkable? Most certainly. Back in the day, following Danzo's demise, the village of Konoha began to receive numerous positive comments regarding Moonlight Kaiman, leaving many villagers who had never heard of him before with an impression. A select few even deemed Moonlight Kaiman a fitting candidate for the Hokage position. Yet, this was merely a minority. The majority still believed that the leaders of the prominent clans were more suitable. After all, the strength of those clans is deeply entrenched in Konoha. The status of a clan leader garners greater public support. However, they will soon come to regret their current decision. With Danzo gone, the political landscape has become increasingly tumultuous. Many families, previously disinterested in power struggles, have now entered the fray, seeking to seize the Hokage position for themselves. Although Moonlight Kaiman has the backing of Moonlight Yagyu, the Uzumaki clan, and half of the Umbu, his chances remain slim. After all, he has led a rather unremarkable life, rarely making his presence known. And when the moment arises for him to step forward, what abilities does he truly possess? On this particular day, in Yagyu's humble abode, Yagyu, you did pledge to support my bid for the 6th Hokage, did you not? The situation appears rather grim. Not only the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Akimichi clan, but even that woman from the Inuzuka clan has garnered more support than I. Moonlight Kaiman lamented, tears streaming down his face as he voiced his grievances. Yagyu, however, remained composed, as if everything were under control. Fear not, clan leader. Since I have promised to assist you in becoming Hokage, I shall not waver. Expect good news shortly. It should arrive within a couple of days. Is that true? How splendid. I have boasted to that old fool Uzumaki. If I fail to attain the Hokage position, my reputation will be in tatters. Yagyu rolled his eyes, acknowledging. Very well, you may return and await the news. Ah, yes, 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 I shall trouble you with this, Yagyu. As Yagyu watched the jubilant Moonlight Kaiman depart, he sighed in resignation. At that moment, Karen emerged from the shadows, stating, Yagyu-kun, I have uncovered the truth. The slander against Danzo originated from East Street. And upon tracing it back, I discovered that these words were disseminated by certain members of the Moonlight Clan. Is that so? I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Karen. It is no trouble. Serving you is my duty. Karen beamed, yet her tone shifted as she continued. However, Yagyu-kun, it appears that all evidence points to the chaos in Konoha stemming from clan leader Kaiman. You seem to have been manipulated by him. Ah, indeed. Yagyu felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that his pleasure-seeking leader would covet the Hokage position, nor that he would dare to contest Danzo for it. Yet, this is likely due to the absolute authority Yagyu had displayed to Danzo, which has ignited such ambition within Kaiman. The clan leader must be thinking, since Yagyu requires an obedient Hokage, why could it not be himself? What is Danzo but an outsider? I, Moonlight Kaiman, am your beloved companion, Yagyu. What will you do then? Will you eliminate him? Karen inquired. Given her understanding of Yagyu, he despised being used. Thus, even if this individual were his clan leader, Karen shared this sentiment. Yagyu hesitated before shaking his head. Never mind. If the clan leader does not become Hokage, I shall find no more fitting pawn. Let him be. After all these years of care, let us fulfill this minor wish of his. Will this matter simply be brushed aside? I fear he may regard you with even greater disdain once he becomes Hokage, Karen expressed with concern. This matter certainly cannot be overlooked. Yagyu's tone turned icy. Deliver the findings of your investigation to the clan leader and issue him a warning. Should such incidents recur, do not expect me to be merciful. Understood, Yagyu-kun. I shall proceed at once. Moonlight Kaiman, merrily akin to a child of 70, danced and sang his way home. Knock, knock, knock. Little home, I have returned. Open the door. Clan leader, you have returned. A little girl just delivered a letter for you. Oh, a little girl? It cannot be a love letter. Moonlight Kaiman's cheeks flushed with delight, thriving in both his professional and romantic pursuits. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Oblivious to the resentful gaze of his concubine, he tore open the envelope. Yet, upon reading the contents within, all joy vanished, replaced by an all-consuming dread. His complexion paled instantaneously. Hurry, little Hong, I am unwell. Assist me inside. Chapter 180. Moonlight Kaiman is the people's choice. Acknowledging the warning, Moonlight Kaiman exhibited great understanding. Visiting Yagyu that evening to confess everything and sincerely express his remorse, assuring that he would not err again. Yagyu, seizing the opportunity, granted Moonlight Kaiman a chance for redemption. After receiving Yagyu's forgiveness, Moonlight Kaiman regained his cheerful demeanor. Consequently, the members of the Moonlight Clan observed a peculiar phenomenon. In the afternoon, clan leader Kaiman emerged from Yagyu's residence, bounding joyfully like a child on his way home. By evening, however, clan leader Kaiman appeared pale and frantically rushed toward Yagyu's home, laden with gifts of various sizes. That night, clan leader Kaiman exited Yagyu's abode once more, his arms devoid of gifts. Yet his previous joy had returned as he sprinted and sang. The following day, just as the high-ranking officials of Konoha were preparing to make their moves regarding the 6th Hokage, a messenger from the Fire Country's daimyo arrived. This envoy brought forth the daimyo's directive concerning the selection of the 6th Hokage, none other than Moonlight Kaiman. Moonlight Kaiman? That short, greedy, lecherous old man? What qualifications does he possess to become Hokage? Within the upper echelons of Konoha, Moonlight Kaiman was merely a transparent figure. Although his status had risen significantly since Danzo's tenure, he had not acquired any substantial power, and many high-ranking officials did not consider him a rival. Yet, who could have anticipated that Moonlight Kaiman would quietly secure the support of the Fire Country's daimyo? It is worth noting that since the demise of the two advisors, the sole contact from the Fire Country had been Danzo. How did Moonlight Kaiman establish communication with the Fire Country's daimyo? Many clan leaders, skeptical of the veracity of this information, dispatched their own envoys to the daimyo's estate to inquire. However, the result was unanimous. The Fire Country's daimyo supported Moonlight Clan's ascension to the 6th Hokage. It is common knowledge that to become the Hokage of Konoha, one requires the endorsement of the village's upper echelons, as well as the support of its citizens. Yet, ultimately, the backing of the Fire Country's daimyo is paramount. Without the daimyo's support, Konoha would lack the necessary funding, making it exceedingly difficult for the village to sustain itself, and the position of Hokage would be precarious at best. The support garnered by Moonlight Clan from the feudal lord of the Fire Nation signifies that once he ascends to power, his position will be firmly established. Remarkably, he need not even visit the lord's residence, for the lord has directly acknowledged his role, effectively designating him as the heir apparent. In the abode of the Moonlight Clan, Yagyu's modest dwelling, he inquired with curiosity, "Yagyu, how did you manage to secure the lord's support for me? I have yet to lay eyes on him. How could he possibly know of my existence?" With a light chuckle, Yagyu replied, "Gaining the lord's favor does not necessitate a personal meeting. It merely requires the ability to exert control over him." Control the feudal lord? Moonlight Clan swallowed hard, his gaze towards Yagyu laced with trepidation. To control the Hokage, Yagyu is the unacknowledged sovereign of Konoha. To control the feudal lord, Yagyu would be the ruler of the entire Fire Nation. Initially, he had thought Yagyu's prowess was extraordinary. Yet he had not anticipated such a staggering level of power. It was as if he were defying the very heavens. "Yagyu, may I inquire how you exert control over the feudal lord? He is surrounded by formidable shinobi for protection. Of course, if you prefer not to divulge, I shall not press. My curiosity merely gets the better of me, ha ha ha." Casting a sidelong glance at Moonlight Clan, Yagyu responded nonchalantly, "There is no particular method. Simply find a powerful individual to maintain control over him at all times." Powerful individual? Moonlight Clan's eyes darted, and he immediately thought of two names, Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. He recalled the time when Kakashi and the others sought to rebel against Danzo, only to be turned down by Yagyu, who suggested seeking others for the task. Subsequently, it was Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru who intervened. Could it be that one of these individuals is responsible for controlling the feudal lord? With their combined strength, the entirety of Konoha could not withstand them. Thus, it stands to reason that controlling a feudal lord would also be within their capabilities. Upon reflection, Chapter 174, Conspiracy of Rebellion, Let Us Change the Hokage. Moonlight Yagyu not only possessed terrifying strength himself, but his subordinates were equally formidable. And he, in the face of such an intimidating Moonlight Yagyu, dared to scheme against him. Truly, he was akin to an old man on a noose, longing for longevity. Moonlight Clan felt a sense of relief at merely being alive. For he had indeed exploited Yagyu, and yet he had discovered it. Recollecting the events, he felt as though he had danced perilously close to the precipice of death. "Thankfully, I am the clan leader of Yagyu. He still holds some regard for our past relationship." Many high-ranking officials from Konoha, initially resentful of Moonlight Clan's tactics, remained unaware of how he had secured the feudal lord's support. However, they were not willing to concede so easily. For Konoha is not a realm governed solely by the feudal lord, while obtaining the feudal lord's endorsement is undeniably significant. Garnering the support of other Konoha officials and the villagers is equally paramount. They intended to form alliances and rally support through speeches. As long as no one backs Moonlight Clan, they could appeal to the feudal lord to select another candidate for the position of Hokage. Yet, despite their grand designs, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Firstly, among the Konoha elite, many minor clan leaders who initially planned to support the major clans began, inexplicably, to back Moonlight Clan instead. Even within the major clans, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans chose to lend their support to Moonlight Clan. This unforeseen turn of events left many clan leaders contesting the election in a state of bewilderment. When they personally inquired, they were advised to abandon their campaigns and wait for the next election. Wait for the next election? By then, they would be cold in their graves. Unwilling to accept defeat, they sought to rally support from the villagers. However, even the villagers did not stand by their side. Moonlight Clan had already begun to rally his own team for speeches, promoting his policies, emphasizing peace and vigorous economic development. In essence, he sought to restore the policies of the third Hokage. Such policies benefited the populace, garnering him considerable support among the villagers. The clan leaders preparing for the election had not considered these factors. They were solely focused on showcasing their own strength and the power of their established families, which ultimately garnered them no favor. Restoration of the third Hokage's policies. We want Moonlight Clan as Hokage. Moonlight Shaman is the people's choice. As these clan leaders became aware of Moonlight Shaman's slogans, it was already too late to intervene. The villagers spontaneously organized parades in support of Moonlight Shaman, creating a grand spectacle. Investigations revealed that Moonlight Shaman's support rate among the populace surpassed even that of the third and fourth Hokages. Despite the major clan leaders proclaiming that they too would restore the policies of the third Hokage, they could not win over the hearts of the people. After all, they were merely imitating. The villagers possessed a keen sense of intellectual property. They supported the authentic original. Ultimately, Moonlight Shaman was the unequivocal choice of the people. Chapter 181. The Fifth Hokage and the New Fifth Hokage. Days later, with the backing of the Hokage and the feudal lord, the assistance of Konoha's elite, and the adoration of the villagers, Moonlight Shaman was officially appointed as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Indeed, you read that correctly. The fifth Hokage. Due to Danzo's numerous reprehensible actions, the feudal lord, the villagers, and even Konoha's elite collectively deemed it appropriate to revoke his status as the fifth Hokage. They dismantled the sculpture on Hokage Rock and replaced it with the visage of Moonlight Shaman. No one anticipated that Shimura Danzo's long-coveted position of Hokage would slip through his fingers mere months after he assumed it. He not only lost the title of Hokage, but also his life and honor. In the future, when people spoke of the fifth Hokage, they would only remember Moonlight Shaman and the disgraceful fourth and a half Hokage, Shimura Danzo, who briefly occupied that position. Upon assuming office, Moonlight Shaman, true to his earlier promises, completely adopted the policies of the third Hokage. No wars, no unnecessary conflicts. He focused on economic development and the betterment of the village. In no time, the populace praised him, declaring that they had chosen a commendable Hokage. Previously, the selection of a Hokage was either predetermined by the major clans or dictated by the previous Hokage. This time, however, they truly felt they had a say. Although they initially questioned whether their choice was correct or not, they were enchanted by his eloquence. Surely, a Hokage who speaks well and articulates positive sentiments could not be a poor choice, they thought, dreaming of a bright new life in Konoha. One afternoon a week later, within the Hokage building, an individual rushed in hastily. Hokage-sama, have you processed the documents I brought you yesterday? Huh, documents? What documents? Moonlight Shaman, still disheveled from a night of revelry, crawled out from beneath his desk. At that moment, two women were fast asleep on the floor below. About the distribution of Konoha's border defense and economic expenditures. Seemingly anxious to address the matter, he did not pause to consider the state of Moonlight Shaman's appearance. Oh, that? Moonlight Shaman rubbed his temples, striving to clear his muddled thoughts, and furtively glanced at the desk, spotting a file folder inscribed with those very words. However, it was perplexing to see some unknown person's vomit on top of it. Gazing at the file folder, and then back at the anxious ninja awaiting his response, Moonlight Shaman, suddenly agitated, yanked the folder and tossed it into the trash bin. What is this? It's disgusting. Did you vomit on it when you brought it? Redo it, and bring me a new one. I'll look at it tomorrow. How could I possibly be the one who vomited on it? You should know that. The ninja protested. And you want me to redo it? This is infuriating. Hokage-sama, this matter is truly urgent and important. It cannot wait until tomorrow. The ninja pressed. Just then, several others entered the room. Hokage-sama, we would like to take on missions. Are there any C-rank tasks within the Fire Nation? As they spoke, they suddenly noticed the disheveled Moonlight Shaman, falling momentarily silent before glancing sideways at the ninja beside him. 0-0. The two stared at each other in surprise. And then one of them exclaimed, "It wasn't me. Don't get the wrong idea. What on earth is happening? It's so noisy. The village chief and Hokage. Please see who is causing such a racket early in the morning, preventing others from getting a good night's sleep. Indeed, it's so loud. How can my sister and I possibly sleep?" Suddenly, from beneath the table of Moonlight Shaman, two women sprang forth, leaving everyone bewildered. Hokage-sama, are you throwing a party? A curious 12-year-old genin, who had graduated less than a year ago, inquired. Moonlight Shaman, visibly embarrassed, flushed and explained, they are my secretaries. We were handling official matters last night and fell asleep here as it grew late. Oh, so that's how it is. Although the crowd remained skeptical, they dared not challenge the Hokage's dignity. Everyone knew what Moonlight Shaman had been up to the previous night. Handling official matters? More like handling secretaries. Who would have thought that despite being of considerable age, the Hokage still maintained such a vigorous spirit and constitution? Sigh. Hokage-sama, I must return now to prepare another document. Please ensure you review it tonight. Rest assured, I will certainly review it tonight. And what about our tasks? I know. Let me see what tasks we have. C rank, yes? There are too many. You all can choose which ones to tackle. After awakening, Moonlight Sherman busied himself all afternoon until peace finally returned. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Had I known being Hokage was this tiring, I would have never taken the position. Moonlight Sherman rubbed his aching back, prompting the two sisters to rush forward to massage him. Hokage-sama, why not hire a secretary to assist you with these tasks? Elder sister Xiaohong suggested. Yes, Hokage-sama, with a secretary's help, you wouldn't have to tire yourself so. You could focus solely on making important decisions. Xiaohong and Xiaolan said in unison. You think I am unaware of that? But who could I possibly find to be my secretary? Moonlight Sherman's expression turned gloomy. Finding a secretary for the Hokage was no simple task. First, she must be a beauty. Secondly, she must possess capability. And lastly, she must have the qualifications to earn trust. Where on earth could he find such a person? He glanced at the two sisters beside him. While Xiaohong and Xiaolan were decent, they lacked the necessary skills. Sigh. Perhaps I should have Xiao Qi and Xiao Lu come tonight. They have been ninjas and might be able to assist, as Moonlight Sherman pondered. Xiaohong interjected, Hokage-sama. Why not consult Lord Yagyu? Perhaps he knows someone competent to recommend to you. Yagyu? Moonlight Sherman tapped his chin in contemplation and replied, All right, I shall inquire. Xiaohong, Xiaolan, please distribute the tasks. If someone returns to report, handle the tasks below C rank. I will take care of those above C rank upon my return. Yes, Hokage-sama. Not long after, Moonlight Sherman visited Yagyu's cottage once again, which made the reclusive Yagyu feel a tinge of impatience. Chief, haven't you already become Hokage? How do you still have time to visit me? Ha ha ha. I simply missed you. Those matters were easily resolved and hardly affected me. Are you pretending to be on vacation? Yagyu regarded Moonlight Sherman skeptically, knowing that even the diligent Naruto could become weary from Hokage duties. Looking at Moonlight Sherman's glowing complexion, he appeared to be well-nourished, hardly resembling someone burdened with Hokage responsibilities. Pretending to be Hokage? Do you really think I could deceive you? Come, see what the chief has brought you. Tea from the land of illusions, specifically from the Illusion Well. Its flavor is exquisite. Illusion Well. Chapter 182, A Secretary? Xiaonan's Visit. Yagyu regarded the tea canister labeled Illusion Well with skepticism. Wow, it really is. Let us get to the point, Chief. Sipping the Illusion Well tea, Yagyu spoke nonchalantly. He was well aware of his chief's nature. He never visited without a purpose. He certainly did not believe Moonlight Sherman would come to see him without a pressing matter. He was not gay, after all. Heh, nothing escapes your notice, does it? Moonlight Sherman replied with respect. But Lord Yagyu, please refrain from calling me chief from now on. Simply use my name. You may call me Sherman, Xiao Shi, or Xiao Mian. That hardly seems appropriate. Yagyu smiled. For all these years, I have called you by your name, yet you have always referred to me as chief. Such a formality feels overly distant. Moonlight Sherman feigned shock. Let us not be hasty. I am but an ordinary member of the clan. How could I dare call you by your full title? If that is the case, why not let me abdicate so you can take the position? Chief, truly, there is no need for that. I have no desire to be in charge of the lives and expenses of dozens or even hundreds of people. It's far too cumbersome. No worries. I will have the other elders manage it. You can just hold a nominal position. Although Moonlight Sherman insisted on not taking on responsibilities, Yagyu shook his head in refusal. The identity of the chief is not something one can simply opt out of at will. If that is not acceptable, then we will have to keep our discussions separate. You will call me chief, and I shall call you Lord Yagyu. What are you looking for, chief? I can help you find it. I'm searching for a stick. After a few jokes, they returned to the matter at hand. All right, let us get straight to your purpose, chief. You see, I have just taken office as Hokage, but I am not particularly adept at the various political affairs required of the role, and I lack someone skilled beside me. Thus, I wanted to ask if you know anyone capable of handling such tasks as a secretary? A secretary? Yagyu regarded Moonlight Sherman with a strange expression. I heard you brought Xiaohong and Xiaolan to the Hokage office. Can't they assist you? Moonlight Sherman chuckled awkwardly. You know, Xiaohong and Xiaolan have never held any high-ranking positions, and they are not familiar with such matters. Well, Yagyu pinched his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I can recommend someone. Who? Narashikaku. Narashikaku? But he is a man. Chief Sherman, do you need a secretary to help you with tasks or for something else? Well, I meant, is he capable? He is certainly more capable than your Xiaohong and Xiaolan. Just as Moonlight Sherman was about to respond, Yagyu interrupted. That's the only person I can recommend to you. If you want someone else, you'll have to find them on your own. Oh, I understand. Moonlight Sherman's expression turned disappointed as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. There's one more thing. Chief Sherman, I hope that by helping you become Hokage, You will stabilize this chaotic situation in Konoha. If you fail, I can replace Danzo, and naturally, I can replace you as well. Do you understand? Moonlight Sherman nodded cautiously, a serious expression on his face as he replied, I understand. I will certainly fulfill my duties as the 5th Hokage. That is good to hear. Yagyu smiled again. At the Moonlight Clan's estate. Take care, Chief. I want to see you out. No need to see me out. You're busy. You're busy. As Moonlight Sherman departed, the quiet Kankuro finally spoke up. Lord Yagyu, we have an unexpected visitor. I sensed it. Come out. You've been hiding for quite some time. Haven't you? Yagyu addressed the air. Moments later, several sheets of paper floated in through the window, gradually coalescing into the silhouette of a woman. Oh, Xiaonan. A rare visit. Kankuro, please brew a pot of new tea. What kind of tea should I brew? The illusion well sent by the chief is quite good. Let us have that. All right. Watching Kankuro hurry to wash the teapot, Xiaonan calmly remarked, There's no need to go to such trouble. I will be leaving soon. Why the hurry? It's not as if you're unwelcome. Are you truly welcoming me? Xiaonan's heart stirred, and she added, What about welcoming the Rain Village? The Rain Village? Yagyu's gaze flickered as he smiled. Are you here for the Rain Village? With you around, there's nothing to worry about, right? We're not at war now. What if? Xiaonan sighed. Currently, aside from me, there are no formidable ninjas in the Rain Village. Even I am not particularly strong. I cannot protect the Rain Village effectively. Sit down, let us talk. At that moment, Kankuro returned with the brewed tea, and Xiaonan took a seat. How is Nagato's health? Not very good. Conan refrained from elaborating, seemingly reluctant to divulge excessive information regarding Nagato. Indeed, given your capabilities, it is challenging to safeguard the hidden Rain Village. However, as long as war does not erupt, the likelihood of invasion remains minimal. After all, the hidden Rain Village possesses little of value. It borders 3 great nations, and currently, the Wind and Fire countries share a tenuous relationship, while the Earth country's rapport with both Konoha and the Wind country is similarly strained. The initiation of conflict hinges on a mere word from these 3 nations. Yet the hidden Rain Village finds itself unable to evade such entanglements. Hence, I wish for the hidden Rain Village to forge an alliance with Konoha. Heh. If you seek an alliance, you ought to approach the Hokage, not me, Yagyu quipped. The 5th Hokage is your acquaintance. I have heard, Conan replied earnestly. Oh, and what of it? Yagyu retorted nonchalantly. Thus, you possess the authority to persuade the 5th Hokage to ally with the hidden Rain Village, Conan asserted. Yagyu clapped his hands in jest, remarking, You refrain from consulting the Hokage because you know he would not acquiesce, correct? After all, the hidden Rain Village seemingly lacks the standing for such an alliance. Conan furrowed her brow, ready to speak. Yagyu sipped his tea and continued. I could assist you with this matter, but it would not be an alliance. Rather, the hidden Rain Village could act as a vassal to Konoha, with Konoha dispatching ninjas to reside in the hidden Rain Village, ensuring the safety of the Land of Rain. How does that sound? That is unacceptable. If Konoha ninjas were to permanently reside in the hidden Rain Village, would it then be called Konoha Village or Hidden Rain Village? Conan rejected vehemently. Does it truly matter whether it is the Hidden Rain Village or Konoha Village? Is your aim not to safeguard the populace of the Land of Rain? Yagyu countered. This you might ponder over it while sipping your tea or discuss it with Nagato upon your return. Frankly, the Hidden Rain Village holds little value to me or to Konoha. My assistance is solely due to the Rinnegan. Yagyu departed with Cheyenne, unperturbed by the prospect of leaving Conan alone in the house. After much deliberation, Conan resolved to return to the Hidden Rain Village to seek Nagato's opinion. Upon her return, 3 days had elapsed. Chapter 183. A meeting at the Tavern Mizuki Tsukuyami's concerns. Konoha Tavern, Table 601. Why the sudden shift to drinking today? I enjoy it and frequent this place. Is that so? I thought you preferred tea. I also cherish tea, a hint of bitterness, a touch of sweetness that seeps into the soul, and the sensation of tea leaves sliding down one's throat feels akin to consuming the impurities of this world. And the alcohol? Alcohol is different. It's peculiar. At times, it tastes repugnant, while at other moments, it appears as the finest delicacy, something one cannot live without. Cannot live without? Conan inquired, puzzled. Do you not understand? Not at all. Yagyu slowly took a sip, saying, Next time, drink a sip when you are joyful, and another when you are sorrowful. The same drink, the same alcohol content, the same quantity consumed, yet the flavors will differ entirely. This substance changes its taste with a person's emotions? Conan questioned skeptically, raising her glass and taking a cautious sip. Her tongue burned, her throat scorched, and her stomach felt the heat. I cannot tolerate this, she said, setting the glass down with a look of disappointment. Yagyu shrugged. Have you reached a decision? Yes. The Land of Rain can become a vassal state of Konoha, and Konoha may dispatch its ninjas to reside in the Hidden Rain village, provided that Konoha intervenes should other nations invade the Land of Rain. Conan nodded. As long as you've decided, the specifics need not be relayed to me. I am not concerned with that. Yagyu poured another glass and downed it in one gulp. You should directly approach the Hokage's office and inform Tsukuyami that I have consented. He will handle the arrangements. Understood. With that, Conan rose to leave. Departing already? Is there anything else? There is one matter. Do you have any information on the entity known as Zetsu? Currently, the only threats that concern Yagyu are this ancient rat, who has lived for over 1,000 years, and a certain Otsutsuki hiding within a monk's body recuperating. Yagyu intended to locate them all within a specialized unit. It returned once to inquire about your whereabouts, but has not returned since. Is that so? Then I kindly ask you to assist me in searching for Zetsu. Contact me at the earliest opportunity if you receive any news. Conan gazed into Yagyu's eyes, internally speculating about his intentions, yet she refrained from asking a single question. Understood. Hokage building. After receiving Yagyu's consent, Conan headed straight to the Hokage's office. However, as an outsider ninja, she was immediately surrounded by numerous umbu upon entering the Hokage building. Mizuki Yagyu sent me to find you. Hokage, Conan stated calmly, casting her gaze around at the umbu ninjas. Who are you? What business do you have with the Hokage? The foremost umbu inquired. I am Conan, a ninja of the Hidden Rain village, here to discuss a collaboration with your Hokage, she replied. The umbu exchanged glances before instructing one of their members, go, seek the Hokage's opinion. Moments later, the individual returned. The Hokage has instructed that she may enter. Under the escort of the umbu, Conan safely entered the Hokage's office. Mizuki Tsukuyami was seated at his desk, flanked by two young girls, one in pink and the other in purple, while not far away, a man with a ponytail was perspiring profusely as he dealt with paperwork. Upon seeing such a stunning and mature woman before him, Mizuki Tsukuyami's eyes gleamed with interest. Conan sensed his unwelcome gaze, and a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed her eyes. Ahem. Conan from the Hidden Rain village? Did Mizuki Yagyu send you? Indeed. What did he send you for? Collaboration. I represent the will of the Land of Rain's daimyo to discuss the integration of the Land of Rain into the Land of Fire with you. The integration of the Land of Rain into the Land of Fire? Such a monumental matter caused Mizuki Tsukuyami to exclaim in shock, tumbling to the floor. Hokage! Hokage! The two women, one in pink and the other in purple, rushed to lift Mizuki Tsukuyami, who, however, pushed them away, burying his face in his arms on the desk, staring at Conan and inquiring, did Yagyu agree to this? Yes, Conan replied nonchalantly. This cannot be. Hokage, we should first dismiss the umbu. Narashikaku approached Mizuki Tsukuyami and whispered, yes. All of you withdraw. Yes, Hokage. Once the umbu retreated, Mizuki Tsukuyami began to confer with Narashikaku. Hokage, we cannot accept the Land of Rain. Do you think I am unaware? The Land of Rain, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Waterfall serve as our buffer zones with the Earth and Wind countries. If we annex the Land of Rain into Konoha, we would be directly bordering the Earth and Wind countries. This would invite trouble. Indeed, our policy is to refrain from initiating war, to let the villagers rest. If the Land of Rain is integrated, then your initial promise will. Shikaka knew without being told that while Mizuki Tsukuyami might lack extraordinary abilities, he was still quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have been able to elevate himself to Danzo's position. No, I must consult Yagyu. Mizuki Tsukuyami resolved to take action. But Conan interjected. Fifth Hokage, where do you intend to go? Conan inquired expressionlessly. Step aside, I need to see Yagyu. Mizuki Tsukuyami replied impatiently. Mizuki Yagyu told me that as long as I inform you that he sent me, you would acquiesce to my request. Conan stated coolly, showing no fear towards Mizuki Tsukuyami. Mizuki Tsukuyami was momentarily taken aback by Conan's assertiveness. If anyone else had made such a statement, he would have erupted in anger. However, the fact that Conan had Yagyu backing her made him reconsider. If he dared to refuse, it would be tantamount to disrespecting Yagyu. Would he still hold the position of Hokage? Yet, if he consented, when the Earth Country, Wind Country, and Konoha inevitably clashed, would he still be able to maintain his position as Hokage? The villagers of Konoha seem intent on devouring me whole. Yukimura Kaimin finds himself in a predicament. Meanwhile, Narashikaku is perplexed as to why Yukimura Kaimin is facing such a dilemma. Can a mere jonin truly influence the decisions of a Hokage? He questions the significance of Yukimura Yusuke's existence. Is he truly just a prodigious young jonin? After a period of internal struggle, Yukimura Kaimin ultimately concedes to Conan's request to integrate the Land of Rain into the Land of Fire. However, He crafts an excuse to delay the process. I agree to the incorporation of the land of rain into the land of fire, but the merging of these two nations is not a decision I, as Hokage, can unilaterally make. You must first invite the daimyo of the land of rain to Konoha to confer with the daimyo of the land of fire, Yukimura Kaiman states. The land of rain has no daimyo, Conan replies flatly. Then I must at least report this to the daimyo of the land of fire. Only after their approval can a decision be reached. Thus, I shall draft a document now and deliver it to the daimyo this evening. How about you return in a couple of days? Yukimura Kaiman says, rubbing his hands together with a smile as he looks at Conan. Conan falls silent for a moment, seemingly trying to discern if Yukimura Kaiman is being deceitful. Yet, all he has said is reasonable, making it hard to discern the truth. The unification of two nations is indeed a matter beyond the purview of a single Hokage. After all, the nominal ruler of the land of fire remains the daimyo. Chapter 184. Yusuke, Yuhi, and Cheyenne. Today, Yusuke has spent the entire day indulging in spirits. Although it is an ordinary day devoid of worries, for Yusuke, the absence of troubles seems to be a source of distress in itself. Stumbling home inebriated, Cheyenne helps him inside. Yuhi, who is learning to cook, anxiously inquires of Cheyenne upon witnessing this scene. How could he get so drunk? I don't know. I couldn't dissuade him, Cheyenne replies apologetically. I am not blaming you. Merely lamenting Yusuke. Yuhi pouts. I'll prepare a hangover soup for him. Once he awakens, he can drink it. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Cheyenne responds as she returns to the room. At this moment, Yusuke is sprawled unceremoniously on the bed, his face buried in a thick blanket. Cheyenne, observing Yusuke in such a state, cannot help but exclaim. Honestly, how could he drink to such excess, even neglecting to cover himself with a blanket? With that, she flips Yusuke onto his back, removes his shoes and socks, and properly covers him with the blanket. After ensuring everything is in order, Cheyenne steps outside. Contemplating that Yusuke will not awaken anytime soon, she decides to wash his socks. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. Who is it? Yuhi and Cheyenne simultaneously move towards the door. The two exchange glances, and Cheyenne speaks first. Yuhi, you go ahead and tend to your tasks. I will answer the door. All right, I appreciate it. I must check on the soup simmering on the stove. No problem. Having spent considerable time together, the two are already familiar with each other. Lacking any sense of formality. Is Lord Yusuke home? It's me, Yukimura Kaiman. Coming. Cheyenne calls out as she opens the door, staring curiously at the disheveled Kaiman. What brings you here in such haste? Yusuke is intoxicated, and he may not have the time to entertain you. Drunk? How could he be so? Kaiman exclaims anxiously. Cheyenne, once Lord Yusuke awakens, tell him that if he agrees to that individual from the hidden rain, Konoha could find itself embroiled in war. This contradicts our initial intentions. Ask him if he wishes to refuse that woman. That individual from the hidden rain? Understood. I will inform him once he awakens. Cheyenne responds, though she is unaware of the specifics. Thank you, Cheyenne. No need for thanks, Yukimura Kaiman. Do you have any other matters? No, that will be all. Farewell. Goodbye. As the door closes, Cheyenne heads back inside, while Kaiman appears somewhat disoriented. He is no warrior. He can manage a small parcel of land, but warfare? With his meager strength, he would merely be fodder on the battlefield. It could be said he is the least competent Hokage in history. May Yusuke reconsider his decision. Who is it? Yuhi, having finished her tasks in the kitchen, emerges to see Cheyenne washing socks. Yukimura Kaiman stopped by to discuss something concerning a person from the hidden rain. I think it's that Conan who came a few days ago, just when you had gone out. Conan? Is she male or female? Female. Cheyenne hangs the clean socks up to dry, washing her hands while glancing at Yuhi. She is rather attractive. Yuhi purses her lips. We ought to keep a closer watch on this. We should limit Yusuke's interactions with Kaiman. Are you worried he might take after Kaiman? Cheyenne asks while sprinkling water. I don't see Yusuke as that sort of person. True. He isn't as callous as Kaiman, but he is certainly prone to romantic entanglements. Look at his close female friends, Sakura, Ino, Hinata. There are 3 from his cohort alone. Cheyenne counts on her fingers indeed. However, since the Chunin exams, Sakura and the others have rarely visited. Cheyenne continues. After Danzo took office, although Yusuke was promoted to Jonin, he hasn't undertaken any missions. This has left Sakura and her team feeling bored, leading them to form a new squad for training. Thus they have little time to keep Yusuke company. Yusuke awakens the next day after an entire night's slumber. Evidently, the hangover soup Yuhi prepared has gone to waste. Morning, Cheyenne. Why are you sleeping by my bedside? Cheyenne, who had stayed awake to watch over Yusuke, succumbed to slumber as the moon waned. Rubbing her bleary eyes and yawning, Cheyenne replies, you were quite inebriated last night. Yuhi asked me to wake you for some hangover soup. But you didn't tease stir at all. Haha, I appreciate your efforts. Yusuke scratches his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. I'll go check on Yui. You should return to your own room and sleep. All right, understood. Oh, by the way, Kaiman came by yesterday. He mentioned that agreeing to the request of that individual from the Hidden Rain could plunge Konoha into war, which contradicts his policies since taking office. He asked for your opinion. Is that so? Yusuke hadn't considered such ramifications when he agreed to Konan's request, as he hardly cared for the affairs of Konoha, let alone those of the entire shinobi world. However, I've already given her my word, so it would be unseemly to retract it. Let Kaiman handle the matter for now. We shall address subsequent issues later. Understood. Shine agrees. Yusuke, may I ask, is that individual from the Hidden Rain Konan? Yes, why? Oh, it's nothing. Yui mentioned you might have taken a liking to her, which is why you agreed to assist her. Yusuke rolls his eyes. Don't listen to Yui's unfounded speculations. Hurry back to sleep, and once you're rested, go grab something to eat before notifying Kaiman. I'm not sleeping. I'm going to take care of this right now. No need to rush. I'm not tired. As Shine declares this, she dashes towards the door, neglecting her morning routine. Observing Cheyenne's earnest determination, Yusuke shakes his head in amusement. If he possessed even half of Cheyenne's diligence, he would have long since unified the shinobi world. Nonetheless, even without unifying the shinobi world, it is time to contemplate how to address the situation with the Hidden Rain. First, to the study to examine the shinobi world map. Yusuke's study is a place he has scarcely entered, even he has not perused the books within, all of which were procured by Yui. However, the shinobi world map hangs prominently on the wall, easily visible. Pushing open the door to the study, he is immediately greeted by the sight of the world map. Scanning the map, he locates the position of the Hidden Rain, and at last, he comprehends the source of Yukimura Kaiman's concerns regarding war. The Hidden Rain borders the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of fire. The occupation of the land of rain by the land of fire would mean Konoha would hold a direct corridor to both great nations. Invading the two nations would be a matter of mere moments. Moreover, Konoha would need to dispatch shinobi to reside in the Hidden Rain. Such actions will undoubtedly provoke the apprehension of the Kazekage of Sunagakure and the Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Chapter 185. Departure. The Sand and Earth Decapitation Operation. Yagyu, do have something to eat. As Yuka entered the study with a bowl of noodles, she spoke to Yagyu. Upon awakening, she found him lost in thought, gazing intently at the map of the ninja world. Choosing not to interrupt, she quietly prepared a bowl of noodles for him in the kitchen. Thank you. Yagyu accepted the noodles naturally, slurping them while maintaining his unwavering focus on the map. After observing the map for a moment without discernible conclusions, Yuka inquired, "What are you pondering so seriously?" "I am contemplating how to resolve the issues with Amigakure and Konohagakure," Yagyu replied. What did you promise that person from Amigakure?" Yuka asked. "To protect Amigakure," he answered. "So, you intend to enlist the help of the leader of the Yashiman clan?" Yuka probed further. "What other option do I have? I have no intention of merely watching over Amigakure. At that moment, I was merely seeking someone to oversee it. Anyone would suffice. Yet I ended up complicating matters for myself." Yuka pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Is there no way to refuse? Or perhaps consider an alternative?" Yagyu shook his head. "No, there is no alternative." While he could have asked Sasuke to handle this matter, Sasuke was currently stationed at the daimyo's residence to keep watch over him. As for Orochimaru, Yagyu held reservations about entrusting him with this responsibility. First, he was engrossed in his research and lacked the time to manage the numerous affairs of Amigakure. Second, since Orochimaru left Konoha, he had become quite distant, and Yagyu could not supervise his actions. Who could say whether Orochimaru would act in good faith? If Amigakure fell into disarray, it might end up in Orochimaru's hands. Konan would surely lose her mind. After contemplating, I have only one solution. What solution? To conquer both Awagakure and Sunagakure. Hokage Tower, what? Conquer both Awagakure and Sunagakure? Mitsuki Yashiman gazed at Yagyu in disbelief, as if staring at a stranger. "Lord Yagyu, have you forgotten our policy in Konoha? We advocate for peace and prosperity, not war. Engaging in such a conflict would not only burden me, but would also complicate matters for Konoha. I never suggested that Konoha should send troops." Yagyu sipped his tea with a calm smile, exuding an air of confidence. "If Konoha does not dispatch anyone, then who will? Surely we cannot rely on mercenaries? Even if they are capable, they cannot contend with two major ninja villages. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply fulfill the promise made to Konan. As for the two major ninja villages, I will handle it." "Very well, what about the daimyo?" "The daimyo has no objections. That is what I assert." Upon hearing these words, Mitsuki Yashiman could only lower his head in resignation. He understood that no matter what he said, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yagyu had already secured the daimyo's control. What could he do? He could only acquiesce. After instructing Danzo to expedite the fulfillment of Konan's request, Yagyu departed from Konoha, preparing to address the affairs of the two major ninja villages. His solution to warfare was straightforward: overwhelming force. Once he eliminated all of their high-level combatants, leaving behind only a few insignificant figures would pose no issue. Yagyu dubbed this plan the Sand and Earth Decapitation Plan. The inspiration for this strategy stemmed from the Akatsuki organization and Danzo. The Akatsuki was dedicated to challenging ninja villages with elite ninjas, while Danzo sought to ascend to the position of Hokage by colluding with Orochimaru to eliminate Sarutobi. Now, Yagyu aimed to undertake a similar endeavor, utilizing the power of elite ninjas to decapitate all high-ranking officials of the two nations would render them incapable of waging war. Given the perilous nature of this mission, Yagyu chose to bring only Karen along with him. The two of them journeyed together, indulging in food and drink, stopping at delightful restaurants to savor extra bowls before departing. When encountering interesting locals, they would sit and engage in conversation for a considerable time before leaving. Sometimes, they would even linger for 2 or 3 days. When faced with beautiful scenery, they would take the time to appreciate it. It appeared as though they were not on a mission, but rather on a leisurely vacation. After half a month, they finally arrived in the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind was a country riddled with deserts, and it was quite remarkable to see Yagyu and his companion traversing this land with their light clothing and simple luggage. For in this place, the daytime heat was unbearable, while the nighttime chill was equally severe. One day, Yagyu and his companion reached a small town. The dilapidated wooden sign at the entrance read Mujin Town. This small town was not expansive, covering only a few hundred meters, and housed merely a dozen families. After a brief inquiry, Karen discovered that the town's water supply came from a single well, and that it could not accommodate many residents, explaining its diminutive size. Yagyu sought out the town chief, exchanging food for some water while also gathering information. "Chief, do you know the way to Sunagakure?" "What village?" "Sunagakure." "What hidden village?" "Sunagakure, chief." "What sand village?" "Never mind. We shall take our leave." Having received no guidance from the chief, Yagyu and Karen turned to the other villagers for assistance. However, they were equally unable to provide the precise location of Sunagakure. Some claimed it was to the south, while others insisted it was to the north, east, or west. Not a single villager spoke the truth. It seemed they were suspicious of our intentions, which is why they refused to divulge any information, Karen analyzed. Indeed, it is only natural for them to be on guard against two individuals probing into their military base in such a desolate region. Yagyu remarked nonchalantly before forming a hand seal. With a puff of smoke, Pakin was summoned forth. "Woof. It has been a while since you summoned me, Lord Yagyu." "Huh. Where's this place? An endless desert? You must have arrived in the Land of Wind. It is sweltering." In response to Pakin's antics, Yagyu gave him a kick, tossing a flask of water before him. "Drink some water." "Thank you, Lord Yagyu." Upon seeing the water, Pakin wasted no time gulping it down without hesitation. Yagyu and Karen watched as Pakin drank every last drop. "Delicious. I am refreshed." "Lord Yagyu, you summoned me for a reason, did you not? Feel free to command me. I shall do my utmost." "Ah, you have already assisted me." Yagyu casually tightened the lid on the flask, stating matter-of-factly, Assisted?" Pakin paused, then remembered the water he had just consumed, recalling past instances where Yagyu had summoned him to test for poison. "Could it be, Lord Yagyu, that you want me to test for poison again? Oh no, how tragic. If such a good dog as myself were to be poisoned, you would never find another like me. Enough, return now. You are not dead, are you?" Yagyu kicked Pakin back, promptly ending his canine chatter. After Pakin had consumed the water, there were no adverse effects. It was safe to drink. If they were to poison the water, I would not let them off so easily, Yagyu mused, shaking his head as he and Karen continued their journey eastward. Chapter 186. The Massacre of Sunagakure's Elite. Strike again. As they traveled eastward, they failed to locate the precise location of Sunagakure. Regrettably, it seemed they had lost their way. Fortunately, Karen possessed a certain talent for navigation and soon corrected Yagyu's misdirection. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. Sunagakure was characterized by houses constructed from sand and earth, with most buildings featuring circular or cylindrical designs. The architectural style appeared remarkably unique. Yagyu, upon his first visit to Sunagakure, felt an overwhelming sense of novelty. The sight of these structures, so distinct from those in Konoha, filled him with delight. "Come, Karen, let us find a place to drink." Dressed in ordinary attire, the two walked at a leisurely pace. though they attracted the attention of some observant individuals. A brief investigation into their path would quickly quell any suspicions. Two visitors from a foreign land, merely enjoying their journey, even having gotten lost along the way. No matter how one looks at it, they hardly seem like dangerous individuals. Thus, even though both hail from the troubled village of Konoha, there is no one to oversee their actions. The Sand Tavern. Yagyu and Shikuro spent an entire day there. Appearing thoroughly intoxicated, they staggered toward an inn. Goodness, how much have they consumed? It's delightful. Shikuro, another round, please. Enough now, let us save some for tomorrow. Shikuro supported Yagyu as they stumbled along, resembling two young lovers. One, a notorious drunkard, and the other, a gentle and nurturing maiden. No unforeseen events transpired, and they entered the inn without hindrance, promptly securing a room from the proprietor. Upon entering the chamber, Shikuro expertly tossed Yagyu onto the bed. Just as she was about to assist him with his shoes, Yagyu sat up. Let's delay that. We have matters to attend to now. You're not drunk, are you, Yagyu-kun? We've indulged long enough. I suspect Konoha has dispatched ninjas into the Rain Village by now. If we fail to relay some tidings to the clan leader, it would surely cause him undue distress. Haha. Indeed, Yagyu-kun, I almost forgot our purpose here. We've spent this time feasting and frolicking, hardly recalling our mission to kill. Shikuro hesitated, seemingly wary of eavesdroppers. Fear not, there are no eyes upon us. As a seasoned ninja, I possess sufficient caution. Very well, shall we proceed now? Yes. They did not change their attire, but utilized a transformation technique to assume new appearances before setting off. During the day, apart from drinking, Yagyu had gleaned the location of the Kazekage Tower by eavesdropping on conversations amidst the crowd. In mere moments, Yagyu and Shikuro found themselves outside the tower. You will lay down a barrier outside while I infiltrate and eliminate my target. I shall return in no more than 5 minutes. Understood. Shikuro, having accompanied Yagyu, had learned a considerable amount of ninjutsu, particularly supportive techniques. The barrier ninjutsu was certainly within her grasp. Moments later, Shikuro formed hand seals and summoned a massive barrier, encasing the Kazekage Tower. This barrier ninjutsu, founded upon Shikuro's immense chakra, could withstand assaults from shadow-level adversaries. Given the current strength of Sunagakure, no one outside could enter, and those inside were trapped. Night had only just begun, and many were yet to retire. The emergence of the barrier swiftly attracting the attention of the villagers and ninjas of Sunagakure. What is that? It's a barrier. How could there be a barrier around the Kazekage Tower? This is bad. We are under attack. Quickly, go assist the Kazekage Tower. Soon, a crowd surrounded the entire barrier, and several formidable ninjas attempted to breach it with their techniques, yet were met with futility. Clearly, a shadow-level barrier was beyond their capabilities. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Yagyu was preparing to unleash his killing intent. As he activated Susanoo, a single arrow obliterated the entire Kazekage Tower. The inhabitants perished in terror amidst the ensuing explosion. A few fortunate or powerful individuals crawled from the wreckage, but as they attempted to flee, Yagyu's Susanoo mercilessly shot them down. Just as Yagyu reveled in his slaughter, a massive hand made of sand suddenly appeared, aiming to grasp his Susanoo. Without a glance, Yagyu commanded Susanoo to swat it away, shattering it effortlessly. The Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo is not something mere creatures can dare to challenge. Not even a tailed beast could. Yagyu's arrow had thrust Gaara of the Sand into a life-or-death crisis, transforming him into a tailed beast, now a colossal sandy raccoon. Susanoo, are you Uchiha Madara? Shikaku seized control of the body and directly conversed with Yagyu. Yet, Yagyu ignored it, locking eyes with Shikaku and seizing control over it. It is over. The situation unfolded even more effortlessly than Yagyu had anticipated. He approached Shikuro and instructed, use your abilities to ascertain if there are any survivors. Through Shikuro's Kagaya Byakugan, Yagyu methodically delivered the final blows to those who had miraculously survived, hiding amidst the ruins. Soon, he had extinguished the lives of everyone within the Kazekage Tower. Outside the barrier, the ninjas of Sunagakure beheld in horror as Yagyu dispatched their revered elders, their eyes wide with disbelief. Rage and sorrow intertwined. Yet, when Yagyu turned to face them, they collectively recoiled in fear, silenced by the overwhelming display of power. The absolute might render them speechless. Yagyu, though not fond of killing, chose not to continue his rampage upon seeing their terror. While he possessed the strength to annihilate Sunagakure, he deemed it unnecessary. Let us depart, Shikuro. After Yagyu and Shikuro left, the barrier dissipated. From the moment the barrier appeared to its disappearance, only 3 minutes had elapsed. In that brief span, nearly all their high-ranking officials had perished within the Kazekage Tower. Sunagakure was finished. The ninjas outside surged inside, hoping to save at least 1 or 2 individuals. But none survived. All had perished, right before their eyes. The following day, Sunagakure was placed on high alert, the entire village sealed off by ninjas. Some surviving high-ranking officials from Sunagakure organized their forces while simultaneously seeking the true culprit and collecting the remains of their fallen leaders. Just as Sunagakure, fueled by rage, fervently pursued their inquiries, Yagyu struck once more. That very night, the surviving high-ranking officials of Sunagakure met their demise again. It was the same barrier, the same terrifying purple giant. Dozens of ninjas stood guard over their leaders, yet against this purple behemoth, they were no match. Even elite jonin fell to a single arrow. Such terrifying prowess. On the third day, a few fortunate high-ranking officials who had survived grew wiser. They refrained from exposing themselves and instead operated covertly. This time, no one dared to intervene. Yagyu had already eliminated all shadow-level powers within Sunagakure. Chiyo, Maki, Gaara, leaving behind only inconsequential figures. Yagyu and Shikuro, laden with their belongings, set their sights on the land of Earth. Chapter 187. The Astonishing Power of Inoki. On the journey to Awakens, Yagyu and Shikuro maintained their principle of enjoying themselves wherever they went, progressing slowly along the way. Meanwhile, news of the complete annihilation of Sunagakure's high-ranking officials spread throughout the ninja world, quickly drawing the attention of many eager for this delectable prize. Among them, Awakens, the village closest to the Land of Wind, was particularly keen, followed by Konoha. However, Konoha's aspirations for the Land of Wind were tepid, as the 5th Hokage. Moonlight Yashimian cared only to safeguard his own territory. Even when a tempting morsel was presented to him, he could hardly muster the desire to partake. Regarding the total obliteration of Sunagakure's high-ranking officials, Moonlight Yashimian could only feel relieved that he need not worry about the complications of the Rain Village merging with the Fire Country. Splendid. Now that the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure are all dead, we no longer need to fear a war stemming from their dealings with the Rain Village. Congratulations, Hokage-sama. Ha ha ha. Today, your Hokage is in high spirits. If you desire anything, just let me know, and I shall procure it for you. You are truly benevolent, Hokage-sama. Observing Moonlight Yashimian, who had already changed partners twice and was unusually exuberant, Nara Shikaku silently handled Hokage documents. Now he finally understood just how exaggerated Moonlight Yagyu's prowess truly was. A single individual had infiltrated Sunagakure, slaughtered all their high-ranking officials, and retreated unscathed. Such formidable strength. Could it be the reincarnation of the god of shinobi? Days later, Yagyu arrived at Awakens. The events in Sunagakure had not raised their alarm, and Yagyu and Shikuro entered the village without encountering any resistance. The architecture of Awakens differed from that of Sunagakure. This village predominantly utilized stone, with cylindrical structures aplenty, topped with conical roofs that distinguished them from their sandy counterparts. The strength of Awakens far surpasses that of Sunagakure. As Yagyu and Korin stroll through the bustling streets of Awakens, they occasionally catch sight of a small team of ninjas darting out. Their appearances exude a fiercer and more seasoned aura. Indeed, Awakens boasts many ninjas of considerable age, some appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. In contrast, most ninjas of a similar age in Konohagakure and Sunagakure perished in the last war, creating a noticeable generational gap. As per usual, Yagyu and Korin sought refuge in a quaint tavern to indulge in libations, planning to act after becoming pleasantly intoxicated by nightfall. With the barrier erected, Susanoo activated. Just as Yagyu prepared to resolve the situation involving the upper echelons of Awakens in his customary fashion, an aged voice emerged from within. Dust release. The technique of dust world severance. What? Yagyu was taken aback. He had not even made a move before the opponent reacted, presenting him with an unexpected gift. Dust release. Even Susanoo could not withstand it. Yagyu had no choice but to retract Susanoo and employ Flying Thunder God to evade. However, without Susanoo, the technique struck directly at the barrier, creating a gaping hole. Seeing this, Korin swiftly utilized her chakra to mend it. Inoki, truly deserving of his longevity. His strength is indeed remarkable, Yagyu remarked, observing the diminutive elder seated on a stone, floating before him. Humph, who are you? Inoki scoffed, inquiring. Dead men need not concern themselves with such matters. Yagyu replied with a slight smile, his eyes swirling with the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly engulfed Inoki, consuming the entire Awakens building behind him. Inoki's form disintegrated into rubble, reduced to ashes by Amaterasu, yet in the next moment, he emerged from the opposite side. Substitution technique. Uchiha, how bold. daring to cause a ruckus in Awagakure. Inoki glared at his charred comrades with rage. Old man, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own well-being. After all, my aim is solely you, Yagyu declared, continuing to utilize his Sharingan to launch an assault towards Inoki with the technique of Gojutsu, Earth Release. Inoki, wary of the black flames, dared not allow Amaterasu to touch him, dodging while unleashing Dust Release to counter Yagyu. Yet, Yagyu's speed eclipsed his own. His extensive combat experience rendered Inoki's ninjutsu ineffective against him. As the battle intensified, the entire Awagakure building was consumed by black flames. Inoki found himself with little ground to stand on. This won't do. I must retreat. Inoki realized he was outmatched and decided to withdraw. He formed hand seals, conjuring an invisible square of chakra that he hurled toward Kurin. His dust release could breach the barrier, but it could not entirely destroy it. To obliterate the barrier completely, he would first need to eliminate Kurin. However, just as his jutsu was about to succeed, Yagyu suddenly appeared beside Kurin, whisking her away. Inoki's technique fell short. Yet he was undeterred. His dust release had breached a corner of the barrier. Now, all he needed to do was relentlessly pursue that girl, preventing her from repairing the barrier, thus allowing him to seize the initiative. Inoki had crafted a clever strategy, but he underestimated Yagyu's prowess. Flying Thunder God Technique. Yagyu revealed his true capabilities, casting several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God mark, rapidly darting around Inoki and Kurin. Flying Thunder God, the illustrious Golden Flash. Renowned throughout the ninja world, the legacy of the fourth Hokage, Inoki had indeed heard of it. Yet, this was his first time confronting such a jutsu. The spatial ninjutsu was truly terrifying. Dust Release. Die. Seizing the moment while Inoki was performing hand seals, Yagyu materialized behind him, thrusting a Rasengan straight through him. The overwhelming force blasted through, finally defeated him. Kurin exclaimed in delight. However, Yagyu shook his head. Not yet. This old man is quite quick on his feet for his age. Inoki's figure reappeared not far away, and Yagyu was astonished that his rapid speed had been perceived once more. It must be said, Inoki's survival through the Fourth Great Ninja War was well-deserved. This man excelled not only in defense and offense, but also in evasion and reconnaissance. Even Uchiha Madara would find it challenging to react to the speed of the Flying Thunder God, yet this venerable Inoki maintained remarkable focus and perception in battle. At this moment, Inoki felt a pang of anxiety. Contrary to Yagyu's assumption, he had not sensed Yagyu's presence and used the substitution technique to evade. Rather, he had merely observed Yagyu's sudden disappearance and instinctively employed the substitution technique. It was a calculated risk, as using it cost only a modicum of chakra. However, failing to use it could have resulted in his demise. You were also behind the events in Sunagakure, weren't you? Heh. Just yesterday, I pondered who so benevolently offered such a substantial piece of meat from Sunagakure. And here you are, intent on turning Awagakure into a grand feast as well. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Chapter 188. Nagato and Konan, if I am not mistaken, you are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Why are you doing this? Inoki articulated his conjecture, yet Yagyu had no intention of responding. He did not believe Inoki could continuously evade his Flying Thunder God. Rasen Shuriken. Yagyu expertly molded two wind release Rasengan, hurling them at Inoki. Then seizing the moment of Inoki's evasion and the explosion of the Rasen Shuriken to employ Flying Thunder God once more. This time, Inoki was not fortunate enough to evade. Despite his instinctive reaction, he was struck by Yagyu, losing an arm. The loss of an arm halved Inoki's power. He who could have held his ground against Yagyu now found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to a Rasengan that ended his life. After slaying Inoki, Yagyu commenced a thorough cleansing of Awagakure. Over the course of 3 days, Yagyu eliminated numerous individuals. The sheer strength of Awagakure was overwhelming. The high-level ninjas were in a league far beyond that of Sunagakure. After 3 days of carnage, Yagyu dismantled Awagakure, causing a multitude of ninjas to flee in terror. In a short span, this village ceased to pose any threat. With the upper echelons of Awagakure and Sunagakure obliterated, the integration of Amigakure into Konohagakure posed no complications, as both villages were too preoccupied with their own turmoil to concern themselves with Konohagakure's affairs. On the other hand, after completing their mission, Yagyu and Kurin did not return directly to Konohagakure. Instead, they took a detour to the Land of Grass. Amigakure, a place filled with painful memories for Kurin, had long been the subject of her promised vengeance, and now the opportunity had finally arisen. Standing several hundred meters from Amigakure, they gazed at the throngs entering and exiting the village, each lost in their reflections. Yagyu recalled his first visit here. prompted by a woman who seemed to be a spy from Amigakure. They had come together. She was there for supplies, while he sought a summoning beast. However, after acquiring Pakin, he had long forgotten that so-called summoning beast. Corinne, on the other hand, was reminded of her tormenting life in Amigakure, where every ninja had tasted her flesh and drained her blood. The villagers were her enemies. The two stood silently, observing the village without uttering a word, with no intention of entering. As nightfall approached, an unseen black flame enveloped the entire village. A settlement that had endured for a millennium vanished quietly into the night. A year later, with the Akatsuki organization no longer causing upheaval, the ninja world descended into a profound tranquility. Sunagakure and Awagakure were gradually regaining their vitality, barely surviving in the shadows. Meanwhile, Konohagakure thrived with its usual vibrancy and harmony. Kumogakure remained silent, distanced by the Iron Country, ensuring no animosity could arise with Konohagakure. The Hidden Rain village has only recently emerged from the oppressive reign of Blood Mist, now taking time to recuperate. The entire ninja world has transformed into an unprecedented tranquility, a sentiment conveyed to Nagato through Conan's words. Though he has lost the Rinnegan, he has managed to cling to life for a while longer. Yet the flicker of his existence is soon to be extinguished. Before he departs from this realm, he yearns to meet Yukimura, the Moonlight Clan's prodigy. Thus, he journeys to Konohagakure. Over the course of a year, Konoha has become distinctly different. Compared to the Hidden Rain village, the atmosphere in Konoha is entirely unique. As Conan pushes Nagato's wheelchair along the bustling streets, the laughter and joy of the villagers fill her ears, imbuing her heart with a deep sense of comfort. If one could be born in such a place, perhaps everything would be different. Indeed, they all appear blissful. Had Yahiko been born here, he might not have had to sacrifice himself for peace. Engaged in casual conversation, the two soon arrive at the Moonlight Clan's residence. The Moonlight Clan has undergone a complete transformation from its former self. While their overall strength may not have escalated, they now stand as the foremost clan in Konoha. With a fifth Hokage as their leader and the village's strongest shinobi among them, no other clan can rival their status. Who goes there? Inquires the gatekeeper, Yukimura. We seek Yukimura, Nagato replies, his face impassive, while Conan appears as though the world owes her a fortune. This prompts Yukimura to wonder if they are enemies seeking vengeance. After a moment's hesitation, Yukimura asks, "What are your names?" Nagato. Conan. Understood. Please wait here while I inform him. With that, Yukimura rushes inside, only to pause and admonish them. I warn you, do not wander about. Inside are the elite of our clan. If you encounter trouble, do not say I did not warn you. Understood. Their indifferent response sends a shiver down Yukimura's spine. He silently hopes they are not here for retribution. Otherwise, another structure might well meet its demise. The wait is tedious, and Nagato and Conan continue their idle chatter. Does Yukimura have many enemies? Nagato inquires. Conan ponders briefly before responding, perhaps. A ninja's strength is not solely honed through training. Practical experience is essential. Given Yukimura's immense power, it is likely he has taken lives. Perhaps he harbors a darker side. After all, without a certain ruthlessness, one could not hope to control the Hokage. What do you think of Yukimura, Conan? Trustworthy. Anything else? Somewhat flirtatious. Flirtatious? A light chuckle escapes Nagato. I never knew him to be that way. Suddenly, he declares, "Let us go, Conan." Huh, what gives? Did you not wish to meet him? She queries, puzzled. I have already met him, Nagato replies with a smile. Met him? Yes. Before coming here, I intended to see this remarkable figure of the ninja world. However, having experienced the prosperity of Konoha and the joy of its people, I feel as though I have already encountered him. Rather than seeking Yukimura himself, I came to understand the environment he inhabits. A person capable of determining Konoha's fate must possess similar qualities to those he demands of the village. I am satisfied with this journey and have a favorable impression of Yukimura, aside from his flirtatious nature. After entrusting the Hidden Rain village to Konoha, Nagato no longer has concerns for its future. The only remaining source of worry is Conan. Thus, he also carries the hope of entrusting her well-being to someone deserving. When he learns that Yukimura is a man of his word, he feels reassured. However, leaving Conan in the presence of a flirtatious individual is unacceptable. A person so frivolous lacks the sense of responsibility necessary for her care. Chapter 189. Jiraiya and Naruto's Return. A transformed Konoha. When Yukimura learns that Nagato and Conan have come seeking him, he is taken aback. However, upon hearing they did not enter and have since departed, he is left bewildered. What in the world? Am I imagining things? Outside Konoha, an elderly man and a young boy stroll towards the village, their laughter echoing in the air. It has been so long since I last returned. I wonder how Yukimura and Sasuke are faring. I shall surely surprise them. Take it easy. You'd make one think you've mastered sage techniques, the elder quips. After over a year of training, Naruto Uzumaki has made little progress in his ninjutsu, at least compared to Yukimura and Sasuke. Now, he has merely learned the nature transformation of wind chakra, developed the wind release, Raisen Shuriken, mastered summoning techniques, and enhanced his physical abilities. His overall strength has elevated, but only in comparison to his former self. Hey, perverted sage, if you don't teach me sage techniques, how can I possibly learn? Learning sage techniques requires one to be worthy of such knowledge. At your current level, you are only barely qualified to approach it, the elder retorts. Naruto pouts, feeling disgruntled but unable to counter the claim. For some reason, since leaving Yukimura, his training pace has noticeably slowed. As they continue walking, they soon arrive at the entrance of Konoha. However, upon seeing the village, they exchange dubious glances. Is this really Konoha? At that moment, Konoha has become the most sought-after village in the ninja world, bustling with life during the day, throngs of people flowing in and out. Jiraiya has witnessed Konoha's splendor before, yet never has he seen such a crowd at the village gate. Once we enter the village, it will be a crush of bodies. We'll be jostling for space. Pervy sage, did we come to the wrong place? Jiraiya glances at the sign above, uncertain. It should be right. Yet, I do not recall Konoha ever being this lively. Naruto scratches his head, questioning his memory. Have you not been here in a while? Konoha is not what it once was, interjects a passing young man. How has it changed? Naruto inquires. It has grown stronger, more prosperous, and far livelier. All thanks to the fifth Hokage of Konoha. The fifth Hokage? Jiraiya questions, puzzled, as he recalls that the last Hokage before his departure was Danzo Shimura. Could he truly manage Konoha so efficiently and elevate its status? Excuse me, is the current fifth Hokage still Danzo? Danzo? That scoundrel who murdered the third Hokage has no right to be called the fifth Hokage. It would be better if he were dead. Danzo is dead. When did this happen? A year ago, slain by the rogue Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. It's a classic case of dogs fighting each other. Sasuke and Orochimaru? Jiraiya finds himself puzzled by the unlikely alliance, but he surmises their actions in Konoha must relate to Yukimura. Thank you for the information. No need to thank me. It's common knowledge. By the way, you both look quite familiar. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. The young man ponders, then exclaims, You are the legendary Jiraiya, aren't you? I can't believe I am seeing you in person. At that moment, Jiraiya and Naruto have already entered Konoha. Who would have thought? Pervy sage, you are quite the celebrity in Konoha. Even a random passerby recognizes you. Alas, those are but hollow titles. In comparison to the esteemed Jiraiya-sama, I would much prefer to be remembered as a sage, a toad sage, or perhaps as an accomplished novelist. Naruto rolled his eyes. What does it matter to be a toad sage or a novelist? Such reputations pale in significance compared to the renown of the legendary three of Konoha. Truly, he is oblivious to the blessings he possesses. He yearned for the villagers to acknowledge his identity as a ninja, ideally earning a title akin to the fourth Hokage. Where shall we go now, pervy sage? Let us first gather material. Ah, you're just going to sneak a peek at women bathing again. Naruto's remark drew the attention of numerous onlookers, prompting Jiraiya to hastily cover Naruto's mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly at the surrounding crowd. My apologies. My apologies. The child speaks without understanding. The crowd glanced at Jiraiya, an elderly man in his 50s, then at Naruto, a young lad. The image of a weary grandfather and a mischievous grandson naturally formed in their minds. Consequently, they quickly turned their attention elsewhere. At this moment, Jiraiya sighed in relief and warned Naruto. Naruto, let me reiterate, I am not peeping at women bathing. I am in search of inspiration. Do you understand? It is the lifeblood of a novelist. Without inspiration, I can only churn out drivel. It would be impossible for me to teach you sage techniques. Upon hearing that his opportunity to learn sage techniques was at stake, Naruto ceased to interfere with Jiraiya. After all, he had long grown accustomed to Jiraiya's lecherous antics. The two arrived at the Konoha bathhouse, choosing a male bath that was mere walls away from the female bathing area. Naruto, displeased, submerged his entire head in the hot spring water, blowing bubbles. Jiraiya, clad in a bathrobe, peered through a small hole he had made in the wooden wall, his eyes gleaming with delight. Oh ho, this is quite splendid, ha ha ha. I have never seen anything like it before. Konoha has flourished, and the number of beauties has increased as well. Hee hee hee. The afternoon slipped by, with Jiraiya and Naruto remaining there all day. Bored, Naruto resorted to practicing his ninjutsu. However, having reached a plateau, he found little progress, rendering his training rather tedious. Hey, Pervy Sage, when are we leaving? It's getting dark. I'm starving. As soon as he spoke, Naruto's stomach protested with a loud growl. Oh, is it already dark? Jiraiya turned to look at the sky, realizing that it was indeed growing dim. The sun hung precariously at the horizon, as if it might plummet at any moment. Well then, we shall gather our materials here for today. Let us depart. Finally, we're leaving. Where to now? Naturally, we must first satiate our hunger. Let us go eat ramen. Fantastic. It's been ages since I've had Ichiraku ramen. I've missed it terribly. Ramen. Ramen. I'm craving ramen. Chapter 190. Jiraiya's serendipitous encounter with young Orochimaru. At Ichiraku ramen. 2 bowls of the largest seafood ramen. Certainly, 2 bowls of the largest seafood ramen coming right up. Naruto, it's been a while. Long time no see, Uncle Tucci. Hehe. Ah, Naruto-kun, it's been ages. Shobu emerged to greet Naruto upon hearing his voice. Influenced by Uncle Tucci, she was among the few in the village who had never harbored any ill feelings toward Naruto. It's been too long, Shobu. Naruto replied with a smile. Where have you been all this time? Shobu inquired while cooking the noodles. I was training. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, giving a thumbs up to introduce him. My teacher. The Pervy Sage. Pervy Sage? Both girls regarded Jiraiya with puzzled expressions, which caused him great embarrassment. Ha ha ha, he's just joking. What are you saying, you rascal? Jiraiya frantically tried to suppress Naruto to prevent any further damage to his reputation. Fortunately, Uncle Tucci did not take offense and instead recognized Jiraiya's true identity. Isn't this Jiraiya-sama? You're back in Konoha. Ahaha, indeed. Naruto, you are fortunate to have such a teacher. Naruto did not dispute this, despite Jiraiya's lecherous nature. His strength was beyond question. The two continued to enjoy their ramen while chatting merrily with Tucci and Shobu. Uncle Tucci praised Jiraiya's contributions and expressed that Naruto's training under Jiraiya would undoubtedly mold him into an extraordinary ninja. Naruto, grinning from ear to ear, replied, I know. I will. After finishing their Ichiraku ramen, the two strolled through the streets of Konoha. The nighttime bustle of Konoha was alive with throngs of people, every shop brimming with customers, while an array of handsome men and beautiful women meandered through the streets, laughter ringing in the air. Konoha has truly changed so much. Naruto mused, hands behind his head, a smile on his face. Indeed, Konoha used to be quite deserted at this hour, even if there were people. It wouldn't be like this. What on earth has happened in these past 2 years? Regardless of the changes, Jiraiya cherished the existence of Konoha as it stood now. The process was often less significant than the outcome, as long as the result was satisfactory. Hey, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino. Long time no see. Naruto, when did you return? It's been too long. Upon encountering familiar faces, Naruto greeted them while Jiraiya stood nearby, arms crossed, quietly observing. He had some understanding of Naruto's circumstances and was genuinely pleased to see him surrounded by good friends. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of apprehension. His brow furrowed as he scanned the crowd. His gaze pierced through the throng of boys and girls, finally landing on a young man, clad in a long blue robe. With long hair, he appeared to be in the prime of youth, yet his complexion was unusually pale. Not just pale, but an unnatural white, as if coated in fresh white paint. Furthermore, his eyes were strikingly peculiar. A pair of single-lidded golden irises, the gaze reminiscent of a serpent. Jiraiya remained fixated on the youth, who, sensing the scrutiny, turned to meet Jiraiya's gaze. In that instant, Jiraiya felt his pores tighten, his hair standing on end. It's him. There's no mistaking it. Orochimaru. Why is he here? Is he planning another assault on Konoha? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiraiya's mind, his heart quickening with anxiety. Konoha, as it stands now, is the embodiment of his aspirations. He could not allow anyone to jeopardize it. Though he no longer regarded himself as a ninja of Konoha, he still bore the weight of responsibility to protect it within his heart. The youth, sensing Jiraiya's tension, smirked slightly and began to weave through the crowd. Jiraiya, seizing the moment, followed suit, not even pausing to inform Naruto. By the time Naruto noticed, Jiraiya had already vanished from sight. Where did the pervy sage go? The youth navigated through the throng, frequently changing direction, ultimately entering a deserted alleyway. Jiraiya halted at the entrance of the alley, hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. Once inside, Jiraiya lost sight of the youth. The alley was desolate and dark, obscuring everything. Just as he lamented the missed opportunity, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Are you looking for me, Jiraiya? Jiraiya spun around abruptly, gazing at the young man before him, his voice low. Orochimaru? Heh, after all these years, you can't even recognize me? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. What are you doing here? Are you plotting against Konoha once more? Without engaging in banter, Jiraiya assumed a combat stance, clearly regarding Orochimaru as an adversary. Orochimaru expressed a hint of disappointment, shaking his head as he spoke. The times have changed. I no longer have any vested interests with Konoha. We share a friendly cooperative relationship. Cooperation? You are an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha. How could they possibly collaborate with you? Jiraiya was skeptical, yet Orochimaru's next words left him in a state of ambivalence. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only uneven distributions of profit. I can provide benefits to Konoha, and in return, Konoha can offer me advantages. Why should I not collaborate with them? Seeing Jiraiya at a loss for words, Orochimaru reveled in his moment of triumph. Moreover, consider my current appearance. Even if I were to walk down the street, they would not recognize me as Orochimaru, would they? Jiraiya frowned. Isn't this body merely a transformation jutsu? Would you like to feel it? Orochimaru shrugged, a smile gracing his lips, as though he had an implicit trust in Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya remained distrustful of Orochimaru. This body you have taken is still a life. Maliciously depriving others of their existence will surely bring retribution. Jiraiya admonished sternly. I never imagined that after enduring countless ninja world wars, you would still utter such words. To be frank, Jiraiya, I am quite disappointed in you. Orochimaru shook his head, feigning sorrow. This ninja world has always been ruthless. No one's life can be entirely in their own hands. Death is inevitable. Since they are destined to perish, why not contribute to my quest for immortality? Immortality? Have you succeeded? Jiraiya was taken aback. Ha ha ha. You did not see this coming, did you? In truth, I succeeded long ago. 2 years prior, I presented my findings to Lord Hiruzen, and his expression mirrored yours at this very moment. Ha 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 ha. Splendid, is it not? Orochimaru, you have succumbed to madness. Jiraiya retorted coldly. Orochimaru shook his head, the visage of youth illuminating a charming smile. Those who live are divine. It is the departed who are the true demons. Chapter 191. A conversation. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Enough with the idle chatter. We have nothing further to discuss. Yagyu-kun is far more agreeable. Orochimaru chuckled. Yagyu Tsukikage? He is involved as well. Jiraiya questioned incredulously. In his recollection, Yagyu Tsukikage was a man devoid of desire. How could he possibly collaborate with Orochimaru? Humans possess multifaceted natures. The aspect you perceive may not be the entirety of their being. Farewell, Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could respond, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Jiraiya attempted to pursue him, yet he could not discern the direction in which Orochimaru had departed. Clearly, the entity he had just conversed with was but a shadow clone. The true Orochimaru had long since eluded him. Utilizing shadow clones to divert Jiraiya's attention, it appeared that Orochimaru remained unwilling to engage in direct confrontation. Yagyu's home. Upon entering the residence of Yagyu, Jiraiya and Naruto startled him. Jiraiya, Naruto? You have returned. Yagyu greeted them with an indifferent tone. Meanwhile, Karui quietly prepared tea. As Jiraiya and Naruto settled on the sofa, they surveyed their surroundings. This was their first visit to Yagyu's abode. Your house is quite spacious, Yagyu-kun. Naruto remarked with a hint of envy. Is that so? If you desire, I could gift you a set, Yagyu replied casually. Really? Indeed. I possess as many of these houses as I wish. This was a lifestyle Yagyu had never dared to envision prior to his crossing over. Now that it had materialized, he felt little exhilaration. Perhaps everything had come too easily. How wonderful. Pathetic. Jiraiya playfully punched Naruto. It's merely a house. Look at your naive expression. Hee hee. It's just that I've never lived in such a place. Naruto scratched his head, unperturbed. Jiraiya was somewhat disheartened by this exchange. He could not fathom why Naruto, as the son of the fourth Hokage, led such a miserable existence. His favorite food was ramen, yet he often subsisted on instant noodles, residing in a cramped dwelling that could be circumnavigated in 5 seconds. If only the fourth were still alive, everything would be different. Jiraiya shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. The fourth had perished, and the third was gone as well. Ruminating on such matters now served no purpose. At that moment, Karui brought forth the brewed tea, and the trio savored it together. Yagyu drank with elegance, Jiraiya with abandon, while Naruto exclaimed, It's too hot. You must have come here for a reason, correct? Yagyu inquired, gazing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya met Yagyu's gaze and, after a moment, shook his head with a smile. Nothing in particular, just came to visit. Ah, tea then. Yagyu was skeptical of Jiraiya's assertion that he had no ulterior motives, suspecting it was likely due to Naruto's presence. Have you not yet taught Naruto sage techniques? Yagyu changed the subject. You promised to instruct him, and it has been 2 years since then. Ah, that I will teach him soon. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed broken his promise. Yagyu glanced at Naruto, and, seeing that he had nothing to add, nodded. Very well. At present, Yagyu's strength rendered him unparalleled in the ninja world. Whether or not he learned sage techniques was of little consequence. He exhibited no urgency for new power. The conversation meandered through mundane topics until Naruto suddenly interjected, "Yagyu, do you know where Sasuke and Sakura have gone?" Though Naruto had never officially teamed up with them, his ties to the duo had not diminished. Sakura still embodied the image of his first love, yet he no longer harbored illusions about her. After all, Sakura was enamored with Yagyu, who had become both his benefactor and friend. Without Yagyu's assistance, he might never have become a ninja. Sasuke has gone to a distant place to train. As for Sakura, she has become a Chunin now. Impressive, Sakura has already achieved Chunin rank. When Jiraiya and Naruto departed Konoha, Danzo had not yet officially taken office. Consequently, Yagyu's promotion to Jonin and Sakura's ascension to Chunin were news Jiraiya and Naruto were unaware of. "Yagyu, may I ask a bold question? Do you still keep in touch with Sasuke?" Jiraiya inquired, unable to restrain himself. "I do," Yagyu replied without hesitation. "But you know, he is from Konoha." Jiraiya began, clearly hinting that personal feelings should not intertwine with a ninja's duties. Yet Yagyu repudiated this notion. "For me, my profession is my profession. It does not impede my personal life and friendships. I believe these two aspects should remain distinct. Capturing rogue ninjas is the duty of the Umbu. I am not obligated to intervene, nor will I distance myself from him due to Sasuke's identity," Yagyu stated calmly. Jiraiya gazed at Yagyu, letting out a deep sigh. He was no longer a prominent figure in Konoha and felt unqualified to voice his thoughts. However, reflecting upon his past as a Konoha ninja, he was concerned that Yagyu's actions might jeopardize his future, which prompted his caution. Yet, it was evident that Yagyu did not require such admonishment. Why did Sasuke choose to act in such a manner? Naruto had also heard of Sasuke's deeds, but he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind them. Was vengeance truly justified? Yagyu did not directly address the inquiry. Instead, he countered Naruto's question. "If you were to discover the identities of your parents and learn that they were actually victims of another's malice, how would you respond?" Naruto. Chapter 192. Uchiha Sasuke. "I don't know," Naruto admitted, attempting to immerse himself in the hypothetical. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss for a response. There was no denying the fury that would undoubtedly arise within him. As for the actions that such rage might provoke, he had no clarity. "Yagyu, do you know who my parents are?" Naruto suddenly inquired. Yagyu remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. "Please tell me, who are my parents? Where did they go? Why did they abandon me? Why?" Yagyu continued to hold his silence. Yet his stillness conveyed the answer to Naruto. "They were murdered, weren't they?" "Yes," Yagyu finally replied after sipping his tea to clear his throat. However, the answer to this question was evidently one that Naruto could not accept. As Naruto succumbed to sorrowful silence, Jiraiya could no longer restrain himself. "Naruto, pervy sage, do you know who my parents are?" Naruto interrupted, locking eyes with him. The truth lies within the gaze, and seeing the uncertainty in Jiraiya's eyes, he discerned the answer. "Can you reveal their true identities to me? I wouldn't mind if they were heinous criminals. After all, they are my parents," Naruto exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Having been despised by the villagers since childhood and branded as a monster, it was only natural for him to assume his parents must have been despicable offenders. Hence the disdain he faced from birth. But what was the reality? It was, in fact, entirely different from his assumptions. "Naruto, your parents were not criminals. On the contrary, they were the revered fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Jiraiya finally revealed the truth. "Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, sacrificed herself for Konoha alongside the fourth Hokage, your father, Minato Namikaze." Upon hearing this revelation, Naruto was already in tears. "Naruto, it's all right," Jiraiya reassured him. "I'm not sad. I'm just overjoyed. Did you know? I always believed my parents were wicked criminals, as I was loathed by everyone from the moment I was born. But it turns out my parents were extraordinary, haha." Naruto laughed, albeit with a tinge of sorrow. Perhaps he himself could not fathom why his parents had devoted everything to Konoha, while their son, the child of a hero, was despised by all. "Pervy sage, do you know who killed my parents?" "I'm not certain. I've investigated over the years. But all I know is that he is a masked man with Sharingan," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. "Sharingan." Naruto suddenly turned to Yagyu. Yagyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't look at me. It wasn't me. Of course I know. You were just born when my parents died, weren't you?" Naruto replied, exasperated. "But Yagyu, since he possesses the Sharingan, you should know his identity, right?" Yagyu nodded, glancing at Jiraiya before answering. "His name is Uchiha Sasuke. He was once a member of Konoha and a subordinate of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, your father." "My father's subordinate? The fourth subordinate?" Both Jiraiya and Naruto displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, no one had anticipated that such a nefarious villain would possess such a connection. Indeed, Uchiha Obito was once a teammate of Kakashi Hatake and Rin Noara, but he perished during a mission only to be saved by someone and turned into a pawn. But why would he kill my parents? Wasn't he my father's teacher? In Konoha, a Jonin instructor is akin to a mentor. Thus, Obito was both a subordinate and a student of Minato. Perhaps he lost his sanity. He was originally saved and intended to return to Konoha. But the one who rescued him did not wish for his return, orchestrating a tragic event that led to the death of his beloved right before his eyes. So, he too was merely a pawn in someone else's game, correct? That seems plausible. However, when he murdered your parents, the one who had manipulated him was already dead. Everything he did thereafter stemmed from his own volition. Naruto attempted to comprehend Obito's convoluted reasoning, yet he found it utterly incomprehensible. He fervently shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no, no, this cannot be. My father was his teacher and did not harm his beloved. Why would he kill my father?" Yagyu, too, struggled to grasp the bizarre mindset that Obito possessed, yet there was indeed a rationale behind his actions. He detested this world so profoundly that everything within it became his adversary, including his once dear friends and mentors. Observing the skeptical expressions on Jiraiya and Naruto's faces, Yagyu added, "Do not doubt, he is indeed a beast." The conversation descended into an extended silence. After a considerable time, Naruto suddenly asked, "Where is he now?" "Dead. I killed him." Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Yagyu sighed, took a sip of tea, and explained, "About a year ago, a group invaded Konoha, and he was among them. I simply dispatched him." "You dispatched him? Just like that?" Both Naruto and Jiraiya's mouths twitched in disbelief. After all, this was someone capable of killing the fourth Hokage. You just killed him without a second thought? Naruto's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Upon learning that his father was a great man, he felt joy. Then, upon discovering that the one responsible for his father's death was still alive, he felt anger. Finally, learning that his father's murderer was dead left him feeling helpless and confused. Who am I? What should I do? I think I need some time alone to reflect. With that, Naruto stood and walked away. Jiraiya did not pursue him. Recognizing that Naruto did not require guidance at this moment, he needed to reconcile with himself. After all, he did not truly have a target for vengeance. Observing that Jiraiya had no intention of departing, Yagyu turned to the figure behind him. "Karen, refill the water." Jiraiya took a sip of the now-cold tea and asked meaningfully, "How do you know all of this?" Yagyu shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "If you wish to know, you shall." Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Were those things you mentioned earlier true? Is your information accurate?" "Believe it or not, I see no reason to deceive you," Yagyu replied with indifference. Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging that they were indeed not worth deceiving. Once this was established, Jiraiya posed another question regarding his purpose for being there. "What is your relationship with Orochimaru?" Chapter 193, Hundredfold Sage Mode, Tsunade returns. "Not much of a relationship. If it must be defined, he is merely someone who works for me." Yagyu showed no reluctance regarding Orochimaru. After all, he was the most powerful figure in Konoha. "Orochimaru is a dangerous individual, Yagyu. I advise you to minimize your dealings with him." Jiraiya warned gravely. "Moreover, his experiments cause harm to others. Then you should apprehend him. I have no interest in that." Yagyu replied dismissively. Yagyu raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, exuding an air that suggested a lack of concern for the situation at hand. If you believe his actions are misguided, then by all means, feel free to chastise him or even eliminate him. In any case, do not adopt a demeanor that implies I too should engage in some heinous act, although he may be considered an accomplice. Upon receiving this response, Jiraiya, realizing that Yagyu would not heed his counsel, let out a resigned sigh. "I understand. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall check on Naruto." With that, Jiraiya departed. However, he did not leave the Hidden Leaf Village. It appeared he had resolved to remain in Konoha, intent on locating Orochimaru. He truly seemed determined to apprehend Orochimaru. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this period, Jiraiya had yet to capture Orochimaru, but Naruto Uzumaki had emerged from his state of confusion. He no longer dwelled on the vengeance against his father's murderer. Instead, he devoted himself more fervently to his training, with the aspiration of becoming Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki, as always, exhibited this remarkable resilience. While others languished in sorrow and suffering, he thrived and grew stronger amidst adversity. On a particular day, Naruto approached Jiraiya. "Pervy Sage, I wish to learn sage techniques." Jiraiya regarded the prepared Naruto and nodded. "Very well, let us journey to Mount Myaboku." With Naruto's innate talent, Mastering sage techniques would not take long. However, the most crucial aspect of learning the sage arts at Mount Myaboku is not talent, but rather one's mindset. If Naruto were too impatient in his pursuit of sage techniques, he would likely fail and risk becoming one of the stones of Mount Myaboku. This was precisely why Jiraiya had refrained from introducing Naruto to sage techniques for over a year. Now, having come to terms with the truth of his parents' demise and having moved beyond it, Naruto's mindset had matured significantly. He was now far more mature than before. 7 days later, Yagyu basked in the sun at home when he suddenly heard the long-awaited voice of the system. Ding! Postbound target, Naruto Uzumaki, has mastered sage techniques. Unlocking sage mode. The host receives a hundredfold return. Congratulations, the host has obtained a fixed amount of sage chakra, allowing for automatic refinement of sage chakra and instantaneous activation of sage mode. Instantaneous activation of sage mode? Yagyu's mind stirred, and indeed, a chakra unlike any he had previously experienced enveloped him rapidly. White-eye shadows appeared on his face. The sage chakra erupted with a potent aura, reminiscent of a super scion. Yagyu-kun? The ever-curious Kagaya, having just sliced some fruit, paused at the sight of Yagyu's transformation. It's nothing, Kagaya. This is my new ability called Sage Mode. There's no need for concern. A new ability? Yagyu-kun has grown stronger. How impressive. Kagaya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Well, I've become a tad stronger, but it's not that remarkable. You are far too modest, Yagyu-kun. I have seldom witnessed your training, yet you continuously grow stronger. If that is not impressive, then what is? Yagyu found himself at a loss for words. Who said I wasn't putting in effort? I am working extraordinarily hard. Thank you very much. In the ninja world, there were no opponents worthy of his concern. Mastering sage techniques had not brought any significant changes to his life. Everything continued as usual. However, after Naruto returned, having adeptly mastered sage mode, his enhanced strength and burgeoning confidence led him to challenge Yagyu directly. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He was still bested. Naruto did not even last 30 seconds against him. The Flying Thunder God technique was simply too formidable. 3 years later, an unexpected figure returned to Konoha. Tsunade. What could have prompted her return? No one knew. Yagyu gleaned from Jiraiya's cryptic remarks that Tsunade had been frequenting both the gambling halls and taverns of Konoha since her arrival. Oh, and the Hokage Tower. When Tsunade had squandered all her money, she would turn to the Hokage Tower for funds, having run out of money for drinks. She also sought financial aid from the Hokage Tower. Initially, Mizuki had received Yagyu's permission to support Tsunade's lifestyle. Yet as Tsunade's expenses grew increasingly extravagant, Mizuki found himself seeking Yagyu's counsel. Lord Yagyu, if we continue to provide Tsunade with funds, Konoha will face bankruptcy. We simply cannot sustain this. Why not request the daimyo for additional funds? He collects a substantial amount in taxes from us each year. It is only reasonable he provides us with more. Under Yagyu's influence, the daimyo had tripled the economic assistance Konoha received. Yet even so, it was insufficient to cover Tsunade's gambling habits, revealing just how prodigious her losses were. I cannot get in touch with the daimyo, and this year's assistance has already been received. If we ask for more, I'll handle the daimyo. You need not worry. Yagyu rubbed his ear, growing somewhat impatient. The one controlling the daimyo was Sasuke Uchiha, and the only individual capable of communicating with the daimyo was him. Were it not for the stability of Konoha, he would not bother with such a troublesome task. That's a relief. However, there is one more matter, Lord Yagyu. Speak. Our current funds are insufficient to cover Tsunade's gambling expenses. If she comes asking for more today, we may not be able to provide her with any. You, the Hokage, cannot manage to secure even that amount of money for such a vast village? Yagyu, I must reserve enough funds for 1 or 2 months of Konoha's daily operations. If we cannot pay the ninjas for their missions, Konoha will come to a standstill. Yagyu pinched his forehead, questioning whether there was anywhere that was not in dire need of funds. There are several outstanding payments owed to construction teams from the Land of Waves. They assisted Konoha in extensive expansions over the past 2 years. We had anticipated settling these payments by the end of this month. Then, do not give her any money. Yagyu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. What if she causes a ruckus? I cannot possibly match her strength. Does she dare to strike you? Accuse her of being a rogue ninja. Let us see if she has the audacity. Yagyu was left speechless. How could you be Hokage and still be this timid? Mizuki, however, appeared quite disheartened. Her status is too sensitive. If she were to beat me and I labeled her a rogue ninja, I fear I would be met with the scorn of every villager in Konoha. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. These 2 titles grant Tsunade a high level of popularity in Konoha, which explains why Mizuki dared not offend her. After all, she was a living legend. It is far better to support and accommodate her than to eliminate or exile her. Ultimately, he lacked any significant backing. Aside from Yagyu, he had no one else. If he could win Tsunade's approval, his position as Hokage would be far more gratifying. Of course, the primary reason was Tsunade's age, beauty, and figure. Mizuki found it quite difficult to remain unaffected. Chapter 194. Yagyu Mizuki, an unmatched force. Then let her come to me. To you? Is there an issue? None whatsoever. Mizuki felt a sense of impending doom. He had initially intended to use village funds to woo a lady. Now, with Yagyu's directive, did he still have a chance? Yet it was too late to backtrack. Should Yagyu discover he had been using village money to pursue Tsunade and then sought his assistance to resolve the ensuing troubles, Mizuki would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The following day, Tsunade indeed sought him out. However, contrary to Yagyu's expectations of her requesting money, it appeared that Tsunade's visit was not for monetary gain. Upon entering, Tsunade made herself at home, plopping down onto the sofa with her legs crossed. Kaguya, momentarily taken aback, watched as her deputy, Shizune, approached with an apologetic demeanor. I apologize, Lady Tsunade is not usually like this. Seeing that Yagyu remained silent, Kaguya shook her head dismissively. It's quite all right. Please, make yourself comfortable. Thank you. Shizune dashed to Tsunade's side. Kaguya busied herself with brewing tea, but Tsunade interrupted. I do not wish for tea. Do you have any alcohol? I want a drink. Kaguya glanced at Yagyu, who nodded in acquiescence. Bring her some. In no time, a jug of alcohol was presented, and Tsunade wasted no time, pouring it directly into her mouth. Ah, what a fine drink. Surely you must have an inexhaustible amount of money, right? Can you indulge in such fine wine at every meal? Just as Yagyu was about to respond, Tsunade continued, engrossed in her own thoughts. And that imbecile, Moonlight Kakashi. Do you know what I witnessed on my very first visit to the Hokage's office? He was indulging in alcohol right there. He relegated all official duties to other ninjas. I cannot fathom how such a fool could ascend to the position of Hokage. At this moment, Yagyu discerned Tsunade's true intent behind her visit. The pretense of seeking financial assistance was merely a facade. She was genuinely looking for a confrontation. Sometimes, a commendable object is not necessarily composed of superior parts. Each component possesses its own value, as long as it is suitable. The current state of Konoha is relatively commendable, wouldn't you agree? Tsunade scoffed. The quality of Konoha has little to do with that kind of person. Anyone could manage Konoha effectively in that position. That is not necessarily true. During Danzo's tenure, Konoha often descended into chaos, Yagyu countered. Tsunade shifted her left leg from atop her right, crossing her legs in a mockingly playful manner. So, you have been manipulating the Hokage position since Danzo's time? Trying to trap me in conversation? Yagyu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, replying nonchalantly. What if I have? The two locked eyes, a silence enveloping them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Even the little piglet in Shizune's embrace sensed the discomfort. Beads of sweat trickling down its small face. After a few moments, Tsunade broke the silence, her face a mask of fury. Do you even realize what you are doing? The Hokage is the leader of Konoha, a symbol of its spirit. Not only do you manipulate the Hokage position for your own gain, but you also allow dangerous individuals like Danzo and irresponsible characters like Moonlight Kakashi to ascend to the role. If Konoha is ever destroyed, you will bear the greatest guilt. Yagyu nonchalantly cleaned his ears, exuding indifference. As long as I am here, Konoha will not encounter the risks you speak of. And as for you, Tsunade, do you believe you have the right to stand before me and criticize my actions? Over the years, Konoha has faced numerous crises. Where were you? The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life for Konoha. Where were you? The third Hokage perished for Konoha. Where were you then? If you truly cared for Konoha, you would not have turned a blind eye to its affairs for all these years. I control the Hokage position for my own benefit. How are you any different in avoiding responsibility and reality for your own selfishness? Now that I have managed Konoha with such order, you come here to chastise me? What audacity! That's not the case, Lady Tsunade. Shizune began to interject, only to be cut off by Tsunade. Perhaps she indeed had her reasons for leaving Konoha, but it was undeniable that Yagyu spoke the truth. For all these years, her departure had been an act of evasion. This was an undeniable fact. You are correct. I have evaded the responsibilities and realities of Konoha, but I am back now. I have returned, and I am entitled to admonish your actions. By what right? Yagyu scoffed, his disdain evident. You are not even a ninja of Konoha anymore. I will rejoin Konoha and then run for the next Hokage position, Tsunade declared with a huff. Given her popularity within Konoha, it would not be an issue for her to return to the ranks of ninjas. Even Moonlight Kakashi would find it difficult to refuse her. However, Becoming a ninja of Konoha was not necessarily a favorable situation. Kakashi's retirement was still far off, and Yagyu scrutinized Tsunade, a puzzled expression on his face. Has your hemophobia been cured? Tsunade fell silent, her silence answering Yagyu's question. Huh, how can you become the new Hokage with your hemophobia still unresolved? A Hokage who loses their fighting spirit at the sight of blood, can they truly protect Konoha in times of danger? In response to Yagyu's taunts, Tsunade retorted defiantly. I may be better than Moonlight Kakashi at the very least. I am willing to die for Konoha, but what about Kakashi? I can see it clearly. That guy's abilities are probably inferior to even an elite jonin. Are you seriously expecting someone like that to protect Konoha? Yagyu shook his head. The best way he can protect Konoha is by doing nothing at all. Konoha does not necessarily need a powerful Hokage. After all, during peacetime, the Hokage seldom needs to take action personally. What nonsense. Tsunade downed her drink in one gulp, exclaiming loudly, bring me another bottle. Shine, fetch her 2 more bottles. Yagyu instructed. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Don't think you can bribe me. I won't fall for that. There is no need for me to bribe you. Once you finish your drink, be on your way and don't come here to make a drunken scene. Yagyu mocked. You. Just then, the arrival of Cheyenne and the aroma of the wine disrupted Tsunade's momentum. With the fine wine in hand, Tsunade found herself temporarily silenced. Late at night, Tsunade, thoroughly intoxicated, was supported by Shizune as they made their way back. Upon returning, inform her that Konoha will no longer provide her with free food and drink. If she wants money, she should seek out Moonlight Kakashi for missions. Understood. Thank you for your hospitality. Shizune expressed her polite gratitude to Yagyu. Although the two had been arguing throughout, Shizune could see that their differences were not as profound as they seemed, or perhaps they were not truly angry at all. Lady Tsunade may have felt discontent, but it seemed more directed at Moonlight Kakashi being in a position undeserved by him. As for Yagyu, Tsunade genuinely held a sense of respect. After all, Jiraiya had said, Moonlight Yagyu is not to be underestimated. Chapter 195, The Wedding with Yuyuki in the Crimson Land of Fire. Tsunade's return did not significantly alter the dynamics of Konoha. Though she vocally criticized Moonlight Kakashi's unworthiness as Hokage, she herself lacked the determination to change the status quo. Her words seemed to stem from a fit of pique, easily forgotten upon her departure. She neither rejoined Konoha as a ninja nor fully severed her ties. Presently, Konoha stood as the most habitable village for humans within the ninja world. Tsunade could not bear to leave it. Time passed quietly, and soon Yagyu turned 18, a momentous age for him, as it marked the fulfillment of his engagement to Yuyuki. The wedding of Konoha's behind-the-scenes boss was a grand affair. The entire village, indeed the whole land of fire, was adorned with red fabric in celebration of Yagyu's nuptials. Within the Moonlight Clan, Yagyu sat on his sofa, dressed in his groom's attire. This was his first marriage across lifetimes, and a hint of nervousness fluttered within him. Suddenly, Cheyenne burst in from outside, exclaiming, The auspicious time has arrived. It's time to fetch the bride. Understood. Yagyu straightened his attire, puffing out his chest as he stepped toward the door. It's just a wedding. What is there to fear? Outside, the members of the Moonlight Clan were already poised and ready. Clan leader Moonlight Kakashi stood at the forefront. Brimming with energy, Yagyu glanced at the crowd and waved. Let us go. Roar. The powerful aura made it seem as if they were heading into battle. Yet, for Yagyu, it was just as fitting to describe it as a battle. Quickly, come out. The Moonlight Clan's wedding party has arrived. Wow, they're throwing money. Is that for real? Come out and see. It's truly extravagant. As the family of the 5th Hokage, how could a wedding within the Moonlight Clan not be known throughout the Land of Fire? Moonlight Yagyu was no ordinary member of the clan. He was Konoha's great benefactor. The strongest ninja. The strongest ninja? Indeed. Years ago, Konoha faced a terrifying invasion, and all the ninjas were defeated. Even the Hokage at the time was driven away. Only Moonlight Yagyu stood up, vanquishing the enemy and safeguarding Konoha. I never anticipated that he had such remarkable deeds. He is indeed a hero. Indeed, had he not been so young at the time, perhaps he would be the 5th Hokage today. Compared to Moonlight Kaiman, the villagers hold a greater affection for Moonlight Liu Sheng. After all, it was Liu Sheng who truly saved them, their savior. Amidst the villagers' congratulations, the Moonlight Clan's wedding procession arrived at the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan had long been prepared for the occasion. Uzumaki Yuyuin donned her bridal attire, adorned with a beautiful white gown and exquisite makeup. The first sight of the stunning Yuyuin left Liu Sheng momentarily speechless. Their eyes locked, as if the rest of the world had faded away, leaving only each other in their gaze. Yuyuin, you are breathtaking. The typically aloof Yuyuin rarely exhibited a shy demeanor, but now, there was a hint of bashfulness upon her face. with such a beautiful person standing before him. Soon to be his wife, Liu Sheng felt an indescribable rush of emotions, as if a powerful force was pounding in his heart. Liu Sheng, what are you waiting for? Urged the Uzumaki clan leader, observing the dazed couple. Today she becomes your bride. You will see her every day, so why linger in admiration? Liu Sheng snapped back to reality. Laughing heartily, apologies. Let's proceed with the bride. The wedding banquet was attended by many familiar faces from Konoha, including Kakashi Hitaki, Sakura Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka. Even Sasuke made an appearance, though due to his sensitive identity, he did not reveal his true visage. Liu Sheng and Yu Yuen moved from table to table, offering toasts. Upon reaching one particular table, he froze. Conan? MHM, congratulations, she responded, lifting her cup to toast Liu Sheng before quietly resuming her meal. She remained as distant as ever. Yet with Nagato absent, a trace of sorrow lingered on her face. Perhaps at that moment, she pondered the meaning of life. Liu Sheng, however, had no desire or interest in Conan's matters. The most pressing concern was to see the wedding through to completion, marking the end of their long journey together. From engagement to marriage, Yu Yuen had awaited him for a decade. The feast lasted an entire day, with the entire Konoha indulging in the celebrations. Numerous shops offered discounts and even free services. Konoha was immersed in Liu Sheng's happiness, and one might mistakenly believe that the entire land of fire was celebrating a wedding. As midnight struck, all festivities concluded. Yu Yuen followed Liu Sheng back to their home. Unusually, Shakurin was absent, leaving only the two of them. In their spacious home, the two were confined to a small room. Liu Sheng and Yu Yuen sat on the edge of the bed, a mere centimeter apart, on the verge of touching. Yet neither made a move. Being their first marriage, both were somewhat reserved. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Sheng mustered the courage to grasp Yu Yuen's hand. Liu Sheng-kun, don't speak, just kiss me. The joyous celebrations in the land of fire persisted for 3 days before gradually cooling. In contrast, other great nations continued their tense existence. The land of water had only recently emerged from the shadows of the Blood Mist regime, and its military capabilities were slowly regaining strength. Fortunately, they had the fifth Hokage, Mei Terumi, and powerful figures to safeguard them, allowing the land of water to rest easy for the time being. The land of lightning was restless. Although it had not weakened over the years, economic stagnation and growing strength left them unwilling to merely defend their territory. Meanwhile, Awakens and Sunigakure were significantly lacking in high-level combatants due to Liu Sheng's actions, prompting the land of lightning to set its sights on them. Over the years, they had intermittently dispatched ninjas to harass and probe into their vulnerabilities. Recently, the Raikage had gathered intelligence on the strengths and weaknesses of both the land of earth and the land of wind. Though Awakens had suffered considerable losses among its high ranks, many astute individuals had fled in advance, including Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi. After the turmoil subsided, Kuratsuchi ascended to the position of Tsuchikage, gradually aiding Awakens in its recovery. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Coupled with Liu Sheng's lack of clarity regarding their mid-tier combat capabilities, Iwagekyure's strength remained formidable, and even if Kumogakure could conquer them, it would come at a significant cost. As for Sunigakure, the once great power had diminished, leaving only a few remnants attempting to hold the village together. The developments of recent years had not restored their strength, but had instead made Sunigakure an enticing target. Numerous factions and spies now lurked within Sunigakure, each eager to seize a piece of the pie. A withered horse is not as valuable as a pig. Chapter 196, The Fall of the Land of Earth. Konoha's stance. As Konoha continued to develop steadily, some impatient individuals could no longer contain themselves. On June 8th, ninjas from Kumogakure launched an assault on Awagakure via both land and sea routes. The war between the two nations commenced. By June 11th, Awagakure's defenses were caught off guard, and within just 3 days, they were pushed to the very gates of their village. The ninjas of Awagakure vowed to resist to the death, and fierce battles ensued. On June 12th, Iwagakure's fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, led his ninjas to repel the invaders from Kumogakure, temporarily safeguarding the village. However, the war had already claimed the lives of hundreds of Awagakure ninjas, resulting in devastating losses. On June 14th, Iwagakure's ninjas, under Kuratsuchi's command, launched a counteroffensive against the Kumogakure forces, only to fall into a trap, ambushed by the Raikage and the Wooden Men. Despite the protection of his loyal followers, Kuratsuchi was captured, and in a moment of defiance, he took his own life that very night. On June 15th, with the fourth Tsuchikage slain, the ninjas of Awagakure lost their leader, crumbling under the relentless assault from Kumogakure. Awagakure fell entirely. On June 16th, Kumogakure completely occupied Awagakure. erasing it from the annals of history. On June 17th, the Land of Earth surrendered, and the daimyo of the Land of Earth reached out to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to negotiate terms of capitulation. On June 18th, during the peace talks between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, the Reikage, in a fit of rage, struck out, assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Earth. On June 19th, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning proclaimed the annihilation of the Land of Earth, annexing its territory into the Land of Lightning. The world was thrown into chaos. In Konoha, in Liu Sheng's modest abode, he was blissfully enjoying his newlywed life, oblivious to the upheavals in the shinobi world. However, the magnitude of this event compelled Moonlight Clan to once again intrude upon his peace. Upon opening the door and seeing the grave expression on Kaiman's face, Liu Sheng did not hold it against him for his lack of decorum. "Come in." With that, Liu Sheng proceeded to the living room. Moonlight Clan swiftly removed his shoes and took a seat across from Liu Sheng, still wearing a tense expression, hesitating to speak. "Tea." Liu Sheng offered Kaiman a cup filled with tea. "Thank you." Kaiman gulped down the water, the refreshment quenching his parched throat, finally granting him the courage to voice his concerns. "The Land of Earth has been obliterated." "Obliterated?" Liu Sheng questioned, unsure if he had misheard, and asked again, "Are you certain it wasn't a Wagakure that was destroyed?" Moonlight Clan shook his head, stating, "Just yesterday, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was personally slain by the Reikage of Kimogakure, who then announced the obliteration of the Land of Earth. Goodness, they even killed the daimyo. Kimogakure has truly gone rogue." Liu Sheng expressed his astonishment, as he had previously believed that the shadows were mere puppets of the daimyos. It appeared that the ambitions of the Reikage aligned more closely with his own thoughts than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he was still serving the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, which made a difference. "Aren't you shocked? This is utterly unfathomable. How could he dare to do such a thing? Is he not afraid of an alliance of other nations launching an attack against them? The other villages?" Yagyu scoffed, stating, "Now that the Land of Earth has fallen, the ninjas of the Land of Wind are inferior to those of some minor villages, and the mist village of the Land of Water is still in the process of regaining its strength. Who, besides our Fire Nation, possesses the capability to confront the Land of Lightning?" Despite this, the feudal lords of the other nations still approached. Sukikage sighed, and then produced a scroll from his garments. This is a secret missive from the feudal lords, containing fragments of his discussions with them. The Land of Wind and the Land of Water, lacking in strength, wished to form a coalition led by the Fire Nation to campaign against the Land of Lightning. Yagyu did not take the missive but calmly sipped his tea, inquiring, "So, you wish to know my perspective on this matter? Are we to participate, or abstain? Which option do you lean towards?" Sukikage, with a resigned smile, replied, "I would prefer not to engage, as I have only recently promised that Konoha would pursue a policy of peace. However, it appears we no longer have the luxury of choice. The ambition of the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning and the Reikage is far too great. If we remain passive today regarding the Land of Lightning's annexation of the Land of Earth, once they have absorbed its resources, we shall be next. If you have already formed an opinion, then act on it. Why come to me for counsel?" Yagyu retorted, at a loss for words. "Is it not your concern that this war might disrupt your plans?" Sukikage replied, somewhat petulantly. Yagyu smirked, "It is rare for you to remember me." Once Sukikage departed, Yagyu pondered the pros and cons of the situation anew. While Tsukikage's assertions held merit, neglecting the issue with the Land of Lightning today would inevitably place them in jeopardy tomorrow. Yet the assumption rests on whether the Land of Lightning possesses the necessary strength. If Yagyu were to eliminate their Reikage and feudal lord, it would all be for naught. However, if Konoha were to involve itself, the entire village, and indeed the Fire Nation, would undoubtedly be thrust into turmoil once more. This is not the peace Yagyu desires. Must I intervene again? Alas. Yagyu rested his chin on his hand, watching the leaves drift from the trees outside. All things have their destiny. Ultimately, Yagyu decided to intervene, instructing Tsukikage not to take action. Konoha would maintain its current state, preserving peace and stability. As for the Land of Lightning, Yagyu declared, "I shall take action." With this resolution, the subjugated feudal lord of the Fire Nation naturally complied with Yagyu's wishes, rejecting the proposal to ally with the Land of Wind and the Land of Water. Upon receiving this refusal, the feudal lords of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water were infuriated, smashing their chairs in frustration. They could not fathom what the feudal lord of the Fire Nation was contemplating, truly believing that the elder of the Land of Lightning would retreat now. We would all perish. Unbeknownst to the two feudal lords, Yagyu was precisely banking on this outcome. The strife of great nations is wearisome, henceforth. It suffices for but one nation to endure and one shinobi village to persist. At this moment, within the Land of Lightning, in the Cloud Village, the fourth Reikage, had anticipated an assault from Sunagakure, Konoha, and Kirigakure, and had prepared accordingly. However, what awaited him was a silent farce. Konoha declined to partake in the assault on the Cloud Village, and the land of wind and the land of water, separated by the vast expanse of Konoha, found it difficult to unite. The land of water shared a border with the land of lightning. Yet the current strength of the Mist Village was insufficient to confront the Cloud Village head-on, rendering all of Raikage's defensive measures utterly unnecessary. For there was no one initiating an attack against them. Upon receiving this news, Raikage could hardly contain his laughter, mocking the Hokage's lack of foresight and the Mizukage's feeble strategies, declaring them unworthy to stand alongside him as a Kage. Chapter 197. Movements of the Cloud Village in the newly established Konoha. The graduation class was abuzz, as no one initiated an assault on the Land of Lightning. For the following 3 years, the Land of Lightning steadily encroached upon the territories once belonging to the Land of Earth, systematically eliminating the remnants of the old nobility and fleeing ninjas from the Land of Earth. The Land of Lightning, having consumed the resources of the Land of Earth, grew increasingly powerful. Within a mere 3 years, the number of its ninjas surged by 10%, with a notable increase in elite ninjas. As they observed the growing power of the Land of Lightning, the lands of wind and water grew increasingly anxious. They were acutely aware that the next target of the Land of Lightning would be themselves. Thus, both nations not only focused on bolstering their military capabilities, but also endeavored to strengthen ties with the Fire Nation, hoping to compel it to alter its stance and join them in forming an alliance to resist the Land of Lightning. The two great nations no longer aspired to defeat the Land of Lightning. With such a formidable Cloud Village, they merely wished to safeguard their own territories. But would events unfold as they envisioned? In the Land of Wind, within the feudal lord's estate, a cadre of masked individuals donned in conical hats invaded, subduing all within. At the forefront stood a man with a mane of fluffy white hair, a sword slung across his back. "Darui, we have captured everyone. Not a single soul has escaped," reported a man adorned with a demon mask. Darui yawned, inquiring, "Where is the feudal lord of the Land of Wind?" "In his chamber. Shall we slay him?" "No. He remains of use to us." Darui cast a sidelong glance at the man, exuding a languid yet dangerous demeanor, and remarked, "The Sunagakure has been rebuilt over the years, has it not? When we strike Konoha and Kirigakure, it would be prudent to deploy them on the front lines." The newly established Sunagakure had little autonomy, lacking the authority to refuse the edicts of the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. Thus, even the most ludicrous commands, such as the order to attack Konoha 3 months hence, were accepted without question. September of that year was destined for turmoil. In Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, it was once again the time for the annual graduation ceremony. During the recent Chunin exams, a total of 54 candidates had passed, a figure surpassing any previous year. To the extent that Konoha could not spare an abundance of Jonin to lead teams, thus resorting to assigning some Chunin as instructors. Even so, with the increasing number of graduating ninjas each year, the position of guiding teacher would inevitably face vacancies. After all, the growth of a graduating class into maturity is not a matter of mere months. While the more gifted classes might take 1 or 2 years, those of average or lesser ability could falter at any moment and require 3 to 4 years' time. The slow maturation of ninjas, juxtaposed with the continuous influx of new recruits, posed a significant challenge for Tsukikage, the Hokage. "I wonder who our guiding teacher will be," a frail-looking young girl murmured timidly. "Fear not, Xiaoxian. It will surely be a formidable Jonin instructor." Her companion, Siyu, promptly reassured. As the class's underachiever, he had clung tenaciously to the tail end of graduation, ultimately securing his ninja headband. Their other companion was a silver-haired boy, cool in demeanor yet complex within, named Tsukikage Kawashige, heralded as a prodigy of the Tsukikage clan, being the closest to Tsukikage Yagyu and the top of this graduating class. Observing his two companions engage in conversation, he feigned indifference, silently awaiting the arrival of their instructor. After what felt like an eternity, as all the other students departed with their guiding teachers, the instructor meant for Siyu and the others had yet to arrive. This prompted the increasingly impatient Siyu to grow more agitated. "Damn it, why is this instructor so late? They clearly have no sense of time. They cannot be a formidable ninja. Siyu, it is not polite to speak ill of our instructor behind their back. What are you afraid of? Even in his presence, I would dare to utter such words. Wouldn't I? Absolutely." A strange voice suddenly emerged from behind him, startling him considerably. "Are you human? How can you walk without making a sound?" Salu hastily stepped back a few paces, fear evident in his voice. "Can a ninja make a sound while killing, thereby warning others?" Liu Sheng smiled gently at the three young boys before him, who were indeed his students. Over the past 3 years, Liu Sheng had enjoyed a peaceful life at home. Aside from marrying a few girls he fancied, there was little of interest in his days. Though he had toiled day and night, the girls showed no signs of bearing children. It seemed they were unable to give him heirs. Bored and restless, he decided to find himself some activities, essentially indulging in frivolity. After much contemplation, he resolved to take on Kakashi's role, to act as a mentor and relish the experience. You are Liu Sheng senpai. Upon recognizing the face of Moonlight Liu Sheng, the usually aloof Moonlight Chuan Sheng was the first to break his composure. You know me? Liu Sheng senpai, I am Moonlight Chuan Sheng, of the Moonlight Clan. My father is Moonlight Xiehe, and my mother is Moonlight Monai. Our entire family are your admirers. I aspire to be a powerful ninja like you. Moonlight Chuan Sheng spoke in a rush. His adoring expression leading Sa Lu and Xiao Xian to believe their teammate had been swapped. Liu Sheng was equally surprised to find that among the students he casually accepted, one was a fan, and from his own clan at that. Oh, well then, I wish you success. Liu Sheng encouraged Chuan Sheng with a smile, then turned to the other two and said, apologies for my tardiness. A little cat blocked my path on the way, and I simply could not help it. Who would believe that? Sa Lu immediately scoffed at Liu Sheng's words. But Chuan Sheng earnestly asked, what kind of cat could possibly impede Liu Sheng senpai's progress? Is it a formidable ninja beast? Fool, that is clearly just his excuse. Sa Lu retorted, no, how could someone as illustrious as Liu Sheng senpai deceive us? What need would he have to do so? I believe in what Liu Sheng senpai has said, Chuan Sheng declared with utmost seriousness, having evidently become an unwavering devotee of Liu Sheng. In response, Sa Lu could only be left speechless. Liu Sheng found it amusing. Looking at the trio, he saw reflections of his younger self. However, they were undoubtedly far more adorable than he had been. Xiao Xian bore a resemblance to Hinata, shy and reserved. Sa Lu was akin to Naruto, though Naruto was not his teammate. As for Chuan Sheng, he resembled Sasuke somewhat, yet not entirely. After all, the disparities in talent and experience were too vast. Perhaps if Chuan Sheng experienced a clan massacre and then faced off against a ruthless opponent, he would come to resemble Sasuke more closely. Chapter 198. Self-Introduction. The Dragon Slayer becomes the evil dragon. Liu Sheng led the three to the rooftop where Kakashi had once taken them. The person who had once sat on the ground had now transformed into one leaning against the railing. Although you have already met me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Moonlight Liu Sheng. I am 21 years old, and I cherish freedom and strength. I despise all troublesome matters and anything I do not wish to undertake. My dream is to live as I please. Now, I would like you to introduce yourselves in a similar manner. Let us start with I. Liu Sheng senpai. Before Liu Sheng could call on anyone, Moonlight Chuan Sheng eagerly raised his hand, completely at odds with his previously cold demeanor. Perhaps this is the effect of celebrity. My name is Moonlight Chuan Sheng. I am 12 years old. I enjoy ninjutsu and swordsmanship. I dislike being disturbed while training. And my dream is to become a powerful figure like you. At such a young age, he possesses considerable talent and a willingness to work hard, with admirable aspirations. If he doesn't falter, he could certainly become a special jonin, much like Moonlight Jifeng. Very well, next. I'll go. Due to her introverted nature, Xiao Xian was hesitant, and Sa Lu took the initiative to introduce himself second. My name is Shanbian Sa Lu. I am 12 years old. I enjoy the seafood noodles cooked by Grandma Lu. I dislike school, and my dream is to graduate and become a ninja, making Grandma Lu proud of me. Hehe. I have already achieved my dream. A child with modest ambitions, content with his current state. Compared to Chuan Sheng, Liu Sheng preferred subordinates like Sa Lu, simply because they were less troublesome. I am Xiao Xian, 12 years old. My favorite thing is origami. I dislike insects. And my dream is to become a master of origami and open a shop. A rather common dream. Her shy and endearing nature suggested she could be a good subordinate. If you wish to become a master of origami, why pursue a path as a ninja? My mother said that by becoming a ninja, I could learn more advanced origami techniques. Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with determination, resembling a girl who would earnestly strive for her dreams. However, it was evident that her mother had deceived her. Learning origami as a ninja? Could it be that your mother is like Conan? Nevertheless, if an opportunity arises, Liu Sheng would consider seeking Conan's guidance for her to help Xiao Xian master origami. Such favoritism was something Liu Sheng found rather endearing. Perhaps having seen enough girls like Sakura and Ino, encountering a girl like Xiao Xian, who was not preoccupied with romance, piqued Liu Sheng's interest. Very well. First, let me congratulate you all on successfully graduating from the Ninja Academy, having obtained your ninja headbands, which grant you the qualification to become ninjas. Wait. Haven T, we already graduated? What do you mean we have the qualification to become ninjas? Seeing Sa Lu, a commoner clueless about the nuances, Moonlight Chuan Sheng promptly explained. The graduation exam at the Ninja Academy is merely to determine our eligibility to become ninjas. But whether we can truly become ninjas depends on the approval of our guiding teachers. How can this be? Sa Lu looked utterly disheartened, having thought he had fulfilled his dream, only to realize it was merely the beginning. Xiao Xin also appeared anxious, instinctively clutching her clothing. Becoming a ninja was crucial for her ambitions of mastering origami, and she could not afford to falter. Chuan Sheng was correct. Graduating from the Ninja Academy does not automatically make you ninjas. Merely learning a transformation technique or passing a theoretical exam does not adequately assess whether a ninja is exceptional. Then how will we be evaluated? The three of them gazed intently at Liu Sheng, eagerly awaiting an answer. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, turned to face the setting sun, and remarked with a light laugh, "Tomorrow morning at 6, at Training Ground 7. Remember, do not eat breakfast. You'll throw up." A rather morbidly amusing examination. Liu Sheng had learned quite a bit from Kakashi. In the past, Kakashi had subjected them to such trials. Now, it was Liu Sheng's turn to be the teacher, and he would be the one to challenge his students. The Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the evil dragon. The next morning at 6, Chuan Sheng and the others arrived at Training Ground 7, rubbing their sleepy eyes. However, unlike Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xin, Sa Lu had a piece of bread in his mouth and a bottle of milk in hand. With his eyes half closed, he was eating while still half asleep. "Sa Lu, how can you eat breakfast? Didn't Liu Sheng sensei say we shouldn't eat breakfast yesterday?" "Ah, he only said it would make us throw up. But if I don't eat, I'll be hungry. So I'd rather risk throwing up later than starve. I believe the teacher will understand my predicament." Chuan Sheng. "But if the teacher finds out you had breakfast, won't he be angry?" Xiao Xin queried with concern. "Hee. As long as you don't tell the teacher, it'll be fine," Sa Lu replied, pulling out 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of milk from his bag. "Here, I prepared some for you too. Go ahead and eat." "I want to eat." Chuan Sheng, sword in hand, found a spot to sit down, refusing Sa Lu's offer. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Xin declined Si Lu's kind offer. "I'm sorry, Si Lu, but I do not have the habit of eating breakfast." Si Lu pouted, stuffing 2 pieces of bread into his mouth, and said, "If you don't want it, fine. But I must insist that you cannot report me. We are comrades, and we must uphold loyalty." Both Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xin remained silent, which left Si Lu feeling somewhat dejected. It was indeed challenging to get along with these 2 teammates. With his average abilities, he desperately hoped to rely on his teammates for success in this examination. That was why Si Lu sought to strengthen their bond through such gestures. Though the results were rather lackluster, one was aloof, and the other was socially anxious. What a predicament! With a resigned expression, Si Lu decided to channel his frustration into his appetite, taking larger bites to alleviate his mood. By 11 a.m., the sun had been hanging in the sky for nearly 5 hours. Yet, the elusive Yuguang Liu Sheng had yet to arrive. How infuriating! I should have anticipated this. This guy has absolutely no sense of time. He was the last to arrive yesterday during the guidance session. It's no wonder he is holding us back from breakfast. At this moment, the famished Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xin were on the brink of starvation. However, they remained steadfast in their belief that Liu Sheng would not deceive them. Could it be that the teacher was delayed by something? Xiao Xin speculated. What could possibly delay him? Surely it isn't a kitten blocking his path? Just as Si Lu finished his sentence, Liu Sheng appeared out of nowhere, beaming at the trio. "Apologies, apologies. A lovely little kitten delayed me for 5 hours on my way here. It was quite a headache. Who would believe that?" Chapter 199. That kitten must be adorable. While Si Lu expressed his skepticism, Chuan Sheng, with an astonished expression, exclaimed, "Really? Teacher, that kitten must be incredibly cute." At that moment, not only Si Lu but even Xiao Xin began to question Chuan Sheng's intelligence. This was obviously a fabrication. Liu Sheng hadn't anticipated his brilliant disciple's earnestness, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for misleading him. However, as long as he did not admit to the deception, he lied. "Yes, indeed, it was exceptionally adorable," Liu Sheng replied with a disingenuous smile, preparing to take out the bell for the examination when he suddenly noticed a breakfast bag not far away. "Oh, did you all have breakfast?" In response to Liu Sheng's inquiry, Chuan Sheng silently glanced to the left, adopting an expression of indifference, while Xiao Xin lowered her head, fidgeting with the ground. Only Si Lu appeared somewhat flushed, awkwardly smiling as he said, "I believe that must have been left by someone else, right? Is that so?" Liu Sheng scrutinized the trio with his fox-like eyes. The unspoken pressure made them all tense. Who could tell Liu Sheng whether Si Lu was telling the truth? Xiao Xin. I. Just as Xiao Xian was about to speak, she noticed Si Lu subtly signaling her. Reluctant to betray her comrade or offend her teacher, she chose to remain silent. Liu Sheng then turned to Chuan Sheng. Chuan Sheng, do you know? Chuan Sheng turned around, glanced at Si Lu, and disregarding his plea, stated. Si Lu lied. He ate all the breakfast. He even took our portions, but neither Xiao Xian nor I ate any. You treacherous Chuan Sheng. You've betrayed your comrade and forsaken loyalty. Si Lu exclaimed in exasperation. Humph, who told you to violate the examination rules and then lie about it? Chuan Sheng replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of remorse. You. Enough. Si Lu was about to retort when Liu Sheng interrupted him. I had initially planned to commence the examination immediately due to my tardiness, but since Si Lu has violated the rules, the examination will be postponed indefinitely. As punishment, Si Lu must run 100 laps around the number 7 training ground, and only after completing that may he continue with the assessment. What? How could this happen? Si Lu held his head in despair. Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xian wore equally grim expressions. They were already quite hungry, and now they would not be performing at their best during the examination. If they had to wait for Si Lu to finish his 100 laps, would they even have the strength to proceed with the assessment? Although both had reservations, they refrained from questioning Liu Sheng's decision. After all, Chuan Sheng was a staunch admirer of Liu Sheng, ready to obey unconditionally. As for Xiao Xian, she wanted to ask, but felt too socially anxious to voice her concerns. For the next hour, they sat on a large rock, watching Si Lu repeatedly run past them. How many laps has he completed? Liu Sheng asked, feeling bored. Xiao Xian counted on her fingers, while Chuan Sheng answered directly, 35 laps. Still 65 to go? Liu Sheng ran a hand through his disheveled hair, lamenting. Does this kid never exercise? 35 laps in an hour. How did he graduate from the Ninja Academy? He was always at the bottom, barely passing all his subjects. Chuan Sheng remarked. The worst paired with the top student, the head of the Hoshigaki clan, truly learned nothing from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Liu Sheng sighed in exasperation, yet, regardless of how subpar Si Lu was, he had no intention of expelling him from the team. As long as he was in this class, Liu Sheng would do his utmost to teach him. How much he learned was beyond Liu Sheng's control. After all, strength is a matter of talent. It cannot be forced. Another hour passed. How many laps has he completed? 60 laps. He managed only 20 laps in this hour? Slower than before. Teacher, it seems he is nearing his limits. Liu Sheng observed intently. At that moment, Si Lu appeared as if he were a worm writhing on the ground, moving forward with great difficulty. His body seemed to have reached its limit, yet his determination remained unyielding. At this rate, he probably won't finish today. How troublesome. Liu Sheng scratched his head in frustration, glancing at the sun high in the sky. He retrieved 2 lunchboxes from behind him. Here is your lunch. I'll be heading back. I'll check on you in 2 hours. With that, Liu Sheng vanished in an instant. Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xian exchanged glances at the 2 lunchboxes before hesitating to dig in. What do we do now that the teacher is gone? Xiao Xian, unable to make a decision on her own, looked to Chuan Sheng for guidance. He offered no reply, but instead picked up a lunchbox and headed toward Si Lu. At that moment, Si Lu was struggling to crawl forward, his energy completely depleted, yet he refused to give in. I cannot collapse here. I must pass this examination and become a true ninja, so that Granny Lu will look at me with admiration. I absolutely cannot disappoint her. Si Lu was an orphan, raised by Granny Lu. She was his sole emotional support, and despite knowing that he lacked talent, he was determined not to give up on becoming a ninja. He longed to earn Granny Lu's admiration. As Si Lu continued to grit his teeth and persevere, a shadow fell over him, blocking the sun. Looking up, he was taken aback to see Chuan Sheng, the very one who had reported him. Are you here to witness my humiliation? Si Lu gasped, looking displeased. I'm not that bored, Chuan Sheng replied, placing the lunchbox in front of him. Eat up. You need to replenish your energy to run faster. We should complete the examination exercise sooner. Si Lu gazed at the fragrant lunchbox, saliva involuntarily pooling in his mouth. Although he had eaten 3 breakfasts by himself, it had been 7 hours since he had last eaten, and after running over 60 laps around the training ground, he was utterly famished. I've eaten, what about you? You didn't even have breakfast. Humph, mind your own business. I'm a genius. Missing a meal is no big deal. But you, if you don't eat something, you'll surely lag behind in the examination. Si Lu pouted, unwilling to argue, knowing full well his own inadequacies. How about this? I'll eat half, and you can have the other half. Si Lu offered his suggestions, yet he was met with a firm refusal from Chuan Sheng. No need. I am not accustomed to sharing the same bowl of rice with others. As a prodigy of the illustrious Uchiha clan, Chuan Sheng had been raised in a life of luxury. While he was diligent in his training and could endure hardship, he never deprived himself of indulgences. Liu was about to express further thoughts when Xiaoxin hurried over, exclaiming, "Then Chuan Sheng, why not have my portion? Liu and I will share one." Chuan Sheng glanced at Xiaoxin's frail frame and contemplated a refusal. However, realizing that rejecting her offer might lead to further complications, he decided, "I shall take half, and the remainder is yours. As long as I eat first, it cannot be deemed as sharing a meal with others," he reassured himself. Chapter 200. The strength of Liu Sheng. The three were left stunned. Liu Sheng had not departed. Instead, he remained in the shadows, keenly observing their interactions. He watched as Chuan Sheng offered his bento to Liu, while Xiaoxin held out her bento to Chuan Sheng. Liu Sheng felt quite pleased with this development. Though he lacked experience as a mentor, he understood the principles of forming a cohesive team. A successful team need not embody profound emotional bonds. Yet it must be devoid of rifts. Thus, when Chuan Sheng betrayed Liu, causing resentment to brew, Liu Sheng pondered how best to test the trio. Recalling Kakashi, Liu Sheng had prepared the bento in advance, drawing inspiration from Kakashi's evaluative methods. However, their philosophies diverged. Kakashi believed that a team should prioritize camaraderie, and as long as they valued their companions, they could graduate. Liu Sheng, on the other hand, was not so convinced. The bond among Chuan Sheng, Liu, and Xiaoxin was undeniable. Liu was the most emotional, straightforward, and impulsive. Chuan Sheng was rational and discerning, yet he possessed the qualities of respect and tolerance, marking him as a potential leader. Xiaoxin was a kind-hearted girl. If judged by Kakashi's standards, the trio would have already passed. Nonetheless, Liu Sheng deemed it necessary to assess their foundational skills, as well as their awareness and innate talent for cultivation. In the realm of ninjas, lacking capability could burden one's comrades. After consuming the bento, Liu regained some energy and resumed his running. After expending an hour and a half to complete the remaining 30 laps, he collapsed, panting heavily in the shade beneath a rock. While Chuan Sheng and Xiaoxin sat idly by, waiting for Liu Sheng's return. It seems you have completed your laps. You didn't slack off, did you?" Liu retorted loudly, though he internally entertained the very thought. However, confronted by Chuan Sheng's steadfast gaze, he refrained from voicing it. It was utterly inconceivable to ask Chuan Sheng and Xiaoxin to lie on his behalf. "We will attest that Liu did not slack off," Chuan Sheng and Xiaoxin affirmed. Glancing at Liu Sheng, who had been observing from the sidelines, was well aware that Liu had indeed not been remiss. His inquiry was merely a jest. "Since Chuan Sheng and Xiaoxin vouch for you, I shall take your word for it. You have another half hour to rest, after which we will commence the evaluation." The trio braced themselves. The half hour passed swiftly. Although Liu had not fully recovered his optimal condition, he was at least fit to move and utilize his ninjutsu. Liu Sheng then produced 2 bells, shaking them in front of the trio as he declared, "The assessment is quite simple. You must seize the bells from my possession before nightfall. The one who obtains a bell will pass. Those who do not will be eliminated." "Why are there only 2 bells?" Liu inquired, puzzled. "Because only 2 of you may pass," Liu Sheng replied with a slight smile, fastening the bells to his waist. Chuan Sheng and Xiaoxin exchanged apprehensive glances, particularly Liu, who was the weakest among them. There was no way he could compete with the others for the bells. Chuan Sheng and Xiaoxin had differing thoughts. Chuan Sheng was strategizing on how to wrest the bells from Liu Sheng, while Xiaoxin contemplated how to distribute the spoils if she succeeded. She wished to avoid elimination but did not desire to compete against Liu and Chuan Sheng for that opportunity. Liu Sheng remained oblivious to their thoughts but was well aware of their respective strengths. He looked at them and said, "Given your abilities, it is nearly impossible to snatch anything from me. Thus, I shall grant you some leeway, an allowance." "Allowance?" the trio queried, puzzled. "Indeed, during the upcoming assessment, I shall refrain from utilizing ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, or jinjutsu. I will even forego the use of my hands." "What? Then you are certain to lose." Before Liu Sheng could finish his sentence, Liu wore a smug expression. "Boastful words are best left until you have captured the bells," Liu Sheng remarked nonchalantly. "In any case, consider this a game of cat and mouse. If you catch me and seize the bells, you win. Otherwise, you shall lose." "What is the scope of the exercise? Is it the entire training ground 7? Chuan Sheng inquired. "Indeed," Liu Sheng confirmed. "Shall we commence now?" Chuan Sheng pressed further. "Let the games begin," Liu Sheng declared. No sooner had Liu Sheng uttered those words than Chuan Sheng vanished from sight, reappearing before Liu Sheng, reaching for the bells at his waist. Liu Sheng merely stepped back slightly, causing Chuan Sheng's grasp to miss. Seeing this, Chuan Sheng advanced again, attempting once more to snatch the bells. But as he materialized in front of Liu Sheng, he was met with a swift knee strike to his abdomen. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse, violently expelling the contents of his stomach. Chuan Sheng, Liu and Xiaoxin gasped in shock. They could scarcely believe that the formidable Chuan Sheng had been so easily incapacitated by Liu Sheng. Cat and mouse games are not about seizing the cheese, but about consuming the prey. Such lackluster assaults will never allow you to secure the bells. Liu Sheng advised them coolly. Channel your lethal intent, or you shall have no chance of victory. Lethal intent. Liu and Xiaoxin instinctively shivered at the thought. They were ordinary citizens who had grown up in Konoha. Although they had witnessed ninjas perish before their eyes, they had never taken a life. The notion of approaching their tasks with the intent to kill Liu Sheng was utterly inconceivable. Yet Chuan Sheng bore no such reservations. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had been taken to train by his elders even as a child. Though he had never killed, he had certainly been exposed to the aura of lethality. Once the agony in his stomach subsided, Chuan Sheng drew his long sword and lunged at Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng effortlessly evaded the strike while offering critiques. Your speed is commendable, yet your strength leaves much to be desired. Your techniques are overly chaotic. Who taught you swordsmanship? Suddenly, Liu Sheng ceased evading, and the sword halted a mere inch from his forehead. Chuan Sheng appeared pale, clearly terrified at the thought of having nearly struck Liu Sheng. What? Are you truly afraid of killing me? Chuan Sheng remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his apprehension. Do not jest, Liu Sheng asserted, exerting force through his leg and stomping down. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a massive crater, spanning several dozen meters, was created. Liu Sheng stood at the center of the pit, holding the bewildered Chuan Sheng aloft. Do not hesitate. If you could truly kill me, you might very well be on your way to becoming the strongest in the ninja world. Chuan Sheng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he replied, Yes, Liu Sheng sensei. Outside the crater, Liu and Xiaoxin were rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. Is this a joke? Liu Sheng sensei, he created a massive pit with a single stomp? His power is so terrifying. How could we possibly have a chance? Should we concede defeat? Chapter 201, 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. Upon witnessing Liu Sheng's strength, Liu and Xiaoxin felt their resolve wane even further. In contrast, Chuan Sheng remained spirited and undeterred. Yagyu granted them 5 minutes to recuperate. Upon witnessing his companion's despondent demeanor, Chuan Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, If you believe that passing the assessment is beyond your capability, then you might as well withdraw now. I shall endeavor to seize the bell alone, lest you hinder my progress. Liu and Xiaoxian lowered their heads, feeling chastened by Chuan Sheng's harsh words. They were compelled to reflect. Did they aspire to graduate? Or was it time to abandon their ambitions? Yet, the formidable prowess of teacher Yagyu left them feeling utterly overwhelmed. How could they possibly contend with him? Liu lifted his gaze to Chuan Sheng and remarked, That was merely a demonstration of our teacher's taijutsu. I have heard that Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, possesses a unique ninjutsu known as the super strength technique, which grants one extraordinary power. However, during the upcoming exercise, our teacher will refrain from employing ninjutsu. He will not utilize taijutsu, kenjutsu, or jinjutsu. Moreover, we have the advantage of 3 against 1. Chuan Sheng articulated their advantages with conviction, instilling a modicum of confidence in Liu and Xiaoxian. If he refrains from utilizing those formidable techniques, we may indeed have a chance, Liu murmured. Recognizing his companion's renewed spirits, Chuan Sheng continued, Our next course of action must be a collaborative effort. I have devised a plan. Following the earlier skirmish, Chuan Sheng realized that seizing the bell single-handedly was an impossible feat. Although Liu and Xiaoxian were not particularly strong, their combined efforts would undoubtedly surpass his solitary attempts. Do you comprehend? He inquired. Understood. They replied in unison. Very well, let us proceed according to the plan. The 5 minutes elapsed swiftly, and as the time came, the trio ventured into the dense thicket, evidently opting for a more cautious approach. Yagyu scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He perceived himself as a foolish NPC, fully aware that someone was intent on stealing from him and predicting their likely ambush, yet he still marched forward with reckless abandon. He rummaged through his tool pouch and retrieved a book titled The Chronicles of Indomitable Will. This was Jiraiya's debut work and, among his literary endeavors, Yagyu cherished this volume the most. The narrative chronicles the journey of a boy named Naruto, the destined child, as he performs acts of kindness along his travels. Featuring numerous characters drawn from Jiraiya's own life experiences, it encompassed figures from the 5 great nations and various ninja villages, granting Yagyu the sensation of understanding the world of shinobi without having to leave his home. As he read, Yagyu strolled deeper into the forest, where the thick foliage obscured the sunlight, creating a shadowy path through the woods. Little did anyone expect that this lush forest, the site of the 7th exercise arena, had once been ravaged during a battle between Yagyu and Jiraiya. However, in a bid to restore it as a tribute, Yagyu had enlisted the help of Tenzo, who utilized wood-release techniques to recreate the area. Although not an exact replica, it bore a striking resemblance to its former state. Here they come, hidden within the underbrush. Chuan Sheng and his companions watched as Yagyu approached them step by step, their hearts pounding with trepidation. From the previous encounter, they had gleaned that a direct confrontation was futile, thus the most prudent course of action was to employ traps and ambush tactics. Utilizing the knowledge imparted by the Ninja Academy, they devised several traps. Should Yagyu fall victim to any of them, they would seize the opportunity to strike. Coo! The dark forest echoed with the calls of birds. Unbeknownst to Yagyu, engrossed in his reading, he failed to notice a rope trap concealed beneath a mound of leaves, an easily detectable snare for anyone with a modicum of awareness. Chuan Sheng and his companions had anticipated that Yagyu would circumvent the trap, veering left where a spring-loaded trap awaited, ready to unleash a barrage of shuriken upon him. Alternatively, should he veer right, he would encounter a wasp trap that would drop a nest directly in his path. Furthermore, they had anticipated Yagyu might attempt to leap over the traps. Thus, they dug a deep pit ahead, lined with explosive tags. Should Yagyu fall in, it would spell certain peril. Crack! The hearts of Chuan Sheng and his companions tightened in unison. Which trap had been triggered? They cautiously peered out, only to discover that Yagyu had ensnared himself in the very trap they deemed least likely. At that moment, Yagyu found himself hanging upside down from a tree, one leg bound by a rope, swaying back and forth. Remarkably, he continued to read his book. What should we do? Should we act? Xiao Xian hesitated, approaching Chuan Sheng for guidance. Yet, Chuan Sheng was equally uncertain. The simplicity with which Yagyu had fallen into the trap was astonishing. How could this happen? Was it a ruse? Let us refrain from acting for now and observe, he decided. But where is Si Lu? As Chuan Sheng contemplated their next move, Si Lu, harboring a different perspective, stealthily crept toward Yagyu. Chuan Sheng, concealed within the foliage, noticed Si Lu's approach and felt a surge of frustration. That fool. What should we do? Chuan Sheng? Si Lu is acting alone. Chuan Sheng was at a loss. If he revealed himself now, they would be exposed, and he could not discern Yagyu's intentions, risking falling into a trap himself. However, remaining hidden would mean abandoning Si Lu. They could certainly choose to sacrifice Si Lu as a scout, but Chuan Sheng was unwilling to do so. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and declared, "The plan has changed. We will execute Plan B." With that, the two dispersed into the shadows. At that moment, Si Lu had drawn near to Yagyu, stealthily climbing onto a branch above him. From this vantage point, Si Lu spied the bell dangling from Yagyu's waist and couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "The bell shall be mine." He remained silent, meticulously gauging his angle before launching himself toward Yagyu. Apart from the noise of his leap, he was nearly silent. However, just as the bell came within reach, the rope shifted. Yagyu swung to the side, causing Si Lu to miss his target and tumble towards the opposite side. Oh no! Si Lu landed directly on the wasp trap, sending a nest crashing down beside his face. As he beheld the wasp nest, he had no time to register the pain in his body and sprang up to flee. In his panic, he dashed directly towards the shuriken trap. Countless shuriken flew towards him, but thanks to his agility and knowledge of their positions, he narrowly escaped disaster. Thank goodness. Si Lu exhaled in relief, but just then, he spotted the swarm of wasps approaching him and, in a moment of sheer panic, took another step forward. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him, and he plummeted down. Boom, boom, boom. It was a catastrophic scene. Chapter 202. Everyone passes, the formation of the new Team 7. Si Lu. Upon witnessing Si Lu in peril, Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xian disregarded their stealth and rushed toward him. However, as the smoke dissipated, they peered into the pit, only to find it empty. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. Designing such traps finally shows some promise. At least you have demonstrated a genuine resolve to eliminate me. They turned to find Yagyu approaching them at a leisurely pace, holding Si Lu in his grasp. Upon reaching within 5 meters of them, Yagyu unceremoniously dropped Si Lu onto the ground. Ouch! Could you be any gentler, Teacher Yagyu? Si Lu complained while rubbing his backside. Yagyu paid him no mind, instead directing his attention to Chuan Sheng and Xiao Xian, a light chuckle escaping his lips. So, is this truly the extent of your plan? Traps and ambushes? If this is all you have to offer, I must say you are rather naive. The two remained silent, seemingly acknowledging Yagyu's insight. Si Lu, eager to retort, found himself silenced by a glance from Xiao Exine. Through the dense foliage, Yagyu caught sight of the descending sun. Time was of the essence. What were your plans moving forward? Would you charge ahead directly, or did you have an alternative strategy? Make your move. As soon as Yagyu's words fell, Xiao Exine dashed towards him. Chuansheng lagged a step behind. Shuriken. Both launched their shurikens simultaneously to block Yagyu's escape route. Yet, they had underestimated Yagyu's reaction speed. With a mere twist of his body, he elegantly evaded all their kunai attacks. Impressive. There was no time for mutual admiration. They had to strike together. Chuansheng and Xiao Exine attacked Yagyu from two different directions, while Si Lu slyly rose from the ground, preparing to ambush from behind. Confronted with the encirclement of three, Yagyu maintained a serene demeanor. He first delivered a kick that sent the ambushing Si Lu flying, then swiftly turned to dodge Chuansheng's sword strike. Just then, as Yagyu readied to counter Xiao Exine, he noticed a long sword in her hand, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Secret technique, Moon Shadow. What a familiar skill. The very first secret art of the Moonlight Clan that Yagyu had mastered was now wielded by Xiao Exine. It should have been Chuansheng. In truth, Yagyu had long discerned that the two had utilized a transformation technique to swap identities, intending to create a surprise attack through this ruse. Unfortunately, their acting skills were woefully inadequate. Xiao Exine did not resemble herself, nor did Chuansheng, and anyone familiar would see through their charade at a glance. However, despite recognizing Xiao Exine and Chuansheng's disguises, Yagyu chose not to evade. After all, as the instructor for this exercise, his ultimate goal was not to undermine their enthusiasm, but to assess their qualifications to become genin. The trio's performance had been commendable thus far, earning them Yagyu's preliminary approval. Should he evade any further, they would never graduate under his tutelage. Ding-dong. As the sound of bells chimed, two bells slipped from Yagyu's waist. The prepared Fo Chuansheng deftly caught them in hand. I got the bells. A voice reminiscent of Xiao Exine's emerged from the Fo Chuansheng. A peculiar sensation washing over Yagyu. Fantastic. We've finally obtained the bells. Si Lu and Chuansheng rushed over to celebrate, but as the three gathered, their previously joyous expressions faded. There were only two bells. Whom should they be given to? Xiao Exine glanced at Chuansheng, then at Si Lu, her mind in turmoil. At last, she reluctantly turned to Yagyu. Teacher Yagyu, can't you give us one more bell? Yagyu shook his head in refusal, stating, no, there are only two bells. And only two individuals may graduate from the Ninja Academy as genin. Facing such a dilemma, the three fell silent for a moment. Just as Xiao Exine was about to make a resolute decision, Si Lu suddenly spoke up. I'll withdraw. Si Lu? The two turned towards him, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Confusion, guilt, reluctance. What can I do? My skills are the weakest. Besides, I didn't contribute at all during the bell grabbing. In fact, I hindered you. Hee. Si Lu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Yet, it was evident to all how deeply saddened he was. But your grandmother. It's all right. If worst comes to worst, I can try again next year. I'll definitely pass. Si Lu smiled lightly, preparing to turn away. But Xiao Exine grasped his arm and placed a bell in his hand. Xiao Exine. Feeling the shape of the bell, Si Lu was moved, instinctively tightening his grip, unwilling to release it. You keep it. Don't let your grandmother down. Xiao Exine tilted her head, offering a sweet smile, one that would forever be etched in Si Lu's heart. However, this smile was not solely for him. She also reached for Chuansheng, pulling his hand and placing the bell into his palm. Chuansheng, you are the strongest among us. Si Lu and I can be eliminated, but you absolutely cannot. After all, you are the top. Chuansheng was left speechless. It was hard to fathom that the typically socially anxious Xiao Exine would sacrifice herself in such a moment. Articulating these heartfelt words, this left Chuansheng, who was wholly devoted to his path, deeply unsettled. Xiao Exine, what will you do if you give up the bells? Si Lu exclaimed anxiously. It's fine, my parents aren't worried. If necessary, I can try again next year. Besides, my skills are indeed average. Spending another year training before the exam is also a good choice. With that, Xiao Exine released Chuansheng's hand, the bell resting in his ungrasped palm, and turned to leave. Just as Si Lu prepared to chase after her, Chuansheng spoke up. Wait. He picked up the bell, scrutinizing it closely before tossing it back to Xiao Exine. Xiao Exine stared at him in confusion. Chuansheng, you. If becoming a ninja necessitates the sacrifice of one, then I would rather never become a ninja. Chuansheng declared calmly. But isn't your dream to become a ninja like Teacher Yagyu? Xiao Exine questioned, puzzled. Chuansheng gazed at Yagyu, raising his sword to point at him, his eyes resolute. I, Moonlight Chuansheng, will one day surpass you in my own way." With that, Chuanxing turned away. The setting sun blazed crimson, casting the remnants of its glow upon his face, reflecting a solitary shadow. A strong warrior seems destined to tread a path that the masses are reluctant to follow. In this atmosphere of solitude, as the emotions of parting crescendoed, Yagyu suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, the exercise is over. You all passed the assessment." "Huh? Silu? Xiao Xian? Chuansheng?" Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Yagyu produced a bell and, with a charming smile, said, "I'm terribly sorry. I deceived you. There were indeed only 2 bells, but that was a ruse." "Huh? How despicable. Teacher Yagyu, hand over the bell." Silu leaped up to snatch the bell, only to have Yagyu nimbly evade him, tossing it to Chuansheng instead. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, right here, gather. Do not be late, understood?" "Understood. Will we get breakfast this time?" "Of course." "Yay, I'm starving. Shall we go out for dinner together?" "Sure. I want seafood noodles. I want meatballs." "Chuansheng, what do you wish to eat?" "I'm indifferent." Chapter 203, The Movement of Sunagakure, the First Mission Operation. On the day of the establishment of the new 7th Squad, the actions of Kumogakure did not cease. After stealthily controlling the Land of Wind, the ninja of Kumogakure arranged for Sunagakure ninjas to infiltrate the borders of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. Simultaneously, the Land of Rain had also deployed some spies from Sunagakure. However, numerous Konoha ninjas were stationed in the Land of Rain, and the Sunagakure ninjas were soon discovered by a jonin assigned to guard the area. A small-scale battle ensued, ultimately resulting in the withdrawal of Sunagakure, leaving behind a few casualties. Due to the absence of captives, the station jonin could only relay the odd movements of the Sunagakure ninjas back to Konoha. Yet, this failed to raise any alarms for Moonlight Yoshimi. He believed that Sunagakure's incursion into the Land of Rain was merely a passage to infiltrate the Land of Thunder for reconnaissance, not a matter of concern. Of course, even if Sunagakure intended to invade the Land of Fire, he would remain unfazed. With the foremost expert in the ninja world, Moonlight Yagyu, present, a mere Sunagakure posed no significant threat. On the morning of the first day of the new 7th Squad's establishment, at 9 o'clock, Chuansheng and the others had breakfast and arrived punctually at the training ground. Even as they speculated whether Yagyu might be delayed by a cat once more, he approached from another direction, precisely on time. "Excellent. It appears everyone is quite punctual." Silu rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you really believe we are like you?" Liu Sheng, oblivious to Silu's inner musings, led the trio towards the Hokage building. As a competent jonin instructor, he was tasked with teaching them how to accept, execute, and submit missions while also aiding in their skill enhancement. It was reminiscent of how Kakashi once guided them, although he himself did not require Kakashi's mentorship. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Liu Sheng escorted Chuansheng and the others directly to the Hokage's office. As newcomers to the ninja world, it was their first time entering such a prestigious place, and their emotions were a complex blend of anticipation, anxiety, and curiosity. Liu exclaimed, "Is this really the interior of the Hokage building? It's magnificent." Liu Sheng glanced sideways at him, bemused. "What is so magnificent about it?" Liu retorted, "It's just so vast." Liu Sheng remained silent. The decor of the Hokage building was not particularly opulent. Historically, few Hokages had invested much in such extravagances. After all, the villagers did not elect you as Hokage to reside in a palace. Upon entering the Hokage's office without knocking, Liu Sheng was followed closely by Chuansheng, while Liu and Xiao Xian cautiously trailed behind, resembling timid thieves. "Clan leader, I am here to request a D-rank mission." "Ah, Lord Liu Sheng, welcome." "Clan leader, there is no need for such formalities. Didn't we agree before that you would call me clan leader, and I would call you lord? If that pleases you." Liu Sheng replied, somewhat resigned. "D-rank missions? Here they are. All D-rank missions are located right here. Feel free to peruse." Yue Guangximi, grinning, handed a scroll to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng accepted it nonchalantly, glanced through the options, and chose a task related to locating a missing pet. "This one will suffice." "Very well. Xiaohong, please record this." "Yes, Lord Hokage." With Xiaohong documenting the details of Team 7's assignment on a scroll, the task acceptance process came to a close. "I shall take my leave now. Take care. Safe travels." As they exited the Hokage's office, Chuansheng and the others remained silent, their expressions uniformly astonished. Even Chuansheng, a member of the same clan, had never envisioned the clan leader showing such deference to his teacher. "Teacher, who is the Hokage, you or clan leader Shimi?" "Of course, it is he. But why does clan leader Shimi show you such respect?" "Because of strength. In this world, people revere the powerful." The trio concurred with this sentiment. Yet they wondered if it was excessive for the Hokage, Shimi, to exhibit such reverence. So, does that mean you are even stronger than the Hokage, teacher? Si Lu inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Liu Sheng stated candidly. Wow, then why don't you become Hokage yourself? Too tiresome. Being Hokage is exhausting. Liu Sheng's response was both unexpected and entirely logical to the trio, who had already formed an image of him as a laid-back individual due to his recent tardiness. Once outside the Hokage building, Liu Sheng revealed the specifics of the mission to the trio. This is your first task as ninjas, and I do not wish for you to fail or to waste too much time. Show some resolve, understand? Understood. Excellent. Liu Sheng continued. The mission requires us to assist a wealthy merchant's daughter in locating her missing pet cat. You must find it before nightfall today. He then produced a photograph. It depicted a small cat with a distinctive patterned face, primarily orange and white, with a red ribbon tied to its tail and a golden bell hanging from its neck, a clear indication of a pampered feline. Wow, this cat is adorable. I suddenly want to adopt one, Si Lu exclaimed. Do you think there are ninja beasts resembling cats? Si Lu and Xiao Xian chattered away about unrelated matters. But Liu Sheng refrained from reprimanding them, knowing they would learn the consequences of failure soon enough. Now that you've seen the photo, remember the details well. Don't fail to recognize the cat should you encounter it. Rest assured, teacher Liu Sheng. While I may struggle to seize the bell, finding a cat is a trivial matter. Si Lu boasted, though soon, his bravado would be met with the harsh reality of his inadequacies. Let us hope so. Now, disperse and regroup at Training Ground 7 in 2 hours, whether or not you find the cat. Should you locate it, follow your partner closely. Or you may choose to act independently. If you can complete the task solo, I shall ensure you receive a larger reward. Really? Si Lu's eyes sparkled at the thought of extra compensation. Coming from a humble background, he was well acquainted with the pangs of poverty. The prospect of earning his first paycheck filled him with joy. Indeed. Fantastic. Leave it to me. I will definitely catch your little cat. 2 hours later, Si Lu and Xiao Xian trudged into Training Ground 7, dejected. Chuan Sheng, sword on his back, wore a tranquil expression, yet his hands were conspicuously empty, indicating he too had failed to accomplish the mission. Chapter 204. Mimi in the dim light. It appeared the mission had not gone smoothly. Observing the trio's demeanor, Liu Sheng deduced the outcome. Teacher Liu Sheng, I have searched high and low, but I have not spotted a single cat that resembles this one, Si Lu lamented. Neither have I, Xiao Xian echoed, her disappointment evident. Finding a cat in such a vast Konoha is indeed challenging. Chuanxing calmly articulated the difficulty of their task. A D-rank mission worth 10,000 Ryo is not easily earned. Let us have our lunch first, and while we eat, we can discuss potential solutions to our predicament. Liu Sheng laid out several bento boxes for everyone to share. As they enjoyed their meal, the trio voiced their grievances regarding the task's challenges. I must tell you, I found over 20 cats this morning, dozens of strays, and several house cats, but not one matched the description, Si Lu revealed, extending his arm to show a noticeable scratch. I was wounded by a cat in the line of duty for Team 7. Xiao Xian, taking small bites of her food, quietly added. I went door to door asking dozens of households, but none had seen the cat. It's likely not in my vicinity. Chuan Sheng remarked calmly. I have had a similar experience. Centering my search around the family that reported the lost cat, I found no trace of our target. After hearing their accounts, Liu Sheng found the situation rather troublesome. A cat with such distinct features was nowhere to be found within a reasonable radius. Either it had ventured too far, or it had met an unfortunate end in some obscure corner. Regardless, both scenarios posed a challenge in locating it, unless alternative measures were employed. Once they finished their lunch, Liu Sheng utilized summoning jutsu to call forth 3 dogs. All 3 were sturdy, brownish-yellow hounds. These were the summoning beasts Liu Sheng had trained through Kakashi's methods. While they could not speak, they possessed tracking, hunting, and a degree of sentience. This afternoon, take them with you. Just let them sniff any item related to the cat. And within a kilometer radius, it will be impossible for the cat to elude their senses. Summoning beasts. Why didn't you share such a brilliant idea with us sooner? Teacher? Si Lu expressed both joy and mild frustration. Weren't you all brimming with confidence this morning? I thought you could manage without my assistance, Liu Sheng teased, causing Si Lu to blush slightly, though he remained true to his boastful nature. Don't worry, teacher Liu Sheng. With the help of the summoning beasts, we will surely retrieve the cat and complete the mission. With their bravado once again declared, Liu Sheng felt assured in allowing the trio to embark on their mission independently. Having enjoyed their lunchboxes, the 3 companions strolled towards the bustling streets of Konoha, accompanied by their dogs. They first sought out their employer, who guided them to allow the 3 summoned beasts to scent every belonging of the little cat, Mimi. With that completed, they set off in different directions with their dogs in tow. After a flurry of chaotic searching, the trio traversed every alley and avenue of Konoha. Yet their efforts yielded no results. The cat seemed to have evaporated into thin air, utterly vanished. With no other option, they regrouped to exchange thoughts. I've searched everywhere. Unless that wretched cat has ventured into one of the prominent clans, there's no reason for it to be untraceable, even if it had entered one of those esteemed households. Upon which it ought to have left a missing scent, yet De Huang and the other Liu have shown no reapparel action. It seems Mimi is unlikely to be among those elite families. De Huang was the name Chuan Sheng had bestowed upon his dog. Xiao Xian's dog was named Air Huang, while Si Lu's was called Wang Kai, who prided himself on being uniquely individualistic. Moreover, have you noticed that up until now, De Huang and the others have not provided us with any clear hints? Are you suggesting that it's possible Mimi has never strayed from her owner's home? Darkness beneath the light. Although De Huang and the others knew they were searching for Mimi, it was no simple task to locate her amidst the overwhelming scent of cats in her owner's residence. Chapter 205. The Strength of Will and Endurance task completed. Upon returning to the employer's residence, Chuan Sheng and his companions, under the guidance of De Huang and the three dogs, conducted a thorough search. They rummaged through room after room, scouring every cabinet. Wherever there was a trace of Mimi's scent, they were determined to investigate. Fearing she might be hiding in some obscure corner. The master bedroom? No. The guest room? No. The study? No. The living room? No. The kitchen? No. The servants' quarters? No. After turning the place upside down, their search yielded no trace of Mimi. This left them questioning if their assumptions had been misguided. Was it possible that Mimi was not there at all? Just as despair began to set in, De Huang twitched his nose, approached a wall, sniffed, and then barked. The trio turned to see a wall, dismissing it as inconsequential. De Huang, stop barking. That might just be a place where Mimi marked her territory, Si Lu remarked. Utterly exhausted. Woof woof. De Huang paid Si Lu no heed, continuing to bark. This behavior piqued Chuan Sheng's interest. He stepped forward to observe the surroundings. Finding nothing particularly noteworthy, he knocked on the wall. This seems hollow. A hollow wall surely concealed something intriguing. Whose wall is this? It should be the study. I will investigate. You all wait outside. Chuan Sheng nimbly maneuvered to the study. The merchant's study was not expansive, encompassing less than 100 square meters, including the enclosing walls. However, upon entering, Chuan Sheng discovered that the study appeared much smaller than it initially seemed. The wall in question should be on the eastern side. After surveying the area, he noted it was behind a bookshelf. The shelf was laden with books, flush against the wall, seemingly seamless. He pushed against it with force but found it immovable. Was there a mechanism? Searching for a gap, he knocked again, and indeed, it was empty inside. There must be a hidden chamber. Unsure how to open it and wary of resorting to brute force, he decided to seek the lady of the house. Unfortunately, she too was unaware of how to access the secret room, and her father was not home to consult. Your cat might be inside that secret room. If you don't know how to open it, then we may have to force it open, or you could wait for your father to return. However, he is a wealthy merchant who often travels between countries, sometimes for over half a month. Half a month, Mimi would likely starve in there. The young lady, eager to rescue her cat, could not bear to wait for her father and immediately insisted on breaking in. Just then, the bookshelf began to move on its own, startling Si Lu, who had been fiddling with it, causing him to step back repeatedly. How did it move? The bookshelf swung open, revealing the space behind it. In the next moment, a cat leaped out. Meow? Mimi. The young lady joyfully reunited with her pet, burying her face in its fur, uncaring of its dirtiness. How did you end up in there? I was so worried. Meow? Meow? The pair, unable to communicate, left one wondering when the cat had stealthily slipped inside. At that moment, Xiao Xian approached Si Lu, eyeing the book in his hand with curiosity. Si Lu, how did you know that pulling this book would open it? Si Lu scratched his head, saying, honestly, I didn't know. It just seemed familiar, so I picked it up to take a look. Familiar? Xiao Xian glanced at the title and indeed recognized it. Wasn't this the book that teacher Liu often enjoyed reading? The Strength of Will and Endurance. Chapter 206. Si Lu and Grandma Lu's home. No one could have anticipated that by sheer coincidence, Si Lu was able to unlock this mechanism. Even more surprising was that this wealthy merchant was also a fan of Jiraiya, with The Strength of Will and Endurance being his favorite book. The concealed chamber held no scandalous secrets, merely an assortment of ninja tools and collectibles from various nations, including headbands from exiled ninjas and weapons of renowned ninjas. Though the affluent merchant never became a ninja himself, he was an avid admirer, idolizing their way of life. The life of Naruto as depicted in Jiraiya's writings was what he yearned for. Regrettably, now in middle age, the pressures of family and the vanity of wealth left him little energy to pursue the life of a wandering ninja. Exiting the Hokage building, Liu Sheng found himself with an additional 10,000 yen. He distributed 3,000 yen to each of the three companions, considering he had done nothing to earn it and was unconcerned about money. Chuan Sheng, similarly indifferent to wealth, had not lacked for it in his household for ages. Thus, upon receiving 3,000 yen, he felt no excitement, casually pocketing the money. Xiao Xian, however, meticulously counted her share before carefully placing it in her wallet. This was her first earnings from her own efforts, and she aimed to keep it safe. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Liu counted the money in his hands repeatedly, nearly drooling with excitement, appearing as though he had never seen money before. Liu Sheng, exasperated, gave him a light slap on the back of his head. Look at your lack of ambition. Hey, it's just that I've never seen this much money. Liu sheepishly smiled, scratching his head. By the way, Teacher Liu, do we have a mission tomorrow? I'm all set. The allure of money filled Liu with vigor, but Liu Sheng's response brought disappointment. No mission tomorrow, we'll be training. What? Why? Are you really that blinded by money? Liu Sheng rolled his eyes, stating, being a ninja is not merely a profession for profit. Of course, if you're only in it for the money, that's your choice. Once you graduate from my tutelage, you can do as you please. He did not intend to guide them for a lifetime. At most, he would stay with them for a year or two before departing. Although Liu did not agree with Liu Sheng's reprimand, he refrained from arguing. Regardless of others' paths, he had two clear objectives for being a ninja. First, to make Grandma Liu proud. Second, to earn money to ensure Grandma Liu's comfortable living. After Team 7 disbanded, the three returned to their respective homes. Liu wandered through the winding streets, arriving at a somewhat remote small house. It was an old structure in Konoha, with peeling walls and an unknown black substance staining its once white surface. As I traversed the dimly lit corridor, I observed a plethora of dilapidated facilities. The rusted handrails, fractured stairs, and grimy walls painted a picture of neglect. Yet, despite its worn state, the abode boasted a commendable cleanliness. No litter, no cobwebs, and certainly no rats. It seemed that the inhabitants of this dwelling cherished their sustenance, leaving not a single grain for the rodents. Upon reaching the door of room 602, I knocked with fervor. Grandma Liu, I am back. A bustling voice emanated from within. I'm here. There was a flurry of sounds, as if something of great importance kept her occupied. But soon enough, she hastily appeared at the door. Without waiting for her to speak, I waved the money in my hand and exclaimed, Grandma Liu, look what I have. Money? So much. Where did you get it? She queried. I must remind you, do not let becoming a ninja lead you astray. We must not resort to thievery. Who is stealing? This is my hard-earned reward for completing a D-rank mission with my teacher and companions. I retorted, my face flushed with indignation. You earned it? Grandma Liu paused, her expression softening with regret. I'm sorry, Liu, I didn't realize. I brushed aside the misunderstanding and handed the money to her. What delicious meal have you prepared tonight? I am utterly famished. Looking at the 3,000 yuan in her hand, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her grandson had finally matured and achieved something. Wiping away her unshed tears, she smiled. Just like always, seafood noodles. You won't grow tired of it, will you? I certainly cannot. However, now that I earn money, could you perhaps add 2 more eggs for me in the future? You rascal, claiming you won't tire of it. Very well, I shall add 2 eggs. I will fetch them from the kitchen. On the rooftop, Liu Sheng sat at the edge of the building, engrossed in reading the unyielding spirit of the ninja. In the next moment, he vanished in a flash. Chapter 207. The day of training in the pitch-black training ground. Figures stirred. It was the morning after the graduation of the new 7th class. The trio arrived at Training Ground 7, where, under Liu Sheng's guidance, they commenced their training. As there were no missions scheduled for the day, Liu, your physical abilities are insufficient. As a ninja, while you may not be able to defeat your opponents, you certainly must be capable of escape. Henceforth, you shall run 100 laps around the training ground daily. What? I exclaimed, my expression crumbling. Yet I obediently complied and began to run. Xiao Xian, your foundation is decent, but having a sound foundation alone does not qualify one as an exceptional genin. You must possess unique skills and combat capabilities. As he spoke, Liu Sheng created a shadow clone. This clone will teach you how to engage in combat. Fight freely and with the intent to defeat me. Do you understand? Yes, Teacher Liu Sheng. In contrast to my trepidation, Xiao Xian brimmed with enthusiasm, following Liu Sheng's shadow clone to a designated area to spar. As for Chuan Sheng, Liu Sheng observed him silently draw a sword from behind. Practice your swordsmanship. Given that my foundation was the weakest, I focused on honing the basics. Establishing a solid foundation was essential before advancing in training. Xiao Xin had a reasonably solid foundation. For a girl at this stage, training physical prowess held little significance. Moreover, her gentle disposition necessitated the cultivation of her combat acumen. As for Chuan Sheng, his robust foundation and combat aptitude, nurtured by his family, were commendable. Thus, enhancing his training in his favored combat style was crucial for his development. The day swiftly passed amidst intense training. I not only completed the 100 laps, but also managed 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 kicks. Exhausted, I felt akin to a dog, crawling my way home. Xiao Xin, after a day of sparring, bore several marks from her encounters. With slight bruises on her face and arms, her clothes torn, and her knees scraped from contact with the ground. Though Liu Sheng's shadow clone had shown restraint, Xiao Xion's fervor led her to engage in exchanges of injury for injury. Most of her wounds were self-inflicted. Liu Sheng was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiao Xian, who appeared so delicate, thrived in the heat of battle. Did all the girls from Konoha revel in contrasts? He thought of Sakura and Hinata. As for Chuan Sheng, a day of training yielded minimal progress. Mastering swordsmanship is not an endeavor that bears fruit overnight. Even Sasuke took several days, if not a month, to achieve notable advancement. Given that Chuan Sheng's talent was evidently not on par with Sasuke's, substantial growth in a single day was unlikely. Nevertheless, while his progress was not monumental, it was not non-existent either. At the very least, he felt he had gained a deeper understanding of the Moonlight Clan's sword techniques through a day of sparring with Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was unaware of what Chuan Sheng's understanding entailed, as he himself had mastered these techniques through supernatural means. He knew how to wield a sword and how to kill, yet he was oblivious to the essence of the training process. The swordsmanship of Moonlight Liu Sheng was an experience that could only be comprehended, not articulated. As training ground 7 emptied, only Liu Sheng remained, lying on the grass. Gazing up at the starry sky, a figure gradually approached him and settled beside him. What is it like to be a teacher? Liu Sheng cast a sideways glance and replied nonchalantly, not as easy as one might imagine, yet not overly difficult either. Is that so? When I taught Hinata and the others, I found it quite challenging, despite their talents. Geniuses have their own teaching methods, while fools must resort to their own learning paths. This cohort of graduates does not possess the same innate talent as our class, yet in terms of achievements, that is not necessarily the case. In terms of achievements, that is even less likely, especially considering Sasuke and myself. Sasuke, huh? Chapter 208. You conquer them. I'll arrange the wedding for you. Sasuke remains a rogue ninja of Konoha, viewed as a pariah by those unaware of his circumstances, including Yuhi Kurenai. Yet, despite perceiving Sasuke as an adversary, a dangerous figure, she could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy and understanding for his plight. Speaking of you two, it's truly amusing, Kurenai remarked, a smile gracing her lips as if recalling a delightful memory. One is the most formidable guardian of Konoha, while the other is its most perilous foe. You two are merely a death away from becoming legends. Liu Sheng replied with a silent expression. Do you hold a grudge against Sasuke? Since Asuma was slain by Sasuke, Kurenai had embraced a life of solitude. Of course, due to Sasuke's swift actions, Kurenai bore no child from Sarutobi Konohamaru in this lifetime. Hatred? Kurenai pondered before shaking her head. I'm uncertain. Though Asuma and I shared a long acquaintance and a brief romantic involvement, it barely began. I do not know how to categorize his death. Naturally, since Sasuke took his life, I'm unsure how I should feel. Such relationships, where one is bound for eternity, are indeed rare. Friendship is a product of time, and love is no different. Without the passage of time to solidify a bond, even the most fervent vows may dissipate like smoke. Noticing Kurenai's somber mood, Liu Sheng opted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let us talk about something else. How have you been lately? Are you mentoring anyone new? Upon mentioning this, Kurenai appeared somewhat exasperated. I haven't had a moment's respite. Ever since the 5th Hokage took office, the number of students at Konoha Ninja Academy has surged, and we can hardly manage with just the jonin. Indeed, when we graduated, having 9 graduates in a year was already remarkable, yet now there are at least dozens each year. Even I find myself compelled to step in. Liu Sheng chuckled lightly. What? The 5th Hokage has summoned you for such matters? Kurenai asked, surprised. Not exactly. I'm merely feeling a bit bored, Liu Sheng replied, resting his hands behind his head. With so many beautiful women at home, how could you possibly be bored? Teased Xia Hong. Over the years, Liu Sheng had taken many wives, his conduct akin to that of the Moonlight's charming visage, yet with a marked improvement in quality. After several years of monotonous routine, anyone would find themselves weary. Liu Sheng shrugged. What can I say? Repetition breeds tedium. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong turned to face Liu Sheng directly, her crimson eyes fixed upon his profile. Do you perhaps think that the balloons of your garden lack the fragrance of wildflowers? Liu Sheng rolled his eyes and discreetly stepped aside, increasing the distance between them. I am not that kind of person. Please conduct yourself with decorum. Xia Hong chided playfully. Oh, spare me. I had no such thoughts. I was merely inquiring. Liu Sheng merely shrugged, his gaze drifting toward the heavens, exuding an air of skepticism. This prompted Xia Hong to lightly strike his chest in response. Isn't it late? Shouldn't you be heading home? It's still early. I'll return shortly, Liu Sheng replied. With several women residing at home, he had his hands full, dedicating hours each day to various tasks. Moreover, due to his constant engagements, he occasionally hosted gatherings. I suppose I shall take my leave then. Xia Hong rose, brushing off her attire as if preparing to depart. Liu Sheng remained seated, indifferent. However, Xia Hong seemed dissatisfied with his attitude, approaching him and bending down to inquire, why do you marry so many women? Why do you ask? Liu Sheng responded, puzzled. Curiosity. She replied earnestly. To be with those I cherish for eternity, Liu Sheng contemplated before answering. Is that all? Xia Hong questioned skeptically. What else could it be? Liu Sheng retorted. Do you not have base desires? Xia Hong gazed intently at him. Naturally, I do, Liu Sheng confessed candidly, unabashed about his more primal thoughts as a man. I knew it. Men are all the same. Not one of them is worthy. Xia Hong muttered under her breath. If you seek a pure love, perhaps you should find a naive young ninja still in school. They know nothing and only possess youthful impulsiveness. Quite suitable for you. Liu Sheng, with a hint of mockery, suggested, oh, come now, you're hardly a child yourself. In a few years, you'll be nearing 30. And what of that? She countered. Then find someone to marry, he replied nonchalantly. Have you any prospects? Not yet, she admitted. Then go seek someone out. I am searching, she responded. Oh, good luck with that. After a moment of silence, Xia Hong suddenly declared, I think you're quite remarkable. Liu Sheng finally met her gaze, smiling as he replied. If you're interested, perhaps you could speak with Shiyu and the others tomorrow. Win them over, and I shall arrange a wedding for you. Get lost. Xia Hong lightly kicked him before turning to leave. Chapter 209. The War of Mist and Shadows Plans of Moonlight's Flamboyance. On the third day since the establishment of the new 7th Squad, today was yet another day dedicated to training, devoid of missions. Observing his teacher's indifference towards money, Si Lu felt more despondent than if he were dead. However, since Liu Sheng was his instructor, he had no choice but to obediently comply. After a week had passed, they were finally set to embark on their second mission. Of course, Liu Sheng's decision to take them on a mission was not because the three were ready to forego training, but rather because he sensed that Si Lu was running low on funds. Among the trio, he had visited both Si Lu's and Xiao Xian's homes. Xiao Xian came from a typical family, with both parents alive, facing no significant hardships. In contrast, Si Lu was cared for solely by his elderly grandmother, who, lacking any skills, could only earn a meager income by assisting in the kitchen. Although they had enough to eat, they could not afford many other necessities. The shurikens in Si Lu's possession were a testament to years of wear. Upon returning to the Hokage building, Si Lu exhibited a palpable excitement. Having grown up in poverty, he placed immense value on money. Liu Sheng sensei, what mission do we have today? Is it dangerous? Si Lu's enthusiasm masked a deeper concern. He was genuinely afraid of death. As an ordinary person, his aspirations were simple: to earn a substantial income, marry, and ensure his grandmother, Lu Nai, could enjoy a peaceful old age. The thought of dying before reaching maturity, especially in front of his grandmother, was unbearable. Liu Sheng cast a casual glance at Si Lu, stating nonchalantly, newly graduated genin must complete 8 D-rank missions before they can take on higher-level tasks. D-rank missions involve trivial matters. There are no enemies to contend with, at most. You might encounter a few rats or cockroaches. That's good. That's good. Si Lu smiled, his spirits lifted. Entering the Hokage's office for the second time, Moonlight's flamboyance was surprisingly serious, diligently attending to matters. What is going on? Liu Sheng suspected that Moonlight had not turned over a new leaf. This old lecher had remained unchanged for decades. Upon seeing Liu Sheng, Moonlight's troubled expression transformed into one of delight. Oh, it's nothing. Just that the Sand and Mist villages have gone to war. It strikes me as quite peculiar. Indeed, it is strange. One village lies to our west, the other to our east. Waging war across such vast territory seems utterly pointless, Liu Sheng concurred. Yes, previously. I thought the land of wind was merely testing the waters with the land of rain. However, it seems something is amiss. According to our intelligence, The Sand Ninjas entered the Land of Water from the north, and to the north of the Land of Water lies the Land of Thunder, home to the Cloud Village. Could the two nations be collaborating? Indeed, that appears highly probable. The Mist Village shares this suspicion as well. They sent a plea for assistance today, requesting we send troops to support them. What are your thoughts? I plan to send aid to the Mist Village. Moonlight cautiously gauged Liu Sheng's reaction, and upon sensing no objection, he elaborated. Currently, our Leaf Village has plenty of ninjas, but the high-level missions available in the Fire Country are limited. With the Land of Water financing our efforts, we can better manage the employment of our ninjas. There was an unspoken truth that Moonlight did not voice. There were simply too many ninjas, and the Fire Country did not require such a surplus. Allowing some to perish on the battlefield could be beneficial. Are you not averse to combat? Aren't you worried about drawing unwanted attention and having ninjas from the Cloud Village encroach upon us? Liu Sheng remarked casually. Whether we engage in battle or not, the ninjas from the Cloud Village will come. It is merely a matter of time. If the Mist Village were to fall to the Cloud Village, we would not be able to remain unscathed, Moonlight asserted earnestly. Liu Sheng nonchalantly scratched his ear, dismissing Moonlight's words. Speak plainly. They're offering us too much. Moonlight replied with an embarrassed grin. Rest assured, we will only deploy a portion of our ninjas to combat, and they will engage solely in the Land of Water. This will not incite dissatisfaction among the villagers. Peaceful progress remains the Leaf Village's primary objective. Nothing can alter that. Thus, Moonlight planned to conduct this operation discreetly, in small teams, issuing individual tasks. As long as large-scale fighting was avoided, it would be deemed routine. Who could claim that I initiated a war? Chapter 210. The dead and the poor do as you wish. So long as the village remains undisturbed, you need not consult me on other matters. I am here to collect my mission. D-rank? Yes, all here. As per usual, feel free to take a scroll, open it, and verify that the contents are not too troublesome before accepting. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Silu promptly inquired about the mission's nature. Liu Sheng sensei, what task do we have today? Collecting garbage. Collecting garbage? The Leaf Village lacked dedicated sanitation workers. The refuse in the streets and alleys was managed by the conscientiousness of each household. However, not everyone understood the proper disposal of waste, inevitably leading to sanitation issues within the village. In order to prevent Konoha from becoming intolerably odorous, the village regularly issues cleaning tasks to the lower-ranked ninjas. The mission scroll that Yagyu casually picked up contained such a task. On the streets of Konoha, Soryu, Chuan Sheng, and Xiao Xian each donned a mask, carrying a trash bin and a pair of tweezers, diligently scouring the alleys for various pieces of litter, both large and small. Meanwhile, Yagyu sat atop a rooftop, savoring a skewer of dango purchased from a street vendor, keeping a watchful eye on the trio to ensure they did not slack off. Ah, this is truly life. As he bit into the sweet, soft, and chewy treat, Yagyu was left with a lingering sense of delight. No wonder Red Bean relished these delicacies so much. Suddenly, he noticed a pit ahead. Who dug this hole? That's a sewer, you fool. Help. Chuan Sheng, Xiao Xian, pull me up. I know, what a silly one. Wait a moment, I think I've touched something strange and wet and sticky. My hand. What hand? Soryu sensed something was amiss and immediately rushed forward to pull Soryu out. Upon emerging, Soryu retreated in terror, trembling as he pointed towards the sewer, exclaiming, There is a dead body. Upon hearing dead body, Yagyu hurriedly descended to investigate. Step aside. The trio obediently took a few steps back. Although Chuan Sheng displayed no sign of fear, appearing eager to explore. Noticing the differing reactions among them, Yagyu realized Soryu and Xiao Xian had clearly never encountered such a scene before, their faces reflecting palpable fear. It was imperative to expose them to the realities of death. Regaining his composure, Yagyu utilized shadow clone technique to delve into the sewer and retrieve the corpse. The deceased was a middle-aged man, and based on appearances, he had not been dead for long. There were no remnants of chakra on his body, and the fatal injury was a strangulation mark around his neck, indicating that it was unlikely to involve a ninja. However, one could not completely dismiss the possibility of a ninja-related vendetta disguised as a murder. Yagyu sealed the corpse with a ninjutsu technique to prevent panic among passersby. Once everything was in order, Yagyu turned to Chuan Sheng and instructed, Go notify the Hokage and have someone come to handle the body. Understood. Chuan Sheng acted decisively, vanishing instantly using the body flicker technique. Yagyu-sensei, how did this person die? Did an enemy invade Konoha? Yagyu shook his head, explaining that the victim was a civilian, his specific identity unknown, and that he had died from a broken neck, likely caused by some form of rope or similar instrument. What kind of grudge could lead to such an extreme act? Xiao Xian remarked with a hint of pity. Living in the peaceful Konoha, she found it hard to believe that someone could die for committing a few wrongdoings. The harsh realities that shatter naivety and illusions are forever witnessed in the darkness. Xiao Xian would come to understand this in time. I don't know, and you don't need to know. If there's nothing else, continue collecting trash. Don't you want to earn some money? Upon hearing the mention of money, Soryu, who had initially been startled, quickly regained his spirits and resumed his labor. Indeed, the fear of death paled in comparison to the fear of poverty. Chapter 211. Training to the current state of the ninja world. The body was ultimately taken away by a team of ninjas dispatched by the 5th Hokage, and it would soon be classified as a C-rank mission. In a village where a death occurred, it could not simply be brushed aside. Since the deceased was not of notable status, the situation did not escalate to the point of involving the Umbu, thus it would be issued as a mission. As Yagyu anticipated, the mission was officially posted just as they completed their task, sparking immense curiosity in Soryu and Chuansheng. They expressed a desire to take on the mission, but Yagyu firmly denied their request due to their incomplete record of 8 D-rank missions. Unlike Naruto, Soryu and Chuansheng did not protest when rejected. Consequently, this C-rank mission would remain beyond their reach. By the time they completed their 8 D-rank missions, it was likely that the task would have already been claimed by other ninja squads. Presently, the situation in Konoha was one of an overwhelming number of ninjas with insufficient missions to fulfill. This was also the reason why Moonlight Kakashi accepted a commission from the Mist Village. There were simply too many subordinates to support. A month later, after a month of intensive training, the skills of Soryu and his companions had noticeably improved. However, they were still far from being able to stand on their own in battle. Soryu's foundation was barely solidified. Xiao Xian had become less timid in combat, and Chuansheng's swordsmanship had clearly advanced. The next phase of their training awaited them. Soryu would engage in practical combat training to bolster his courage and experience, ensuring he would not falter when facing his first battle. Lacking any special combat skills, Xiao Xian needed to practice new techniques such as ninjutsu. Upon evaluation, Yagyu found that her chakra affinity across the 5 elements was quite average, indicating that learning advanced ninjutsu would likely be challenging. Fortunately, her chakra control was commendable, allowing her to pursue medical ninjutsu. It seemed that girls generally excelled in chakra control. Tailoring Xiao Xian's training direction, Yagyu instructed her to first master tree climbing techniques to further enhance her chakra control, followed by water walking. These 2 basic ninjutsu techniques had already been mastered by Chuansheng, so he would not require this training. Given his progress in swordsmanship over the past month, Yagyu decided to teach him the Crescent Moon Dance. The training for the Crescent Moon Dance revolves around 2 critical aspects: mastering the shadow clone technique and swiftly identifying the opponent's weaknesses to strike at their vital points. Once he grasped these 2 elements and combined them, he would be able to use shadow clones to simultaneously attack 3 vital points of the enemy, leaving them unable to defend. Once Chuansheng fully mastered this technique, even ordinary Jonin would not stand a chance against him. Not even Kakashi would find it easy, unless his defenses were exceptionally high. However, a significant drawback of the Crescent Moon Dance is its insufficient lethality. In this world, swordsmanship primarily relies on cunning and speed rather than sheer power. This is largely attributable to the human body's fragility, as few ninjas excel in defense. What appears to be a flaw may not necessarily be one. Techniques often counter each other. No technique can be deemed universally effective, as each possesses its own strengths. It is through their combination that a ninja can attain true strength. Resorting to shortcuts is inadvisable. The members of Yagyu's squad diligently pursued their training, while the ninja world remained far from tranquil. The ninjas of Sunagakure had been repelled by Kirigakure, resulting in a stalemate on the battlefield. Seeing this, Kimogakure intervened personally, posing significant challenges to Kirigakure. Fortunately, Konoha discreetly entered the fray, complicating matters for the ninja of Kimogakure. However, this was merely because the high-level combatants from both sides had yet to engage. Should Ei and the Jinchuriki from his village join the fray, Kirigakure would quickly find itself on the losing end. As the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Terumi Mei was deeply concerned about this predicament. To prompt Konoha to dispatch stronger ninjas for support, she even offered a bounty of 1 million ryo. Any squad led by a Jonin could accept this commission, with no limit on the number of participants. 1 million ryo for each small team. Chapter 212. 1 month. The 1 million ryo bounty had no bearing on Yagyu's class. They continued their training in a systematic manner, learning from past experiences. Even though Yagyu considered himself strong, he could not guarantee the safety of his team at all times. He had no desire to create a second Obito. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the elusive Black Zetsu, who had seemingly vanished since Obito's demise. Despite instructing Nagato and Konan to keep watch, no news had surfaced. However, with Nagato and Konan having lost the Rinnegan, it is indeed a challenging endeavor to detect Kagaya's will. As for my own situation, Yagyu is uncertain whether Kagaya has made an appearance. After all, his sensory ninjutsu is inherently active, while the techniques possessed by Kagaya are elusive and difficult to perceive through mere disturbances in the environment. Nonetheless, Kagaya's existence is of little consequence. After all, it lacks any formidable power. As long as I remain, there is no cause for concern regarding any mischief it might conjure. Should I cease to exist, the world after my departure would be inconsequential. Yagyu is disinclined to fret over such matters. A month has elapsed. Under Yagyu's guidance, his class has successfully accomplished 8 D-rank missions. They are now poised to undertake missions of C rank or higher. However, when Yagyu accompanied his 3 companions to accept a new mission, he discovered that there were no C rank missions available. All C rank missions had been claimed? Indeed. Tsukiakari cautiously nodded, noting that the enthusiasm among ninjas has surged recently, compounded by an increase in their numbers, resulting in many lower-ranked tasks being completed. You see, due to the proliferation of our leaf ninjas, the Land of Fire is now devoid of bandits or any ferocious beasts. Those rogues and man-eating monsters have all been vanquished by our leaf ninjas. In the original world, after the peace of the ninja realm, such a situation where ninjas struggle to find missions did not arise, did it? Although they are merely C-rank missions, it is quite extraordinary. What of the wealthy merchants and nobles? Do they not require protection? It seems essential to have a couple of ninjas accompany them during their travels, does it not? They are all B-rank missions. These wealthy merchants and nobles often maintain their own trained ninjas or samurai, thus they seldom worry about attacks from non-ninjas. They only issue missions when faced with threats from higher-ranked foes. After hearing Tsukiakari's explanation, Yagyu felt a sense of exasperation. In that case, let us accept a B-rank mission. Please hold on. Tsukiakari rummaged through a pile of scrolls and presented all the B-rank missions before Yagyu. These are all B-rank missions. Yagyu casually picked one up and opened it. B-rank mission. Proceed to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water to assist the Hidden Mist Village in exterminating the invading ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Reward, 200,000. Next, B-rank mission. Remain stationed at the border of the Land of Fire for 1 month to prevent sudden attacks from the Hidden Cloud Village. Reward, 80,000. Next, B-rank mission. Infiltrate the Land of Wind for reconnaissance. Reward, 100,000. Next, B-rank mission. Infiltrate the Land of Earth for reconnaissance. Reward, 150,000. Next, B-rank mission. Assassinate the wealthy merchant Kiriyama in the Land of Earth. Reward, 200,000. After reviewing several scrolls, none appeared particularly simple. Ultimately, Yagyu opted for a mission within the Land of Fire, to remain stationed at the border. Currently, there is little likelihood of the Hidden Cloud Village invading the Leaf Village. So if they do not, this mission would be a mere formality. Yagyu and his 3 companions could learn how to execute a station mission, engage in practical reconnaissance exercises, and simultaneously attend to their training. It is certainly a commendable choice. Yet, this opportunity carries its own risks, should the Hidden Cloud Village decide to invade the Leaf Village. This seemingly trivial B-rank mission would instantly escalate to an S-rank mission. This is precisely why Yagyu was initially reluctant to bring his 3 companions on this task. For them, an S-rank mission is still too premature. A task of excessive difficulty could inflict not only arduous trials, but also psychological strain and peril to their lives. Chapter 213. The Snowy Border. Upon learning that they had accepted a B-rank mission, the expressions of the members of Team 7 varied greatly. Yagyu appeared somewhat troubled. Akane seemed anxious, while Kawashima was brimming with excitement. Yagyu-sensei, will we face ninjas in this B-rank mission? It's a possibility. Will we die? Yagyu's expression revealed some concern. He did not wish for such an outcome. Yagyu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied calmly, rest assured, as long as you do not stray from my sight, you shall remain unharmed. Yagyu's words provided a modicum of reassurance to Yagyu, yet he remained internally apprehensive, even going so far as to quietly compose a farewell letter and hide the earnings from the past 2 months beneath his pillow. If he were to fail to return, he would at least leave something for Granny Ryu. The following morning, the 3 members of Team 7 assembled early at the village gate. Since their mission required them to venture out, they would not gather at the training grounds. Shortly thereafter, Yagyu arrived. Observing the mixture of tension and excitement on their faces, he empathized with them. Many children in the Leaf Village had never ventured beyond its borders before becoming ninjas, and most of them hailed from ordinary families. Ordinary citizens faced considerable difficulty returning home if they encountered danger outside the village, which is why even traders engaging in foreign commerce seldom brought their children along unless accompanied by sufficiently capable ninjas. Have you packed everything? Yes. For their journey, they had to carry quite a few supplies: blades, soldier pills, a medical kit, and 2 sets of change of clothes, as they would be residing outdoors for an extended period. Yagyu, Akane, and Kawashima each carried a backpack. Yagyu held one as well, glancing at the trio, preparing to toss it to Yagyu for some exercise, when Kawashima stepped forward and claimed it, saying, "Let me carry the bag, Yagyu-sensei. Truly, he is my most loyal fan." Yagyu felt a swell of pride. "Well then, since all is ready, let us embark. Our destination lies to the north." Yes. 3. The border between the land of fire and the land of iron, blanketed in pristine snow. After more than half a month of travel, Yagyu and his companions finally reached the mission site. The 4 stood atop a snow-capped mountain, gazing toward the direction of the land of iron. Isn't it magnificent? For the first time witnessing such a vast expanse of snowfall and towering mountains, Yagyu exclaimed with excitement. Akane's face was flushed with cold, yet her eyes sparkled brightly, clearly enamored with the scenery. Even Kawashima, typically composed, displayed a hint of exhilaration. While the Leaf Village also experienced snowfall, it paled in comparison to this breathtaking winter landscape. After all, the snow in the Leaf Village was merely that of a single village. Although it was also grand, familiarity dulled its charm. The sight of mountains crowned with snow and the surrounding white-cloaked forests was a first for the trio, filling their hearts with uncontainable joy. "Let us have a snowball fight." Yagyu playfully scooped up a snowball, ready to launch it, only to be swiftly lifted by Yagyu, as if he were a small rabbit. "We are here to stand guard, not to frolic," Yagyu replied, exasperated. "This area offers a clear view and is conducive to concealment. Henceforth, you 3 shall remain here for 8 hours each day to monitor the movements of the land of iron." "What? 8 hours?" A gust of wind swept by, causing Yagyu to shiver involuntarily. "Brr, it's so cold." Akane and Kawashima also felt the chill, promptly retrieving thick winter clothing from their backpacks. Yagyu hugged himself tightly, gazing enviously at Akane and Kawashima, who were now clad in their warm garments. Prior to their departure, Yagyu had instructed them to prepare winter clothing, yet he himself was without any. In past winters in the Leaf Village, he would typically wear 4 or 5 layers of thin clothing or simply avoid going out. He had assumed this mission would allow him to do the same, but even 4 or 5 layers of clothing proved insufficient to stave off the cold. The land near the land of iron was significantly colder than in the Leaf Village. Noticing Yagyu's predicament, Yagyu, aware of his family situation, took his backpack from Kawashima and retrieved a thick winter coat, tossing it to him. "Here, wear this, don't freeze to death." "Hee. Thank you, Yagyu-sensei." Upon discovering that he too possessed a warm cotton coat, Liu was utterly elated, promptly draping it over his shoulders. Liu Sheng, not one to be frugal, always procured the finest garments. This was Liu's inaugural experience donning such exquisite attire, and the unparalleled comfort and warmth enveloped him as if for the first time. He even felt that wearing such clothing was more comforting than snuggling under blankets. The basics of concealment and surveillance were not lost on Liu Sheng, as all 3 were adept in these skills. With the new garment enhancing his spirits, Liu volunteered for the first watch. Observing his earnestness and focused gaze fixed ahead, Liu Sheng nodded slightly before departing with Chuansheng and Xiaoxian. The snow fell incessantly, blanketing the area and swiftly erasing any trace of their presence. Chapter 214. Return to the village, Tsunade and Turumime. Shadow Clone Technique. In the vast expanse of snow, Chuansheng diligently practiced the shadow clone technique, while Xiaoxian immersed herself in a medical tome nearby. Liu Sheng, feeling somewhat bored, toyed with the campfire. They had been stationed in this frigid wilderness for 15 days without encountering anything suspicious, as if their vigil were nothing more than a leisurely retreat. Suddenly, Liu dashed back, urgency written across his face. "There's a situation." Upon hearing this, Chuansheng and Xiaoxian immediately adopted a vigilant stance, while Liu Sheng swiftly appeared beside Liu, gripping him firmly. "What is going on?" 3 or 4 strange individuals are approaching from the direction of the Iron Country. Lead the way." They soon arrived at Liu's observation point, where they spotted 4 heavily armored figures patrolling through the snow. Their attire seems peculiar. Could they be foes? Liu queried cautiously. "By their garb, they appear to be warriors from the Iron Country," Liu Sheng clarified. "Warriors?" The trio expressed their confusion. "Yes. In this world, Power does not solely reside with ninjas. There are also warriors, with those from the Iron Country being among the mightiest. Liu Sheng concluded, gesturing dismissively. Let us withdraw. These individuals are unlikely to pose a threat. As long as they do not encroach upon the land of fire, we need not concern ourselves with them. Why wouldn't they be enemies? Si Lu inquired with curiosity. Because the Iron Country is a neutral nation, its warriors do not invade other lands, Xiao Xian interjected, demonstrating her grasp of theoretical knowledge. Indeed, that is not to say they are without exception, but the likelihood of aggression is minimal. Our primary concern in this watch is to guard against any incursions from the Cloud Village through the Iron Country into the Leaf Village. We need not mind these warriors. Ah, I see, Si Lu nodded, appearing enlightened. After a moment of false alarm, the group returned to their posts to train or rest. With half a month remaining in their mission, the tranquility of their task eased the nerves of the three on their first assignment. It appeared that such missions were not overly perilous and could indeed be rather relaxing. Just as they began to unwind, a confidential report arrived in Liu Sheng's hands. Upon reading it, his expression darkened, and he remarked with a hint of displeasure, "What a nuisance." "What has happened, Liu Sheng-sensei?" Chuansheng inquired. 3 days ago, the 4th Reikage, led the Jinchuriki to launch a surprise attack on the Mist Village, resulting in their defeat. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, fled to the Leaf Village with a few subordinates. Liu Sheng explained while scratching his head. What does the defeat of the Water Country have to do with us? Si Lu asked, his confusion evident, lacking a broader perspective on the implications of such events. Once, there were 5 great nations. Now, the Earth Country had been overtaken by the Lightning Country, the Wind Country had surrendered, and now the Water Country had fallen. Was it feasible for the Leaf Village to remain unscathed? Chuansheng remained speechless. With this revelation, Si Lu's complexion paled. As he grasped the implications, did this not mean war was imminent? Liu Sheng quietly tucked away the report, gazing at the relentless snowfall, and said softly, "Do not worry. Conflict will not arise." The report not only detailed the current turmoil within the ninja world, but also contained a request for Liu Sheng to return, indicating that Moonlight Kiyomi was struggling to cope with the mounting pressure and sought to gauge Liu Sheng's stance. With the Cloud Village obliterating the 3 nations, his position as Hokage felt increasingly precarious. "You scoundrel! Why did you not dispatch Leaf Ninja to assist the Mist Village? Had you acted sooner, how could that rascal have seized our Mist Village?" Upon entering the Hokage's office, Liu Sheng was met with the sound of heated arguments. As he pushed open the door, he beheld 2 fiery women confronting Moonlight Kiyomi with intensity. One had chestnut hair styled in a cross, with her right eye obscured, her lips a soft pink. She donned a deep blue strapless dress, cinched at the waist with a white belt, and wore fishnet stockings that accentuated her alluring form. The other sported pale yellow hair, dressed in a tea-green long coat with black trim over a loose-sleeved kimono-like top, secured with a black sash, and deep blue cropped pants that made her figure equally formidable. Oh, quite the lively scene. Upon their entrance, Tsunade and Terumi Mei instinctively furrowed their brows. "Moonlight Liu Sheng, your arrival is timely." Tsunade approached Liu Sheng, her gaze unwavering and intent. Lowering his head slightly, Liu Sheng caught sight of her strikingly white curves. "What is it? Speak. Are you the reason Moonlight Kiyomi refrained from supporting the Mist Village?" "Indeed, that is so." "Why? Are you unaware that the Mist Village has fallen? Are we next?" "I am aware." Tsunade, exasperated by Liu Sheng's nonchalance, pressed on. "If you know, then why did you not aid the Mist Village?" Simultaneously, Terumi Mei advanced, her expression revealing her anger. "I too seek to understand why." Faced with 2 assertive women, Liu Sheng maintained his stoic demeanor, replying, "Because it is unimportant." "What do you mean?" Terumi Mei inquired coldly. "With me here, the Cloud Village shall not prevail. As for the fate of other nations, what concern is it of ours? Moreover, if the Cloud Village has labored to seize such vast territory, would it not be advantageous for us?" Liu Sheng's eyes narrowed, resembling a cunning fox, sending a chill down Terumi Mei's spine. She had not anticipated that a formidable strategist lurked behind the conflict in the Cloud Village. "Are you suggesting that you alone could vanquish the entire Cloud Village?" Terumi Mei questioned, skepticism etched across her features, perceiving Liu Sheng as an arrogant schemer. Liu Sheng offered no explanation, merely meeting her gaze. The sudden manifestation of his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan startled Terumi Mei. She swiftly evaded his gaze to avoid being ensnared in illusion, yet mysterious black flames unexpectedly erupted beneath her feet. "If I had been observing your body just now, this beautiful form of yours would soon vanish." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Terumi Mei's brow. She could not deny that Liu Sheng had exhibited the potential for a sneak attack, yet as a formidable figure of the Hokage, She should not fall victim to a single strike. Furthermore, this was merely Liu Sheng's casual display. No one could fathom how many hidden cards he possessed. The prowess of shadow-level ninjas was profound. They could not simply rely on a handful of techniques. I acknowledge your strength. But to contend against the entire Cloud Village alone is overly presumptuous, is it not? Are you not afraid of being worn down in a war of attrition? Even the formidable Third Raikage perished after being exhausted by 10,000 ninja. Terumi Mei protested defiantly. My endurance exceeds your imagination. Liu Sheng remained unmoved. Yet an overwhelming chakra suddenly erupted from his form. Impossible, such chakra. Chapter 215. The end of Konoha 151 years at last. I have you in my grasp. The terrifying chakra sent Terumi Mei and her companions' hair flying. Astonishment etched across their faces. Even her grandfather had never wielded such formidable chakra. Liu Sheng's power evoked memories of Senju Hashirama, the man who once dominated the entire ninja world through sheer strength. Could it be that Moonlight Liu Sheng truly possessed the capability to overcome the entirety of the Cloud Village through his own prowess? After witnessing Yagyu's formidable prowess, Terumi Mei fell into a contemplative silence before turning away. The disparity in strength rendered her devoid of any negotiating leverage. Moreover, with the dissolution of the Mist Village, she was fortunate enough not to be expelled from Konohagakure by Yagyu. Certainly, she could leave the village, yet in the current ninja world, aside from the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, nearly all territories lay under the dominion of the Land of Lightning. Where else could she possibly seek refuge? Rather than wandering aimlessly under the threat of pursuit, it would be wiser to remain in Konoha and seek an opportunity for vengeance against Kimogakure. Lord Yagyu, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, my old bones would have been dismantled by them. Upon Yagyu establishing control over the situation, Mifune leaped forth to express his grievances. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glare. She had never encountered such a feeble Hokage. Regardless of the situation, do not let your formidable strength lead you to complacency. It would be prudent to resolve matters before Kimogakure invades Konoha, lest the Land of Fire suffers devastating losses. With that, without waiting for Yagyu's response, Tsunade departed. Yagyu shrugged indifferently, his expression nonchalant. Annihilating a nation is but a trifling task. Is your haste to summon me back merely for these two? Yagyu naturally settled into the Hokage's seat, lighting a cigarette and speaking casually. I am well aware of how I came to hold the position of Hokage. Without your support, I could not have maintained my footing in this role. They would not have respected me otherwise, Mifune replied sheepishly. The illustrious fifth Hokage, rendered speechless by others. You truly are something, Yagyu remarked with a hint of irony. Yet, who could deny you, my clan leader? I will allocate time to address the issues concerning Kimogakure when the time comes. Whether you wish to unify the ninja world or allow it to remain in disarray is entirely your decision. Indeed. Mifune's expression brightened. Unifying the ninja world was a monumental honor. Should he achieve such a feat, even if his own strength diminished, he would leave a significant mark in history. His name would echo through the ages. In times past, as the humble leader of the Yagyu clan, he would never have dared to entertain such aspirations. Over the millennia, countless individuals like him had emerged, yet who could truly attain everlasting fame? Perhaps the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could, but others, despite their significant contributions, paled in comparison to such epic-making figures. It was conceivable that if the ninja world were unified under his auspices, his renown could surpass even that of the first Hokage. After all, he would achieve what Hashirama could not. A fortnight later, while Kimogakure was still occupied with distributing the spoils of war from the Land of Water, calamity struck their own stronghold. No one knew precisely what transpired. On that fateful day, under the radiant sun, a dark spot appeared in the sky, and suddenly, Kimogakure ignited spontaneously. The black flames whispered like the devil's murmur, claiming the lives of all within, transforming the village into desolation. On September 1st, 72 years of Konoha, Kimogakure fell. The fourth Raikage was obliterated. Over the years, Kimogakure had seized vast territories, resulting in thousands of ninja dwelling outside. However, the disappearance of Kimogakure left its ninja leaderless, and under Mifune's command, Konoha ninja began hunting down the scattered Kimogakure shinobi, reclaiming the lands once occupied by them for Konoha. A decade later, through Mifune's relentless efforts, the entire landscape of the ninja world fell under the banner of the Land of Fire. The ninja world was no longer composed of 5 great nations and numerous small states, but rather a singular Land of Fire. Many former nobles from the other lands were dissatisfied with the Land of Fire's actions, yet under the threat of overwhelming military power, they had no choice but to acquiesce to becoming part of the Land of Fire. After all, the daimyos of their nations had been slain by Kumogakure ninja, while the daimyos of the Land of Lightning had met their end at the hands of Konoha ninja. Although Konoha no longer faced opposition from rival nations, it was now surrounded by numerous ninja villages. The expanse of the ninja world was vast, teeming with potential shinobi. Konoha alone could not educate them all, and with many wandering shinobi settling down to teach apprentices, small ninja villages began to emerge. To effectively manage these burgeoning villages, Mifune established a unified governing body for ninja villages. Any village wishing to exist had to report to Konoha. As the new ninja era dawned, Yagyu was merely 31 years old. As the protagonist, Yagyu did not actively participate in this new era. After mentoring 3 disciples, he withdrew from the ninja circle, leading a life akin to that of an ordinary citizen. In the ensuing decades of Yagyu's life, the ninja world experienced no further large-scale wars, nor incursions from the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya's will was notably absent, and everything passed in a dreamlike tranquility. On one fateful day, Mifune, the old scoundrel, met his end in the embrace of a woman. Subsequently, Tsunade, in fulfillment of her deceased lover's wishes, ascended as the 6th Hokage, leading Konoha to greater heights. A circumstance dictated by the tides of fate. In the current ninja world, no village could rival Konoha. A decade after Tsunade's ascension, feeling the weight of age, she chose to abdicate, endorsing the highly regarded Naruto to succeed her. Naruto became the 7th Hokage. Upon taking office, Naruto toiled diligently, more so than any previous Hokage. Yet Konoha did not grow stronger under his efforts, for the village's might had reached its zenith. Even if Naruto did nothing, Konoha would not weaken. A century into Konoha's history, Tsunade passed away. This eternally youthful woman departed in her rightful form, a face marked by age and wrinkles. Yagyu attended her funeral, his expression impassive. Yet the timeless attire he wore evoked memories of her spirited demeanor and revelry. On that day, Jiraiya sat before her grave in silence for 3 days and nights, pouring libations of sake, lamenting their fated separation. In the 101st year of Konoha, Jiraiya too departed. Yagyu did not attend his funeral. Over the decades, he had witnessed numerous farewells. Now, his own visage bore the marks of age. Though his body remained robust and his abilities intact, he had reached a plateau. The system had granted him no further advancements. Of course, Orochimaru still thrived. His experiments had proven successful, should Yagyu desire. He could easily exchange his aging body for a younger one, yet he chose to forego this option. His wives were opposed to such a notion. Shiyuin remarked, "Life and death are the natural order of humanity. Even Orochimaru is not exempt." Yagyu concurred with this sentiment, thus bidding Orochimaru farewell. He was uncertain how much longer he would live, yet he understood that should he perish, Konoha would undoubtedly descend into chaos under Orochimaru's influence. After all, it was the place he had called home for decades, and he wished to avoid it becoming a tumultuous mess. In the 150th year of Konoha, Shiyuin passed away. Yagyu lingered at her grave, speechless for an extended period. Prior to her, Sakura and Hinata had departed ahead of him. Now he stood alone. 7 days later, Yagyu visited Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto had abdicated. Now, the 8th Hokage was Yukimura-sawa. The two exchanged many words, reflecting on their journey from acquaintance to the present. With Yagyu sharing numerous thoughts from his heart, his experiences as a traveler, the source of his immense strength, and the incident concerning the graduation ceremony he had taken from Naruto. Naruto listened earnestly, though he regarded Yagyu as an old man rambling nonsensically. Nonetheless, he cheekily inquired, "You wouldn't have taken my Sakura from me, would you?" "Oh, not at all. You two are simply not meant to be." "Ha ha ha ha, indeed." Naruto, having remained single throughout his life, was unsure whether it was due to a lack of insight or some other reason. The following day, Yagyu made a visit to the daimyo's estate. The former daimyos of the Land of Fire had long since passed, and the current lord was the grandson of the original daimyo. The one tasked with surveilling the esteemed lord was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. For an entire lifetime, Sasuke had kept watch over 3 generations of lords. Did he not find such monotony utterly tedious? Yagyu sat across from Sasuke, engaged in conversation. "You assist me in my quest for vengeance, and I shall aid you in your endeavors, as promised." The nearly century-old Sasuke spoke with an air of indifference, his weathered visage betraying no change in expression. "Heh, I see I have not misjudged you." Yagyu sipped his drink, gazing at the drifting white clouds, his thoughts wandering back to the day he first met Sasuke. "In truth, I have been exploiting you from the very beginning." Yagyu revealed the truth to Sasuke, yet it seemed of little consequence to him. He was solely concerned with the outcome. "Now that this matter is resolved, you may withdraw. Your watch here is no longer necessary." "Why?" Sasuke inquired, perplexed. I sense it is nearly time. The world of my demise bears little relevance to me. I no longer wish to manipulate you. After a moment of silence, Sasuke, still devoid of expression, replied, Once I leave here, I know not where to go. Should you pass, inform me, and I shall come to see you. I am grateful. 3 months later, Sasuke departed from this world. On September 1st, in the 151st year of Konoha, Yagyu laid down in the grave he had dug, using earth-style techniques to bury himself. A gravestone rose from the mound of soil, as if summoned. Whether it was due to his formidable prowess, he sensed his impending demise was near. Days later, Naruto came to pay his respects, discovering the gravestone and relaying the news of Yagyu's passing. A month later, a shadowy figure appeared above Yagyu's grave. At last, you have perished. A hand suddenly burst forth from the earth, grasping the figure and crushing it to dust with ease. Finally, I have caught you. The tale concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.